Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Jong-woo sat on the sofa and looked at the photo. With a sad look, he looked at the image of his missing younger brother. 5 years later, the obituary wrote about his death. 3 years ago, their sick mother, who was desperately looking for her missing son, died. Relatives tried to console the main character, convincing her that she was now in a better world. After the funeral, the young man returned home. He crumpled up one of the leaflets about the loss. The guy gave up looking for his brother and decided to leave Korea, going to military service in Africa. When the sergeant left the country, he was sure that he would not return. And now Jinwoo was opening the box. Inside were found things that his brother always carried with him. The young man looked at the picture, surprised that it carried photographs from the films with him. His attention was attracted by a pocket watch. The protagonist picked them up, remembering that he had given them to Jung-woo before the entrance exams. On the case back, the sergeant saw a familiar engraving. He remembered how his brother smiled when he received this watch and thanked his elder. With delight, the boy said that a pocket watch was much more reliable and durable than a digital one, and Jean was glad that he liked the gift. When the younger one noticed a mistake in the name written on the watch, he refused to return the watch. He was going to wear it like this. The guy looked sadly at the inscription, remembering that his brother wrote his surname everywhere with this mistake after that. When the protagonist noticed that the clock was working, he was very surprised. The sergeant jumped up when he suddenly heard the junior's voice. He stared at his watch, confused, where he heard Jung-woo say that if his brother heard this recording, he himself was no longer on this earth, and decided that it was a hallucination, because there were no other devices inside. The guy listened in confusion as his brother apologized and explained that he wanted to find a cure for his mother, and thought that he would return soon. On October 9, 2013, Jung-woo received a strange message. At first thought it was spam, but that was just a matter of participation. If not for the circumstances, the young man would have ignored such a message, but the image of his sick and emaciated mother, who was in the hospital, popped up before his eyes. Therefore, hoping that he would be able to help her, he accepted the invitation, and from that day he began to have strange dreams. On the 12th of October, the brother was convinced that his dreams were real. He saw creatures that looked like elves and dwarves. It was a world inhabited by orcs, trolls, dragons, and other fabulous creatures. There was another tall tower that was located in the very center, and was directed towards the sun. It was said that if you could climb to the top of it, you could become equal to a god. But he was not interested in this at all. Jung-woo was only thinking about an elixir that could cure any disease. On October 28th, the young man managed to gather a team of like-minded people and begin climbing the tower, and over time, it became difficult to combine life and reality in parallel with this. On November 9th, the player decided to leave home, being sure that he would only need 6 months, cutting off contact with reality. On the 1st of December, his brother's team was named Arsha, and was the best in everything. On the 7th of September, 2014, the process of conquering the tower slowed down, and it took another year, and on the 11th of November, 2015, his group had a disagreement with one of the top clans, which hindered their plans. In the same year, the negotiations broke down and the war began. They managed to defeat the allies of the enemy clan, and on March 4, 2016, the young man had a loved one. But by September of that year, war broke out again, and lasted until the following summer. On June 6, 2017, a traitor appeared among the Jung-woo people. Disagreements began within the group. Everyone began to suspect each other, and already in early July he had symptoms of poisoning. By the end of October, half of the people had left the clan while his body was slowly collapsing, and on November 1st, his lover stabbed the guy's heart with a knife, and his body began to rot. On the first day of February, 2018, only his brother remained in Arsha, and on the last day of the month, he was able to obtain the elixir, but there was no way to send it home as he was surrounded, and only at that moment did he realize that there was only one person in this world whom he could trust. Despite all this, he did not show his weakness. Jinwoo squeezed his watch as the message ended with the junior saying that he believed he could finish his mission. The young man turned the key winding, and for some time I listened to the recording until it got dark outside. The protagonist sat in silence for a while, and then he abruptly raised his head when he decided that he had to continue what his brother had started. In the next moment, the sergeant was pierced with pain, as if a power had come to him that could be controlled by people in that world. Pictures from Jung-woo's life flew before the guy's eyes, and someone announced that the awakening was over. Jinwoo saw a glowing window in front of his eyes, which notified him that the download was not complete at this stage, but he already saw his stats. But registration was only possible in the obelisk. The young man clenched his watch tightly again, and decided to find out what had really happened to his brother, who had left him to die, and why he had not been able to return after 5 years. The protagonist's face was distorted with anger. The thought came that he should bring the younger one home and destroy all his enemies. The sergeant looked thoughtfully at the status window, noticing, aloud, that the truth was no different from the game, and he remembered to himself that after waking up he was told about adapting his body to the game, but it was clearly difficult with skills. The system showed a cold-blooded character, that is, in any situation, the player will show equanimity and has complete immunity to brainwashing, which he himself found not bad. The skill of the dragon vision art, which allowed him to easily identify even lies, and also gave the guy the ability to see the skill of a person or object, and assumed that these were the remnants of the contract that his brother had made with the ancient dragon in the tower. Jinnu considered the sharpening of feelings to be a consequence of his character. The protagonist looked at the watch, with which he mentally associated the last skill of clairvoyance. The young man squeezed his watch and decided what would happen. He glanced at the photo and thought that Yongwoo must have wanted him to find that elixir quickly and leave right away. But he wasn't sure it was that simple. The sergeant moved down the dark street while someone on the phone wondered what he had called for dinner. Before the player dropped the call, the interlocutor managed to ask what happened, and what the conversation would be about, and he simply asked for forgiveness. The guy threw his phone in the trash, mentally expressing uncertainty that he had settled everything with this, although he put his house up for sale and burned his uniform. I bought a new backpack, packed some clothes, food, some army knives and a first aid kit. Gene adjusted his cap, remembering that he wanted to buy himself a pistol or explosives on the black market, but if he continued to fill his backpack with all sorts of ammunition, it would not end well. The protagonist continued to walk, thinking that the first round had already lasted a whole week. Players who started later got some kind of advantage depending on how much later they joined. The closer someone got to the first player in the ranking, the more points they could get, and there was a hidden thing that could advance quite well for a beginner. When the young man began to wind the clock, he reminded himself that this thing should appear any minute. Dark shadows began to thicken against the sunset sky. The sergeant watched the shadows swirl right in front of him, and soon, right in the middle of the park, a black door appeared. A light was shining from the open passage, and the player decided that he would show those on the other side to find out who they ran into. The guy resolutely looked at the door to remember this day. He stepped inside, firmly remembering that from today he was Jinnu. The light blinded the protagonist as he entered the ground floor, and he had to cover his eyes with his hand. The next moment, the young man opened his eyes again. The soldier looked deep into the hallway, noticing that he looked exactly like he had been described in his brother's diary. The tower was created as an entrance exam for players. It gave players a chance to become gods. If someone wanted to climb the tower, they first had to prove that they were capable of it, and the tutorial allowed them to do so. Higher up the floors were the people who made Yumu suffer, and the player was ready to come after them. The guy began to rummage through his backpack, thinking that in order to get to the tower, he had to collect just a huge score and clear the tutorial, and he would not be satisfied with anything worse than the first place. Jinna put on his mask, continuing to think that he should collect all the hidden power-ups to make the most of his weak body, deciding to focus on collecting as many aces under his sleeve as possible before the real climb begins. A portal lit up above the protagonist's head, and a voice was heard expressing fears that he would not have time to meet the guest at such a time, and he would simply leave. A shadow jumped down. The young man immediately took a fighting stance. The goblin smiled and asked to put away the knives. No matter how good-natured he was, such behavior hurt him greatly. The stranger threw up his hands, and introduced himself as a Bjolker, who was the steward and conductor of the ground floor, and asked if the newcomer wanted to applaud him, since their meeting was ordained by fate. The fighter lowered his weapon, and when asked if he believed the goblin, he replied that the manager's advice was easy to ignore, but he should have at least listened to them. As the player adjusted his backpack, Ibucker assumed that he already knew something, admitted that he thought the guy was shy because of the mask, but since he already knew where he was, it would be easier to communicate. The goblin explained that the tutorial was divided into 7 blocks from A to G. Each block had its own weather conditions and tasks that needed to be completed as much as possible in a certain time, and points were given depending on the quality and quantity of completed tasks. When all the blocks were completed, the total score would be calculated and announced. The manager went on to say that the higher the score, the better the reward, and expressed the hope that he had explained this part well. Jinnu looked at the interlocutor and asked how much time he would have, and he was told that it was only 30 days, and how to divide it between the blocks depended only on himself. The overseer reached out and added that the round had already lasted a week at the moment, and asked if the protagonist would like to join next week. But the young man guessed that the strongest team was already too far away, so much so that it would simply be impossible for a newcomer to catch up with them, but that was exactly what he expected. Ibulka looked at the player carefully, and said that it is recommended to pass blocks in teams of 3 or even 5 people, and based on all of the above, he will be able to get the most points by passing alone. The goblin smirked and explained that in the tower, the player gets the same number of points as he put into achieving them. The score will be calculated based on what he does when completing the task, so there was nothing to worry about. The fighter squatted down, and while the caretaker thought that such players as in front of him were following one of 2 paths, either believing in their strength to the last and going alone, after which they simply died, or did something that was interesting for him to watch. Ibulker snapped his fingers and announced that if this was the final choice, then the test began right now. The goblin bowed and disappeared, and the system announced the start of the rookie trial. Jinnu moved forward as the countdown began. On the floor, the protagonist saw a streak of light. and stepped over it to get to block A, where it was necessary to destroy the traps. In the next moment, the young man dodged the flying projectile. The soldier continued to dodge, remembering that the diary said that there were a huge number of traps in this block. However, since the location of these traps was unknown, the information was not particularly useful. Even more shells flew into the back. The player managed to repel them with the help of a backpack. The guy tensed up when he saw steel arrows sticking out of his backpack. He lowered his backpack, and concluded that he needed to press against the wall and try to avoid damage as much as possible. Suddenly, there was another whistle. Jinwoo turned sharply, and in the next moment, several arrows were able to hit the target. The protagonist walked slowly down the hallway as the system reported that unbearable pain was slowing his movement. The young man breathed rapidly, blood flowed down his arm, but thanks to his skill trait, he soon gained a tolerance to pain. The fighter squinted, thinking that he had underestimated the danger of this place, and risked going mad if it continued like this. He grabbed the shaft of the arrow sticking out of his shoulder, and abruptly pulled it out. The player burned a cotton ball. While the guy was cauterizing the wounds, the system again poured stability on him, this time to burns. Soon, Jinwoo was able to move on. With a tense look, he remembered that all the arrows flew at him at certain moments, and besides, he heard a weak signal, so he had to choose the right moment. The protagonist looked around, realizing that it was simply useless to try to find the arrow with his eyes in the dark, once he listened to the gears. If he succeeds, he can easily identify the source of the arrow. In this short period of time he needs to catch the sound it makes. The young man closed his eyes and activated the sharpening of senses. The soldier heard a soft, grinding sound, and raised his head. The fighter threw his knife at the sound, and it pierced into the crack between the stone blocks. He saw the trap crumble into small pieces. With a smile, the player thought that now it would not be so difficult to find them. The guy continued to advance through the barrage of shells, fighting off some with a knife. He noticed that various parameters improved from his actions. For example, if Jinwoo dodged a blue arrow, his agility improved. He had already leveled it to the first level. If the red arrow was parried, the strength increased. And if you caught a yellow arrow, endurance was pumping. The higher his parameters, the more profit he got from the task. You still need to look for such a place. Then the protagonist noticed that blood was dripping from under his mask. The young man wiped it off, mentally expressing annoyance that he couldn't increase his health points. But even so, he could still take the opportunity to improve his skills. The player who was watching the player's actions laughed. Ibyoka watched the monitors, muttering to himself that this guy was getting more and more interesting to watch because he stood out from everyone else, and was much more interesting to watch than the people on the block. The overseer continued to watch, concluding that the fighter would have a lot of dangers on his way, but if he was smart enough, he could handle the rest. Ibyoka adjusted his monocle, deciding that this tutorial promised to be very entertaining. At this time, Jinwoo reached the end point, and noticed that his stats had improved quite well, and earning that much in the first day didn't seem so bad. But when the protagonist removed the window, he decided that this was not really the case. He clenched his fists, noticing that his physical strength, maneuverability, stamina, and destructive power had become much better. The young man pushed the door open. His eyes widened as the treatment of his wounds was announced at the entrance. He watched in amazement as the golden light enveloped him. The soldier looked around and realized that he was in the rest room. The player allowed himself to relax and breathe easy. Then he just fell to the floor. When the guy opened his eyes again, he realized that he had passed out. The cloaked stranger raised his hands up, drawing attention to himself. Jinwoo recoiled from him in surprise. His hand rushed towards the knife, trying to figure out who this guy was and why he hadn't noticed him despite the activity of the skill. But then the protagonist froze, and asked if he had met a mysterious merchant anymore. The stranger threw up his hands, expressing relief that he was recognized, because he loved his customers so much, said that his name was simply A, and he was a merchant who was passing by. As the merchant snapped his fingers, the young man remembered that this guy could appear from time to time between blocks to supply the player with the necessary items for a fee, and he could buy anything that could come to mind. The stranger opened a purchase window for the fighter, and asked if he had a need after such a difficult task, because he had everything that only existed in the world. Jinwoo carefully studied the shopping list. Medusa venom, golden goat horn, Tiamat's left eye, all of these were unusually rare artifacts. There was no way ordinary players could purchase such items. He narrowed his eyes when he found what he was looking for, namely a reset ticket that allowed him to return to the chosen point. The young man looked up at the merchant and asked how he could pay for his purchases, and heard that with his stats. The soldier stared at the store in confusion as they added that the merchants had a conscience, so they didn't overprice. But mineral water for 2 points of strength seemed like a robbery to him. The player pointed to the product and said that he would like to purchase something. The seller even froze when he heard that the guy wanted to exchange all his points received for completing Block A. And folding his hands on his chest, he announced that it was about a discard ticket that could return him to the beginning of Block A. The stranger smiled, surprised at such a request. Still smiling, he noticed that he was the first person to be interested. People usually asked for something to get to the next block, but not once to go back, and explained to Jean that he needed to do something else there. The merchant put his finger to his lips, thinking that this participant was entertaining. He explained that it is enough to tear up the ticket anywhere, and it will take you to the starting area. The man said that it was time for him to go and simply disappeared. The protagonist was left alone. He looked down at his hands, feeling his strength drain away. But several tickets appeared in my hands. The young man tore one of them apart. A bright light appeared. He blinded the soldier for a moment. And soon the player was already standing at the very beginning of the first block. The fighter grabbed his weapon by the hilt and decided that he would score as many stats as possible. The projectiles flew at the player again. The guy fought off the arrows with confident movements. Keeping a close eye on the situation, Jinnu decided that this was his last run of the tutorial. Improving his senses by training in the tutorial, he achieved that the synesthesia in his hands worked like clockwork. The dragon eye art was a skill that allowed partial use of the truth eyes of the ancient dragon Kalatuts. When the protagonist first used it, he was shocked by how many new possibilities opened up in front of him. The entire color palette in his eyes simply disappeared, and everything he saw was black lines on a white background. The lines made it possible to see the outline of the object, and his brother called this phenomenon GOL. Soon, the young man reached the end point again. He opened the status window, thinking about how it had taken him roughly 4 hours, and considering that it had taken him 34 the first time, that was pretty good. His stats were even better, and that should have been enough to match some players. The fighter was sure that the top players had almost reached Block E. If he lagged behind them even a little more, he would never catch up with them. It was time to take this race seriously. The guy entered the zone of the boss of Block A. Jinnu narrowed his eyes, deciding that he needed to clear Blocks A and B at once. Flaming arrows were already flying at him, and the young man swung his knife. The young man repelled the shells, and noticed that their speed was higher than he expected. He continued to swing his weapon, realizing that he couldn't slow down for a second. But then his eyes widened as the tiles collapsed under his feet. The floor under his feet parted. The fighter managed to notice the sharp pikes below, and realized that the fall could be fatal. He somersaulted in the air, and he was able to get to the hard floor. The player landed successfully. Suddenly, the guy noticed that another hatch had opened from above, and a stream of flame poured down. The guy swung his knife, and with the help of him, he created a wind stream that gave him a passage. Jinnu jerked through the passage as the system improved his resistance to burns. But immediately behind the wall of fire there was another obstacle. Something large flew right at the protagonist. Notifications about increasing skills and statistics poured in. A metal fist struck the young man in the stomach. He jumped to the side. He managed to stay on his feet. The soldier narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out what it was. He remembered that his brother had mentioned a contraption that copied the player. I think it was called the copper scarecrow. It was able to copy the skills of players and use it with even greater power. If you managed to defeat it, then access to the boss room opened. But if it could not, it was tantamount to being chained to the ball. The guy looked carefully at the enemy, who could either be destroyed head-on or stabbed. Jinnu was activated by the dragon's eye. Then he got into a fighting stance. The protagonist noticed a black clot in the doll's chest, and realized that this was his weak point. The young man rushed at his opponent, aiming at the right place. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind him, shouting that this thing was moving due to its sensors, which had to be found and destroyed. The soldier squinted his eyes, and decided that this was the voice of the guy he noticed from heightened feelings. The player swung his weapon. He thrust the weapon into the golem's chest, because he himself knew perfectly well what it was moving due to. Jinnu jumped to the side before the opponent exploded. The protagonist straightened up, knowing that a stranger was standing behind him. And he was surprised at how easily the young man managed to win. The soldier turned, and the boy shuddered. The player walked towards him, trying to figure out how much effort it had taken to find out that the doll was using its sensors to use an enhanced version of his own skills, a thing that was difficult for the average player to understand. The boy hovered over the boy, wanting to know how he knew about it. The young man frowned and asked what he was going to do with him, until Jinnu noticed that he was weak. The protagonist was confused when he heard the question of what he intended to do. He assured that he was not going to do anything, he just wanted to ask. The stranger was surprised when he was asked how he knew that copper doll worked at the expense of sensors. The boy explained that he could see the magic threads that enveloped the golem, and it dawned on the fighter that he could see magic, which meant that he was connected to it, which was quite rare even among those who could control it. The player added that this was what he was interested in, and asked to teach him this, because if he learns this technique, it will help him in the future. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise, but he was assured that he would not be asked to do it for free. Jinnu guessed aloud that the young man had been stuck here for quite some time, and was ready to help him get out of here in return. The Magus' face expressed shock. As the protagonist turned to leave, the boy stopped him. He asked in amazement if the new acquaintance really did not know how to use magic, but he replied that he did not need to lie. But the young man pointed his finger at the fragments of the doll and said that without magical abilities it was impossible to cope with this thing. It seems that the boy did not believe that someone could even leave a scratch on a golem only in a physical way. While the fighter wondered why there was so much surprise, the mage tried to realize who he was. Sweat ran down the boy's face, and he agreed to help. Yul put his hand on his chest and said his name, wondering how he could help. The player moved forward, and asked for the time being just to follow him so that the passage could be opened. But then the guy turned around with glowing eyes and asked a question. The boy tensed when he was asked why he used this particular shell. Jin narrowed his eyes, stating that he knew that his current appearance wasn't real. The magus looked at the elder in confusion, who admitted that he had noticed his real 10-year-old age, from which he concluded that he was not an ordinary child. Yo lowered his head when the protagonist asked not to forget about politeness, and not to be soft with him just because of his age, and he replied that he understood. The young man continued to fight off the golems. Another doll exploded. The young man jumped on the next one, to plunge the knife into a vulnerable place on the chest. His companion watched it with round eyes. The soldier turned to the boy and said that they had almost reached Block B, which meant it was time to fulfill their end of the bargain. The boy calmly said that he had seen mana since birth, which surprised the player. Jinnu didn't move, assuming it was his genetic ability, which was very rare. There were situations when some unique skills were inherited, usually such people passed on their special traits and generations to generations, and Yel was one of these people. As they continued on their way, the mage revealed that this skill gave him the ability to see and feel magic, and felt a strong connection with it, thanks to which he was able to learn about the sensor of that doll. The protagonist remembered that his brother had the trait of perfect adaptation. He was compatible with everything that existed, including mana. Unlike ordinary people from Earth, he did not have any difficulties with sorcery. For example, if he found and repaired lost armor, he could use it like the back of his hand. The fighter knew this, because his comrades in arms said that they were surprised by what his twin was doing. He was the only one chosen by the dragon Kalatuts only because of this gift. Yul stretched out his hand, continuing to say that technically such people were considered geniuses. Mana could be imagined as a kind of river, magic, like water, emanated from the hills and reservoirs that passed through this river. The player rubbed his chin, thinking aloud about it, when a sign appeared that he cleared Block A as a solo player, for which he received an additional 500 karma points. The guy thoughtfully studied the notifications, and calculated that he had a total of 800 of these points. Karma was very important in the tower. It was the basis of this game, and the administrator could give it out as a reward. It was also used as currency when exchanging for some items between players, and it had to be collected as much as possible, and Jean managed to collect a surprising amount just for the first block. But opening the door, the protagonist thought that this was still not enough. He needed to collect more. In Block B, the young man saw a lot of people. Many of them were injured or crippled while resting on the steps of the amphitheater. A fighter, passing by, listening to whispers around him, about his person, about the fact that a week had already passed since the beginning of the tutorial, and there were still people there, and wondered if the guy in the mask had passed Block A solo. The player turned to Yel and asked how long he was going to stand there. The boy, trembling, came out into the light. He stared at his hands, not believing that he had finally come out. Then the mage squinted his eyes to the side. Several familiar faces stared at him, and the next moment they looked away tensely. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. Jinna looked at the child sympathetically, clarifying if it was his team, to which the child replied that he was not going to deal with them now. The genius headed downstairs, and the protagonist reminded him that they were only talking about mana. They sat down on the step, and to the young man's surprise, his new acquaintance was quite well informed about magic. It was quite difficult to understand him, but still he managed to get a general idea of it. The fighter looked at the interlocutor, and admitted that now he roughly understood what magic is, but wanted to know the way not only to control it, but also to feel it. The boy scratched his head, and admitted that he didn't know himself. He knew how to control it from the very beginning, so it was quite difficult for him to explain how to do it, and the player admitted that there was nothing to do. Jinnu got to his feet, suggesting that Yo was going home after the tutorial, and after receiving confirmation, he stated that their paths diverged. They said goodbye warmly. But just as the protagonist was about to leave, someone went to the magician. The young man turned when he heard the boy addressed by name. A person, standing in front of the rest of the group, said that he liked the flame in their eyes and people like them were born to perform feats. Raising his hands, the player introduced himself as Arandon's representative, and explained that he would be waiting for them in the waiting room of Block B, so if they got there and decided to continue playing, they could unite. The fighter, standing in front of a comrade, said that they could join this guild, while the second said that if they could join them, they would be able to become part of an invincible group that completely defeated the tutorial. A burning lamp appeared. The player, holding a blade, shouted that these enemies simply could not be bypassed. The second, looking at the blade, understood that they had problems, and if everything went like this, then they would never be able to pass the tutorial in their lives, and even more so leave it alive. His gaze suddenly shifted somewhere to the side. Yo was standing nearby. Looking at him, the fighter remembered that his comrade had the ability to analyze the flow of magic, and he was not very useful, because he was always standing behind. Suddenly, a man grabbed him by the clothes. Throwing him into the crowd of enemies, they all began to run away. The boy, holding out his hand, shouted a question about how they could do this. They were leaving. The boy, frowning, asked them what they wanted, because they had nothing left to talk about, and then he remembered that up to the waiting room of Block A, he had a hope of meeting good comrades. The warrior, looking at him, tried to ask how he survived, but the interlocutor replied that it did not concern them at all. Crossing his arms over his chest, Yo also added that he did not know what they wanted from him and asked them to fail, because they all probably could not look him in the eye normally after what they had done. Standing in front of them, the young man invited them to imagine that nothing had happened and they simply did not know each other. The soldier suddenly bent down and shouted words of apology. The boy stepped back when the other person said that they would do anything for him as an apology for what had happened, but in return, they asked him not to tell anyone about what had happened. Closing his eyes, the warrior again asked him not to tell anyone about what had happened. They all bowed down and began to beg him. The boy, frowning, exclaimed that he did not understand at all what they were carrying and asked them to leave, because he no longer wanted to see their disgusting faces. The leader looked after him. Opening his eyes, the player knew that they couldn't leave it like this, because they had already told Bill that this man had sacrificed his life for them. Frowning, the fighter knew that if he let anyone slip, his position in Arandon, for which he had worked hard, would be lost. Immediately afterward, his gaze was fixed on one of his comrades in arms. Looking after this, the player understood that the first time it was very difficult to betray him, but the second time it would not be difficult for him. Still standing in the waiting room, the warrior knew that they were in a place where no one was really looking, so it would not be difficult to get rid of him unnoticed. Bringing his hand to the hilt of the blade, the player remembered that Bill did not even know what Julie looked like and he had the opportunity to say that he was just a victim from the boss room. His hand was already next to the handle. The hero, appearing behind, began to talk about how the Arandon group in the tutorial is directly related to the island of the Blue Flower, so they recruit newcomers from there. But the people from this island are very capricious, which is why they do not feel very good around people with a sad past, and they could not cope with what this person went through. The man turned around, trying to ask who he was. The young man's blow had already been struck on his arm. The player immediately grabbed it and screamed. The boy turned around at once, too. The rest stood in front of the leader. The guy, looking ahead, realized that he could already safely go to Block B, but after learning that Yell had been betrayed by his own allies, he simply had no way to stay away. The protagonist, closing his eyes, realized that this situation reminded him of something. Imagining a man pierced by a multitude of blades, the young man realized that his brother had been stabbed in the back by the allies in the same way. The fighters, blades in front of them, tried to figure out how long this man had been here, since none of them had even noticed him. The hero, holding the dagger in front of him, noted that if they were going to stab someone in the back, they should be ready to receive such a blow themselves. The fighter, gritting his teeth, asked how he dared to do this with his hand. Immediately after, the player swung his sword to attack. The blade had almost reached his opponent's face. Suddenly, the man's hand was grabbed. The young man, breaking it, wished him good luck in this. Looking up, the protagonist explained that in turn he would help him become disabled. One of the fighters, opening his eyes wider, said that they had done nothing to him and also asked why he meddled in their affairs. The hero, still holding the opponent's hand, explained that he simply did as they did and did what he wanted. The interlocutor's mouth was open in surprise. They looked at each other as they were ordered to drop their weapons. The young man, stretching out his enemy's hand, repeated his words. The fighter, his eyes wide open, shouted for them to obey this man. Their swords fell to the floor. One of them, frowning, asked him to put Cain down. The protagonist, smiling, called them fools. His leg rested on the leader's back. Immediately after, the fighter dropped it to the ground. His eyes turned white. The second ally, frowning, began to say that they did not agree in this way. The hero hit him in the face with his fist. The man's body collapsed to the floor. The other two frowned as well. They rushed to attack. The hero also ran to meet them. In his hand was a dagger. The young man quickly slipped past their feet. They fell to their knees and began to scream. The guy turned around quickly. Immediately after, their faces were attacked. The eyes of these enemies also turned white. Yul's mouth was wide open in surprise. Looking at the man, the boy knew that he was strong, but he did not imagine that he was so strong. The hero, approaching him, noted that his saliva was flowing. Standing in front of him, the fighter wished him good luck in life and asked him to be careful with the choice of people. The interlocutor, raising his hand, tried to say something. Bringing both hands to his face, the player shouted words of gratitude to him. The soldier suddenly turned around. The boy's eyes widened at the boy's words that he should look into the flower garden in Prisia sometime. Standing still, the protagonist said that it would be useful for him. After that, the player began to move away. Yul, clenching his hand into a fist, tried to understand what kind of flower garden it was. His gaze was directed somewhere forward. Several players appeared. One of them grinned. Looking somewhere, the soldier asked his comrade to take a look at it. Pushing him with his foot, Kong said that it was time for him to stop sleeping. His comrade in arms, putting his hand to his mouth, yawned. Rubbing his eye, the soldier asked what else he needed, because he really couldn't sleep properly. The player, sitting down next to him, asked if she had seen what happened here. The interlocutor asked again. The latter replied that those children had once walked here, who grabbed that they would soon be accepted into Arandon and they apparently had already got theirs. The girl, stretching, noted that there was nothing more to expect, because it was clear that with their personalities they would not go far and they generally did not differ much from the usual punks. Her eyes widened as she said that the same man had defeated them alone. Looking at it, my friend said that it was in Block A and everything indicates that that player cleared this block alone. The ceiling of the waiting room appeared and a friend asked if his teammate had said that this player had beaten the guys from Mirandon, which meant that the men in blue and white would soon try to get revenge on him. But the answer was that those players were nothing more than candidates. Smiling, Kang explained that this was why he was interested in her opinion and asked if they should take him with them, since he was a lone player, which meant that he had no friends or allies here, and therefore such a person was one of a kind. The girl, putting her hand to her chin, said that she was not quite sure about it, because in this way they could still set the people in white and blue on them. The fighter, rising to his feet, asked since when she was worried about such things. She answered in the affirmative and laughed. Then the fighter offered her to look at that man. Doyle, frowning, asked him to quit. The guy, grinning, asked if she was coming. The girl stood up and asked if he had gone mad. Closing her eyes, she noted that he himself knew that she really liked to do this. The fighter was standing in front of 4 passages when notifications appeared with information about the beginning of the tests of Block B, and then the hero remembered that the doors are lined up according to their complexity. And the more to the right the door, the more difficult it is. A blue passage appeared after thinking that his brother had chosen this door because he wanted to make life easier for himself and his teammates, since Block A seemed incredibly difficult to them, and therefore they chose a path that would be much easier for them. But after a while he found out that he had made a huge mistake, and as it turned out, in Block B, the possible number and quality of dropped items strongly depends on the color of the chosen door. The protagonist stood in front of the black passage and realized that this was why he chose this door. The blade appeared after realizing that he needed Bathory's vampire dagger. The door began to open. The hero was inside and immediately there were notifications that the black path had been chosen and he now needed to overcome the pond and get to the other end alive. The water in this pond appeared and it was said that this place was created from the water released from the giant, which suddenly died while carrying it in himself, and now this pond is full of living creatures. A man pushed a stone with his foot. This object fell into the water. Immediately after, the stone began to dissolve in water. The young man, looking down, realized that this was not ordinary water, since its density and pressure were completely different from ordinary water, and this water would instantly kill an ordinary person. His eyes changed color to orange after activating his dragon vision. There was something black on the wall. The guy touched this place with his hand. After that, a passage appeared in the wall. The hero, looking down, decided to proceed and immediately there were messages from the system about the detection of a hidden passage. The man began to descend the stairs. Looking somewhere ahead, the protagonist realized that he had found something. There was something white on the wall in front of him, and it was said that it was white moss that can be found in caves. It contained the spirit of the moon and a person who tasted it could have a stomachache and also taste unpleasant. And then the player realized that although the black path is difficult, there are always a lot of ways to overcome it, and one of them is white moss. Imagining a man who clutched his stomach, the hero remembered that this plant is a miraculous potion that contains the spirit of the moon and therefore many local animals use it as the main source of food, but at the same time, this plant is incompatible with the human diet, due to which the person who consumes it will not be able to excrete the necessary substances from it, or, in the worst case, will earn himself pain in the stomach and therefore most people avoid white moss. This moss reappeared after remembering that the secret that his brother learned after a while was that it could be consumed with other ingredients. Monsters appeared when the hero thought that the bodies of creatures like insects and animals that eat white moss as their primary food source had evolved to the point where they could artificially release heat from their bodies, so they could feed on the energy of the moon. And this type of radiation starts from the heart, which takes on the characteristics of flame. Looking to the side, the protagonist realized that the properties of moss are very similar to ice, which helps to acquire the characteristics of water, and if he manages to use the heart and moss at the same time, 2 completely different properties will be absorbed in him, which together form a miracle drug that strengthens his body and muscles. Behind him, one of these centipedes was crawling, as the fighter thought about how the human body is very fragile and can very easily stop functioning. This insect was already above him when the young man realized that having strong muscles and an organism, it would be much easier for him to fight. Immediately after, the player took the dagger in his hand. Immediately a swing was made. His weapon pierced the body of the monster, and immediately there was information that it was a red centipede that feeds on white moss. And since this creature lives in dark caves, its eyes atrophied and developed other senses. And also such a monster prefers meat more than moss. Immediately after, the insect rushed to attack. The young man immediately dodged him. Its blade did not pierce the monster's body. The hero, looking back, realized that his defense was very strong. Standing in front of him, the protagonist realized that he didn't even move after such a blow, but the blade thrown earlier had a pretty good effect on him, but it was certainly not enough. Bowing his head a little, the player knew that he had no way of knowing how strong this red centipede was, and that the depth of the dungeon was unknown, and therefore this enemy had to be dealt with as soon as possible. His eyes changed color after activating his dragon vision. In front of him was this creature. Noticing the black glow, the soldier realized that he had finally found its weak point. She began to crawl along the walls of the cave. The guy, standing still, knew that he needed to find the right moment. This monster immediately rushed at him. The young man suddenly put his hand on it. Immediately after, the player began to jump on the monster. The dagger turned over in his hand. With both hands, the fighter plunged the weapon into the enemy's body. Looking down, the hero realized that he had another shell inside him. A blade appeared that collided with another layer of protection. Suddenly, the limb of this insect appeared behind him. The opponent pushed the player. The protagonist's body is slammed into the wall. Blood spurted out of his mouth after being notified that his internal organ had been badly damaged, and the lymph of the red centipede had also penetrated into his body and poisoned him. The guy, sitting against the wall, realized that he had 4 broken ribs, 2 fractures of the spine, and also blood thinning in a vein in his left thigh. His eyes began to close. Immediately afterwards, the person revealed them, as the ability of composure was activated, which helped him stay conscious and his shock state is cancelled, as well as poisoning. The dagger reappeared in his hand, and more system notifications immediately appeared that he had acquired the skill of resisting the forces of nature. The monster loomed over him and a message appeared about obtaining the skill of striving for battle. The hero blocked his attack with a dagger. His hands shuddered under the pressure of the insect. Immediately after, the man bent down. Looking somewhere ahead, the guy thought about a place where there was no hard shell. His blade headed forward. The blade pierced the monster's stomach. The young man continued to cut the monster's belly. Blue blood splashed on his face. Klino was still stuck in the body of the enemy. The walls of the cave appeared. They were already lying on the floor. The hero looked away. The monster's body was still trembling. Immediately after, it stopped moving and a system message appeared about the successful destruction of the red centipede, and since he managed to defeat an invincible opponent, he will be given an additional reward. The guy began to take off his mask. There was a lot of white moss on the floor. Immediately after, the player began to draw it into his hand. The protagonist brought it to his mouth. Several light blue circles appeared near his chest. The fighter was already standing over the monster's body. Blood began to splash to the sides. In his hand was the heart of this centipede. The young man opened his mouth, preparing to eat it. The man, frowning, asked what had happened. The soldiers, looking down, did not answer. The leader, burying his hands in his hips, realized that as soon as he left this place for a while, his subordinates were already beaten. Leaning down, the player realized that someone, knowing that Arandon cares about his participants, decided to do this to his people anyway, which means that they ignored them. Glancing to the side, the head asked if the man was wearing a white mask, and his companion replied in the affirmative. The man brought his hand to his face, thinking about it. His legs spun. As he was leaving, the soldier decided to find him first. His brows were furrowed. Jongwoo ate the heart of a red centipede, and it became clear that by interacting with the properties of white moss, a new effect had been discovered. The ribs of the main character appeared. The broken bones were restored and strengthened. Damaged muscle tissues were repaired and strengthened. In addition, the protagonist gained knowledge about the fiery heart and the ice seal. The player threw back his head. Looking ahead, the young man thought about how thanks to the hidden corridor, he had gained the strengthening of his skeleton and muscles, in addition to a fiery heart and an ice seal. Pressing the window of the system, the young man stated that although he had only advanced by 1.5%, he had improved his physical strength, and with it, the speed of energy recovery. The person's profile appeared, and it became clear that the stats gained from killing one red centipede are much larger when compared to what he gained after completing the boss location. Although low mana is still a disadvantage, however, he cannot do anything about it now. Looking at the system, Jongwoo thought that he was only relying on his abilities for now, but in the future, he would need to use magic, adding that the higher he advanced, the stronger he should become. However, it wasn't the end, continuing that the skill called Dragon Body strengthened a person's body. After all, in order to fully use the power received from the Dragon Kalatuts, magical power is needed. A dragon appeared. Pointing to the system, the main character said that he was going to watch again, because, no matter how hard he tried, the decision did not come to mind, adding that as for the skill called Physical Endurance, it is effective when taking physical damage, continuing that this skill minimizes the impact of the opponent's attacks and alleviates pain. The masked protagonist appeared, thinking that by using the skill called Composure throughout the playthrough, he managed to keep his mind. However, at some moments, he still experienced terrifying suffering, and this was certainly draining his spirit, so he would use this ability appropriately to avoid repeating such situations. Stones were thrown at the protagonist. The guy showed a stupid face as he lay in the green haze, thinking that in cases of poisoning, burning, frostbite, panic, hallucinations, curses, and the like, resistance would also be normal. Finger pressed forward, saying that the skill that speeds up thinking is the most important, because in a critical situation, a quick decision can be the key to saving allies, but it can also be the worst way to destroy them. But in the battle with the red centipede, it was thanks to skill that he was able to win. A blue silhouette of a man appeared. Smiling, the young man thought that getting an upgrade of 2 skills was not so bad, adding that it was difficult to get a D rank with a plus in the tutorial. The man put on a mask. Bats appeared, making it clear that the number of monsters killed was 147. Monsters were lying on the ground. Holding the artifact in his hands, the player stated that it seemed that he was now starting to get used to it. In the hands of the young man were the fangs and claws of a bat. A potion appeared, and it was clear that he had prepared a solution consisting of white moss mixed with the poisonous blood of the red centipede, using suitable proportions. A blue liquid appeared, making it clear that if you pour this solution on the fangs and claws of mice, you will get a powder containing the fiery properties of monsters, because if you set it on fire, you will get an explosion of unimaginable power. A blue pile appeared. The powder was red. Jongwoo poured the reagent into the bag. The bag was fastened to his belt. The main character looked ahead. A den of nomadic ants appeared, the size of which ranges from 30 centimeters to 1 meter. A blue monster appeared. Putting his hand on his belt, the protagonist thought that the peculiarity of the ant colony is that ordinary ants are ready to risk their lives to protect their territory. Without showing emotion, the guy stated that the problem was that Bathory's vampire dagger was outside of this room, adding that the vampire king was one of the long-dead monarchs, going on to say that he was strengthened by draining someone else's life force and even abilities, leaving a lot of destruction in his wake, saying that there are still many players and clans that have not recovered from the damage caused to them. A dagger appeared, and it became clear that the lower the rating number of the item, the cooler it is, and since this dagger is a legendary item that belonged to the deceased vampire king, its rating level is also low. A 3-digit rating number means that this artifact is among the best, because it is the only and unique item in the entire tutorial and tower. A white light appeared, making it clear that he could not miss it. Without showing his eyes, the young man thought that he would not be able to fight the monsters face to face, but he should try a trick. A man's trousers appeared. The monsters were stunned. Suddenly the bags flew forward. The creatures were with the powder. A lighter fire rang out. The player threw the thing forward. The ants died, making it clear that he had successfully blown up the ants' lair, killing 217 ants. A den of monsters appeared. Jongwoo held a dagger. The main character killed his opponent. The villain was chopped up. Putting his hand on his belt, the protagonist stated that most of those he managed to destroy are either cubs or have not yet hatched from the egg. Stretching his neck, the guy said that there were still a lot of adults. Looking at the monsters, the man thought that he would be able to deal with those guys after he got the vampire dagger. Turning around, the young man said that now it was time to move on to a more dangerous business. A white mask appeared. His feet were on the ground. A blue monster appeared. The creature's wing was burning. A lot of paws appeared. The player is ready for battle. The black eye of the opponent appeared. A boss appeared, which was called the Ant Queen. Massive jaws were visible. Jongwoo was attacked. Looking away, the main character thought that somewhere in this lair there must be a door. The female protected the cocoons. Looking at the door, the protagonist realized that he had found it. Knives appeared in the protagonist's hand. The guy threw his blades forward. The blow fell on the monster's head. There was seriousness on the man's face. Suddenly, the character attacked. The leg of the monster appeared. The boss fell to the ground. The player came to the door. The hand began to open the door. Looking ahead, the warrior realized that he had just entered the vampire queen's temple. A stone statue appeared. In the girl's hand was the vampire dagger Bathory, which had a rating of 352 points. Smirking, the young man thought about the fact that he had finally found it, adding that it was a hidden item that would help him close his weekly gap to the leaders. Without showing his eyes, Jongwoo stated that he was famous not only for his outstanding punching power, but also for the fact that he could inflict a bleeding effect on an opponent using a special option called the blood mark. But the value of this artifact lies in its last option. The lady's face appeared. The protagonist bowed to the statue. The dagger ended up in the guy's hand. A black force enveloped his hand. Knitting his eyebrows in pain, the man thought about the dagger's choice of its owner, adding that if the choice did not fall on him, his spirit would be consumed. Holding the blade in his hands, the player announced that at the end of his long research, his brother had found a way to handle this dagger that even beginners would be able to handle. Placing his hand on the pedestal, the warrior said what others would say that he was crazy. There was a sweep. The blade plunged into his arm. Holding his hand on the stone slab, Jongwoo said that Bathory's dagger was originally an ability, adding that it was difficult enough to understand, but the greedy vampire queen did not want her power to change hands until her death, so she sealed her true abilities and appearance in this blade. The dagger began to disappear, indicating that the seal had been broken. Looking at the hand, the main character realized that only now the seal was broken. Around the protagonist's arm was the mouth of a monster, making it clear that this was already a real vampire blade, and it became clear that a new ability called the blood mark had appeared. In turn, the guy thought that this was a unique ability that the best rankers of this tower could hardly obtain. A smile appeared on the man's face. Keeping his hand down, the young man said that he was now going to test his new skills. A monster appeared. The monster was cut into 2 pieces. The face of the creature appeared. The warrior held the dagger. The player jumped over the opponent. The scope appeared. There was dark energy near the hand. Jongwoo was draining the life force from the monster. Looking down, the protagonist ordered the creature to be consumed. Sitting on the monster, the absorption of the monster's life force and energy began, and it became clear that the mastery level of Bathory's vampiric dagger skill had increased to 1.1%. Dark energy appeared, making it clear that it had absorbed all the energy of the creature. The boss was lying on the ground, and it became clear that the protagonist had defeated the queen ant, receiving an additional merit whose level had risen to 300 units. Monsters appeared, whose morale had been lowered, and it was obvious that the ant's nest was collapsing at a rapid speed. A cave appeared. Without showing his eyes, the player asked if it was true here. In turn, the girl answered positively, asking that if he did not believe, they could return. Grinning, the guy asked who was doing this, asking that she really didn't care about anything. Making a serious face, the young man said that, in one way or another, it seemed that he was hunting monsters non-stop. People looked at the slaying monsters. Without showing his eyes, the man said that it was surprising for him how he was able to pump his skills so quickly, because he does not think that these monsters have suddenly become weaker. In turn, the friend stated that, although it sounds funny, but the guys from the lower floors opposite are becoming stronger, not inferior to those who have advanced higher. The lady's face showed surprise. Without showing his face, the man said what he knew, adding that he didn't think it was a joke. A dead ant appeared. There was not a drop of energy in the monster. Looking ahead, the player stated that they were completely depleted of energy, asking where he could have found such a thing, adding that when they were searching, they couldn't find a hint of anything like it, wondering if there was a hidden room here, continuing to say that he wasn't just a player who came alone to Block A. After all, the rarest artifact and even a hidden ability fell into his hands. Keeping his hand on his chin, the young man thought that it was not so easy to find such a talented person, adding that it seemed that rumors about him would soon spread everywhere, going on to say that in this case, he would catch the eye of many clans who would want to get their hands on him, and then they would have no choice but to lure him to their side. People turned around. Monsters appeared. The players looked at each other. A dead cinnamon salamander appeared, making it clear that the number of monsters killed had exceeded 1,000, so all the pieces of the fire heart and ice seal were collected. Jongwoo looked at his hands, realizing that he had received a reinforced skeleton. The main character looked out of the characteristics window. A system window appeared, making it clear that with the help of Bathory's vampire knife, the protagonist was able to absorb the powers of monsters. Therefore, compared to what it was before, his stats increased rapidly, especially a new ability called an enhanced skeleton. Without showing his face, the guy thought about how the reinforced skeleton makes his body stronger, and now it is not so easy to defeat him, adding that he has even increased recovery speed, which will help him reduce damage even in a critical situation. Looking ahead, the man stated that there was another reason why he needed this ability, because he had begun to regain his lost hereditary ability, the current state of recovery of which was 21.3%. Glancing at the system, the warrior thought that in order to complete the restoration of the hereditary ability, he needed a stronger shell, so a strengthened skeleton was necessarily an ability that would help him do so. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared, which asked if he wanted to register his name, because the tutorial had been updated. A finger reached for the refuse button. Looking ahead, the player stated that if he agreed, it would not give him any advantages, but on the contrary, it would attract the attention of high-rated players. The rating of the tutorial appeared, in which Jongwoo was in 281st place. Without showing emotion, the main character said that it was certainly good that he had risen in the rating, but the difference with the players in front was still great. The silhouettes of the players appeared, and it became clear that the protagonist needed to speed up. Suddenly the guy turned. Lowering his hands, the warrior asked about the noise made by the other players, but he did not see anyone when he walked here. Taking out a knife, the player thought that they were chasing him, assuming that these are the guys they encountered when they were together with Yule. Surprise appeared on the man's face. A silhouette appeared. A knife was thrown. The girl was standing in front of the dagger's flight path. The lady fell to the ground. The player parried the attack. The knife fell to the ground. Making a furious face, the man asked what he was doing. Putting on a serious face, Joan questioned that they were not from Arandon. Holding a sword in his hand, the interlocutor asked where he took it from. In turn, the main character asked why they were chasing him. Looking ahead, the opponent asked why he thought that it was possible to attack so suddenly. In turn, the protagonist mentioned them, asking how it was possible to chase people, without clarifying his intentions, adding that, of course, he could not expect anything good. People were looking at one point. Bowing, the man asked for forgiveness, saying that they had been foolish this time. There was no emotion on the guy's face, asking why they had come for him. The players looked at each other. Pointing his finger, the interlocutor invited the warrior to become his comrade. There was an awkward pause looking at each other. Looking at her friend, the girl told him to stop it, because it was terribly awkward. In turn, the man thought about who these people were. Without showing his face, the stranger asked where he was going, adding that he had not yet finished. A clenched hand appeared. Looking ahead, Jongwoo asked what he had to say. In turn, the man stated that he did not answer, once again offering to become his comrade. In the end, the main character replied that it was impossible. Making a surprised face, the guy asked why this should not be. Turning around, the protagonist stated that he did not know who they were or what they were doing, adding that he was not interested in team play. Pointing at himself, the player asked that he really did not know him. In turn, the interlocutor answered in the negative, asking whether he should know him. Putting his hand on his heart, the man said how it is possible not to know someone who is one of the best in the tutorial. Closing her eyes, the girl said that he was very good-natured, but his disadvantage was that he constantly boasted, adding that this was why talking to him was sometimes tiring, continuing that he was not a bad person, asking him to understand this. Keeping her eyes closed, the lady stated that they would first need to introduce themselves, adding that their names were Doyle and Khan. Looking ahead, Jongwoo realized that they were at the 3rd and 11th ranks. A blush appeared on the lady's face, saying that he had embarrassed her a little, adding that it was a little suspicious that they were still here, although they should already be at levels E or F. Without showing his eyes, the main character said that he believed him, and in turn the interlocutor asked if this was true. An eye appeared after using an ability called the Dragon's Eye. 2 silhouettes of a person appeared, making it clear that he had recently learned that when you look at a person with the Dragon's Eye, you can learn something useful about him, because if a person's aura is barely noticeable, it means that his way of thinking is positive, and if it is negative, then his aura will completely fill his body and will also be clearly visible. Silhouettes of people appeared, and it became clear that the aura of the interlocutors was not a bright color, which meant that they were not lying. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist asked what was the reason that the people who were busy accumulating points came from the previous zone to ask him to join their ranks. Looking at the girl, the guy asked what she wanted. In turn, the lady asked that he was not a member of any clan or team. In the end, the man answered negatively. Making a friendly face, the lady said that there was one artifact in Sector E that they needed to get, but that was only possible if the group consisted of at least 3 or 4 players. Without showing his face, the man asked if they couldn't find people willing to help them, and in turn, Miss replied that most of the players in Sector E had already decided on membership in a group. Looking ahead, the player thought that it was quite difficult to find a person with abilities in Sector A. But why did they choose him, since he did nothing of the kind in the waiting room of Sector B, adding that it caught their eye that the protagonist single-handedly passed Sector A and dealt with Kane's group. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that, after all, he had attracted attention in this way. Without showing his eyes, the guy asked what they wanted to say, that there was such an artifact in Sector E that was difficult to obtain, even if the players with the 3rd and 16th ranks joined forces, asking the question that they needed the help of a warrior for this. In turn, the girl answered positively. However, they would not be able to explain in more detail, thinking about that they needed Hargan's crown. Going on to say that it was a hidden lair that her brother's commander had discovered. A monster appeared, and it became clear that since the owner of this lair is the Lizard King Hogan, it takes a lot of strength to defeat him, because the reward for killing the monster is the crown of Hogan, which increases the number of greatness points and grants the skill of leadership. A golden crown appeared. The man looked down, making it clear that his brother had been betrayed by his own team, which he trusted, because it was all the fault of this ruthless natural selection of the tower. Glancing to the side, Jinwoo thought that in such cruel conditions, there should be no reason to abandon your comrades or subordinates. However, it could happen to a couple of people because it was an easy way to get rid of someone. Looking ahead, the girl declared that they would not be indebted to him, adding that if there was something he wanted, they could give it out in the form of payment, asking how the offer was to him, continuing that she thought that these were pretty good conditions. In turn, the main character thought about that. After all, this is a hidden lair, so he will be able to get good characteristics, although he will spend a lot of time. But it will not be much damage, on the contrary. Without showing his face, the protagonist agreed, adding that he had one condition. In turn, the lady asked what it was. People looked at each other, hearing that all the rewards they managed to get would be taken by the guy. In turn, the miss agreed, adding that he had to show his abilities well. A dark cave appeared. I stretched out my hand. The man said that it seemed that this meeting was fate, inviting me to introduce myself to each other. After shaking hands, the young man thought that this place was a battlefield, so there was no point in revealing his real name, saying that he needed another name that could be used to call him. Looking ahead, the soldier announced that his name was Kane. Lying on the floor, the monster said that people had come, adding that people are very strong. Without showing his face, the man thought about what was wrong with him, asking if it was definitely him in Sector B, asking if it was possible to level up the skills so much. A passage to Sector B appeared, making it clear that he had entered Sector C. Stretching his arm, the ally said that he was very tired, saying that he thought he was going to die. In turn, the girl said that if it were dark here, she would sleep. It appeared to Jong, and it became clear that the tutorial is divided into 2 sides, the inner and outer sides, while in the inner part, the players, basically, sensibly assessing their abilities, move from Sector A to Sector D, trying to pump the missing skills faster. Looking at the trees, the main character said that in the outer part you cannot pump your skills, which means that in zones from E to G, you need to establish yourself based on previously obtained abilities. The protagonist's eyes seemed surprised to realize that the trial of Zone E had begun. There was a token in his hand, making it clear that the tokens were hidden throughout the sector, and the found token could be exchanged or transferred to another player. In turn, you need to collect 99 tokens to confirm your abilities. Without showing his eyes, the man said that it was very annoying to him. A man with a bag appeared, and it became clear that the tokens were very well hidden. Because of this, it would be very difficult to find another 98. But it was much easier to take away from other players, so it was quite obvious what the players would choose. In turn, the brother of the main character said that it required a significant amount of effort. The eye was turned in the other direction. Looking at the artifact, the protagonist stated that he didn't seem interested in the tokens, suggesting that he had already collected enough before returning to the B lounge with the help of a return ticket, adding that he had collected all 99. Holding the token in his hands, the guy said that he had received the task, so now it was time to act, asking about what he didn't say that there was a hidden room here, offering to deal with it quickly, and he would collect the tokens at the same time. In turn, his partner agreed, adding that there were some differences, so it would take quite a long time, making it clear that Sector E, compared to the previous 4, is much larger and more extensive, because in each zone the landscape and environment are different from each other, and each of them forms a unique ecosystem. The pointed black rocks that towered to the east appeared. Plains appeared in which rivers flowed. Hills appeared. A dense forest arose to the north. A swamp appeared, and it became clear that the types of monsters living in different zones are very diverse. So outside the forest there are mainly small monsters like goblins and kobolds. But if you go deeper into the thicket of the forest, you will already meet large monsters like trolls or orcs. Monsters appeared. A flesh-colored monster appeared. Various monsters stood together, and it became clear that by fighting these monsters everywhere, it was possible to find hidden tokens. A blue artifact appeared, and it was obvious that the group's goal was north, so they headed for the swamps. People were walking through the forest. Various equipment appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the warrior asked about what he had said, that the rascal who had defeated Kane's group had been joined by Khan and Doyle, asking why it was them, asking if they shouldn't have been in Sector E. Without showing his face, the subordinate said that, so far, they themselves did not have accurate information, however, they are trying to find out, adding that they have not been seen in Sector E lately, and there is an eyewitness who says that he has seen people who look like them in the waiting room of Sector B. Anger was visible in the eyes of the chief, asking that he had known this all along. Lowering his head, the guy stated that he did not even think that those two could be in the rookie zone, but it seems that now there is no doubt about this. In turn, the superior asked about what he wanted to say, adding that he meant that they wanted to take the main character into their team. In the end, the young man answered positively. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that there was some truth in this, so it concerned them. Knitting his eyebrows, the leader stated that the protagonist was making himself worse by thinking that he was ignoring Arandon and the island of the blue flower. Getting up from his chair, the man ordered all the members of the organization to be summoned. In turn, the subordinate said that they were all waiting outside. Holding his sword, the chief said that they were following the masked man. A fire appeared. Lowering his hands, Junu thought about how quickly time was passing, since he had already reached here, adding that all this time he had hardly rested, and only chased forward. Looking at the moons, the guy said that the sky in Africa was the same, adding that his brother also loves such calm and silence. Suddenly the man looked away, thinking that Khan and Doyle are different from the other players, because they are always smiling, but at the same time, no matter what they do, they are always full of confidence, continuing that they have something that the other players do not have. The comrade in arms was asleep. The girl fell asleep, making it clear that they were behaving as if the daily routine was the norm, because they were used to such a life. The players appeared, and it became clear that sometimes their talent for mutual understanding, which they demonstrate in battle, is amazing, because it does not seem that they learned it separately. So mainly during the fight, Khan performs the functions of physical attacks, while Doyle acts with his mind and regulates the situation. Thanks to this, they can know how and when the opponent will attack. After all, it looks like they are very used to each other. Lowering his head, the guy thought about what kind of relationship these two were in, adding that they were so professional and not so simple. But, unfortunately, he could not know the reasons why they had become so close. Fire appeared in his eyes. People laughed, and it became clear that they looked good together. Leaning over the fire, Jongwoo thought that he didn't want to learn more about their relationship or become closer to it. The guy appeared, making it clear that the appearance of his comrades in arms reminds the main character of his brother. Looking up, the protagonist stated that the deeper the night, the more useless thoughts appear, adding that he was going to get rid of them all, but on the contrary, there were even more of them. Suddenly the guy looked away. Keeping his hands on his feet, the man asked what had happened, adding that the turn of the patrol had not yet come. In turn, the man said that it was very noisy here, so it was impossible to sleep. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl asked if they were going to leave them alone at all. In turn, the player said that this was already a little annoying, adding that he himself wanted to come up and deal with them, apologizing for waking them up. Smiling, the AMA said that he was not to blame, adding that everything was fine, because anyway her whole body was numb to sleep in one position, continuing that it seemed that now they would be able to stretch properly. Looking at her ally, the lady asked what he thought about this, asking that those people knew that they were here and came by accident or accidentally stumbled upon them. In turn, the warrior said that it did not matter. A long sword appeared. Holding the blade in his hands, the man said that it was important that he had a sword. There was a cut. A lot of people appeared, and it became clear that they needed to disperse, because it would be more dangerous if they gathered in a heap. A guy's face appeared. Multiple attacks appeared. Flies flew in front of Ongwoo's face. The hand was surrounded by insects. The girl tamed insects, and it became clear that this talent is quite complex, so she has to deal with monsters that have a low level of intelligence. The enemies were surrounded by insects. The night forest appeared. The lady turned suddenly. The enemies stood behind the main character. Looking at the opponents, the lady said that they were blockheads. Pause was near the protagonist's head. The man was standing on the player's body, and it became clear that the villains were using tokens as an excuse that could be taken away, but in addition to them, they also stole from the players their property and artifacts, so they greatly increased their level of physical strength, and they could also resell the taken tokens for a high price to players of higher rank, and in addition, there are such places where the players themselves are needed as resources. Tied hands appeared, making it clear that slaves are consumables for experiments, just draft animals, because the goals can be completely different, but the seller does not care. A syringe with green liquid appeared. The man swung his dagger, making it clear that they were hunting high-level players like Khan and Doyle. There was a blow. The blade hit a stump. People appeared. Jongwoo struck the villain. The enemy fell to the ground. The opponents began to attack. Confidence appeared on the protagonist's face. The protagonist hit people. The guy dodged the attack. Blood flowed from the opponent's body. People began to run away. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in the warrior's eye. Gray appeared. Something in the green color appeared. The enemies were lying on the grass, and it became clear that there were 21 of them. Holding the bag in his hand, the player announced that there were 81 tokens, adding that he had collected almost all of them. In turn, the friend stated that they had spent a lot of time in Sector E. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl said that, most likely, they had sold most of the tokens, and it was only a reserve, adding that more than 1,000 people entered this sector, some of whom they could encounter again. Going on to say that it was not surprising that they had gathered so many. Sitting down, the lady said that, most likely, they were scavengers, because they were able to collect so many, because the majority of players have no more than 10 tokens. In turn, the guy said that, as they say, the poor become poorer, and the rich get richer. The man took the bag from the man, making it clear that in Sector E there was nothing left but to become the winner, because a minority of strong players took the tokens from the majority of the weak, and the weak had no choice but to give everything to survive, otherwise they would simply be pinned down and taken away by force, because no matter how they did it, anyway, strong players get tokens very quickly without much effort. A blue artifact appeared, and it became clear that weak ones, on the contrary, do not have enough artifacts, and the higher you climb in the rating of the tutorial, the more striking the difference in the strength of the players is obvious. Looking ahead, the lady begged that in any case, they squeeze the maximum tokens out of the players, regardless of the method, saying that this is also good for pumping characteristics, and also, if he meets a mysterious merchant, then the tokens can be used as currency, adding that he takes all the tokens, saying that they are all his. The man tilted his head forward. Standing next to the ally, the lady said that they hadn't paid the advance for their deal yet, so he might think it was him, and Jongwoo asked if they didn't need them, and the miss replied that they had enough money, so it was fine. Putting the bag in the backpack, the main character thought that in fact, Sector East is the best place to get extra points, adding that, in addition, the creature that he wanted to catch even before entering the tutorial must be somewhere nearby, saying that he must definitely do it. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he should now increase the amount of missing magic power, adding that he could now complete the restoration of the hereditary skill, continuing that after they dealt with the Lizard King, he would immediately go after her. The silhouette of a snake appeared. There were 2 moons in the sky. Firewood fell to the ground. Wiping his hands, the man said that now they would have enough trouble with their opponents, so they should be on the alert. Suddenly, the guy's eyes opened wide. The sorceress used magic. A fire appeared. Looking at the lady, the warrior said that this was amazing. In turn, the interlocutor said that they were fire insects, adding that if there is a predator that intends to eat them, they spontaneously ignite to set fire to the enemy. Monsters flew over the fire. Without showing her face, the lady stated that there were a lot of amazing insects in the tower, and the ally thought that it seemed that there were things in the tower that even his brother did not know. A blue sky appeared. There was a blow. The monster held a spear in his hand. Many corpses of monsters appeared. Without showing his eyes, the man asked what he wanted to take away from him, while Jongwoo said that he wanted to take the eyes, because from the eyeball of a humanoid lizard you can make an artifact that will give a special boost with a powerful effect. A ring appeared, and it became clear that a giant with dozens of eyes and 100 arms, a weapon called a kitty. When you make a kitty from the eyeballs of humanoid eye lizards, a very important material is obtained. Surprise appeared on the girl's face. Without showing her face, the lady said that her partner should look in her direction. In turn, the man said that it seemed that someone had already been here. Footprints appeared. The hand was next to the ground. Looking at the dirt, the main character said that not much time had passed since the beginning of the battle. Without showing his face, the protagonist assumed that a quarter of a day had passed. In turn, the ally asked if a quarter of a day had passed, thinking about the fact that the hidden room is that it is hidden, continuing that the rooms are hidden throughout the tutorial, and play a very important role in raising the morale of the players and giving them an incentive to compete. Therefore, the found hidden room cannot appear in the current round of the tutorial, because if other players have already found the hidden room, it means that the attempt of Khan and Doyle, who needed the crown of Hargan, was in vain. Making a sad face, the girl asked if these people coped. Looking at the rut, the guy said that there were footprints leading only in one direction, and there were no other tracks, adding that it seemed that the people who came here were not looking for this place. In turn, the warrior asked how this was possible. Without showing emotion, the warrior told him to look at it. A rut appeared. Looking down, the young man said that they were dragging something on the ground, adding that it meant that the humanoid lizards were dragging some kind of bait and lured the players here. People looked down, and it became clear that monsters are not just prey for players. It happens that they, on the contrary, become predators, the target of which is the players, because this territory is the territory of monsters, and they know it better, of course. From time to time there can be all sorts of traps. Without this, nowhere. But it seems that these situations are better solved along the way. The monster's paw appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, his teammates said that it infuriated him terribly, but they could not be distracted. In turn, the player thought that it would be easy, and yet composure remains cold-blooded. Suddenly, something attracted Zongu. Fury appeared on the girl's face. Suddenly the lady looked away. A smile flaunted on the lady's face. The main character did not show emotions. Turning around, the protagonist listened to the fact that they had not yet discussed everything related to their case. Lowering his hand, the young man thought that if he had pretended not to know anything until now, then it would be better to continue doing so. In turn, the man announced that this was Hargan's lair, adding that on the way here she had dealt with a bunch of humanoid lizards, asking what about their leader, or rather, the king, adding that he lives in this place. A clear sky appeared. Without showing his eyes, the warrior stated that he must be strong, while the ally replied that he was very strong, adding that they could not cope with him together. In the end, the young man asked that they would not be able to cope with him even if he intervened. Without changing his emotions, the warrior said that in this case, the situation would change, but it was quite clear that it would not be easy, because in addition to the male, there was also a female in the inner part of the den. Without showing his face, the player said that no matter how hard they went out of their way, the three of them would still not be able to kill them, but would only die. In turn, Zhongwu asked how they should be in such a situation. Knitting his eyebrows, the interlocutor replied that they would steal the artifact, adding that he would lure the male outside the den, and they would detain the female inside. An image of monsters appeared. The man distracted the monster, and it became clear that while he was distracting, he would quickly rush at the female, at which point Doyle would steal the crown from her head. A female appeared. The girl took off her crown. Without showing emotions, the main character asked that he would come from behind. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively, saying that if you want to steal something, it is better to approach from behind, adding that, after all, the female is very strong and he cannot do anything with her alone, so in no case should he engage in battle. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said what he realized when he thought about the fact that, after all, he was doing a lot of tasks on the battlefield in Africa, and not relying on chance, because then he was a soldier who had to obey orders from above, but now he is actually a mercenary working for a fee. The man was holding a rifle in his hand. A forest appeared, and it became clear that they were going to the battlefield. Soldiers appeared. Standing with pikes in their hands, the lizard men shouted that people had appeared here. The players were ready to fight. A huge paw appeared, signaling that Hargan had appeared. Holding a blade in his hands, the monster asked how people dared to invade his territory, adding that they should not expect mercy from him. The lizard went on the attack. As he covered his face with his hands, he thought about the first time he'd felt such intense tension, going on to say that even when he got into the tutorial, he hadn't felt it, adding that it felt like the first time he had hit the battlefield in Africa. But now he was disgusted by the feeling. The warrior closed his eyes from the dust. The young man's eyes showed confidence. The boss looked ahead. The monster's eye was yellow. The monster swung for a blow. Approaching forward, the opponent said that the person should die. His partner appeared. The swordsman parried the monster's attack. The armor fell to the ground. Opening his mouth wide, the enemy said that he should surrender, because the guy was no match for him. Smiling, the man said that he was no longer the same as he was before. The enemy struck. Suddenly, the eye of the monster appeared. Swinging, the enemy asked where he was going. Uncertainty appeared on the soldier's face, asking if the king was serious. People remained in the shadows. A cave appeared. The daggers hit the creatures' heads. Comrades in arms appeared. People looked away when they heard someone's voice. The players were behind bars. A bloody skull appeared. People, holding onto bars, asked to be rescued. Looking at the hands, Zhongwu thought that it seemed to be related to the kidnapping marks they had seen at the entrance to the lair, adding that this was where they were keeping them. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist thought about how this human dungeon was a kind of food storage for these creatures, adding that they could come here at any time if they wanted to eat, continuing that if they released them, they would not be able to take the crown from that female. Turning around, the protagonist stated that the monster could show up at any time, adding that they should hurry up and find her, and the girl needed to hide. Without showing her eyes, the lady turned to her comrade in arms. Knitting her eyebrows, the lady asked if he was not in the least angry. Looking ahead, the guy asked why he should be angry. In turn, the girlfriend asked if he didn't feel anything looking at such a sight. In the end, the interlocutor thought that perhaps it was all because of her young age, answering that he was also a person, continuing that if he was not angry, it didn't mean he didn't feel anything, as long as the lady asked how he could be so cold-blooded. The girl put her hand on her heart as she heard that they had come here for the crown, adding that Kong might be in danger right now. Lowering his head, Shomwu told her not to forget that he was now in a fierce battle with Hargan, continuing that he would not be able to cope with him alone, so the longer they waited, the more danger they put him, saying that first of all, they had to make a sound decision, because if they did not distribute priorities, nothing will come of it, declaring that he will simply leave here, and it is not clear what will become of them, whether they die or survive. The lady continued to hold on to her heart. The protagonist's eyes appeared. The lady knitted her eyebrows. There was a blow to the face of a friend. Looking ahead, Miss apologized for not thinking about it. As they walked forward, the player said that they should go forward, because Kong was waiting for them. Looking at the skull, the boy thought that it seemed that the female was using this prison with people to feed her cubs, adding that if it was somehow used without showing his eyes, the warrior said that she should wait. In turn, the girl asked what had happened. In the end, the ally stated that he had a good idea, asking that they could adjust their plan a little, continuing that if everything went well, they could save these people. The lady's face showed surprise. Putting his hand on his belt, the young man said that the insects that she had used at night would be needed by them. The monster fell to the ground. Holding a club in her hand, the female asked that they had come for her children, shouting that they should protect her children at all costs. The cubs were lying in the nest. The queen's eye appeared. A bag appeared in Joan's hands. Picking up the package, the main character asked if she liked fireworks. Making a surprised face, the lady asked what was happening. The protagonist attacked the opponent. Stretching out her paw, the girl shouted for children. A powerful blow with a club rang out. The woman's eyes were stunned. Looking ahead, the guy thought that this was the same powder he had used on ants, adding that this was where they would need fire insects. Monsters were flying near the girl. The monster was engulfed in fire. Shielding its muzzle with its hands, the creature screamed again for the children. The fierce eye of the female appeared. The man was holding a knife in his hands. The knife touched the child's neck. Blood appeared. Raising her head up, the monster asked how they dared to do such a thing. Throwing the corpse of the beast, the guy said that since they consider people to be mere cattle, they should understand that they can become one themselves. The knife touched the creature's neck. Holding a club in her hands, the female screamed for children. The eye of the monster appeared. Insects flew near the leg. There was an explosion. The lizard fell dead, and it became clear that the boss named Tarragon had been destroyed. The player's legs appeared. Looking down, the man declared that humans and monsters could not coexist in the same place. Glancing at his friend, Jinu said that it was time for them to finish with the queen, because they needed to go to the aid of Kan. The lady took off her crown. The lady's hands were trembling. Suddenly the people turned around. The head of a monster appeared. Crouching on the ground, the monster called for the female. The face of a man appeared, trying to catch his breath. Holding the corpse of the woman, the creature shouted that he would definitely take revenge. Sharp teeth appeared. As the players watched, it became clear that the boss Hargan had used an ability called saturation, successfully absorbing Tarragon's power. A huge monster paw appeared. In the hands of the monster was a sword. Opening his eyes wide, the main character told them to dodge. The blade plunged into the ground. Red waves emanated from the opponent. Turning around, the protagonist thought that, although he was weaker than Tarragon, he was able to become a leader with the help of his ability. Looking away, the young man said that if he had slowed down for even a second, he would not have been able to even collect the bones, adding that if they did not die here, then at least they could be knocked out, so I was not. Holding his hand to his chin, the player thought over a plan. In turn, through the insect, the girl asked him if he had heard. Flying up to the face of her comrade in arms, the lady said that this insect is a transmitter that transmits the thoughts of the owner, asking if he has any ideas. Without showing his face, Shomwu asked if she could accidentally contact Kong in the same way. In turn, the lady answered positively. Making a face full of rage, the monster ordered the man to come here, because if he did not come out, the monster itself would come to him. The main character appeared right in front of the creature. Beckoning with his finger, the protagonist told him to come up himself. Starting an attack, the monster wished death to his opponent. The dragon's eyes appeared. The silhouette of the enemy appeared. The guy blocked the monster's attack. The dagger cut through the enemy's sword. The man began the attack. The blade fell to the ground. Turning around, the warrior declared that Kong and Doyle must act now. Kong rushed forward abruptly, baring his teeth. He made a sweeping blow at his enemy, spilling his blood everywhere. Various midges flew around Doyle, and she stood with her mouth open. Raising her hand, she used her blast magic on the monster that was screaming in pain. June looked forward with a very cold gaze, thinking that with the help of their combined efforts, Hargan's power was gradually weakening. The monster's eyes shone red, and a fire burned behind him, and he began to shout that he would not forgive them for this and would avenge Tarragon. The opponent grabbed the sword with both hands and raised it above him, and the main character thought that if they lost control even for a while, it would be the end, so they had to pull themselves together. Swinging his hand, the main character made a jerk. He made a shot, repelling the enemy's attack. Kong then did the same, striking the enemy's sword. Lifting his head up as his shoulders burned from the fire, the monster shouted that they didn't dare treat him like that. Opening its mouth, the lizard began to breathe heavily, so that steam emanated from its mouth. Looking ahead, he said that he would avenge Tarragon and their children as well, as long as his entire body was covered in wounds and blood. Crouching down and grabbing his dagger in his hand, June decided to act. He made a dash directly at the legs of his opponent, and cut the tendons in his legs. Because of this, the huge monster fell to the ground, leaning on his sword. The protagonist put his hand on his head. The monster looked back in fright. System windows appeared, stating that Bathory's vampiric dagger had increased its mastery level by 5%, and that energy and life force absorption had also been used. The lizard's entire body began to burn, and a huge bloody circle appeared behind his head, which caused him terrible pain. There were red circles around the protagonist's arm, and he stared mercilessly at the drain of energy and strength. He looked down very coolly and was silent. Khan raised his hand and tried to shout to his comrade with Doyle. They both shielded themselves with their hands from the bright fire, while the lizard shouted that he would kill them no matter what it took. As long as the fire burned, his hands were still on his sword, and he spoke of avenging his children and Tarragon. As soon as the fire died out, he instantly let go of his hands. The system windows that appeared indicate that the boss Hargan was destroyed and each member of the group received additional points in accordance with his contribution, and the main character also absorbed the main skill of the enemy, which creates a fire hurricane. June held his arm bent at the elbow and watched the lifeless body of the lizard lie. System windows began to appear in front of him again, saying that due to the low level of absorption, his skill would be changed. Now instead of a fire hurricane, he would receive fiery wrath, which allowed him to embody flames in any form he wanted. The hunter stood and read these system windows, thinking that he was unlikely to be able to raise his skill to a hurricane due to his lack of skill level. But even so, he could now embody flames in different forms. The protagonist clutched his head as his comrades ran towards him and shouted his name. Kang picked him up, asking if he was okay. June looked at his hand and talked about how he was normal and the guys didn't have to worry about him, he just had a little trouble moving, and Doyle, worried, said that he had better sit for a while, because they couldn't even know how badly he was hurt. They both grabbed his hands and tried to persuade him to rest while he thought displeased that he was completely fine. Doyle opened his mouth in surprise, and June asked about those people in the cage, because it seemed to him that they were not okay at all. A torch was burning on the wall, and the joyful exclamations of the prisoners were heard all around. The man with blonde hair bowed his head and thanked his rescuers with tears in his eyes, adding that now their fallen comrades can rest in peace. Khan smiled happily and said that they had only done what they had to do. The two men stared ahead in surprise until one of them wondered that this red-haired guy seemed to be Khan, and the person next to him was a fox's tail. Khan began to beam, and with a smile on his face, he awkwardly scratched his head, saying that he wanted to keep it a secret. Khan laughs embarrassedly, rubbing her nose, and Doyle stands beside her, arms crossed. Raising his hand and closing his eyes, the red-haired hunter said that the capture of the Hagen was not only his merit, he was just helping. They all turned to the hero who was sitting on the rock, and Khan was talking about how if it wasn't for that guy sitting on the rock, it would have been complete horror. Two prisoners began to bare their teeth at him. Images began to appear in their heads, where they were still sitting in a cage and holding on to the bars. Through the bars, they see two hunters standing opposite each other. They began to peer at June, who was silently looking ahead. The blonde prisoner raised his hand and began to say that when Doyle first discovered them, June suggested that they just leave them all. Closing his eyes and tilting his head, the prisoner continued to say that maybe this statement was too bold, but he could not see the guy as a person. Khan made a very displeased face and walked closer to him. The blonde man looked very frightened that he even began to stutter. Pointing his finger at the prisoner, the hunter said that whatever the original reason, June was still the one who saved them all, and he also suffered the most, and they themselves were caught by the lizards, which is also ridiculous. The man lowered his gaze and shook as Khan provoked him, saying that he wouldn't dare to punch him, and suggested that the lizard men seemed so scary that players like them now look like weaklings in his eyes. All the prisoners listened to this and began to look at each other awkwardly. Then, this blonde man bowed his head and apologized to them. They both turned to the main character while the hunter said that this man needed to apologize not to him, but to the guy in the mask. The prisoner approached him and, leaning over, apologized and added that he had misbehaved, so he hoped he would forgive him. Still looking down, his thoughts were sinking into bad words about his comrades. He had small pupils, and he thought that when they were caught, all these players needed him, and he risked his life whenever they needed something. Now he remembered how everyone had started to look awkwardly, and realized that the situation was such that now they were all avoiding him. A red-haired prisoner approached him and called out to him, which frightened the man. With a haughty look, he looked ahead and said that he couldn't support him, but he had to understand him too, because everyone knew what their way of life was, to which he was told that they should just go. Looking at his comrade with displeasure, he realized that they needed tokens and artifacts. The two prisoners looked at the two hunters and talked among themselves about how these people were like a treasure trove of artifacts and tokens, so didn't he want to get a share of them? Khan and Doyle looked at each other nicely. The red-haired prisoner, smiling mischievously, said that it was all necessary for survival, and the second one disagreed with him, because he realized that for the sake of wealth they would have to kill their saviors. Still in the cave, one of them said that no one had said to kill them. Raising his finger up, the man said that all this could be done by stealing, because one way or another they had lost all their belongings, and they were also in bad circumstances, since they had already tried to just pass sectary and almost died because of it. The blonde prisoner's eyes bulged in surprise as he heard that they could steal so much that they could become independent, but then realized that if they were caught, they would still be killed. Spreading his arms, the second said that in any case they would be killed, then what difference did it make? To which he received the answer that at least they had a plan at all, they could not just attack recklessly. Closing his eyes halfway, the prisoner said that among his acquaintances there was one who had a lot of tokens, since he was a pro in this business. Smiling broadly, his companion said that it was a great plan, and he should tell more about it. A burning torch hung on the wall while one of the hunters said that it was time for them to distribute the trophies. Khan held out his hand, saying that according to their treaty, they would take Hargan's crown. Hitting his shoulder, he shouted that he knew from the beginning that June was a good guy, and with these words he seemed to embarrass him. The protagonist grabbed his hand and thought embarrassedly that he should hit him once. Closing his eyes, he exhaled and thought that even if so, he had nothing to hate him for, because he was just a little strange guy. The main character turned his gaze to the side. They both stared at the bloody sword as the red-haired hunter talked about how he could take the sword with the head of scales and relics by their pact. He looked at the system windows of this sword and thought that he mainly used short blades, so this sword was not suitable for him at all. But although he didn't know if he would need these artifacts right now, they could be very useful in the tower. Another window of Karshuna's dagger stats has appeared. It was a dagger with small barbs on its blade, and as the skill level of this dagger increased, the strength and speed of the attack would increase. June held this dagger in his hand, thinking that his knives were already blunt, and this dagger would be just right to go through the tutorial to the very end. Doyle came up to him as he looked up and asked what had happened to him, if he didn't like anything, to which he was told that there were no particularly useful things, but they wouldn't be superfluous, so it was okay, but he had better look up. Doyle looked up. On the ceiling, they saw a huge blue portal and stared at it. Voices came from the portal that you can't get caught by the leader when playing hide-and-seek, and June, it seems, is one of the shrewd. A mysterious merchant peeked out of this blue portal, saying that he just wanted to surprise them. Jumping down, he began to approach the guys who asked the masked hunter if he knew this mysterious merchant, to which the merchant himself said that he would call them a special relationship. Khan turned his gaze in displeasure, because the merchant said that he hadn't seen them for a long time, because it seemed to be the first time since they had bought a refund ticket from him, and the hunter thought that remembering how much they had paid him for this ticket would make him feel bad. Squinting his gaze, he thought that in order to get close to this merchant, he needed to be in the top 10 of the tutorial rating. The protagonist stared silently ahead as Kong thought that this was the same person who had been personally chosen by the mystery merchant. The man in the hoodie said that next time they should pretend that they didn't know anything, because it wasn't interesting at all, and it seemed that they could see right through him, because the protagonist said that if they did, it would be too easy. The masked hunter looked ahead and said that he would sell him the ownership of the lair and the blue scale sword for 150 tokens. The seller crossed his arms and said that they wanted to bargain with him if they wanted 150 tokens. Sweat began to flow down his face, because the main character called the price higher and higher with each of his words, first 180 tokens, then 200. They were standing opposite each other, and the mysterious merchant asked what they really thought was possible at this price, to which he was told that it was now worth 300 tokens, so the sooner the better, because if he delayed, the price would only rise. Looking ahead, June said that if he didn't agree, then he would be left with nothing, and the lair would simply disappear, as well as all the crystals that were there. An awkward smile and beads of sweat appeared on his face as he said that these crystals could be found easily and anywhere, and the protagonist added that if a magic crystal with a hallmark of more than 70 units was so easy to find, then he would have to get rid of it all. Various images of purple lines and a purple crystal began to appear in the merchant's mind, and he thought that there was an area in the lair where high-grade magic crystals could be mined, and the crystals themselves were a means by which magic power could be stored and transmitted, so crystals were usually highly valuable, especially those that were more than 70 points. The protagonist looked ahead in his battered mask and listened to the vendor who said that 300 tokens for magic crystals was too expensive, to which he replied to the vendor that it was now 400 tokens, and mused that perhaps there were indeed such expensive crystals, but since he had the opportunity, why not get some extra tokens from him? The seller began to wave his hands, saying that he should stop raising the price, because now he agrees, as long as he does not increase, since at this rate he will definitely go bankrupt. The hunter crossed his arms and said that he was selling 5 pieces of crystals for 405 tokens just for taking the time, and the seller sadly tilted his head and said that it was the first time he had seen a person who was even more cruel than him. A system window appeared, stating that he had sold the blue scale sword, Hargen's own word, for 405 tokens. The clerk was very upset as June inspected his number of tokens, of which he had 698. As soon as the seller began to leave, thinking that this was a scam and he had nothing else left, a hunter suddenly called out to him. Turning his gaze to him and asking discontentedly what else he wanted to take away from him, June said that if you listened to him like that, you might think that he was some kind of bandit. The seller smiled happily, because he received an offer that they would like to buy something from him. The hunter pointed his finger at his mask, saying that he had it broken, and therefore he wanted a new one. The mysterious seller, spreading his arms, said that he had a lot of such masks, so he would sell one of them for 4 points of power. Khan began to swing his head in different directions, and Doyle stood with her mouth open, listening to June decide to cancel the deal. The man in the hoodie seemed to be burning with anger. Then he snapped his fingers and began to laugh, saying that it seemed that they had done a great job, so they could take it as a special offer, but if they did such a mess in the future, then he would not come to them again. A completely new white mask appeared in front of the hero with a system window, which stated that it gives a strange look and hides the face, and the mask itself is not so easy to remove or drop, and it also reduces damage taken. The hunter began to put a new mask on his face as the merchant walked out into the blue portal. As soon as he leaned it against his face, he noticed something strange. He began to feel for the mask, trying to tear it off, and thought about how he felt like it was stuck to his face. But even so, he liked it even more now, because it was not easy to remove it now, and it also protected him from damage. Approaching the departing merchant, he thanked him, to which he said that this, it seems, was his real gratitude. Before he had even entered the portal, he stopped, and then, looking out of it, said that they were recklessly brave to sell magic crystals, and assumed that it was because they were unaware of the situation. As he thrust his hands into the portal, he replied that he seemed to have misunderstood them. A portal closed in front of the protagonist's face, and he reflected on the fact that high-fineness magic stones have become the basis of high-quality artifacts, and they make up a certain layer on the market, so they have a certain price. With a cold gaze, he looked ahead, continuing to ponder that this merchant had so ridiculously agreed to buy them back. Even though the price was high, it meant that the demand for them had suddenly increased. Tilting his head down, he realized that it was unlikely that this was due to the increase in the number of rankers, so most likely, there could only be one reason. An image of a world map that was covered in red appeared in his mind, and he guessed that the reason why it was necessary to produce a large number of high-quality artifacts was war. Turning away from his comrades, he was lost in thought, thinking that then everything would become clearer, because inside the tower, the rivalry between the clans and the rankers had intensified. Kong turned his gaze to him and asked what they were going to do now. Standing opposite each other, Kong spread his arms and said that he had told them about their next plan of action, because June had collected enough tokens, so now he could move to the F sector. Images of the leaderboard began to appear in June's head, where he ranks 52nd, although he was originally on the 150th. He then presented the first places on the leaderboard and realized that, however, the difference with the first place is still large. He imagined a huge snake against the background of red spots and realized that he had one more thing to do, and it was the boss who lived in Sector E, and this is the most outstanding hidden part of the tutorial. Khan was very happy, because the masked hunter said that he wasn't going to move to another sector, as there was another place he would need to go. But suddenly his smile subsided, and his eyes bulged. Doyle said with a smile on her face that she wanted to ask him a question. June just stood silently and listened, and she decided to invite him to stay with them. Coming closer to the guys, he asked about their proposal, and they added that they would be together until they passed the tutorial, and they could even be together after that. Doyle clenched her fists and raised them in front of her happily, saying that she and Khan had already talked a lot about it, and that they had made a good team, even better than they had expected. June began to shake his head from side to side at her suggestion to create a team of 3. Her face showed frustration at rejection, so she asked why he didn't want to which she was told that he still had things to do. The protagonist looked forward confidently as she talked about how once he was done with things, he could still join them later. But June replied that he wasn't interested in finding a team in the first place, as he doesn't like being associated with anyone or anything. Khan put his hands on Doyle's shoulders and said that there was nothing he could do about it, because everyone had their own nature, and after all, they couldn't force him to be with them against their will. Raising his head up, the protagonist listened to the suggestion to at least leave the tutorial together. The red-haired hunter turned, closed his eyes and said that it was time for them to go, because they were already waiting outside. The hero stepped on the swamp, scattering leaves around him, and thought that the swamp of humanoid lizards is very large, so it will take a long time to leave it. With one blow, he slit the lizard's throat, spilling blood, and kept thinking about how the way back was full of lizards, so he decided to go with Khan and Doyle until they had passed the swamp. The hunter held his sword as long as there were many players behind him, as they were all crowded together and were only following them, and therefore, if they screwed up here with a group of these people, they would find themselves in a very difficult situation. Turning to his comrade, the masked hunter asked what would happen to those people now. All three hunters began to look at the crowd, and the red-haired man said that nothing could be done about it yet, but they had to get them out of the swamp. Khan put on a disgruntled face at the words that he couldn't mess with them forever, and said that he still had a sense of humanity, so he couldn't just leave them. The man in the hoodie turned to Doyle and asked if she had any food, and the main character, seeing all this, thought that, despite their oddities, they were too kind, because people by nature are sometimes too kind, and this can become poison for themselves. Doyle shared the food with him, putting a bag in her hands, saying that she couldn't give him more, so at least let him eat it. June looked at this and continued to think about how this place was filled with people who were just waiting for a chance to stab him in the back, so even if he told them so, it was obvious that they wouldn't listen to him. The sky was covered with clouds. In the middle of the forest, one of the prisoners stands with his arms crossed while someone in a cape walks towards him. The man in the cape holds out his hand with the bag, saying that he brought something that he was asked for. Prisoner Idan looked down with a snide smile on his face, thinking about how he had already gathered enough people, despite the fact that it was just survival. The red-haired man stared after the man as he left, continuing to speculate that they would be able to rob the three of them. But now it was only the first stage, so stealing tokens or artifacts would attract attention. His face became even more creepy, and he crossed his arms, wondering if it would be enough to just steal, since their enemies were the 3rd and 11th places in the ranking, and also the same guy who defeated the Lizard King. Licking his lips, he realized that if he shook everything out of these guys, then the first place would become real. Looking at the back of the main character, he realized that there is something creepy in this guy, because when he watches him, their eyes involuntarily collide. He imagined June with bright white eyes, thinking that this white mask and chilling cold-blooded gaze frightened him, because this hunter is like a demon who sees through, who gives goosebumps. One of the prisoners ran up to the two hunters and shouted that some people there suddenly became ill. The whole crowd was standing in front of them, and one of them, bending down, asked if it was possible to walk more slowly, because it was hard for all of them, and some of them needed to go to the toilet. Khan and Doyle were upset to hear all the prisoners' cries about how they couldn't walk anymore because they had nothing left, and even if they got out of here, they would still go to feed the monsters. Khan scratched his neck and, closing his eyes, thought that maybe it would be better to give them some tokens and leave them here. Suddenly, a huge lightning flies into Idan's eye, and he realizes that he needs to act right now. The blonde prisoner closed his eyes and said that these people had been in prison all this time, so he thought they were mentally exhausted, and he realized that the trio of hunters were very busy, but could they get some rest somewhere nearby? Idan, smiling mischievously, looks askance to the side, thinking that they are waiting for them impatiently. He imagined a crowd of people covered in shadows, with smiles on their faces, and thought about the fact that a group of scavengers consisting of several dozen people hiding in the shadows, and here it was, the moment they reached the indicated place, the trap slammed shut, and they would finally be able to catch Kong. The prisoner with the pigtail looked down haughtily and realized that it would be easy, when suddenly his eyes squinted, because he saw something. June came very close to him. He looked him straight in the eye very coolly. The blood of the imprisoned Idan flew everywhere. The two hunters were surprised and their eyes bulged at what they saw, and shouts began everywhere. The whole crowd looked at the slashed prisoner, and June with a knife. Turning his head sharply, the protagonist thought that his target would be the players who were with this murdered guy. Approaching the other prisoners, he grabbed his dagger and began to swing at them, and they could not understand how he could have known about their plan. Having cut the neck of one of the opponents, the protagonist thought that thanks to the fact that he used his heightened senses, he was able to catch the situation, which was changing every minute. He began to remember how Idan had looked at the hunters' backs, and realized that he had seen a sparkle in his eyes as soon as he looked at them. He also remembered how he whispered in the ear of other prisoners, realizing that he was giving them instructions and avoiding other people's views. The hero understood that there was a crowd of people covered in shadow in the bushes, and he understood that this prisoner was hiding something, so he took advantage of his heightened senses, preparing for any eventuality. He saw another group of people sitting in the other bushes, and then he realized that this was the same group that was called the scavengers. He started running after another prisoner, and made the right decision by hitting first before they could move. Suddenly, a red-haired hunter blocked his way, asking what he had started doing here. Kong made a very displeased face and furrowed his brows, and June wondered if he really didn't understand what was going on right now. Raising his hand with the dagger, he turned around and said that until the situation was resolved, it was better for them to be quiet and sit quietly. When suddenly he let his eyes go in surprise, because he saw something. Their crew was surrounded by a crowd of scavengers, and the hunters were preparing to fight back. Doyle's hand had a bright blue aura shining, and Kang's hand was a sword as there was a whole crowd of gun players standing around them. The blonde inmate asked what was going on, and one of the scavengers replied that they had been caught. The same garbage man instantly killed the prisoner, saying that they didn't need someone like him anyway. There was a lifeless, bloody body lying on the ground, and Kong looked at it and thought about how they had just killed an ordinary player. Looking askance at them all, he wondered what kind of scoundrel they were attacked. The main character ran forward through the forest, holding a dagger in his hand, and realized that these were the people who created those dungeons, and usually scavengers are not the only ones who are engaged in robbery. He imagined the handshake of two different races in his mind, and continued to ponder that there were also those among them who made a pact with monsters, becoming bait and pretending to be wounded, thus luring players into a trap. A picture appeared in his head where a wounded player asked for help from another warrior. Then, the same wounded player robbed this warrior while he was carried away by another, stronger player, and the protagonist realized that the monsters get their loot as the player himself, and the scavengers take artifacts and tokens. He coolly looked ahead and lost in thought, thinking that most of the players imprisoned in this dungeon had probably been killed. There was a sky covered in clouds outside, and the action took place in the forest, where someone's voice could be heard saying that it could be Bloody Blade and Foxtail, so it would be very cool if they could catch them. A gloved hand held an artifact with a blue crystal inside, from which came a voice that said that aside from these two crazy siblings, Pant and Edora, they were actually the best team, so the very fact that they had crushed them would be suspicious, and they must have a lot of things. Jockin stared at this artifact, from which a voice continued to come that said that he would take the Dragon Slayer's sword that the Bloody Blade was carrying with him, and then the man with the artifact said that he would be the first to take it. The second bandit who was holding the same blue crystal artifact said that whoever took it first was the owner of this sword. Tsubai, the third bandit, shouted at them to shut up, because they had to calculate everything, so they needed to stop swearing, and it was worth thinking about what they would do with the reward they gave for the Lizard King. He leaned forward a little, closer to the artifact, and said that he couldn't see them at all, so something was wrong here, and asked Jockin to contact Idan. Suddenly, his artifact suddenly stopped shining, and his voice stopped coming from there. Throughout the forest, the cry of the Tsubai could be heard, asking where Jockin could have gone, and so he asked Annoying to check if their partner was still there. The hand was lying on the ground, completely bloodied, and the same scream of Tsubai could be heard from the artifact. He furrowed his brows very heavily and waited for an answer from his artifact, thinking that they had just argued over the Dragon Slayer's sword, so why could they fall silent so abruptly? Sweat began to drip down his cheek, and he seemed to be guessing something. Suddenly, he jumped sharply, realizing that an attack had occurred. He began to look around from side to side, asking where they all were, and realized that their killer was in 15th place in the top players, and judging by his abilities, even in the top 10. He was still frantically looking around, wondering why he hadn't been able to notice the signs of an attack before everyone had died. His pupils shrank sharply, and his eyes bulged out, because he saw something terrible. He saw one of his partners completely covered in blood and on his knees, and blood was pouring from his mouth, and he could only say that his comrade was running, because they were attacked by a demon. The dead comrade began to fall to the ground, and at that moment June was behind the Tsubai. He was very frightened, because he felt a black shadow behind him, from the eyes of which only a white trace remained. We are transported back to the two hunters who are surrounded. Kam looks ahead and prepares to attack. The guys stood with their backs to each other, and the red-haired hunter peered at them, thinking that they were from Arandon, and did not understand what they were doing, because they considered themselves vigilantes who kept the tutorial under their control. A lightning strike flew into the back of one of the enemies, which surprised Khan. It was June who stepped on a corpse from which his knife was sticking out. Taking out his dagger, he silently looked away and continued to move towards the others. The protagonist killed one by one, not even allowing anyone to touch him. The opponents only had time to shout for someone to stop him. Doyle absorbed the souls of her enemies into herself, turning them into dust. Khan, together with the main character, killed opponents. Some time later, on this sunny day, screams are heard in the forest that they are giving up and begging for mercy. And now the idea of scavengers was shattered in an instant when they first showed their true colors. In front of the hunters, several people knelt and begged for mercy, saying that they were only doing what they were asked to do, and there was nothing they could do about it except to take their side in order to survive. The hunter tilted his head and coolly asked how they differed from Hagen. Tilting his head even more, he twisted his displeased face and maliciously asked how they differed from this lizard who was eating their comrades, and his opponent's eyes bulged in pain. Piercing him through with his sword, he said that the lizard had at least cried when he saw how his wife and children had been killed, and they were trafficking people and didn't even let out any emotion, and moreover, they had also deceived and killed the remaining people. Pulling the sword out of this enemy, the corpse collapsed to the ground, and he went to the others to finish them off, and June, seeing all this, thought that the red-haired hunter was born the son of one of the great rankers of the tower, and by abandoning his father's influence, he achieved everything on his own, so it is very easy for such a person to gain recognition. On the ground lay the lifeless, bloody corpse of a scavenger. The masked hunter looked at these two guys who were sitting on the things, and it was clear from them that they were very upset. Kam looked down very sadly and silently as the protagonist thought about how this guy was still thinking about saving the people who were caught by the Lizard King, and it turns out that everyone who did the dirty work and was only a prisoner died. Only those who ran all these things remained, so most likely, this is a big shock for them. He looked at Doyle, who was covering his face with his hands, and continued to think that this had happened to him more than once in Africa, but this was the first time the two had encountered it. Still cool and silent, he looked at them, thinking that they must now doubt people and feel anger towards them for doing such things, and this is a rather complicated feeling. The red-haired hunter looked from under his brow and realized that he could only wait and put his thoughts in order himself, since there was no cure for this yet. As soon as June approached him, he asked why he didn't have any emotions, to which he was told that the hero was just used to this. Sweat began to drip down his cheek, and he looked up, wondering what kind of life he had had, if the people in his world were all like that. The masked hunter looked down and replied that if everyone became like him, then that world would go crazy. The guy covered his face with his hands out of despair and laughed hysterically. There were still clouds in the sky and the sun was shining. Looking at his palms with a very sad look, he said that those pretenders who pretended to be victims were so scared, but Khan and Doyle themselves are also still afraid of the main character. June just stared at it all silently. Then, one of the hunters stood up and asked how he could remain so cool even in such a situation. Maybe he had suspected them from the beginning. With a blank look, this hunter continued to say that maybe he just never trusted anyone. Squinting his gaze a little, he thought about how this should also apply to his relationship with Doyle, and the protagonist was thinking about the fact that they are all called players inside this tower, so it's better not to trust anyone, and these two have created a team based only on trust, so it would be difficult to end their relationship in any good way, because they trust each other especially strongly. As he looked at them, he continued to think that it was a big blow to them to realize that the relationship was only for their own benefit, and it was clear to them that they did not consider each other strangers. Images of them hugging each other began to pop up in his head, and he realizes that these are smiling Khan and good-natured Doyle, who have a lot of human feelings and emotions, and he understood that they have their own point of view, and he has his. Coming closer to the once former comrade, he suggested that they part here, realizing that their points of view do not coincide, so the best option would be to leave right now. As he began to leave, the red-haired hunter blocked his comrade's path. Doyle began to grab his back, asking why he was leaving and what was going on here. He was still holding on to his back and shouting that his comrade should not be silent, because June had done so many good things for them, since they could just go their separate ways. His eyes bulged in surprise, for it was the first time he had heard an angry intonation from his comrade and an order to sit down. Khan was very angry and stared at him with his brows furrowed, and then, after calming down, he tilted his head and said that this was the best option. Doyle looked ahead in frustration, wondering what had just happened. One of them began to look to the side and the other down, and they were both surprised by what they saw. A sword with a green tassel protruded under their feet, and the boys were surprised that it was the mark of Arandon. The red-haired hunter looked at this sword and said that it was all very strange and why the people from the island of the Blue Flower, who maintained order in the tutorial without much benefit for themselves, suddenly made such a mess. He imagined a huge flag with blue patterns and thought about the fact that behind Arandon there was an island of blue flowers, and such large clans inside the tower could be counted on the fingers of one hand, and of course, there were a lot of candidates for membership, so they only selected those they liked best. He imagined several people covered in shadows and continued to speculate that this island had created a clan to control the tutorial, but many clans and rankers still doubt his true intentions. He imagined two people whispering to each other. He then imagined that there were a few people who were in battle, and thought about the fact that in the absence of any evidence, there was nothing left to do but just leave it, and realized that it was more like a cover for effective control over the scavengers. Doyle looked ahead in frustration and said that it was also very strange that the Blue Flower Island had suddenly decided to create Arandon, since the party had already completely destroyed the scavengers inside the tutorial. Khan got very angry, furrowing his brows and baring his teeth, adding that it looked like they needed a more reliable system. He stared ahead and thought that that's why he didn't want to drag June into all this, because it seemed that he really had something to do. Doyle looked ahead and realized that his comrade simply did not want to interfere with June. They were standing among a huge number of corpses, and the red-haired hunter apologized to his friend, because in any case, he had to see this scoundrel build and solve the whole problem, and Doyle had to go forward to the place where Big Rid was. By this point, the image of a huge sword had appeared in his mind, and it was the same Big Rid that was the hidden object, and in order to obtain it, the crown of Hargan was needed, so now this sword could help them turn the tide in their favor and defeat Pant and Edora, who have an advantage in points. The hunter, smiling, wondered what he was talking about. Crossing her arms, she said that she would also like to look into the face of these scoundrels. She was curious to death. We are transported forward for a while. The sun is still outside, and we hear the conversation of these two hunters, who talk to each other about how much one of them pretended to be smart. In the end, he always did strange things. The main character walked forward. Then, hearing this dialogue, he stopped and decided to listen. He turned his gaze in the direction from which the speech was coming and called them strange, and he guessed where they were going, because it was obvious what they were thinking about after such an unexpected parting. He stared at the tall tree, knowing that he still had to go east to finish his business. After all, if not now, he wouldn't have another chance. He looked away and thought that if he had asked them to come with him on the eve of their separation, they would hardly have refused so dryly. He just closed his eyes silently. Then he turned back and walked forward, still silent. We are taken to the armory room, where a man in armor sits at the table, asking that the second group has been destroyed, to which he receives a positive answer and guesses that the culprit is the guy again. His face was veined, and he was very displeased, saying that they could have caught him, but they had missed the chance, not to mention the fact that they had lost Hargan himself. Looking ahead, he slowly said that they should prepare the first group. The servant was very frightened and, with bulging eyes, asked again what he meant. Images of people covered in shadows began to appear in his mind, and he mused that this was the squad called the Valor Squad in Arandon, the same special players raised on Blue Blossom Island. Sweat was dripping down his cheek, and he wondered what he wanted to put these three to work. Looking at his servants, he said that the three of them were superior to the second group and were capable of dealing with Bloody Blade, Foxtail, and that masked guy, so they had to take into account all the details. The servant opened his mouth in surprise, because the leader said that he would also have to go with him. Bill began to scratch his chin, thinking that with all the losses he had suffered, they might have some trouble, because Bloody Blade and Foxtail were the ones you didn't know what to expect, and that masked guy who didn't know who he was, and he had the idea that he might be someone else. As he lost his thoughts, he stared at the floor and thought that the only thing left to do was to act as stealthily as possible and destroy them without leaving any evidence, since after Arsha's disappearance, the world that was once established inside the tower was gradually weakening, and it was not surprising that at any moment everything could collapse. A tower began to appear in his mind, and he thought that first of all, they needed to stock up on powerful power so that no one would know about it. Suddenly, everything started shaking and people started shouting that an invasion was taking place. Bill watched everything shake and crumble, and asked the warriors what had happened. One of the company ran to them and, looking at the head, shouted that the Bloody Blade and the Fox's Tail had come. Suddenly, the wall in the hall exploded, and one of the fragments flew past the warrior, which frightened him. These two hunters began to enter the hall. Khan was covered in blood and held his sword in his hands. His pupils narrowed sharply as he saw his nemesis. Because of this, he clenched his fist and began to shout loudly. This cry knocked all the opponents to the ground. Bill began to draw his sword, saying that he was getting bored in the tutorial anyway. Charging forward, he swung his sword and shouted that they could finally have some fun, and Kong responded by taking a fighting stance and preparing to attack. The two of them clashed with swords, sending sparks flying everywhere. We are transported to an orc village, a wide wasteland. Several orc warriors hold their spears and march forward. Out of nowhere, the main character jumped out and cut off the heads of several opponents. One of the orcs only managed to notice how the hunter was flying at him. Knocking him to the ground, he leaned a knife to his throat. Then, approaching the face, he said that he would ask him only one thing: if he had seen a camp of hunters here. Only they could hide in these mountains. The frightened orc bulged his eyes and said that he had not seen it himself, but it seemed that the tribesmen had said that when they went to investigate, they saw a strange house. June silently looked ahead and listened to the orc, who said that the house was very high, and they could not get there. An image of a man in the shadows appeared in his mind, and he realized that this must be a place where there is an informant who knows where to find the hidden boss Snake Akasha, and this boss appears at a certain time in a certain place under certain conditions, and he cannot find him without the help of this person. Looking coolly into the orc's eyes, he asked where the place was. A snake appeared, and it became clear that the monster periodically came out to breathe air, and at the same time to fill his stomach. Without knowing this, her brother decided to go after this boss, and at the moment of approaching trouble, he met a man, the man who helped her brother and Arsha as Galiodes. Looking at the building, Zhongwu asked if it was here. Knocking on the door, the main character asked for forgiveness. Without showing her face, the man asked who he was. Holding the creature on his shoulder, it became clear that Galiad was not human. He was one of the few elves, and even among them he was considered a dark elf with other innate abilities. Without showing his face, the protagonist introduced himself as Cain. In turn, the interlocutor asked why he was hanging around someone else's house. Without showing emotion, the guy said that he had learned about it from his friend, adding that there was one thing he would like to buy, asking if his name was really Galiad, continuing that he wanted to find Undine's tear. The elf knitted his eyebrows. Without showing his face, the creature asked who he had learned about him from. In turn, the warrior stated what he had learned from Braham, thinking that Braham was an old friend of Galiad and Chan's second teacher. But although he did not know him by sight, it was unlikely that they would ever see each other, and what difference would it make? Hitting his face with his hand, the interlocutor said that he asked him to be silent, and he again told everyone. Opening the door, the man said that there was nothing to be done, adding that he should come in. A room appeared. Keeping his hand on the carcass, the elf asked what he was saying. He needed Undine's tear, and in turn the man answered positively. A crystal appeared, and it became clear that it was an artifact that contained a large amount of Akashic energy, so it could be good fodder for her. But the problem was that only Galiad knew how to properly craft an item. Without showing emotion, the guy asked that he knew the necessary condition for this. In turn, the interlocutor replied that in principle he was familiar with this. In the end, the elf said that it was fine, adding that it was worth starting so as not to delay. A battle of creatures appeared, and it became clear that the number of people who had been able to pass Galliard's test over the past few decades did not exceed 5 people. But if they all succeeded, they would have obtained a technique wielded by a man called Lightning Step, which is a special skill that since ancient times has been passed down by the Dark Elves only to the winner. A skill sign appeared, and it became clear that the ability makes the body as agile as possible, and it also hides traces, so this skill is ideal for a guy. But fast body movements are not his only advantage, because a lightning step can be the key to one of the best skills called earth compression. Putting his hand on his belt, the guy said that the test was very simple, adding that he was hiding, and he had to touch him, continuing that time was limited, and 15 minutes were given for each attempt. Raising his hand, the elf said that he had a big difference in skills, so he would have a handicap, and he would use only one hand and would not use any other abilities except the skill of movement. Having evaporated, the interlocutor said that it was time to start. Looking at the mountains, Zhongwu thought that his movements were actually like the wind, so it was impossible to catch them with the naked eye, but it was possible with the dragon's eye. The eyes of the main character appeared. A green trajectory of movement was visible. The path went over the mountain. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized where to go. Suddenly there was a blow. The elf soared in the sky. Knitting his eyebrows, the man thought that there was a big drawback to the lightning step, adding that the movements left behind waves. A green wave of movement appeared. Watching the wave, the guy thought that his eye would not miss it, adding that this time he went to the west, behind this withered tree. Ebony appeared. The dagger flew past his opponent. A hand reached for the elf. The man jumped up. A drop of sweat appeared on the guy's face. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the elf's clothes. The warrior looked down. Looking at his master, the young man said that he had touched him, so the first attempt was his, and it became clear that he had caught the elf all 7 times. Smiling, the man said that he did not think that he would cope so easily. Smirking, the elf asked what kind of technique it was, adding that it didn't seem like it could be mastered so easily. In turn, the interlocutor stated that it was a secret. In the end, the warrior thought that it seemed that it would not be possible to find out the true face of this young man, saying that there was nothing he could do. A clear sky appeared. The examiner was looking for something. Holding out the thing, the man said that this was what he needed. In turn, the player thought that if someone wanted to steal such a valuable thing, it would be easy, since it was just lying in the corner. The backpack touched the young man's body. A crystal appeared, which was called Undine's Tear. Without showing his face, the opponent stated that he should be very careful with this, adding that if the energy bursts out, it may end badly. In turn, Zhongwu replied about what he knows, thinking that originally Akasha was something that cannot appear in the material world, because if you try to materialize this energy, then a big explosion can happen. The elf held out a book that revealed the secret of the lightning step. Looking at the hand, the protagonist thought about the fact that his body had become lighter, and it became clear that from that moment on, fast movement was available to him. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that the vessel was ready. All that remained was to fill it, adding that of all the characteristics, he still lacked magical power, continuing that he could only replenish it by catching that snake, but its abilities were beyond the real. Putting his hand on the windowsill, the man said that there are many amazing players in this tutorial, including a guy, adding that he has been thinking for 100 rounds of the tutorial, whether there will be someone who can see through it, and here he is. Without showing his face, the young man asked if there was anyone else besides him, and the warrior replied that there were 2 people who were brother and sister, adding that they both received Undine's Tear and a lightning step. Lowering his head, the player thought that he seemed to know who it was, since it was the first and second places of the tutorial, suggesting that their names were Edora and Pant, adding that they had to be here to get such points. Glancing ahead, the elf asked where he was going with this, since he did not look like a mage or an alchemist, saying that why he needed an artifact. In turn, the man said that he wanted to go after the snake of Akash. The man's face showed surprise. Lowering his gaze, the warrior said something about the Akasha, and in turn the interlocutor asked what was wrong. Looking ahead, the opponent said that she had already been killed, adding that the 2 he was talking about had done it. There was no emotion on the guy's face. There were traces of blood on the ground. Without showing his face, the young man thought about how they knew about this place, since no one knew about it except Arsha. Legs appeared, and it became clear that during the tutorial it could show about once every 3 days, and from these you can tell that about a week has passed. The man paid attention to something. Zhongwu's face was stunned. Jinnu examined the snake's body, noticing that the hunters had only taken its venom and energy. The protagonist crouched down, thinking that even a dozen players wouldn't be able to catch Akash so easily, and tried to figure out how the 2 of them had managed to do it together. The young man narrowed his eyes and realized that he had no idea how strong these people could be. The fighter examined the mouth, deciding that they had something. The player took off his mask. He closed his eyes, trying to figure out what to do now. He should have pushed hard and broken into first place, but time flew by very quickly, and even if he did his best, he would rise to 11th place, at best to 8th, but not even close to first. The young man covered his eyes with his palm, remembering that he could have completed the restoration of his ancestral skill only with the snake's energy. All his plans were now messed up. But then Jinnu noticed something. His gaze came across many footprints around the monster's head. Akasha's head bore the mark of a strong blow, as if they wanted to extract something from his skull. The protagonist examined the tracks more closely, and realized that there were several hunters, and apparently there was someone else besides Eater and Pant. The young man sat down next to him again, and realized that these were orc tracks, decided to check what they needed. At this time, Payne looked at his guest in surprised that he was being summoned to hunt. The man bowed, and added that Mr. Bild had ordered the entire first group to be assembled. The swordsman brushed off the messenger, and demanded to send someone else, as he needed to keep his rating. He thought that he needed to get into the top 5, then he could get recognition on the island when he got to the tower. He didn't want to go that far for the sake of killing a bunch of idiots. The player's eyes widened when he heard that this was a special order from the commander, and he threatened to eliminate those who refused. Payne put his hand on his belt and specified what the special task was, and heard that the leader would personally lead the first squad. The swordsman was amazed when he was told that he would give all the tokens of Arandon to whoever would bring those guys to the chief. It turned out that Bild was going to give a few thousand tokens to one person. It was a chance to climb the rankings at a time, and it also meant that the leader would rely on that person in the future. The man frowned when he heard that he had to be as careful as possible since those people had completely wiped out the second group, and thought that this could mean that all of their tokens had been taken away from them. He grinned, and thinking that he could climb even higher than 5th place, he asked to tell him that he was immediately moving forward. At this time, Jinnu was making his way through the forest following the trail of blood. He peered into the cave, wondering what the orcs were going to do here. When the protagonist took a step inside, the system reported that he was entering the Akasha cave. The young man narrowed his eyes, realizing that there was another place for her to live. The fighter noticed the torch, and wondered if it was the cave where the baby snake was or a male, because the orcs brought the contents of her skull here for a reason. The player continued to move deeper into the cave, deciding that there would still be something that had to do with that monster. At this point, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. A truncheon struck the drum. Several dozen orcs watched the ceremony. The serpent's brain was lying on the altar, and next to them lay dead goblins and lizard men. The shaman addressed the audience with an angry face, and judging by his speeches, he was trying to resurrect Akasha as a deity. He lit the torch on a nearby bull. Then he threw the torch on the mountain of corpses. Jinwo, who was watching this, thought that this was not normal. A black mist spread from the altar. After that, it began to glow. The surface of the organ began to move, until it explodes. A new snake came out from inside. The protagonist, ignoring the messages about the quest, stared with round eyes, wondering that this monster could be resurrected. The young man folded his arms over his chest, thinking that this could be a much better result than originally. The longer the resurrection of Akash lasted, the more her body became, and therefore the more energy she became. The main ingredient for resurrection was also energy, and it was the same with Bathory's vampiric blade. The more it absorbed, the more powerful it became, but then she needed more food. The fighter looked at the snake, and thought that the more it grew, the more energy it would want, but where to find enough food to fill it to capacity? The player did not take his eyes off the monster. He knew that Undine's tears would not be enough, and another plan was needed. The guy smirked when he realized that he needed to bring even more sacrificial food. At this time, in the lizardmen camp, Krarek said that it was not worth announcing the death of the king, because if the orcs found out, they would immediately attack, and his interlocutor agreed with him. The leader clutched his head, muttering that he had a headache. But then the lizard shuddered, because at that moment, Jinnu stuck a knife in his head. The protagonist dragged the orc's body into the tent. He threw it next to him, hoping that from the outside it would look like they had killed each other. The young man stretched out his palm, invoking fiery anger. As the flames flared up, the fighter decided that although he lacked the skill level, he had enough opportunity to set it on fire. When the fighter left for the west, about to throw even more wood on the fire, a fire and an invasion of orcs had already been noticed behind him. At first, the flames in the western jungle were small, but the fire gradually engulfed the kobold villages and grew. The fire gradually spread to the surrounding areas and greedily devoured everything in its path. Kobolds and goblins were forced to forget about their home and large-scale immigration began, as a result of which a conflict with the monsters living in these territories began. But in the end, even they were forced to leave the territories, fleeing from the fire. This mess spread to the entire sector like a domino effect. One of the goblin soldiers burst into the chieftain's tent. The messenger was hit in the back of the head by an arrow before he could respond to the indignation that he had come not to the chieftain, but to the king. The monster looked at the advisor and asked if the orcs had appeared, and he replied that they already had many dead tribes. Orcs were found in the village. The king smirked, and declared that the goblins would never forget this offense, no matter what goals the enemies were pursuing. Another soldier burst into the tent, shouting that the kobolds had sent a message that they would take revenge on them along with the orcs by forming an alliance. The leader jumped up and demanded to announce to everyone that they would kill all the enemies. Soon, a group of goblins met other inhabitants of the jungle, who also wanted to take revenge on the orcs for the death of their leader, which means they were ready to fight together with the orcs. The leaders of the other tribes stepped forward and told them that the ogres and trolls had also been attacked by them. The Goblin King had announced that they would not wait, and since even the cowardly lizard men had declared war on the orcs, they could not stand aside either. He raised his axe in the air, and ordered them to follow him to tear the Orc King apart. The soldiers raised their fists in the air, wishing their enemies death. Jinwoo watched the conflict caused by his hands, and everything went exactly as he planned. The protagonist, holding onto a branch, reflected that the more energy, the faster the process of resurrecting the snake went. It all started with the lizards and came to a war between all the monsters, which means that the new Akasha may turn out to be much more powerful than in all previous tutorials. The young man smiled when he realized that the cup was now overflowing. He could just sit quietly on the sidelines and only get out when necessary. At this time, a group of players also went on their hunt. Pain said boredly that there were too many useless people here. One of the fighters said that it was not for him to say this. The swordsman looked angrily at the upstart, and when he asked that he would not do anything to him, he said that he was impudent. Grassus narrowed his eyes and declared that he was ready to accept its consequences at least now. Dyke wedged himself between them, and demanded to stop the childish arguments. Every minute was important to them now in order to quickly deal with the target. The leader frowned and added that their goals should be near the orc settlement, and suggested that they hurry up. But then he shuddered in fright. The man looked around and asked if the others heard the noise. The ground shook under the players' feet. The swordsman looked down, not understanding where the earthquake came from. But then Dyke pointed somewhere in the distance. A whole crowd of angry monsters was approaching them. The men stared at it in horror, not understanding what was happening. The commander shouted in panic that they needed to retreat. But the monsters continued to run at them, demanding to give way to them, otherwise they would kill everyone. The opponents clashed and blood gushed in all directions. Screams were heard. Pain, slicing monsters, could not believe that so many creatures would appear. The swordsman gritted his teeth as he thought that his dream of becoming the hero of Blue Flower Island shouldn't be ruined by some monsters. Another goblin pounced on the man from behind. The axe was spinning in his hands. The player stared in horror at the rapidly approaching projectile. Blood splattered in all directions under calls to kill people. At this time, the Orc King frowned when he learned that the lizard men had launched the war so suddenly. Prak looked at the warrior standing in front of him, who explained that he didn't understand himself, since they were shouting something about the death of the king and invaded their territory, and they needed help. The leader became angry and shouted that these stupid lizards could disrupt the resurrection rite. But suddenly he froze when he realized that in this way they could offer even more sacrifices to their deity. The orc grinned. Prak put his hands on the armrests of the throne and ordered him to tell the shaman that they would have many victims, but they had to be careful. At this time, the guards tried to hold the wall from the enemy army, but then one of the goblins took a large stone, and he broke the embankment fence with it. After that, the enemies broke into the settlement. The king's mouth opened in surprise. His face stretched with horror. The Goblin King came out to meet him. The leader of the orcs rushed at the enemy with a shout. He was not going to give in to him. The mountains shook from this battle. Jinwoo slipped past the rocks. Moving at lightning speed, he increased his skill level in it, and soon he landed on the platform in front of the cave, and he went inside. While the protagonist was moving towards his goal, he was thinking about the ongoing monster war. Goblin King Cranum and Orc King Prak, if you compare them with Harrigan, they were in no way inferior to him. In this battle, it will not be easy to determine the winner. Besides, it will only escalate the situation, which will cause more destruction. The young man continued to walk, thinking that all this energy needed to be channeled to Akasha as quickly as possible. When the fighter came to the altar, the snake swallowed the orc while the others shouted that the goddess was angry. When she began to spit poison, the monsters tried to run away. But Akasha continued to devour them. The player watching this realized that he was right. The snake was really intoxicated by the taste of blood. The guy watched as the monster tried to break through to the surface, and decided that she was in a state of severe hunger, because she had been resurrected not so long ago, but risked going crazy outside, where the carnage was going on. Then the monster opened its mouth, rushing forward. Her head pierced the rock. The next moment, Jean had to jump to the side. He landed on his feet, and realized that she was just heading to the northwest, where monsters were now fighting. The protagonist pressed his palm to the ground, mentally adding that the hidden parts of the tutorial were called that for a reason. Something big must have been hidden there. The Akashic snake originally had a level of difficulty that was not permissible for training. There must have been a reason why it was in this particular place. Even Galliard, who had been chasing the snake for a long time, could not know this reason, but there was definitely a secret here, and it was hardly insignificant. The fighter turned around and thought that the snakes should have a place to sleep or take a break from the outside environment. As the player entered the hidden location, they noticed a harsh cold wind. He found himself in an ice cave and found what he was looking for. In the middle of the room, the white ginseng spirit was meditating, which was the rarest spirit creature, and the absorption effect was even very good. After all, such spirits could really be counted on the fingers of one hand. Such a thing could only be found here. The player took out his knives, mentally deducing that the Akashic snake had been kept here on purpose to cultivate the white ginseng spirit. The guy looked at the spirit creature, estimating from its size that it had been grown for about 300 years, but for the best effect, about 500 would have to pass, and the orc deity had to wait all this time. Jinnu moved forward, deciding that it would now belong to him. Suddenly the boy opened his eyes and immediately attacked the intruder. The protagonist threw knives at him. The enemy was fast, but it wasn't enough. But Ginseng dodged the attack. Then he landed back. The spirit screamed loudly. The young man frowned and said that he had already hunted people like him, so it was useless. The boy looked at the soldier in surprise. Then he heard a crack from above. The creature raised its head to see icicles falling on it. Ginseng darted away from them, but he was as close to the player as possible, and he grabbed him by the stem. The spirit stared at the triumphant guy in fright. The kid tried to resist, but in the next moment, it dissolved, turning into pure spiritual energy. It was the protagonist who absorbed it. He immediately felt a huge surge of energy, and his skills flew upwards. The young man closed his eyes when the hereditary skill began to grow. He raised his hands, realizing that he still couldn't control it properly, but now he felt the magic power overwhelm his body. The fighter smiled confidently as he obtained the magic chain skill. Pain came to his senses among the dead. He slowly opened his eyes. The swordsman stood up and realized that the first group had been destroyed. However, he was sure that the monsters were definitely heading to the place where Cain was, which meant that he was definitely up to something. The player raised himself with a sword and thought that his opponent was looking for some hidden object that no one could find in the tutorial until now. Pain gritted his teeth and decided to take the protagonist by surprise and take away by force what he wanted. In addition, if he manages to get to this reward, he will have a chance to equal Eder and Pant. The swordsman grimaced, mentally wishing his enemy to wait. Jinnu folded his arms over his chest and summoned the status window. The protagonist looked at him and thought that the secret of controlling magic was to accumulate more magical power and increase the speed of restoration of the hereditary ability. Although the young man could only use magic to use this skill now, but in the future, his capabilities could expand, and he would be able to channel magic power into weapons and increase the power of his strike. Or to concentrate magic in the legs in order to move faster. The use of this could be different. The fighter headed towards the exit, continuing to think that the level of the magic chain was still low, so it would be difficult for him to control magic. But he still had heightened senses, so his cultivation could be accelerated. The player stopped, just after the thought came to him that he must feel the circulation of magic inside. On the floor of the cave lies a medallion. The guy was looking at the trinket, trying to figure out what it was, and the system hinted that it would be good to return it to the owner. An old photograph was found inside. Jinnu realized that it was a depiction of the Galliard family, and apparently he had once hunted this snake for some unknown reason. However, he did not do it himself, but offered the hunters a reward for the trials, and if the reason was related to his family, then everything fell into place. The protagonist looked at the trinket and realized that the diary definitely did not mention his family, but it seemed that the elf was looking for just that. The young man put the locket in his pocket. Then he put on a mask. He turned around and decided that now it was time for him to go hunting himself. At this time, the carnage between the monsters continued. Kings fought to the death, but suddenly, they both froze in surprise. Akasha burst out of the ground. Both rulers looked at this in fright, and while the goblin tried to understand what it was, the orc did not understand why the goddess was there. The snake opened its mouth, and the fighters stared at it in fear. The snake's eyes glowed with bloodlust. After that, she simply swallowed the chief of one of the tribes. His subjects immediately began to resent his death, shouting that they must take revenge. Kronum looked around in fright as the orcs tried to calm down their venom-spitting goddess. The king of the orcs grabbed the enemy by the shoulder and declared that he must accept death in battle, to which he demanded to shut up, because the well-being of his tribe was more important to him than such an honor. Prak was angry. He stretched out his hand to his fighters and ordered the deity to be pacified. But Akasha reared up. The goblin king rushed to attack the snake on the head, wishing it dead. The blow of his axe hit the target. The snake began to sway from side to side to throw off the impudent monster. The king of the orcs slashed at the belly of his deity. Jinnu watched from cover. He did not take his eyes off the battle, realizing that the result was even better than he expected. The number of monsters had already been reduced to 10%, making Akasha about 1.5 times larger than its original size. And yet, the two kings stood on the front line, driving the snake to one side, and the remaining monsters tried to fight valiantly, but it wouldn't last long, because they were both already very exhausted. The protagonist took a step forward using magic. While jumping, he received a notification to increase his skill level. The young man fell on the snake's head. He pressed his palm against her scales and began to absorb her energy with the help of Bathory's blade. Akasha began to roar and twitch as her energy left her body. The monster collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, and the quest was completed. The soldier swung his knife. He extracted a ball of energy, noticing that the sphere used to be the size of his fist, but the snake was satiated enough that the size increased. He launched a vampiric skill into the ball. A smirk appeared on his face under the mask, because now he could absorb it. The magic power increased dramatically, and the body could not cope with it. The player's eyes were bloodshot as the hereditary skill began to grow. The guy turned to the monsters when the system recommended using magic in a safe place, since external influences could disrupt the assimilation. The kings looked at each other at this time. Prak narrowed his eyes, clearly trying to figure out what was happening. The eyes of the man standing in front of him were the eyes of a predator. The orc gritted his teeth when he realized that he was the one who had made this whole mess. The monster rushed at Gina, wishing him dead. The protagonist swung his knife, remembering that these two kings were equal in rank to Hargan, so they could earn a large number of merit points and tokens. The young man simply blew off the head of the king of the orcs. It flew in a wide arc before falling at Cranum's feet. The goblin leader looked at the man in fright. He gripped his axe tightly, but the next moment the system announced his defeat. The remaining monsters had two options: fight to the end or flee. And the fighter did not chase those who ran away, still only weaklings remained. The next moment, a goblin rushed at the player, and he ruthlessly destroyed those who tried to resist. He dug his sharp teeth into them and absorbed their energy. The more of it he absorbed, the stronger his body became, as well as the faster his hereditary skill recovered. His desire and thirst for absorption grew by the second, and he could do anything to become even stronger. Soon, there were no living monsters around, and the guy realized that he was tired after clearing hundreds of them. Something caught his attention just as Jean thought he could use a quiet place to rest. The protagonist rested his hands on his hips and ordered one of the mad guys to come out. Payne grinned. The swordsman came out from behind a rock and asked how the young man knew about him. The man smirked and called the fighter a monster, as he had been watching him since Akasha had gone berserk. Since this player had such power, it means that he was able to take possession of all the hidden parts of the tutorial that were in this block. Payne pointed his blade at the boy and declared that he had to take possession of his monstrous power. Jinnu towered over the dead monsters and asked why the swordsman had taken this. But he knew perfectly well that he could not lift a finger. The mask did not allow you to see the expression on the protagonist's face, but he reminded him of his question. The man looked at the young man in surprise when he said that in fact he was not alone here. The player didn't even have time to dodge when an arrow pierced his head. The soldier raised his head. Swarthy fingers clutched the bow. The elf lowered his bow. Galliard looked at the hunter with displeasure. He jumped down and explained that the forest was suddenly noisy and he wanted to see what was going on here, and he was surprised that it was all Jin's doing. While the archer was looking at the protagonist with displeasure and asking why he was smiling, the protagonist noticed that the speed of transformation of the characteristics had increased, and Payne was indeed right. He did not have the strength to lift a finger. So the elf arrived just in time, no matter if it was fate or mere coincidence. But now he could rest. The young man handed Galliard the locket, and said that it was a gift for him. The archer stared dumbfounded at the ornament, recognizing it. But the next moment he had to catch the young man falling unconscious. The elf looked at the fighter and did not understand what he was thinking. He looked at his mask, and thought that this gift was the price for everything. When the player came to his senses, he was greeted with notifications about the completion of changes, an increase in strength and magical power. The guy opened his eyes. As he sat up on the bed, notifications kept pouring in. Jinnu looked at his palm, thinking that he had absorbed such a large amount of energy. But the restoration of the hereditary ability had not yet been completed. How powerful was this dragon body if it required so much energy to complete? The protagonist opened the status window and found that through this prolonged battle, he had achieved impressive results, and had especially developed the skill of magic chain. Mana streamed through his body. The young man managed to concentrate it in his palm. The fighter moved his fingers, noticing the amazing sensations. They were both varied and familiar, as if something new had appeared in his body, but it seemed that this was how it should be. The player narrowed his eyes, and noticed the difference when using magic. Now he could use it as he wanted. It was necessary to test new skills in battle. The guy stretched out his arms and noticed that his senses were also heightened, similar to those he had experienced when he first activated this ability. Galliard returned to the house, and before Jinnu could finish his thought about the habitual sensations, he asked if he had woken up. The protagonist began to stand up, but the elf stopped him with a gesture of his hand, explaining that he should lie down to recover. The young man twitched when he heard that he had been examined. The archer looked at the player sternly and reminded him that he needed to strengthen his body, and he needed a safe place. And he asked him for help. The guy confirmed it. Jin's eyes widened as he heard that something had gone wrong. The elf put the basket on the table and, when asked to tell me more, explained that he meant the immense energy of the Akasha, noting that he had absorbed something similar before. Galliard went on to say that in such cases it was not always clear whether it would be possible to assimilate the energy received, and he was simply not sure of the protagonist's endurance. Or it would be able to process everything, or it would not be able to withstand the load, and some of this could happen at any moment. And then the young man thought that he understood why he was helped if the archer had left him like that. Then he could have died, and something had to be done to assimilate the energy, and Galliard was famous enough among the dark elf hunters, possessed several mysteries of magic, and therefore was able to help him. The hunter grimaced, and added that he had to put his hand into it. Without so much magical power, everything would have been fine, but otherwise there could be an embarrassment, and advised not to devour everything so desperately, because he would not be able to become a real dragon anyway. The player listened to the archer and thought that his body was connected to the power of the dragon, and he tried in vain. He was able to gain a strengthened skeleton, starting the process of restoring the hereditary skill, which means he would be able to complete it completely. However, the elf did not know this. Besides, he returned the lost thing to him, which means he deserved gratitude. Jinnu decided to leave everything as it was, and asked aloud whether his savior had calmed the flow of magic and changed it to a circulating stream. Galliard folded his arms over his chest and explained that he had used a technology similar to the process of creating Undine's tears, and that it would take a lot of effort to put this powerful stream to sleep, and that it would take a lot of effort. The elf frowned when he was thanked and asked if he really thought to get by with the usual gratitude. The archer turned back to the table, and when the young man promised to repay him in the future, he said that he didn't need to say such a thing unless it was sincere. Although he had acted rudely, everything was fine. The fighter remembered when the elf reminded him of something else. He smiled warmly and thanked the player. The locket from the cave hung on his chest. The magic that Galliard spoke of was called the divine water of the Undine, and he used the method he used to make this artifact on the human body. The elf said that it was possible to use this technology and enclose the body-filling energy in a vessel. As a result, while Jinnu slept, unsuspecting, his body absorbed the magical power much more easily, and his senses were greatly sharpened, and there was an accidental benefit. The protagonist stretched, and the archer shouted at him that he should rest for 3 more days to recover properly. But the young man had already taken off, and the elf could only mumble that since he had such a high recovery rate, he could walk. Smiling, looking after the player, the hunter was surprised that he, having been seriously wounded yesterday, was already moving at an incredible speed today. Galliard folded his arms over his chest, and mentally admitted that this fighter even suited this method of movement, as if it had been so from the beginning. The running guy realized what sensations appeared when using magic. He kept moving, noting that it was simple enough to direct the magic power into his legs, but it couldn't be compared to what it had been before. Just over 1% was enough to feel it. Or all the skills that he knew before were simply ineffective. Now his hereditary ability was at the stage of recovery of 92%. He even wondered what would happen when he reached 100. Soon the guy landed at the site of yesterday's battle. He opened the system window, remembering that before he fainted, he had managed to complete 2 quests. Jinnu has accepted a hidden quest. A black bracelet appeared in his hands, the name of which could not be identified. It turned out that he was able to subdue the souls of the dead, which the protagonist found not a very good occupation, and its owner was clearly the successor of the demon, and the unique status of the artifact implied the presence of strong properties. The young man put the bracelet on his arm, suggesting that the power of the true owner must be hidden here. Suddenly, the artifact dissipated into a black haze. The fighter watched in surprise as it enveloped him. Even his eyes began to turn black, and when they were pulled up by a black veil, he gained the ability to see the souls of the dead. The player looked straight ahead. He saw several dozen souls at the site of the massacre. The guy stared at them, assuming that they were the monsters he had killed or eaten by Akasha, and all this time they had been wandering around. The ghosts turned to the living man, and their faces were distorted with anger. But Jinnu frightened the spirits by taking out a dagger, deciding to test the abilities of the artifact. The protagonist rushed to attack the ghosts. The first soul was drawn inside the bracelet. The young man narrowed his eyes and decided to try out the black blade next. The dark magic force obediently grabbed the dagger, and the player remembered that dark magic was famous for increasing the owner's damage and casting a curse on the enemy, which could become a special attribute in battle. The soldier moved on. Black magic left a trace of a blow in the air. The black smoke under the control of the guy crumbled the stone into crumbs. Jinnu looked at it and realized that it was better than he had imagined. A black trail was left at the site of the hit, and the protagonist realized that the curse penetrated into the very depths and contributed to decomposition. The young man turned to the rest of the ghosts, and decided that since the bracelet already had such great power, he should try to combine it with other skills. Several more ghosts were defeated, and there were 5 of them in the fighter's piggy bank. Dark power burst out of him. He managed to collect it into a ball. Through his fiery anger, he was set ablaze. The player's eyes widened as the flames erupted. There was a powerful explosion. The player jumped away from the funnel. He saw a pit in the stone, and knew that such an explosion could easily tear any humanoid apart. And this effect was obtained from only 5 collected souls. The soldier wondered what would happen if he did this with the remaining souls. A few hours later, the guy was sitting on a rock, and he already had 150 souls. The guy looked gloomily at the status window, and figured out if this was the limit, and whether it was possible to collect more. But this would not be enough. There were still many other ways to increase the power of the explosion. It remained to check the rewards for already closed quests, and one of them was the title of Monster Hunter, because of which the ghosts of monsters followed him. The second prize was the increased skills. The third gift to Jean was the Eye of the Goblin King. The protagonist looked at him, noting that the damage amplification and protection from curses were not bad. The young man continued to peer, and figured that the artifact would be especially suitable for a black bracelet, which also radiated rage, which increased the effect of black magic, which meant that the damage would be higher. The fourth reward was the Jewel of Rage, and it enhanced several stats, and the eyes, ear, and nose of different creatures were in addition to his skill of heightened senses and complemented the lightning step. The player looked at the objects, thinking that these artifacts were created for him. There were many barrels and boxes in the room, and the main character thanked his friend for his help. Galliard sat across from the guy and asked if he was leaving, adding that he only had Sector F to go, to which he firmly replied yes. Then the elf smiled and said that he had received everything he could hear. He then drank some alcohol and thought in his head that he had felt it back when he saw that he had definitely mastered the lightning step, which meant that he wasn't such an ordinary guy. Lowering his mug, Galliard drew an image of the protagonist's brother in his head and said to himself that it was as if he had met someone like this before, after which he wondered what kind of past this guy had. Jongwoo stared at his comrade silently. The elf imagined him all alone and said to himself that each of those who enter the tower has their own sad story, and these stories become a difficult moment for people and subsequently become their driving force, and if a person does not have such a story, then he simply will not be able to leave his world, where he lived in peace, and start passing through the tower. The protagonist suddenly lowered his gaze when Galliard said that he had something else. He put the sword on the table and added that before he went, he had to take it, after which he said that it belonged to this guy he was going to fight, and he thought it must be a good weapon, so he took it, and if it came in handy, then he could use it, and if not, then let him just be with it, and then he could sell it to a secret merchant for a high price. While he was saying this, the protagonist raised the sword above his head and said to himself that it was of average weight, had a strong blade and was comfortable to hold, and it was undoubtedly a good sword. After sheathing the weapon, he added that knives or short daggers were usually used so that he could hold a short blade in one hand, but as the elf had said, he would later be able to sell it to a secret merchant for a good price, so it was better to take it with him. A small candle lit the room, and Galliard asked if he was at odds with Arandon, adding that he would have a hard time with them in Sector F. Hearing this, the elf raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was not at enmity with Arandon. He pointed to the green keychain on his sword and explained that it was the symbol of Arandon. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face at the realization of this, and he asked himself if it was not just a group of scavengers, but Arandon itself, the island of the blue flower. He scratched his fingernails on the wooden table and remembered the events that had happened, such as the scavenger group that had been destroyed by his brother and Arsha, the unexpected appearance of Arandon, the well-organized dungeon with the players, and Khan and Doyle who had left so unexpectedly, after which he realized that Arandon was behind the scavenger group, and all the while they had been deceiving the other players. They were talking about that they care about the safety of the tutorial. Jongwoo gritted his teeth in anger and said to himself that if Kong and Doyle realized this fact, then they could be captured. He drew an image of his comrades in his head and added that since they were Khan and Doyle, they could stand up for themselves, but if it was Arandon, that was a different matter. He imagined the flag with the coat of arms and thought that it was not clear how many players there were and how strong they were, and besides, there was a blue flower island behind them, which was one of the 8 strongest clans in the tower, after which he wondered if the 2 people would be able to deal with them, although they had already encountered Arsha once, and it seemed that the warning will be even stronger. The protagonist suddenly imagined the silhouettes of his comrades against the background of a red blood stain and said to himself that if Khan and Doyle dealt with Arandon, then rumors would have already spread throughout the sector, but he had not heard anything like this before, which meant that they most likely lost the battle. Leaving his thoughts, the guy closed his eyes and asked himself a few questions, whether they were friends or just strangers, and whether he wanted to get involved in it or wanted to stay away. As he asked himself, he remembered how Khan had hugged him and Doyle. There were wide and sincere smiles on their faces. Leaving his performances, the main character slowly opened his eyes. He looked ahead and asked himself if he should think about it. He suddenly drew an image of his brother in his head and added that besides, his brother was a hero to him, and he hoped that he would remain so even after he found him. The main character put his hand to the watch left by his brother, and added that this is the last words of his brother, which he left in his diary. Without lowering his hand, Jongwoo knew that the answer was obvious. Imagining his brother, in whose body 5 swords were thrust, Jongwoo said to himself that they were all thrust into his heart. After introducing the 3 swords, he added that they belonged to what he called lords. Separately introducing the 4th sword, the guy said that one belonged to the one he loved. After presenting the last 5th sword, he finished saying that the last one belonged to a friend he trusted. After a while, the main character was standing in front of an elf on the street. Galliard looked at his comrade and asked if he was going to start a war. Jongwoo looked back at his interlocutor and asked how he knew, to which he replied that he had been a warrior who had fought for his own mouth. He was a fool who thought that the whole point was in battle, and so was he. Smiling, he added that he and he were very much alike, because now he saw the sparkle in his eyes, which meant that he was ready to start a war, and he felt it even when he first met him, because he was like a fighter ready to challenge the whole world. Eyes full of cold, the young man looked at the elf, listening to him. The night sky was dotted with stars, and Galliard continued to say that things seemed much more serious now, and if he was wrong, then there was something wrong with his intuition. After these words, the smile disappeared from his face, and he asked if he needed his help. Zongu stared at the elf and said to himself that everything should go smoothly with him, because he was one of those who had abilities at the level of rankers, and he did not know if he could destroy a Randon if he went alone, however. All the while, Galliard waited for an answer, his hand on his side. There was some surprise in his eyes when, after a few seconds, the guy replied that everything was fine, after which he asked if he was sure of it. They stood one step away from each other, and the main character replied that this was his battle, at the same time saying to himself that his goal was not only to find Khan and Doyle, his main goal was to destroy one of those who killed his brother, the island of the Blue Flower, and he would never entrust this matter to someone else, so he must definitely unleash this war with his own hands. After these thoughts, he let go of his gaze. The elf continued to stand in the same place, when suddenly he said that it would not be easy, and when he replied that nothing was easy, he said that it was true. After a short pause, Galliard smiled and wished him a successful battle, to which Zhongwu nodded silently. After that, he turned around. As he walked away, the boy wondered what was the reason for setting up several prisons with people on the Blue Flower Island. Imagining a cage in which there are many hostages, the main character said to himself that if you look at it this way, these dungeons are quite ineffective structures, because if their goal is to steal artifacts and tokens from ordinary players, then ordinary robbery would be enough. So he wonders why they set up dungeons throughout the tutorial, which are quite difficult to manage, and why they restored them even after how Arsha destroyed them. After leaving his performances, Zhongwu continued to walk forward, adding that there must be at least something that cannot be detected from the outside, something that can become the most vulnerable place for them. There was a smile on the boy's face underneath the mask, and he said to himself that if he was lucky enough to find out about it and take matters into his own hands, it would be what he could use to destroy the Blue Flower Island. Drawing an image of his wounded brother in his mind, he added that the 8 clans that had crushed Arsha and killed his brother, especially among them was the Blue Flower Island, it was in this clan that there was a man who plunged a sword into his brother's heart. Stopping, the protagonist looked at the 2 moons in the sky and said that it seemed that the war would begin even sooner than he expected. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist and added that in this case he no longer knew what to do, because he had to finish all the preparations before the war began. With a flick of his hand, the guy opened the system screen in front of him and wondered how much time he had. On the system screen that appeared, it was reported that he had about 4 days, or to be more precise, 3.5, which is quite a short time. After a short pause, Zhongwu took another step forward, thinking that in the meantime he needed to destroy a Randon and finish the passage. In his mind, he imagined the coat of arms of Blue Flower Island being destroyed, and said to himself that he must make sure that they did not have time to understand anything, and attack without respite, and when they ran out of strength, break through in one go and completely get rid of them, of Arandon's base and his leadership, of everything. The main character's eyes lit up, and he swore to himself that he would finish it all in one day. Sector F, the base of Arandon, over which the night sky was strewn with stars. A subordinate came to Bild and, when asked if his whereabouts were known, replied that they still could not find him, and the entire sector had been burned down. Hearing this, the man folded his hands and said that something would definitely happen together, where he was, after which he thought that after this unforeseen battle of monsters, about 70% of their composition had been wiped out, and he couldn't contact the first group, the members of which were to be valuable recruits of the Blue Flower Island, and the scavengers organization that was so difficult to restore after being defeated by Arsha, completely destroyed, and the other members of Arandon were simply swept away, and with them the entire network of Arandon, spread throughout the tutorial, and in fact this means the destruction of Arandon, because all the things accumulated in recent years have completely disappeared, and this is like a death sentence. Bild frowned in displeasure, and knew that he had to revive Arandon before the island knew about it. Closing his eyes, he added that he had about 3 days left, and in fact it was impossible to restore Arandon in such a short time, and it was natural that at the end of the tutorial they would know everything, and then he would not get off with a simple punishment. Then he imagined a small stone in his head, full of magical energy, and said to himself that there was only one way out of this situation, to complete this thing. In his head, he imagined a black silhouette and added that if he did so, he would be able to climb the rank, and this person was also insistently asking him to finish with it. After leaving his performances, Bild kept thinking that this was a complicated enough thing that he still couldn't finish it, adding that they had reasons to use players and monsters as materials. Suddenly he opened his eyes abruptly, full of surprise. A snide smile appeared on his face, because he seemed to know who would be the right victim. Drawing the image of the main character in his head, he said to himself that the guy in the mask would want to take them by surprise in some way, and besides, this time he definitely had a better reason. The subordinate in front of him furrowed his eyebrows excitedly and reported that they had checked the direction of his movements, and that he had apparently entered Sector F, but that was only speculation and was ordered to bring him to Bild, even if they had to search every nook and cranny of Sector F, and quickly. After receiving the order, the guy began to leave. Bild looked at him with a disgruntled look on his face and said to himself that he needed to finish collecting the remaining materials first. At this time, someone was slowly walking on the ground, 3 guys stopped in front of the prisoners and asked how they were doing here. Their prisoners were the wounded Bloodblade and Foxtail. Seeing the enemies, Kong gritted his teeth and asked if he wanted to say something to them, if it wasn't enough for them to threaten them. Then Build came closer, spread his hand to the side and replied that he just wanted to say something. Folding his arms over his chest, he said that they would become consumables for the stone. At these words, Kang's eyes were shocked. He imagined a magic stone lying in a pool of blood, and said to himself that this thing, which could be done by sacrificing the players captured by Arandon and the scavengers, was the result of a dirty experiment, something that should not exist. After leaving his performances, Khan hissed through them, gritting his teeth, that they were just bastards, and Build explained that they were originally going to slowly drain the energy from their bodies. But unfortunately now they needed to hurry, and in general, they should be happy, because they had reduced their suffering by a day or two. After saying that, he turned to his subordinate and nodded his head. After that, Build began to leave. Frowning furiously, Kong said to himself that he didn't care if he died because of his reckless bravery. But, without finishing, he turned his gaze to Doyle. The unconscious girl sat next to him as he said to himself that as soon as he thought of her being subjected to the same circumstances, he was very sorry for taking her the wrong way, for this child who had left his home trusted only him. Kong stared at his girlfriend, thinking that if only he could somehow free her. He suddenly gritted his teeth, because he realized that he was powerless. Squeezing his eyes shut, the guy added that this time everything was repeated. But suddenly, he and Build looked up sharply to the ceiling. Everything was shaking, and Build wondered what was going on, adding that the place had been deliberately placed so that those inside would be protected from earthquakes. Suddenly a subordinate ran up to him, and waving his hand, shouted loudly that there was an invader outside. Hearing this, Build frowned furiously and shouted loudly, asking where he was right now, while asking himself why now. Outside, flames burned brightly on the grounds of Arandon's base. The soldiers slowly stepped back and shouted loudly, asking where he came from, adding that they needed to defend themselves. Through the dust and smoke, they could see the silhouette of the protagonist. The guy's eyes burned brightly. Suddenly, magical power enveloped his legs. At the same moment, Shongwu rushed to attack. In an instant, he found himself in front of his rival. The main character immediately stabbed him several times on the body. His opponent immediately collapsed to the ground. All this time, the eye of the Goblin King was on the boy's chest. He suddenly abruptly shifted his gaze to the side, after which a system screen appeared, informing him that he had detected an invisible danger nearby. In the next second, the protagonist dodged the swords flying at him. Then he turned to those who had thrown them. Using the black blade, he rushed to attack. Blood began to spray in all directions, and the system screens reported that the number of souls collected had reached 118. Zhongwu killed everyone in his path, causing those who were still alive to flee, shouting loudly that he was not human. Seeing this, he raised his hand, which immediately began to gather magical energy. Out of the corner of his eye, the fleeing soldier saw a burning soul next to him. At the same moment, a powerful explosion rang out. Some opponents watched the invader from the sidelines and asked each other how this was even possible. But unexpectedly, the main character turned sharply on them. Drops of cold sweat immediately appeared on their faces. The guy took a few steps in their direction and said that since he himself did not go to him, then he would come to him himself. After saying that, Zhongwu raised his blade with glowing eyes. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the side, hearing a loud shout, ordering him to stop. A silhouette appeared on top of the fortress wall. On the ramparts stood Build and his companions. Seeing their boss, the soldiers began to smile and shout joyfully that they were now saved. Build's soldiers slowly surrounded the protagonist as their leader asked if he was back again. Build frowned furiously and added that he had been hiding somewhere like a pathetic rat all this time. His eyes were full of rage and hatred, with which he suddenly shouted, asking if he had dared to come here impudently now. Immediately after this question, he showed his powerful magic aura. The protagonist, sensing it, asked himself what it was, adding that his energy seemed familiar to him. His eyes were full of coldness as he asked himself if he could have known such a powerful aura and if he could see this person. Suddenly, immediately after this question, the guy's eyes filled with shock. He remembered his brother, who had 5 swords thrust into his chest, 3 of them from those he called lords, 1 of them from his beloved, and the last one from someone he trusted and called his friend. He remembered his brother, who with a smile on his face was beating off the fist of his comrade named Lyant. But afterwards this man, whom his brother had regarded as his friend and trusted, a man who could be safely trusted to cover his rear, betrayed the trust and plunged the sword into his heart. But all this time there were other players next to him, whom Lyant called his brothers. Among them was another man who only chuckled after thrusting his sword into his brother, and that was Build. After realizing this, the protagonist's face began to express rage and hatred. He immediately showed his powerful aura and said to himself that he thought this would be the first gift for his brother from him. All the while, Build stared at him. Without turning around, he ordered his subordinate to send a message to Blue Flower Island to tell him that Arandon had been attacked by a strange boy. But immediately after these words, his comrade's head exploded. The dead, headless body collapsed to the floor. Zhongwu, having committed the murder, ordered to stop this useless nonsense, because if he was going to attack, then let him attack. He burned his opponent's gaze and added that it was good that he was not going to run away. Build gritted his teeth with anger and tension, and after a few seconds he grabbed the hilt of his sword and said okay. He pulled out 2 blades from behind his back and added that he wouldn't have stood here if he hadn't had a few tricks in store. Immediately after these words, the surface beneath him shattered. Rushing to attack, Build shouted loudly that he would show him how useless his worthless skills were. He made a quick shot, which the main character blocked. Jongwoo dodged the next attack. He then counterattacked himself, saying to himself that Build is one of those Blue Flower Island players who focuses on grabbing. This blow left a small cut on his opponent's neck. The protagonist's eyes were full of coldness and thirst for revenge, when suddenly he asked himself how he ended up in Arandana, which is concentrated in the tutorial. In his head, he imagined 2 people and told him to say key things in his head, such as Arandan, the scavengers, the Blue Flower Island, the dungeons with the players, and finally Build and the one behind him. Imagining the bloody sword, Jongwoo said to himself that Lion had become part of the Blue Flower at the cost of killing his brother, but he was unhappy that he had never been able to become the head of the island. Former friend. Jongwoo stared at the unattainable peak. He gritted his teeth with anger, and the main character understood that if he was up to something, then the best cover for his plans was Arandan, and almost everything coincided. After leaving his performances, he carried out a quick series of attacks with glowing eyes. His opponent barely managed to block these shots. As Build counterattacked, Jongwoo jumped. In the air, he punched his opponent in the face with force. Blood spurted from Build's nose, who said to himself that this was impossible, because the players who entered the tutorial are only now struggling to find their pathetic abilities. The main character landed a few meters from his opponent. Build wiped the blood from his face and asked himself how he was able to hit him. Suddenly a smile appeared on the guy's face, and he said, "That's how it is." Standing up, he added that he now realized that he didn't know how to fight at all, and before that, he thought that he could fight properly, but it seemed that his skills had dulled over the time he had spent among the rookies. After saying that, he showed his powerful aura. A cold sweat broke out on Build's face as he spoke, and he wondered if he knew him. He looked at the guy who had taken a fighting stance and wondered what his true face was. The eyes of the main character reflected the frightened face of his rival. As he approached, fear and terror completely overwhelmed Build. From the fortress wall, people looked at the battlefield. Less than a minute later, blood spurted from Build's mouth. He, standing on one knee, held on to the severed arm. The main character slowly walked in his direction. Coming closer, the guy stopped. Suddenly, Build's subordinates appeared in front of him, shouting loudly, ordering him to stop, adding that he needed to protect his master. Without thinking twice, Jongwoo used the Black Blade ability. Then, with one blow, he cut down everyone who stood in his way. The chopped bodies immediately began to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Build waved his hand and shouted loudly to those who were still alive, ordering them to block the protagonist's path. But all his soldiers stood aside, shaking with fear. Suddenly Build activated something. Emotions immediately disappeared from the faces of all his soldiers. The man gritted his teeth in anger and said to himself that it was a puppet skill, adding that he had never used this skill before, but now he had to. All his subordinates began to walk towards the main character. At the same moment, Build began to run, saying to himself that he needed this stone, because if he had it, he could finish off this bastard. The puppet soldiers slowly surrounded Jongwoo. The main character, without any emotions in his eyes, followed his opponent. After a while, the main character cut off the head of the last opponent. He stood among the corpses and said to himself that he had virtually destroyed all of Arandan. Blood splattered on his mask, and he finished, except for one person, Build. At this time, magical energy was oozing into the dungeon through the bars in the wall. Kong raised his head and asked what was going on there, why so loudly, adding that they wanted to do a good deed, and ended up being buried alive here, after which he wondered how they could be so unlucky. He suddenly shifted his gaze when he heard the voice of a girl who offered to talk honestly. Doyle frowned and added that he was the loser, not her, because she was just following him and ended up in this situation. Hearing this, Kong knitted his eyebrows and exclaimed, asking if she meant to say that she was sitting here with him because she was lucky, to which Kong replied that today was simply not her day. Closing her eyes and smiling at the words that she was mischievous today, Doyle replied that she had long promised herself that if she was going to die, she would object to him at least once, to which he replied that she spoke as if she had always played the role of an obedient younger sister. After these words, Kong turned away and asked her to stop, because if they continued to quarrel, then nothing good would come of it, after which he asked what she thought the main character was doing now. Upon receiving such a question, the girl raised her eyebrows slightly. After a few seconds, she turned away and replied that she didn't even know he was fine without them, and he was probably already heading to Sector G. Suddenly, Kong smiled broadly and said that if he had known that they would be in such a situation, then maybe he would have told him about that hidden part, and he could have used it instead of them. But suddenly, there was shock in his eyes as he heard a familiar voice that said that he could talk about it right now. The prisoners abruptly shifted their gaze to the door, which opened. They opened their mouths in surprise. The main character appeared before them. He removed the shackles from his comrades and said that they did not look very good. Folding her hands and knitting her eyebrows, Doyle asked how he got there. The guy stood in front of his friends and replied that he was just passing by and decided to run in. Khan put his hand on his neck with his eyes closed and said to himself that he had been a little rude at the time of their parting, after which he thanked his savior. But unexpectedly for him, Zhongwu threw up his hand to the side and asked if he was really grateful, if he could tell him about that hidden part of the tutorial, to which he was asked if he really wanted to make a deal out of it. Kang suddenly smiled warmly. Placing his hand on his shoulder, he said to himself that somehow his whole body was aching, and then wondered if he could escape from here in such a state. He exchanged glances with Doyle, who said to herself that in this state they would only become a burden for the main character, and they would not just forget it, because they were very grateful that he came to save them, but now it would be better if he left them. Realizing the same, Kang closed his eyes, smiled broadly, and said that they would take care of the rest, when suddenly Jongwoo informed that all of Arandan's members were dead, so they didn't have to worry. Hearing this, the boy spread his arms in different directions and shouted loudly, asking if Arandan had been destroyed, and what he was saying. But the girl, closing her eyes, smiled and said, "It seems that their savior has completely figured it out." The main character looked at the guys and replied that everything was so. Then Kang pointed his finger at him and asked why he answered her question and ignored him. He gritted his teeth with anger, because he understood that he could not even hit him. But suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes when the protagonist said that Bild was still alive. Then he pointed his finger down and asked if he had accidentally gone downstairs, to which he asked in response if there was something downstairs, while also saying to himself that it looked like Bild was hiding something, as he had assumed. Khan raised his hand to his chin and, imagining a powerful magical energy, replied that he didn't really know himself, but he didn't know what they were up to. But these creatures definitely resorted to sacrifices to make something. A few minutes later the three descended into the dungeon. They walked along a long corridor, and the main character said to himself that the Arandan were good at hiding this place. Without a trace of fear, he walked firmly ahead of his comrades and added that there was a stinking of corpses everywhere, after which he wondered how many people they kept here, and apparently, there were definitely people here a couple of days ago. But did they really decide to do a clean-up during this time? There was dried blood at each door. Zhongwu suddenly imagined a black silhouette with a magic seal in the background, and said to himself that among the ingredients that could be used in alchemy, the most expensive ones were human flesh and soul, and not only was it inhumane, but it was also very dangerous, so sacrifices were strictly forbidden in the tower. But despite that, they were going to do something with many souls and flesh. The main character held a blade in one hand and added that everything they did from the very beginning to the end caused a lot of problems. One way or another, Bild was trapped like a rat, and he saved Ken and Doyle, so all that remained was to catch up with Bild and finish him off. Suddenly he abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. There were dozens of ghosts in front of him. Being surrounded by them, the guy realized that these were the souls of the players who had become victims, and then asked them if they also wanted to help him. Immediately after this question, the ghosts began to part in front of him. They all looked at the main character, who said that he had one condition. Under the mask, he smiled mischievously and asked them if they wanted to listen to him. At this time, Bild reached the room he needed. He breathed heavily as he walked forward. The man stopped in front of the table on which the magic stone lay. He stretched out his shaking hand to it and said to himself that a lot of strength had been killed because of this, adding that all this time, while his comrades were climbing the career ladder, he had been patiently waiting and putting all his strength into this stone, and one day he was going to hand this thing over to the master to help him be reborn as a true king. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the magic stone in his hand. After a short pause, he put it in his mouth, realizing that he must survive now. Imagining the same stone in his head, Bild said to himself that Lion had explained to him that if only this stone was swallowed, then a great magical power could be born within him. But he also said that there could be two different outcomes. Either the body could not withstand so much magical power and would burst, or it would take it and change drastically. However, if the stone was completely completed, then the first option of the outcome disappears, so he can only hope that it is close to completion. Leaving his thoughts, Bild swallowed the stone, but after a few seconds, surprise appeared in his eyes. He raised his only hand and asked in a trembling voice what it was, because he knew that the reaction had to manifest itself immediately. He gritted his teeth in fear and anger, asking himself if something had happened or if he had missed something, but why? His eyes were filled with rage and hatred. But suddenly, these emotions were replaced by shock and horror, because he heard the voice of the main character, who said that now he understood where he decided to escape. Zhongwu was standing directly behind his opponent. Bild turned to the boy in silence. The main character looked at the man with burning eyes and asked if this was the very stone they wanted to create, adding that it looked nothing special or something went wrong. Bild gripped his robe tightly in his hand and said to himself that it didn't look like anything, but why there was no reaction. He clenched his teeth tightly, and tears appeared in his eyes. He suddenly pointed his severed hand at the guy and shouted loudly, asking why he was doing this, what he wanted from him, whether he had done something to him, why he was at war with them, since they had nothing in common with him, and why he had invaded here. Shouting this, he leaned against the table behind him. And then, after all the questions, the main character put his hand to his mask. Throwing it off his face, he asked if he was asking why he was at odds with them, and then asked if such an answer would suit him. Build's eyes immediately showed shock and horror. His pupils reflected Dongwoo's face. With hatred and contempt in his eyes, the guy looked at the one he would soon kill. The hunter and the victim looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, Build's face turned pale, and he screamed in his head that this could not be. The protagonist took a step towards him and said that he didn't seem to have any idea how much he missed them. His smile on his face was exactly the same as his brother's. Build saw Youngwoo in Zhongwoo and wondered how he ended up here. The obelisk rose into the blue sky, and the main character said to himself that while he was torturing Build, he learned a lot of new things, that his brother died, and Arsha was disbanded, and along with this, the goals of the 8 clans alliance disappeared, because the towers had undergone great changes. The distribution of power changed dramatically, the former members of Arti had to go their separate ways, and each of them could now take what they wanted, but someone's life was allowed halfway. Jongwoo lowered his gaze and said to himself that if at least one of them, was a little sorry for what they had done, then things could have been different. He sat on Build's body and added that to them his brother's case was just a matter of course. Suddenly the man, lying in his blood, asked with the last of his strength to kill him. Hearing this, the young man looked at his opponent. He suddenly frowned and asked what he should do, and then asked if he knew the fairy tale about the frog who did everything the other way around, adding that now he understood it perfectly. He did not get up from Build's body, continuing to say that there were many more besides him who would like to see him. After these words, the guy snapped his fingers. At the same moment, ghosts appeared behind him. The evil spirits previously tied to the dungeons were freed with the help of a black bracelet. Zonga picked up his mask from the floor and said to himself that these were the dead who had become the ingredients for this stone, and they were so eager to take revenge on Build that they had even become his minions. And as he was leaving, the ghosts hovered over their victim. They leaned closer and closer to him. Suddenly, Build turned to the protagonist and shouted loudly that he had told him everything he wanted, so he asked to just kill him. He stretched out his hand in the direction of the guy who was silently leaving. Tears poured from the man's eyes, and at the same moment the ghosts pounced on him. A few minutes later, Jongwoo walked outside. He looked to the side and said to himself that he needed to blow up Arandon's base, and those evil spirits seemed to have finished their job. Suddenly, there was some surprise in his eyes at what he saw. Under the rubble lay Build's charred corpse. The guy sat down next to him and said to himself that he wanted to get out of here somehow, although he was so eager for death. The man's entire body was completely black. Suddenly the wind began to blow his ashes. A few seconds later, only a magic stone remained on the ground. In the system screen that appeared, it was written that it was a purple stone that could not be identified, and after reading this, the protagonist said to himself that it was impossible to identify and use it either, and that such items were usually classified as F-grade items, and then asked himself if so many people had been sacrificed for this failed experiment. Reaching out to the purple stone, he added that there was nothing left to do but throw it away, although it was better to take it now, and then surely there would be a use for it. But as soon as the guy took the magic stone in his hands, a bright light appeared. The main character looked at this with surprise in his eyes. As soon as the light faded, he saw that the magic stone began to dissolve in his hand. Magical energy moved through his body towards his heart. A bright light appeared there again, and then Jongwoo asked himself what it was, adding that it was as if the stone had become part of his magic chain, although he didn't want to, but fortunately, now he could learn more than he could before. Upon opening the system screen, he saw that the classification, rank, description, and possibility of this magic stone were hidden. After that, another system screen appeared, informing that this artifact is unique, and there are no items similar to this stone in the entire tower, so it is impossible to identify the quality, class, and capabilities of the item. But this artifact is not yet complete, so its owner must complete it in order to access the hidden information. After reading everything to the end, the main character pointed to the system screen with his finger, and said to himself that now at least one thing became clear to him. He folded his arms over his chest and added that this was not a defect or a low-quality item, it was just not completed yet, but a special procedure was needed to complete it, so he had no choice but to keep it close to his heart until it was completed, because it still had no effect so far. Bringing his hand to his heart, the guy added that it was a little unpleasant. After these thoughts, he shifted his gaze to the side. The base was destroyed, and the main character understood that now it was all over. 2 moons floated across the star-studded night sky. The main character looked at them, when suddenly he said that everything was over, so they could go out. His friends came out from behind the stones. Walking up to Zhong, Kong said that although he had always felt it, his level was indeed different, to which he asked in what sense. Then the guy spread his hand to the side and explained that he meant that he had caused all this chaos, and he even wondered what they had done to him that he decided to destroy the entire clan. To this question, the main character only shrugged his shoulders. Doyle then approached him and asked what about Build, to which he replied that he had killed him. The girl, hearing this, raised her eyebrows in surprise, and her friend smiled contentedly. After a few seconds, Doyle closed her eyes and smiled warmly and said that it was good. But immediately after these words, the smile disappeared from her face. She turned away and said to herself that Blue Flower Island would not allow such a thing to happen, and she would like to kill Build with her own hands. But she wasn't that brave, it was just her recklessness, and to vent her anger, she first needed to gain strength. After saying that, she remembered standing in front of the protagonist, saying all this. Leaving her memories, the girl lowered her gaze and said that she would not lose again, no matter what the enemy was. Khan looked at his girlfriend with his arms folded on his chest. Suddenly he fell to his knee and said that all these bastards were dead, and now the end was not far off. But he was broken, although he had only taken a couple of steps, and he was already dizzy, and then he turned to Doyle. The girl immediately turned to her friend and asked what was wrong. Raising his head, the guy smiled and said that probably their journey ends here. Hearing this, Doyle raised her eyebrows in surprise. After a few seconds, she smiled warmly and replied that she probably did, and that she thought so anyway. Sitting on the ground, Khan looked at the protagonist and asked where he would go now, probably Sector G, to which he firmly replied, yes, because now it is possible. Khan suddenly threw a bag into the hands of his savior and told him to take it with him. Jongwoo looked at what he was given in surprise. The bag contained a golden crown and many blue marbles, while Khan explained that this was all he and Doyle had collected in the meantime, and some of it had been used and some of it had not. Suddenly, Jongwoo handed him the bag back and said that if they were trying to repay him with it, then he didn't need it, so they could keep it. Then Khan waved his hand and said that they were leaving the tutorial. After these words, the friends smiled warmly. From these words, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character. Seeing this reaction, Khan spread his hand to the side and admitted that in fact, while he was wreaking havoc among the opponents, he and Doyle had seriously discussed everything, and they couldn't go to Sector G in their condition, they wouldn't be able to keep their rating, and besides, they might end up being caught by other players again. Doyle raised her hand and added that that's why they decided to quietly walk out of this round to try next time, and there's really no point if they can't climb the rankings to first or second place. The main character, having listened to his friends, silently nodded and said to himself that the player who can climb to the first place is entitled to the corresponding prize, which is why he is so stubbornly trying to accumulate more points. Suddenly he froze in place, realizing something. He took a step towards the girl and asked if it would be possible to start again if they quit the round, to which she asked in response if he didn't know that there were many players who tried to complete the tutorial several times, and they fight until they get the right to enter the tower. As soon as Jongwoo heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning, and he said to himself that he had always thought that he could only enter here once in his life. Gritting his teeth in anger, he drew an image of his brother in his head and added that there were no special notes in his journal, which meant that he had been doing so many unwise things all this time, although he could not have done it at all. He suddenly imagined massive doors and thought that there was no specific period for opening the tutorial, and the tower opened it when the time was right, so even if he could try again next time, no one knew how long he would have to wait. After leaving his performances, he continued to stare at Doyle, saying to himself that it was fun anyway, and he was even able to grab Build. Under the mask, he was smiling. Doyle and Khan smiled back at him, and the guy realized that he had met some very good players, after which he asked if they really wanted him to take all this. Then Khan spread his hands in different directions and replied that one way or another, it was better for someone to be able to take advantage of it than just throw it away. Suddenly he smiled madly and, striking his fist in the palm of his hand, added that he thought that he could stuff the faces of Pant and Adore. Seeing this, Doyle frowned and asked if he realized that he was looking completely inappropriate now, to which he asked her to be silent. And while they were arguing, Jongwoo looked at them and said to himself, Pant and Adora. Then, drawing two black silhouettes in his head, he added that he had heard and seen these names more than once, and every time he checked the rating of the tutorial, these names adorned the tops, and besides, he had to encounter them in Sector G. The guys suddenly looked at him when he asked what kind of people they were, and immediately received the answer that they were monsters. Jongwoo silently stared at his friends, waiting for an explanation. Gritting his teeth, Khan lowered his eyes and told him that he had tried to surpass them so many times, but it was useless, they were just some kind of monsters. He frowned, and his eyes filled with rage and hatred for them. Suddenly, the guy threw his hand over the shoulder of the main character and exclaimed that he should take what they gave him and make sure to get to the first place, and in short, they gave him their place, and it sounds pretty cool. After listening to his comrade, Jongwoo smirked. Closing his eyes, he said that he would do his best for them, to which Khan winked and replied that this was exactly what he was waiting for. After all, this was exactly what a man should show on the battlefield: friendship and the spirit of competition. This was the picture he wanted to see. Doyle looked at her friends with a kind of bewilderment. A few minutes later, the main character put a crown on his head. He looked at his comrades, who were laughing loudly. They held their stomachs and asked him what kind of species it was, adding that he was very funny. At the same time, the system screen reported that the main character had a little more than a day left, and the last sector was ahead, which meant that there was very little left, and he had to break through. 8 hours have passed in this way, and the hidden part of the tutorial that requires the crown of Hargan is in the deepest place in the echidna's lair. Kong and Doyle told Jong about it, and they also explained to him how to get there, and he descended into this lair, gradually destroying the echidna until he reached the last location where he encountered the boss. A huge monster with glowing eyes crawled out at the main character. The guy looked at the toothy mouth of the monster and said to himself that it was a dangerous and strong creature, and it was comparable in strength to the Akasha. But after a few minutes, he dealt the boss a decisive blow, and when blood spurted in all directions, he said to himself that if he did not have the crown of Hargan, he did not know whether he would have remained buried alive in this lair or not, or maybe he would have been killed by this monster at all. He was breathing heavily, and beads of sweat were running down his face. As suddenly, raising his head, the main character saw a sword. The warm rays of the sun fell on the weapon. Jongwoo immediately grabbed the hilt of his sword. In one sharp movement, he took out a weapon and said to himself that it was Vigrid, the last part that Khan and Doyle were preparing for Pant and Edora. Taking out his sword, the main character looked at the elegant blade. All this time, he was watched on cameras. Ibulker put his hand to his chin and said that no matter how you looked, this man was really very greedy, because he had dealt with Akasha and even Arandon, and now he had already reached Vigrid. The goblin smiled contentedly and added that even though he entered the tutorial a week late, he still got hold of these hidden items that seemed to be waiting for him. And now he was the player who defeated Arandon, and the more he watched him, the more interesting it became. The smile on his face grew wider as he wondered what he would be able to show in the last 12 hours before the end of the tutorial. Ibulker suddenly turned off all the cameras and said that this show should be even more interesting, because only he knew about all this. He put the first level of protection and added that only moderators, the highest positions, can restrict access to these recordings, and among the moderators there are also those who neglect their duties and make various deals with players, so it is better to hide this to avoid bad consequences. After these words, a lock appeared on the system screen. After that, the goblin turned his gaze to the main character and said that he would now be watching. After a while, Jongwoo entered the last zone of the tutorial, Sector G. He looked at the stairs leading to the island in the sky, and said to himself that he had finally made it here, adding that this was Sector G, the last step. System screen suddenly appeared in front of him, informing him that the trial of Sector G had begun, and below it was written that in this sector he could steal merit points from another player, and for this he needed to defeat him in a duel. Here he could show what he was capable of, defeating the maximum number of players and getting the maximum number of points. The guy walked up the stairs and said to himself that this challenge was similar to the one in Zone Z and F, where you had to collect tokens, but compared to the previous sectors, the confrontation between the players is open here, and because of this, chaos reigns in this place. Everyone fights in fierce duels, and his brother only said two things about this place: Battle Royale and Chaos. Saying this in his head, the main character continued to move forward. He took it one step at a time, thinking that this is a place where battles between the best players take place, but it is also a place where things change quickly, because the most unexpected turn of events can happen here. Having finished, he entered the island. Powerful magical energy was radiating in all directions. Jongwoo stood behind all the players and asked himself what this powerful aura was. Those in front of him frowned furiously and asked each other how this was even possible in a tutorial, adding that they were just monsters. A large crowd of players attacked just one person, who laughed madly and shouted that it was very funny to see them go out of their way not to fail. A girl with a horn on her forehead stood to the side. The main character, squinting, looked at all this from the outside. Looking closer, he saw a sharp fang, purple hair, golden eyes, and a horn right on his temple, after which he immediately realized that these one-horned ones were Pant and Edora. The guy was smiling madly, and the girl was standing behind him. The main character saw the guy raise his leg and said to himself that they are one-horned, and among all the creatures in the tower, only they are called the embodiments of martial art. As soon as he finished, the guy created a shake with one blow to the ground. The players could hardly stand on their feet. Jongwoo continued to look at his future opponents without any emotion. The guy, a player named Punt, raised his hand and asked what he was doing, if he hadn't come here to grab him, adding that in that case, he should attack, not stand idle. He suddenly smiled mischievously and added that otherwise he would attack himself. Immediately after these words, he rushed to attack. Players began to raise shields and use magic, shouting loudly that they needed to stop him. The Punt put quite a large amount of magical energy into his fist before attacking. With just one blow, he broke both the magical barriers and the shields of his opponents. Swinging again, he exclaimed that their shields were too weak, and then asked who they were going to stop with this. Asking this, the one-horned man threw his opponent to the sky with one blow. Even in the air, he began to beat the guy, saying that with such strength as he had, he would not even cope with a garden scarecrow. Those players who were still intact looked at this picture with horror in their eyes. Most of the guys were lying on the floor in their own blood. Having defeated another enemy, Pant turned to the others. His gaze turned pale on the players' faces. Seeing such a reaction, the guy smiled broadly. With one quick attack, he hit several players at once and ordered them not to stand in pillars, but to do at least something. The main character looked at the enemy from the side and said to himself that he was quite strong, and it is not surprising that they dealt with the Akasha so easily. Right at his feet lay the defeated players. After a few seconds, Jongwoo shifted his gaze and said to himself that there was another one here. There was no emotion on the girl's face. Adora, the younger sister of Pant, the consummate top-ranked player, was holding a huge weapon. The protagonist suddenly descended into a flashback, in which Kang, holding out his finger, said that Pant is strong to the point of madness, adding that he creates the feeling of a huge insurmountable mountain. He suddenly put his hand to his chin and said that Adora was a different matter. She was much softer than Pant, but she was completely impossible to read. He imagined the girl's burning eyes in his head and continued to say that when she appeared in sight, it felt like he was looking into a bottomless sea, which was why she was frightening, because even if there was the highest mountain in front of him, he would still be able to see the peak. But it was not so easy to see the seabed. Jongwoo, leaving his memories, continued to stare at Adora, saying to himself that he seemed to understand what Kang meant. Narrowing his eyes, he added that she seemed to be hiding something. The guy imagined that there was only darkness below her head, and added that there was something huge and terrifying about her. But what was it? Suddenly, Adora looked away out of the corner of her eye. Then she turned her head to the main character. Jongwoo looked at her, and knew that her calm gaze had caught up with him. With coldness in her eyes, the girl watched the guy, who realized that something hiding inside her was watching him. Suddenly Adora smiled broadly. The main character did not take his eyes off her. I understand that he was noticed. Closing his eyes and grinning, he added that he wanted to observe the situation a little longer, but apparently it was time for him to stop looking at them from afar. Taking a few steps forward, he said to himself that there was nothing he could do about it. All that remained was to show himself. After these words, the guy took out a bag from his backpack, given to him by his friends. Entering the arena, he stopped. Turning the bag over, the main character poured out all its contents. The players looked at the blue balls and shouted loudly, asking what he was doing, why he had scattered them, if he was going to give up after losing to Pant, but it was too useless a waste because he could give them to them. Panta looked away out of the corner of his eye as he heard loud screams that asked each other how much he had thrown away, 1,000 or even 2. He stared silently at the man who entered the arena. At this time, the main character used conversion without any emotion on his face. All the tokens immediately lit up, and the system screen that appeared revealed that all the tokens collected in sectors E and F had been successfully converted into merit points and added to his main score. A few seconds later, a bright yellow ball appeared. Immediately after that, the rating of the tutorial was updated, and in first place appeared a person whose name was hidden, and who had a gap of almost 40,000 points. This shocked Adora's eyes. All eyes were on the main character, because everyone understood that since this round of the tutorial began, they were seeing someone break out on top for the first time. Seeing and hearing this reaction, Jongwoo threw the briefcase over his shoulder and said to himself that the bait had been cast, and now it was time to try it out. After these thoughts, he took out his sword from its scabbard with a sharp movement. He exposed the sword shrouded in powerful magical energy at the opponent, after which system screens appeared, which reported that it was a weapon called Big Rid of unknown classification and rank, and the description said that a long time ago in the Forgotten Silver Age there was a holy sword that all the greatest heroes of that time wanted to possess, but this sword, having passed through many heroes and absorbed a huge amount of blood, eventually it was transformed into a demonic weapon, and, even after going through several eras, this holy sword was unable to return to its original form, and in order to return this weapon to its original form, a special condition must be met. Because most of the abilities are hidden, and in order to unlock them, you need to have certain qualifications or fulfill special conditions. As soon as the main character read everything to the end, a powerful magical energy enveloped him. It was released in all directions, and the players had to cover their faces with their hands and shout loudly, asking what kind of artifact it was. They all looked at the masked guy and whispered, asking each other if such a powerful weapon really existed, but where did he find this artifact, and if the others saw his score in the rankings, adding that even if they shared this tidbit among everyone, they would still be able to climb the rankings, and besides, he was a solo player who had no team, and this means that if they grab him, there will be no consequences. The main character stood motionless in the same place. Wide smiles suddenly began to appear on the faces of the players. They grew wider with every second. Players began to surround the guy, saying that even if he is not inferior in strength to Adora and Pantu, then no matter how strong he is, he will not be able to resist such a huge number of players. The main character drew a sword in his head and said to himself that originally Big Rid was the name of the battlefield on which divine beings and heroes fought, but his currently available abilities are very impressive. Holding out his sword, he unleashed its power and said to himself that the first ability was the blessing of the sword. After saying that, he brought the brightly glowing blade to him. The players began to cover their ears from the released energy. After that, system screens appeared, stating that the blessing of the sword was the hatred of the previous owners absorbed into Big Rid, which changed his divine powers into a curse, and the demonic energy accumulated on the blade of the sword increased in proportion to the strength and number of opponents, as well as the chance of dealing critical damage. Jongwoo, saying to himself that his friends had paid special attention to this ability, descended into a flashback in which Kang, stretching out his hand, said that the power of this sword would increase in proportion to the strength of Pant and Edora, so he would be able to equal them in strength at once. So this was one of the easiest ways to overtake Pant and Edora in the ranking. After leaving his memories, the guy put his hand to the blade and added that all that remained was to pass the last sector, so he needed to accumulate demonic energy in advance, which meant that he would deal with this trifle first. Swinging his sword, he raised a huge magical tornado. At the same second, he rushed to attack. As soon as the players saw this, their faces contorted into grimaces of horror, and they shouted in a loud shaking voice that this was very dangerous, and they had to defend themselves. But as soon as they shouted it, the protagonist launched a quick attack. A bright flash of light appeared. When it faded, some players still covered their heads with their hands. A few seconds later, one of them opened his eyes and said that he was alive. But when the dust cleared, he saw that dozens of other players had been defeated in a single blow. Jongwoo looked up at the survivors coldly, and said to himself that although Kang and Doyle were mostly talking about the blessing of the sword, he actually had another good enough ability. After these thoughts, the body of one dead player was enveloped in green magical energy. She immediately dispersed in all directions around him. This force was in contact with players who were still alive. Suddenly, shock and horror appeared in the eyes of one of them. In the system screen that appeared, it was reported that this was a blessing of poison. At the moment of the final blow to the enemy, a curse began to apply to everyone in the vicinity, and infected players had their defense and movement speed reduced, as well as 2 more abilities that were hidden. Players subject to the curse clutched at their throats. The main character, seeing this, immediately rushed to attack. He began to kill everyone in his path. Less than a minute later, the guy looked behind his back and said to himself that it looked like he was done with these losers, so it was worth switching to the next goal. Jongwoo stared at Edora. The girl stood at the other end of the arena without a drop of fear in her eyes. Suddenly Pan appeared in front of her. He slammed his fists away from each other. The guy smiled madly, laughed loudly and shouted that he had been waiting for this for a long time. His eyes lit up brightly, and he added that he had been waiting for a real battle for a long time, not for these small losers. After these words, Pan turned to his sister and asked if he would go. Upon receiving such a question, Edora raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked in response if he ever needed her permission at all, to which he, putting his hand on his neck, replied that he still wanted to know her opinion. Then the girl, closing her eyes, smiled and said well, adding that she would not tell her father anything. After receiving permission, Pan turned around and said that he was going, when suddenly his sister asked him to leave it there. Then he handed her 2 yellow balls and said that he had almost forgotten about it. Edora gripped what her brother had given her tightly in her hands. In the next second, the 2 yellow orbs lit up brightly. Immediately afterward, system screens appeared announcing that the tutorial's rating had been updated, and now Edora had risen to the top with a lead of 10,000 points. Those players who were still alive looked at them from the side and shouted loudly that they could go crazy, because no matter how close they were, the brother gave his sister 60,000 points just like that, although everyone in the tutorial was ready to give their lives for these points. At this time, Pan smiled broadly and told the protagonist not to compare them to these weaklings. After all, they originally had different levels with them. Closing his eyes, he said to himself that he hoped that the guy would fight at full strength. Standing up in a fighting stance, Pan added that only his clan of Hamajins, their investigative combat skill, secret technique, knew this. Frowning, he opened his eyes abruptly. Lightning began to appear around him as he used Thunder Fist. In the next second, he rushed to attack, shouting loudly that he would just take all his points. In an instant, Pant was in front of his opponent. The main character, seeing this, immediately swung his sword. 2 incredibly powerful magical energies collided with each other. When everything stopped, the first thing everyone saw was corpses lying on the ground. Both opponents were unharmed after such an attack. Pant smiled broadly and said that he didn't seem to be that bad, adding that he was even more than good. He suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly, asking where he should start. Jongwoo changed his grip at this time. He slammed the blade of his sword directly into the ground. A powerful magical energy was released in the direction of Pant. Shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw, and he immediately realized that it was dangerous. Wahorn raised his arms for protection. He could hardly stand on his feet and screamed in his head that this could not be, because having been born into a royal family, he had learned many combat tactics and even absorbed the energy of the Akasha, and now he was overwhelmed with incredible magical power. But how could he just lose? When the effect of the technique ended, everyone saw that he was pushed back a few meters. Pant's blood spilled onto the ground. At this time, he silently wiped the blood from his face. Suddenly, he smiled broadly and asked if the one who was to become king could lose. The protagonist looked at his opponent with eyes full of coldness, and asked himself if he was smiling. In the next second, yellow lightning bolts surrounded Pant's body, and he shouted loudly that he couldn't back down, because that's what he learned from his father, and this is his true strength. Clenching his hands into fists, he unleashed his insanely strong magic energy. Pant grinned and thought it was interesting. Then he took off and rushed forward. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that he had never expected to meet such a player in this place. A white flash appeared in front of the protagonist's face. He raised his sword to deflect the blows. The girl was standing in the distance. She looked ahead seriously. Her yellow eyes shone brightly. Jongwoo jumped into the air, avoiding the enemy's attack. The space was filled with gray dust that blocked the view. While in the sky, the young man thought that now he could not recognize the movements of his opponent. The pant was behind the protagonist's back as he mused that the dust would make it impossible for the demon to see him either. The guy turned sharply. The demon stabbed him directly in the stomach. Then Punt attacked him many more times. Red blood flowed out from under the white mask. Zongu began to fall like a stone. The enemy suddenly grabbed him by the head. His fists began to emit a golden light, and he shouted that the protagonist was finished. The protagonist imagined the last minutes of the battle and thought of a skill that he had never used before, the skill of foresight. The young man crossed his arms and thought that the last time he tested this skill was before going to the G sector. After that he left this skill for a long time and did not think about it. That if only this person could foresee even a couple of seconds of his future, then he would be able to save his life. The clock was melting away, and the player thought that now he would be able to use this skill for no more than 5 seconds. Looking at the screen, he decided that the biggest problem was figuring out when to use this ability, as he couldn't predict exactly when his life would be in danger. His dark eyes looked down as he thought that in a duel with an opponent, the situation changed very quickly, so 3 seconds of foresight might not be enough, and he also needed to have time to analyze the situation. He stood motionless on the ground, contemplating whether or not he would be able to raise the limit of his abilities, and that he would die if he failed. Pant was beating Jongwoo. Suddenly the main character jumped up. Holding the sword in his hand, he thought that through foresight he had known his future. The enemy was behind him, and he thought that now, thanks to the dragon's eye, the desire for combat, and the enhancement of his senses, he would be able to refine his body. The demon's eyes bulged in amazement as the player turned to him and thought that he was using his lightning step. The guy grabbed his opponent by the wrist. He pressed his hand to his back and decided that he would use his magic power to the fullest. The demon raised his other fist and shouted with a smirk that it was definitely the end of Zhong now. He suddenly gritted his teeth in rage and sweated. The protagonist attacked him and replied that this was the end for him. Blood splattered from Pant's mouth. The protagonist's sword began to emit a blue light. Then the guy waved his weapon. The enemy opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly in fear. He threw his head back, red spots on his skin and clothes. The player rushed forward and thought that he had 1 more second left. He was approaching Eater. The girl suddenly gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. A white flash flashed from their collision. The mask hid the face of the guy, who thought that in his vision the one-horned counterattacked. He looked to the side and thought that the most important thing came next. He imagined the girl's black silhouette and thought that if everything went according to the prediction, she would now collapse, bleeding to death. Suddenly, Edora raised her hands up. She knocked the dagger out of the young man's hands. He was covered in sweat and furrowed his brows in shock. He then stretched out his hand to the side and thought that he hadn't made any mistakes. The opponent deflected the blow again until Junwoo understood why his vision did not come true. The girl opened her mouth and sighed. Then she put her sword behind her back. After that, she brandished her weapon, but the main character managed to jump back. Gray smoke rose in the air. A crooked trench remained on the ground. Holding a huge sword in her hands, the one-horned woman said that the protagonist was very strong. He furrowed his brows, paying attention to her eyes. The girl's gaze was serious, and the player thought that she had been hiding the fact that she had been able to penetrate his vision for a very long time. Edora had her back turned. Insight is a skill that allows you to see through the essence of objects. This girl was able to cope with the process of learning the secret technique. She looked to the side. Insight gives the ability to see through reality, and thanks to this skill, she can identify the thoughts and actions of the opponent, hence block almost any attack. The clock opened, and Jongwoo thought that his predictions were simply overridden. He stood at a distance from his opponent, thinking that the time of prediction had expired. One Horn furrowed her brows and asked if the player was going to continue. The young man put away his sword and replied that it was time to finish. The girl smiled and said that it was a good decision, and that he had fought so many enemies at the same time, including her brother, and it was impressive. Dust flew past the guy. Edora said that she would like to give him the first place, but they also have their own good reasons, and the protagonist asked what made her think that he was going to give up. The girl furrowed her brows and looked at him dumbfounded. The main character held yellow balls tied with a rope in his hand. The one-horned woman was covered with sweat from stunning. She looked to the side and found that her talismans had disappeared from her belt. As a drop of sweat dripped down her cheek, she couldn't say anything. The orb shone brightly, and she asked how this was possible. Looking straight ahead, Jongwoo replied that it was her eyes. Edora's eyes bulged in amazement, and the guy assumed that she could only foresee what was in her field of vision. He remembered how his dagger fell down. The blade cut the rope on the belt that held these gold crystals. Edora looked down and thought that she was only focused on significant attacks. For that reason, she overlooked it. The young man held her talismans in his hand, saying that he would take care of it. Players opened their mouths in shock when they saw that the tutorial's rating had been updated. They looked at the protagonist in shock and thought that even if he hadn't stolen the golden talismans from the girl, he would still have taken first place. The young man's eyes lit up, and he thought that for his own gain, he was devouring everything in his path. One Horn opened her mouth wide, asking Zonga to wait for the lightning step skill to be used. She raised her hand, but the main character had already disappeared. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that this was the first defeat in the tutorial, and this was a complete defeat. Her fist was trembling. She then placed her hand on her reddened cheeks and said that her opponent was very tough. The player was sitting on a rock. The tutorial time expired. A backpack and a sword were hanging on his back, and he thought that a long time had passed. Suddenly he found himself in the middle of the crowd. Other players looked at each other, discussing the end of the tutorial. Standing behind Jongwoo were two men who began to discuss the fact that he had won the first place. The mask hid the protagonist's face as he thought about the fact that the rumors had reached even those who weren't in Sector G. He hadn't expected to attract so much attention. The guy closed his eyes and thought that there was only one way to get Zeus' key, and there were two places that he should definitely go to when he entered the tower. On the white flag was a dagger with wings. The first thing the player had to visit was the house of the Arsha clan. He imagined the ancient structure and thought that he would then go to the treasury of Olympia, where the ancient deities kept treasures, and Zeus' key could unlock it. The player looked to the side and found that Khan and Doyle had already left. He was even sorry that he could not meet them here. There was a crowd behind the young man. Jongwoo turned around when he heard someone call out to him. Yeol said with a joyful smile that he had heard about the masked rookie, and immediately knew who it was. Standing in front of him, the protagonist thought that he had become kinder, and the child reported that he had accidentally found Frisia's garden in the waiting room of Sector B. The player's eyes lit up as he activated the Dragon's Eye skill. He saw the silhouette of Yeol and thought that this guy was no longer the same as he was before. The newcomer put his hand on his waist and asked if his companion had found anything else, to which the child replied that he had met a mentor. He closed his eyes and explained that his mentor was not like those people, and he was really grateful to him. Jongwoo looked down. Yeol closed his eyes and said that thanks to the main character, he was able to change his mindset and meet a good mentor. With a smile, he added that they would definitely meet again someday. Jongwoo nodded silently. Then Yeol began to evaporate. The player was looking straight ahead, thinking about the fact that his comrade was one step closer to the tower, and it was unexpected. A white circle appeared in the air. The player looked to the side, and someone laughed and said that he was glad to see those faces again. The goblin was coming out of the portal. He sank down on the platform. Ibelker took off his hat and introduced himself as a tutorial administrator. All the players looked at the goblin, who praised them for their efforts and hoped that they would continue to show such remarkable qualities as they moved up the tower. The administrator adjusted the monocle. He raised his hands and said that he would now announce their results. The players opened their mouths in shock when they saw that the first place was taken by the person who scored more than 500,000 points. Jongwoo shuddered. He turned and saw that Punt was looking at him with fury. Adora grinned slyly. She opened her mouth a little and congratulated him in a whisper. The protagonist looked straight at him in bewilderment. He then activated the Dragon's Eye. He saw the twins' auras and thought that this congratulation was sincere. However, he didn't understand how he was able to make a good impression on her. After all, they were rivals. The player turned around when he heard someone laughing. The goblin stood on the high platform, reporting that one of them had taken first place and scored more than 500,000 points. He raised his hand and added that this is the highest result not only for this round, but in the entire history of the tutorial, and for this, of course, there is a reward. A blue screen appeared in front of the guy, where there was an offer to place his name in the Hall of Fame. The young man pressed the reject button and thought that such an honor was an outstanding achievement. Ibelker touched his face and said that the protagonist did have a unique personality, but there were still people who had outstanding abilities but didn't show it off. He then snapped his fingers and said it was time for the awards. A magic cube with question marks appeared in Jongwoo's hands, and he received the ibis egg and the lion helmet of the Beast King. The player smirked as he received Zeus' key. Holding the item in his palm, he thought that in the eyes of an unknowing person, it looked like an F-class item, and many players in the first place lost or threw it away. Looking down, the young man thought that later on, these players had learned about the true purpose of this item, and regretted this omission very much. The key shone brightly. In order to complete it, you need to collect 11 more items. The newcomer clenched his hand into a fist and thought that all the remaining elements were hidden and it would not be easy to get them, but he had to open the treasury of Olympus at all costs. He stood in the middle of the crowd, thinking that with this award in his hand, he had the feeling that everything was finally over now. The goblin clapped his hands and loudly announced that this was the end of them. He raised his hand and said that they had all done their best, and players who had been granted the right to enter the tower would receive a separate notification. Then Ibyoker put his hand on his chest and reminded him that the exit was at the bottom of the room. A bright light illuminated the crowd. There was a blue light under his feet. Jongwoo looked down and someone called him. Pant came up to him. The protagonist turned to the one-horned man, who asked if the leader had used the artifact in the G sector. A fire lit up in his eyes, and he said that if Jongwoo was a warrior, then he couldn't give it up. As the demon emitted bright energy, The victor looked at it with skepticism. The mask was on his face, and he sighed heavily. Then the young man raised his hands and said that he was giving up. There were bright circles under the players, and the protagonist asked if Punt was happy that he had won. Then he turned away, and the one-horned man stared after him, stunned. Suddenly, he raised his hand and shouted deafeningly that he wasn't done yet. However, there was only a bright light in front of him. Jongwoo disappeared, and Pant fell to his knees, screaming loudly in anger. The recruit held the sword in his hand. As soon as the tutorial round ended, rumors spread throughout the different communities of the tower at an incredible speed. Pant needed his fists. Adora held a weapon in her hand. The man who took first place swept through the G sector and took possession of everything he could, earning him the nickname of a bigwig. Dark silhouettes could be seen. Many clans had their eyes on Jongwoo. They were all trying to find out his true face, but no one could find information about him. The warriors whispered. In the end, the identity of this newcomer was completely shrouded in mystery. Various rumors and guesses piled up like snowdrifts. In the middle of the city was a long pillar. People walked around the city. The tower soared into the sky, located in the middle of the endless city. The protagonist introduced his brother, and thought that he was inside the tower because he was connected to the elite of this place. The protagonist imagined the crowd and thought that his brother's actions seemed like a challenge to them, so there was nothing he could do. The young man took the mask in his hand and decided that everything was different now. He turned around and thought that he would look at them through Jongwoo's eyes, speak to them in his voice, and bring back everything they had done to him. The player walked through the city, looking around. He looked sideways, doubting that the place he was looking for was here. In his hand was a photograph that showed the very surroundings. The guy approached a small house and assumed that it was here. He looked at the dirty sign of the forge. Then the newcomer went inside and apologized for the trouble. It was dark inside, and he assumed that something had happened here not long ago. Tools and weapons were visible, on which there was not a stain. Jongwoo's eyes shone brightly, and he saw that all the items were of a high class. Suddenly he turned around and saw a dagger. There were blood stains on the blade. The young man touched on this and thought that he couldn't recognize the two objects here, even with the dragon's eye. He took the dagger, and thought that was not bad. Suddenly, a beam of light fell on the protagonist's back. A muscular arm was visible. A low silhouette could be seen at the entrance, and the man asked who was there. The stranger was standing in the aisle. He had a long beard, and he asked who had come here. Jongwoo's eyes bulged out dumbfounded. The gnome was holding blades in his hand, and the guy thought that he was the one he saw in that photo. The player put the dagger back in its place and thought that this dwarf was smiling with his brother in an old faded photo. The warrior stood nearby and smiled, Jongwoo often talking about how this creature was the only companion he could rely on. The mask was pressed to the novice's face. He imagined himself and his brother as children and thought that they both had no memories of their father, and when they were children, they were told that he had died due to an accident. Genova furrowed his brows when the player said that he had come here to buy weapons. He pointed to the ceiling and shouted loudly that the condition of the shop was not the best. There were cobwebs in the corners, and there were cracks in the walls. The young man raised his hand and asked if this was a problem. The dwarf walked past him and called him a fool, ordering him to get out of here. Muscular shoulders could be seen, and Jongwoo seriously repeated that he had come here to buy weapons. The blacksmith furrowed his brows indignantly and furiously shouted that he was no longer selling weapons, and again ordered the guy to leave. He crashed into the player, shouting that he should not interfere with him. Suddenly, Genova's eyes widened, stunned when the protagonist asked if the reason was artist's disbandment. The dwarf turned. His hand began to tremble. He closed his eyes and told the young man not to talk about what he did not know. The newcomer looked straight and mentally concluded that he was right. He introduced Jongwoo and this dwarf, who was originally Arsha's blacksmith. He was not a member of the group, because he is not a player, but he was very close to the members of Arsha. A lot of weapons were visible. Thanks to this, Arsha emerged victorious from many battles. Manhwa held the blades in his hand as Jongwoo thought about how the blacksmith didn't sell his weapons despite his great skill. For that reason, the protagonist touched his face and asked if they tried to force the dwarf to join other clans, to which the master told him not to stick his nose into other people's affairs. The player lowered his hand and assumed that it was these clans that attacked customers who bought weapons from him. This did not allow him to continue working as a blacksmith. Hinova furrowed his brows, and the guy told him not to worry if that wasn't the reason, and then he would just give him a weapon. The master stood motionless. He then placed the blades on the table and agreed. He turned to Jong and asked what he wanted to buy. The protagonist showed him a bloody dagger. Genova's eyes widened, stunned. Then he closed them. The gnome pointed at the player with his finger and asked if he had money, to which he asked him for money on credit. The blacksmith raised his hands and furiously shouted for the customer to stop bullying, and Jongwoo explained that he was just joking. Then he threw the black bag on the floor. Genova looked at it in surprise. The protagonist sat down and explained that he had received this from the dark elf Galliard. The dwarf furrowed his brows and said that the newcomer was not so easy to get it. Then he shrugged his shoulders and asked the guy to show him the things he got in the tutorial. But his things are not cheap and will exceed all his expectations. Jongwoo placed many objects on the floor. Genova looked down with interest. He crossed his arms and thought that these things might be trash in themselves, but they were used at the heart of that artifact. The blacksmith furrowed his gray eyebrows and thought that the things that the protagonist carries with him are too good for a beginner. A dagger hung from the young man's belt. The dwarf stroked his mustache and doubted that Jongwoo had really gotten it all in the tutorial. Suddenly a look of surprise appeared on Knopf's face. He raised his hand and shouted that the player was bullying him, but the young man did not understand why he thought so. The dwarf clenched his hand into a fist and indignantly asked if the protagonist had any idea what it was, and he replied that it was the thing worn by the Beast Lord. The newcomer introduced the Beast Lord and thought that he was one of the most famous lords. He was running the tower together with the Vampire Lord. The blacksmith frowned in displeasure and thought that his swords were nothing compared to the things this guy had. He gritted his teeth and thought again that the client was definitely mocking him and looking down on him. The player raised his hand and asked what about the order. Hinova crossed his arms and asked if Jongwoo wanted to ask for Geese's eye, to which the young man replied positively. Red eyes could be seen. Geese is a giant who has a dozen arms and hundreds of eyes. The blacksmith leaned on the table and said that he was one of the only ones who can do such a thing. The protagonist bowed and apologized to the gnome, because he did not know that he no longer makes artifacts. There was a hammer on the anvil, and Hinova asked if Junwoo was serious about asking him to create such a thing. The mask was on the protagonist's face, who reminded him that he would deal with the rest of the clans. The dwarf looked at him with displeasure, as he said that all a master had to do was concentrate on creating the Eye of Geese. The young man shrugged his shoulders and said that if Hinova was afraid of them, he couldn't do anything about it either. From the workshop came the deafening cry of the blacksmith, who was ready to do anything. The newcomer held a dagger in his hand. There were red spots on the blade. This item feeds on the wearer's emotions. The stronger the emotions, the sharper the blade becomes. The guy held the weapon up to him and thought that it was much better than he had imagined. He ran his hand over the object. Looking at the weapon, Jongwoo thought that it sat very well in his hand, as if he had found a precious thing that he had lost a long time ago. Next to it, a system notification appeared that the dagger was originally created for someone very important, but with the death of this person, the item absorbed the anger and rage of the blacksmith. The young man looked up, wondering who this dear person mentioned in the description was. There was a dark sky over the city. Jongwoo looked at his watch and thought of 1 month. A mechanism was visible, and the main character thought that initially the hands on the clock, but now they have begun to move, even at a very low speed, which means that they are gradually starting to wind. The guy removed the object and decided that this should be enough. The player's eyes shone brightly. He looked away. He saw several people following him. The rookie put his hand on his backpack and thought that there were only 17 of them, and they had come for his artifacts or to try to intimidate him. The protagonist looked to the side and thought that even if they were weaklings, they would start to annoy them a lot later if he didn't deal with them now. Then the young man entered the alley. The two scoundrels nodded to each other. One of them peered into the dark passage. However, Jongwoo was no longer there. Behind the guy were boxes and barrels while the pursuers panicked. The player went down the stairs. He was wearing a black cloak. The sack fell on the table in front of the old man. The main character looked straight and said that he wanted a table on the terrace. In the middle of the night, the light shone in the windows. The owner of the establishment praised their terrace with a smile, and the young man asked him for nut coffee without syrup. The newcomer looked up and thought that his brother had often been to this cafe. His face was calm. The player was smiling. He walked through the nearest places that Jongwoo mentioned in his diary. He introduced the aquarium and thought that a lot of players didn't find the outer area particularly interesting, but Jongwoo had a lot of memories of the place. The waiter placed the drink on the guest table, who thought that the places his brother had recommended in the past were always good. Jongwoo looked to the side, wondering what his brother was thinking as he sat here. He imagined his smile. The guy then imagined Jongwoo drinking with a laugh while sitting with his friends. There was coffee in the cup, and the protagonist assumed that it was bitter because there was no syrup in it. The sign of the workshop was visible. The anvil was hot to the limit. Hinova was sweating, raising the hammer in the air. He turned around and asked why the main character had come here again, to which the guy replied that he was bored and decided to check on how the work was progressing. The dwarf turned away and cursed furiously when the player said that he would stay here and follow him just in case. The blacksmith closed his eyes and thought that he had already realized that Jongwoo was a tough nut to crack. He never listened or got angry, so it was better not to be nervous and not to waste nerve cells. The master sighed heavily. Then he struck the blade and decided to imagine that the client was not there. The player's eyes shone brightly. He saw the dwarf's aura and his thoughts. The young man closed his eyes and thought that thanks to the artifacts created by the skilled hands of the blacksmith, his brother was nicknamed the Wings of Heaven. Suddenly, the master approached the newcomer and angrily asked if he was asleep. His hands trembled, and he shouted loudly that Jongwoo was sleeping here while he worked, and the protagonist replied that he was bored. Hinova ran away, shouting insults. He furrowed his brows and said that if the player was bored, he could sit down here and forge something. Looking at the protagonist, the blacksmith ordered him to stop getting on his nerves. Suddenly, Jongwoo grabbed a hammer. Raising his hand, he said that he agreed. Hinova scratched his back silently when he said he needed to learn how to do it right. The ceiling of the workshop was visible, while the blacksmith shouted furiously. His screams could be heard from the workshop, until the protagonist thought that now he understood why his brother liked this dwarf so much. There was fog. A ruined building could be seen. Someone stepped on a flag lying on the ground. The man picked it up. Sitting on one knee, he said that it was a great misfortune. He covered his face with his hand. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that everything was much worse than the report said, and all the work they had put so much effort into disappeared in one day. People were standing in the middle of the destroyed land. They could not find information about what happened here. The man opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinates to search the entire tutorial and find Build at all costs. The two assistants immediately disappeared. The leader took off his hood. Leondi furrowed his brows and asked why this had to happen now. Tools were visible. Genova turned, gritting his teeth furiously. Zhongwu looked straight and said that he really wanted to learn this skill. The dwarf turned away, sitting on a stool. He closed his eyes and asked why the player needed it, and the guy replied that there was something he wanted to repair. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that he couldn't show the item. He imagined his watch and thought that he wanted to fix it himself. It contained many memories from his childhood with his brother. The blacksmith held a pipe in his mouth. He exhaled smoke and concluded that there was nothing he could do about it. The player approached him and said that he expected Hinova to be angry as he had asked him to learn for no good reason, to which the master replied that he knew his request was not a joke. The dwarf hung up the phone on the table and said that players were leaving their worlds and trying to climb to the top of the tower, and everyone had their own stories. Sitting on a stool, the blacksmith said that because of the order, he did not have time to learn, but he could show the young man the basics. The rest he had to understand just by watching him work. Hyanoa raised his hand and asked if Zhongwu thought he was teaching him because he liked him. The dwarf's ears turned red, and he shouted that the reason was that he was just bored. Behind the mask was the smile of the main character. The ceiling was visible, and the guy thought that despite the way the blacksmith looked, he was rather shy. On the wall of the building was a blacksmith's sign. The passerby turned his gaze to the side in bewilderment, hearing that this was not how it should be done. The hammer fell to the surface. Genova, hitting the main character on the back, exclaimed that he should do it again. Zhongwu abruptly raised the tool. The dwarf, exhaling steam, muttered that he was not so bad after all. The protagonist was standing near the furnace, and the blacksmith thought that usually when people first start working with a hammer, they either can't adjust the force or make a lot of mistakes. But after understanding the basics, he began to do quite well, and that's impressive. It seemed that the guy narrowed his eyes, after which the old man noticed what it felt like he saw the place to hit, as well as with what force and how many times he had to do it. A moment later, the young man struck powerfully with a sledgehammer. Grinning, Hinova said that at first he had looked like a complete layman in blacksmithing, but every time he pointed out his mistakes, he learned from them, and now he was indistinguishable from any other average blacksmith, and for the first time he saw people learn so quickly. The dwarf raised his pipe to his mouth and wondered if it was a second time. In the past, a teenager with his mouth wide open asked him to teach it, and added that it looked fun. The sergeant looked thoughtfully at the piece of metal. The blacksmith narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. Gripping his smoking pipe tightly, the old man muttered that he thought he was getting old to think of such useless things. Throwing an object at the player's head, the old man exclaimed that he had said that this was the wrong corner. A lantern could be seen burning at night. Zhongwu, holding his bag, thought that it had been 2 weeks since he had started studying here, and added that this road already seemed familiar. Smiling slightly, the main character said that the funny gnome grumbles and is indignant because of the mistakes he makes, but always checks if everything works out for him. The protagonist's cloak rose in the wind, and he noticed that it was now clear why Youngwoo said that he reminded him of his father, because Hinova was indeed a nice creature. Closing his eyes contentedly, the guy said that he thought he had lost everything, but was glad to know that he still had those who never betrayed him. As he walked down the dark alley, the young man explained that he could not allow Kanov to die, and that he could not be involved in problems. Gripping the handle of his bag tightly, the sergeant thought that it was enough to know who Hinova was, and as soon as Gisa's eye was ready, he would disappear from the forge. Suddenly the player raised his head. Looking towards the tall structure, Zhongwu muttered that he would very much like to be inside the tower, and added that here he was able to plunge into Jungwoo's past, and even met a person with whom he was close. Squinting, the main character realized that now he had the last thing to do, namely to climb to the upper floors of the tower and meet them. Dark silhouettes of the top rankers appeared, and it was said that they were the ones who occupied all the upper floors, and the outer area and lower floors were the place where the scum lived, too pathetic and unworthy of being next to the best of the best, and therefore the protagonist needed to become stronger as quickly as possible, since only being on the same ground with them would he be able to avenge his brother on them. Suddenly, the guy noticed a stranger in front of him. Unexpectedly, the young man was surrounded. The sergeant, standing in a circle of people, asked what it was. A portrait of the player was drawn on the paper. The bandit, smiling, said that he had a white mask and cloak, and so they came to the right place, after which he added that it was the idiot who ignored their warning and began to wander around the Hinova forge. Stretching out his hand, the villain said that from the way he looked, he must have recently left the tutorial, and then elaborated on what made him think he might be ignoring their warning. Lifting the corners of his lips, Jongwoo wondered if these were the same bastards who continued to bother Hyuno, and then muttered that he thought why they hadn't shown up all this time. Imagining dark silhouettes behind the dwarf, the protagonist explained that in fact, the 8 clans don't care what happens outside the upper floors, but there are many small clans here that have the protection of the 8 aforementioned and they need to act tactfully so as not to fall out of favor, and it seems that oppressing Henev was one of those actions. Clenching his jaw, the young master asked if the protagonist was laughing, and also called him a crazy bastard. Looking ahead, the guy asked to stop annoying him and get out of the way. The bandit sharply reached for his sword. Suddenly, the young man disappeared, leaving a light haze behind him. The sergeant was behind the villain. The player stuck a knife into it. A splash of blood could be seen. The warrior then landed on a stone surface. A second later, Jongwoo slashed at his opponent. The young master began to fall backwards. Holding a sword in his hand, the criminal was perplexed. A view of the night sky opened up, and loud screams were heard. A dagger was stuck in the body of the robber. After a moment, the main character took it out. Standing in a fighting stance, one of the bandits exclaimed that he had to be taken. The protagonist abruptly threw his knife towards the enemy. The villain rounded his eyes in confusion. A sharp weapon plunged into the robber's head. The guy stretched out his hand. The criminal's expression was confused. Then the young man took out his knife. The sergeant's eyes burned white. Suddenly, the player attacked the young master. The warrior held his leg over the back of his opponent's head, and he thought that this was impossible. Looking down, the bandit wondered how a rookie could be so strong. The villain opened his jaw in bewilderment. The robber called the main character scum, when suddenly he pressed on his head. Standing beside the enemy, Jongwoo said that if he hurried up and took his companions to the healer, then he would have a chance to save them if he could. The criminal's clothes were stained with blood, and he asked how the protagonist dared, since he has no idea who he contacted, and at least knows who is behind them. Frowning menacingly, the bandit shouted that in the end he would become the same as Inova. Suddenly the guy grabbed him by the neck. Picking up the villain, the young man asked him to repeat once more what was going on with Inova. Through tears, the robber replied that if he let him go, then they would spare the old man. His companions raised their eyebrows in confusion. Throwing the criminal aside, the sergeant clarified what they had done to the blacksmith. Red drops could be seen on the stone's surface. Pointing the knife at his enemy, the player explained that he only needed one of them to get an answer. With his mouth wide open, the bandit reported that their boss had said that if they left the dwarf alone, it would ruin their reputation, and so he had sent another group to destroy his forge. A moment later, the villain covered his face with his hand from the splash of blood. The warrior approached the robber. Frowning seriously, Jongwoo ordered to show him the way. After some time, the main character entered the destroyed room. The protagonist touched the dwarf. The blacksmith, lowering his gaze, apologized and said that they had taken everything, namely him, the boy's belongings, and even the ones he had ordered, and did not know how he would be able to repay, after which the young man asked if he was okay. Bowing his head, the sergeant said that fortunately he had no serious injuries, and added that he would take care of everything, so let him recover his body and rest for a while. After looking at the player, Hinova clarified what he was going to do. Looking ahead, the warrior replied that he was going to go and retrieve what they had taken. Sweat ran down the dwarf's face. Introducing the sly smirks of the people, Shonmu revealed that the Night's Watch is a powerful enough clan among the underworld in the outer area of the tower, and there is a rumor that they are connected to the Red Dragon, one of the 8 great clans, and because of this, no one wants to mess with them. Squeezing the elbow of the protagonist, the blacksmith wondered if he was saying that he would go there, and at the same time muttered that he would not allow it, because he would not forgive himself if something happened to him. Directing his gaze at the old man, the protagonist turned to him. Genova remembered how the guy smiled. The dwarf's expression was confused. The blacksmith clenched his fist sharply. Lying on the floor, the old man could not understand why he continued to remember that guy. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the bandit by the hair and ordered him to say his name, after which he said that his name was Willet. The sergeant remarked that if he lied to him, he was a corpse, and then the robber, with his mouth wide open, replied that he understood him. Standing in front of a low building, the criminal said that this was it. The player's eyes burned brightly. Presenting the diagram of the house, the warrior muttered that judging by the number of traps set here, this must be the right place. Jongwoo said that they were coming in, and at the same time, the young master opened his jaw in bewilderment. Comrade Willet, holding a cigarette in his hand, asked what he was doing here at such an hour. The guy, smiling, asked what had happened, and said that being so quiet was not like him. Suddenly, the main character grabbed the bandit by the wrist. The wounded robber closed his eyes abruptly. A moment later, the protagonist threw the criminal aside. The villains clenched their jaws angrily. The young man, frowning menacingly, called Willet a traitor, after which he ordered his allies to seize the sergeant. Rushing towards the player, the bandit shouted that he should die. The warrior abruptly dodged the enemy's attack. Jongwoo then squeezed the enemy's hand. One of the robbers rushed forward. The main character continued to squeeze the criminal's wrist. A second later, the protagonist pushed the criminal away. The young master clutched his head, and at the same time it was possible to hear who he was, and also let them stop him. The guy, lying on the floor, was screaming from the pain in his arm. Tears ran down the young man's face. Suddenly, one of the bandits hit the wall. The rogue extended his index finger and said that they were fighting a player who had just left the tutorial. The sergeant's eyes burned red. The criminal bit his lips in confusion. Standing in front of the warrior, the villain ordered to stop him. Suddenly, the swordsmen rushed from their place. The player sharply hit one of them in the neck. Jongwoo then kicked the guy in the stomach. The young man clenched his fists in bewilderment. Sweat was dripping down the bandit's cheek. The shadows of people could be seen on the floor. The robber, hiding behind the table, said that he could even kill Sai, and his comrade asked who he was. Looking ahead, the protagonist muttered that it was the sound of an activated trap, and then wondered where it was, and from above or below. After a moment, the protagonist narrowed his eyes. Noticing a man on the lower floor, the guy wondered what it was, and whether he was trying to leave through a secret passage, and also noted that he would allow it. The young man raised his leg sharply. Then the sergeant slammed it on the floor. Suddenly, a magical aura appeared. The criminals, rounding their eyes, shouted that he was crazy. The man, holding his head, was perplexed. The player lowered his gaze. The gentleman's expression was confused. A second later, the warrior went down to the bandit. Jongwoo took out his knife. The robber noticed a sword lying on the floor. Suddenly, the criminal pulled the weapon forward. The villain opened his mouth wide. With a furious swing of his blade, the man shouted that he should die. The main character's dagger radiated unusual energy. The protagonist then frowned seriously. The guy rushed past the master. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the sword. In a second, the enemy's weapons fell apart. Through the sweat on his face, the bandit wondered what had just happened. Suddenly, blood spurted from the neck of the criminal. The robber quickly fell off his feet. The young man raised his head sharply. The young gentlemen were shaking with fear. Looking up, the sergeant explained that if they didn't want to die, one of them had to come down to him. A view of the night sky opened up. The bandit, putting the drink on the table, said that it was the coffee he had asked for. Crossing his arms, the player asked if he had thought of poisoning him, to which the knight replied that he would not dare. The warrior raised the mug to his mouth, and the bandit wondered from which hole this monster had crawled out, since their guild had always intimidated newcomers who began to look for Hennev because of rumors about his abilities. Closing his eyes, the culprit thought that it was no wonder that he had such powerful artifacts, and they would never have thought that he was the same greedy devil, nor could he understand what he had forgotten here in the outer district. Standing near the table, the rogue muttered that they didn't think he would be so difficult to deal with, even though he had broken the tutorial record, and added that he couldn't believe that this was the end of their clan, and most likely the Night's Watch would suspend its activities. An empty glass appeared. Looking at the knight, Jongwoo offered to talk about compensation, and at the same time, he asked what he meant by compensation. Clenching his fingers, the protagonist said that the money to replace the things they destroyed, the fee for repairing the demolished building, and all the money that Hanova lost due to the blockade of his business, the payment for the treatment of his physical and psychological wounds, after which he added that this is a fairly long list. The protagonist said that if they had a problem with it, he could just take the thing that was stuck to his neck, and then the bandit shook his head. Sitting on a chair, the guy asked to bring him all the contents of the safe, and said that they were going to restore Hanova's forge, and therefore let him make sure that he brought everyone responsible for the pogroms there and the intimidation of the dwarf, because they would repair the forge themselves, and from now on he was responsible for protecting the old man from the blackmail of other clans. Tapping his index finger on the table, the young man remarked that he didn't care what he said to the clan about him or Hennev, and added that it was possible that they didn't care. Squinting, the sergeant asked if everything was clear to him. After a moment, the robber nodded his head. Standing up abruptly, the player said that then he would leave the rest to him, and then the criminal exclaimed that he would take into account everything he had just said. The blacksmith's sign was visible. Turning his gaze to the side, the warrior wondered if he could have made them do more than he asked. As he walked down the stairs, Jongwoo muttered that it would be a good idea to set an example for them. The dwarf held his chin thoughtfully. The main character approached the blacksmith. Looking at the protagonist, the old man asked where he was. Suddenly the guy threw the bag on the floor. A lot of jewelry appeared, and Hanova was indignant that this idiot got into trouble. Closing his eyes, the dwarf said that he wasn't one to listen to him anyway, and at least he had come back alive, and also asked to bring it inside. The young man grinned contentedly. Suddenly, the young master banged on the table and asked what the outer district had forgotten. The man, spreading his hands in different directions, replied that it was the same greedy devil who had been successfully hiding up to this point, and it was likely that he had been with the Hanova blacksmith in the outer area all this time, and the master blacksmith had been constantly attacked by the nearby crime clan, but he had taken care of them. Pant lifted the corners of his lips and sneered at the outer district. Edora crossed her arms and said that she thought she had heard Hanova's name before. The heroes looked at the restored smithy. Stretching out his hand, the sergeant asked what the dwarf thought. There was equipment inside the room, and the old man asked what he was talking about, after which the player asked if the forge was better than it was before, and added that he should be grateful. Blushing, the blacksmith remarked that it was he who wanted Gisai to be finished as soon as possible, and it was obvious that he had to do it for him, and therefore he did not need to thank him. And then the warrior muttered that there seemed to be a word on earth that described people like him. Holding his chin, Jongwoo said a word in Korean. Genova asked what he had just said, to which the main character, shaking his head, replied that nothing. A view of the daytime sky opened up. The system reported that the dragon eyes could now see hidden flaws, and the skill's mastery had increased, and at the same time, the protagonist, looking at the sword, thought that he now understood why the dragon race was known as the wisest race in the world. Lowering the weapon into the water, the young man said that even if the dragon eyes were only part of the dragon's abilities, they were still strong enough to allow him to level up quickly, and he wondered what abilities he would gain by creating a full-fledged dragon body. The young man looked at the AI notifications, which said that his metallurgy skill had increased, and the longer he studied it, the more opportunities would be unlocked, as well as gaining new knowledge. His intelligence had increased and he had become more versatile, and the progress of awakening the body had been resumed. Closing his eyes, the sergeant muttered that it seemed that psychological growth was as important to his body's awakening as physical growth, and that he might feel tired because progress was related to his mental state. Taking a blade in his hand, the player decided to take a look. A glint of light reflected from the sword, and at the same time, the system reported its characteristics. The warrior, turning his gaze to the side, noticed that he looked very good, considering that this was his first attempt. Hinova was inspecting his thing, and the artificial intelligence wrote that his character was quite shy. Turning to him, Jongwoo wondered if he could see people's statistics. The dwarf turned around and asked what he was looking at, and then exclaimed that he should get to work. Holding his chin, the protagonist thought that this was unexpected, and even though his dragon eye level had increased, who would have thought that it would give him the ability to see information about people, and added that being able to study the enemy was a huge advantage. The protagonist wondered if it said he was quite shy and remarked that they had guessed perfectly with that description, and then the blacksmith lowered his eyebrows and asked if he had gotten up on the wrong foot today. Looking at the old man, the guy said that he had a question and asked how to determine the direction when the metal was welded and what he should do when the heat exceeded the optimal temperature. The young man reported that the bellows was weaker than he thought, and also clarified why this part looked like this, which made Henev's pupils turn sharply white. Holding his head, the dwarf shouted that he had told him to practice, and then the sergeant explained that he was asking because he did not know how to do it. Stretching out his index finger, the blacksmith exclaimed that he should learn it himself, and at the same time the player objected that he must teach him so that he would understand. Banging on the table, the old man called the warrior a snot, and he asked to look at the sword. Sitting opposite the protagonist, Hinova asked how long he was going to distract him, and said that he had to work, because he was the one who made this order, and if he continued to waste his time, then he should not blame him for the slow execution, after which he said that he had already finished, and therefore forgave him to appreciate it. The dwarf abruptly raised the novice blacksmith's sword, and the artificial intelligence wrote its characteristics. The old man's expression was surprised, and he asked what it was, and then wondered if it was really a sword created by a blacksmith who hadn't worked for 10 days, and added that he knew that he was a quick learner, but he couldn't figure out who he was. Closing his eyes, the blacksmith remarked that it was not bad for the first time, and asked if he called it a sword, and if he could not do everything right, and then the protagonist wondered if he would strike him with lightning if he ever complimented him. Suddenly Genova blushed and asked the guy to be quiet, and at the same time he exclaimed that he was here to decide whether something was enough or not, and therefore let him go and continue to forge, because he still had a lot of work ahead of him. Holding the blade in his hand, the young man said that he would continue to ask him questions then, and the dwarf asked if he could just let him work. A low building could be seen in the distance, and at the same moment the sergeant replied that he did not want to. Suddenly, the player lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment. The warrior hugged the blacksmith sharply. A powerful charge of energy rang out. The guy's leg appeared. Pan clenched his fist and asked where the bastard was, and then explained that because of him, he had to look under every rock to find him. After a moment, Shongwoo rolled up his sleeves. Part of the wall of the forge collapsed, and a loud scream was heard. A view of the daytime sky opened up. I could see how Genova closed his eyes. Then the dwarf frowned menacingly. Pointing at the one-horned man, the blacksmith asked if he was going to leave the idiot that way. The main character turned sharply. The young man put his hand to the wound on his forehead. The protagonist raised his hammer. Stretching out his index finger, the guy said that he was only able to hit him because he took him by surprise, and so it doesn't count. Placing his hand on his chest, Punt offered to start again, saying that he would crush him this time, and added that they could come out, and it would be a battle of man against man, as well as warrior against warrior, and they would end it once and for all. One horn stood behind the sergeant. Through tears, the guy asked if he could at least listen when they talked to him. Suddenly the old man noticed a mug on the table. Adora approached him and asked why he didn't relax and drink it. Henev's expression was surprised. The dwarf noticed the weapon in the girl's hands. The lady lifted the corners of her lips and asked if he would recognize her, and then explained that it was the sword that Hinova had created for her when she was very young, and he remarked that he now remembered that she was that persistent child, and added that she had grown up in the meantime. Smiling slightly, the blacksmith muttered that she was following him around, tugging at the hem of his innocent-eyed pants, begging him to make a sword for her. Bringing the glass to his mouth, the old man said that if you think about it, there was also a fidget who had taken him so hard that he hit him on his royal head. Sweat was dripping down Pant's face, and Hinova whispered that he must be the brat, and added that he was still the same as he was now. Squinting, the dwarf asked if she was going to leave him like this. Adora grinned contentedly, and replied that there was nothing to be done, because he was such a person. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and it was said that Pant continued to challenge the protagonist every day. The young man touched Jongwoo's shoulders and offered him one round. The young man grabbed onto the protagonist's body, and it was reported that he would continue to defy when he was eating, and even when he was going to the bathroom. Frowning menacingly, the one-horned man wondered if he could at least pretend to listen to him, because he was trying his best, and added that he should have just stuffed his face then, and then began to beg for a fight with him. In the end, the request turned into outright whining, but the main character pretended not to hear it, and Hinova, holding his head, shouted that he could not stand it anymore, and added that he should fight him at least once, and then Pant noticed that this was true, and asked if it was only once. Jongwoo abruptly put the hammer on the table, and then the dwarf asked the guy to be silent. Turning around, the protagonist clarified why he would do this. Clenching his fists, the young man replied that in order to test himself, and at the same time the sergeant refused and said that he could be the winner, and also wondered if he had not done the same last time. Stretching out his palm, the player asked what he would get out of it even if they fought, after which the one-horned man countered with the question of how a warrior could say such a thing. The protagonist's expression was calm, and he said that it was easy as he could see, and if he wanted to fight, then let him make a bet. Turning away, Jongwoo explained that if he had nothing, he could forget about it, and then Pant said that the loser would serve the other. Standing up abruptly, the protagonist clarified whether he would need to address the winner as the senior, to which he received a positive answer, and then offered to do so. The walls of the room appeared. Another bruise appeared on the guy's face. Genova raised his eyebrows and was stunned. Adora was surprised that the son of the martial arts king had lost a battle that lasted no more than a few seconds, and the dwarf sitting on a chair wondered what had just happened. Standing behind the sergeant, the young man muttered that he was ready to swear that they were equal in strength in the tutorial, since they were on the same level, and at the same time he wondered how much stronger he had become in this time, and he thought that he could finally forge in silence. Frowning maliciously, the one-horned man realized that there was no point in this. Crossing his legs and arms, Punt asked why he was in the outer area and not in the tower. The player turned to the boy in displeasure, and the boy addressed him as Sir. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said that he had no idea how long he had been waiting for him. The floor of the stone was visible, and at the same moment the warrior called out to the one-horned man. Sitting on the chair, Jongwoo asked if he could be quieter and said that he couldn't concentrate while he continued to chatter. Pan approached his younger sister. Smirking, the protagonist muttered that he had a reason why he was here. The protagonist put his hand on the table and thought that his brother had passed the first 10 floors in 10 days, and thanks to this, he was able to obtain the key of Hades, and also added that this key attracted a lot of attention to Arsha, and after completing the tutorial, the guild members passed through the floors of beginners in 10 days. After presenting the gold item, the sergeant explained that players who quickly go from the 1st to the 10th floor will be rewarded with the key of Hades, but in order to get it, they need to beat the record time, which means that all 10 floors must be completed in less than 10 days. Raising his head, the player said that after receiving the key of Hades, he felt very sorry, because he found out that the key of Zeus can only be obtained in the tutorial, and if he had only tried a little harder, he could have been the first to get it. But fortunately he still had a chance to enter the treasury of Olympia, and if he had been able to do it earlier. Closing his eyes, the warrior noticed that it could take a long time, and he had a premonition that it would not be too difficult, and the experience and skills that he gained in the tutorial should help him with this, and he needed Gee's eyes specifically for this task. Smirking, Jongwoo muttered that it now felt like a rivalry between two brothers. Looking out the window, the main character thought that he still has the pride of an older brother, and cannot show his weaknesses in front of the younger one. Genova frowned menacingly and shouted that he hadn't had a quiet day since the asshole had arrived. Pant, standing behind the protagonist, asked if he was listening to him, and the protagonist ignored him. Closing his eyes, the dwarf wondered why things had turned out this way, and added that it didn't matter how much he yelled at them, because they didn't even pretend to listen. The blacksmith's eyes bulged in surprise as he remembered how the guy with the sword had clarified if this sword was good, and he was asked a counter-question if he had just used it. After all, he said that he would not use his skill, to which the answer was that he could not concentrate on reading because they guys were too noisy. Putting the smoking pipe to his mouth, the old man could not understand why he remembered these children again, and added that in any case he would not be able to see them again. Smoke was flying in the air, and Genova noticed that he looked like he was getting old. Holding a shovel in his hands, the dwarf said that he was becoming absent-minded, and thought that he could finish for today. Suddenly the door opened with a creak. Touching his shoulder, the blacksmith told him that they were closed for the day. The old man's expression was surprised. The girl, standing opposite him, noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. Jong-woo could be seen sitting at the table. The system wrote that the information was not available, and he could not evaluate the item, and after a moment reported that it was a pocket watch, and the main character, lowering his head, thought that he had succeeded, and now that he had unlocked the information window of this watch, he would be able to get more information about it by earning more experience. Suddenly, Pant, entering the room, asked what he was doing here alone. Edora, closing her eyes, said that the protagonist was not as simple-minded as her brother. Smirking, the girl said that she was sure that he was planning his future actions and asked if it was so. The guy stretched out his index finger in displeasure, and then the lady said that if her brother called him senior then he was like that for her, and also clarified what else she should call him. Clenching his fist, the young man shouted that she should call her brother as the main character, and then his sister wondered why. Wrapping his fingers around the glass, the sergeant muttered that they had looked prettier since their first meeting, and added that brothers and sisters were always the same, no matter where he went. Looking down from the balcony, the twin did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the guy turned his head to the side. At the same moment, brown shoes appeared on the floor. Standing up from his chair, Pant inquired about who he was, and then wondered if the rumors that they were brother and sister of the One-Horn clan had reserved the terrace of this cafe and had also spread around the area. Stretching his palm forward, the man asked if his name was Kane, to which Kane countered with a question about his name. The stranger closed his eyes sharply. Putting his hand to his chest, Raham introduced himself as a member of the Red Wind clan, and said that he was pleased to meet him, and then added that he had come in the hope that he could invite him to join their clan. On the table was a pile of paper notes of different colors. Turning his head to the side, Pan noticed that his comrade was quite popular. The man was holding an invitation card between his fingers, and Jongwoo assumed that it was due to his achievements in the tutorial. But after the man left the Red Wind, countless people from other clans came with similar proposals. The men in knightly armor were smiling, and the main character said in his mind that some were unknown and small, but large clans also came to invite him. Holding his mug with his fingers, the Korean army sergeant thought that he had never really planned to join a team, or a clan. Standing near the table, the player asked why they didn't go back, since they had already finished with coffee, to which the friend suggested that they go. Red hair flew in the air, and the man said thoughtfully that this place looked exactly like in the past. Suddenly, the stranger looked away. The protagonist's pupils have sharply decreased in size. Squinting his eyes, the guy asked if it was true that he was facing the greedy devil. Lowering his eyebrows in alarm, the player did not understand why this man was here. The silhouette of Bahal appeared, shrouded in flames, and it turned out to be a ranker who is known for his calm nature, but when it comes to battle, he becomes extremely aggressive and burns everything in his path, and is also one of the leaders of the Red Dragon and a former member of Arsha, and also an apprentice of Hanova. Fire Fist stood in front of the protagonist and revealed that he had heard that he was quite straightforward, and these rumors are certainly not lying, although it is not a bad trait. Smirking, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon stated that he would not waste time, and would say directly that he wanted him to join the Red Dragon. Looking at him, the young man remarked that he wasn't sure if he knew that this was the first time they had made such an offer to a newcomer, since he was the first such contender in the history of the clan, and then added that if he joined their clan, they would spare no effort to help him climb to the very top of the tower, and asked him to believe that the help they can provide is far more than he can imagine. A lot of white flags appeared, and then the swordsman revealed that 8 clans prefer to invite players who have already proven themselves somewhere, and very rarely invite promising newcomers, but the only exception is the Azure Sword clan, who put at least some effort into supporting novice players with potential, and for the Red Dragon to personally make such an offer, it only means that they need such strength. Lowering his chin, Jongwoo remembered how he had been asked if it was possible that he was aware of the situation there, and then he thought about the fact that at that time he assumed that the relations between the 8 clans were on the verge, so he did not see any other reasons. A lion with red eyes could be seen behind Bahal, and the main character reflected that he may look calm, but in fact he is a wild animal. Waving his palm upwards, the Korean army sergeant decided that he could not be allowed to be unsuspected, so he needed to give a good answer, after which he admitted that he did not want to be bound by any restrictions for the time being. With a sly grin, one of the Red Dragon's leaders suggested that he was in a period where he thought he could do anything. Passing by the guy, Bahal repeated that he still wanted him to face the truth. The fiery fist turned his head back sharply and began to talk about Heno. Shifting his gaze towards the interlocutor, the ranker noticed that he liked the main character, and then added that this old man was soft-hearted, so he asked to take care of him. The Korean army sergeant instantly put his hand to his chest. A view of the front door to the building opened. Holding a smoking pipe in his hand, the dwarf asked what he was doing here at such an hour. The blacksmith closed his eyes and said that it was a good thing he came, as he wanted to knock out all the stress that had accumulated over the days and accidentally finish the artifact a little earlier than expected, while the player mentally assumed that his apprentice just came and went, even though he thought he would be depressed, but perhaps he was thinking too much. The interlocutor questioned Genevieve again, while he sat down next to the chest and declared that Gisa's eyes were ready. Grabbing the box with both hands, the old man invited the guy to take a look at it. The player began to open the lid. Inside was a black mask and a piece of clothing, and then the protagonist wondered what it was, because the eyes of geese were supposed to be an amulet. The swordsman asked if the dwarf was sure that it was the chest, since he did not see it here, to which he put his hand on his side and asked him just to take a look, because as soon as he did this, he would begin to respect him so much that he would not dare to bother him anymore. At the same moment, the young man's eyes began to glow brightly. A black suit appeared, and the system reported that it was Gisa's armor, which was named after the giant, who had dozens of eyes and hundreds of arms, with the help of which the level of sensory increased, helping to quickly notice any external changes, as well as reducing the damage received from physical attacks, and turning some of the damage taken into health. Holding the equipment in his hands, Zanhua thought about the fact that the eyes of geese have many rare defensive properties, which is why every ranker wants this artifact. But since the collection of the necessary materials is very difficult, and few people can create it, not many people have it. But Genova was able to create the eyes of geese in the form of chest armor and increase their defensive properties. Smiling broadly, the old man exclaimed that he shouldn't stand like an idiot, but rather put on armor, and then added that just by looking at it, he wouldn't be able to know what it was capable of. A leather belt was visible on the shoulder of his clothes. A moment later, the Korean army sergeant looked at his own palms. Suddenly, a burst of magic appeared in the air. A lot of bright eyes appeared on the surface of the fabric. Pressing his hand to his body, the dwarf remarked that as he had thought, it wouldn't matter how many times he created it, but it still frightened him. The man's dark silhouette was covered in red pupils, when suddenly the system reported that the range of senses had increased by 150% and it was possible to analyze everything in great detail, and Geese's eyes began to absorb his senses. So now this artifact would be considered part of his body, and synesthesia was unlocked. Tilting his head forward, the protagonist remembered that Geese's eyes could originally provide the wearer with information about their surroundings, meaning they could find anything that was not visible to the naked eye, and that information could be expressed visually, smelling, or sounding. A flash of white light appeared above the guy's head, and then he realized that this was the hidden function of Geese's eyes, namely synesthesia. The swordsman's pupils bulged sharply in surprise as the system reported that the body enhancements had been confirmed and the body's awakening process had resumed, so his current awakening status was 99%. Various weapons were visible on the shelves, when suddenly Hinova admitted that seeing how his eyes sparkled made him feel great, after which he added that he didn't know if he noticed or not. But this armor also has an effect that helps the flow of mana and increases its regeneration by 10%, but it also has protective properties to restore health, and it's all based on his mana. Smoke was coming from the smoking pipe, and at the same time, the old man asked Zongu to check the mask. A demonic accessory could be seen, in which the blacksmith had invested his blood, and the artificial intelligence notified that the mark that was engraved on it interfered with the opponent's cognitive abilities. But the mask itself would never be removed without the owner's permission, and in addition, the increase in attack increased by up to 30%. And the terror area borrowed the power of the Beast Lord and applied the status of a fear effect lasting from 15 to 20 seconds on nearby enemies. In bewilderment, parting his lips, the main character was surprised that the set includes a magic dagger, when suddenly there were notifications that this artifact will develop along with the owner, but there are no others in the tower, so it will be tied to the owner until the end and cannot be transferred to another player, and as a bonus it gives the effect of increasing attack speed. Gray smoke spread through space. Closing his eyes, Genova said that he thought that wearing something on his face all the time was not very comfortable, and due to the availability of free time, he did it, and then added that he would not have to sweat in this mask, and the size should fit. Looking down at the object in his hands, the protagonist stated that he had done much more than he was paid for. Putting his hands on his sides, the old man asked if he really thought that with his meager pay, he would be able to get his hands on the works of the great creator, and then stated that he could take the items, because he would put it on his account so that he could pay later. Underneath the boy's mask, you could see his satisfied grin as he remembered the dwarf's question about whether he had money, and the dwarf asked for a loan. Nudging him with his elbow, the master noticed that the silent behavior was not like him, and asked if he was so touched by his favor, while he reflected on the fact that he had not changed in the slightest over the years. The back of the protagonist appeared, who said that he would find a good use for this. Scratching his head, Genova remembered that he had never asked his name in all the time he had been here, and then asked what his name was. Suddenly, the swordsman's pupils narrowed noticeably. The young man looked down sadly. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the old man noticed that he was asking his name, but did not understand why he was not answered. On the wall of the workshop were two crossed axes. Putting the mask to his chest, Shonwu said that his name was Kane. A light was burning in the window of the second floor of the stone building. Bahul went down the stairs after his subordinate. Suddenly, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon turned his head to the side. Stopping at the carpet, the ranker asked if the knight was guarding him again, although he had told him not to do anything so pointless, to which he explained that there were countless people who were targeting him, so caution would not hurt. The assistant said that he thought the greedy devil would come out with him, to which Fire Fist closed his eyes and replied that he said he would consider their offer. Lowering his eyebrows in displeasure, the man exclaimed that this newcomer was very arrogant, to which the boss told him to leave him, because during this period they all think that they can conquer the top of the world on their own, and asked if he remembers the times when they were the same. Taking one step ahead, the ranker remarked that he would not be able to go anywhere but their clan, and then added that from the very beginning, their goal was to prevent the other clans from approaching him, and from the moment they came to him in person, no idiot would think of approaching him. The guard lowered his jaw in bewilderment when he was told to forget about it. Looking back brightly, Bahal asked how the investigation had gone and what they had found. The subordinate reported that everything was as expected, to which he smiled broadly and began to laugh loudly, and then added that this idiot Leonti never changes. The man's cloak fluttered in the wind, and it was said that the Red Dragon information team had recently stumbled upon a strange report that said that Leonti, who was preparing to become one of the leaders of the Azure Sword, was up to something in the tutorial in secret from everyone. Small particles flew around the magic stone, and when it comes to such items, there is nothing more powerful than the Philosopher's Stone, and the report said that in the tutorial he tried to create the legendary Philosopher's Stone, or Heart, as it is also called. Violet energy streams burst out of the human body, and it turned out that every player who climbs the tower has mana that circulates inside his body, and the vessel that contains mana is called the mana organ, but because this organ is part of the human body, he has a limit to the amount of mana that he can hold. Flasks of multicolored liquids were falling down, and it became clear that many players were looking for a way to restore mana using external sources. And so the first thing that was developed was potions, then there were magic tools with different functions and magical sources that collect mana within themselves. But there are also many different items that were created after the above. The dark silhouette smiled happily, but players still wanted to find a way to gain even more mana, and this desire sometimes went so far as to try to create things that could give them an infinite supply of mana, and the easiest way to create such a thing was to transform someone's flesh and soul. At the same moment, Bahal grinned maliciously. Covering his face with his hand, the ranker noticed that creating mana organs, grinding hundreds and thousands of players, was something he'd heard in fairy tales a long time ago, so it's surprising that he actually tried to do it. A view of a bright lantern opened up near the houses, and at the same time, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon clarified whether the assistant had figured out Leonti's location, to which he replied that he had gone to the tutorial, but would be heading here soon, and the interlocutor noted that it was great, because they were going to meet him. The knight put his hand to the breastplate, and his superior said that, as he had said earlier, their goal was the object and Leonti, and if it was impossible to obtain both, then they could get rid of the person. Furrowing his brows slyly, the Fire Fist said that nevertheless, that artifact must be in their hands at any cost. Jongwoo held on tightly to the case with the weapon. Suddenly, the protagonist wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his sword. A Korean army sergeant held up his mask to his face. At the same second, a guy appeared, fully equipped in new clothes. Genova watched him intently. The warrior admitted that he didn't know how long he would be inside the tower, to which the dwarf closed his eyes and replied that it went without saying, but in any case, it was his decision to go in or out of the tower, so there was no point in telling him about it. The protagonist lowered his jaw uncertainly. Nodding his head, the young man said that there was no point, and then wondered if the old man would understand him. Raising one eyebrow, the blacksmith was silent, and his interlocutor said in his thoughts that this was the last farewell. There was a joyful grin underneath the player's mask, and then he thanked the dwarf for everything. Jongwoo suddenly stepped into a puddle of water. The main character has a view of a huge gate. The guy stretched his fingers forward, when suddenly a loud scream was heard. At the same moment, the man grabbed the Korean army sergeant by the arm and asked him to stop. Pant lowered his jaw wearily. One Horn furrowed his brows angrily, and resented that he had completely ignored the suggestions to go to the tower, and what had changed his mind so suddenly, and exclaimed that at least he should have told them beforehand what was going inside. Pulling the limb aside, the protagonist did not understand why this was necessary, which surprised the partner very much. Turning his back to the door, the player admitted that he had no idea what the children thought of him, but he did not have time to play parent and child with them, and then added that the time for the games was over, and he had his own business. In bewilderment, his pupils bulging, the guy tried to explain what he meant. Squeezing her eyes shut, Adora said that in that case he could go first. A satisfied grin appeared on the girl's face. Raising her hand, the one-horned woman said that they would follow him, and then asked if it was right that he would not stop them, since it was their decision. Jongwoo instantly narrowed his eyes. The siblings began to smile genuinely when the protagonist told them to do whatever they wanted, after which he added that he would not wait for them if they started to fall behind. Pointing his finger at himself, Punt told him not to worry, because he would most likely go ahead of him and destroy everything that caught his eye, and since they were already on the first floor, he could ask anything that interested him, to which Adora advised him to stop being so arrogant, because she remembered that someone made a terrible mess there, because I didn't understand the rules. The Korean army sergeant put his fingers on the gate, while the one-horned man told his sister to close his mouth, and shouted that anyone could make a mistake the first time, so he would just try better the second time, to which she replied that they would look at what he could. The doors of the room swung open abruptly, and the system announced that they had entered the obelisk, which is the waiting area of the first floor, and the challenge would begin as soon as the required number of players were gathered. A tall white staircase could be seen in the room. The player held a weapon in their hands, and it was said that the waiting area is a place where users are on standby before going to complete the tower's missions, and they can also find loyal companions or form alliances with other teams. Turning his head to the side, the swordsman said in his mind that there were about 50 players in this place. The back of the guy's head was visible, when suddenly someone exclaimed that they were here again. The men on the side looked disdainfully in the direction of the heroes. Approaching the white table, the soldier thought about what these people were talking about, but it turned out that they were talking about these two. Drops of sweat ran down the player's cheek, and then he clarified if it was the greedy devil, to which he received a positive answer and asked if it was true that this round was deliberately lost for them. Closing his lips, Shonwoo thought that it was for the best. After all, he had no intention of becoming friends with anyone anyway, and then decided that he needed to go through the first 10 floors in 9 days, which was easier said than done, but if he succeeded, he would get Hades' key, and he also needed to find the hidden keys on each floor. The golden key that is in the tutorial appeared. An artifact from the first floors could be seen flying near the pillar. The magic item sparkled brightly, and it turned out that this was what the remaining 10 looked like, which were considered hidden objects on each of the 10 floors, and some of them were hidden in places where they did not expect to find them at all, but some were given to complete hidden tasks. The man stepped on the crystal-clear floor with his boot. Putting his hand to his chest, Adron greeted the dear players, after which he added that he was the guardian of the first floor of the tower. Looking at the people below, the vampire said that he knew that there were those here who had come to pass the trial of the first floor once again, and were already familiar with the rules, but there were also newcomers here, so he would explain the rules once again. Folding his hands together, the keeper asked users to remember that he will not repeat the rules several times, so he advises everyone to be extremely careful. There was a view of a deep abyss, which turned out to be the arena of the double cliffs of the first floor. A system screen appeared in front of Zhongwu's face, which announced that the trial of the first floor was about to begin. Ropes were stretched between the cliffs, when suddenly there were notifications that there were 2 huge cliffs that were located opposite each other, and on each of them there was a team of 100 players with 5 crystals, the purpose of which was to protect the team's stones and steal or destroy the crystals by the enemy. Thus the team that would steal or destroy the most stones in a certain time will be the winner. Hadron spread his fingers wide. Looking at the magic stones, the guardian of the first floor explained that as announced in their notification window, there was a team of 100 players with 5 red crystals on the opposite cliff, so he would call them the red team and the blue team similarly. The player lowered the corners of his lips in confusion when the vampire stated that it didn't matter what method they used to protect the crystals, because they could find a place to hide them, or give them to the strongest players, and then added that someone would also have to think about what strategy the opposing team would follow. Furrowing his brows angrily, Zhongwu mused that this was a crazy mission for the first floor. After all, the creators expected 100 strangers to work as a team. The bright frames of the enemy teams were separated by the key, and the main character realized that not only that, because the hidden object of this floor is Hera's key, in order to receive which you need to get all 10 blue and red crystals as a reward. But the problem is that players can decide to destroy the crystals, although if at least one is destroyed, then obtaining Hera's key becomes impossible. Lowering his hand down, the Korean army sergeant realized that he was annoyed by this, but there was nothing he could do, and then thought that he did not have time for negotiations and war, so he would simply destroy anyone who stood in his way. Looking at the magic stones, the guy decided that now he needed to get all 5 pieces in his own hands. A sly grin instantly appeared on Adron's face. Hovering in the sky above the users, the guardian of the first floor offered to start the test, and then said that he would hand over the crystals to the team representative they needed to choose. Hearing this, the fighters began to look at each other. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared from the crowd. The man smiled and said that it would be an honor for him. Lowering his jaw, the other player asked him to wait. The pant climbed between the interlocutors, making a menacing expression on his face. Clenching his teeth in alarm, the guy did not understand what it was, and the one-horned man noticed that he did not remember him agreeing to this. Drops of sweat were dripping down the user's cheek, and he retorted that it didn't matter, because they could discuss what to do after they had taken them. Stretching out his hand forward, the fighter said that all the crystals should be given to him, which his partner was indignant. Closing his eyes, the young man wondered if it would be better to let him protect them than to try to hide them. Pant's pupils began to glow brightly, and he clarified if there was anyone here who thought they could do it better than him. Veins appeared on the man's neck. With his eyes bulging, the player asked if he was ashamed himself, and then shouted that because of his conceit, all their crystals were destroyed last time. The man in knightly armor closed his lips uncertainly when his partner stated that if the one-horned man hadn't started greedy and carnage, then they would have won, so there was no way he would allow him to take them this time. Folding his hands, Jongwoo realized what had happened. Lowering his eyelids, the main character thought about the fact that this guy must have broken all the stones while he was on the front lines in battles. And this looks like him. So it's even funny, considering how ridiculous it is. Punt clenched his hand tightly into a fist, and asked if he wanted to fight and see which of them was stronger. The warrior abruptly grabbed his partner's trembling limb. Stretching out his palm forward, Adran assumed that they had made up their minds, and then added that he wished them good luck in that case. Smiling slyly, the one-horned man laughed, and said that this time it would be different. Suddenly, a black shoe stepped on the ground. The sergeant of the Korean army at the same moment put his hand out in front of him. Looking at the other person through the demonic mask, the swordsman told him to give them all. The guardian of the first floor appeared in the bright room. At the same moment, the vampire turned his head back when he was asked if he had already returned. Raising his fingers, the goblin asked how it had gone. Folding his hands on his stomach, the keeper admitted that he wasn't sure, to which Ibyoker asked if something was wrong. Looking at one of the screens, Adran stated that he could say that he was a strong player when compared to the newcomers, but that didn't change the fact that he was also a rookie. It seemed as if the protagonist was taking magic stones from the palm of his partner, and the guard of the first floor said that he did not understand why the elder had such big plans for him. Turning his gaze to the steward, the vampire asked him again when he offered him a bet. Putting his finger to his mouth, the goblin explained that the point of the argument was whether he would do anything unimaginable, and then added that he would give a positive answer. You could see the grid between the bright screens, and the subordinate agreed and said that he was betting on the opposite result, to which the manager laughed and noted that it was excellent. A team of 100 players crowded on the cliff. The man's pupils bulged in alarm as his companions wondered what Punt had just called him, and what had happened to the twins outside the tower. Kicking the stone with his foot, the one-horned man exclaimed that Jongwoo was terrible, because he took its crystals to show off. Ida's hair fluttered in the wind. Pressing the case with the weapon to her shoulder, the girl asked what the plan was. Putting his hands on his sides, the main character asked if she could watch this place for a while, to which she asked how long, and received the answer that at least 30 minutes, and a maximum of an hour. Shutting her eyes, the one-horned woman said that she would do it without any problems, and then asked him to be careful. Standing on the cliff, the Korean army sergeant mused that the reason why the test on the first floor was considered difficult was because someone had to break into the enemy base and try to locate the crystals hidden there. The suspension bridge stretches from one side of the cliff to the other, and the protagonist realized that this could be a problem, because this structure looks like it is ready to break at the slightest load, and even if someone can use magic to get to the other side without the bridge, it will still require a huge amount of concentration, which can easily be disrupted in the current situation. Throwing his hand behind his head, the swordsman decided that this was why the battle on the bridge was inevitable. Lowering the magic blade down, the young man thought that they could be quite difficult, but there were several ways to complete this challenge. Suddenly, a burst of energy resounded high in the sky. The edge of the sword was enveloped in magical currents. Aura spots spread in the air. Holding the handle of the weapon tightly with his fingers, Jongwoo thought that the most effective way was to crush his opponents with a single blow. A bright impact mark appeared in space. Adora watched with a smirk on her face. At the same second, parts of the wooden bridge began to fall into the abyss. Pushing his foot off the ground, the protagonist decided that their escape route was now destroyed. A moment later, the sergeant of the Korean army rushed to the other side of the cliff. Holding out the blade in front of him, the knight did not understand what this psycho was doing, and the others shouted that they needed to stop him. The protagonist jumped out through the burst of blue energy. With a circular blow of the sword, the guy cut the opponent's body in half. The player grabbed the weapon sharply with both hands. Magical sparks flew from the blade of his blade. A bright trace of the attack remained in the air. A magical stream quickly rushed through the trees. Blood-stained users were sitting near the trunk. Many eyes appeared on Jongwoo's suit. The opponents' bodies were instantly enveloped in flames, causing them to scream loudly. On the palms of the main character were the crystals of the red and blue teams. At the same moment, the Korean army sergeant clenched his fists tightly. An artifact hovered in the air, when suddenly the system reported that he got a hidden object as a reward. Hera's key shone brightly, and a notification appeared that it could be used to open the treasury of the goddess of marriage, but the method of use was unknown. Bending his arm at the elbow, the protagonist thought that he now had a second key. Standing in the middle of the slain players, the guy realized that only 30 minutes had passed since the start of the trial, which meant that this was the shortest round in the history of the tower. A crowd of users gathered near the guard of the first floor when the system reported that one of them had completed an extremely difficult task, and additional karma would be provided as a reward, and all players would be transferred to the waiting area. And after the start of the transfer process, you need to be careful, and then the rating appeared. A question appeared on the screen about whether Jongwoo wanted to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, when suddenly he pressed his finger on the button to refuse. Smiling, Adran exclaimed that it was impressive, and although it was the first floor, it was the first time he had seen someone who had completed the test so quickly, and then added that he was indeed like a demon to set a new record. Lowering his chin, the vampire thought that it hadn't been long since he had made his bet with Mr. Ibyoker, but no one could think that the round would end so quickly. Pan stood behind the protagonist, while the keeper reflected on the fact that losing an argument is unpleasant, but there are things that he is definitely sure of. Some time ago, the sergeant of the Korean army was looking at the key in the air, and the floor guard was thinking that the rank and achievements that this player had received were not the fruits of blind luck, and moreover, he was aware of the existence of hidden objects and even the way to obtain all 12 keys of Olympia. Closing his eyes, Adron said that in this case he would start issuing rewards, but in his mind he said that from now on he would only bet on what his boss was betting on, when suddenly he was asked to wait. The protagonist's eyes under the mask shone brightly, and he stated that he would like to receive all the rewards after completing the starting zone completely. Suddenly, the first floor guard widened his eyes in surprise. Folding his hands behind his back, the vampire remembered that the longer the player delays receiving the bounty, the better it will be. After all, this is the rule of the tower, and it seems to him that this person is achieving exactly that, but he did not understand how high his bounty would be if he managed to set records on each floor. But this whole plan is madness. Hadron snapped his fingers and began to talk about what would happen if that was his decision, when suddenly the system announced that the test was complete and asked if he wanted to move on to the next stage. The users looked in different directions in confusion, because they did not receive a drop of karma for this round. When Jongwoo asked if the guys wanted to go to the next floor, the people's legs began to disappear in the teleportation beams, and then they said that they were giving up, because it was better to wait for the next round to begin. In front of the guard of the first floor, only the main character and the twins continued to stand. Putting his hand to his shoulder, the vampire noticed that apparently only the three of them remained, and then asked if they were ready. Smiling broadly, Pant declared that they had been ready for a long time. Putting his hand forward, the keeper said that in this case he would carry them to the next floor. After a while, the players appeared in the clearing in the arena of the mountains and fields of the second floor. Turning his head to the side, the Korean army sergeant remarked that he had said it before, but if his partner wasn't satisfied with the fact that he was taking all the karma points in these trials, then he should turn around and leave. With a wink of one eye, the one-horned man asked if it was necessary, and then admitted that he was just curious how high he could climb, so he asked to be allowed to follow him. Walking in front of his comrades, the protagonist stated that he was requesting a solo test. At the same moment, the silhouette of the guardian began to appear in the teleportation beams. The brown shoe approached the ground. Putting his hand to his shoulder, Johan introduced himself as the guardian of the second floor. Reaching forward, the werewolf asked if the player wanted to start the challenge right away. The wolf's pupils reflected the images of users, and then he noticed that it could be dangerous. The young man clarified whether it was true that the higher the risk, the more karma could be obtained, to which the interlocutor clenched his fist and assumed that they knew the tower system quite well. The twins closed their lips in disbelief when Johan explained that in that case he would have to impose restrictions on Serpent and Miss Edora. A blade was hanging behind Jongwoo's back, when suddenly the system announced that the second floor trial was starting, after which it revealed that it was in a beautiful forest that was blessed by the goddess of the harvest, and there was always enough food for all the animals that lived in it. But recently, many monsters have appeared that are trying to take over the forest and the food in it, therefore it is necessary to protect the years from monsters and restore tranquility. The crowds of undead grinned furiously, and the main character thought that the main goal of the second floor was to become the king of the forest by destroying countless monsters. The enemies rushed towards the players, and then the sergeant of the Korean army realized that this task was not much different from what was in the tutorial. Tightly wrapping his fingers around the hilt of the sword, the protagonist decided that this test would also be the easiest for him. The young man instantly rushed towards the crowd of opponents, thinking that he just needed to destroy group after group. A golden key lay in the palm of the user's hand, when suddenly the system announced that he had been given an artifact of Demeter as a reward. The artificial intelligence asked if he wanted to add a name to the Hall of Fame, because he again set a test record, and he decided to press the refusal button. Turning around, the swordsman wanted to move on. The user was standing in the middle of a battle, and people around were shouting that they needed to kill them all, or stop them no matter what, and not let them pass. The armor of the fighters was stained with blood, and it turned out to be the arena of the sword and spear of the third floor. Jongwoo brushed the message away with his hand. The knight behind him covered his body with a shield, and the protagonist reflected on how it took Arsha 10 days to clear the starting zone. A bright mark from the impact appeared in the air. The eyes of the Korean army sergeant radiated a magical glow. Raising his hand up, the guy decided that he had to complete it in 5 days. There were screens in the management room, and everyone was discussing the fact that he had just managed to complete the 7th floor, and it had taken him 12 hours and 28 minutes, when suddenly someone exclaimed that this was madness, because it was impossible at all. The elf opened his mouth wide in rage and shouted that the members of Arsha at least set records thanks to cohesion, and this guy was passing alone, so it was absurd. Looking at the screen, the manager said that the 8th floor would be completed in 7 hours and 5 minutes, and he had also managed to create Athena's laurel wreath and get hold of another key. Raising its head, the forest creature sighed heavily. The goblin reached for the bag of money with his hand and noticed that this time he had won. The glowing panels showed the devastated arenas, and Ibulka cried out that he had become so rich thanks to Jong, and it would be good if every day was like this. There was a view of lava flows on the ground, when suddenly the system reported that this was the arena of fire and lava of the 9th floor. The monster's huge paws slammed sharply into the surface. With their mouths wide open, the undead were outraged that the players dared to stand in front of the Fire King. Wrapping his fingers around the blade, the protagonist wondered if they had come too early, and then assumed that he had no choice, so he ordered Punt to take the aggression and Edora to join him, to which they agreed. Banging his fists against each other, the one-horned man cried out loudly. The ground under the guy's foot began to crack. The player began to quickly approach the chest of the huge monster. The girl flew in the air above the head of the undead, while he screamed loudly. At the same moment, the one-horned woman swung her sword. The legs of the sergeant of the Korean army were enveloped in streams of blue magic. A moment later, the protagonist pushed upwards with the help of a volcano. The young man abruptly found himself on the head of the enemy. The Fire King collapsed to the ground behind him. The monster's thick skin began to disintegrate into small pieces. A bright flash of light could be seen through the hole. Jongwoo leaned his knee to the ground. A magical artifact lay in his palm, and the system reported that he had obtained the key of Hephaestus. Lowering his chin, the protagonist realized that he now had 10 keys, including Zeus' key, so there were still 2 left for him to be able to open the treasury of Olympia. Blue and yellow items were visible, and at the same time, the swordsman was thinking that one of them could be obtained for setting a record for completing the rookie zone, and the other could be found on the 10th floor. A view of the orange sky opened, and the artificial intelligence notified that the test was completed, after which it clarified whether the player wanted to go to the 10th floor, to which the protagonist said in his mind that one way or another he needed to finish with it as soon as possible. The hero, raising his hand, asked if his comrade in arms would begin to lag behind after all. The latter, crossing his arms over his chest, asked him not to blush when they passed this test without him. A smile appeared on the guy's face. An orange sky appeared and words were heard that it was time for them to go. They were immediately teleported. The soldier began to open his eyes. The young man found himself in a kind of white space, and immediately there were notifications about the beginning of the challenge, in which the player is in the void, a place isolated from the living and the dead, where the laws of time and space do not exist, but he is a living creature who does not belong here and needs to find a way to get out of the void at any cost. The protagonist, looking out the window of the system, realized that now it is possible to understand why so many players failed this test after the first floor. Looking down, the fighter remembered that it had been said that the difficulty of the 10th floor was far greater than 9 floors combined. After all, it was a challenge in which players who had swept through the previous floors would come to a dead end, since there was only one thing in this place, and that was willpower. A wide-eyed player appeared after saying that because they continued to set records on every floor, they felt on top of the world and believed they would do the same here. But this damn tower knows how to dash hopes. The man's gaze was directed somewhere to the side when it was said that the 10th floor was taking everything from them, since the subject was left without friends, family or comrades, alone in an empty world in which he had to find a way out without a single clue. The protagonist, frowning, knew that it didn't matter how talented the player was, because the psychological battle was different from the physical one in many ways, and success after all these achievements, Arsha faced a difficult opponent, because people who had previously worked in a team would definitely fall into a stupor when they were forced to cope with the problem alone. Taking the dagger in his hand, the fighter knew that it would not work on him. Immediately after, a lot of red eyes appeared. The protagonist found himself in a place with 4 doors. Immediately, the guy swung his blade. After that, a red door appeared. An object appeared in his hand and a notification that the trial had come to an end and he had managed to complete all the trials of the rookie area from the 1st to the 10th floor, and his clearing time was 151 hours. And thanks to this, he had managed to break the previous test subject's record by 80 hours. The young man bowed his head to look at the window of the system. Putting his hand to the leaderboard, the fighter knew that he had to be here. Immediately afterwards, the man narrowed his eyes. The system window began to disappear after the player refused to enter his name in the table. The protagonist put his finger to the button when he was offered to receive rewards. An object began to appear in his hand. A bright glow suddenly appeared in front of him after the report that he had managed to collect 12 keys by the god Olympia. After that, a key was formed in front of him, which would give him the opportunity to enter the treasury of Olympia, which contained gold and treasures that the Olympians had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. But he would only be able to take one item from this place. The protagonist, holding this key in front of him, remembered that he had already thought about taking the lightning of Zeus and the aegis of Athena. After all, these are both famous treasures that are stored here. Suddenly, something golden began to appear. Immediately, a huge golden door appeared. Bringing the key closer, the soldier assumed that this thing would unlock this door. Immediately after that, the man got the key into the well. The gates began to open. Inside, someone was sitting on a throne. There was a smile on his face. The fighter, throwing his legs over his legs, noted that, apparently, this player is the one who caused panic among the guards. The hero, examining his interlocutor, realized that this was Hermes, a god capable of moving freely between the worlds of mortals and immortals, and since he could watch mortals, he was entrusted with guarding the treasury from greedy eyes. Some drawings appeared when the guard said that he had been visited before, and even earlier than now, but for the first time he had met someone as amazing as his guest. Raising his hand to his face, the deity said that this was indeed the first time he had seen a mortal like him. The young man, standing before him, said that he wanted to enter the treasury. Hermes, smiling, noted that he was apparently extremely impatient, and added that in this case he would fulfill his wish. Immediately afterwards, the interlocutor clapped his hands. The wall behind him began to open. The guy's eyes immediately opened wider. They went inside. God, walking behind, began to say something. Picking up an object, the guide said that he was a little ashamed to say it himself. Standing in front of him, Hermes asked what he thought about taking these things, because they were the best of their kind, and if he wanted to do this, he would become an apostle. The hero, imagining some people, remembered that the apostles are close to the gods, beings who follow their will. Due to the fact that they are endowed with the power of the gods, they are also known as avatars, and they can become shoulder to shoulder with a lord who has a huge influence on his followers, or with the army of one person who has exceeded the limits of his body and gained inhuman abilities. By doing so, they can become one of the leaders in the tower. Looking at the interlocutor, the young man knew that he was a representative of the 12 main gods of Olympus, and to become an apostle of such a creature was indeed the greatest phenomenon, since in return a person received an incredible amount of power from him, and therefore receiving the title of apostle and a unique artifact was much better than receiving the lightning of Zeus. At the same time, the hero, shaking his head negatively, replied that he had no way to accept his offer, although he understood that it was really tempting, but he could not allow himself to be attached to anything. God, throwing the weapon over his shoulder, said that everything was clear to him. Looking forward, Hermes also noted that apparently this is the path that the player has chosen. The protagonist, turning around, tried to understand what he meant. The man walked forward. The treasures behind him were shown, and they were heard saying that he would regret the rest of his life if he left them here. The soldier continued to walk as long as these objects continued to say something. A round room appeared. There were also weapons on the pedestals. The guy was heading towards them. His gaze was fixed somewhere upwards. Immediately afterward, the player turned his head to the side. His feet stopped at one of the pedestals. The young man, looking at the painting, said that he had finally found it. A pink object lay in front of him. The hero looked at it closer and immediately received a notification that this was the Aegis of Athena, a shield that consists of 9 layers of thin metal plates, and in the center of the shield was the head of the Gorgon, which could activate the petrification effect on the owner's opponent, and then the fighter realized that this was a bas-relief of the Gorgon's head, looking at which the enemy turned into stone. The guy immediately pressed the consent button when he was offered this artifact. Looking to the side, the protagonist also wondered about the location of the Zeus artifact. His watch around his neck suddenly lit up. Taking them in his hand, the young man tried to understand what had happened. The needle trembled a little. The protagonist immediately looked up. This arrow pointed to one of the paintings in the room. It was Zeus. Glancing at the frame, the fighter realized that this was what he needed. Immediately after that, the young man went behind the wall. Looking at the statue, the hero knew that he did not even need to guess to understand what kind of object it was. His mouth was open. Looking at the painting, the player remembered that according to myths, this god defeated his father Kronos and other titans with the help of this weapon, and it was here all this time. Bringing his hand to the object, the fighter knew that he didn't need anything else but that, because even the 12 artifacts that were outside would not be able to compare with this. His hand was already at the lightning bolt as he thought that even his instincts were telling him that he needed to take this thing. Suddenly, a crack appeared on it. Immediately after, the lightning broke into a huge number of fragments. The hero's eyes immediately opened wide. Looking down, the guy could not believe that the weapon of Zeus could collapse like this, because it was not clear what he should do now. A bright glow suddenly began to appear in front of him. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. Something began to appear on his other arm. The chain wrapped around his wrist. It immediately became commonplace. The young man's mouth opened after he managed to remember Hermes' words about his path. Looking at the hand, the fighter thought that it was absolutely unexpected. Taking up the chain, the player knew that there was no time to get upset, because first he had to find out what happened to a strap. His eyes immediately turned orange. This chain appeared and many notifications began to appear with information that this item is the despair of the Black King, which gives 3 different abilities. Looking down, the young man realized that he had never heard of this Black King, and his brother had never mentioned it in his diary either. His mouth opened. Looking up, the hero remembered that the snake Akasha was always waiting for the return of its owner, and this is what was written in the description of the black bracelet, and it also said that for this reason the snake always thought of the owner's belongings as something priceless, and it turns out that the owner of the snake is the Black King, and the reason why he could not return is that his subordinates have betrayed him. Shifting his gaze to the side, the protagonist realized that this king was strong in making the Akasha snake his henchman, and after he managed to get out of here, he should find out more about the Black King. Bowing his head, the fighter knew that since it had come to this, he should think positively, since there was no point in whining about spilled milk. Closing his eyes, the hero decided to figure out how to make the most effective use of what he was given, and immediately a message appeared that the player had chosen lightning as a reward and the doors of the treasury would be closed. His eyes began to open and a kind of laughter was heard. The goblin, spreading his arms, congratulated him on passing the first 10 floors and noted that he could not even think that he would be able to pass all these tests without any problems, and he simply amazed them all. The hero, standing in front of him, asked why the lightning could disappear. The interlocutor, raising his hand, replied that it was a secret. The young man, standing still, asked a question about the Black King, but the goblin repeated his words and then the fighter asked why he was given this bracelet. The conductor, looking up, replied that the tower gives rewards corresponding to the player's achievements, and there is simply no other reason. Adjusting the monocle, Ibulker explained that they were only representatives of the tower who met her wishes, and the rewards he received were based on his actions and then that's it. What he experienced happened because of the path that he chose and, accordingly, he does not have the opportunity to tell him much about his questions. The young man, raising his hand to his faces, suggested that his path could probably be somehow connected with this Black King. Looking ahead, the guy also realized that he still did not quite understand, but worrying about it would not give an answer and therefore he should focus on the current situation. The goblin, folding his hands in front of him, noted that he had apparently put his thoughts in order and suggested that he move on to the next reward and immediately a notification appeared with the amount of accumulated karma, which was equal to 1.5 million, and then the interlocutor said that it was just an amazing amount, and in total he had 12 rewards in karma from the first 10 floors and also asked a question about whether the player wants to get them right now. The fighter, shaking his head, replied that he wanted to combine them into one award. The walls of this room appeared and the guide was asked what he wanted to get. The hero replied that he needed lightning. Then the goblin began to say that it was really funny, but this deal was already completed. The protagonist, frowning, said that he was not joking, and then Ibulker explained that if he did not want anything else, then they would decide for themselves what to give him. A kind of light began to pour on the hero. Holding out the item, the manager explained that no one had ever achieved the same result as the guest, and therefore this artifact should be enough as his reward. Holding it in his hands, the goblin asked if he wanted to take it as a reward. The protagonist, taking it in his hands, thought that he expected a larger mass of this thing, because it was still forged in 9 layers, but it was light as a feather. Then the interlocutor said that since all the awards had already been issued, they would have to say goodbye. Immediately after, a notification appeared about the transfer to the 11th floor. The man began to disappear from this room. The goblin, covering his mouth with his hand, said that this player not only awakened the despair of the Black King, but was also rewarded with the Aegis, and his personality is extremely interesting. Looking at the hand, the guide remembered that Laplace would be the next guard. The walls of this place reappeared as Ibulker thought that he would be interested to see the reaction of this guardian when he saw the results of this player, because when he managed to see something like that, he became very annoying. The sky appeared and a question about the greedy devil was heard. The man, raising his hand, replied in the affirmative and said that this man had apparently broken records from the 1st to the 10th floor. The fighter, looking at the system window, noted that this player is much better than expected. A comrade in arms, looking out from behind, asked if this was regrettable. The leader was looking down somewhere as the comrade talked about how their leader had also taken part to achieve this record. Bahal, looking at him, noted that he already thought that he had stopped testing him, but the interlocutor replied that it was just his personal curiosity. The fighter, closing his eyes, asked if he meant that their queen's henchman was just asking them questions. The man was silently looking ahead when the leader said that he could remain unconvinced, because it would be easier for him to believe that a dog meows, and not a cat. Remembering his meeting with Arsha, the warrior also noted that he would be lying if he said that he did not feel anything, because all these records are traces of the fact that he happened to be part of that community. Extending his hand, Bahal also added that this is all in the past and is behind him, and now he has no plans to get involved in it, because he has only one thing that is important to him at the moment. A row from the leaderboard appeared. The knight, grinning, explained that these were thoughts about how to make that newcomer a part of them. The crowns of the trees were visible and words were heard that this man would definitely be with them sooner or later. Closing his eyes, the leader noted that this did not mean that they should wait for him indefinitely, and if he did decide to refuse, they would simply destroy him in the same way as they had done before. His hair was upturned by the wind. His gaze was directed somewhere upwards. Introducing a certain group of people, the fighter said that everything would be exactly the same as with Arsha. This man with a flag appeared after saying that Arsha did not belong to any of the clans, so some adored her, and others hated her, and they were different from others because they did not join clans, no matter how hard they tried to get them, and Arsha could even pass the tests of all floors. 2 hands appeared in front of this man after saying that the 8 strongest clans couldn't take it anymore, and therefore decided that they would either possess them or completely destroy them. Between these hands I could see the face of a guy. The leader, turning his head, asked whether such an answer would suit his comrade. The latter, looking somewhere ahead, noted that his comrade in arms had mentioned something that he should not have mentioned and advised him to be more careful next time, while the interlocutor said that he hoped that he would not notice it. Taking a step forward, Bahal also began to talk about how the ruler still did not trust him. The bird flew over their heads. Bending over at the cliff, the fighter asked if this was the place they needed, and his comrade-in-arms answered in the affirmative. Some people in robes appeared. A bright blue glow appeared in the middle of the altar. The head, smiling, noted that it was a portal leading to Arandon and asked what they might be hiding since they had created a portal on the outskirts, and immediately added that they didn't have much time and therefore needed to speed up. Immediately after, the fighter raised one hand. A man came out of the portal. A smile appeared on Bahal's face. Putting his hand forward, the soldier ordered everyone to open fire. A multitude of arrows rushed down. They were heading straight for him. His eyes immediately widened. A bright explosion lit up the entire forest. Clouds of dust rose into the air. Suddenly the image of a man appeared there. His whole face was covered in blood. Looking at his opponent, the fighter shouted his name. Immediately after that, the leader jumped off the cliff. Rancor landed in front of him. Closing his eyes, the enemy noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, energy began to accumulate at Leonti's feet. Immediately after, the warrior rushed to attack. The opponent blocked this lunge with his palm. Cracks went on the ground because of this collision. The young man, frowning, shouted a question about how he dared to attack him, because did he not understand what he had done now, and what it would lead to later? The latter, looking up, replied in the affirmative. A smirk immediately appeared on his face. The leader of the island, jumping back, asked if this was a declaration of war. His eyes opened a little wider after saying that the head of one of the 5 god warriors of the Azure Sword clan was a perfect start to such an event. Raising his hand, the opponent also noted that they had once been friends and therefore he felt uncomfortable at the thought that someone else would do it. A bright flame appeared behind the man. Leonti bowed his head while the enemy said that he had come here to kill him personally. Smiling, Bahal also asked why he didn't give the mana organ, because if he did as he was told, he would be guaranteed a painless death. The fighter's hand immediately began to accumulate energy. The enemy, opening his eyes wider, began to say that his ostentation and pride left him no choice and he would have to take this object by force. Another bright flash lit up the battlefield. The hero appeared in a clearing with flowers. Glancing to the side, the boy assumed that Pant and Edora had not yet arrived. Sitting down on the grass, the fighter also decided to wait for them here. Suddenly, some ears began to appear. The creature appeared in front of him. The guardian, putting his hand on his chest, introduced himself and noted that he was very pleased to meet this particular player in person. Laplace, looking at this man, realized that he was the strongest player after Arsha, and he finally managed to meet the one who excited all the guards. Closing his eyes, the supervisor remembered that someone else was actually the guardian of this floor, but he wanted to change because he wanted to personally pay special attention to the newcomer. Opening his eyes, the hare knew that he could never miss such a great opportunity, and later he should prepare some carrots for the guardian of the 11th floor. Raising a finger, Laplace asked if the player was aware of how the rules changed from this floor onwards. The young man, rising to his feet, replied that he had heard that there would be no more waiting area and such trials would be long-term, while the interlocutor replied in the affirmative and noted that he apparently understood the essence of what would happen in the future and further instructions would not be difficult to explain. This flower meadow appeared and he was heard saying that those players who pass numerous tests to become gods must overcome the limits of their body, and in order to do this, they will have to go through dangerous tests with a number of difficulties. Bowing his head, the guard also added that it was usually said that the real trials began on this floor, since what he would face here was no match for what he had gone through before. By introducing the person in front of the defeat lettering, the hero realized that the interlocutor was trying to explain to him that even if the player failed the challenge in the rookie zone, he could try to pass it countless times. I also imagined the soldier in the waiting area and remembered that there was such an area where a person could heal his wounds and rest. Immediately after, a warrior appeared with a flag in his hands, after thinking that after all this, they had the opportunity to return to passing the trials. A soldier also appeared in front of the sign, when the protagonist thought that everything would change starting from the 11th floor, since the waiting area was no longer there. Imagining the walking player, the young man also realized that if he fails the test, he will still remain on the floor, and if he is injured, he will have to look for a way to heal himself on this floor, and even if he reaches a dead end, he will have to look for a solution here, and as a result, the player is trapped until he passes the test. The hero began to look around when the guard said that he should therefore be careful, since there would no longer be such a thing as rounds, and also the question of whether the player had anything that should be clarified. Folding his hands in front of him, Laplace said that they should then begin the test. This clearing appeared and suddenly notifications began to appear with information that the place for the test will be the world of dreams, a mythical place where the dreams of creatures inhabiting all worlds and dimensions are intertwined, and the player's task will be to raise a mythical beast that will be fed by his dreams and desires and eventually will become a great partner for the long journey that awaits him ahead. Raising his hand, the guardian explained that the object in his hand was the egg of a mythical beast. The young man looked at him when the interlocutor said that no one knew who would hatch from him, since his form would change in accordance with the dreams and desires with which he would feed him. Raising his finger, the guardian asked him to remember one thing, which is that even though an egg grows on its own, it is still an egg and it will never hatch if the owner does not take care of it, and therefore he should make sure that he will be provided with the right food, good treatment, necessary care and affection, because the more soul and heart he puts into this matter, the stronger his partner will be. Standing opposite, the interlocutor also said that if he did not have any questions, then they should say goodbye, because they still had to meet at the end of the test. Immediately afterward, the guide disappeared. The young man looked at the egg in his hand again. Raising his head, the hero thought that there would be a lot of trouble with this egg. The man rubbed the back of his head with his hand. His gaze was directed somewhere forward. Walking on the grass, the soldier remembered that his brother had said that on the 11th floor he had managed to rest and have fun, because in comparison with the previous dull tests, this was the first time that he could enjoy. Introducing his brother, the young man knew that his distinguishing feature was psychometry, and he took care of the egg all day long with love and talked to him, feeding him good dreams. The man stretched out his hands when the protagonist realized that he had raised one of the most powerful creatures, a mythical dragon, thanks to which he later managed to meet the ancient dragon Calidus. There was a smile on his face as the player remembered that his brother had signed a contract with him that allowed him to use skills and powers like dragon eyes, and in a way, this floor was a turning point for him. Glancing at his watch, the protagonist realized that he wasn't really good at that at all, unlike his brother. The sky appeared when the guy realized that he did not really care about the process of care and nursing, since many methods of growing were shown in the diary. Remembering himself with the flame in his hands, the young man thought that the flame essence was good in many aspects, and would be a great fit, so it would be good to increase his skill level. An image of a phoenix appeared behind him after thinking that in such a case, he should raise such a beast due to its high affinity for the elements of fire and air, as it needed to get its hands on the flame of life. Behind him was this shield. As he sat down on a rock, the boy thought that Pant and Edora were lingering after all. Putting his hand on his knee, the young man knew that there was nothing he could do about it. A dagger had already appeared in his hand. An inscription appeared on the stone showing the way to a large forest in the south. Standing by this boulder, the fighter remembered that they had agreed that they would leave small messages about where they would go, in case they split up, and this inscription would help them find it. A large amount of foliage appeared when a person decided to hit the road. The player finds himself in front of a cliff and immediately reports of entering the Phoenix's territory, where his defense against the element of fire and air will be greatly reduced, as well as his stats. Next to him, another system window appeared with information that the Phoenix had begun to follow him from afar. Something quickly swept by the crowns of the trees. The hero, glancing to the side, tried to understand why the Phoenix was suddenly so wary of everything, since his brother had not mentioned such a high murder intent on his part in his diary. Immediately afterward, the man raised his head. Looking at the hole in the rock, the young man realized that it was the nest of this bird. Immediately after, the protagonist took a step. His eyes widened as someone ordered him to stop. Looking up, the young man realized that it was a bird when the Phoenix told him not to approach, otherwise death awaited him. The fighter, raising his hand, began to talk about how he had come from afar to get the flame of life and asked her to give him a task. This cave appeared and from it words were heard that she no longer had a desire to share with insignificant people. The hero was still looking up, not understanding what was happening. Throwing back his head, the player thought that something was wrong here, because for some reason the bird resembles a curled hedgehog. His head was still in the same position. The fighter made several quick jumps. Standing at the entrance, the young man apologized for the intrusion. The bird, hiding in the shadows, asked how he dared to set foot in her house. The man's eyes immediately changed color. The image of a phoenix appeared. The young man, standing still, said that he saw her hatching eggs. Phoenix opened his beak and asked what the problem was and told him to leave, as he had no time for such jokes. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if the third egg had been lost. Then the bird asked what he had to do with it, and again asked him to leave it alone. The protagonist, looking away, said that he could return her egg if she gave him a task. Immediately afterward, the fighter held out his hand to her. A bird's wing appeared when she said that he could do whatever he wanted. Immediately after that, a system window appeared next to him with a hidden task, in which he needs to find the missing egg, because in this case, the phoenix will never forget his kindness. The soldier turned around. His image immediately disappeared from the cave. The crowns of trees appeared. The guy, looking around, realized that the footprints had disappeared in this place, and tried to understand where it could have disappeared. Suddenly he heard something. Looking deep into the forest, the young man thought for a moment. The man holding this object said that it was damn cool and it was hard for him to believe in their luck, because they managed to find the egg while the phoenix left it unattended. Smiling, the player noted that the teammate should only imagine how much he could demand for such a rare item. Bringing his hand to his face, the fighter also added that such an item is not so easy to get, and you have to pay any price for it, and also thought that it would be nice to have your own pet, because only a small part of the players in the tower have legendary mythical beasts. Blood flowed from his nose as thoughts of killing all competitors crossed his mind. This blood also remained on his hand. Turning his head, the player asked when his companion managed to make it. The latter also replied that it was all the water that he had recently been given, because apparently his fatigue was too strong, since he did not notice such a large amount of mandrake juice. Smiling, the man noted that this is nothing new for such people and he should not be offended. The crown of the tree appeared again. The man, holding the egg in his hands, said that he had always dreamed of such a thing and did not think that this day would ever come, because now he would be able to become a ranker with the legendary mythical beast. His eyes were wide open. Suddenly, the blade went through his chest. The killer, standing behind, called them idiots. Immediately after, the hero swung his blade. The egg was in his hand. Holding it, the guy remembered that he wanted to attack from behind, taking them by surprise. But he was afraid that they would drop the object during the battle and therefore had to act quickly when the right moment arose. The sky appeared when the player realized that everything turned out to be much easier than expected, as they just decided to kill each other. Flames appeared in his hand. After that, the corpses of these people burned. The light from the flames poured onto his face. Looking at the thing in his hands, the soldier knew that it would be great if all subsequent tasks were just as easy. The bird, covering its eggs with its wings, said that he thought that he would never see this child next to him again. The hero, smiling, thought that it was very good that they were reunited after all. The protagonist remembered himself with his brother next to his mother. Phoenix looked at the man and thanked him. Opening her beak, she also noted that he had saved her child, and an agreement was an agreement, and as promised, he would be given a task, and immediately asked what he wanted. The protagonist, holding out his hand, replied that he needed her flame of life. The bird, tilting his head slightly, asked if he understood what he was asking, but the fighter answered in the affirmative, and said that this thing was the source of her existence. This essence appeared when the player remembered that the phoenix is a creature that dies by burning from its own flames, and is reborn again like a spark, and therefore fire is a symbol of rebirth, also known as the sacred flame. An egg appeared in his hand and then the bird asked if he was going to use this essence on him, to which the answer was affirmative. Phoenix, looking down, began to talk about what she understood, and noted that she was originally supposed to give him a task, but they should do without it, since he saved her egg, and besides, it can be said for sure that the player would have easily passed the test if he had been given it. System notifications immediately appeared with information that he managed to gain the favor of the phoenix, and his trust increased by 200 points, and also received the flame of life as a reward. The bird, looking at him, noted that in order to take its flames, he needed a suitable vessel and therefore he needed to go and create it, and then return for the reward. A system message immediately appeared with a new task, in which he needed to find 5 albatross eggs, 80 shadow serpent apples, and also 1 heart of the weakest dragon. The fighter, squinting, thought that the task of creating a vessel turned out to be more annoying than obtaining flames. A wall of caves appeared and the phoenix said that since they had sorted out their affairs, it was time for him to go and return when the vessel was ready. Burning wood could be seen. The hero, sitting next to the fire, understood that despite the fact that it was just a beast in an egg, it was still a cub, but even now he had to be sensitive to external stimuli and therefore he had to create a quiet and calm environment. Bowing his head, the protagonist knew that although it was too late, he should quickly create a nest for the egg. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The egg suddenly began to glow. The guy, looking at him, thought that his pet was in a good mood. Frowning, the fighter hoped that it would be comfortable. Immediately afterward, the young man closed his eyes and exhaled. Taking the egg in his hands, the hero could not believe that he was doing this. Immediately afterward, the man began to wipe it. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at the moons, the guy knew that there was nothing he could do and he should stroke him a little more. The sun has already risen over this location. The egg was lying in the nest. The young man buried his hands in his hips, watching him. Smiling, the hero understood that it would be better for him. Turning around, the protagonist decided to take a closer look at the rewards that he managed to receive. Immediately after, the player clicked on the button to accept rewards when he remembered that he was supposedly given 8 items. These artifacts were lying on the grass in front of him. Taking one of the objects in his hand, the soldier realized that it was the only useful thing. The hero held it with his fingers when messages began to appear with information about the item, which was a skull emblem that was created from the skull of a player who was a shaman in life. Bringing it closer to his face, the protagonist knew that just by looking at the description, it was not a good item. His eyes changed color after thinking that he contained the soul of a shaman. A small spirit began to emerge from his mouth as the fighter realized that this was a good chance to try out the black bracelet. Immediately after, the artifact in his hand began to emit a bright turquoise glow. The young man clenched it in his fist. Suddenly the color changed to red. The object immediately disappeared from his hand. Something began to appear in front of him. A spiritual image of a skeleton appeared. The spirit, raising his hands, groaned. The hero crossed his arms over his chest. Raising his hand, the guy realized that earlier it seemed to him that this was the soul of the player, but it was apparently swallowed by a monster, and therefore his experiment could still fail. Having taken a step, the hero realized that there was nothing to be done about it. By placing his hand on the head of the skeleton, the player knew that he had only summoned it in the form of a spirit, but had not even taken possession of it yet. Still keeping his hand on his head, the guy ordered him to obey. Frowning, the young man repeated his order. The spirit, raising his hands, began to say that he did not want to die. The man, his mouth wide open, repeated the order again. A bright blue glow spread around. A small vortex formed around them. Everything immediately fell silent when the fighter removed his hand from him. The skeleton's eyes turned bright blue. The protagonist, putting his hand on his chest, realized that he had a feeling as if he had become one. His eyes were closed. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man ordered him to sit down. The sky was visible and various orders were heard. A blue glow appeared from below as the guy told him to bring some fruit. Looking at the spirit, the hero thought that he was carrying out his every order, from the simple to the most complex. The shaman, raising his hands, held an apple in front of him. When the protagonist realized that when the henchman was given the order to bring the fruit, he used a simple spell to complete the task and perhaps he could not use stronger magic now, but, apparently, the lower one was still available to him. There was this apple in front of him when the young man also realized that the spirit showed no signs of disobedience or expression of its opinion. Looking at him, the player realized that the shaman had indeed become his faithful servant. The protagonist ran ahead of him and recalled that he had also conducted other tests, the first of which was speed, and at first he was slightly behind, but not so much that there would be problems if he had to be taken with him. He also imagined himself at a distance from him and realized that he had also checked the distance of the commands that the servant could hear within a radius of 100 meters. Bringing his hand to his face, the player thought that when the spirit is next to him, there will be no problems, but the farther he goes, the worse he hears and he manages to feel that the distance between them becomes thinner as the distance increases. Standing in the middle of the forest, the fighter knew that he had to come up with a way to strengthen the bond between them, which should first be called the puppeteer's bonds. The crowns of trees appeared when the man decided to finish with the tests for today. A cloudy sky could be seen. The shaman lifted something into the air. Immediately afterward, the spirit looked at the owner. The hero, putting his hand to his face, realized that the transformation had slightly improved his original spirit abilities, but this was not enough. Although thanks to the ability to deal physical damage, a large number of familiars would be very useful. This skeleton appeared after thinking that the undead were able to evolve into higher beings over time, so it was possible that this familiar would even become something like a lich. Frowning, the protagonist thought about an undead army that could be created. After summoning the system window, the guy also wanted to know if there were souls in his collection that he would have the ability to transform. His finger went to the window. His eyes widened as something appeared on the screen. There were already 3 servants standing in front of him. A monster appeared when the young man remembered that the huge gnoll was a creature that guarded the laurel leaves, which must be found to create the wreath of Artemis on the 6th floor. Another enemy also appeared, after thinking that there was also Volca, a powerful boss of the 9th floor, defeated with the help of Pant and Edora. Looking at them, the hero knew that they were the souls of the strongest creatures from the rookie zone, and he had a chance to collect them in case there was any use. But who knew that they could be used in this way? Looking ahead, the young man thought that it would be easier for him to manage them with names. Glancing at one of them, the soldier pronounced his new name. He also looked at the second one, and then he looked at the shaman and called them names, and immediately there were notifications that the familiar spirits had been given names and this person had strengthened them. A system window appeared in front of his face with information about the proximity of familiars. Looking at him, the young man was surprised that they were so happy with the names. Looking at them, the fighter thought that the spirits that were collected had no personalities, because when captured, they lost their ego, and despite the fact that familiar spirits are stronger than ordinary spirits, they still do not realize who they were before, but by gaining a name, they find a new meaning to exist. The protagonist, putting his hand on his chest, realized that the result was not so bad, and he has a feeling that the bond between them has become stronger than before, and also remembered that the abilities of each of them are similar to those they had in life. One of them appeared after thinking that the nimble gnoll was boasting of high speed. Immediately afterward, another spirit struck the ground and the guy realized that Ka had great power, because he was slower, but stronger. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the young man realized that he should continue to look for strong spirits. Standing in front of them, the fighter decided to start hunting. The sky turned orange due to the onset of evening and a message appeared with information about the number of souls collected in the amount of 500 pieces. Looking at the window of the system, the fighter realized that previously he could only collect 150, but now the number had increased to 500 and apparently his limit had tripled. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero realized that he wanted to see how many familiars he could create, and also thought about the fact that his limit at the moment was 10 spirits, and it was much less than expected. Waving his hand, the protagonist also remembered that the new familiars that were created in a hurry are rather weak and useless. Looking at his hands, the young man knew that the capacity would increase along with the user's abilities, which meant that he could only hope. Introducing the girl, the fighter knew that he needed to find out what this artifact was and therefore would have to ask Adora to use her eyes. His eyes widened when someone said that he had a very interesting subject. Looking up, the young man noted that he thought she was resting, but the phoenix said that her chicks had finally calmed down, and the artifact he had found piqued her interest. The young man was looking up somewhere when the bird said that it was now interested to know who he was, that he had such a bracelet on his hand. Blood remained on the armor. The man, walking through the forest, realized that he still managed to escape using some items and skills, but now he had nothing left at all. Holding his hand, the soldier knew that this would not have happened, as if he had that stone. Gritting his teeth with force, Leontet said that he would pay for what he had done, no matter what it cost him. People crowded around the bulletin board, and it was said that it was mostly about how Bahal ambushed Leonti, who later turned out to be the only survivor and ended up declaring war and putting up notices on every floor. 2 flags appeared after telling that the Red Dragon and the Azure Sword clan were the largest in the tower, and that was why this war was going to cause huge upheavals. And in this regard, countless clans and players began to prepare for the battles to come. Someone tore a sheet of paper off the board. The fighter, looking at him, noted that it did not matter where to go, because there were announcements everywhere. Gritting his teeth, Panto realized that he thought that after the end of the rookie zone, he would be able to pass the tests in peace, starting from the 11th floor. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The wings of a bird appeared. She immediately began to sit on his arm. An object was attached to its leg when the player realized that this bird was the messenger of the clan. Immediately afterward, the young man unfolded the letter and read the words that they needed to return immediately after receiving the message. They began to go somewhere. In the distance, many small houses appeared. One of the villagers, holding up his hat, glanced somewhere. One of the farmers came out to them and asked them why they had returned so suddenly. They crowded in front of them, saying that everyone already knew how busy the tower had become lately, and that was the reason for their return. Their father, standing behind them, asked when they had returned. The girl frowned as she said that she thought something serious had happened, but apparently it wasn't, since someone was chilling in the garden. The man, throwing the tool over his shoulder, asked if they should have a snack, because no matter how busy they were, they still needed to rest. Standing in front of them, the father also asked why his daughter was so annoyed, and the son asked if he really wanted to know the reason. Spreading his arms, Panto replied that she wanted to go on an exciting adventure with her dear husband. She immediately kicked him. A lantern appeared and words were heard that apparently their miss had finally found a candidate for husband, and this meant that they would soon be eating noodles at the wedding. The father, hugging her, noted that he was already very eager to know who was able to win the heart of his daughter. As he was leaving, the head also noted that he had no idea who she was so cold at, because he couldn't even joke anymore. Putting the tool on the ground, the man said that they should go back to business. Burying his hands in his hips, the fighter explained that he may not have mentioned this message, but they should already know what was happening. His son, approaching him, began to talk about how this was the reason for their return and also noted that he did not even blink an eye when Arsha was in trouble. The man, looking at him, replied that he did not want to get involved in this then, but now things have taken a sharp turn. Frowning, the fighter explained that they had decided to participate in the war as mercenaries. The children's eyes opened to Ira after his words that Flan had taken an oath to give up the horn, and they knew what it meant. A representative of their race appeared after saying that giving up the grove meant the same thing to them as putting their lives on the line. Immediately after the man, he exhaled, closing his eyes. Smiling, my father suggested that they go inside first, as their conversation was likely to drag on. The young man was looking at his artifact when the bird asked him what kind of bracelet it was on his hand. The hero, looking at his hands, replied that he would like to know it himself. The man was standing in the middle of the forest when the interlocutor said that she saw the essence of most objects, but this one was a mystery to him and seemed to be covered with fog, at least in her eyes. Frowning, the young man realized that it was disappointing that even a legendary beast could not recognize this item. The bird appeared next to the chains as she told her that the bracelet was her exact opposite, but at the same time it was a reflection in a mirror. The young man's eyes widened at these words. Falling petals appeared as the phoenix spoke of being a creature that burns life and is born from fire. A small sprout also appeared after her words that this object gives life through death and is its embodiment, and life and death are just diametrically opposed, but at the same time the same, because they are one whole. The guy, bowing his head, asked if life and death were one, to which he received an affirmative answer. At first, a phoenix appeared, when the fighter thought that this bird may be a living creature, but it will be able to be reborn from a spark only after death. Rebellious spirits also appeared, after thinking that on the other hand, the black bracelet controls death, as it collects the souls of the dead and turns them into dark energy, or familiar spirits, and this can also be regarded as resurrection. The hero turned his head as the bird began to say that it definitely felt the divine power emanating from this shield, and was most likely blessed by the goddess of war. The protagonist picked it up when it was reported that a 10-layered shield blessed by Athena, the goddess of war, could block most attacks, and there were also notifications with other features. The young man smiled and suggested that this item was so good because it was a divine artifact, and it even sounded like something dishonest. After imagining this item, the guy realized that the Enid can both defend and attack, and therefore serves as an excellent defense against dark magic, as well as casting the curse of petrification on enemies in a wide radius. Putting his hand on it, the hero knew that this was not the most important function. A man with a flag appeared after thinking that this artifact can improve the stats of allies and worsen the stats of enemies, and as a rule, this type of skill was only available to the Lord class, but even they have the limitations of their skills, such as the ability to use only on subordinates. On the other hand, the Aegis can give a buff to anyone the user considers an ally. Spirits appeared when the protagonist thought that this could mean that any of his familiars or those who follow commands will receive a stat boost. Turning around, the fighter also realized that it was much better than what his brother had mentioned in the diary, and he didn't even have to worry about the daggers thrown from afar. Turning around, the guy realized that there was a flaw here as well. The bodies of the skeletons shivered as it was reported that the spirit familiars were watching his subject warily and their affection was waning. Raising his hand, the young man asked only not to tell him this. Something black appeared in her. Something flew from his palm. Immediately afterward, his gaze shifted to the side. Looking at the objects, the hero realized that these two artifacts are incompatible. Imagining the chains and shield, the fighter thought that the black bracelet uses curses and dark mana, while the Aegis contains the element of light and therefore makes sense of their incompatibility. Taking hold of the blade hilt, the hero made a decision. Swinging his sword, the young man wanted to know how it would react to the blood-soaked demonic sword. His blade glowed brightly, and immediately there was a message that the demonic curse that had struck Vigrid had been dispelled by the Aegis, and therefore the characteristics of the divine artifact began to manifest again. A smirk appeared on his face. The evening sky appeared and the bird heard the words that the Aegis does not accept the bracelet of death, but rejoices in the cursed sword and becomes very interested because of this. Looking at the artifacts in his hands, Phoenix spoke of dark and light objects. Immediately afterwards, the fighter threw them behind his back, while the interlocutor continued to talk about how it was unusual for the tower to bestow such different artifacts at the same time, and he might want to know why the tower had awarded them to him. The guy raised his head when the bird began to ask if he could ask for a certain favor. His mouth parted after her words that all three chicks had just hatched safely, including the youngest he had saved. Closing his eyes, the young man congratulated her, and immediately heard her words that she hoped that the rescuers himself would give a name to the younger chick. It seemed to be a cave. The chick sat in his arms. The hero lifted him closer to his face. Right, looking at him, noted that apparently even a person like her guest could be so excited about difficulties. The young man, smiling, realized that this chick was warm. The bird, standing in front of him, asked to give the chick a name. Immediately, a system window appeared with an offer to accept the request. The protagonist looked at the small bird. Holding it in his hands, the soldier called his name. Suddenly the color of the mother changed. The hero, looking at her, asked if there was any problem with this. She, turning away, replied that everything was fine. Immediately after, the man stretched out his finger to the button to accept the offer. He still had this fledgling in his hands when reports began to emerge that a connection had been made with Chirpy and that he would have a strong influence on him. And a contract had also been made with a legendary beast, and because of this, all mythical beasts except demon beasts would be less aggressive towards him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that he could even feel something awakening inside his body. His eyes opened after the announcement that his current stage of awakening had already reached 99.5%, and at the same time, he realized that establishing a bond with the chick had affected his growth. The cave appeared again, when the guy thought that he had all 0.5% left, and his awakening should be completed soon. The crowns of trees were visible. Looking at the shield below him, the protagonist tried to figure out how to use it. Stretching out his hand, the fighter suggested that he should pour mana into him. Immediately after, the artifact rose into the air. Looking up, the hero thought that this was some kind of telekinesis, and everything turned out to be much easier than expected. Two more identical objects appeared when a person wanted to try to separate them. A bright explosion rang out in the air. The guy fell to his knees. Rubbing his head, the protagonist realized that if he wanted to control it, he should concentrate on all 9 parts at the same time. As he lifted it into the air, the young man also realized that controlling one was not a problem. His other arm also began to accumulate energy after thinking that he should try to control 2 at once. The man gritted his teeth forcefully. Those 2 shields loomed over him as he realized that things were much more complicated than expected. Imagining how he draws signs with his hands, the young man thought that he needs to draw a circle with his right hand, and then draw a square with his left, and everything is not so difficult. But if you draw at the same time, then you simply cannot get accurate figures, so it is quite expected that using 9 at the same time is simply impossible. His gaze was fixed upwards as thoughts came to his mind that if he wanted to use everything, he would have to divide his consciousness. Turning around, the hero called out to the spirits. They were standing in front of him when Vladika said that they were about to start training. All his belongings lay by the shore. The fighter was swimming on his back under the starry sky. A system window with characteristics appeared in front of him. Looking at him, the young man realized that his skill of heightened senses had seriously increased his level. Wiping his face, the young hero also realized that there really was nothing to do on this floor until the beast hatched, and therefore he should focus on practice. His eyes were closed. Looking to the side, the player tried to understand where his comrades were. Opening the window of the system, the young man realized that something had definitely happened to them. Having introduced them, the fighter knew that they had to finish and go to the 11th floor by this time, and apparently they had some problems. Still sitting still, the protagonist also realized that he did not worry much about them, because they were able to stand up for themselves, but he had hoped that they would come before his beast hatched. His gaze was fixed somewhere forward. Immediately after that, the man began to descend into the water. Lying in place, the guy thought that he had also changed. The protagonist appeared, who was practicing the skill of using the aegis, when it was said that after 5 days, the brother and sister had not appeared on this floor, and the fighter had been concentrating on training all this time and had learned to control the 3 layers of the aegis. One of the skeletons was standing on a branch, and it was said that his familiar spirits were now able to materialize for a longer time, and had also grown to the point where they began to think for themselves. The young man, looking at the shaman, realized that he was now ready for a real battle. An aegis appeared on his back. The hero took hold of the hilt of the blade when the bird asked if he was leaving, to which he replied in the affirmative and explained that he still had something to prepare. His gaze was fixed somewhere to the side. Standing by the forest, the guy realized that this place must be somewhere here. The man stood still. Suddenly someone's big wing appeared. His gaze went upwards. A huge bird flew at him and immediately a notification appeared with information about a hidden mission. A smile appeared on his face. The young man raised his head slightly. Taking daggers, the protagonist told the spirits to come out. His henchmen began to appear next to him. His eyes immediately changed color. The bird, with its mouth wide open, flew at them. Placing his hand on his body, the hero used the absorption skill. Looking down, the fighter also realized that the albatross was only losing to Vulca and maybe now he wouldn't be able to turn him into his pawn because of his displeasure. But maybe later he would be able to do it. Looking at the army, the guy praised them for their good work. One of them flew into his hands. The hero began to scatter these spirit pills to all the spirits, and immediately notifications began to appear about their stat increase. Looking at the shaman, the player remembered that he had used souls to create these pills and apparently they were quite effective in leveling up his familiar spirits, as every time they absorbed one, their stats increased and therefore one had to work harder and create as many of these pills as possible for them. Holding the egg in his hands, the protagonist also realized that the hunt was very easy, because he did not have to lift a finger for its successful execution. A system window appeared in front of him as the thought crossed his mind that all he had to do was sit and watch the stats increase, because perhaps he would be able to get the rest of the materials just as easily. In this window of the system, it was said that he still needed to get the shadow snake apples, the heart of the weakest dragon, and 2 more albatross eggs. Passing ahead, the fighter ordered them to follow him. Suddenly a sword plunged into the ground. The man, holding on to the handle, was breathing heavily. The girl, holding her staff, asked them to hold out a little longer, because according to Sliff, they were almost there. The soldier turned around and said that if she said so, it was definitely true, and they should do what they had come here to do. The forest around them appeared when it was said that this was the tunnel of the shadow snake, the most difficult dungeon that the group had passed, because there were a lot of snakes that attacked at any moment, as well as a paralyzing venom that instantly acted when bitten, and this team had already been in the tunnel for 5 days in a row. The man, looking back, realized that the supply of antidote had already been emptied and if it was an ordinary passage, then they would have retreated a long time ago. It seemed like an apple after thinking that they had already gone too far to just go back, because at the end of the tunnel they still had a reward waiting for them, compensating for all the difficulties they had to go through. The leader, walking ahead, thought that as soon as they received the apples, they would no longer have to go through difficulties and going through any dungeons would be a spittle for them. A huge door appeared in front of them. One of the comrades, smiling broadly, exclaimed with joy. The head turned around and noted that he knew that they were very happy, but it was too early for them to celebrate, as they still needed to prepare for battle, because they needed to be focused. Putting his hand on the door, the soldier gave the order to go forward. His face was serious. Suddenly his eyes opened wider. All the trees in front of them were empty. There was not a single apple. The young man was tossing an apple in his hand when a message appeared about the successful completion of the task. The skeletons behind him covered the bags. Looking at the windows, the guy realized that he had already ceased to be surprised by the fact that he saw them so often. The city of Porak came into view. The hero walked through its streets. One of the players, looking at a friend, asked who could need so many ingredients again, while the second replied that he had heard that there were no more ingredients left in one place. The man walked on, while behind him he could hear the words that although they should soon recover, they still had to wait, and they would rather die of old age than wait for this. The hero, looking ahead, understood that he could not help them in any way. After imagining various items, the protagonist knew that only these ingredients would be suitable for making a vessel for the flame of life, and even if they were not needed now, they would definitely be used in the future. One of the people was looking around. A door with a sign appeared. The guy, standing in the middle of the street, thought that this city was the largest and busiest on the 11th floor, and it was not clear why his personality had caused changes around, because did something really happen? His gaze turned to the side as someone shouted that everyone should stand aside. The knight, holding out his hand in front of him, asked if they all did not know them. The protagonist, looking at the emblem on his armor, realized that this was the Behemoth clan and these were not the guys who would fail on the lower floors and it was not clear what they could need here. These knights were walking down the street when the young man remembered that they were all among the leaders on the Blue Flower Island and that the fact that they had stirred had some connection to the island. Looking at them, the guy knew that he should find out the reason for their appearance here. A person will stop somewhere. Looking at the sign, the guy assumed that this was the place he needed. This sign seemed closer. Everything inside was in smoke. One of the people glanced at him. The second visitor was also looking at the guest. At that time, the hero was standing at the bar. A small bag immediately fell on the counter. The guy, looking at the bartender, said that he needed to buy something. The man, wiping his glass, said that they were always happy to welcome guests with a thick wallet and also asked what he needed. The latter immediately replied that he needed a large number of heavenly insect wings. The protagonist, standing in front of him, also added that he was only interested in the wings of the species that lived on the 31st floor, while the interlocutor replied that they had such a product, but it would cost more, but if he had enough money, he would be able to provide the guest with the right amount. Immediately afterwards, the worker put his hand on the bag. The young man opened it. Hiding it, the hero began to say that he was interested in something else. Then the interlocutor asked why he asked for it empty-handed. Immediately after, another bag of money fell on the counter, and then the bartender noted that he really had a generous soul and asked what he needed this time. The man continued to wipe his glass when the guest began to talk about having noticed those people who were snooping the streets of the city and also asked a question about what they had forgotten on the 11th floor. The man, holding the vessel, replied that it was the first time he had seen them in this place. Rubbing the back of his head, the employee explained that before that they appeared only in deserted places. The hero's eyes widened after being asked if he knew that a war could break out between the Red Dragon and the Azure Sword clan. Dark energy immediately began to emanate from him. The glass of one of the visitors collapsed on the table after that. The second man immediately took the blade in his hand. The young man, glancing to the side, realized that this was very rash. Still standing at the bar, the hero asked the man to tell about it in more detail. A shot of the fight between the two players appeared, when the bartender began to say that he was apparently completely unaware that Bahal from the Red Dragon and Leonti from the Azure Sword did not share something. The face of the second soldier appeared after the words that he had escaped, being on the verge of death. Raising his hand, the worker also added that he had heard that both clans were going to declare war, and therefore a grand battle was approaching. The young man, frowning, knew that if the two best players from the two largest guilds clashed, then war could not be avoided, which meant that events were starting to take a very interesting turn. Raising a finger, the interlocutor also said that there was a very high probability that the 11th floor would become a battlefield for them. Then the guest asked why they chose this particular place. The bartender, putting his hand to the glasses from above, said that there are several reasons. The first is that it is possible to deploy full-fledged hostilities here, and the second is that this floor has a symbolic meaning, because it is easy to collect souls and artifacts, and besides, there is a fast process of supplying resources. After imagining the various creatures, the hero realized that when the spirits gain strength, they will be able to provide a lot of help, and especially their inner strength, which can help players who want to develop quickly, and this is quite appropriate when preparing for war, and in such a situation, they could not remain calm, because all these spirits were destroyed. Immediately after, the fighter put the bag on the rack. As the protagonist stepped outside, he realized that he needed to finish the challenge before more players arrived. The visitor, turning around, asked what kind of impudent man he was. The bartender turned around and asked to find out everything he could about him, because then they might be able to find out something. And he also asked if it would be something like hunting. The player, putting his hand on the counter, also asked who this person was. A smile appeared on the employee's face. Looking back, the man said that this masked guy was the greedy devil. 2 bright moons appeared. The soldier was walking through the forest. Suddenly he stopped. Standing still, the hero told them to finally show up. The fighter, taking off his hood, asked if their interlocutor was the same player. The young man turned to them and asked what they wanted, and the young man replied that they just needed to make sure of something. Glancing to the side, the fighter asked if he had heard of the man who had made a complete mess of the ecosystem of the 11th floor, from which more than one person had suffered. Licking his lips, the player explained that they suspect him of this crime, and it will be better if he contributes to the investigation. The guy was still standing still. 3 more strangers appeared behind him. Taking hold of the handle of the dagger, the protagonist wondered why such people who want to get someone else's are everywhere. Smiling, the hero said that if they wanted to attack, then they could already do it, since they should stop their pathetic excuses. Without showing his face, Shomwu said that if they wanted to attack, then they should attack and stop these dirty excuses. A blush appeared on the man's face. Taking a sword in his hand, the interlocutor said that, it seems, it was true, his handiwork, adding that he would answer for what he said. Looking at the soldiers, the main character said that if they wanted to attack, they needed to take a risk. A man's face appeared. The guy's head fell to the ground. A fountain of blood appeared. Red hair lay on the ground. Fear appeared on the warrior's face. A skeleton appeared. The warriors, trembling, asked what it was. Running away, the man said that the monster was on top, adding that they should not stand. A skeleton appeared behind the player's pig. The monsters were behind the soldiers. The man was holding a sword in his hands. A bloodstain appeared. Plate greaves appeared. Opponents began to run away. The guy suddenly turned around. People were being chased by a monster. The monster was directly above the villain. A cut appeared. The protagonist stood surrounded by blood. The enemy's head was raised. Jong's silhouette appeared. Trembling with fear, the man asked if he knew what kind of creature was behind him. His hand took his opponent by the throat. The creature's legs appeared, hearing about whether or not the protagonist should care. Taking out a knife, the protagonist said that in any case, those would not get out of here alive. Without showing his face, the man stated what seemed to have begun. Squatting, the interlocutor asked about the fact that these were the guys who decided to teach a lesson to the greedy devil, asking the question that they were not the best fighters. Knitting his eyebrows, the player thought that he had dealt with the hippo alone, adding that it was very impressive, because he had encountered the Azure Sword clan and did not even bat an eyelid. Getting to his feet, the man said that the guy was a loner, adding that he would not be able to resist a large number of enemies, no matter how strong and outstanding he was, continuing that they needed to surround him with a tight ring and drive him into a corner, saying that, in this case, even he would not be able to do anything. People, looking at each other, doubted. The players went on the attack. Raising his shield, the man asked why it was so dark now, wondering if there shouldn't be more light here. Looking to the side, the opponent said that this would not work, because if they continued in the same vein, they would simply move away from each other for a long distance, suggesting that it was better to gather all in one place now. The guy turned around. People stood in the fog. Looking at the soldiers, the player asked if they were all troops, adding where the others were. Knitting his eyebrows, the subordinate said that they should think about the plan again. In turn, a voice rang out. Stepping forward, the man asked what he had forgotten, adding that it didn't matter, because they had to get out of here as soon as possible. Holding the shield in his hands, the commander asked him to calm down and tell what had happened, asking what was going on inside. In turn, the ally said that he was being chased by spirits. Making a face full of horror, the player stated that those creatures were tearing everyone to pieces, adding that they would also kill them, continuing that they needed to run away. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy asked about the spirit, adding that he was talking about monsters like a banshee. Without changing his face, the interlocutor said that they did not look like banshees, adding that they should leave immediately. Making a strange face, the man said that now was not the time for a conversation. Looking down, the man asked what had just happened. In turn, the soldiers warned that something was behind him. The commander turned. A huge monster appeared. The warrior looked on in horror. A fog arose. A skeleton appeared. The enemies were wandering in the fog, and it became clear that thanks to the fog, it was possible to pull off a couple of tricks, because first of all, it dulled the feelings of the players, not giving them the opportunity to determine their exact location and recognize others nearby, so it made fear grip the mind, because being surrounded from all sides, you don't know where the enemy can come from. Because gradually the rest of the squad began to panic, and after a short period of time, everyone was seized with fear. The wizard appeared, stating that although this was a slight worsening of the curse, the effect of it was quite good, adding that completely stupid and such weak people dared to come to kill his master. He appeared to Zhong, and it became clear that he was in an endless imprisonment of death, and the owner who found him and pulled him out of that hellish pit. A glowing skull appeared, making it clear that if he dealt with them, then his generous master would give him spirit pills again, so he would have a chance to become even more powerful. In turn, the subordinate said that didn't the main character say that in the future, he would be able to evolve and be even more useful. The protagonist appeared. A blue light was coming from the skeleton's eyes. Looking at his hands, the monster stated that he wanted to help his master at least a little, adding that they could have fun together. Glancing ahead, the monster said that it would kill all of the boy's enemies. The man was in the fog. Looking at his comrades in arms, the superior asked if there were only 3 of them left. Holding his head, the player said that he had managed to get into such a mess. In turn, the warrior said that he had heard something. The forest was shrouded in fog. Without showing his face, the commander thought that something was approaching from the other side. Glowing eyes appeared. The player was wearing a mask. The man was coming out of the fog. A bright blade appeared. The young man's eye was orange. Looking ahead, Zhongwu asked if there was anyone among them who wanted to survive, adding that he would only give one a chance. People looked at each other. It was night over the forest. Blood appeared. The soldier, trembling, was surrounded by blood. Trembling with fear, the man listened to him say that he could do anything. Bowing, the leader said that this was true, adding that he should spare him, because he had children. In turn, the main character ordered him to be silent. Without showing emotion, the protagonist asked that he remembered who leaked information about him to them, adding that he should tell them that he would come to everyone's hearts if this happened again. Surprise appeared on the man's face, asking if this was all. In turn, the interlocutor asked that he still needed something. In the end, the man answered in the negative, saying that he would convey everything, saying that he could rely on him. The guy's face was directed downwards. The man was running away. A monster appeared. Looking ahead, Zhongwu told him not to let the commander go. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character thought that now he needs to follow that person and track down those who spread the information, adding that sooner or later he will get to them and make them writhe in agony. Holding his head, the guy said that he had spent too much time fighting his opponents, adding that he should find the remaining ingredients faster. A sign appeared. The bartender was wiping his glass. Closing his eyes, the man thought about why there was no news, because it had been several hours since he had passed on the available information, continuing that several clans had gathered in Pork to prepare for the war between the Red Dragon and the Azure Sword, and it became clear that the information about the greedy devil had been paid a lot of money, and the clans had begun to form joint squads to hunt him. He appeared to Jong. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that even if the hunt was unsuccessful, it would be a good chance to find out how strong the famous protagonist was, because this information could also be sold at a high price. Suddenly the front door opened. The man entered the building, making it clear that they had failed. The bartender snapped his finger. The legs of people appeared. The thugs threatened the warrior. The commander looked at the people with fear. Suddenly something cast a shadow. A monster appeared. Fire burned inside the monster as people asked why it was growing. A bright light appeared. There was a huge explosion. Looking at what was happening, the resident asked what happened there. A large crater from the explosion appeared. A rock appeared. The monster sat in the nest. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought about the fact that it took longer than he thought. Bowing, the protagonist stated that he just had to deal with a bunch of annoying people. In turn, the pet asked that something seemed to have happened, but even so he saw that he had brought everything he needed. In turn, the young man stated that, thanks to their stupidity, he was able to get a lot more useful things. In the end, the bird said that this is great. Spreading its wings, the monster offered to begin. A sack of apples appeared. Looking up, the creature said that he had managed to gather the best quality ingredients, adding that he seemed to have chosen them very carefully. An explosion occurred. Magic appeared at the pet's head, asking how it happened, adding that he used his strength to the maximum to create something of such quality. It was Zhong's turn to see a cloud of mana, and it became clear that the flame of life was complete, because the phoenix was in front of a piece of his soul, so the flame of life shone even brighter. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face. A picture of boys appeared. The children argued. The guys fought. The guy sat idly by, making it clear that these were memories of those wonderful times without worries, moments when you could laugh merrily, because those memories surfaced from the very depths of your mind. The man did not show his face. My brother was holding a watch. The player smiled, and it became clear that in all the memories, his younger brother was sitting next to the main character. A tear appeared. The protagonist began to cry. Holding onto the mask, the guy apologized for inappropriate behavior. In turn, the monster asked about what inappropriate behavior meant, adding that it was a good opportunity to realize that he was a person with a warm soul even when he looked as cold as ice, because all this symbolized life. Raising her head, the bird stated that for people, memories are not something that should be renounced, because they help them move on in difficult situations, becoming the best motivation, continuing that all life is a series of pop-up memories. The man held on to the mask, listening to the fact that the monster could not find out what he saw, but these memories still support him. In turn, the creature said that these memories will really help him live, so you need to take care of them. In turn, the guy thanked him for these words. The baby hatched. Closing his eyes, the bird said that while he was gone, the monster had managed to get closer to his egg, so now he was upset about the upcoming parting with a possible friend. Without showing emotion, Jongwoo thought about the fact that it seemed that he would have to stop by here from time to time, even after passing the 11th floor. Raising his head, the monster said that it was time to begin. A white sphere appeared. Looking ahead, the creature said that he had not yet been born, but had already reached an incredible size, adding that there had never been such cases, continuing that he thought that he was the heir of the golden dragon. A white egg appeared. Green cracks appeared. A green egg was lying on the ground. The creatures were looking at the object. The allies looked at each other. The bird made a displeased face. Disappointment appeared on the face of the main character. His companions looked at the egg, and it became clear that they had been waiting for so long, and he did not even think of moving. Gesticulating, the phoenix said that he had never encountered such a thing before, adding that the creature inside the egg should have grown for sure, asking why nothing was happening yet. The monster exhaled heavily. Looking at the egg, the monster offered to just watch it for a while, adding that it would not sit in the egg forever. The protagonist approached the item, agreeing with his friend, and it became clear that, after a little thought, the pet suggested that the egg might lack a spark of life in order to test the theory. They tried to create a few more for this. The bird ended up on the egg, making it clear that no one had hatched from the egg. A look of bewilderment appeared on the phoenix's face. The warrior kept his hand on his face. Raising his paw, the monster said that they had already tried so many things, but the monster did not even hint that he was alive, adding that he seemed to know why, and the player asked what he was talking about. Without showing its face, the bird announced the source. Looking up, Jongwoo asked about the source. In turn, the ally replied that those creatures live thanks to other people's hopes and dreams, adding that they are reborn in dreams and exist on them, continuing that the beasts do not feel the need to be born in a place where there is no dream. The main character appeared, hearing that he, like other people, has a dream, for the achievement of which he will do everything, but the memories symbolize life itself, and the dream is only the goal and cause of his suffering, saying that perhaps the protagonist does not have a dream. The guy knitted his eyebrows. The warrior sat on the slope, thinking that, judging by the phoenix, the young man did not have a dream, although even if he did, it was a banal revenge. Looking ahead, Zhongwu thought that this could hardly be called a dream. After all, he had always considered dreams to be nonsense, asking what to do with it now. A hand appeared. The bird flew up to the master. Stroking the pet, the main character asked that he had come to console him. Glancing away, the protagonist said that his friend was just sleeping, so don't let him worry so much. Looking up, the guy thought that since he needed a source, he couldn't cheat a little and do without it, saying that he would try to feed him with the sparks of life until the very end. Red cracks appeared. Smiling, the young man said that if this did not work, he would try the remaining 4 ways of saturating with mana. The monster's head appeared, and it became clear that until it grew up or hatched, it would just feed it, even if it didn't help much. A clear sky appeared. The man was holding a bag in his hand. Without showing his face, the creature asked that he was also Kane. Suddenly a hand appeared. The monster sat down on his knee. Smiling, the stranger said that he was glad to meet him, saying that his name was Yanu, adding that he had come to give him a letter from Edora and Pant. The monsters from the One-Horn clan appeared, and it became clear that there was nothing special about the content of the letter, because there was an urgent matter in the clan at this time, because the brother and sister were obliged to return as they were members of the royal family, adding that they could not contact him during this time. They also told him not to worry and go to the next floor first, promising to catch up. A letter appeared. Zhongwu smirked. Without showing his face, the main character asked how they were doing. In turn, the monster said that he should not worry, because everything is fine with them, adding that they are quite energetic. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that everything was as usual, saying that it was good. Scratching his face, the monster asked a question about the fact that he accidentally had no difficulties. In turn, the guy asked what could cause problems. Holding his heart, the messenger said that, in truth, Her Majesty had said that Kane was the perfect man, but if he suddenly had problems, the young man should help him return afterwards. Pointing his finger at himself, the young man said that he had to admit that he was the heir to the Seer clan, so he could trust him. The man's face was stunned, thinking that he could predict the future. A representative of the One-Horn clan appeared, and it became clear that the clan was the most powerful since the birth of the tower, so they had always taken serious positions, and their influence and neutrality wasn't the only reason for this. The prophet appeared, making it clear that, thanks to clairvoyance and soothsayers who could freely communicate with the deities, they had achieved incredible success. Looking ahead, the man thought that the one-horned soothsayers were listening to the messages of the deities, adding that they also played the role of intermediaries who connected other one-horned ones with the deities. Without showing his face, Zhongwu said that the other clans also wanted to possess such magical powers, although the One-Horn clan itself concealed the existence of seers. Exhaling, the heir said that he already knew what he wanted to say, adding that his abilities were no worse than those of others. Holding his head, the guy stated that there are several heirs, adding that the one who will become the next seer is now in a different place. But his abilities are no different from his brother, so he can just trust him. Different objects appeared against the background of the main character. A forest appeared. Making a thoughtful face, the heir said that, simply put, he needed the wise opinion of Lady Edora, asking what exactly he meant. In turn, the guy said that this would be only the beginning. Raising his hand, the interlocutor said that then he could return to the clan. Holding the bag in his hand, the player asked if she didn't say that they had some problems now. Holding up his finger, the young man said that it was important, but in truth, there were several elders who wanted to see him. Making a stupid face, the monster assumed that they would only be happy to meet such an acquaintance. The young man turned. Without showing emotion, Zhongwu thought about how the One-Horn clan was one of the strongest in the tower, asking if they didn't keep the secrets of their strength, thinking that he could benefit from meeting him. A forest appeared. A huge egg appeared. Closing his eyes, the heir said that he could not even think about something so big. Looking straight ahead, the main character said that he was ready to go, but he was interested in one question, asking how they could get to the place where the clan lived, because the road there was ordered for outsiders. A man appeared, and it became clear that a single horn and purple hair are a distinctive feature of the clan, a race with outstanding abilities and physical skills, as one-horns are known for not showing up in the outside world, and are mostly found in the clan village, with the exception of tower raids, which are completed upon reaching a certain age. A village appeared that does not maintain contact with the outside world. Closing his eyes, the monster said that this was all nonsense, because if they were such recluses as they say, then how could the village exist at all, adding that guests also visit them, adding that merchants also come to them. Holding out the ticket, the heir said that the village was really well protected, so he should not lag behind, adding that this ticket would help him get back. The paper was torn. The monster suddenly dissolved. The protagonist had a ticket in his hands. Looking up, the guy said that he would be back soon. Dead expanses appeared. Pointing his finger, the young man said that now he must follow in his footsteps, adding that if he made a mistake in even one step, then there would be no problems later. A leg appeared. The man looked at his comrade in arms. Making a surprised face, the young man thought about the circulation. A river appeared, making it clear that, in addition to various tactics of fighting, the One-Horn clan has a special skill, This is a technique with which they control the energy flows of underground currents, distorting space, affecting landscape objects, because it is somewhat similar to a magic circle, but has a different concept. Boulders appeared, and it became clear that the technique had a different concept, because if magic exists due to the accumulation of power, then circulation implies a flow of energy, the movement of which is endless. Stepping on the ground, Zhongwu thought that he couldn't say that he had figured out how it worked, but as he advanced, he would figure it out. The protagonist's face was stunned. Grass appeared. Smiling, the monster asked how great it was, adding that they would soon arrive in the village. Dragon's eyes appeared on his face. A path appeared, and it became clear that, although they tried to hide the path from others, but if you look closely, you can understand that it follows a certain trajectory. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that it was very similar to a magic chain, adding that he could do without the help of him. The young man's foot appeared, saying that he had to turn 45 degrees to the left, and then to the right and down 16 degrees. Legs appeared. The man looked down. The monster's eyes were closed. The player walked forward, listening to where he was going. His foot stepped on the ground. Leaves were flying around the man. Looking at the village, the player asked if it was here. The guy's face showed stunned, listening to the voice that an outsider was able to enter there without prompting. Coming up from behind, the heir asked what had happened, asking where he was going. Without showing his face, the young man said that fortunately, he managed to find the way, but if he had taken a wrong turn, everything would have ended badly. In turn, Zhongwu replied that he had seen the path and went out along it. Turning to the surprised messenger, the main character said that he saw a shortcut and went to him, so he could not worry, thinking that he determined the trajectory the first time. In turn, the guy said that he was a monster, because it was simply impossible. The sun appeared, and it became clear that the guy did not expect this. Residents worked in the field. The children were happy. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that this one is not much different from an ordinary village. Glancing to the side, the employee asked about what kind of person he was, asking if anyone was supposed to come today. In turn, the colleague said that he had not heard of such a thing. Pointing her finger, the girl stated that the masked guy was supposed to carry out the princess's errand. In turn, the man asked that the man knew the mistress. Looking at the locals, Zhongwu asked how many topics were known about him. Turning around, the main character heard a familiar voice. Adora appeared. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked if she was doing well. In turn, the girl answered positively, apologizing for the fact that she disappeared without saying anything, because she did not think that she would have to return so quickly. Putting his hand on the lady's shoulder, the guy stated that he had heard that she had problems, asking what had happened. In turn, the lady told him not to worry. Smiling, Miss said that all was well. The man, without showing his face, said that their cold princess was smiling. Suddenly the girl turned around. A foot appeared. With his hands on his waist, the man asked if they had been visited by the same man. Smiling, the gentleman asked why his son and daughter had praised him so much. Looking ahead, the young man thought that he was the head of the clan, adding that Muin had led the village by dawn. The monster was smiling. Suddenly a dark haze appeared. The creatures looked at each other. Smirking, the man said that it was not bad, adding that there was no wonder at that, since he had easily overcome their protective circulation technique. Zhongwu knitted his eyebrows. The resident, without showing his face, asked what had happened there, and in turn the head said that something very curious had just happened, adding that such rats could not yet see it. Making an angry face, the guy said that of course it was so. The man did not show his eyes. Crossing his arms, the leader said that, nevertheless, there was a conversation. Making a tense face, the main character thought that he saw something wrong, assuming that he made a mistake while passing. Looking ahead, the father asked if he was going to take his daughter. The man began to smile. A blush appeared on the girl's face. Standing in front of his comrade in arms, the head asked when he was going to take his daughter. Surprise appeared on the lady's face. Raising her hands, the lady shouted for her father. Closing his eyes, the man said that she had forgotten about their customs, adding that if a good man appeared then you need to grab him, continuing that he is just like that, making it clear that he also met her mother, got married, and then she was born, saying how long ago it was. In turn, the lady said that this was her wedding, so he should stop looking for suitors for her. Holding his daughter, the father apologized for this. Holding his hand to his mouth, the warrior said that, in any case, they had not been visited by a guest from the outside world for a very long time, adding that this could not last long. Stretching out his hand, the man offered to go inside to drink tea and talk. The roof of the dome appeared. The man was sitting in the king's residence. Sitting at the table, Zhongwu said that he didn't think the interior would be so simple. The main character looked forward after hearing an apology for being late. Grinning, the monster said that he had changed his clothes, so he was a little late, adding that he had not dressed like this for a long time, so he had already forgotten how to do it. Looking at the interlocutor, the protagonist stated that this image suits him. In turn, the head answered what he knows, adding that he has such a figure that any clothes fit well, continuing that in his youth crowds of girls ran after him. Sitting down, the man offered to discuss everything. The guy was sitting at the table, and it became clear that he was the best newcomer to the tutorial, who broke all the old records in the starting area, the partner of the fox's tail and the bloody blade, A monster that kills everyone in its path and strives to get all kinds of honors and rewards. Without showing his face, the monster said that he had attacked Arandon alone. The man's face was stunned. Getting up from his seat, the young man thought about how he had guessed. Making a serious face, the head ordered him to sit down. Standing on the pillow, the player thought about what kind of energy it was until he could not move. The creature was sitting in a black mist, and it became clear that the character was mistaken, because it was not hidden only from the eyes of Muin, because he knows everything. Knitting his eyebrows, Xiongwu thought that the monster of the two was the opponent. The main character sat down. Making a tense face, the protagonist heard a voice telling him not to worry, because there are no more than 3 people in the tower who guess about this. His comrade-in-arms began to smile. Grinning, the interlocutor announced that now they would move on to the main thing, adding that he had already heard about the reason why he had come here. Sitting on the floor, the monster asked that huge thing was really the same egg. In turn, the guy answered positively. In the end, the man stated that when he heard about this from Yanu, he thought that he was delusional, adding that when he saw him live, he was seriously surprised. A green egg appeared. Looking away, the young man asked if there was any way to find out, and the monster said that he was not sure because he didn't know much about it, adding that he should trust their people, because they had heard a lot of things, and might be able to help. The old man, holding his hands behind his back, stated that there were records of a similar case in their archives, continuing that he thought that they had encountered something much more unusual, so they would not really help them. In turn, the master asked what it meant. In the end, the scientist said that the egg reached a little more than 4 meters, adding that the creature hatched. One method was used, because there was a void dragon in the shell. Making a stupid face, the young man asked what kind of world it was, because it was getting worse every time, asking the question that it was easy for him to hang himself now. In turn, the girl replied that they should wait, because, as far as she knew, the spirits of the 4 elements did not originate inside the tower. Without showing emotion, the villager replied positively, adding that they originally inhabited the outside world, suggesting that it had something to do with the nether dragon as well, saying that it happened long before the origin of the tower, in another era, to be exact. Without showing his eyes, the head asked what it meant that either a void dragon or a creature similar to him could be born from that egg, which would be in no way inferior to him in terms of strength, and the expert replied that he was right. Raising a finger up, the monster said that, most likely events would unfold like this, because now that egg for some reason had undergone a mutation and had grown out of abnormal size, adding that in order to deal with this, they needed a moon seed. Looking ahead, the main character asked about the moon seed. In turn, the lady replied that it is one of the rare medicinal herbs that is passed down from generation to generation in their clan, because for others it is not of much use, so they do not tell anyone about the existence of the seed. Putting his hands on his knees, the protagonist said that he wanted to get it, asking how he could do it. Making a cunning face, the head said that he really needed it, adding that they had it. With a face full of annoyance, the man stated that he had heard from his daughter that it was a very valuable medicinal herb for their clan, and in order to obtain even one of its roots, it would be necessary to cultivate the seed for 15 years. Without showing emotion, the guy said that, as he understood, he did not have anything worthwhile with him, adding that if they needed payment, it would be later. In turn, the head said that they did not distribute loans here. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man thought about what could interest Muin from the artifacts he had. Grinning, the monster said that it was not necessary to pay with anything, adding that he was an excellent warrior with outstanding skills. Raising his hand, the head asked if he had heard of the war between the Red Dragon and the Blue Flower Island, adding that they would soon have to participate in it as mercenaries, asking how about him having a hand in it as well. Surprise appeared on the player's face. The man lowered his head, thinking that he had to take part in the war for revenge at all costs, adding that he was looking for an opportunity to take part in it at any opportunity, and the One-Horns asked him to take part as a mercenary, continuing that until the egg issue was resolved, participating in this war was a good chance. Zhong's fist appeared. A human silhouette appeared, and it became clear that the One-Horn clan didn't have absolute neutrality inside the tower. However, it wasn't that there was no explanation for their actions, because the god of the Blue Flower Island war spear was one-horned. Smiling, the head listened to the fact that they would fight on the side of the Blue Flower Island. In turn, the man said that he was really smart, asking if he would participate, adding that he would give a day to think. The main character folded his hands. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that he would take part in the war. There was a bang on the table. Gesticulating, the head said that he valued confidence, adding that he should not let him down, because the experience of participating in it would be a good lesson for him, and would help him in the further passage of the tower. Holding out his hand, the monster said that Cain would take part in the war as their assistant, asking if anyone had any objections. Suddenly a hand was raised. The man, standing on the floor, said that he had objections, and in turn the father asked what his son wanted to say. A monster appeared. The creatures looked at each other. Without showing emotion, the warrior stated that this meeting was official, adding that he should behave appropriately. In turn, the guy asked for forgiveness from the king. Glancing to the side, the young man said that this person was from the outside world, whose abilities they could not help doubting, saying that hiring a person who had not really passed even the 11th floor was unacceptable. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl asked that he did not believe the words of his relatives. Making a self-confident face, the young man said that this was what he wanted to say, because he was only a man. Making a serious face, the lady asked whether he could be held responsible for his words. Grinning, my brother replied positively. Putting his hands on his belt, the head ordered to stop this. Without showing his face, the king said that if he wanted to wash each other's bones, it should be done somewhere else, asking the question that his son did not trust Keen. In turn, the guy answered positively. The creatures stood above Zhongwu. The main character looked forward, listening to what they wanted to do a test for him. The heroes stood together. Holding his head, the young man asked about the fact that they were going to fight, adding that it might be a little problematic. In turn, the girl asked for forgiveness. Looking ahead, the main character said that, one way or another, in order to be in their ranks, he needed to show his abilities, adding that this was the fastest way. In turn, the guy said that he had a headache from them, continuing that it seemed to him that he was dragged into a family showdown in vain. Looking at his comrades in arms, the protagonist thought about family squabbles. Holding her hand to her heart, the lady asked if he knew about the hierarchy in their family. In turn, the ally said that he knew little. The creatures appeared, and it became clear that the key meaning of their clan's name was the word one-horned, but in fact it was a commonwealth of 51 clans, and there was a system whereby the strongest of them became king. With a sad expression on her face, the lady said that, to put it simply, their entire clan consisted of 51 ancestral branches, adding that they represented one of them. Monsters appeared, and it became clear that the king of the one-horned clan had to choose an heir from among his children, and for the sake of balance, the king was obliged to leave at least one heir in each of the clans. Miss looked away, saying that it meant that Chan was their half-brother on their father's side, and was also the heir. Without showing her eyes, the girl said that he, like Pant, was one of the 4 contenders for the next king, saying that, in fact, the probability of him becoming king was much higher. Making an angry face, the guy said that this was not so. In turn, the sister ordered him to close his mouth. Looking ahead, the man said that therefore, ignoring everyone, he had started all this to ruin the reputation of the elders. In the end, the friend replied positively. Closing her eyes, the lady said that, besides, at his age, he had walked 30 floors and was considered one of the best. A gloved hand appeared. Putting his hand on the lady's head, the player said that everything was fine, adding that he would deal with his own affairs, and they just had to stand and watch. Mrs. Face flushed. Turning around, the hero said that they think of him as a brother and worry about all sorts of nonsense, adding that he can deal with it himself. The girl was holding her head. The arena showed. The audience was in a good mood. The friends knitted their eyebrows. Folding his hands, the head said, as it was said earlier, the purpose of the duel is to confirm abilities. Stretching out his hand, the man said that it was forbidden to kill or maim, adding that if an accident suddenly occurred, the culprit would be punished to the fullest extent, asking if they understood him. The hand waved, marking the beginning of the fight. Smirking, the opponent thought that the impudent boy hadn't listened to Pant and his sister, adding that he wouldn't survive one of his attacks. Jongwoo needed his hand. The wind appeared. The main character suddenly found himself behind the enemy's back. The protagonist's hand was aimed at the opponent's head. The stone floor was destroyed. The faces of the spectators were stunned. The head grinned. Sitting on the podium, the man began to laugh. Holding his opponent's head, the guy said that, in truth, he did not care about what goal he was pursuing, adding that in any case, he needed to show his abilities. Moving his head, the young man said that he was not going to help him, because his problems did not concern him. The player got to his feet. Trembling, the enemy declared that nothing was over yet. The sword began to burn with blue flames. Making a surprised face, the girl spoke about the energy of the sword, asking if it really went crazy. Holding the blade, the young man thought that he would not get off so easily, because now was the time to use the sword. The monster went on the attack. Making a furious face, the opponent said that it was worth ending it now. Blue energy appeared. The creature attacked the man. There was no emotion on Jongwoo's face. There was a blow. The enemy knitted his eyebrows. The protagonist dodged the attack. The blue energy emanated from the fist. There was a blow to the stomach. Blood was coming from the opponent's mouth. The main character smiled. There was a guy standing in the arena. The audience began to rejoice. Smirking, the head asked about the fact that no one had any doubts now, adding that now Kane was officially recognized as a mercenary of their clan. The young man did not show his face. The sky appeared at sunset. The man suddenly looked to the side. Waving his hand, the warrior asked that he really seemed to have a lot to say. Looking ahead, the man said that he would like him to answer. Folding his hands, the interlocutor asked what he wanted to know, how he knew that he destroyed Arandon. In turn, the player answered positively. Smirking, the head said that in truth, he didn't know it, because he had just heard rumors. Without showing emotion, Jongwoo asked who had told him about this, while the ally replied about the seer, adding that he was sure that soon there would be a person who would bring great trouble, and also said that he would establish strong ties with them. Closing his eyes, the king said that he should not worry, because he would not make a problem out of it, adding that the fact that they were on the same side of the Blue Flower Island was only a strategic cooperation out of necessity, so there was no benefit to them. A smile appeared on the monster's face, saying that it was not a creature that would harm a person who was followed by its children. Holding up his palm, Jongwoo said that if he said this, he would believe it, asking who was the third person he was talking about. Without showing emotion, the head said one thing for all. The protagonist's face was stunned. Placing his hand on his belt, the hero said that the man was on the top floor of the tower, which players could climb to observe like a deity, adding that the king and the seer were simply insignificant in comparison, wondering if he could escape the gaze. A man's eye appeared, and it became clear that among the skills that One for All possessed, there was the eye of heavenly morality, which could contemplate the principle of causality, so he could see everything that happened in the tower as if in the palm of his hand. Without showing his face, the guy said that the last thing he wanted to ask was when they wanted to join the Blue Flower Island, while the interlocutor said that there was not much left. Making a bloodthirsty face, the monster spoke of 5 days. Putting his hands on his belt, the man said that there was not much time left, because they were performing in 5 days. Jongwoo's face looked surprised as he thought of the 5 days. Looking ahead, the king said that there was nothing surprising here, because they were starting the war. Putting his hand on his chest, the head said that this was the king's business. Knitting his eyebrows, the monster asked if he shouldn't make a spectacular appearance on the battlefield. A fist that lay on his leg appeared. Smiling, the man said that the fact that he had to accept a person was more like a stupid joke. The god of the battle sword appeared. The god of the war bow did not show his face. The god of hand-to-hand combat was evil. The creatures were sitting in the room, and suddenly a voice was heard telling the spear god to stop, adding that, against it or not, Ryan was their comrade with whom they led the island together, continuing that it would be better to just skip all these statements about each other. A door appeared. Anger appeared on the man's face, and it became clear that they were inferior to those in terms of the number of fighters. People sat in the room, hearing about the fact that they had a sword that their opponents did not have, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they would be able to put this sword to the throat of the narcissistic Queen of Summer. A dragon appeared. Behind the wall, a voice was heard saying that he felt that they needed a break before they entered a full-scale war. In turn, the man, sitting on the floor, asked for a respite. Smiling, the warrior listened to the fact that it is necessary to deal with the 4 elements first. In turn, the man said that it is necessary to solve all kinds of problems in advance. The god of the battle sword appeared. People sat in the room, hearing that he was giving the go-ahead for the opening of the 6th and 7th, ordering them to prepare everything and return. Smiling, the swordsman replied positively. Sitting behind the wall, the stranger announced that they had received a message that the One-Horn clan was moving forward soon, which meant that there was not much left before the start of the war, adding that the sword god should also begin to prepare, because everyone had to do their job diligently before entering the battle, continuing that the meeting was closed at this point. The ceiling appeared. Without showing his face, the man asked that if the sword still follows the elements, where did he think to start? Smiling, the guy stated that he already knew that his brother and sister would soon move to the 11th floor, adding that he didn't want them to collide. The swordsman exhaled heavily. The southern side of the mountains appeared. There were 2 moons in the sky. The man sat down on the floor. Closing his eyes, the head asked if everything would end there. In turn, his wife said that there was still a little left. Sitting on the floor, the king asked if he was really the one. In the end, the woman answered positively, asking if he ever listened to her. Smirking, the warrior joked, while the sorceress said that he was rushing straight on his own, not listening to advice, adding that he had found his way to the village on his own, continuing that with the help of Idor, who had insight, he could reach his full potential. The windows appeared. Scratching his beard, the man said that this was true, but what about the fact that the guy had received the blessing of death? Folding his hands, the king declared that he would like to raise him. In turn, his wife asked that he wanted to raise him as an apprentice, and finally the husband said that if it was possible. Fire appeared. There was a blow to the Baraman. As the people stood around the fire, it became clear that after the battle with Chan was over, the One-Horn clan was throwing a small celebration in honor of the visitor's arrival, although they just wanted to enjoy the time before the war. Jongwoo sat on the steps. A glass appeared in the hand of the main character. The creatures were smiling. Looking at the fun, the protagonist thought that this did not suit him. Someone appeared in front of the guy. Looking ahead, the man said that he was the youngest of the special squad. Pointing his finger, the warrior asked why he was sitting quietly, saying that he should introduce himself to everyone, shouting that he was forcing his elders to look for him. In turn, the young man thought that there should be 9 people in the squad. It seemed that he was a member of the squad. Waving his hand, the man thought that he was a simple mercenary, and was trying to establish military discipline, telling him to move away, because the player could not see anything. Dropping her hands, the girl asked for forgiveness, asking if they had any problems. The princess knitted her eyebrows. The man, holding his head, said that nothing had happened, adding that he had just heard that a new person had appeared in the squad and wanted to greet him. In turn, the lady said that she would separately instruct the special squad and introduce him, saying that he did not have to worry. Anger appeared on the warrior's face. Looking ahead, the guy said that it was not necessary. In turn, the lady replied that she knew. With folded hands, Miss said that everyone was having so much fun at the party, adding that she didn't want a fight to take place here. Sitting down next to the young man, the girl announced that the egg had been carried to the elders. In turn, the friend thanked him for the service. Folding her hands, the lady said that they were very grateful, continuing that he simply did not see how the elder's eyes lit up. The hero knitted his eyebrows, and it became clear that while he was participating in the duel, they were asking if it was possible to conduct research with the egg. However, although these were requests, they were more like a plea. Looking away, the lady said that she had not noticed the chain on the guy's arm before. Raising his hand, the man stated that he just wanted to ask for something. In turn, the princess asked about what happened. In the end, Jongwoo asked to check the artifact with her ability, adding that everything he knows about it has a certain limit. Questions appeared on the girl's face. Pointing her finger, the lady said that this artifact looked like handcuffs, but very ancient. Raising her eyebrows, Miss said that they were made of a special iron, but there was not much of it, so they could not be made of such a material. Without showing her face, the girl said that she could not say for sure, but thought that there must be a few more details, suggesting that there were 2 more parts hidden somewhere, adding that there were 3 ways to detain a prisoner, saying that the first was handcuffs, the second was leg shackles, and the last shackles were placed around the neck. Handcuffs appeared on his hand. Legs appeared. The hand was not pointing to a person's neck, saying that it felt like it needed to assemble all 3 objects. Looking away, the lady said that it was worth putting the remaining pieces together, and only then would he be able to free himself from the chains and restore the true function of the artifact. Turning his head, Jongwoo announced that he had one more request, and in turn, the lady asked what it was. The main character looked ahead. The villager's struggle appeared, making it clear that he wanted to learn this technique, asking if there was any way. Covering her face with her hand, the princess asked about the Manga. The protagonist looked at his friend. Without showing any emotion, the young man thought that this was a special technique of the One-Horn clan, adding that he had heard that no outsiders had had a chance to study it. The creatures looked at each other, and in turn, the young man thought that even Edora could not answer, so it was better not to harbor any hopes in this regard. The girl exhaled heavily. Closing her eyes, the lady said that her father was in a good mood today, adding that she would try to persuade him, saying that perhaps he would allow it. In turn, the man said that everything was fine, because he understood perfectly well that he was asking for the impossible. 2 moons appeared in the sky, and it became clear that if nothing worked, the warrior would try to learn the technique himself. Holding the book in his hand, the man asked if Cain really wanted to learn the technique. Without showing his face, the king said that at such a late hour she came to him with such a question, adding that his daughter really liked this guy. Making a serious face, the lady said that in the future the main character could become the Lord of the Shadow Sword. In turn, the man asked that he really hooked her so much. Looking ahead, the lady asked if he didn't think he was a good warrior. A smile appeared on his father's face. Putting her head on her hand, the creature said that she was right, because the guy had incredible potential, and there was plenty of perseverance. Glancing ahead, the lady asked what it meant that he agreed, and the gentleman said that there was one but, adding that the daughter remembered the condition of becoming the next seer, and the princess replied in the affirmative. A room appeared. With folded hands, the king declared that in the 100-year history of their clan, she was the only one who had learned the skills of foresight, so she would soon have to take the place of the next fortune-teller. Looking down, the man told her to prove that the man she had chosen was indeed worthy of it, and in turn, the girl replied that she believed that he could fully cope with everything. A smile appeared on the monster's face. Seriousness appeared on the lady's face, and it became clear that the daughter was the hope of the clan, but she would have to walk a thorny path. The roof of the building appeared. 2 moons were in the sky. Legs appeared. Looking at the shackles, the main character said something about the iron of Hephaestus, asking if it was really it. His hand touched the shackles. Swords appeared in the back of the guy, and it became clear that there are many artifacts that can increase magical power. Rare materials that are not inferior to them in efficiency are also very important, and one of them is the iron of Hephaestus, because it is easy to guess that it is almost impossible to find it, and many doubt its existence, but there is confidence that this iron can be found. Looking at the hand, the protagonist thought that this was the same metal from which the sword that struck his brother was made, asking that if it could be contained with this iron. Then it turned out that the King of Darkness was still a human. As he walked forward, the boy thought that he must have been rumored to have spread. Without showing his face, the warrior heard a familiar voice. Holding a spear in his hand, the man asked if he could hang around here so late, since he might get lost, asking that he thought that he hid behind the princess and killed him. The man turned his head. Pointing his finger, the opponent ran into a fight. The roof of the building appeared. Birds could be seen in the sky. Holding a broom in his hands, the warrior asked if he slept well. Bowing, the man wished him a safe journey. Smiling, the girl said that he had come. In turn, the guy asked what she had learned. Turning away, the princess said that they had just met, and he immediately began with this. Raising a finger up, the lady said that everything had gone well, and now he had access to the military book depository. Looking ahead, the young man asked what kind of vault it was, and in turn, the miss said that it was a place where all the information about the Mugan technique was stored, which had been passed down in their clan from generation to generation during the entire passage of the tower, adding that in simple terms, the military book depository only had 4 categories. Of these, Those who come from the outside cannot access the copper class, because only the best fighters are allowed to do so, but they will have access to it. Without showing her face, the mist stated that he had one condition, and Jongwoo asked about the condition. Turning away, the princess said that no one should help him, adding that he would have to focus on the books on the Mugan technique and understand it on his own. Holding her hand to her heart, the lady said that 4 days later, her father personally checked what he was able to achieve, continuing that if he could show basic skills, he would personally mentor the main character. Making a surprised face, the protagonist thought that the man would really teach him personally. A notification about a new mission appeared, the essence of which was to find your own style of Mugan technique. The guy looked out the window of the system, thinking that he was only interested in the praises of Muin, because it sounds interesting. Knitting his eyebrows, the man thought that inventing his own Mugav technique was too difficult, adding that it all had to be done in 4 days. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man said that he did not know what interested the king so much, but this was a great chance for Jongwoo. Looking ahead, the main character asked about where he should go, thinking that he had to cope with everything at all costs. A huge gate appeared. With folded hands, the girl said that there was an iron-grade vault here, and right behind it was a copper level. Pointing with her hand, the lady said that those guards would keep order, adding that he should not be particularly curious. Looking ahead, the lady tried to apologize. In turn, the guy said that it was not worth apologizing for not being able to help, continuing that he was very grateful for the access to the vault. The dragon's eye was activated. Shaking his head, the young man thought that first of all, he needed to find the right book among the others. But so precious a book had to pass through many hands. His hand reached for the textbook. The man read diligently. A book appeared that contained information about energy and acupuncture points. Holding the technique in his hands, the player thought that there was nothing he could do, adding that if he could not understand, he should at least learn it. Bending down, the girl thought that Kane already knew something about technology, asking how he had guessed to take a book on medicine. Holding her hands behind her back, the lady said that having mastered it, he would form the basis for learning the technique, asking if he could learn it quickly. The sky was at sunset, and it became clear that at first his reading speed was slow, but if he reads all this, and then the next book, and then more, as he accumulates what he reads, the speed also increases. Holding the book in his hands, Jongwoo said that the words that he still did not understand were in his memory, but even so, he could not grasp the main meaning of the content. A bowl of water appeared, and it became clear that filling the bowl with a lot of water is not a good idea, because first you need to expand the bowl, which will be filled with something. Leaning on his arm, the main character thought that the same thing with magical power, because you need to focus not on its circulation, but on expanding the capabilities of the magic chain. Lowering his head, the protagonist realized that all this time he had been concentrating on the accumulation of magical power, but he did not even think that he could try to expand the magic chain itself. Closing the book, the man said that he needed to concentrate on strengthening it, adding that after that, the magical power itself would begin to circulate as it should. The player stretched his arms. A mountain of books appeared, making it clear that the rest was worth reading. Then mana appeared, and it became clear that it was formed by magic, inner spiritual force, and energy channels. A man has appeared, inside whom mana is constantly circulating. A hand appeared, and it became clear that due to the breathing process, magic moves through energy channels, and the physical strength of the body increases in proportion to the increase in the amount of mana in the body. Therefore, in order to control the magical power, energy points are needed. A hand appeared, and it was obvious that they were acting as a vessel of mana, regulating it in each energy channel. Jongwoo knitted his eyebrows, saying that energy points are the only engine in the magic chain, saying that the royal family does not need a thorough knowledge of this topic, because they learn these rules only with the help of their desire. The protagonist was looking at his hands, thinking that he was only a human, and there was a huge difference between him and the royal family, so he needed to form cores. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy realized that he needed to install cores in all magic channels. If he could control them normally, then it wouldn't be difficult to control the magic power. The man grinned. Blue cracks appeared. Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared that a new concept for a magic chain had been found. The young man looked at the message that some deities and demons were interested in him. The gods appeared, and it became clear that for some reason, the creatures on the 99th floor were keeping a close eye on the world below 77, and if they liked a player, they could bestow something on them. A memory of Hermes appeared, who offered him the place of an apostle. As he sat beside the pile of books, Jungwoo thought that this only happens to a few. After all, even Jungwoo hadn't received such messages, asking if this was such a unique phenomenon. A smile appeared. Making a serious face, the main character thought that she was on the right track. A silhouette of a man appeared in the mana stream, and it was clear that not only did he have access to more energy, but now after the mana was fully consumed, the recharge speed would increase, and the faster the energy consumption and accumulation turnover, the higher the efficiency of using magic power. So for the player, it was like getting an ability that could only be dreamed of. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought about how he gets not only plus 15 points to magic power, but also an increase in the skill level. However, There is another very important thing, that is the use of magic attributes without restrictions, which means that he will be able to use even those attributes that are incompatible with each other. Fire appeared along with water. The Aegis was combined with a black bracelet. Holding his chin, the guy thought about how a new ability called entrepreneurship made the magic chain more effective, adding that his rank was the lowest, but now was not the time to think about how to improve it. Getting on his feet, the young man thought that he had managed to master some of the basics, but now he needed more complete knowledge. Looking up, the man realized that this place was filled with material that was worth studying. Buildings appeared at sunset. The girl opened her eyes. Starting to rub her eyes, the lady thought that she had fallen asleep at some point. Wiping her eye, the lady said that it was the third day, asking how he was doing. He appeared to Jong. The main character lowered his head. Bruises were visible in the protagonist's eyes. The friend paid attention to the man's gaze. Holding on to her heart, Miss thought that she guessed what that look meant, because she had already encountered it, saying that it was comparable to wandering in the fog, because only when you manage to catch on something, at that moment, the Mugun technique really becomes your own, adding that this is what you feel. When he climbed to the top, awareness appeared on the guy's face. Suddenly the books scattered around the room. Suddenly a guard appeared. Making a stunned face, the soldier asked if this was even possible. The guy opened 8 communication points by raising his hand up. Without showing emotion, the young man realized that he had reached the desired level. Turning, the man turned to Adora. Without showing her face, the girl said that, although she had been following the guy all these days, she had the feeling that she was looking at another person. The lady knitted her eyebrows. Holding his stomach, Zhongwu said that he was hungry, asking if he had something to eat. Food appeared. Holding the book in his hand, the main character thought that maybe it was because he had crossed his threshold, but now he felt quite free, and could even talk to the princess. The man looked into the system, saying that after the flow of energy opened, the magic chain began to become more and more perfect. The system window made it clear that the current progress was 99.7, which marked a good job. A human body appeared, and it became clear that there were only 360 energy points in it, but it was important to establish the location of 36 points in which magical energy was concentrated, because cores were needed to collect and concentrate mana. Sitting on the floor, the player thought about the fact that although the magic power inside the chain had significantly decreased, its effectiveness had increased many times compared to what it was before. In turn, the girl asked if he had finished his preparations. Holding the food in his hand, Zhongwu replied that there were only 5% left, and in turn, his friend asked what that meant. Without showing his face, the protagonist thought that, although these are the basics, he created his own Mugun technique, adding that she said that in 3 days he achieved almost complete completion, and it was done by a person who had no idea about her. Looking to the side, the girl asked what he was missing. In turn, the protagonist replied that he lacked a goal. In the end, the lady did not understand the answer. Looking at the book, the guy said that probably each Mugun style had its own peculiarity, whether it was third-rate or second-rate, but each had its own purpose. A huge dragon appeared, and it became clear that they were concentrating on completing the formation of the vessel, because the law of the 3 principles absorbed the energy of heaven and earth, and the technique of the celestial dragon, imitating this, concentrates the internal energy. And if you go deeper, you can also find techniques such as Shingo, Magen and Taken. Sitting on the floor, the man declared that everything he had achieved so far was only the basics, adding that if he wanted to learn that technique, he had to acquire a specialty. But so far he had not been able to. Making a surprised face, the princess asked if he had any other ideas. In turn, the player answered in the negative. Looking up, the girl asked what he would do now, while Zhongwu said that now he needed to search again. Lowering his head, the warrior replied about the copper body of the vault. A building appeared. Books were lying on the floor. Putting his hands on his belt, the main character thought that he had 1 day left, so he had to find what he needed. The old man closed his eyes. Nguyen smiled. He sat at the table, studying the scrolls. The old man threw the scroll away, saying that he could not concentrate. Glancing at his comrade next to him, he asked what was so good that he was smiling all the time. Nguyen, closing his eyes, said that today was the day. The man raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Frowning, his interlocutor said that today they would check how good their fiancé was. Bending slightly, the old man asked if Edora was going to entrust him with the shadow sword. Raising his hand, Nguyen replied that most likely it was so. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man said that the guy hadn't passed the tutorial, but had already climbed 30 floors. It is not easy to meet a person like him. Stroking his mustache, he said that because of the mask, they could not see their faces. Nguyen, grinning, said that the guy was still handsome. Lowering his hand, the old man asked his interlocutor how he knew this. Hearing no answer, he closed his eyes, saying that he had to do everything right. Stroking his chin, the elder said that he understood that the guy could take matters into his own hands, but he shouldn't give impossible tasks. He can overdo it, and then he will only meet increasing resistance. Even in his youth he could not cope, and he was called a genius. Nguyen said nothing, still smiling. When the old man frowned, his companion asked what had happened to the egg. Looking at the windows, he said that the further they go, the more difficult it is to determine what is inside. Stroking his chin, the man noticed that perhaps there was a divine being inside. Lowering his hand, he said that he would tell all the details later. But for now they still hadn't checked something. Nguyen put his hand on his knee. Approaching the door, he said that it was time for them to see how their fiancé had done his homework. Smiling, Nguyen called out to the guy. Looking at Jongwoo beside his daughter, he said that he had lost a lot of weight. Did his daughter starve him? The protagonist frowned, being serious. Looking at the man in front of him, he asked if he could start now. The guy closed his eyes. The wind began to swirl beneath him. Streams of wind and fire formed a tornado. Nguyen grinned. Adora opened her mouth in amazement. A powerful fiery tornado formed near them. The protagonist inside said in his mind that up to this point, the name he was thinking about was hidden in his gurdi. Darkness mingled with flames. Dark wings formed on the young man's back. Brother Jongwoo had angel wings. Now he has hell's wings. Throwing up his hand, Nguyen said that he was a real monster. Grinning, he asked if he had done it in imitation of him. The guy grinned. Looking up at the sky, he told the old man that he was the strongest among those he knew. Stroking his beard, the man told Jong that he was focusing on maximizing the striking power and the power of destruction. It seems that he was trying to achieve a balance by incorporating the Wanyam method into the technique. The protagonist froze in puzzlement when Nguyen said that he had better focus on the Yi component than on Wanli. The thug, standing in front of him, said that he just thought so. Throwing up his hand, he said that geniuses like him only needed one look. The young man's face twisted as he first studied the concept of mana. That his brother and Yel said the same thing. Apparently, geniuses like them can read people with the help of passive skills. After clapping, the man said that he had passed his exam successfully. Now he is the third. The protagonist immediately received system notifications about completing the quest and receiving various rewards. Nguyen threw down the book. Jongwoo, catching the book, read the title. Crossing his arms over his chest, the old man said that, as promised, he would now instruct him in the Mugan technique and pass on the knowledge of Bajiquin. They would soon enter the war, and he could be by his side as a successor and learn everything. The young man, holding the book in his hand, pondered. The man, after thinking about it, said that he would only show the techniques once. The protagonist nodded and mentally decided that by being next to Nguyen during the fighting, he would be able to watch his fight, and if he watched him with the dragon's eye, he would be able to achieve more success. Jongwoo, looking at the thug in front of him, said that he had a question. Raising his hand, he said that he had just received the right to receive a shadow sword as a reward. What does that mean? Closing his eyes, Nguyen said that it was not yet time to find out. Then the young man asked who these two people were who had passed his examination. Raising his eyelids, the man said that he should have seen one by now. He was quite famous, for he was the god of the sword. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The god of the sword, he was the most important among the 5 Mushins of the Blue Flower Island. In the tower there was no equal to him in sword skills. The young man, straightening up, asked who the other was. Lowering his eyelids, Nguyen said that it was a secret. Opening his eyes, he added that it was not because he did not want to tell him. Even if he did, he would still not understand. The young man, looking at the thug in front of him, decided that the second one was someone very famous, but unknown to society. After thinking about everything, Jongwoo told the man that he would like to see his real strength. Nguyen's eyes widened in surprise. Scratching his head, he said that the role of a mentor was too difficult to perform. Looking up at the sky, he asked what he should demonstrate. Lowering his eyelids, he said that he usually did not show it, but it would be an exception especially for him. The veins in his legs swelled with exertion. The man clenched his fist, deciding to use one of the Bajiquin techniques. He stood up. Haori began to tear. The sickle of mana rushed towards Zhong. The guy frowned, looking at the sickle. It flew a centimeter above his head. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock. Looking at Nguyen smiling, he realized that he hadn't seen his movements or what he was hiding at all. Zhonghua's pupil narrowed. The man stared at him with a murderous look. Suddenly, space itself, along with the sun, was cut in two. The protagonist turned around. Adora covered her mouth with her hands in horror. The sun was shattered. The dimension, like glass, began to crumble. Soon, the measurement began to recover rapidly. After a moment, the sun and the sky returned to their original state. The guy turned when he heard a sigh. Massaging his hand, Nguyen said that he had not used force for a long time. Even his shoulders were numb. Smiling broadly, he said that they still had to perform at night, so they could not be late. After thinking about it, he told his daughter to feed the guy. Otherwise he looked emaciated. People would think that they did not feed the guest. Adora and Jongwoo were stunned in their seats. Looking after the departing old man, the protagonist promised himself that someday he would surpass him. Smiling nervously, Nguyen said that he almost died. He raised his head and sighed, mentally saying that he had overdone it, pretending that he could do anything, and the elders would be angry. The other clans would not approve of it either. Opening his eyes, the man told his wife that the children were looking at him. He could not show his weakness, especially since the mentor should initially look like an insurmountable goal. The disciple, looking at the summit where the teacher is, will desire to surpass him. The woman, after thinking, asked what would happen if the enthusiasm disappeared. Muin, closing his eyes, said that he had other reasons besides this. The old man frowned when his wife, angry, asked him what would change now, whether he was satisfied, and he had no intention of doing so. Sneering, the man said that he was happy with everything from the beginning. Opening his eyes, he said that the guy had exceeded his expectations. It was the same with the sword god. This idiot had passed his test in just 4 days, although the others needed a month. Looking out of the window, Muin said that he should put the same amount of effort and diligence into the young man. Soon the night of entering the war came. The commander climbed to the high ground, attracting everyone's attention, and asked if they were shaking at having to go out into the outside world for the first time in such a long time. Among the fighters was Zhongwu. Grinning, Muin said that he was personally ready to make sure that there were no cowardly cadets. They should understand him. People looked at each other and began to laugh. The commander, standing in the square, said that they could not even think about death, and that those who died would be personally grabbed by the throat and pulled out of hell. Frowning, he asked if everyone understood him. Everyone raised their hands once and shouted. Taking a piece of paper in his hand, Muin said that it was time for them to move out. Grinning, he said that it was time for them to have a good time. People began to tear the sheets. There were anticipatory smiles on everyone's faces. Soon, some teleported. The protagonist looked at the sheet board. He clenched his fist, saying that the time had come. The young man lowered his eyelids. He looked at the moons in the sky. Taking a closer look at the red eagle, the young man thought of the red dragon. An eagle flew over the city. The bird's feathers began to descend. There was a view of the night sky on the 11th floor. Zhongwu could be seen moving his legs. At the same time, Muin was sitting on a rock. The protagonist, standing behind him, asked if he had called him. The head of the One-Horn clan turned around abruptly. Closing his eyes, the martial arts king replied that it was true and added that he thought he should teach him Bejiquan before they began the siege of Kuram City. Stretching out his index finger, the teacher said that from that day onwards he would master 1 movement a day, and therefore he should make sure that he kept his eyes wide open. Smiling, the mentor said that he had already said that he did not teach anything more than once, and asked if he understood. Parting his lips, the protagonist answered positively. Crossing his fingers, the man noticed that at least he answered well, and added that he already knew that martial arts were divided into 3 parts, namely Shim, Ki, and Che. Imagining the container of water, the master said that Shim is what he calls mana, and in other words, it is the contents, and Che is the vessel, and he talks about the dantian and the body itself. A circular flow of energy appeared behind the man, and Muin reported that Ki was the thread connecting them, which allowed the Mugan to be used correctly. There was a stick on the leg of the head of the One-Horn clan, and he explained that it meant sword skills and fist fighting, and the Bejiquan he wanted to teach was the best chi. Gripping his club tightly, the martial arts king said that he was the one who created him, and that's why he was the best. Raising his head, the teacher said that Bejiquan is not just a combat skill, and if he uses a sword, he becomes a sword skill, and if he uses a spear, he becomes a spear skill, and added that this is how it works. Putting a stick to the guy's throat, the mentor said that he did not like to be picky about weapons. Handing over the wooden weapon to the young man, the man remarked that it seemed that his lecture was going on too long, and now he would show them one by one, so let him watch carefully. The gentleman abruptly lifted his foot off the ground. Muin's pupils quickly turned white, and he uttered the word Gongwa. Waving his palm, the head of the One-Horn clan said that the next thing was a tagic. Through the sweat on his face, the sergeant was surprised by these movements. The teacher could be seen turning from side to side, and the player muttered that they were clear and concise, and he was following the flow of energy that enveloped them, and it was also not a mere coincidence, as the king of martial arts was following this flow. Clenching his fist, the tutor explained that this was the first group of steps, and there were 32 groups of Bejiquan steps, and they were called Gongjingjin. Suddenly, the martial arts king narrowed his eyes. Standing in front of the warrior, the man thought that even if it was the first group, it consisted of 64 different small steps, and joked, promising to show it only once, because a beginner would never be able to remember it the first time. Holding his chin, the master hoped that his disciple would be honest and say what he did not remember, and this great master would teach him step by step, and then asked if he thought he could do it. Muin closed his eyes, and Zhongwu replied that he had memorized everything. The head of the One-Horn clan narrowed his eyes in disbelief, and then the protagonist asked if it was okay if he started now. The martial arts king's pupils turned sharply white, and at the same time, the main character said that the first Gambo, then the Tegik and Iguan. The protagonist suddenly stretched out his hand. Standing in front of the teacher, the guy asked if everything was correct, and he wondered if he really remembered it the first time. Lowering his eyebrows, the mentor said that this was true, and added that he would not be his student if he had already encountered problems, and then suggested that he move on to the next group. A view of the orange sky opened up, and the system congratulated the sergeant on having successfully learned the Bejiquan and reported that the skill had been created, as well as adding about the mana of 8 points and 8 trigrams of insight. The player looked at the eye screen, which said that the second and third sections of Bejiquan remained, and therefore they needed to find the rest of the pieces and complete the skill. Crossing his arms, the man remarked that as expected, he was worthy of teaching Bejiquan, and how his disciple was obliged to do at least that, and at the same time, his daughter and son muttered that he was embarrassed and shocked. Examining his palms, the warrior thought that he felt that his mana circulation was smoother, and had only learned the basics, so it would take some time to get used to it, but he really wanted to test it. After a moment, the young man, looking towards Muin, addressed him. Closing his eyes, the head of the one-horned clan asked why he was calling him king, since he was his apprentice, and then asked him to call him master. Tilting his head, the martial arts king asked what he wanted. Jongwoo asked if he could leave the Battle of Kurum to him, causing the teacher to open his jaw in surprise. The protagonist put his palm on his chest, and then the mentor answered in the negative and explained that their clan is responsible for this, and there are also those in it who want to warm up well. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man remarked that they really needed to know how much he had learned. A multitude of warriors were sitting on the ground. Smiling, the gentleman said that he had a wonderful idea. A powerful explosion rang out in the city of Kurum. Shannon, his mouth wide open, asked what was going on, and he could hear that it was a roundup. Watching the bright flames, the captain of the 8th Division asked who it was, and whether the Azure Sword clan was, to which he received a negative answer. At the same time, a member of the same clan raised a huge boulder above him. The knight, through the sweat on his face, exclaimed that this was impossible, since they never interfered in the affairs of other clans, after which his assistant warned of the danger. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared. The martial arts king clenched his jaw menacingly. A moment later, Muin released a powerful energy. A magic ray appeared. A thick haze was visible. A wide hole was formed in the wall. The guy opened his mouth in confusion. Then, the head of the one-horned clan approached him. Smiling, the teacher asked if he wanted to live. The young man raised his head, and the mentor said that he would give him a chance. A view of a bright flame opened up. Pant put his hand to his forehead. One-horned, looking ahead, said that it looked like someone was flying towards them. The man's leg appeared, and then the teenager noticed that he had something in his hands, and asked what it was. Suddenly, the gentleman flew over the guys. A second later, Muin landed on the ground. Stretching out his index finger, the guy shouted if the old man was kidnapping people now, after which the old man asked him to be quiet and asked if he said that he wanted to test his martial art. Crossing his arms, the head of the one-horned clan announced that they could fight. The knights looked at the martial arts king in bewilderment. Showing the main character, the teacher said that he was telling them to fight that guy and added that whoever defeats him will live, and also clarified what they would say. Standing in front of the fighters, the mentor said what only 5 meant. Lifting the corners of his lips, Jongwoo muttered that Muin had promised that he would give him a chance to stretch his legs, but he never imagined that he would think of such a thing. The warriors' expressions were frightened, and then the protagonist thought that although the presence of the martial arts king was pressing on everyone, they were actually all capable fighters, and wondered if he would be able to fight them on equal terms. Smirking, the sergeant added that this did not mean that he had to refuse. The night sky was visible, and the player said that he agreed, and realized that this was a great chance for him to test Bajiquin and the skill of the heavenly wings. Fighters appeared from afar, and at the same time, the head of the one-horned clan announced the rules, namely they would determine the winner and loser in a one-on-one match, and all they had to do was take the lead in turn, and they could decide for themselves who would follow whom. The knights looked at each other sharply. The swordsman opened his jaw and noticed that he would be the first. Standing in front of Jongwoo, the warrior muttered that he might be famous on the 11th floor, but he was still a novice, and he also had no idea that he would be fighting an inexperienced one. Drawing his weapon, the fighter said that he should attack first, because this is the only advantage that will give him. The main character held sharp knives in his hands. With his mouth wide open, the martial arts king shouted that they would start then. Suddenly, red wings appeared from behind the protagonist. The guy rushed sharply towards the enemy. The knight, baring his teeth, wondered what kind of speed it was. The blades could be seen hitting each other, and the swordsman thought that it was dangerous, and therefore it was necessary to increase the distance. Suddenly, the young man pushed off the ground. The sergeant then pushed his enemy in the stomach. The warrior jumped towards the wall. The player's eyes glowed yellow, and he muttered that Bajiquin and Celestial Wing Mastery didn't work together at first, and the movements didn't match magic. Rushing forward, Jongwoo explained that he was therefore focusing on uniting Shim, Chi, and Che. The protagonist's knife left a green trail behind it, and at the same time he added that he focused on using the flow movement to swing the blade, and soon learned that now everything worked in harmony. Attacking his rival, the protagonist noticed that it seemed to have been created for him. The guy's fiery pupils could be seen, and he realized that he clearly saw the optimal movement. Thrusting the dagger into the knight's chest, the young man thought that this was his best way. A moment later, the swordsman fell on his back. Grinning, Muin called for the next one. Drops of blood appeared on the ground. With his hands at his sides, the head of the one-horned clan once again called out to the next one. The warrior, closing his eyes, muttered that it was already 4, and never thought that he would have to fight. The fighter frowned seriously. Noticing the sergeant's heavy sighs, Shannon thought he was at his limit. White steam was visible near the player's mouth. The foot of the captain of the 8th squad appeared, and at the same time, Jongwoo said that even if he was at his best, he would be a strong opponent. A red aura circled around the knight, and the main character realized that this guy was a half-ranker. Introducing Dark Silhouettes, the protagonist revealed that the ranker is a title given to the strongest players who climb the floors of the tower, and these are mainly players who have begun to climb to the 50th floor and above. The fighter raised his head, after which the young man explained that the 50th floor should not be underestimated, because it is much more difficult than the 49th, and therefore it is worth being proud of, because even the strongest players either give up or collapse on this floor, and it is also called the barrier zone. The user was seen walking on the red carpet, and the sergeant then noticed that players who are close to passing the 50th floor are often referred to as challengers or semi-rankers. A glint of light reflected from the knife, and then Jongwoo muttered that in order to carry out his revenge, he would have to fight the 8 clans alone. Standing in front of his opponent, the main character thought that in this case he needed to defeat both the top rankers and the 9 kings. After sharply attacking the enemy, the protagonist realized that the fight with the half-ranker is the best way to quickly surpass his limits and become stronger. Holding his sword in front of him, Shannon asked if he could ask for a favor. Smirking, the captain of the 8th squad said that regardless of the outcome of the battle, he would like to save his subordinates. Bright sparks flew from the blades, and at the same time, the guy asked the knight again. Then the warriors jumped away from each other. Looking ahead, the fighter reported that on the way here he was so frightened that he could not help thinking about his subordinates, and he knew that they met as opponents, but he was not so cold-blooded as to kill those who surrendered. The young man had a black mask on his face, and he realized that this bastard didn't plan to win the battle, and added that anyone could see that the advantage was in his hands. Gripping his weapon tightly, the sergeant did not know what caused it, but his readiness for death meant that he needed to be prepared for it. The player's hands caught fire suddenly, and he decided that he would destroy him at once. After a moment, Jongwoo pushed himself off the ground. The main character furiously attacked his opponent. Flying above his opponent, the protagonist thought that this was because he was a semi-ranker, and completely different from those 4. Then the guy slid across the surface. As he struck a lot of punches, the young man muttered that it didn't matter how hard he attacked him, because he couldn't find a gap in his defense. Shannon's expression was serious. Swinging his dagger, the sergeant realized that he saw a weak point. Black lines appeared, and the player said that it was the upper part of the left forearm. A second later, Jongwoo slashed at his opponent's arm. The protagonist's knife left a bright mark behind it. The captain of the 8th squad raised his sword. A view of the night sky opened up, and then the protagonist thought that he would not have time to dodge. Suddenly the sergeant crossed his arms. A powerful beam of light struck the young man's body. The player began to cough up blood. After a moment, Jongwoo jumped to the side. The main character slid on the ground. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered how it happened and muttered that he had definitely hit him. Rushing from his place, the guy said that there could be no mistake. Flying up to the enemy, the young man noticed that it seemed to him that he had missed something. The sergeant's knife burned brightly, and he thought that this time twice. In the player's pupil you could see the silhouette of a knight. Suddenly, the warrior waved his sword powerfully. Blood was flowing from the player's mouth. Standing in front of his opponent, Jongwoo said that the energy had suddenly disappeared and couldn't understand what was going on here. Frowning seriously, the main character thought that the feeling of anxiety was noticeably increasing. A magical aura swirled around Shannon, and the protagonist muttered that he could not be fooled now, otherwise it would kill him. Suddenly, the captain of the 8th squad grinned slyly. Lifting the corners of his lips, the knight said that he did not seem to know what a hocho was. Sweat ran down the guy's cheek. Stretching out his palm, the fighter asked how this was possible, after which he said that this was a common mistake for beginners in martial arts. Lowering his eyebrows, the warrior said that he didn't care, because he wouldn't be able to comprehend this technique anyway. Shannon rushed from his seat and explained that he would survive in the end. The captain of the 8th squad swung his blade, and then the young man thought that he was fast and his movements were different from those before. Clenching his jaw, the sergeant wondered if all this time his main goal had been to find his weaknesses. The knight quickly approached the player. A beam of impact appeared in front of Jongwoo, and he realized that he would die at this rate, and there was no way to avoid it. Dodging the opponent's attack, the main character said that there was also no way to deflect the blow. The protagonist's expression was confused, and he wondered if he couldn't even reduce the damage, and then noticed that there were absolutely no solutions or a way out. Shannon slashed at the guy, and he explained that he would not be able to change anything and would have to accept his death. Suddenly, a clock appeared, and at the same time, the system reported that the precognition skill had been applied. The young man's pupils narrowed sharply. A magical trace of a sword could be seen. The sergeant's hands burned brightly. A beam from the impact appeared above the player. There were many gears inside the clock. The captain of the 8th squad waved his weapon. A pool of blood appeared near Zhong's feet. Suddenly, the knight pierced his body through. The soldier opened his mouth in bewilderment. Standing in front of the main character, the warrior said that he was sure that he had killed him. Sticking a knife into the opponent's neck, the protagonist said that he might not know about it yet. A moment later, Shannon fell to the ground. Closing his eyes, the captain of the 8th squad said that fortunately his subordinates had survived. The lad asked if he was not afraid of death, to which the knight, lowering his head, replied that there was nothing of the sort, and before coming here, he tried his best, because he wanted to live. There was a black mask on the young man's face. And at the same time, the fighter said that looking at Muin who took care of him, everyone who had abandoned him appeared in front of his eyes. Clutching his neck, the warrior said that he was very ashamed to lose, but he was still a leader. The sergeant's expression was confused. A moment later, Shannon hit his head on the ground. A player was reflected in a pool of blood, and then he muttered that at that moment a thought flashed through his mind. Introducing his brother, Jongwoo thought that if someone like Shannon had been on his side at that moment, he wouldn't have met such an end. The guys abruptly hugged the protagonist, and the head of the one-horned clan exclaimed that he had done his best, and it was worth it, and he also knew that he could defeat him. The protagonist clarified what a hocho is, after which the king of martial arts, crossing his arms, replied that it was a fake. The guy said that it was too different from fake movements, and then the teacher, parting his lips, said that it was basically like a trick, and the only difference was whether it was really so. Looking ahead, the tutor said that this explanation would be more understandable. After all, when he intended to stab him with his sword, he had several options. The knight could be seen stabbing the young man's body, and the man noticed that he could immediately attack or parry the blow, and could also make another contact or remove the sword altogether. The gentleman asked if he had chosen one of the possibilities at that moment, to which the sergeant, who was being held by Pant, replied that according to the situation. Holding up 2 fingers, Muin explained that according to the situation, with the help of reaction and prudence, he had chosen the only correct one among all possible outcomes, and then asked how he could generate 2 new ones if he chose one of the options. Frowning seriously, the player said that it was a trap, and at the same time, the head of the one-horned clan said that it could be said so. After imagining Shannon brandishing his sword, the martial arts king said that he could choose a different outcome and attack, and he could also continue to do what he had started and act directly, and added that hocho was the power that allowed him to choose the outcome. Touching the warrior's mask with his finger, the teacher said that only those who have developed their ki to the limit can achieve this, and for him, who has recently begun to study Bajiquin, it is quite difficult, and added that hocho is not so perfect, and it is easier to reach a certain level of this technique if he has developed a 6th sense. Lowering his eyebrows, Jongwoo muttered that it seemed that they couldn't be acquired as a normal skill. Clenching his fist, the main character thought that it can only be achieved with the maximum development of his physical skills, and it seems to him that he has no choice but to constantly temper his body. A view of the night sky opened up, and it was said that this was the end of the first battle between the Red Dragon and the island. The man's legs appeared. A group of people in robes could be seen. Temujin, closing his eyes, said that they were moving forward. Then, the battle sword god smiled slightly. The fire bird raised its head. Sitting in the nest, Chirpy said that there was something there. The little legendary beast looked at its parent and made a sound. A tall building appeared. Pant, putting his palm on his chest, said that he thought he felt much better, after which he offered to fight once and added that it was only 1 round. An unusual aura swirled around Jongwoo, and he turned to the guy, who clarified what it was. The main character asked him to be silent if he did not want to be hung by his legs from a tree, which caused sweat to flow sharply down the young man's face. Tilting his head, the one-horned man called the protagonist heartless. Closing his eyes, the sergeant pondered the ho-ho technique. Fire birds were visible. The player's gaze was surprised. Holding his hands behind the back of his head, the son of the martial arts king asked what he was thinking about again. Looking sideways, Pan said that he had heard that Uncle Chamizan would arrive today, and then Adora said that he had said that he would join them soon, and her brother added that he thought nothing good could be expected from his visit. Smiling, the guy remarked that let her look after the main character for the time being and take advantage of this chance, and added that he would play along with her, and at the same time the girl asked if he wanted to die, to which he replied that he went. Holding the sword in her hands, the lady muttered that he was saying the same thing as her father. Suddenly, a door flew out behind her. Jongwoo flew quickly through the air. One horn opened her mouth in bewilderment. Under the protagonist you could see the forest. Looking ahead, the guy felt the fear of Chirpy, and wondered what had happened there. The young man's lead was surrounded by a green aura. Ahead of the sergeant was a high mountain, and the system reported that he had entered the territory of the Sphinx. Reaching for the dagger, the player thought that he did not feel her presence. A moment later, the warrior slammed into the stone wall. A passage to the cave appeared. Jongwoo walked to the entrance. In the ruins, the protagonist noticed red energy. Then the protagonist sat down to the magical glow. The guy took the legendary beast in his hands. The young man's expression was confused, and he couldn't understand what had happened to the phoenix, and also muttered that the premonition was right, because something really terrible had happened here, after which it was that he was too arrogant. The bird's gaze was sad, and the sergeant said that these were Chirpy's memories, and then someone asked if he knew that the likes of him end up in the same way. A man in a robe could be seen in the distance, and he said he guessed. Temujin, holding the blade in his hand, said that this time the outcome would be slightly different, and at the same time the player recognized him. Imagining dark silhouettes, the warrior explained that among all the 8 clans, the Blue Island is considered the smallest in number, but outstanding in strength, and there is only one reason for this, namely 5 of them are deities of the art of war. The battle sword god rushed towards the phoenix, and Jongwoo noticed that even among the rankers, they were considered to be one of the strongest, and was very surprised that one of them was Temuzin, who was here. The legendary beast could be seen opening its mouth. Lowering his head, the main character realized that the phoenix was dead. The protagonist frowned seriously. Tears appeared under the bird's eyes, and the guy thought that now the Blue Flower Island was cooperating with the One-Horn clan, and therefore he could not take Chirpy with him and bring him directly to the Blue Flower Island. Suddenly, an unusual energy appeared, and at the same time, the young man muttered that he would have to leave the One-Horn clan. Magical energy hung in the air, and it was heard that it looked like he had found the baby, and now she was calm. Opening his mouth in surprise, the sergeant asked if it was Phoenix. A magical glow appeared, and then the voice of the legendary beast asked not to be upset about her death, adding that she was destined to come back to life again, reborn from the ashes, and although she had disappeared now, she would soon open her eyes again. The player, standing in front of the unusual energy, said that apparently these were her last thoughts, and added that death is death, because even if she was reborn, it would be a completely different creature, and she was also worried about him until the last moment, and was afraid that he might make the wrong decision. The magical aura emitted a bright light, and the bird said that she had a request, namely to look after the baby until she returned, and of course would not leave him empty-handed. Unexpectedly, a powerful force surrounded the warrior. Magical energy enveloped the body of the protagonist, and it was heard that although this power was small, it would help him and the baby on the path prepared for him, after which the system wrote that he had become the heir of the phoenix, and the spark of life was obtained, and the magic chain was prepared to receive the spark of life. A bright glow could be seen near Jongwoo's palms, and he thought that he was hot, and then the artificial intelligence announced the beginning of the inheritance process. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist muttered that this was the power left behind by the phoenix, and therefore not a drop of its energy should be missed. Flashes of magical power appeared in the guy's body. Suddenly, the back of the young man's head lit up brightly, and the system wrote that all the magical goals had been revealed and the transmission was completed, and then added that he had received the title of Phoenix Heir, and his affinity for fire had been increased by 30 points, and he had inherited partial mastery of fire. A slight haze could be seen, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence congratulated him on the 100% progress in the cultivation of the flame skill, and added that a new skill, Sacred Fire, had been unlocked, and the strengthening of the body had been confirmed. Placing his palm on his chest, the sergeant realized that the vessel was enlarged. Lowering his gaze, the player noticed that it was good that all the magic chains had been opened, and wondered why the phoenix energy was located next to the stone, and it could not be moved. An unusual energy circled above the warrior's hand. The system reported the characteristics of the Sacred Fire skill, after which Jongwoo stood up and muttered that the serial number skill was indeed a very valuable gift. The protagonist sharply looked at the legendary beast when he heard it make a sound. A bird was sitting in the protagonist's palm, and he asked if he wanted to find other mythical feelings. After stroking Chirpy, the guy didn't think that he would ever meet someone who would be in the same position as him, and also added that he was a very cute and warm creature. Lowering his head, the young man said that they would go look for them together. Suddenly, Adora appeared, confused. The sergeant asked how she had found him, and then the girl, standing behind him, replied that he had jumped out of the village very quickly, and she was worried and followed him. The lady asked what kind of place it was, and then the player turned in her direction. The warrior said that he had lived here before, and somehow it seemed that the Blue Flower Island had started a hunt for mythical creatures, causing the martial arts king's daughter to open her mouth in bewilderment. Passing by the one-horned one, Jongwoo clarified that he was not waiting for help, and he also had no intention of asking her to leave his clan and follow him, but hoped that she would not stop him. After a moment, Adora touched her sword. Looking down, the girl said that she would go with him then. The main character said that if she felt guilty. Suddenly the lady, opening her jaw, interrupted him and said that she just wanted to help, and added that she had a bad feeling about the Blue Flower Island, which was always hanging around their tribe. The walls of the cave appeared, and the protagonist said that it was unlikely that her father would approve of it, after which the one-horned woman asked if this was not what he was going to say as his apprentice. I could see how the guy grinned. Walking ahead of his partner, the young man noticed that he would go first, because he knew the way. A huge dragon was visible. A bird sat on the sergeant's shoulder, and he realized that they were too late. The system reported that he was being watched by the soul of the dragon of nothingness, and then the player noticed dark energy, and also heard that he knew about what had happened here. Lowering his eyebrows, the warrior wondered if it was the soul of the dragon, and then said that he had a suggestion. The monster, lying on the ground, asked if it wanted revenge in return for receiving its power, and at the same time said that it was not a bad idea that it liked. Among the streams of dark magic, a human incarnation of the soul of the beast appeared, who said that this pathetic people had not only woken her up, but also taken away her heart and inner strength, and it was not her style to calmly wait for the resurrection in oblivion, and so be trusted with something. After which the artificial intelligence wrote that he had received the recognition of the dragon of non-existence, and his favor as a reward. Stretching out his palm, the creature explained that there was a huge difference in strength between him and those people, and therefore he would reduce it a little to begin with. Jongwoo wore a black mask on his face, and the system reported that the Void Dragon was offering him a second trial, and then added conditions for completing it. Smiling, the soul of the monster said that the contract was concluded. Suddenly, there was a surge of dark energy. The main character was surrounded by a blue aura, and at the same time the artificial intelligence wrote that he had received the blessing of the dragon of non-existence, and the title of contractor. The body of a turtle lay on the ground, and its spirit asked what the man needed and added that he was too late. The monster's eyes were glowing yellow, and he asked if the protagonist wanted to receive their blessing. Tilting his head, the guy politely asked them to do so, and at the same time, the system reported that the blessing of the abyss turtle had been received, as well as the task and conditions for completing it. The legendary beast sat on the young man's shoulder, and he thought about a successor. The creature, looking at the sergeant, told him that there were two of them, and therefore they were able to live a doubly eventful life, and even after death they do not regret anything, but there is still something that haunts them. Chirpy, looking ahead, made a sound. An unusual energy was flying around the bodies of powerful monsters, and it was heard that they had not left in air, and therefore they were asking for his help, and they would be watching what was happening from the sticks. The player could be seen absorbing the magical aura, after which the artificial intelligence wrote that the title of Abyss Turtle Deputy had been obtained, and the level of affinity for the water and ice element had been increased by 50 points, and the blue spirit blessing skill had been obtained. Looking at the screen, the warrior was surprised by the new ability, and thought that he had obtained the thing he really needed. The bird squeaked sharply as it moved its beak, and then Jongwoo replied that they were now heading west, and muttered that there was only one mythical creature left alive. A view of the daytime sky opened up. The main character was sitting on a log. Edora, through the sweat on her face, clarified what they should do, because the tiger of the blade was safe now. The beast, directing his gaze at the guys, asked if they wanted him to leave his house, and then asked them to leave, adding that he would deal with his problems himself. The predator opened its mouth. Frowning menacingly, the tiger said that he could either leave him the child he was holding in his hands, because it would help him become stronger. The girl, biting her lips, called him ill-mannered, and the protagonist said that his pride would not leave him even on his deathbed. The lady asked if she could share her opinion, and at the same time, the guy, looking ahead, asked a counter-question if she had any ideas. Holding a sword in her hands, the one-horned woman noticed that they should leave this place first. Standing in front of the young man, the daughter of the martial arts king explained that the tiger was different from the previous mythical creatures because he refused their help, and they did everything they could for him. The sergeant said that he thought she was right, which made Edora grin contentedly. Green foliage was visible, and the girl suggested that they return to Blue Flower Island, when suddenly the player said that they could not be near them because of Chirpy. The warrior's eyes lit up yellow, and he said that he would take the egg and go to the red dragon. After a moment, the lady raised her eyebrows. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Opening her mouth wide, the one-horned woman said that it had begun. Jongwoo had a black mask on his face, and he asked the bird to look carefully, and also added that they would have to kill them. Closing his eyes, the main character used the skill of joint vision. Unexpectedly, Tamusin attacked the tiger. The war sword god would deal many blows to the beast, and then the protagonist wondered if these were the 9 devil swords that he had collected on different floors of the tower. Rushing from the spot, the predator clarified how he dared. A red aura circled near the man's weapon, and the guy wondered if he was so strong, because looking at this madness, he might think that he was possessed or possessed by black magic. The warrior hit the beast ahead. A moment later, the animal fell to the ground. Looking ahead, the young man realized that he needed to act now. Approaching the tiger's body, the sergeant muttered that it looked like Tamusin had left quite recently. Magical power circled over the predator, and his spirit asked if he had come to laugh at him, and at the same time the player asked a counter-question that he could do this, and also explained that it was his choice. Crossing his arms, the human incarnation of the beast's soul clarified why he had returned then, and said that if he hoped to get something from him, like the others, then it was better for him to disappear from his sight, because he was not going to leave his legacy to people. Smiling slightly, Jongwoo asked who said he would ask. After releasing dark energy, the protagonist used the absorption ability, and the system wrote that Bathory's sword was used, and he received the energy and magical power of the opponent. Red traces of a magical aura could be seen, and at the same time, the spirit of the tiger asked to stop and remove his hands. Holding his head, the soul of the predator called the protagonist a non-entity, and exclaimed that it could not suffer at the hands of a man. A powerful force appeared in front of the guy, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the inheritance process was complete, and the current progress rate was 99.9%. The legendary beast sat on the young man's shoulder, after which the system reported that he had obtained the title of Blade Tiger Thief, and he had successfully obtained the powers of all 4 magical creatures, as well as the new title of Heir to the Divine Beings. Frowning seriously, the sergeant thought that the legacy of Bathory's sword damage could be regarded as a second death. Suddenly, black energy appeared. In the palm of the player's hand there was an unusual ball. Chirpy poked his beak at the magical artifact. Then the bird bit off part of the sphere. Suddenly, A bright aura swirled around the warrior. A moment later, the legendary beast spread its wings, and the artificial intelligence wrote that the phoenix cub had successfully absorbed the soul ball and evolved, and under the influence of dark energy, the phoenix's essence had been changed. Chirpy landed on Jongwoo's shoulder, and at the same time, all the tests were completed. The protagonist, looking at the screen, was surprised and read that from now on, he must raise his own mythical creature, and muttered that Chirpy is also a divine being, and it seems that the system has also recognized their level of affection and assigned this task to him. Closing his eyes contentedly, the legendary beast thanked his master. Stroking the pet, the protagonist remarked that he should thank him. The bird could be seen flying into the sky. Edora was standing next to the guy. The divine being was covered in a magical aura, and at the same time, the young man wondered if it was their tiny baby phoenix, and also thought that there was enough energy in him to hunt the magical creature. The sergeant turned to the girl, which raised her eyebrows in surprise. The player thanked her for everything and said that she had better return to the others when she arrived in Kurum, after which the lady, opening her mouth in bewilderment, asked what he was talking about. A black mask appeared on the warrior's face, and he said that there might be a situation where he would have to cross swords with the One-Horn clan, and therefore he thought that it was not worth dragging her into this. The hair of the daughter of the martial arts king could be seen. Lowering her head, the one-horned woman asked if he was not saying that because he knew the real reason why she was helping. Jongwoo looked at her sharply. Chirpy, his eyes bulging, asked if they were going to mate. Sweat ran down Ida's cheek. The protagonist asked where he learned such expressions, to which his pet, hovering in the air, replied that his mother said that he would also need to do this when he grew up and found a mate. Closing his eyes, the protagonist wondered why Phoenix decided to tell such a small chick about it. After some time, the guys walked through a dark tunnel. One-Horn held a long stick in his hand. The girl looked ahead in surprise. The men could be seen bowing their heads. The lad asked if they had decided to meet with the Blue Flower Island, and then the lady raised her eyebrows and said that she had heard that her uncle was coming today. Parting his lips, the young man asked if she was talking about Changmazin. The master's expression was serious, and the sergeant muttered that in the One-Horn clan, he was known for his peculiar spear technique, and among the members of Blue Flower Island, he was also considered one of the strongest rivals. The spearman looked straight thoughtfully. Sweat ran down Ida's cheek. One-Horn walked past the player. Closing his eyes, Changmazin noticed that it seemed that his brother had picked up some disciple again. The walls of the room were visible. Muin, sitting on the floor, asked if anything good had happened during this time, and then the warrior wondered if he had guessed right away. The head of the One-Horn clan clarified why he was sitting with such a face as if he was going to die, and at the same time, Jongwoo lowered his head. Being in front of the king of martial arts, the main character apologized and explained that he had come to say something to him, and he asked if something had happened. The protagonist said that he wanted to leave the One-Horn clan, which caused the teacher to bite his lips in bewilderment. Suddenly, the mentor smiled slyly. A moment later, a powerful aura surrounded him, and he said that the guy got everything he wanted, after which he asked if he decided to leave them when he felt threatened. The young man replied that by no means, and then the man, frowning seriously, clarified what was the matter then. The sergeant held his palms on his knees. Closing his eyes, the player thought that they had a seer, and therefore it would be difficult to continue to hide the truth, and said that something had happened. Scratching his head, the gentleman asked if these fools from the island of the Blue Flower were doing something again. Muin took a smoking pipe in his hand. Suddenly, the head of the One-Horn clan threw it at the warrior's forehead. Lowering his eyebrows menacingly, the king of martial arts called the main character a scoundrel. The mentor asked what the relationship between teacher and student meant to him, and then Jongwoo, holding his head, asked a counter question in what sense. Crossing his arms, the teacher said that it hadn't been long since they had met, but he still treated him like his own son and put all his energy into teaching him, and added that he had done it wholeheartedly. The protagonist looked carefully ahead, and at the same time the man noticed that apparently he had a different attitude to this, and clarified whether he resorted to it, since he considered himself obliged to report what had happened, and also said that he did not even ask for help and did not beg him not to grumble, and asked if he really did not intend to do anything like this, he will simply cease to be their mercenary. Rays of light filtered through the window. Sitting opposite the guy, the gentleman called him negligent and asked him to listen, after which he said that the relationship between a teacher and a student is no different from the relationship between parents and children, and although parents are related to children by blood, the teacher is bound to the student by moral principles. Looking ahead, Muin said that it made the relationship deeper and closer. The head of the One-Horn clan asked who he was to him, causing the young man to open his mouth in surprise. Remembering the martial arts king's sly smirk, the sergeant thought that he had always seemed to be making fun of him. In the past, the teacher had extended his index finger, but now the player muttered that he was trying to teach something new day after day, and if he couldn't do something, he would help him figure it out. Holding his palms on his knees, the warrior noticed that he had always been cautious and suspicious of something, and then wondered if he was really different from those who had harmed his younger brother. Clenching his fingers, Jongwoo said that he was his teacher. Frowning seriously, the main character noted that from now on it will be so. After a moment, the mentor closed his eyes. The man's pupils turned sharply white, and he clarified whether it meant that it was not so before. Suddenly, the gentleman tapped his palm on the book. Lowering his eyebrows, Mewin said that it was time to stop, and added that he would look after the egg, and let him take it and fail. Taking the textbook in his hand, the protagonist realized that it was a Bajiquin textbook. The guy thanked the head of the One-Horned clan, and he turned away in displeasure and said that the next time they met, they would immediately start a battle, and therefore let him be ready. The young man then leaned forward. A view of the daytime sky opened up. The sergeant walked down the street. He wore a black mask on his face. Suddenly, the player noticed Punt and his sister. One-Horned Man opened his mouth wide and asked if he thought he was doing well by abandoning his younger comrades like this, and Edora said that she shouldn't even think of dissuading him, because they would follow him anyway. Looking ahead, the warrior asked if they knew that they might be on the side of their family's enemy. Abruptly opening her jaw, the girl replied that they were ready. Closing his eyes, the son of the martial arts king exclaimed that these eternally disgruntled idiots had already taken out of the Blue Flower Island, and the mere sight of them turned him inside out. Touching his mask, Zhongwu said that he should do as he pleased. Holding his hands behind his head, the guy asked his sister if she was going to chase him, to which she objected that she also wanted to go. Raising the corners of his lips, the main character thought that it seemed to him that he had met not only a good teacher, but also loyal comrades. A torn clan flag hung on a stick. A map of the lands appeared, and then the player decided to clarify the current situation, because in the city of Pigos, the Red Dragon has concentrated all his forces, and the island of the Blue Flower is constantly attacking the city. The heroes walked through the forest, and the young man noticed that thanks to the attack on Kurum, the island of the Blue Flower was able to take the initiative and now has an advantage, because the attack on Pigos is not so active, after which he clarified what the reason for this was, to which he was told that it was all because Bahal had brought an army. Shifting his gaze to the side, the protagonist pondered these words, and Edora said that it was said that he was tasked with keeping an eye on the 11th floor, but due to their clan's entry into the war, he had to return with his own army. A view of the endless blue sky opened up, and the sergeant of the Korean army realized that it was obvious that they would try at all costs to take revenge and recapture the 11th floor. There were silhouettes of men shrouded in magical currents, and the guy thought that the Blue Flower Island was supported not only by Mewin, but also by Temuzin and Changmazin, and although the Red Dragon was probably already aware of this, they would definitely not sit quietly. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist decided that if anything, it would be nice to see Leonti here. Pan threw his hands behind his head abruptly. Smiling, the One-Horned Man asked what the elder was going to do, since the Red Dragon must have set his sights on him, to which he countered with a question about what about them. Holding her weapon to her shoulder, Edora explained that members of their clan tend to act alone, so they would not care which side they were on, and the user began to talk about what would happen if there was a civil strife. Rounding her eyes, the girl said that it didn't matter, because it seemed to her that they would do their best not to collide with each other. The young man shifted his gaze to the side when his partner noticed that they were not the only ones after all, so it was unlikely that anyone would want to mess with them, knowing Mewin's character, and that it was their father. Walking behind Zhongwu, Pan asked what they would do in the end, to which Zhongwu asked if they had just answered that question. Lowering his chin, the main character said that Bahal would surely want to get him. Guards were walking around the wooden fences in the city of Pigos, and the Korean army sergeant thought that even if you look at the situation from their point of view, it will become clear that they will not want to just leave a half-ranker like him. The guy held out the paper scroll forward and asked him to give it to Mr. Bahal. Underneath the demonic mask, there was the focused gaze of the protagonist, who said to convey that it was a gift and that he should like it, and at the same time thought that he had prepared something for it. The warriors wandered near the defensive fortress. Squeezing his eyes shut, Fire Fist asked who they had. Stretching his palm forward, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon asked if the guest knew how long he had to wait for his visit. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the swordsman wondered if he had said the same thing to his brother. Bowing, the young man apologized for coming so late, because he had some problems to solve, to which he replied that it did not matter at all, and the most important thing was that he was here. In bewilderment, watching what was happening, the soldiers did not understand whether this was the same newcomer who had risen, and whether they were so close to the commander-in-chief. Shifting his gaze to the side, Zhongwu thought that this was just a game, because he wanted to use his fame to firmly strengthen the position inside the Red Dragon. Standing in front of the twins, the former member of Arsha asked what about the Mewin children, and whether they could go over to the side of the enemy, to which they replied that they had not listened to their father for a long time, and they were told that they were glad that they had come here anyway. Squinting his eyes, Bahal suggested that they go inside. There was a view of the clan's flags hanging on the walls of the building, and the commander-in-chief said that their meeting was in full swing, so he would introduce them to the others. Putting his hand out to the side, Fire Fist asked his comrades to get acquainted with Junwoo and the children of the Jianam family from the One-Horned clan. Standing near the long table, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon asked if those interested in the news of the lower floors had heard of them at all. A lot of people were sitting on chairs. Looking at the exhausted warriors, the main character reflected on the fact that the faces of the natives of Arsha show that they are all traitors, so you should definitely not expect good things from them, because even Bahul does not receive welcome glances. Beneath the demonic mask of a Korean army sergeant, his bright eyes could be seen while he thought about 81 pairs of eyes. Dark silhouettes of people could be seen, and it turned out that these eyes were like the pupil of a dragon, which consists of a dozen horns, and in front of him sat 81 high-level rankers around the Queen of Summer, but among them there were familiar faces. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils noticeably decreased in size. His gaze fell on the girl in the black cloak. In bewilderment, Pant lowered his jaw and asked if something had happened, to which he replied that it was nothing. Putting his hand aside, Balak noticed that he saw some kind of indifference in their looks. At the same moment, the commander-in-chief laid out a map of the lands on the table. Standing in the pulpit, Fire Fist stated that this should attract his attention, and then asked if they already understood what was here. With a sly smile, the former member of Arsha explained that this was the layout of the Blue Flower Island camp. Raoul jumped up from his chair and asked if it was true, and if he could see it. The leader of the troops grabbed the map in his hands. The man clarified who brought it to them, to which the interlocutor, being next to his comrades, replied that it was them. Lowering the paper down, the commander said that he thought they should start with a check, because it might be a trap for the island of the Blue Flower, to which he was asked if this was a matter for the Scarlet Wolf. Raoul closed his lips and said nothing. Smiling, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon remarked that if the map was true, then they had indeed done them a great favor. The soldiers sat at the meeting with dissatisfied faces, and at the same time the commander-in-chief asked whether they should not reward their new comrades properly. Bahul began to smile slyly. Jongwoo bowed when the interlocutor said that he understood that everyone agreed with him. Stretching out his hand, Fire Fist said that the position of commander of the 2nd Division of the Foreign Legion was vacant, so it would be nice if he took it. Lowering his chin, the main character thought about the fact that the Foreign Legion of the Red Dragon has about 3,000 mercenaries, and this is quite a large army, but the position of commander gives the right to command over 100 players, so this is quite good, because with the help of this place he will be able to break even higher. Tilting his head down, the Korean army sergeant realized that it didn't matter who gave him this chance, but it should not be missed, after which he declared that he would do everything in his power. The knight kicked forward sharply. Standing in front of the fighters, the man announced that from now on, Jongwoo will be the commander of the 2nd Division of the Foreign Legion, and Edora and Pant will become new members of their team. Amber put his hand on his side and asked everyone to accept them. The leader of the White Dragonian gritted his teeth tightly in anger. Passing by the main character, the warrior stated that he did not trust him, and then added that he hoped that he would not do anything that could make him lose his temper. The bird circled overhead, while the army members didn't know if it was the commander, and if the two of the One-Horn clan were allies of Blue Flower Island. Holding the bottle in his hand, the fighter asked if it was the person who happened to be Jom, to which he was told that it looked like the children of the One-Horn clan next to him. Throwing his palms behind his head, Pant assumed that his partner was very popular. Suddenly, the men clenched their teeth tightly in anger. Placing a powerful axe on the floor, the warrior asked the commander to come up to him. Streams of dark magic hovered over the heads of the army members, and they said that they had a few questions for him. Stepping forward, the main character asked what they wanted to talk about. The twins stood behind him as he replied that they just wanted to introduce themselves to each other, and then added that someone had collected all the hidden artifacts on the 11th floor, causing them a lot of trouble. Smiling broadly, the knight said that he looked very much like that guy, and they were just looking for him, because he owed them a lot. Pant threw his hands behind his head when the Korean army sergeant said that he was annoyed by this, and then called out to him. The commander of the 2nd section of the Foreign Legion ordered him to deal with him, to which he raised his eyebrows in bewilderment, and clarified why it was him. Lowering his chin, the swordsman asked if he was asking him to figure it out himself. Holding his hands on the back of his head, the One-Horn man noticed that of course this was all he was. Suddenly, bright lightning appeared in space. Frowning menacingly, the twin exclaimed that he had already managed to get bored, and then asked not to disappoint him. Clenching his jaw tightly, the man cried out loudly in pain. Rushing forward, the fighter shouted that they were bastards. During the collision, a discharge of energy appeared. Pant wrapped his hand around his opponent's fist. Looking at the bloody hand, the guy began to scream. At the same moment, the One-Horn man waved his hand. A powerful explosion occurred in the room. The soldier grabbed the handle of his weapon with his fingers and was indignant at what these scum were doing, and then ordered the whole crowd to swoop in. Swinging his axe, the warrior rushed to attack. Pulling his hands back, the One-Horn man noticed that this was good, because it was even more interesting that way. The guy's limb was enveloped in bright lightning. From the shock wave, the opponents scattered in different directions. Chirpy's eyes widened in delight as people screamed in pain in his arms and legs. Hovering over the owner's head, the pet exclaimed that he liked this person. Running up from behind, the knight wished Jong dead. A moment later, the phoenix began to emit a bright glow after his rebirth and stated that the enemy needed to disappear away. The main character abruptly turned his back on the enemy. The sergeant of the Korean army raised his palm, and his assistant said that he was very tired of all this. The protagonist's face was hidden behind a demonic mask. Crouching down near the bodies of the slain enemies, Pant said that he expected more from them, but in the end, he only got his hands dirty. Pointing his finger at the warrior, the one-horned man asked if he could still stand on his feet, and if he had even run away. Closing her eyes, Edoran noticed the burns, after which she noticed that it was still necessary to moderate his ardor a little, because it was not clear what to do later if they were severely injured. The protagonist's palm emitted streams of magic. The wounded knights bowed their heads while the commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Foreign Legion thought of the sacred fire. Touching their own bodies, people were surprised that all their wounds were healed, but they did not understand what it was. Throwing his hands behind his head, Pan asked when he learned such a thing, to which he asked him to stop. The guy lowered his jaw in bewilderment when he was asked to teach all these scum a lesson. A view of a bright building opened. The fighters sat on their knees in front of the swordsman and thought that he was much worse than the devil. Closing their eyes, the warriors imagined a circle of endless routine and thought that he healed and beat again, and healed again, and then beat again, but a man is incapable of such a thing. Sitting on a chair, Jong said that he would tell them one thing. A fire bird sat on the shoulder of the main character, and then he said that he needed obedient hounds, but the rabid dogs that bit their own master did not surrender to anyone, after which he added that he was giving them one last chance. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, Punt exclaimed that they needed to behave, when suddenly he was ordered to finish all business here. One Horn turned his head back sharply, and the sergeant of the Korean army explained that they needed to be trained so that he would not be ashamed. With his mouth wide open in rage, the guy was indignant that he had to do such stupid things, although he had left his own clan for him, to which he remarked that if he did not like something, he could return home. One of the twins was standing in front of the closed door. Suddenly his silhouette was enveloped in streams of black magic. The young man clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Drops of sweat began to flow down the faces of the frightened soldiers. A view of the endless blue sky opened up, when suddenly Pant shouted that now they must obey him. A girl with blue hair was winding a strand around her finger. Kneeling before the mistress, Bahal thanked her for noticing that this time he had picked up a good guy. The lady wondered if it wasn't nice that he had even given them some worthwhile information, to which the subordinate put his hand to his chest and said that he thought she was interested in him. Closing her eyes, the manager said that this kite was inspiring, after which she clarified who would not be interested in him. Throwing one leg over the other, the girl asked to listen to her, because she thought that he had joined them for a reason, to which Fire Fist replied that he would take note. Lowering his chin, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon clan said that Leonti hadn't been in public lately, and that Tamirzan was always by his side, so it would take some time when he was asked about this man. Sitting on the floor in front of his mistress, the commander-in-chief said that he would take measures to track his location at any time, and in the meantime everything was going according to plan, to which she asked if he would investigate the stone anymore. There was a view of the gilded details on the walls, while the guy suggested that this was probably the case, because he probably didn't want to take the stone until he was done, so they decided to cast the bait. Covering his mouth with his palm, Bahal began to explain what bait was. A satisfied grin instantly appeared on the lady's face. Holding a strand of hair on her finger, the manager said that she was surprised, but thought it would be interesting, to which he thanked her. At the same moment, the girl closed her eyes. The silhouette of the protagonist's brother in knightly armor appeared, and then the lady thought that if it were not for the heavenly wing, she would not have had to go down to the lower floors, but now there was very little left. The lady began to walk away from the throne and told him to find him as soon as possible. Furrowing her brows, the steward explained that only with him would she be able to restore her dragon heart. The knight took confident steps forward. Chamizan opened his mouth wide in fury. Coming closer to the table, the man was indignant at what it all meant. The old man turned his head to the side and said that he would like to ask him the same question. Folding his hands behind his back, the elder remarked that whatever his relationship with the head was, he asked him to behave appropriately, because this was still a place for official meetings. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the one-horned man was surprised to be called the god of the battle spear, and assumed that he had become an irrevocable stranger to them. Closing his eyes, the fighter thought that according to the treaty, he had to abandon the tribe and act on his own, because he was too angry and forgot about this situation for a moment. Holding out his hand, Chamizan apologized profoundly for interrupting them, and then added that as the person in charge, he would like to ask Nguyen something. Clenching his hand into a fist, the one-horned man imagined the silhouettes of the people who had moved away, and then asked if he knew about the betrayal of Zhong, Pant and Eater. Putting his cheek to his fingers, the man said that this was certainly so, because he would be a complete idiot if he did not know about the affairs of his own children and student. Lowering his chin, the god of the battle spear tried to contradict him. With a smirk, the clan leader explained that it was his decision. Veins bulged on the one-horned man's face. Sitting on the floor, the martial arts king admitted that he was sorry that Blue Flower Island had suffered from their actions, but he shouldn't interfere in the clan's personal affairs as he didn't need to be responsible for them and their actions. Chamizan closed his lips in bewilderment when he was asked if it was true that he himself knew best about this. Looking into the glowing eyes of his interlocutor, the one-horned man thought about the fact that he was talking about more than one particular case, but decided to recall the deeds of the past days when he had left the clan with the sword god Kamuzan. Rays of sunlight were filtering through the large window when suddenly the war sword god asked if they would be able to kill them with their own hands when they faced them in battle. Lifting his chin, Muin explained that, as he had already said, they had to be responsible for their actions, so they couldn't interfere. Furrowing his brows angrily, the fighter said that he hoped he would not give up these words in the future. The heroes looked at the slammed door. Smirking, the head of the clan noted that whatever it was, he hoped that he would become at least a little wiser, but apparently nothing could be done about his character. The old man folded his hands behind his back and offered to leave him, because now something else was more important, after which he clarified whether he was going to leave the situation with the traitors, to which he replied that the order remained the same. Squinting his eyes, the elder uttered a phrase that only after going through the trials of asceticism can a person become a real king who should not think about himself and his own benefit, and then assumed that his interlocutor was thinking this way. The man began to unfold the paper scroll. There was a view of white clouds in the sky, and I heard someone resenting what everyone was doing, and I didn't know if they were going to do it right away, and if they wanted to do everything in a circle again. The fighters put their feet on the ground as they were ordered to take one step to the right. The guys stretched out their hands to the sides, and the mentor told them to perform a sword lunge to the left. Placing his palms on his sides, Punch shouted that he needed to make a diagonal strike. At the same time, Jongwoo and Edora were sitting at the table upstairs. Smiling, the girl noticed that only 4 days of training had passed, and they were already fighting well, to which the main character replied that now they would be useful. The one-horned man furrowed his brows menacingly, and at the same time, the Korean army sergeant thought that if his hurried nature was tempered, he would really make a good teacher, because he definitely had the makings of a leader. Holding the book in his hand, the protagonist decided that in the future he would be able to count on his help. Placing her hands on her knees, the lady asked what he was reading there all the time, to which he replied that the second volume of the Bejiquin technique. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she assumed that her father really trusted him. The silhouette of a fighting warrior appeared, and one of the twins reflected on how this technique, which had been created by her father, was considered one of the most complex techniques of Mugan, the essence of which was that the more a person advanced, the more difficult it became to remember the current techniques, so further study began to take much longer. Holding her cup with her fingers, Edora remembered that she had also suffered for a long time when she had studied Bejiquin, and her brother had a hard time too. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in alarm and realized that this time her father had not said that he would help him, and wondered if this meant that she would be able to help him a little with his education. Covering her mouth with her hand, the one-horned woman remarked that even he must have a little difficulty starting with this volume, and then tried to offer help. Holding the book in his hands, Jongwoo replied that he had already learned everything and was gradually aware of the technique of steps, and now he was just rereading it to make sure that he understood everything correctly. The lady humbly closed her eyes, while the protagonist thought that it would be quite difficult to combine this with his mana technique. Streams of blue energy could be seen in the man's hands, and the sergeant of the Korean army said in his mind that this technique was outstanding, and that was why it was very different from the others, and in order to combine it with the magic chain, it was necessary to make changes. The heroes were sitting at a table when suddenly there was a notification from the system that the gods and demons of the 98th floor were watching him intently, and Hermes was looking at him with a satisfied smile. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that at first his attention seemed to him something incredible, but now it began to be a little annoying. The subordinates bowed as Bahal walked beside them, remarking that they were doing better than he thought. Waving his palm, one of the Red Dragon's leaders said that fortunately, they had managed to adapt quickly. Standing at the top of the fortress wall, the Fire Fist reported that he had heard that the commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Foreign Legion had taken the mercenaries in an iron grip, which meant that these rumors did not lie, to which he thanked him. Squeezing his eyes shut, the commander-in-chief asked if they were ready to launch a military operation right away, to which he replied that they could move forward at any time. Leaning his hand on the railing, Jongwoo admitted that he had to say something first. Bahal parted his lips in bewilderment when the main character asked if he accidentally knew that his son Temujin was currently on the 16th floor. The silhouette of a man surrounded by sabers appeared, and it turned out that even inside the Blue Flower Island, this man was called an example of a good warrior, because he attracted attention with his increasing strength. In the reflection of the blade, there was an image of a guy with long hair, and the god of combat swords was also famous for not approaching women in his entire life, so he had nowhere to have children. A view of the fortress walls of the castle opened, and at the same time the sergeant of the Korean army asked if he knew that Temujin had recently experienced a lack of magical power. Lowering his eyebrows in confusion, the Fire Fist thought that only the highest ranks knew about it, and then replied that he knew about it, but did not understand if it had anything to do with his child. In the past, the knight had held a baby in his arms, and at the same time, the commander of the 2nd Squad of the Foreign Legion said that his son had been in poor health from birth, because he was born with a body that was not able to accumulate magical power, but no medicine helped his son to control magical power, and there was no way to cure it. The swordsman suggested that this would be the norm elsewhere, but for their world, such an ailment is fatal. Besides, Temujin has a lot of enemies, and the warrior smirked and noted that one way or another he had to hide the child and at the same time search for a cure. Putting his fingers to his chin, Bahal asked if he understood correctly that Temujin was trying to treat his son at the expense of his own magical power, to which the interlocutor replied that this was all he knew. Closing his eyes, Jongwoo said in his mind that in fact, the reason why the war sword god was hunting the 4 mythical creatures was to cure his son, and the Blue Flower Island allowed him to take the hearts and inner energy of these creatures, so he had no reason to refuse. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist thought that he had also taken Phoenix's heart and energy, so he needed to find him at all costs. Lowering his eyelids, the Fire Fist said thoughtfully that this information was definitely interesting and useful. Narrowing his eyes, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon asked where he got this information. Putting his hands to his feet, the guy reflected on the fact that, to be honest, he had read this in his brother's diary, after which he replied that he had found out about it while he was in the One-Horn clan. Holding his chin, Arsha's former member said that it could be a trap, whether he wanted it or not, to which Arsha replied that it could be so, or maybe it was just something he himself used. Putting his palm to his chest, the protagonist said that this is why he is ready to go on his own. Bahal asked him again, to which he, standing opposite the interlocutor, said that for him, as for the commander of this operation, this would only be beneficial. Fire Fist smiled and wondered if this guy was willing to give him all the credit if the operation was successful, and then he told him that when he had seen him a month ago, he had never thought that he would be willing to obey anyone. One of the leaders of the Red Dragon put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder when he said that he realized that the world is full of cold and cruel places, to which he was told that this was the right thought, because when he was cold, he should be in a warm place. Approaching face to face with the commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Foreign Legion, the warrior noticed that from now on he would have to enjoy the warm spring days. Under the mask, he could see Jongwoo furrowing his brows angrily, but saying that he would not forget his words, and then he was thinking about the warm spring days. The Fiery Fist closed his eyes, and the main character decided to see if they would be like that for him. During the assembly of the 2nd Detachment, the sergeant of the Korean army put his hands on his sides and reported that they had received an order. A crowd of fighters stood in front of the commander, and at the same time their captain thought that information about their attempt to capture Temujin's son could leak to the masses, after which he explained that this was why they needed to quickly and quietly storm the Blue Flower unit, which was located on the 16th floor. The guys pursed their lips in disbelief when the protagonist remarked that he also had to tell them something before they moved out. The swordsman's eyes were covered by the demonic mask, and he said that he had not yet finished testing this and the next floors. A view of a scorpion in the desert opened up, when suddenly the system announced that this was the area of wandering wanderers on the 12th floor, and a test began, the essence of which is to overcome the lands of death, relying only on their own strength. Putting his hand to his forehead, the knight muttered that he did not even think that he would have to go through this again, and his partner noticed that the rumors were not deceived. The legendary beast closed his eyes and exclaimed that it was very hot here. Raising his elbow, the protagonist reflected on the fact that from the 12th floor, environmental conditions begin to deteriorate, so most of the tests are about overcoming climatic difficulties. A map of the lands opened, and at the same time, the young man said in his mind that there were also rare items on these floors, which were almost impossible to get, because there were various hidden treasures scattered everywhere. A firestone, which is one of these artifacts, appeared. Closing his lips, Jongwoo decided that he might be able to take advantage of the situation, so it would be a good idea to collect everything he could as he progressed through the floors. Suddenly, a sly grin appeared on his face, and he knew that it would be possible especially with the help of the Red Dragon. Standing in front of the team of players, the swordsman told them to find all the items in the allotted time and go to the 13th floor, and he himself would pass through the desert. At the same second, the soldiers rushed in the opposite direction from the captain. Black skeletons appeared behind the protagonist. Streams of black magic began to fly away from the boy's body, who realized that it would now be easy to tell if there was a spy here. The commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Foreign Legion turned his gaze to the pet, who clarified why they unquestioningly obeyed his orders. Stroking the beak of the legendary beast, the young man replied that no one knows. Sitting on the player's shoulder, the reincarnated phoenix asked what they were looking for, to which he replied that it was a firestone. Tilting his head to the side, Chirpy did not understand what it was, to which it was explained to him that it was something delicious. Turning towards the pet, Jongwoo said in his mind that the firestone would definitely be a healthy and tasty treat for him. Raising his hand, the main character decided that he would give one half to the bird, and the other to the spirits. The sleeve of the black robe was wrapped with a black chain, and at the same time, the sergeant of the Korean army thought that recently due to the restrictions on strengthening the bracelet, the perfume had reached its limit, so he had to come up with another way to enhance the properties. Various elements could be seen around the skeleton, and at the same time, the swordsman realized that it would be a good idea to endow the spirits that already contained dark and evil forces with various other elements. Sneering slyly, the protagonist noticed that the firestone just has everything you need to enhance, and the more they get, the better, but do not forget that you can get them in large quantities for free. Spreading his wings, the legendary beast exclaimed that in this case, his master should find more delicious food for him, to which he agreed and asked him not to worry. The reincarnated phoenix tiredly opened its beak. Closing his eyes, the pet said that he was falling asleep. Putting his hand in his pocket, the young man advised his assistant to rest for a while, to which he asked if he would wake him up when he found something delicious. Chirpy began to hide in a whirlwind of magic rays. The energy flow rushed into the swordsman's chest. Putting his palm on his body, Jongwoo didn't know if the stone was there again. Hovering in the air, the pet replied that he did not know, but it was just more comfortable for him to be here. Spreading his wings wide, the legendary beast explained that he was very warm and cozy, so he wanted to take a nap. Lowering his chin, the main character thought that the phoenix spark was here, and that was probably why he felt calmer, because in the stone the baby's energy is restored much faster and stronger than in other places with a magic chain. Standing on the cracked surface, the Korean army sergeant did not know whether he should finish the stone or come up with another way to control it, and then assumed that as long as his assistant used the item, he would not affect it. A view of the endless blue sky opened up, when suddenly the system announced that all the tests had been completed, and the player had performed the legendary act of passing the desert without a single stop, to which the player thought that thanks to this test, he had increased his physical resistance to external influences, and it also helped to strengthen the properties of the sacred fire. And it was also possible to increase the number of magic cores to 108. Jongwoo stepped on the teleportation beams and decided that there was nothing else for him to do here when he was asked if he wanted to move to the 13th floor. Suddenly Laplace came up to him from behind and asked him to wait a little. With a wink of one eye, the 11th floor guard noticed that he was the same as he had been when they had last met. Putting his fingers to his chin, the hare assumed that the player was in a hurry, so he would immediately get down to business. The face of the main character was hidden under a demonic mask, when suddenly the interlocutor clarified whether it was true that at the moment he was heading to the Temple of the Three Goddesses, which is located on the 16th floor. Suddenly, the Korean army sergeant furrowed his brows angrily. Stretching out his palm forward, the keeper asked him not to worry, because the administrators are only doing the assigned work to ensure that users are immersed in a comfortable environment, and then added that in no way is he trying to interfere with him or spread rumors about him, so there is no need to worry. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist remembered that his brother says that it is quite difficult to confront the managers, especially the 12 zodiac spirits of the highest rank. Laplace's eyes shone brightly, and it was said that he was extremely curious and liked to meddle in other people's business, and he also had a rather unpleasant temper. Standing near the teleportation beams, the commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Foreign Legion asked what business they had come to him for. The back of the guard of the 11th floor appeared, and at the same time he said that he had come to convey to him the words of his superiors. Squeezing his eyes shut, the hare said that he did not know whether the player was aware or not, but the administrators, especially the 12 zodiac spirits, had one more function, and then added that they were messengers of gods and demons. The young man's pupils bulged out in bewilderment. The keeper began to smile slyly. A silhouette of the undead appeared behind him, and the messenger explained that he had come to convey the words of one of the demons, who advised the person to fear the eldest of the three goddesses. Standing in front of the zodiac rabbit, Jongwoo asked him again. The main character's eyes were hidden under a black mask, and then he asked what it meant and which demon had conveyed it to him. Stretching out his palm to the side, Laplace stated that he was only acting as a messenger, so he could not give him details, after which he added that even if he knew, the system would not let him tell, and now the player is notified and must make further decisions on his own. Putting a finger to his lips, the sergeant of the Korean army thought that if he meant the eldest of the three goddesses, it must be Erd, but he did not understand why she would suddenly be her. The guy asked why he was given this information, to which the guard of the 11th floor spread his hands to the sides and replied that he could not even imagine, because he was just an insignificant messenger, so he could not know what thoughts occupied the gods and demons. Frowning, the protagonist realized that a demon is a demon, and this is not a species to trust, and this is very annoying to him. Looking at the teleportation beams, the commander of the 2nd Squad of the Foreign Legion noticed that he was also likely to infuriate the three goddesses. Standing behind the user, the hare asked if he would listen to him. Bowing, the keeper told him to continue on his own path in such a case, and then added that he had taken every precaution so that no longer would be disturbed by the administrators or other people on his way to the 16th floor. The space in the desert was enveloped in magical particles, when suddenly the system announced the transition from the 13th floor to the 16th. Exhausted warriors lay on the ground. Snapping his fingers, Jongwoo asked them to give him everything they had managed to collect. The healing stream healed the wounds of the fighters, which surprised them. The knight was stacking the artifacts on a stump, and the team members thought about how it was like collecting money, but they didn't realize if he had taken it just to take it all, when suddenly a notification appeared that 182 units of firestone, 35 units of ice crystal, as well as 91 units of snow rose had been received. A backpack filled with jewelry appeared, and the main character said in his mind that before they left the 11th floor, Bahul gave him a bottomless bag as a gift, inside which a huge space is formed with the help of magic, so it is an extremely expensive artifact. Putting his hands on his sides, the sergeant of the Korean army thought that it looked like inventory, and a good thing at that. Turning his head back, the swordsman noticed that if everyone had finished their preparations, they could move on, but he was abruptly called out. The man stretched his fingers forward and asked about the location of the secret base of Blue Flower Island. At the same moment, the protagonist silently lowered his chin. The warriors bulged their pupils in fright when the captain announced that she was in the Temple of Skuld. 3 girls appeared, one of whom was a goddess of the past named Urd, another a goddess of the present named Bernandi, and a third goddess of the future named Skuld, and according to the Edda, under the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil flowed the spring of Urd, near which the 3 Norns lived. Between the ladies' fingers lay a luminous thread, and it turned out that they spun the threads of fate with the help of a spindle, weaving human destinies into the canvas, which is why their temple was always filled with believers. There was a view of a white building with tall pillars, and people said that even among the deities and demons, there were those who wanted to face them. The sanctuary stood in the middle of a dense forest, but the goddesses avoided all this and did not show themselves on the 98th floor, because they lived peacefully on the 16th floor and occasionally showed themselves in public. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the fighter asked what this meant and whether they were going to attack the temple, to which Jongwoo clarified if there were any problems with this. Raising his hand, the boy noticed that even if the Norns did not leave the 16th floor, they were still divine beings, so if they angered them, they would all be punished. Turning his head to the side, the main character said that there is no need to worry about this, because they are only able to predict fate, but do not have the ability to harm physically. The man's legs were chained with metal chains, and there was a simple explanation for why they lead a reclusive lifestyle, which is that according to the rules of the tower, according to the power, the player is given commensurate restrictions, so that their bodies can be said to be chained to avoid abusing the power of fortune-telling. Holding a piece of paper between his fingers, the Korean army sergeant explained that abandoning this plan would be regarded as non-compliance with the treaty with the Red Dragon, after which he added that even a fool would understand that this would be followed by punishment, so you need to be ready to bear responsibility. The boys gritted their teeth in alarm as their captain remarked that they must have a good understanding of what it was like to fall into the hands of a demon. Putting the scroll in the bag, the protagonist invited them to move out, when suddenly the system announced that they had chosen a path that led to the Temple of the Future. There was a view of an elegant building with tall columns. The townspeople looked after the knights and did not understand who they were. A burgundy flag with the image of a red dragon appeared. The crowd of fighters walked forward, restraining their concentrated appearance, but no one understood what they had suddenly forgotten here. Suddenly, believers ran out of the sanctuary. Spreading his hands to the sides, the man asked what the red dragon had come here for, and then added that he did not know what business they were about, but this was the sacred abode of the deities. Stretching out his palm forward, the priest explained that he was therefore asking them to leave piercing and cutting objects at the entrance. Burning torches hung on the walls. The clerics lowered their jaws in bewilderment when Jongwoo asked if they knew why they had come here, if they said so. Looking at the main character, the man was interested in what he meant. The Korean army sergeant's eyes were hidden behind a demonic mask, and at the same time, he asked if they despised them since they had sent incapable people here, and then stated that if they knew, they were only pretending not to understand anything, although this could also be regarded as contempt. Furrowing his brows angrily, the swordsman asked if he understood them correctly. Dropping his hands, the protagonist thought that he had no hatred for the temple or the goddess, but since he had come here on behalf of the Red Dragon, the bigger the battle, the better. Lowering his chin, the commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Foreign Legion introduced the god of the combat sword and realized that the more damage there was, the faster it would reach the Blue Flower Island and to Musen. Suddenly, Jongwoo's cloak opened. A lot of magical streams headed towards the believers. Falling to the ground, the guy cried out loudly in pain. The main character sharply grabbed the handle of the weapon with his fingers. Bright traces of blade strikes remained in the air. A view of the endless sky over the forest opened up. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred in the middle of the trees. Stone debris began to fall to the floor. The knights quickly rushed down the corridor. A sergeant of the Korean army stood in the middle of the battle of the fighters. Stretching her palm forward, the girl asked him to wait, because he was not allowed to go there. Through the crack of the temple door, the silhouette of the protagonist appeared. A white mist fluttered around the swordsman's neck, and then he smelled a familiar smell. Empty bottles were lying on the floor, when suddenly someone asked who he was, because it was the first time he had seen him. Sitting on the tile, Handen, who was Tamusen's only son, who had been hiding all this time, asked where his new toys were, and if they had been brought to him. The commander of the 2nd Detachment of the Foreign Legion stood in the doorway. Raising his head, the guy asked if this uncle could hear him, and if he had brought anyone. The priest ran up from behind and shouted that they could explain everything, but they needed some time, to which Jongwoo told them not to let anyone in. The knight grabbed the believer by the arms while he begged him to obey. Pointing his finger forward, the young man was indignant at who he was and why he was touching his belongings, after which he asked if he wanted to die, and the main character ordered him to be taken away. Frowning in displeasure, Tamusen's son shouted to let him go. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the guy asked if they even knew who he was to do such a thing. At the same second, the main character hit him on the head with his hand. Shifting his gaze to the side, the sergeant of the Korean army thought that his love for his son had completely blurred the vision of the god of the sword of war. Hanbin pressed his palms to his eyes, and it turned out that he had had to suffer all his life due to a congenital disease, and while looking for a simple way to avoid this pain, he eventually came to such a state. Closing his lips, the protagonist reflected on the fact that even in the Skull Temple, no one could do anything about it. After all, he was the son of Temujin himself, and if something happened, they could disgrace themselves, so they had no choice but to hide him inside the temple. But in the end, they became accomplices in this matter. The silhouette of a girl spinning threads appeared, and then Jongwoo said in his mind that although the Norns could predict fate, they could not interfere physically, so there was nothing they could do. The main character took a step forward. Brown smoke enveloped the ruined temple behind him, and the sergeant of the Korean army realized that the news of this incident would spread throughout the tower in an instant. Sneering slyly, the young man thought that the status of the three goddesses would also be undermined. The protagonist tore up the ticket, and in his opinion this also affected the reputation of Temujin and the island of the Blue Flower, when suddenly the system reported that he had arrived on the 11th floor. Smiling, Edora called out to her brother, and Pan noticed that after returning he could see that they had smashed everything there. Clenching his hand into a fist, the one-horned man muttered that he thought it was interesting, and began to talk about what he would do as soon as the test was over. Grinning, Bahal asked if it was him. Hanbin was lying on the knight's back, and at the same time, Fire Fist said that it was a completely exact copy of Temujin, and then added that he could say that it was him, but he needed to add a few wrinkles to make it 1-to-1. Standing in front of the protagonist, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon thought about how easy it was for him to get such an important person, but no one could know that he would find such a large prey, so it was a real stroke of luck. A magical artifact appeared behind the blue-robed man, and the warrior noticed that there was a plan to extract the stone, but to be more precise, it was a plan that the Leonti stone was to be a replacement for the dragon heart of the Summer Queen, so it was absolutely necessary to extract it. Putting his fingers to his lips, the former member of Arsha pondered that as far as he understood, the stone that Leonti wanted to make was not yet completed, but if he got hold of the materials to complete it, then no matter how much he doubted, the temptation to finish it would be too great. With a sly grin, Bahal realized that this was why this man had secretly prepared all the necessary materials and stored them, because he himself initially wanted this information to leak out in order to lure Leonti out. The guy looked away in confusion, and Fire Fist remembered that he had been banished, but knowing his character, there was a good chance that he had probably acted extremely carefully before checking the materials. Holding his chin, one of the leaders of the Red Dragon thought that it turned out that they had got Temujin's son, and if we were talking about him, then it would clearly help them lure Leonti out. With a sly grin, the commander-in-chief imagined images of the inhabitants of the Blue Flower Island and realized that this would be enough to make him pull out the stone. Looking at the knight who was holding Hanbin on his back, the young man said in his mind that besides, a father would not give up his own son for the sake of the Blue Flower Island, and if it was a child for whom he had to sacrifice magical power, then it was obvious that his own blood was more precious to him than any organization. Looking at the sleeping young man, Bahal decided to wake him up first. Administrators wandered around the room with holograms. Suddenly, someone's leg appeared in the teleportation beams. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, Laplace wished everyone good morning. At the same moment, the 11th floor guard grabbed the metal pipe with his hand. The hare abruptly opened the door to the room. Closing his eyes, the keeper asked what had brought the guest to him. On the chair in front of him appeared a Bjolker. Fingers crossed, the goblin said that he was just passing by and decided to drop by, and besides, he had heard some interesting rumors. The manager of the ground floor sat in a chair and said that there was a rumor that a certain demon was interested in what was happening on the lower floors, after which he added that it was also rumored that it was the zodiac rabbit that was directly related to this. Laplace looked attentively at the interlocutor, and thought that this was an old snake, and apparently he would not be able to get rid of it so easily. Folding his hands, the orc asked if he could find out his thoughts on the matter. It seemed as if the man was exhaling steam from fatigue. A flashback appeared in which the fighter spread his arms to the sides and reported that the Red Dragon had attacked the Skull Temple, and then added that it was already clear to him that they had captured Hanbin. With his jaw lowered in fright, Temujin quietly called out to his son, when suddenly he was asked where he was going to go, to which he exclaimed that he did not know exactly where, but he had to find him wherever he was. Suddenly, the man opened the doors of the room. The god of battle swords grabbed a bag of weapons and noticed that here they were. At the same moment, the warrior hung the scabbard over his shoulder. Temujin turned his head sharply in the direction of the fallen object. Father took the note with his fingers. On the unfolded paper it was written that if he wanted to return his son, he must bring a stone with him. Raising his eyebrows sadly, the swordsman did not believe what was happening. The soldier began to open the box with a trembling hand. A moment later, the man gritted his teeth in alarm. A severed human finger lay on a white pillow, and then a loud pitiful cry was heard. A man in a beast mask appeared. Putting his hand to his face, Kamyazin said that his head hurt a lot. A view of the endless blue sky opened up. Changnazin threw his hands behind his head, and it turned out that after the two of them left the One-Horn clan, everywhere they went, they faced obstacles and difficulties. The wounded bodies of the enemy lay on the battlefield, and it became clear that they were defeating the enemy and capturing them, stepping over them and moving on, always achieving victory. A crowd of people who looked like them appeared around the men, and now they are the basis of the Blue Flower Island. The masked man's eyes shone brightly, but unlike Arsha, whom he managed to defeat with ease, the Red Dragon is the strongest clan that is able to stand alone against all one, and the famous 81 pair of eyes is very easy for him. But above all, the Red Dragon has something that other clans do not have, namely its own history with traditions. A magic cube could be seen in the palm of his hand, and once upon a time, many rankers gathered on the 77th floor and established a special organization in order to destroy everyone for one, and after a long time, this organization grew and left its own legacy for future generations. The knight's armor shone brightly in the light, and it turned out that the Red Dragon had become an organization whose hidden true power was far greater than that of the other clans. Curling his fingers, Kamuzin realized that even the players who had been sent from the Red Dragon to the 11th floor were only the tip of the iceberg, but by using this small strength, they had managed to resist the Blue Flower Island, and even surpass it. Sitting on the floor, the Sword God pondered their tradition and history, and then wondered if they would be able to destroy the Red Dragon even if some other clan intervened. Raising his head, the man in the beast mask thought that given that it was still possible, then he wanted to end this war as soon as possible. The crown seemed to fall to the ground, and Kamuzin remarked that if that happened, then the very concept of 9 kings would come to an end, in which case the Blue Flower Island would not be able to clear its reputation, which would be tarnished by the Red Dragon. The organization's flag was suddenly torn to pieces, and the Sword God knew that this would eventually be the starting point for his deposition. Putting his fingers to his chin, the fighter thought about how Blue Flower Island had always been famous for 2 things, namely resilience and dignity, so it couldn't just disappear. But he didn't know if the only way was a sword. Various types of weapons were seen, and then the man in the mask of the beast noticed that although this weapon was called a sword, when used, it could take the form of a spear, as well as a bow or axe, so this object was a sacred embodiment of the deity. Introducing one of the 5 leaders of the Blue Flower Island, the Sword God thought that, however, a huge amount of magical power was needed to use it, and Leonti had not yet completed the stone, but now he had to pull it out. Sitting on the floor, Kamuzin said that the stone is a universal object, and with its help it will be possible to use the sword to the fullest. A dark silhouette was visible, and then the inhabitant of the island of the Blue Flower noticed that he would get rid of Leonti and use the sword. Approaching the door, the warrior heard that they were in trouble, and at the same time asked what had happened. The Sword God was told that Lord Temuzin had attacked Quan Mushim, causing him to stretch out his hand in bewilderment. The god of hand-to-hand combat abruptly closed his eyes. Temuzin, holding a katana in his hand, asked to stop repeating the same thing. Frowning menacingly, the swordsman ordered the stone to be given to him. The guy, opening his mouth wide, shouted that he had already said that he would not give it back. A moment later, the battle sword god slashed with a slashing blow. The young man covered his face with his hand. Sitting on the floor, the warrior called his opponent a crazy bastard, and then clarified how many more times to say that he did not have one. Walking in his direction, the man noticed that he was not asking him where he was, and then added that he should bring it to him. The master's pupils lit up red, and he explained that if he wanted to live, he had to do as he said. Suddenly, a burst of bright energy appeared. The god of hand-to-hand combat clenched his jaw in fear. Stretching out his palm, the guy realized that there was no time to dodge. Suddenly, the magic beam deflected Temuzin's attack. The battle sword god looked up in bewilderment. The spear stuck near the young man's feet. The man was holding a weapon in his hand. Changmazin stood in front of the young warrior. The gentleman, frowning seriously, asked what was happening, and then asked the spearwoman to step aside, adding that he had nothing to talk about with him. Baring his teeth, the one-horned man said that he had a question, and at the same time asked what he was doing, since the Red Dragon was right in front of their noses, and he had made a feud here, and had he really gone completely mad with his own greed. Drawing his blade, Temuzin said that he should move away. Suddenly, a shockwave rang out, and the question of what they had done here could be heard. The god of the war spear closed his eyes sharply. The man was holding on to his weapon. A moment later, Kamuzin landed on the surface. There were sharp swords around the inhabitant of Blue Flower Island, and he asked his master to explain to him what had happened here. Wiping the blood from his chin, the battle sword god replied that he only needed one thing, and he had come to take it from the fist-fighting god, after which the warrior clarified what he had come for. Looking ahead, Temuzin said that he had come for a stone. Lowering his eyebrows, the man noticed that it seemed that he knew something about it. The soldier stood opposite the master. Changmishin frowned in bewilderment, and it was heard that he didn't know anything since he wasn't interested, but they grabbed his son. Placing his palm on his chest, the battle sword god explained that he needed this stone to get it back, and later he would pay his debt, but he needed it now. Kamuzin wore a white mask on his face, and he thought that this fool had fallen into the Red Dragon's cruel trap. Behind the villager of Blue Flower Island, swords could be seen, and then he said that he didn't understand the whole situation yet, so he needed to calm down first, and then they would discuss everything. The warrior exclaimed that every second counted when suddenly a mark of a blow appeared. One of the blades flew past Temujin, and at the same time, the sword god asked her to calm down at last. The fighter's pupils burned orange. Temujin suddenly fell off his feet, and Kamuzin said that the puzzle would go inside and calm down, and in the meantime he would sort it out here and call him to him. The room was dark. Temujin lowered his head. The man remembered the past and thought that all his life he had not known love, until one day, like a light spring breeze, she appeared. The woman gave birth to a child. Temujin recalled that they were not destined to spend their whole lives together, because she, closing her eyes forever, left the only trace of her presence in his life. He was a sick boy and mentally said that this weak, sickly child had been waiting for him at home all this time. Temujin lowered his head and apologized to his son, saying that he should have been stronger. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. The man opened the door. There was a small box on the floor. The man squatted down. He held out his trembling hand. Sweat appeared on his face. In the box there was a human eye with a caption that Temujin had to bring the stone if he wanted to see his son. A guy ran up to Temujin. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. The battle sword god was shrouded in a dark aura. The man covered his face with his hand and turned to his subordinate. Temujin looked at him with red eyes and asked which side he was on. The guy immediately got down on his knee. He lowered his head and said that once on the battlefield Temujin had saved him from death. From that moment he was ready to become Temujin's faithful sword and shield. Then the god of the sword told the guy to gather everyone. The man's eyes were glowing red. He said that the revolution would begin that night. The action is postponed. Bahal sits on a chair and tells the protagonist that Temujin has raised a rebellion. Bahal looked at the protagonist and said that thanks to Zhong, everything was going as planned. Then the protagonist asked if Bahal had his own person in their ranks. Bahal took the glass in his hand and said that he could lift the veil of secrecy to the protagonist. He raised his glass to his mouth and said that there was no place in the tower where the red dragon did not have its own eyes and ears, because they were everywhere. The main character stood up and Bahal said that it was all thanks to him. Jongwoo poured him wine as he told him that everyone at the meeting was wildly delighted with this situation, so they were already planning their next steps. Bahal put his glass on the table and said that soon everything would come to an end, both the war and the island of the blue flower. The man frowned and said that after that he would be able to strengthen his position, and therefore represented the distorted faces of those who called him a traitor. He then glanced at the protagonist and said that it would help him as well. According to him, it would be their common victory. The man smiled and said that he hoped that they would continue to cooperate. The main character looked at him silently. Then he plunged into memories and mentally said that Bahal remained in his brother's memory until his death. The protagonist returned to reality again and thought that Bahal had already forgotten about it and did not even feel any remorse. Jongwoo narrowed his eyes carefully. He looked at his interlocutor and said in his mind that it had been him in Arsha from the very beginning. The action shifts and we see how the protagonist entered a room, thinking that with the abduction of Hanbin, their game began. An aura emanates from him, while he thinks that he wants to achieve what he wants and get rid of the unnecessary. A blue aura filled everything around. Jongwoo said that it was necessary to prepare and create a protective barrier just in case. He took out an envelope and thought that the first thing to do was to increase his strength. A black bundle of energy appeared in front of him. The skeleton bowed and said that he was glad to meet his master. The protagonist stood in front of him and thought that maybe it was because his soul was also a player, unlike other spirits, who could talk to some extent. Jongwoo lowered his head and mentally said that despite this, he did not have developed mental and communication abilities, which meant that he could only use some words, but in order to achieve his goals, he needed to develop his thinking. The protagonist looked at the spirit and said that now he would give him things in order and the spirit would have to swallow them, not letting their magic go to waste. Bu replied that he understood, and Jongwoo added that if even a particle of magic disappeared, the experiment would fail. Then he took the items in his hand and the main character said that there are 2 fire crystals, 5 ice crystals, 9 golden flowers. The skeleton swallowed the objects. Jongwoo looked at him and thought that if everything worked out, he would be able to help Bu evolve. He introduced the dragon and said that there were 2 reasons for Arsha's success. The first was his brother's encounter with the dragon on the 11th floor. He then remembered the scientist and said that the second reason was the enhanced artifacts created by Balek after various experiments. The protagonist looked forward, thinking that since the process of inheriting the dragon's powers would soon be completed, he didn't worry about the former. He thought about the glowing artifacts and mentally said that the enhanced artifact was a medicine that enhanced magic power, but his younger brother didn't know exactly how these pills were made, but he wrote down the basic ingredients and mixing proportions in his diary. Then he thought about the flasks and said that even if he knew the proportions, they were not so easy to make. According to him, Balek would not have made this process so easy, because it took a lot of effort to make the ingredients, and it was also difficult to do it alone. As the skeleton devoured the items, Jongwoo thought about how the souls themselves were an anomalous form of concentrated magic, which meant that they could absorb anything you gave them. The main character crossed his arms and began to think that he would like Bu to be able to develop on his own, but because of the black bracelet, this is hardly possible, so he will have to be content with what he has. The skeleton finally swallowed all objects, and the system began to notify that its vessel had reached its limit and cracked. Jongwoo stretched out his hand in front of him, mentally saying that the spirit should handle it and absorb everything. The skeleton took another object in his hand, and the protagonist thought that he had chosen it in hopes of awakening his mind. Finally, the skeleton stuffed the last artifact into its mouth. An aura raged around him. The blue aura began to expand, and the system notified the protagonist that the process of formation and development was beginning. Dark energy enveloped the spirit. It began to change. A moment later, a dark robe appeared. The spirit changed its appearance, and the Lich, the Wizard of Death, was born. He opened his eyes and greeted his master. The Lich knelt down and thanked the protagonist for saving him, saying that he was ready to carry out any of his orders. The main character crossed his arms and asked about what magic was available to him now. The spirit was shrouded in a dark aura and said that in his previous life, his capabilities were almost unlimited. The Lich raised his head and said that he would show it, but to do so, he needed a few souls that Jongwoo possessed. He stretched out his finger and used the invocation spell to the dead. Everything around lit up with light. Drops of mana fell to the floor. He summoned several wolves and said that he could use souls as intermediaries to summon the inhabitants of the underworld, and he could also awaken skeletons and zombies if there were bodies left. He then stretched out his hand and another spirit appeared. The whole room was filled with fog. The skeleton stood up and said that this mist can drive the enemy into madness, instilling numbing fear and causing hallucinations, and sometimes restores stamina and strength stolen from enemies. The protagonist lowered his head and said that it was better than he could have expected, because the fog not only frightens, but also restores the strength of allies, which will come in handy on the battlefield. Fire then appeared in the hands of the skeleton as it used the spirit of absorbing the ashes. A pentagram appeared behind him, and he said that depending on how many souls or corpses he had, he would be able to use basic fire and ice magic. He remembered his past self and said that in a past life he was a shaman. An image of skulls appeared in front of him, and he said that they, unlike necromancers or warlocks, specialized in curses and corpses. The Lich put his hand to his chest and said that this was all for now, but in the future, he would only become stronger, overcoming his limits, becoming Jongwoo's right hand, capable of carrying out any order. The protagonist stared at him silently, thinking that it was really hard to deal with the spirits during the battle. But now the Lich could calmly take command, and therefore he had to cope with his own kind. The skeleton bowed and said that he would not let the protagonist down. Jongwoo opened the system window. He began to dig through the menu, thinking that now that he had a wizard in charge of support, all he had to do was find a knight who would fight him shoulder to shoulder. The spirit materialized. He looked around the room and wondered where he was. The protagonist in front of him said that it was a Red Dragon military camp. Shannon frowned excitedly and began to shout that it was Jongwoo who killed him. Then the knight put his hand to his chin and said that he had heard rumors that among shamans and sorcerers there were those who controlled souls, but the return to life of someone seemed to him a fairy tale. The protagonist at the same time thought that his level of consciousness was impressive, and therefore he could be made his knight. Shannon looked at him and asked if he complied with his request, and the main character replied that he had let everyone go. Shannon stretched out his hand and said that everything was fine, even if he did not let go of some, because a knight does not ask for the impossible. The man looked away and wondered if Jongwoo had something to do with him, since he had summoned him, because it was very strange that he was now in the Red Dragon. The main character nodded his head and said that the story would be long. After a while, Chenault smiled, saying that it was surprising that Jongwoo had started a feud with the Tamusans, and besides, apparently, he was not as greedy as they said he was. Shannon approached the protagonist and asked if Jongwoo wanted to make a death knight out of him. The protagonist looked at him silently when he refused to do so. The knight looked at his hand and said that he had been born and raised in a red dragon and did not want to leave it after death. The protagonist crossed his arms and mentally said that it was quite difficult to find such a soul. Besides, he had been impatient to ask him about Hocho for a long time, and then said that he would have to force him. Shannon asked him how he planned to do this, and Jongwoo replied that he had summoned his soul, which meant he could subdue him. Then Chenault scratched his head and asked if he could just go back, to which he received a negative answer. Then he put his hand to his chin and said that it was not for nothing that the main character was called a greedy devil, because even after death he did not allow him to rest. Shannon pointed his finger at him and said that he had a condition. He smiled and stated that he would obey the protagonist, but he would not try to suppress his will. The knight put his hand to his chest and asked Jongwoo to help him achieve what he had not managed to achieve before his death and made him a rancor. The protagonist smiled and agreed, saying that Shannon would become much stronger. The knight smiled and said that he knew at a glance that they were somewhat alike. The protagonist stood still, saying that there was one condition. According to him, Jongwoo had to achieve a certain goal, because of which he might have to fight against the Red Dragon, and Shannon might have to cross blades with his former comrades. However, the knight replied that he understood this, but in order to start a new life, he needed to burn all the bridges. Jongwoo put his hand in his pocket and asked him why he had changed his mind, since a few minutes ago he had answered differently. The knight closed his eyes and said that he knew from the beginning that this would happen, Besides, Jongwoo would have achieved his goal anyway, but he wanted to at least keep his will. Shannon smiled and said that he was very interested in what Jongwoo planned to do next. Jongwoo closed his eyes and said in his mind that he thought it would be easy to understand him, but he would make the journey much easier. The main character handed over the artifacts and said that Shannon would have to absorb everything. The system gave a lot of notifications. The system then asked the protagonist if he wanted to give the spirit a name, and the protagonist chose the name Shannon. And then a death knight appeared with a sword and armor, who greeted his master. He was on his knee and wondered what all this officialdom was about. The knight lowered his head and said that the master should not treat his property in this way. Chenault raised his head and said that he, too, was not going to have a constant dialogue using formalities. Jongwoo then sat down on the floor and asked if Hocho could only be felt. Chenault presented a theoretical battle and said that it is possible to choose one path out of many possible ones, but if you do not have a foresight of the future, then you will have to rely on intuition. He introduced the 6 senses of perception and said that, simply put, you need a 6th sense, which is different from the other 5 that are inherent in every person, something like instinct. The main character lowered his head and mentally said that something similar had already happened to him, and therefore, it seems, Chenault is talking about more amazing things. He imagined a white room and said that the instinctive decision was partly the skill of foresight. He then raised his head, as Chenault said that it was usually easy enough to learn, but it didn't seem to be the case for the protagonist, and Chenault was surprised to learn that Jongwoo had only recently started learning martial arts. He raised his head and said that the higher Jongwoo climbed, the more masters he would meet on his way, and most likely, many of them would know Hocho, so the protagonist should learn it quickly. The protagonist took a look at him and wondered how to do it, and Shannon replied that more battles and training were needed. The knight showed 2 fingers and said that he needed to memorize all the diagrams. The knight also said that it was necessary to memorize them, because the more Jongwoo learned, the faster he would understand the technique and be able to draw conclusions depending on the situation. The protagonist looked at him and asked if Chenault would be able to teach him these techniques, and he replied that this is why he is here. The knight's hand lit up. He said that he saw no point in delaying, and therefore it was worth starting. His sword was shrouded in a blue aura. Shannon said that the protagonist didn't have much time left. After a while, he was standing on the field. Due to the sudden gathering of the entire army, training with Shannon did not last long. Behind the protagonist were Pant and Edora. The main character's eyes bulged out in shock. He put his hand to his chest and wondered what was happening to him. Jongwoo then raised his head. He saw a huge red dragon behind the mountain. The protagonist realized that it was the Summer Queen. He saw the red dragon's face in front of him and thought about how she was now using one of the blood-curdling dragon skills, the Dragon Fear. The protagonist clutched his heart and mentally said that this was probably how his body reacted to the presence of another dragon. He looked at the dragon in the sky again and thought that it was good that they were not looking at him, because he needed to quickly calm down and collect his thoughts before he was revealed. Then the dragon raised its head. A large green portal opened above him. A man in a raincoat was walking somewhere, saying that they would get nothing by helping him. Temujin walked past his recruits while someone said that everyone caught would be called a traitor and condemned to death. The man turned around and said that they had the last chance, and they could escape right now without consequences, but after that, there would be no way back. Recruiters were still standing still. Temujin closed his eyes and said that he appreciated their trust, at the same time thinking that he had nothing more to regret. He went forward and ordered the recruits to follow him. The moon was shining in the sky, and even too, a sword was put to the stranger's throat, and he began to be indignant. However, his head was immediately cut off by a man in a cloak, saying that he knew what he was doing. The body fell to the ground. The man turned around and asked his subordinates about the location of the target. 2 subordinates clenched their fists. One of them said that now Kamyazin had barricaded himself in his office, not letting anyone in. The man came closer and asked how long it would last, to which he was told that apparently for a long time. The man clutched his head and said that it seemed that they could not avoid a fight with him, and therefore it would be very difficult. One of the subordinates put his hand to his chest and said that he would carry out the order and send a signal. A glimmer of light appeared in the sky. Then fireworks appeared in the sky. Immediately there was an explosion. The warriors began to shout that their rock was on fire. A red aura emanated from a man. Temujin calmly walked forward. He remembered the blood he had received after defeating the 6th general of the demon army. He imagined a muscular man and mentally said that this blood, of course, could improve physical potential beyond all possible limits, but due to the high probability of death, this item was used for self-destruction or to enhance magical power in deadly situations. In the past, Temujin had eaten this blood, thinking that if this was the only way to defeat Kamyazin, he would eat as much as it taked. A guard stood near the gate. Temujin was walking in his direction, and therefore the guard said that the man could not be here. Everything around was filled with a red aura. The aura emanated from the sword. Kamyazin turned around, sensing this. He immediately stretched out his hand and shouted to step back. There was an explosion. The guard's body fell at the feet of the sword god. Kamyazin stood with his arms outstretched. The dust cleared and he saw Temujin. The god of the sword looked at Leontes and told them to surrender and give up the stone, then he would save their lives. But Leondi shouted. Kamyazin held out his hand to him. Kamyazin asked if the god of the sword wanted to fool him to the last. The protagonist Temuzin stretched out his hand and said that he was already here anyway and was not going to leave without a stone, and therefore they had to return what belonged to him. The sword god grinned and said that then he would have to speak to him in a different way. He raised his hand up. A multitude of swords appeared in front of him. Recruits were already standing around. Temuzin's eyes bulged in surprise and wondered if this was an illusion, and if everything he saw was just an illusion. The recruits were lying on the floor in a pool of blood, and Kamyazin said that Temuzin himself was to blame, and this was what it all led to. The sword god frowned and said that he had given the man a chance because he considered him his loyal friend. Temuzin replied that he did not understand, because the recruits accepted their death with a smile on their faces, and therefore, showing pity now, Kamyazin only spits on their first bodies. He put his foot on the stone. Then he kicked the stone slab, knocking off the swords. Temuzin looked at him madly and said that he needed only one person. The swords fell directly to the ground in front of him. Temuzin took out his sword. He ran at the enemy. The recruits were covered in blood, one of them shouting that they had to protect their leader. A scream rang out throughout the forest. A red aura emanated from the battle sword god. Everything around him turned red because of his aura. Temuzin ran forward, about to attack. He struck and an explosion occurred. The man raised his head in surprise. He turned around and wondered if Kamyazin had survived even after such a blow. The sword god was standing directly behind him. Kamyazin stabbed him with his sword, and the man wondered if this was the power of the four swords. However, suddenly he smiled and mentally said that everything was going according to plan. The warrior raised his sword, thinking that this would now come to an end. However, Kamyazin had no problem stopping his sword with just one hand. He broke the sword with only his fingers, and therefore Temuzin was shocked. He lowered his weapon and just stood still. The god of the sword struck and smashed the opponent's sword to pieces. Temuzin stepped back, thinking that this was impossible, because the man had improved his skills and increased his magical power. A double attack was approaching him. Temuzin's eyes bulged. The sword pierced his chest as he thought about not being able to even touch his opponent. Then, he was pierced by many swords. Kamyazin stood in front of him as he wondered how it had happened. The sword god glared at him maliciously and said that it was just craftsmanship. Temuzin raised his head in amazement. He remembered the days when he wandered the world in search of strong opponents and opportunities to become stronger. Then he met the god of the sword. Kamyazin and Temuzin came face to face. However, then Temuzin calmed down and followed him to learn new things and become more experienced. However, Temuzin met the love of his life, who gave him a son, and Kamyazin devoted his life to training. The man looked down at his hands and mentally said that because of this, he couldn't become stronger, and therefore, obviously, his skills and abilities would not surprise anyone else. He raised his head and thought that he had come to this on his own. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes bulged as the sword god declared that he was grateful to him. Kamyazin slowly approached him, saying that since Temuzin had used the blood obtained from the demons, the fusion of the mana cores of the four legendary beasts, which he had no idea about, had begun to occur more actively, and had finally been completed. The sword god stretched out his hand and said that all he had to do was extract the resulting from the dying body. Temuzin was on his knees and could not do anything, only be indignant. Kamyazin put his hand to his chin and began to say aloud that he did not know that everything would happen so quickly. Besides, according to him, he should thank the red dragon as well. The warrior lowered his head. Then he laughed. He looked at his opponent and thought that no matter what they did, Kamyazin always watched them to get his hands on all their achievements. The warrior lowered his head and said in his mind that he was just being used. The sword god stretched out his hand and ordered him to come over. Temuzin imagined his bloodied son and wondered if this was how he was destined to die. Could it be that his son, who had spent his entire life in torment, would never see a ray of light in this pitch darkness? His eyes bulged in surprise as he realized something very important. He remembered that box with an eye inside. The letter was written about a stone, but there was a line under the message that indicated the coordinates. The warrior lowered his head and said that Kamyazin had made a terrible mistake. He smiled and said that he should have kept his mouth shut and not told him about the cannonballs. Suddenly, blue energy began to appear. Everything around him was illuminated with light, and the god of the sword covered his face with his hands. Then, a beam of light struck the sky. A magic rune appeared in the sky. Kamyazin raised his head, stunned. The portal was still glowing. Something began to come out of the portal. It turned out to be a dragon. He flew out of the portal, his wings open. The monster let out an incredibly powerful roar. A dragon and many mages appeared in the sky. The protagonist was also among them. He immediately shifted his gaze, noticing something. He raised his head and realized that it was the magic of four legendary beasts, and therefore, apparently, Temuzin died. The main character raised his hand up. He absorbed this magic. Jongwoo continued to absorb magic. After a while, he was fully charged with magic. A blue aura enveloped him, and the inheritance process was successfully completed. He frowned from the tension as the process of awakening the dragon's body began. The recruits raised their heads up and were horrified. The dragon was standing right in front of them. They looked up and shouted that this was a real monster. The dragon prepared for a fiery attack. He began to burn everything in front of him. The warriors fled back from the fire. Kamyazin stood calmly in place. He turned around and said that he had lost the power of the 4 legendary beasts, and that damned dragon had also appeared. He introduced Temujin and Leonti, and then said that he planned to take the stone and finish the sword completely, and get the power of the 4 divine beasts as a nice bonus. He clenched his sword and said that everything went in one place as always, because the Queen of Summer, apparently, was trying to interfere with him. An aura enveloped him, and he said that she had run into herself. The man disappeared from the spot, making a jerk. The dragon turned when he noticed this. Kamyazin was already over his head. The sword god flew down and was about to attack, shouting death wishes to the dragon. There was a powerful explosion. The soldiers watched and said that no matter how strong the Queen of Summer was, Kamyazin was much better and no one could compare with him. The god of the war Bao told the soldiers to get down to business. Changmazin immediately took up his weapon and shouted that if they destroyed the Queen of Summer, then the red dragon would fall in the blink of an eye. Kamyazin was in the air and was about to attack, while Changmazin said that they would not be able to withstand the 3 gods. Pant also fought. He attacked the soldiers with his magic. The soldier fell to the ground and the others ran up to him. Pant smiled and said that he was bored because they were too weak. Edora watched from the sidelines. She was focused on something. The girl stood behind and thought that fortunately, the one-horned tribe had not yet arrived, because if her father were here, the red dragon would have a hard time. The girl also remembered the protagonist. She looked away and wondered where he had disappeared in the heat of battle, and whether anything had happened to him. Meanwhile, the protagonist was permeated by magic. This magic was concentrated at certain points. He raised his head and screamed from the pressure he was experiencing. His eyes glowed white. Zhongwu knew that his strength and mana circulation were increasing, a feeling as if he was about to be torn to pieces. The protagonist's skin is covered with scales. He clenched his fist. Finally, the main character moved onto the battlefield. An impressive aura hovered around him. The system notified him that he now had the dragon body skill and many new skills were unlocked for him. Zhongwu's eyes bulged out and realized that everything had changed, not only his physical form, but also his eye. He looked down at his hands, thinking that he had only observed this power before. But now he could control it. The power that leads to the knowledge of the truth about everything, that was what it meant to be a dragon. He lowered his eyes and realized that his capabilities and influence had changed most of all. The protagonist imagined the silhouette of a dragon and mentally said that a dragon's body that had received the blessing of the dragon of nothingness would be able to unlock 8 levels of power in order proportional to its stats. And although Zhongwu was at the first level, it was still far more than all the achievements he had previously earned. Suddenly, he felt the presence of the dragon and heard a voice that asked him if he was the heir that the child was talking about. Zhongwu turned around and wondered if it was Kalatuts, but he had already died. He remembered his brother, and said in his mind that when he met Yungwu and willingly handed over the inheritance to him, Kalatuts closed his eyes forever. The dragon spoke again and this time said that he would wait for the protagonist, and he must find him. The main character lowered his head. A quest called the second test of the dragon of non-existence opened up to him, and as a reward for completing he will receive an abyss orb. Zhongwu stood in the middle of the battlefield and thought that the first goal was to kill Temujin. Now it was the turn of the others. Everything around him went dark. The spirits appeared and asked the protagonist to give them an order. The protagonist looked back at the battlefield and mentally said that these players are not that simple. They all belong to a clan that includes the best of the best. He looked at the players and said that there were also rankers among them. Zhongwu smiled terribly and said that he wanted to absorb their power. Then he released his spirits. Zhongwu ran forward, thinking that he still had to deal with Leonti and Bahal. The protagonist jumped over the epicenter of the battle, thinking that there would be no end to the war until they died. Besides, most likely, Bahal would try to attack the Leonti, and he would defend himself by all available means. Zhongwu flew through the air and thought that Leonti did not have a stone, which meant that he would have to use all his strength. He imagined their battle. Zhongwu smiled, deciding that when they clashed in battle, he would attack from behind. He bulged his bright orange eyes and exclaimed that he would finish them off. A madly powerful explosion rang out. 2 players rushed to attack with a loud shout. Seeing this, Bahal raised his hand and asked if they really thought they could buy time in this way. From what they heard, shock appeared in the eyes of the guys. At the same moment, Bahal, waving his hand, blew them both up. After that, he frowned and asked what they were trying to achieve, adding that the Thunderer, the great Kamyazin, was now hiding in his hole like a rat, after which he shouted at the top of his lungs, ordering Leonta to come out of hiding, as his guys were too easy prey for him, after which he asked if he was just cowardly after the last loss. All this time Leonti was hiding behind a large stone, gritting his teeth. He peeked slightly out from behind the shelter and said to himself that it annoyed him, because if Kamyazin hadn't told him not to bump in then. But before he could finish, Bahal smiled and mockingly asked why he didn't come out, if he was up to something. In the same second, the aura around him changed. He destroyed the rock behind which his opponent was hiding with one jerk, and said that he did not have time to play by his rules. His eyes were filled with anger and hatred, with which he ordered to tell him where the stone was. Leonti looked at his opponent with a kind of fright in his eyes. Suddenly there was a powerful explosion. A few minutes later, Bahal's soldiers killed all of Leonti's soldiers. Clouds of dust and smoke moved across the battlefield, and Bahal said that there were 72 swordsmen, demons, guards, elite guards, and it was even funny that they were all guarding him, but in the end, he was still left alone, after which he asked if he had anything to say and if he wanted to surrender. Leonti gritted his teeth with anger. The red-haired guy stood in front of him and, spreading his hand to the side, said that it was all his fault, although he had not been so stubborn before. Suddenly, Leonti frowned and shouted with all his might that he didn't have that stupid stone, it had disappeared, and if he had, he would have used it long ago. Hearing this, Bahal created a flame in his hand and asked if he was going to play to the end, adding that in that case he had no other choice. He prepared to unleash all his power on his opponent. Leonti gritted his teeth in horror, and then Bahal, seeing this, wondered if he really did not come to me. This made him frown and say to himself that it couldn't be, but even so, he needed a way of creating from him, because no one knew how much longer the Queen of Summer would be able to fight the three gods, and it was unlikely that he had time left. The huge red dragon fought fiercely with Kamyazin and his comrades. Bahal saw the energy in the Summer Queen's chest and added that it was impossible to let the others know that her dragon heart was destroyed, because only she was able and worthy to rule the tower. Without any emotion on his face, he looked at his opponent and said to himself that he was really in a hurry. After all, he needed to find the stone and restore her dragon heart. After these thoughts, he unleashed a powerful stream of flames from his hands. The flames engulfed Leonti. The guy standing up resisted. Seeing this, Bahal frowned and shouted loudly, ordering him to surrender, because he would die if he continued to be stubborn. Suddenly Leonti's eyes lit up. Raising his head, he unleashed his magical power with a loud shout. The powerful flames immediately dissipated. From what he saw, shock appeared in Bahal's eyes. He saw the terrifying aura of his opponent, and wondered if it was the dragon's energy. Drops of cold sweat appeared on his face, and then he screamed, asking where he got such strength. Then Leonti looked up at him, and asked him if it mattered. At the same second, he rushed to attack. At the very last moment, Bahal managed to dodge. Leonti immediately looked at his opponent with glowing eyes. Seeing this look, Bahal grinned and asked himself how he dared to look at him like that. Then he jumped a few meters back. Spreading his hands in different directions, the guy created magic seals above himself. Suddenly, a strong magical energy enveloped him. At the same moment Leonti appeared beside him. Seeing him, Bahal swung and said to himself that he did not have time to react because of the diffuses. At the very last moment, he managed to unleash the flames that blocked the powerful blow of the opponent, who shouted that this was a pretty good block, after which he asked what was wrong with his face. Could it be that he did not expect this? Leonti frowned furiously and continued to shout that he wanted to see how long he could hold out. With that, a yellow lightning bolt appeared next to his hand. As soon as Bahal saw this, he knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked himself if it was Gungnir. In the hand of his opponent appeared a sword, a perfect weapon of the highest rank, once owned by Odin. Leonti looked at his opponent with eyes full of hatred and anger, and said that it was time for him to die. After these words, he launched a quick attack. The insane energy of lightning was released in the direction of Bahal. She swept away everything in her path. When this energy dissipated, Leonti continued to stand in the same place with his head bowed. Suddenly he spread his arms and legs, with a loud cry, unleashed his power in all directions. He then looked down at his hands and said that he had used up almost all of the dragon's energy, and now he understood why Kamyazin had advised him to use it only as a last resort. The guy continued to stand in the same place, adding that if this power was originally his, he wouldn't need a stone, but if he could get a similar power with just a stone, then. But before he could finish speaking, he abruptly raised his head to the black silhouette that was shouting his name loudly. Bakal ran out of the dust and spoke to him with a severed arm, shouting loudly and asking how he dared to do this to him, adding that he would never forgive him. Seeing this, Leonti smirked and said that he was pathetic, at the same time saying to himself that apparently he would have to use the force to the end. But suddenly, his expression changed when the protagonist appeared behind him and said that they had finally met. His eyes, full of thirst for revenge, burned brightly as Leonti asked himself in horror who it was, what was going on, adding that it was a familiar voice but an unfamiliar aura of a murderer. And while he was asking these questions, the main character tore off his head with one blow. Bahal looked at all this from the outside. There was shock in his eyes from what he saw. He did not take his eyes off the protagonist and asked himself why he was there. Jongwoo looked at his defeated opponent. There was no emotion on his face as he said to himself that he didn't think he would absorb his brother's dragon core and power, and then wondered if he had disappeared because the Blue Flower Island had appropriated him back then. After all, it was because of the dragon that Kaladas had taken an interest in his brother in the first place, and they were close to each other. After these thoughts, a powerful magical energy began to appear around his hand. The guy pulled it towards the corpse and thought that now he could get these powers, after which system screens appeared, stating that he used Bathory's sword, which absorbs the remaining energy, so his strength increased by 2 points, and his health increased by 5. Bahal, still standing in the same place, suddenly shouted, asking what he was doing and why he was there. He frowned and added that he had ordered him to lead the second squad and mercenaries, and then asked why he was doing who knows what here. Upon receiving such a question, Zhongwu said quietly without raising his head that it was surprising because he seemed smarter to him. At the same moment, he looked at him with glowing eyes and asked if he really still didn't understand what was what. His energy swept over Bahal like a wave. He saw the insane energy of the protagonist, and said to himself in a shaking voice that it was impossible, adding that it was very weak. But it was a skill that only dragons and similar creatures could use, and he didn't think that anyone other than the Summer Queen could pull it off. Thinking of this, he imagined his mistress who emanated the same energy. They stared at each other in silence as Bahal wondered who he was, because if he had the power of dragons, he had to get out of here alive and report it. Some of his subordinates could not get to their feet. Those who were less injured helped their comrades, and Bahal said to himself that their losses were exceeding expectations, but the Kagutsuchi were still alive. When the soldiers stood behind him, he smiled and said that with them, the chances of victory without much loss increased many times over, after which he said that he did not know what he was up to, but from the murderous aura emanating from him, he could tell that now they would not be allies. The aura emanating from the protagonist was getting stronger with every second. The smile suddenly disappeared from Bahal's face when he said that he was most likely waiting for them to destroy each other or at least exhaust each other, but his plan was not destined to come to fruition, after which he gave a loud order to disperse. At the same moment, he and his men took off. Bahal jumped next to Zhongwu, saying to himself that the main thing now was to run away from here, because he needed to report him to his superiors. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the guy and added that he would gladly kill him, but he still had no idea who he was dealing with, and if it weren't for his condition, everything would be different, but let him wait a little, and then he would get his own. All this time, the main character stood with his back to him. Suddenly he turned his gaze sharply to him and asked if it had not yet dawned on him that he could not get away from him. Immediately after these words, he used the territory takeover, after which a system screen appeared, informing him that the process of capturing the territory of the Bina dragon had begun, and now he could spread his power and increase the level of skills in this area. In the next second, the magic chains grabbed Bahal right in the air. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and then he wondered who he was and where he got such a powerful dragon power. The earth cracked under him from the boundless power of the protagonist. A system screen suddenly appeared in front of him, stating that the first dragon's blood skill had been unlocked, and below it was explained that for a limited time of using the skill, all the characteristics of the master would be increased by a given number of units, and also for a limited time of using the skill, its defense would be increased by a set number of units. And also the defense of the captured territory would be increased by a set number of units. After all, he had awakened the power of the dragon. Bangal collapsed to the ground at great speed. After that, another system screen appeared, which reported on the dragon's blood skill, which described that the ancient dragon Kaladas had established an 8-step process of accepting and adapting to the dragon's body, facilitating the process of awakening, and the protagonist was on the first stage. The dragon's blood had high resistance and protection as it consisted of the purest mana, and in addition, it maximized the potential of the user's body by activating dragon magic, dragon senses, thanks to which the user's receptivity and sensitivity increase in the assigned territory, and as the skill increases, the sense becomes sharper and their evolution into the skill of foreseeing the future is possible. The main character, having read everything to the end, took a step towards his opponent, saying to himself that there is too much information here, and if he does not pull himself together now, he will lose control of the situation, but his thoughts have really become a little faster, so, without saying a word, he used the Dragon Blood Awakening skill, which began the process of transfusion of dragon blood, which is highly immune to various methods of influence and resistant to other types of magic, and in addition, increases stamina and speeds up the recovery process, after which he said to himself that he really feels how the dragon's blood circulates throughout his body and increases his strength. Bangal, breathing heavily, quietly said that the main character was just a scoundrel. He suddenly waved his hand, creating a huge flame in front of him, and shouted in fury, asking how he dared to look down on one of the top rankers. Seeing this, Zhongwu tightly gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand. With a single swing of his weapon, he scattered the fire in front of him. His eyes burned brightly, and there was no emotion on his face. Seeing this, Bahal laughed and asked if he still intended to kill him, adding that he was an idiot because he should have done it earlier, because the Kagutsuchi were already coming here, so soon everyone would know about him, and he was sure that the Red Dragon squad would not be long in coming. While he was shouting this, the main character and silently stood still. Bahal frowned furiously and continued to say that he didn't care if he had the power of a dragon or not, because he thought too highly of himself, and as soon as he said that, the protagonist unleashed his powerful magical aura. Skeletons suddenly began to appear from the ground. In less than a minute, the undead got out. They stood behind the protagonist, who said that everyone here would die with him. The sight sent shock and horror into the boy's eyes, and he wondered if he had not only dragon skills hidden in his arsenal, but also the powers of death. But how, adding that with only one power like these two, one could plunge the entire tower into chaos, and it was even scary to imagine what the owner of both was capable of. At this time, the undead had already rushed to attack his people. One of the soldiers frowned and shouted that he had to run and not turn back, because he had to walk a little more. But before he could finish speaking, a huge ghost appeared in front of him, saying that he was carrying out the orders of his master. His eyes burned brightly as he commanded the souls of the dead to rise up for the glory of their lord and do his will. With that, Shannon stood up with the others. The undead killed everyone who stood in their way. Bahal stood in the same place all this time and said to himself that his body was almost destroyed, but the worst thing was that the Kagutsuchi were dead, and it couldn't be worse. He remembered how he killed the protagonist's brother along with the others, and said to himself that he did not remember a day after leaving Arsha, when it was easy for him, and everything was presented on a silver platter, and nothing was given for nothing, so he did everything to survive and not lose heart. Even when he was sick of blood, he still always went to the end and honed his skills. Thinking of this, he imagined how his flames grew larger each time. Bahal remembered the many people in capes, and after drawing the red dragon's coat of arms in his head, he said that it was only through his hard work and perseverance that he was able to become the eye of the red dragon. He remembered kneeling in front of the mistress, and said to himself that he had become one of the 81 red dragon eyes that were called the best. Jongwoo had been staring at his opponent all this time. Suddenly, Bahal's eyes lit up, and he hissed through clenched teeth that it seemed that he had a momentary clouding of mind, since he was really going to run away with his tail between his legs from such an idiot as him. At the very last moment, the main character managed to raise his hands to protect himself from the powerful flames. Bahal unleashed his fire in all directions and shouted loudly, asking if he really thought he would defeat him. His eyes burned like never before as he kept yelling for the guy not to explode as he came out victorious from a worse situation. Seeing this, Jongwoo frowned and asked himself if he still had so much strength in him, adding that he now understood why he was called one of the best rankers. A few seconds later, Bahal raised his only hand up. Several streams of flame poured over the main character like a wave. Frowning furiously, the young man looked at his opponent and said that he was the lord of the strongest natural element of fire. In the next second, there was a madly powerful explosion. Streams of fire were approaching the protagonist. Jongwoo frowned. He swung his sword. Bahal moved his lips and cast a spell. The man abruptly moved behind the enemy. The young man turned his head, realizing that his opponent was trying to distract him with flames. Fire burst from the palm of his hand. The flames engulfed Songu. The guy put his hands out in front of him. He frowned even more angrily. The protagonist, having created wings, dispelled the fire. Bahal did not attack when he saw the youth's hellish wings. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe that the enemy was repelling his attacks effortlessly. Jongwoo's eye flashed through the cracks. The guy was breathing heavily and sweating. His opponent, standing up, called out the flames again. The protagonist, remembering the previous attack, mentally said that he had lasted much longer than he thought. If it wasn't for the defense, then his fiery blows would have been fatal. Swinging his sword, the guy decided that in a situation where he felt an advantage over his opponent, he needed to finish him off as soon as possible. Blade and fire collided. Bahal's face contorted with anger. He intensified the flow of flames in front of him. Jongwoo dodged and found himself at the side of the enemy. His pupil narrowed. The man turned his head. The sword cut through his waist. The protagonist was behind the enemy. Rancor, clutching at the wound, did not believe that the snotty newcomer could handle it. Frowning even more, he asked himself if he, the lord of the tribe, would die like this. Angry, Bahal made the fire swirl. Opening his mouth, he screamed, asking if he really thought he could defeat him. Jongwoo, moving his lips, asked his opponent if he himself was tired of all this. Raising his sword, the young man told Bahal that it was time for him to die. The sword pierced the man's torso. The rancor's face contorted in pain. Blood splashed on the ground. Blood was spreading from the man's body. Bahal was breathing heavily, not understanding whether his enemy was a man. Jongwoo slowly walked towards him. He took off his mask, asking if he was curious who he was. The man stared at the guy's face in amazement. The protagonist grinned. Frozen in shock, Bahal thought only about how this was possible. A wave of his hand was reflected in his pupil. A moment later, the rancor's head flew to the side. The Flame Lord's body shuddered. The protagonist straightened up. Unexpectedly, it began to rain. The young man raised his head. The sky was covered with clouds. The dragon's eyes suddenly opened. Looking at Kamizan, the dragon mentally said that the contract with one of his eyes had been terminated, but this was impossible, because according to the stipulation, the bonds could not be broken by the contractor's own will. These bonds are like chains. The dragon, remembering Bahal, was surprised that he died, even considering that Kagutsuchi were with him. The chain was broken. The dragon's heart began to crack, and the queen had done all she could to come here. Her eyes lit up with rage. She was furious that she could not get the stone. The dragon's aura burst out as the queen thought that everyone's deaths would be useless. She only needed that stone. The sword god froze, wary. Suddenly, a whip of mana wrapped around his arm. Glancing at the bracelet, Kamyuzin was surprised that the sword he had lent to Leonta had now appeared here. His pupil shrank in shock when he realized something. Raindrops fell to the ground. The main character at this time absorbed the powers of Baal. After a few seconds, he looked at his hand and said to himself that he had finally gained the power he needed. His dead servant suddenly appeared next to him. Looking at them, the guy said that they were great. Suddenly he noticed that the bracelet on his hand was vibrating violently. Shifting his gaze to the corpses lying on the ground, Zonga said to himself that this was expected, because he had absorbed not only the power of Bahal and Leonti, but also the people of Kamyuzin and Kagatsuchi, adding that the number of high-class souls of powerful players had increased greatly, and they were probably trying to get out, but very soon it would dawn on them that it was useless. Or perhaps he did not know something about this war, so he will ask them later. As he thought about it, the dead soldiers tried to fight the undead. A stone suddenly caught fire in the chest of the main character, and then the guy said to himself that he was not sure that he would be able to properly use the thing, for the creation and protection of which so many souls died, but since the red dragon entered the war because of this, he would have to learn. Thinking of this, he lowered his gaze. Suddenly, the undead standing in front of him asked if he would have any more orders. Raising his head at them, Shonwu firmly replied that this was all, at the same time saying to himself that perhaps he could use it to feed these souls, thereby strengthening his army. After these thoughts, he closed his eyes and said that he had achieved his goal and that was all for now. Hearing this, the undead dissolved, and Zhongwu said to himself that there were still wars in the second squad, but if he was too greedy, he might get into trouble, because it was not yet time. After a short pause, he took the mask in his hand and said that he had almost forgotten to tell Pant and Edora that it was time for them to go, because they were done here, so it was time to retreat. Bringing the mask to his face, the guy smiled mischievously. Kamyuzin remembered the times of the war with Arsha and said to himself that the resistance was too strong, and the last time it was then, and they had to try hard to recover from it. Over time, he still managed to gather capable people. He united them and created the Blue Flower Island, but because of this battle, they suffered too many losses. The power of the 4 legendary beasts vanished into thin air, and it was obtained forever by their 2 gods. Drawing a magic stone in his head, he said that they had also lost the same stone. It was already sickening, and now it was even worse. The sword god's eyes lit up brightly, and he said that the Summer Queen was too greedy. At these words, flames appeared in the dragon's mouth. He unleashed a stream of fire in the direction of his opponent. Seeing this, Changmazin immediately rushed to attack. With a sharp swing of his spear, he deflected the fire. Then he turned to his comrade and said that perhaps he was asking in vain, but what were these useless and stupid attacks? The war spear god frowned and continued to ask if he was tired, to which he was told that he was dead. From these words, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. A bright yellow lightning bolt appeared in Kamyuzin's hand, and then he said that it was time to use Gungnir. His eyes lit up even brighter, and he asked his friends to help him. As soon as Changmazin shouted the name of the war bow god loudly, he immediately appeared beside him. The god of the battle spear grabbed the secondary weapon behind his back and said to himself that it would take some time to summon Gungnir and use it. With these thoughts in mind, he unleashed his powerful aura and said that the 2 of them needed to buy time. The god of the war spear and the god of the war bow stood not far in front of the god of the sword. At this time, surprise appeared in the eyes of the Summer Queen, and she asked herself what they were up to, adding that she would not allow them to do anything. At the same moment, a huge tail hung over Changmuxing, but at the same moment Gamuzin began to attack with his bow. Seeing this, the battle spear god smiled and said that it was a pretty good cover. The dragon's eyes burned brightly. Suddenly, the guy rushed to attack. He made a few quick blows, and the Queen of Summer shouted loudly that they were just arrogant bastards. While she was shouting this, the god of the war bow drew the bowstring. He fired several arrows at once, which struck the dragon's wings. The attacks of the war spear god left deep cuts on the monster. Looking at this, Changmazin smiled contentedly and said to himself that his attacks hit the target, and surely the Summer Queen was running out of strength, and if he hit Gungnir, she would fall. With each passing second, Kamyuzin's lightning became brighter and stronger. Flames appeared in the red dragon's mouth, and he screamed in fury, asking how they dared to mock him. Immediately after that, he fired a stream of fire towards the opponents. The god of the war spear raised his hands to resist. His eyes were lit up and there was a big smile on his face. While he said to himself that everything was going according to plan, she should continue to be angry, as long as she didn't get distracted from his attacks. The Queen of Summer quickly approached her opponent, who said to himself that these were the last minutes of her life, after which he shouted loudly to his comrade that he needed to act right now. The god of the war bow silently raised his weapon. The arrow of the setting sun appeared above the huge red dragon. But unexpectedly for everyone, this magical attack flew past the monster. From what he saw, there was shock in Chang Muxin's eyes, and he asked himself if he had missed, adding that it couldn't be. At the same moment, he abruptly shifted his gaze to his comrade. Under Gamuzan's hood, he suddenly saw a grin. Immediately after, the god of the war spear frowned and shouted at the top of his lungs for Kamuzan to escape. At this time, the magic attack of the war bow god was approaching the sword god. With every second, she was getting closer. Kamyazin stared motionlessly at what was approaching him. His eyes were full of shock and horror. In the next second, there was a madly powerful explosion. This terrifying explosion could be seen from everywhere. After that, the place that became the epicenter of the explosion was completely destroyed. Kamyazin was on his knees, and his mask lay in front of him. He gritted his teeth in pain and said to himself that all his insides were damaged because of this magic, and it seemed that he was about to lose consciousness. His burning eyes were full of hatred and anger, because he understood that now all the questions to which he was so desperately looking for answers were beginning to fit into a puzzle. He remembered the appearance of Temujin, the unhindered penetration of the blue flower into the island, despite the guards, the eye and the finger of his son, which he had brought. Then he remembered the rumors that Leonti had the stone. When the sword god left his memories, veins bulged all over his face with anger, and he exclaimed that it was all Gunmundsen's doing. The god of the war bow smirked and said that he seemed to have a dying delirium, adding that he should stop floundering and trying to do something, and should just die in peace. But at the same second, someone quickly rushed in his direction. The god of the war spear flew at the traitor and shouted loudly that he would kill him. Despite his former comrade, Gamuzin said with the same grin on his face that this was a rather cordial greeting, but he, as such a seasoned and skilled warrior, forgot about protecting his rear. Immediately after these words, the red dragon slashed with Changmazin's tail. The tail, hitting the ground, raised columns of dust. After that, everyone looked at each other in silence. The warriors of the Blue Flower Island couldn't believe what was happening, because they always had a reason to fight and an unshakable belief in victory, which did not allow them to surrender even when faced with a strong opponent, or a red dragon. All this time, the strongest martial arts gods walked side by side with them. They all stared at the wounded sword god, but Gamuzin's betrayal shocked everyone, coupled with the fact that two of the strongest warriors were on the verge of life and death. Flames appeared in the Summer Queen's mouth, and she said that it had taken longer than she had thought, but the Blue Flower Island had come to an end. With that, she unleashed a stream of flames towards her opponent. The cloak of one of the gods quickly burned in the fire. Changmazin stood up for his comrade. He held back the flames with his body. The god of the battle spear gritted his teeth in pain and asked himself if he had lost consciousness. He suddenly remembered how they were standing next to each other, and said to himself that he was the core and strength of the Blue Flower Island and his only friend, so he couldn't let him die here. His whole face was covered with burns, when suddenly the guy said that the island of the Blue Flower would not fall as long as Kamuzin was alive. Acrid smoke emanated from his body as he ordered to protect him at all costs. Hearing this, the warriors of Blue Flower Island frowned. In the next second, they took a step forward in unison. The Blue Flower Islands, revived by the spirit of war, raised their weapons and headed towards the Summer Queen, and they had only one goal: to buy time so that Changmazin and Kamuzin could escape. Their swords were enveloped in a strong magical energy, and they rushed into battle. The warriors jumped in the direction of the red dragon, because for this they were ready to give their lives. After seeing this, flames appeared in the mouth of the Summer Queen, and she screamed loudly, ordering to stop it, after which she asked if they really thought that she would let them go. After this question, she unleashed her flames. The fire immediately burned the ordinary warriors. Smiling madly, the red dragon shouted for them all to disappear and die. Pant watched all this from the sidelines. He suddenly turned to the main character and asked if everything worked out, adding that they acted based on his plan, but he was somehow not calm. Then the guy turned to his friend and replied that everything was right, because now their intervention would be out of place, and the others would be grateful for it. Hearing this, Punt knitted his eyebrows and asked what he was talking about. When Jongwoo turned away, he asked if he wouldn't tell him, and then his sister turned to him, asking him why he thought their tribe had appeared at the very end of the battle. Then the boy put his hand to his chin and, remembering his whole family, replied that he did not know, and although it was a sudden attack, he did not think that they did not know, and his father liked to interfere in something and make a fuss. Edora continued to look at her brother, saying that he thought that there was no point in allying himself with the Blue Flower Island, and there was also a high probability that the red dragon had sent its flames, and even after the Kurum was conquered, they didn't touch anyone, which meant they respected them. She imagined how the city was destroyed by dozens of explosions, and added that this was the end of the Blue Flower Island. Then she introduced her father and the Queen of Summer, and said that they definitely did not need to fight with the One-Horn tribe. After listening to his sister, Pant scratched his head and asked what these complex schemes were, why he couldn't just live. About to turn away, the girl replied that there was nothing difficult about it, because in politics there was always one result, and he needed to achieve it if he wanted to become king. A certain surprise appeared in the guy's eyes from these words. Brother and sister looked at the back of the departing protagonist. After a while, lush clouds floated across the blue sky. In Yuan's office, Pant, Edora, and Jongwoo were standing when the head asked if his daughter and son were there. Then the main character looked at the man and asked if he wanted to say hello to him too. Then Yuan calmly turned the page of the diary and replied that he had his own life, so he did not need to greet him. After which he asked if he understood correctly that he had made a fuss and ran back. The prodigal son, satisfied with the result, to which he replied in confusion that it was possible to say so, probably. Suddenly, the clan leader frowned and asked if he had already devoured something, adding that he was constantly returning in a new guise, and then said that his body had changed, and so had his smell. Powerful magical energy emanated from the main character, and he said to himself that there was nothing to hide from the king, although he tried to hide the dragon's awakening. Pant opened his mouth in shock, and his sister nodded silently. After a short pause, Zhongwu closed his eyes and said that he would explain to him a little later. Then Yuan rested his head on his hand and said, well, but if it was something worthwhile, then he had to share it with him, for there were already too many secrets around him. But he did not detain them any longer. No sooner had the protagonist left the office than the head called out to him. The man was looking at the guy when he suddenly asked if he was done with his business. Zhongwu turned around silently. But after a few seconds, a smile appeared on his face. He bowed to the king and said that everything was thanks to him. Sunlight entered the office through a massive window. When Yuan was alone, he grinned contentedly. After a while, clouds floated across the blue sky, and an unfamiliar male voice shouted loudly that they could not just leave, because they had an alliance with them. The man from Blue Flower Island was on one knee and begging for help, reporting that Changmishan and Kamuzin managed to escape, but their whereabouts are unknown, and it is certain that the Red Dragon is already chasing them, so they ask for help from Blue Flower Island. In front of the guy was Muin, the main character, and several of his subordinates. Suddenly, the king's eyes lit up, and he coldly asked why he needed this. Upon receiving such a question, the wounded warrior looked up at the man and shouted loudly in response that they had a pact with them, and the Blue Flower Island was now on the verge of destruction. And even now, the Red Dragon continued to actively besiege their positions. Zhongwu looked at the warrior without any emotion on his face. After a short pause, he averted his gaze and said to himself, which meant that they were already storming the main division of Blue Flower Island, and it was quite faster than he thought. But could it be because of the rock? The soldier suddenly frowned and shouted loudly that Changmishan and Kamuzin were also part of the tribe. Then Muin, without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, replied that they had long been expelled and had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, he showed his powerful aura and ordered the warrior to leave, as their alliance was based on the equality of Vasily and the power of Blue Flower Island and the One-Horn tribe. However, at the moment, they would barely be able to stand up to anyone, so the One-Horn tribe had no use in allying with them. From these words, shock appeared in the eyes of an ordinary soldier, and he asked not to draw such hasty conclusions. At this time, the main character frowned and said to himself that the king has incredible firmness, because in one word he killed his apprentice and his own blood, and now he understands how he managed to develop the tribe. A drop of cold sweat ran down the guy's face, because he knew that right now the king was on his side, but he was afraid to imagine what fate would befall him if something went wrong, because at the moment only one thing can be said for sure: the Blue Flower Island no longer exists, and they were unexpectedly easy to defeat thanks to Kamuzan's betrayal. Drawing the images of the god of the war bow and the god of the war sword in his head, he added that he could not even think that one of the 8 clans would fall so quickly because of such a trifle. Zhongwu then imagined a dozen black silhouettes and said to himself that for sure, the rest of the clans would start a battle for what was left of them, and if that happened, then the war between the Blue Flower Island and the Red Dragon would go down in history as the beginning of a disaster, so he needed to focus and become stronger. The protagonist, after leaving the performance, looked at his hand and added that he had to deal with the dragon abilities and body that he had acquired. He suddenly remembered the battle with Bahal and said to himself that during it, it became clear that he needed to learn a lot. After all, not all dragon skills were available, so he needed to train as much as possible, unlocking one by one, but it would take a long time. People walked around him as he clenched his hand into a fist and added that he had a quest given by the Abyss Turtle, as well as the souls of Bahal and Leonti already in his collection, so he would need to talk later and have to knock out information about the stone from them, and then return to learning the technique of attacks and attacks. But first he would finish with the awakening of the egg. Leaving the wounded soldier on the ground, the king and all his subordinates began to leave. A bright ray of sunlight illuminated everything around. The 3 elders frowned furiously and shouted loudly that it was impossible. After all, no one knew what was in the egg, and it was too early. He needed to be left alone for it to open by itself, adding that he had already completed the passage of the 11th floor, and they needed more time to investigate, and at the same time, he hadn't even found the moon seed. Then they asked how he would order the egg to be opened. All these shouts were addressed to the protagonist, behind whom were Pant and Edora. The old men suddenly fell on their backs and shouted with all their might that there was no way they would give him the egg, and even if he wanted to, they would not give it to him. Zhongwu felt himself in complete darkness, and asked himself if they were suggesting that he should just ignore them. One of the old men suddenly raised his head and said that it was not an ordinary egg, because in the course of studying it, they realized that it contained divine power, and they could not awaken it without the moon seed. A drop of cold sweat ran down the young man's face as he asked himself what kind of divine power it was. Could it be that someone like the 4 legendary beasts could be there? At this time, Edora pitifully knitted her eyebrows and asked the main character for forgiveness, adding that they are usually not so obstinate, but now they are very seriously and enthusiastically working on this egg. She stepped closer to him and added that they were really worried that without the moon seed, everything would go to ashes, and then asked if it would be possible to wake him up without it. After listening to the girl, Jongwoo frowned and said to himself that he didn't know, but he thought it wouldn't be easy, but there was definitely a way, and he would find it. Closing his eyes, he imagined the strength of the 4 legendary beasts and added that after the divine beasts awakened, a crystal of power appeared, which was formed by the interweaving of 4 different auras, which meant that the blessing of the 4 divine beasts should definitely help with this, and besides, he had recently begun to sense the egg dweller and feel his thoughts. Drawing a large green egg in his head, the guy said to himself that it wanted to wake up and say something to him, not just communicate mentally, but personally appear in front of each other. The main character during these thoughts looked at the bright glow in front of him. Suddenly, a phoenix appeared above him, and loudly exclaimed that he also wanted to see a new friend. From what they saw, shock appeared in the eyes of the elders. They immediately jumped to their feet and shouted loudly, asking if it was the phoenix, since it had also absorbed the soul of the saber-toothed tiger. They looked at the amazing beast through a magnifying glass and wrote everything down in a diary, saying that apparently the divine beast really changes its appearance, adapting to the owner, and this is the first time they have seen such a thing, and now they wonder how its image will change in the future, and whether they will be able to study it at least a little in the future. The bird looked at the old people with surprise in its eyes. She suddenly shifted her gaze to her master and said that they were so strange and annoying, after which she asked if it was possible to get rid of them, to which he agreed. Edora and Pant closed their eyes to avoid seeing this. After a while, the protagonist opened the doors of the elder of the One-Horn clan and asked if he could enter. The old man put down his brush and said that now he understood why it was so noisy outside. He sat in front of a huge green egg and turned to look at the guy and added that when he was focused, who didn't notice anything around him, and as he could see, the elders were very busy. He kept his eyes on his guest, adding that he could come in and then he would explain everything to them. Jongwoo walked inside and thanked the old man for it, adding that he didn't have to worry so much. The head elder, the second strongest person in the tribe after King Nguyen, had a madly powerful aura, and the guy said to himself that they had different energies, but they were still filled with power, and that was probably why everyone was so afraid of him, and then he said that the egg had become bigger. Then the old man got to his feet and replied that everything was just like that. The height was almost 4 meters and was constantly increasing. A huge green egg took up almost half of the entire room, and the main character asked how big the beast would be if it was inside, to which he replied that he did not know it, but if it was still in the fetal position, it would most likely reach 5 meters when it took its form. Coming closer, the guy said that it was necessary to wake him up from the outside, to which the old man replied that it would be very useful so that these idiots outside could also explore him. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky. After a while, a huge egg was standing outside, and when asked if it was true that it could be awakened, the main character firmly replied that there was one way, to which the elder replied that he was happy, but still worried. The guy stood a few steps away from the egg and asked if he could find out the reason, to which the egg replied that they were sure that it was a divine beast, but he did not feel any unique trait inherent in it. Then trouble can happen, and besides, great power is felt from him, but because of the resistance he cannot determine what it is, but he constantly tries to check what is inside, but he cannot. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his interlocutor out of the corner of his eye and asked himself if it was a force of resistance. Turning his gaze back to the egg, he wondered if it was impossible to determine its strength and traits due to resistance, but such a thing was impossible for divine beasts. But he was sure that the moment had come, since the beast itself wanted to appear before him. A powerful magical energy emanated from the huge egg. The elder suddenly tilted his head slightly and said that he thought he was sure that his awakening was necessary and inevitable, so he would still not be able to influence him. After these words, he handed something to the guy, after which system screens appeared, which reported that the main character had successfully completed the side quest and earned 5,000 achievements, and as a reward, he received an improvement in relations with the tribe by 150 points, and now he is practically considered a member of the One-Horn tribe. Jongwoo looked down at what the old man had given him. In his hand, there were 2 moon seeds. The system screens appeared in front of him again, informing him that he had received the moon seeds, and that he had also been granted the blessing of the divine beast, and he could use it as he wished. The protagonist then shifted his gaze to the old man, who asked him why he was looking like that, adding that Pant and Edora were part of the One-Horn tribe, and he had been with the royal family all this time, so they had no doubt that he would complete the side quest. Pant was smiling broadly, and his sister nodded her head with a warm smile on her face. The elder suddenly looked at Jongwoo from under his brow and said that he could consider it his gift for taking care of them, because to be honest, he himself would like to see the awakening as soon as possible. After listening to the old man, the main character closed his eyes. They were both standing in front of a large egg when suddenly the elder told him to wake up, because he couldn't wait to see what was inside, and besides, the audience was getting bigger and bigger, and they were obviously tired of waiting. Hearing this, the guy looked away in surprise. Not far from them stood the king, who asked if they were not already starting. Smiling broadly, He looked at the protagonist and the elder and asked if they really thought that he would miss such an event, adding that it would be very good if there was an amazing unknown animal there. Looking at him, Jongwoo replied that he had come just in time, and it was time for them to meet. After these words, the blessing of the 4 divine beasts appeared in his hand. The protagonist, standing in front of the egg, thought that Kaleidus should not just be born, but reborn. The moon seeds and the power of the 4 sacred beasts gathered in his hand. The young man stared at the strength in his hands, saying that he also had the power of the dragon that was in the stone. He narrowed his eyes, saying that although Leon had almost no of it left, the core was still there, and that would be enough. A bright light enveloped the egg. The cracks parted on the shell. A moment later, the top of the shell shattered. A dark dragon burst out of the egg. Opening his eyes, Kaleidus said that they had finally met. He had been waiting for him to call him again. Jongwoo narrowed his eyes as he stared at the dragon. Pant, his mouth agape in shock, said that the dragon of nothingness looked completely different. Edora parted her lips and said that it was indeed a dragon of nothingness, very similar to Akasha, although they emanated a different aura. Taking a closer look at the dragon, the girl said that the strangest thing was that she would not call it a dragon, because it was shrouded in terrifyingly strong dark magic. The young man, turning his head, asked his sister if the dragon of non-existence could be endowed with her. The lady replied, saying that she did not know this, since it was the first time she had seen such a thing. Edora's eyes sparkled. She could see that despite the dark aura, the energy of the 4 beasts was circulating in the dragon's body. Suddenly, the elder came up and said that this creature was in no way inferior to the divine dragon in terms of strength, and they would consider it a mythical beast. Scratching his cheek, the old man said that no one had ever encountered such a thing before and was unlikely to guess anything. It was already clear how the magic tower would be alarmed. Kaleidus, hovering in front of the young man, said that he had waited too long in oblivion, without a physical body, and only their meeting gave him hope. The protagonist, raising his head, mentally said that he already knew this. The dragon, squinting, asked what had happened to him. He had talked to him all the time before, so why couldn't he utter a word now? The guy pursed his lips. Bowing his head, he told Kaleidus that he was not the man he had been waiting for. The dragon's eyes widened in shock. Turning around, Jongwoo asked the teacher if they could talk to the dragon for a while in private. The man nodded, giving permission. The young man nodded in gratitude. The protagonist took off, rushing into the forest. The artists began to shout, saying that they did not have time to draw everything, and besides, they had a lot to write down. Muin, leaning against a tree, pondered. He frowned as he thought of the dragon with a dark aura. This dragon had an unparalleled fundamental power that could not be extracted or created artificially like poison or illusion. It was only possessed by 98th floor demons like Lucifer. The dark force distorts the master's soul, making it incredibly powerful and terrifying. Like the clan of the 8 Lords of Darkness, many will be willing to give anything for such power. The mythical dragon is one of the most powerful magical creatures. It is able to adjust its form to match its owner. The man's tail twisted. Scratching his head, he said that he didn't even know what would come of it. Looking at the mountains in the distance, Kaleidus asked the guy what he was saying. Had he lost his memory from shock? Soaring in front of the young man, he said that he had broken off ties with him and told him to live his life, but he believed that they would meet again. Chuckling, the dragon said that he was not mistaken. The protagonist, standing on a tree, mentally said that now it is clear why the dragon is still alive. Awakened beasts are inseparable from their master, despite the fact that the ancient dragon was the embodiment of Jungwoo's soul, and both complemented each other's powers, becoming the owners of frightening power. When the master dies, the dragon also loses its physical shell. Knowing about his imminent death, Jungwoo protected his dragon and died himself. Taking off his mask, the young man told Kaleidus that he was not the one he was looking for. Lowering his hand with the mask, the young man said that he was only Jungwoo's brother. The dragon froze, looking at him. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy said that he and his brother were twins, so they looked alike. Thanks to Jungwoo's diary, he gained access to his memories and was able to enter the tower. Frowning, Jungwoo said that his goal was to find those who had killed his brother and make them regret everything. Kaleidus's pupil narrowed. The protagonist closed his eyes, mentally saying that Kaleidus would most likely find it difficult to accept this. Jumping to another branch, the guy told the dragon that he had a lot to think about, so he would leave it for a while. Opening his mouth, Kaleidus said that he was indeed not his master, but bound to him by blood. He saw that he was not lying. The young man froze with his leg raised. He didn't turn around, waiting for the dragon's words. Unleashing his aura, Kaleidus asked if he could keep his word and kill anyone involved in his master's death. Jungwoo turned around, saying that he would do it. Clenching his fists, the guy said that his goal was revenge, and nothing would stop him. He would destroy the entire tower, and perhaps then he would be able to relieve his pain and anger at least a little. The dragon tilted his head slightly. Looking into the distance, he laughed out loud, telling Zhong that he was really crazy, but he liked it. The young man clutched his head because of the loud voice of the lizard. The dragon's eye flashed as he said that he wanted to follow him, so would he accept him? The protagonist smiled and replied, saying that he would accept him without any doubt. Twisting his body, Kaleidus told Zhong to give him a new name, because he had been reborn in a new body. Raising his head, he said that he needed a new name from a new owner. Events take us to the village. Edora, sorting through the books, asked how the dark dragon was. The young man replied, saying that he needed rest and full recovery after waking up. He was not yet used to his strength and body, yet they woke him up a little earlier than expected. The girl, remembering the energy in the dragon's body, said that perhaps this was not the reason, but in her mind, she said that although he was a legendary beast, he still needed time to fully integrate the powers of the 4 dragons and the dragon of nothingness into his body. The boy, stroking his chin, called out to Edora and asked if he was really terrible at making up names. The girl shuddered all over. Remembering Chirik, she asked if anything had happened. Pointing at himself, Jongwoo said that he wanted to name the dragon, but the dragon was angry, so he needed to come up with a new one, otherwise their contract would be terminated. Edora turned and asked what he wanted to call the beast, and the young man replied by saying Grag. The lady froze with a nervous smile on her face. After knocking on the books, Jongwoo said that he wanted to call him Grin as well. These are absolutely normal names. It is not clear what the problem with them is. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, reading the quest given by the Abyss Turtle. It was necessary to find and tame a legendary beast. Such beasts were a symbol of the tower world from the 10th floor. It was not so easy to create a legendary beast, otherwise everyone would have them. Standing at the bookshelves, the guy mentally said that this task was more difficult than passing the 30th and 40th floors. He, of course, had animals that could take their place, but there was a problem. Pant jumped up in fright when he called him and his sister, asking him to talk in the street. Wiping his saliva, the guy said that he had not slept at all, he just thought hard. Edora smiled and said that they hadn't yet figured out the best name for his dragon. 3 froze. One did not know how to solve the problem and asked for advice from others, while brother and sister also did not know how to solve the problem and quickly got tired. Soon, a surprise cry rang out in the manor. Standing in front of the guy, Edora asked if he really wanted to make a legendary beast out of a mythical beast. Raising his hand, the young man said that with his help, it would be enough for the mythical beast that absorbed their dreams, and he would also share the powers of the legendary beast and help them with his energy. Punt frowned and asked if he was sure he wanted to share the powers of the legendary beast. Reproducing the strength in his hands, the young man said that he would not share all of them. He would be careful and attentive, so everything should work out. The Abyss Orb was a sphere created by an ancient dragon several thousand years ago, which had combined the essence of the void and the abyss over many years. The flower of the legendary beast was a medicinal plant created after much research by the chief of the One-Horned tribe. Edora opened her mouth in shock and asked if it was worth giving them such great elements. The protagonist, looking at the things in their hands, said that they need to create a legendary beast, so this is an investment in the future that they will use to the fullest. But if they fail, then everything was in vain, and there is no point in keeping these things either. Clenching his fist, Pant cried out, saying that then they had no reason to refuse. They would also be able to get divine beasts as their companions. Frowning, the girl said that she wasn't sure if it was worth trying. After all, these were top-level items, only one could be used. The guy, dispelling the legendary items, said that these ingredients would be much more useful for them. They should use them when the time came. The young man narrowed his eyes, realizing that this couple had not yet passed the 11th floor. There was no reason for them to refuse it. Thinking back to the previous use of the orb, Shonwoo realized that it wouldn't be of much use because it was too weak for his beasts, and it would be better to turn it into an amulet. Chirpy and the Dark Dragon are still not at their full potential, so these items will not be useful to them, so they must first evolve and build up their power. Looking at the couple in front of him, he said that the 4 legendary beasts of the 11th floor were dead. It would take a lot of strength and time for them to be reborn, which meant that there would be complete chaos on the 11th floor for a while, because the balance on it had been disturbed. The brother and sister became serious, realizing that if their beasts also awakened legendary, they would be able to take the positions of the 4 pillars of the 11th floor. Jongwoo introduced the tower and said that in this case, the 11th floor would be under full control, and they would receive a decent reward for completing and experiencing. Clenching his fists, Pant cried out with joy, and Edora thanked the guy, who, hearing them, said that he was also doing this in order to complete the quest. Pant, smiling, asked his sister how much they would get by capturing the 11th floor. The girl smiled and replied, saying that the elders would be most happy, because then they would be able to explore their new legendary beasts. The protagonist sighed, deciding that they had come to an agreement after all. Looking at the forest below, the guy thought that if the 11th floor was under his control, then all the animals would also obey him, and this was much more important than experience and rewards, a great investment in the future. In addition, he will be able to immediately receive worthwhile rewards of the system and will control the entire floor, which no one else will be able to get. In addition, there will be an opportunity to receive achievements and rewards that have not been previously unlocked in the tower system. As he was leaving, the young man said that he had to leave them for a while, and that it was not so urgent to come up with a name, so he could wait. Taking off, he said that he wanted to practice a little. Pant, frowning, said that their comrade had been too busy lately. His sister agreed with him, saying that he should at least eat first. The mana of the wind flowed through the air. The young man landed in a clearing. Looking around, he said that he would definitely not be disturbed here. The mana of darkness burst out of the ground. The souls of the slain Jongwoo appeared in the clearing. Leonti, frowning, tried to understand where he was. Bahal also frowned. The protagonist, throwing up his hand, said that they must have missed this world, not as good among the spirits as it was here. The men opened their mouths in shock. The dark shackles began to swirl, surprising the couple. Darkness has accumulated in one place. Jongwoo, approaching the spirits, said that he did not return them so that they could chill here. Throwing up his hand, he said that it was time to answer all his questions. Bahal, trying to escape, shouted, calling the guy Jongwoo. Leonti knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose when he heard the name. Wrapping himself in mana, the mage asked if he really thought that such tricks would stop them. Suddenly, blue flames raged. A powerful explosion thundered in the middle of the forest. Leonti looked at his burning comrade with horror. Taking off his mask, the guy said that he needed answers. Jongwoo lowered his hand and asked what they knew about the stone and the red dragon's attack on the Blue Dragon Island. Leonti shuddered with horror, not understanding why, even when they were dead, they felt pain. Looking into the glowing eyes of the guy, he tried to understand how he managed to do this. Bahal, who was burning in the flames, said that he was not Jongwoo after all. Frowning, he said that they only looked alike, so who was he? The protagonist, parting his lips, said that he was the only one who was asking questions. Suddenly, the flames intensified, frightening the magus. When the flames enveloped him completely, he screamed, asking to stop the torture, and he would tell him everything he knew. Leonti trembled all over as he listened to the cries of agony. A comrade near him was burning and begged the guy to stop. The young man gritted his teeth. The protagonist, frowning, told Leonti that he knew an order of magnitude more than Bahal. The flames gradually decreased. Bowing his head, Leonti said that he had already told him everything, that they knew nothing more, and that he had better kill him. Jongwoo parted his lips and asked if he had created the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone was a magical item that every player in the tower wanted to get their hands on. The stone is endowed with infinite pure mana, capable of creating a variety of spells. Squinting, the guy asked if he really looked like a fool who could be easily fooled. Raising his head, the man said that it was true. In such a situation, there was no point in him lying. He knew that no one had ever managed to create him before, but he really did it. Suddenly, mana burst out of the youth's body. He received the necessary information for the hidden text. Now the red crystal in him was identified as the purest form of energy. Jongwoo, looking at the system panel, realized that Leonti hadn't lied after all. Recalling the system panel, he asked the prisoner how he did it. It was impossible for a pathetic person like him to create such a thing. Frowning, the man said that he had stolen the emerald tablet. A shadow covered the guy's eyes as he asked what an emerald tablet was. Lowering his head, Leonti said that this was an ancient scripture instruction that Viera possessed. Only with its help it was possible to create the Stone of the Sage. The protagonist shuddered. Looking at the man in front of him, he asked him if he was talking about Viera Dune just now. The young man narrowed his eyes. The Witch of the Stars had the name Viera Dune. She personified the constellations. She was part of Walpurgis Night, which was not included in the 8 strongest clans, but made you shudder at the mere mention of it. In terms of power and authority, she was definitely not inferior to them. Dune was one of Arsha's most prized members and Jung was love. A witch has many guises. She can be a sweet beauty, a noble lady, a depraved thief of hearts. She adapts to any situation like a chameleon. Her main skills are temptation and mind control, turning a person into a puppet. When a person realized that she had deceived him, it would be too late. All that remained was to clutch his head. The protagonist squinted, realizing that Jongwoo had only seen Viera's real face after he had lost everything. Given how fond Leonti was of power and women, it was no wonder he had succumbed to her charms. Looking at the spirit in front of him, he asked what that ancient scripture said about the stone. How did he find it? Leonti, bowing his head, said that the emerald tablet contained instructions on how to create the stone. Blue Flower Island and Walpurgis Night have formed an alliance to complete the dungeon on the 69th floor. Viera was supposed to take the tablet, but Leonti managed to keep the original, replacing the tablet. He also didn't want Kamizan to know about it, so he tried to find a place where he would never find her. Looking at the places in the tower, it seemed to him as if the entire tower was in the palm of the sword god. He needed a place that no one knew about, where they could experiment on other players. Then he found his smiling friend. Jongwoo, parting his lips, asked where the sign was now. Raising his head, Leonti said that he had destroyed the tablet. The young man cursed in his mind, but aloud he ordered to tell about everything written in the tablet. Then the prisoner in front of him asked if he would kill him then. The young man, moving his lips, said that he was already dead, but he would help him disappear. Leonti smiled, saying that in that case he would tell him everything. Looking at the system panels, the young man found 8 topics related to the Philosopher's Stone. He can explore 2 of them. Looking at the stone, the guy mentally said that since it was created with the help of alchemy based on magical engineering, then this is ancient alchemy, and it will be difficult. It will also take a long time. The system panel was reflected in his eyes when he said that it was a fake. Most likely not everything is a lie, but someone deliberately tried and made it. I have to admit, he did a good job. Imagining the witch, he tried to understand why she wanted the emerald tablet. and who created it. Bowing his head, the man said that he had already told everything. Jongwoo unleashed the darkness and summoned Bu. When the Reaper appeared, he pointed to the souls, saying to eat them. The eye sockets of the skeleton caught fire. Leonti raised his hand abruptly, saying that he had been promised something quite different. Dark paths gripped the man. Bahal, frowning, mentally said that this guy did not even think of letting them go or saving them, he only needed information, and once he received it, he would feed them to his souls. Realizing that they had no chance of rebirth, Bahal bowed his head. Jongwoo looked at the magician and asked if he knew anything he needed. Smiling, Bahal said that the situation was indeed hopeless, but they should end it, so he would tell everything. Smiling, the man said that since he hadn't yet realized that the reason why the Flying Queen had attacked and destroyed the Blue Island lay in the Philosopher's Stone, only proved one thing. He really wasn't a Youngwoo. They had to fight in the past, and despite losing, Youngwoo had seriously injured the queen. No one ever found out about it. That day the Red Dragon's heart was destroyed. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock. Bahal tilted his head and said that the dragon's heart was not just a muscle that pumped blood, it was a kind of reservoir of mana and helped dragons use their abilities to the maximum. The queen was so desperate and ready to start a war in such a state, she would have fought with everyone in order to find the Philosopher's Stone that would help restore the heart and power of her dragon. Smiling, Bahal said that since the Leonti stone turned out to be a fake, it could be concluded that it was going in the wrong direction. The young man smiled when he learned that his brother was still able to inflict serious damage on the queen. He did not give the opportunity to use himself, and did not die in vain. The two fools fought among themselves, not even knowing where the stone really was. The guy, thinking for a moment, mentally said that he wouldn't say that he was actually interested in the stone, but it was still better to modify the plan for the stone in the chest a little. If the Summer Queen wants to use the stone to restore her dragon's heart, Zhong himself will also need it. It will come in handy to increase the amount and quality of mana or create 2 dragon hearts. Bahal, leaning against a tree, said that he did not know what he was up to, but this information was useful. Lowering his head, the man said that in the Red Dragon, not many people know about the state of the Queen's dragon, and if the 8 clans found out about it after the fall of Blue Flower Island, the tower would be thrown into the depths of chaos. Looking up, he said that he hoped he wouldn't miss the chance to take advantage of the situation. The young man narrowed his eyes, telling him not to be sycophant, but was that really all he knew? Lowering his head again, the mage asked if his ring artifact was with him. The guy summoned the ring, saying that it was just an ordinary artifact. Sneering, the magician said that he was too lucky, he should try to open the ring, he would find a lot of interesting things inside it. Taking a closer look at the ring, he said to focus on the patterns and direct his mana at them. A bright light burst out of the ring. A bright glow lit up the entire area. The protagonist moved to the golden hall. Looking around him, he tried to understand what kind of place it was. The ring turned out to be the key to the Intrinian gate. It was an infinite vault. The young man shuddered as he realized that he had obtained an infinite vault. There were many gold bars inside. Various treasures lay on the floor. Walking through the hall, Shomwa said that the dragon treasury was too big. He really didn't see the end to it. The wind mana on his feet began to fade. The protagonist stopped, arriving at the magic vault, a huge library. He smiled nervously, saying that this book depository was even larger than the library of one tribe. Glancing at the door, the guy wondered what was inside. The young man opened the door. His eyes widened in shock. In the hall, there were the rarest items that Joan needed. A weak stream of mana erupted from the artifacts. Most likely it was a vault where the queen stored everything she needed to create the stone. The protagonist chuckled. He hadn't expected such a gift. Having tormented Leonti, he now learned the contents of the emerald tablet. He also has all the necessary ingredients. With this, the creation of the stone was only a matter of time. Perhaps not all the information is true, but using the knowledge of the dragon, he will definitely be able to do the necessary research and solve the problem in the process of creation. Rubbing his chin, the guy decided that he would need Braham's help. One of the 2 alchemists that Yungwoo knew, he has a rather peculiar and conflicting character, but he is unlikely to refuse him, because he was associated with Yungwoo. Remembering the elf, the young man said that it was good that the alchemist was not hiding. He was even able to use his name in search of Galliard. Glancing at the ring, the young man decided that he needed to become stronger in order to get to the alchemist, who was also a ranker, so he settled on the upper floors. The protagonist returned to the real world. Smiling, he said that he didn't think this information would be so useful. Sneering, Bahal asked if he would allow him to be reborn as a reward. The protagonist, summoning the darkness, said that he could not do it, but to kill, yes, it was still of no use. The mage cursed with a smile on his face. Shannon appeared behind the young man. Soon, the night absorbed Bahal's soul. His dark attribute increased. He also received the Vulcan skill, and now the flames raged around him. Looking at Shinan, who was shrouded in fire, Zhongwu said that they were very lucky to get their hands on one outstanding skill, Bahal. Thanks to this, he was able to promote Bu and Shannon's class. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. The system reported that the evolution of the servant had a positive effect on him. He managed to take the enemy's energy and appropriate the skill for himself, so the heavenly fire skill was created. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He could not even think of such a thing when he killed Bahul. Heavenly Fire was a sound-making skill. It released the accumulated energy of fire, which appeared in the form of lightning. The young man clenched his fist, happy. He knew that even Youngwoo, with his mana and body cultivation, did not possess Heavenly Fire and the other two skills, although he was Bahul's partner. Zongu had many skills that he could use consistently, but none were destructive. However, now everything would change, thanks to Chirpy. His affinity for fire was at a high level, and there was no need to worry about skill and the amount of mana consumed thanks to the dragon's body. The guy frowned when he heard Shannon's call. The young man, looking at the moon, immediately refused him, without even listening to the proposal. The knight approached and said that he hadn't had time to say anything yet. Zhongwu, looking at him, said that he already knew what he wanted to talk about. The cracks in his helmet lit up as the knight said that the man would not obey anyway. Could he devour him? The protagonist, waving his hand, said that very soon he would call him the master. After absorbing the magic of the sacred beasts, he was able to capture the soul and add it to his collection. Tamuzin's soul appeared on the field. He looked up. Zhongwu, parting his lips, said that he would be honest. He wanted to subdue him. If he subdued, he would save his son. The man shuddered all over, asking if his son was still alive. Looking at the youth in front of him, he asked how this was possible after the overthrow of the Blue Flower Island. Frowning, Temujin said that by recovering the grains of his consciousness, he was able to look at the world and understood perfectly well that he knew nothing about the fate of the island of the Blue Flower and the Red Dragon after the war. So how could he believe him? Zhongwu sighed, asking if he had a choice. Turning around, he told me to follow him. Two streams of mana rushed into the city. Soon, Temujin and Zhongwu stopped on the roof of the building. While the man was indignant at being brought to the one-horned village, the guy in front of him interrupted him and asked him to look straight ahead. Temujin immediately looked at the window. His son was lying on the futon. The warrior's eyes widened. He did not understand how his son was alive. Besides, he was here. The young man in front of him said that he had brought him here before the war, when Bahal told him to deal with him, since he was not up to it. Gritting his teeth, Temujin said that this rancor really wasn't going to let him live. The warrior looked at the boy as he said thank Chirpy. The man flinched when he learned that Chirpy was the child of the phoenix he had killed. Looking at the bandaged boy, Zhongwu said that he wanted to kill him, as he did not need to attract Bahal's wrath, and this was a good opportunity to take revenge on him for the spilled blood of the phoenix. But the kid stopped him, despite the fact that this child is the son of his parents' murderer. Turning to the warrior, the protagonist said that Chirpy said he didn't want others to go through the same and insisted on the pointlessness of more deaths. The man opened his mouth, not understanding how this could happen in the tower. Here hundreds of new grievances disappear and appear from day to day. In this place everyone is ready to do anything to achieve their goal. He himself came to Leonti, demanding that the stone be given to him, or he would die. The warrior pursed his lips, saying that he would not forget that he had saved his son. The protagonist turned. Temujin got down on one knee. Bowing his head, he said that the legendary Temujin from the island of the Blue Flower was greeting his master. The man raised his head. Soon, the transformation process was over, and a new Death Knight was born. The warrior, controlling the mana around him, felt his body become heavier. Humran's body did not match the characteristics of the soul. Skills and strength were redistributed. All stats decreased by 37 points. Zhongwu turned to the knight and cursed in his mind. Being a rancor, Temujin was much more powerful. What should he do with him now? The young man, looking at the system panel, realized that at least the knight hadn't lost all of his points, and the rank had remained the same. The man bowed and greeted his master, asking him to help him return the 9 great swords. The guy, parting his lips, asked if it was necessary for his skill. The knight, keeping his head bowed, said that he had 2 strongest skills. The first skill was the Tomb of 9 Swords. It created a powerful explosion from the sword swoop. There was also the skill Wrap Swords, which he needed to have developed physical shape and his swords to use. Straightening up, Temujin said that his strength directly depends on the number of swords and their characteristics. In other words, the higher their quality and greater the number, the more powerful the damage will be. The protagonist sighed and said that the Internian should have the right swords. He could use them for now, and then they would get him something better. The man bowed again and thanked the master. The shockwave caused the ground to tremble. Zhongwu swung his sword. He frowned, saying that the king had incredible resistance and strength. Muwen jumped into the air. He gathered mana in his hand. Darkness appeared under the young man's feet. He gritted his teeth, realizing that he could die after such a blow. This monster definitely couldn't be fought half-heartedly. Creating flames around him, the young man said in his mind that he really wanted to hide his true strength. However, there was no way to do this with the old man. He would not be able to defeat him even with all his skills, but it was better than death. Zhongwu's pupils narrowed. He was able to fly away and dodge the blow. The man grinned. Suddenly he disappeared. Appearing behind the student, Muwen said that he had nevertheless shown himself. With a blow, he made the guy fly up the mountain. The protagonist, bursting out of the wreckage, cursed, saying that the old man had become even stronger, as if he had succumbed to him before. Blue flames enveloped the sword. Heavenly fire in the form of lightning appeared on the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, deflecting the lightning, Muin said that the attack was not bad. Suddenly, his hand caught fire. The man went down to the peak. After exploding the lightning, he laughed, telling the disciple that he was much stronger than before. Crossing his arms over his chest, Muin told the disciple that he was still a fool if he wanted to hide his true power from him. The protagonist took control of the flames of the wings. Sending out fiery streams, he shouted, saying that he would demonstrate his strength in all its glory. Edora, watching the explosions below, asked what was going on there. Pant, frowning, said that if they didn't stop it, everything around it would be destroyed. The girl parted her lips and asked why her father and brother were so strong. Her brother replied by saying that he had always known that these monsters were worth each other, but now they were akin to real demons. The top of one of the hills was chopped up. Muin, grinning, said that it was delicious. He struck a blow to the side of the young man. A multitude of shields appeared in front of his fist. Smiling, the man asked the disciple if he still had the strength. The protagonist, sweating profusely, thought that his mana was almost gone, and this no longer looked like training. However, Zhongwu himself came to the tutor, saying that he had already rested enough and was ready to continue his journey in the tower. The man sitting at the table said that he could certainly walk. Opening his eyes, he offered to check it out. The young man narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected that the check would turn into this. The guy raised his sword above his head. He felt death approaching with his whole body. If he was distracted for a second, he had already been at the limit several times. The sword and fist collided, generating a shockwave. An explosion comparable to an atomic one thundered on the battlefield. Stones and fragments were smoking from the high temperature. The dust was cleared. The man slowly approached his disciple. The young man, standing on one knee, admitted his defeat. Muin frowned, realizing that despite the fact that the boy was at the limit several times, he still got out and even attacked him at the end. His eyes sparkled as he wondered what else the kid was capable of. When the guy bowed his head, the man mentally said that the student was able to pump up his skills so much in just a couple of weeks. Perhaps now he would not be able to teach him anything. Muin grinned and called to the guy. Zhongwu raised his head, then the tutor told the disciple that he could go. Zhongwu moved, leaving an echo of mana in his wake. The young man ran to the top of the mountain. He used only his legs to climb to the top. Zhongwu frowned, saying that even though Muin had said that he was getting better, he most likely meant that he could simply evolve without his help. Rushing to the very top, the guy said that from now on, everything depends only on him. He has no time to waste and definitely needs to become stronger. Jumping back from the ledge, he said that the difference between their forces was too great. He would never be able to win in 2 whole weeks. Thanks to his training, he would be able to withstand that test with dignity. Hell, although he had reached his own limit. But Muin deflected his lightning with only a wave of his hand. All Zhongwu's efforts are not enough, since it was Muin who was the winner, and it was he who stood on his feet. The protagonist stood on one finger. He was doing push-ups on top of a cliff. Sweating, the protagonist swore that he would definitely make Muin beg for mercy one day. Events take us to the village. Pant, looking at Zhongwu, shouted at him, asking if he was indestructible. He had been beaten for 2 weeks in a row, and he recovered after that in only 3 days. The doctor said that he needed rest. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that he did not understand why he was in such a hurry. Edora agreed, saying that he should rest a little more and be with them. The protagonist grinned. He knew that this couple was a terrible nightmare for everyone in the tutorial, but in fact they were just 2 cute sheep, that even flies would not hurt flies, and they took care of him like family. Looking at the couple in front of him, the guy said that they should focus on hatching their divine animals and not forget about their own training. Pan closed his eyes, saying that he reminded him of his father, and Edora asked Songhua to be careful. The young man turned around and said that he would definitely be careful. Events take us to the city. A multitude of people and travelers walked through the streets of the city. Zhongwu saw the blacksmith's tablet. Standing in front of the door, he tried to understand whether it was worth coming here. The guy froze. He came to make swords for Temujin, but he did not think about the connection between Bahal and Hanova. Hanova probably already knew about Bahal's death, and he loved him as much as Youngwoo. The two were hanging around in his forge all the time. After the news of Arsha's breakup, the news of Jungwoo's death almost finished him off. He sat alone and was sad. The protagonist bowed his head, realizing that the news of Bahal's death would definitely bring him unbearable pain. The young man raised his head abruptly when someone asked him what he was doing there. The dwarf, standing in the middle of the street, said that he should not stand as if rooted to the outside. Various tools were placed inside the forge. Putting down a mug of tea, the man said that he was not waiting for guests, so there was nothing to offer. The guy, looking around the assortment, asked the old man if he had started trading again. He replied, saying that it was boring just to sit idle, so he decided to return to work. The protagonist, after thinking, asked if someone was helping him, because it was somehow clean here. The old man turned and said that some knights were helping him. He did not know what he had done to them, but they had lost their last brains. Hinova, after thinking about it, said that these knights constantly come and ask to be allowed to help and get out, after which there were even rumors that he was their hidden leader. The young man tried to hide his laughter behind a cough. The old man got angry and shouted, saying that it was because of him that they were like this. It was better for him to tell them to stop coming and licking everything here. Resting his hands on his hips, the old man said that he had been on everyone's lips lately. Jongwoo disagreed, saying that he had not done anything else. Glancing at the barrels with weapons, the man asked why he had come. If he had to visit, then it was time for him to leave, because everything was fine with him. Jongwoo looked at the dwarf and said that he was even sorry. Couldn't he visit his old acquaintance? The dwarf, squinting, said not to make him laugh and to tell him the purpose of his arrival. The young man, after thinking about it, said that he wanted him to make some swords. Turning around, the old man asked what size and material he needed. The young man replied that it didn't matter, they just had to be stronger than the rest, and of course, sharp. Hanev's face twisted with anger. Throwing up his hand, the guy said that he shouldn't have asked someone his age to fulfill such orders. Hanova turned around and, angrily, asked if he had just called him old. Jongwoo bowed his head and asked for forgiveness. He seemed to be one of the top 5 craftsmen before, but now his age is not the same, and his strength is clearly not the same. The man gritted his teeth until they gnashed. He waved his fist, asking if he could see his huge muscles. He slammed the table sharply. After spreading out the canvas, Kayanova told Jong to tell him what he wanted. The guy, closing his eyes, said that he did not want to cause inconvenience. Maybe it would seem an impossible task for him. The old man shouted in anger, ordering to name his demands. Soon, when the blueprints were ready, Hinova mentally said that these were not ordinary swords, they were more magical or even demonic. Such swords would undoubtedly be one of a kind and could easily be considered one of the best. Studying the blueprint of the blade, the man said that it would be fun. Glancing at the boy in front of him, he tried to figure out where the fool had dug up the detailed detail that only skilled craftsmen could find. The man grinned. Going outside, the protagonist asked the old man if he could really do everything in 10 days. Hinova threw the young man out of the door and shouted, saying that he needed 12 days, he had plenty of work to do without his stupid order. Jongwoo, turning around, asked what about the payment. The blacksmith, without turning around, told him to leave in the forge and leave. The guy sighed, glad that Henov was doing well. He put the bag down, mentally saying that Bahal's death had not affected the old man much. Suddenly, the blacksmith at the stove called out to him. Looking at the stove in front of him, he said that at his age, saying goodbye to someone forever was a common thing. Lowering his hand, he said that he no longer needed to just come, as well as search. The young man's eyes widened in shock. He nodded, expressing his understanding. Going down the stairs, the guy understood Henov, how much it hurt him. His words echoed in his heart in a completely different way. From the forge came the sound of metal colliding against metal. The bright rays of the sun fell on the smithy. A badge was hung on the door, saying that the forge was closed. A drop of water fell from the ceiling. The man opened his eyes, not knowing where he was. The soldiers, running away, swore, saying that there were many more enemies. Stopping, the knights told the lord to run away. They would stay here and detain the enemies. One horn fled, accompanied by knights. Gritting his teeth, he thanked all the remaining knights. The man squeezed his eyes shut, realizing that these were fragments of his memories. The wounded guy bent over. He leaned on his knee to get up. The warrior began to stand up slowly. As he straightened up, he felt that his magic power had been completely destroyed, and his body was badly damaged, and being conscious in his state could be considered a miracle. Suddenly, he struck a cobblestone. Bending in half, the man spoke, asking if anyone was there. He frowned as he realized that he couldn't even use the energy of his voice. As a child, boys mocked him, saying that since he had not yet learned to speak, he should at least listen to them. One of the guys sat down next to him and asked if he really thought that his pretty face would save him when he was about to pay off his debts. Grinning, he said that he could show him how terrible this world was, first breaking his arm, then his leg. The guy wiped his chin. Because of his disability, bullying were considered the norm. However, thanks to them, he immediately understood the main law of life. His eyes shone even in the darkness. He understood that the weak must die, and only the strongest survive. The fate of a child with a disability in the tower was predetermined. He had to die at the hands of those who were stronger. Suddenly, someone, opening his mouth, shouted, demanding to stop the bullying. The warrior with the spear rushed towards the gang. The guys turned around and were surprised. A one-horned young man was running at them. With a swing of his spear, he knocked everyone down. The boy's eyes widened. He realized that the newcomer looked like him, but he was not such a weakling. Turning around, the one-horned man asked the boy if he was okay. Turning around, he asked if he could at least say thank you. The young man tried to say something, but could not, and then the newcomer understood everything. The man stepped into the puddle. Leaning against the cobblestone, he asked himself, what was the point of stirring up the past? Suddenly, a beam of light lit up his face. Ahead was an exit from which light penetrated. The survivor headed towards the exit. He shielded his face from the bright light. However, from what he saw, his eyes widened in shock. People were standing in a row in front of the entrance. They were soldiers in armor. They stood even though they had been pierced by arrows. In front of them stood a one-horned one, pierced by swords. Changmazin was smiling. The man, frozen behind his comrades, screamed in horror. His hair stirred in the wind. He knelt beside his friend, not understanding why he had done so. And after all, Shamisen was smiling. The man slammed the ground, not understanding why this idiot was smiling. A loud cry full of grief resounded across the battlefield strewn with corpses. Trembling all over his body, the guy did not understand why Shamisen was smiling. What good was death doing? He clutched his heart, saying that if he could give his life to him, he would do it 1,000 times. Shamisen was always by his side. He taught him how to fight with swords. He led him after Kamizan, became his reason to live and be better. The man opened his eyes. A bright light lit up his face. At that moment, a bracelet appeared on his hand. The Gungnir in Kamizan's hands began to exude lightning and pulsate, and his heart, which was overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, found peace. However, the man understood that his body would not be able to physically withstand the use of Gungnir, not to mention magic. It would take more than a dozen years to fully recover, and then there was no need to dream of revenge. But he no longer had a reason to live and fight. Red lines spread across his face. The man spat on his pride, because in his hands was a power that he had never used before. The forbidden key swirled around him. The warrior frowned, saying that if he could avenge his friend and the rest of his comrades in arms, he would undoubtedly cast aside his pride. He glanced at his friend's corpse. He knocked down his corpse, saying that now they would never stand back to back again, but he would become a part of him. The warrior began to devour his heart. Blood gushed in all directions. The queen, looking at the visitor, asked if he was already leaving, and he replied that their transaction was already over. Chao Wei sneered. The girl sitting on the throne said that he was able to take one of the 5 leading positions on the Blue Flower Island, which was why the Red Dragon was able to win without loss. Squinting, the queen said that she recognized his contribution and offered decent pay. How about a place among the 81 eyes? Chao Wei stopped smiling and said that everything would change if he accepted her offer, but he didn't like working for anyone or anyone at all. The queen, parting her lips, said that he must know how high the position of either eye was. The man bowed his head and apologized. The girl narrowed her eyes. She didn't think that he would back down. Taking a closer look at the guest, she said in her mind that she had heard that he was a master of his craft and a rather famous S-class assassin. Her eyes sparkled with the realization that it was difficult to find an equal to Chao Wei, and if we took into account the death of Bahal, then she needed him. The man in front of her was a treasure, and he was supposed to belong to her. Lifting a strand of hair, the queen mentally said that it was not the time to be greedy. Her hair was becoming more and more blue, which meant that her dragon's heart was slowly fading away. If nothing was done about it, it would turn to stone. Although her warriors go around every floor in search of Kamizan, it is unlikely to help find a stone that he no longer has. Imagining a mysterious figure, she vowed that she would find the one who stole the stone and the materials needed for it. Clenching her fist, the queen said to be careful and act quickly. Chao Wei stopped smiling again when the girl said that she would ask him one last time. Looking at the interlocutor opposite, she asked if he was definitely not going to work for her. He should know perfectly well what it means to be one of her associates. The god of the war bow smiled, saying that he already had someone he served faithfully. Sneering, the queen asked if she should leave him alone. Raising her hand, the girl said that she understood him, but she had a proposal. Leaning her head on her arm, she said that she would pay the amount he said. There was no time limit, but she would like to hurry up. He needed to find one person. The man, moving his lips, asked who he needed to find. The queen parted her lips, but could not say a name. Soon, Chao Wei was in front of the gate. He involuntarily sighed, wondering how much time he would spend this time. The killer stepped forward. His talisman rose slightly. He frowned when he saw this. Chao Wei took the necklace in his hand. He clenched it into a fist. Looking at the portal in front of him, he hoped that it would take as much time as possible. The cup trembled. The knight, smiling nervously, stood beside Zhongwu. He bowed, saying that he himself ground the beans and brewed this coffee. The best varieties of dark roast coffee were used for him. The man shuddered all over his body as the guy turned his head. Taking the mug, the protagonist told the knight that he had become better, who replied that thanks to him he was able to become better. Zhongwu thought about it and asked if he was serious, and trembling, the man said that he wouldn't lie. The young man put down the mug. Narrowing his eyes, he said that he would get straight to the point. Smiling nervously, the knight said that he was listening to him. Glancing at the evening street, the guy said that he needed to find a person. Standing upright, Zhongwu said that the man's name was Braham. Bowing his head, the knight asked if he was talking about the one who had been banished. Braham used to be a member of the Elohim, one of the 8 great clans, but he left it, went away. These people carefully selected their members based on the principle of blood, so unlike all the other clans, they were something of an aristocracy in the tower, and despite the fact that Braham was the heir to someone of the highest ranks in the clan and was in good standing himself, he considered his origin useless, for which he was subsequently expelled. The protagonist pondered, realizing that Braham rather liked the exile. The man, bowing, said that he needed 4 days, after which he would immediately contact him. Zhongwu grinned and said that he would wait for it. He threw the ring to the knight. The man, looking at the ring in surprise, asked if he was really ready to give him something valuable. This ring was an artifact that allowed you to communicate with a person even at a great distance. Although it has a limited number of uses, this does not detract from its price. The young man, putting the bag on the table, said that it was an advance payment. The knight, smiling, said that it was not worth it. Jongwoo, leaving, told him to keep everything for himself and find him Braham as quickly as possible. The man smiled broadly. Inside the bag were gold coins. He bowed and thanked his master, saying that he would do everything as quickly as possible. The young man chuckled, realizing that it was very good to have such an assistant outside the tower. After leaving the diner, the guy said that this subordinate could be very useful, because he did everything quite quickly and without unnecessary questions. Looking at the tower in the distance, Jongwoo said that the time had come. Soon the protagonist found himself on the 16th floor. He stared at the system screen. The system reported that it was impossible to change the route because of the previously selected one. The young man, remembering the battle in the Temple of Skuld, realized that it had already been destroyed. The roof of the temple collapsed, and the passage of the floor became not as easy as before. Suddenly, a red barrier appeared around him. The system announced that the mistress of the temple was forbidden to enter the temple. Jongwoo frowned, not understanding how he was supposed to complete the task. Summoning a sword, he decided that he would have to pave the way by force. Suddenly, a priestess appeared behind him. Parting her lips, the girl said that this was holy territory. Folding her hands in front of her, she asked her to abandon her evil thoughts and hide her weapons. The guy, turning, asked the girl who she was. She answered, introducing herself as Hepburn, a priestess of the temple of the goddess Urd. The girl bowed, saying that the saint would like to meet him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asking if she wanted to avenge that incident. Hepburn, raising her head, said that they had no right to do so, and if he found it hard to believe, she was ready to swear by the name of the saint. The young man frowned, mentally saying that the Urd priestess was not a threat to him. Perhaps she was at the rank of a ranker, but she was unlikely to be able to do anything. Looking closely at the girl, he tried to understand why the saint needed a meeting. If she was ready to take an oath, then she had to lead him at all costs. Hepburn looked at Jongwoo in front of him and said not to worry. Her holiness wished him no harm and only wanted to talk. Moving her lips, she said that he needed it himself in order to successfully complete the passage of the floor. Other temples had closed their doors to him, but Saint Urd had personally sent her here in the hope of meeting her. The protagonist nodded, saying that he really had no reason to refuse. Summoning darkness, the guy said that something still did not suit him. The streams of darkness alarmed the priestess. The girl frowned, not understanding what was happening. The bright glitter of the weapon swept through the air. Part of the hood was cut off. The guy, grinning, said not to be surprised. When a huge skeleton formed, Jongwoo said that he just had his own methods of negotiating. It turned out that she was a high elf. The priestess, frowning, asked if he would like to explain himself. The guy in front of her said that he was not satisfied with such a situation, was so kind and courteous to him, in fact manipulating and leaving no choice. Parting his lips, the young man said that he would let her go when it was all over, and if her saint really did not want to harm him, then she had nothing to worry about. The girl, being gloomy, said that he was too suspicious. The protagonist, looking at her, said that he was rather calculating and far-sighted. In the tower it was fraught with blindly following someone, not knowing his true goals. The priestess closed her eyes, saying that they would do as he wished. Soon they found themselves at the temple. Then Hepburn said that the guest had arrived at the personal invitation of the saint. Jongwoo, entering the temple, mentally said that although Urd is the eldest among the three goddesses, her shelter is very small. Perhaps this is because she is not very popular with the parishioners. Passing by the priests, the guy mentally said that usually priestesses are direct avatars of their gods. Judging by the behavior of priests, this is true. Even with the shadow sickle, none of them even looked at Hepburn, let alone tried to use a weapon, which meant that Jong had to be careful. Looking at the elf in front of him, the young man tried to understand what she was capable of. He involuntarily remembered Laplace, who had said that among the three sisters he should be afraid of the eldest. The guy frowned. He wouldn't trust demons, but this warning makes sense. Priests are creatures that carry the will of the gods, who cannot leave the 98th floor, therefore, their death is a big blow to the gods. The high elves are the ancestors of the elves and dark elves. Their golden hair color is an indicator of kinship with Freya, the goddess of beauty. To meet one of them in the tower is akin to a miracle, since they are born very rarely, but the living representatives of the race are more than 1,000 years old. If the high elf who is the avatar dies, Urd's position will be shaken even more, so she now has a blade at her throat. The guy walking next to him understood that the goddess would clearly not be happy with such a procession, but the main thing was that he would be safe. The couple walked calmly down the corridor. Suddenly the priestess stopped. Standing in front of the door, she said that he would have to go alone. Behind this door was the sanctuary, where the saint was. Hepburn turned around and said that she had no right to enter, so she was no longer his assistant. The girl narrowed her eyes. Golden mana rushed towards the young man. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. Mana rushed to the gate in front of him. His breath stopped from being shaken by the incredible energy. The guy pursed his lips, realizing that a terrifying power was hidden behind this door. The priestess, seeing how he shuddered, said that, apparently, he really felt something. Often there were people like him. Sneering, she said that usually people have a well-developed sixth sense, or they have already had the honor of meeting the gods. Jongwoo, frowning, asked what was behind the door. The girl replied, saying that there was a god there. The guy involuntarily opened his mouth in amazement. He did not believe that there was a god there. They were not able to leave the cell of the 98th floor. Although he had heard that the 3 goddesses had left bits of their consciousness on the 16th floor so as not to be locked up on the 98th, how could they carry their physical bodies? The door opened. Hepburn smiled and told him not to worry, he would soon understand. Thick energy burst out of the open gate. Jongwoo went inside, and he couldn't wait to be outside the gate. He frowned, wanting to personally look at the god with such power. The power behind the door was far more powerful than he could have imagined. It seemed that he was in the middle of a void, and there was no end to it. Soon the darkness spat him out. It seemed that the guy was as small and defenseless as fireflies on blades of grass. People are really just small insects under the feet of the gods. It seemed that at one point he would simply dissolve in this sensation and disappear in the middle of the cold mountains. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He made the mana circulate in the body. The mana points in his body have earned. A bright light burst out of the cocoon of darkness. The young man tore the cocoon around him. Wrapping himself in mana, he said that if he did not gather himself, he would die. He needed to stop the suppression of consciousness with the help of magic. Jong would put the flames out in front of him when he heard someone call him a stupid, stubborn child. Shifting his gaze to the side, the young man asked himself if he would have to look for her. But this is where Erd's consciousness is. The goddess asked the guy what he was so afraid of. After all, she promised not to touch him. Jongwoo, pouring the mana of darkness into his hand, asked if he could trust her. The goddess laughed and said that he was too cautious for the heir of the dragon. These flying reptiles are nothing without their excessive pride. The protagonist frowned, realizing that he would not be able to defeat the goddess. He would have to kill the elf so as not to die here himself. He asked the goddess aloud why she called him. Erd smiled, saying that she had called him just like that. The young man's eyes widened in shock. Then the goddess said that the other players were afraid of them and revered them, or were just trying to maintain neutrality so as not to get into trouble. Only he was the only one who decided to destroy the temple of the god and attracted her attention. A system panel appeared in front of the guy, informing him about the completion of the test. The protagonist froze in place when system screens appeared in front of him, informing him that his meeting with the goddess Erd was successful, and this is a rare achievement that is not so easy to obtain, for which he was credited with karma in the amount of 8,000 units. And now it will be added to the existing one, followed by the question of whether he wants to induct his name into the Hall of Fame. A drop of cold sweat ran down the boy's face as he asked himself what was going on here. The goddess at this time smirked and said that over the past millennia she had seen many people in this place, and all of them were equally burdened by the events of the past, and each of them had one cherished desire to renounce the past, erasing everything from memory. She imagined how dozens of hands dragged a man, and added that they dreamed of getting out of the depths of this all-consuming hell. But he was not like that, because she did not see a thirst for oblivion in him. She sat on the throne saying this. In her head, the goddess saw the events of the protagonist's past, and said that he voluntarily did not let go of the events of the past days, and continued to blame himself. She saw brother Jongwoo and added that he was not in that past, because it was filled only with a dead brother, a relative who was betrayed by a close friend, so now he feared a repeat of his fate. Having said this, she saw all those whom the main character considered his friends, and asked if he thinks it is possible to trust those who are next to him, and of course he is sure that they are not like that, but his brother thought the same way, and betrayal can overtake him at the most unexpected moment, so he is always very careful with his loved ones. All this time, while the goddess was saying this, darkness was approaching the main character. She slowly enveloped him as Erd told him that he would definitely be loyal, so he shouldn't trust anyone, and it was probably because of this principle that he was able to get this far. On the goddess's face, the smile grew wider. An explosion rang out in the memories of the main character. The 4 soldiers quickly ran towards the helicopter, as they had only 30 seconds left. The last of them turned around before climbing into the helicopter. He looked at his last comrade, who was engaged in a shootout in the distance. Then he apologized. A few seconds later, the helicopter took off, leaving the protagonist alone on the battlefield. The guy, feeling the wind, turned sharply. He was deceived by his close comrades, leaving him right on the battlefield, although he was ready to sacrifice his life to save them, but in the end, they betrayed him. The soldiers turned away so as not to look at their comrade. At this time, enemy soldiers opened fire on the main character. Jongwoo began to run away, because no one at that moment was going to save him, mentally burying him. In the shelter, the main character held on to a bullet wound on his shoulder. He could not just die, because anger at his friends who betrayed him, coupled with a thirst for revenge, continued to give him hope, forcing him to overcome himself. Moved by this, he patched up his wound. Alone, the guy sat on a rock. All this time, 2 enemies were watching him. They approached the main character from the back with knives in their hands. In less than a minute, blood began to spread on the water. Jongwoo brutally killed both opponents, because he only thought about survival. An enemy soldier, gritting his teeth, fired from a machine gun. Slowly, fear appeared in his eyes. For 150 kilometers of his journey, the main character met many people and killed them all. In his hand, he clutched the blade, because at a certain moment his consciousness turned off. He saw with his own eyes how people fled from him. Slowly, the main character's eyes closed. After a while, he realized that he was standing among dozens of corpses, and anger, resentment, and revenge, all this ceased to exist. With glowing eyes, Jong-woo calmly left, and probably since then he has been called by this name, Cain, a creature without feelings. Resting her head on her hand, the goddess laughed and told him that his past should pull him deeper and deeper, depriving him of the opportunity to get out, because he would become part of her collection, like other toys. The main character is already knee-deep in a viscous liquid. He recalled how, without a drop of pity or compassion, he killed everyone in his path. The darkness thickened more and more, and the goddess told him to remember his real self and show Cain, to give free rein to the monster that was waiting in the wings. Dozens of hands reached out to the body of the main character. Suddenly, the guy lowered his head slightly and said that he was tired of her, after which he asked if this was really her limit. At the same second, in the real world, he unleashed his terrifying aura. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the goddess's face from what she saw, and she screamed in her head that it was impossible. She looked at Jong-woo and wondered how he could do it, because all the toys had so many regrets about the past, and he was holding on to it himself, and how he managed to get out so easily. Then the main character smiled mockingly and said that apparently her mediocre performance was over, and therefore there was no point in staying. Thanking him for the easy task, he began to leave. The goddess silently looked after him, although she had originally planned to plunge him into the very depths of memories, ensuring that he would remain in his own hell forever. But this player had no hope. He just continued to move through the floors without purpose and only plunge deeper into his past, and so she decided to press on this point, because her strength lies in the vision of the past. And she enjoyed the torment of the people who relived the events of the past days over and over again. She saw the darkness around Jong-woo, and was sure that he would not be able to get out of her trap. Suddenly, the guy smiled and mockingly said that he could not even think that her face would once slide with such strong indignation, adding that it was a rather pathetic sight. Hearing this voice, Erd glanced out of the corner of her eye at the bright glow to the side and asked if he had decided to test her nerves. As the light faded, Hermes appeared, laughing, and asked if she should stop playing with them, since that elf deserved better treatment. Upon receiving such an offer, the goddess frowned in displeasure. She got up from her throne and replied that he would never understand her, to which he replied that he was far from her, after which he asked how this unique man managed to escape from her trap, because he had no hopes, no dreams, nothing, he was just a boy who aimlessly climbed the floors. Erd stared at her interlocutor when she suddenly said that he seemed to know who he was, and then asked if he had been watching him for a long time. Then Hermes, resting one hand on his side, replied that not only he was watching, but also Athena, adding that Ares and Dionysus also went to his fan club, and in fact many were interested in him. The face of the goddess at these words expressed more and more dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the guy, grinning, finished saying that on the 98th floor, almost everyone dreamed of getting him and making him an apostle. Then he took a few steps forward, continuing to say that if he met the necessary requirements, then she probably had no idea what would happen when he was on the 50th floor. Out of the corner of his eye, he stared at his companion, adding that the demons wanted him as much as they did, and that Agars, who ruled the East, wanted him at any cost. As soon as Erd heard this, she immediately imagined a powerful demon and asked herself if even Agars, the second most powerful among the 72 demon kings, the personification of chaos and destruction, was interested in a common man. And while she was wondering this question, the smile disappeared from Hermes' face. He suddenly pointed his staff at the ground, where a bright glow appeared. Seeing this, the goddess staggered back. A few seconds later, huge snakes burst out of the floor. They surrounded Erd furiously. Hermes stroked one of them on the head and, with glowing eyes, said that he was the one who first noticed the main character, and he cannot express in words how much he is annoyed that someone is trying to take away what belongs to him, so he hopes that she finally realized that he belongs to him. After this conversation, Erd sat on her throne and said that Hermes would definitely pay for her humiliation, and she promised him this. She clenched her hands tightly into fists, and said to herself that this was all very strange, because she did not remember Hermes being so much interested in anyone. She remembered the god's menacing gaze and added that it was not greed, as if he was trying to protect him, after which she wondered what this messenger of the gods was up to. The goddess imagined the black silhouettes of Athena and Dionysus, asked herself where such curiosity about his person from these two gods came from, adding that it was even more alarming that the third generation of the gods of Olympus showed such an interest in anyone at all, and it was becoming more and more suspicious. A few seconds later, she raised her hand to her face and turned to Hepburn. The elf immediately approached her mistress. The goddess's eyes were completely white as she ordered this child to be devoured at all costs, while saying to herself that if she couldn't get him, she would simply destroy him. Hepburn bowed obediently, but at the same moment, her shadow unnaturally stirred. The main character guessed that the goddess would not let him go so easily, and therefore hid his henchman in the shadow of the priestess, who appeared immediately after the order was given. With one swift blow, the undead cut off the elf's head, and in that hour, the divine bond between the goddess and her incarnation was severed due to just one small carelessness. Erd stared at the blood that splattered in all directions. When suddenly blood spurted from the mouth of the goddess, due to the power of Hermes, which dulled her senses, she did not even know that they were not alone, and one small miscalculation led to a real disaster. Immediately after that, the place where she was began to shake. In the next second, there was a madly powerful explosion. At this time, the subordinates of the goddess ran out of the forest at the main character, who shouted loudly that in her name they must kill him. With hatred and contempt in his eyes, the guy looked at them and said that he was already tired of them, after which he asked if they really had nothing more to say at the end. After this question, Bu appeared behind him. From what they saw, the soldiers opened their mouths in horror. While Zhongwu's subordinate was killing opponents, he said to himself that this was the 6th time, and he didn't even need to use the dragon's powers. There was no emotion in his eyes, as he added that Erd must be on edge, and he couldn't believe that the holy temple had become entangled with mercenaries and assassins for his head, even though it was even better for him to have their souls replenished his army. In less than a minute, all the enemies in the affected area were brutally killed. A powerful dark energy emanated from Temujin as long as he said it was too easy. Next to him was Shannon, who replied that he agreed with him, because they didn't even get to have much fun, and then asked if this was all they were capable of, adding that it was humiliating to waste energy on such scum. Zhongwu walked between them and replied that there was no need to worry, because there would still be worthy opponents on their way. He smiled lightly and added that now they should continue to actively evolve thanks to the absorbed souls, because he didn't even have time to draw a weapon. Suddenly, he abruptly shifted his gaze to Shannon, who laughed and said that he was completely right, but in fact, something was bothering him. He did not move from his place, asking how he managed to get out of the trap of the goddess Erd, especially considering his connection to the past, whether he was able to control his thoughts. After all, no matter how unique he was, after all, he could never compare to the gods, and even inside the bracelet, he could feel how great the inexhaustible power of the gods was that consumed him. As he spoke, he imagined his master standing in the palm of a huge goddess. After that, Shannon remembered how Zhongwu had escaped from the trap, unleashed his magical power, and then began to leave, and said that he had defeated a goddess capable of destroying high elves, and had done it so easily, adding that he was sure that such a thing was impossible, unless his past was different from what Erd had seen. When he left his performances, he looked at his master, who continued to stand in the same place, answering that they both saw the same thing, adding that his entire past was imbued with distrust of people, so he didn't let anyone near the tower either. But this is not the case now. When he said this, there was no emotion on his face. He suddenly remembered how he was holding a glowing artifact in his hand. It was the watch that his brother had left him. Jungkook smiled warmly and said that he had always been his hero, so he asked not to lose himself because of what he had experienced, even when he left. After these words, the main character left his memories and took a step forward, firmly saying that he could not let his younger brother down. The very next day, he quickly climbed the mountain and said to himself that his persecutors seemed to have fallen behind him, adding that they should have focused on their saint's position and the cult's position rather than watching him, but it would take him a long time to recover, and his trust in the 3 temples was already below the plinth. The guy frowned in displeasure and added that the power of the god was based on his greatness, which they had so ridiculously lost, which meant that he could forget about them for a while. The main character drew his entire army of undead in his head and thought that even though he had become an enemy of the 3 goddesses, but thanks to this, he gained incredible power, replenishing his army. A few minutes later, a bright glow appeared in his hand, and Zhongwu wondered how he could use this power wisely. After a moment's thought, a bright flash of light could be seen across the forest. The main character stood in front of this light, and said to himself that he only wanted to make her weaker, but he could not even think that her power would be contained in Hepburn's soul. He smiled contentedly and added that it was too valuable and great, but what could he do with it to get the most out of it? As he imagined his army, he thought that his servants existed through necromancy, which meant that the holy force was nothing more than poison for them. The boy then introduced Chirik and the demon dragon, saying to himself that they also originated from black magic. After leaving his performances, he looked at the holy light in front of him and said that it was worth trying a different way. In his hand, the cursed sword Vigrid appeared. Zhongwu held it out towards the holy light and said to himself that it was a former holy sword that had absorbed the souls of cursed heroes, and it was most likely that with the help of saint power, he would be able to return to his original state. Imagining the divine energy in his mind, he thought that the curse was usually lifted by the aegis of Athena and the sacred fire, but the very essence of the sword had been distorted by the curse. As he said that, he suddenly remembered the sword as he had found it in the secret place, and wondered what the primordial image of the weapon everyone had dreamed of. A few seconds later, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. The holy light slowly cleansed the sword of the curse. Within minutes, a bright light began to emanate from the blade of the weapon, after which system notifications appeared, informing him that Vigrid continued to absorb divine power. The main character continued to stare at the sword, saying to himself that it was lengthening, and even the runes had become clearer. A chill appeared in his eyes again, and he said to himself that it might take a little longer to complete the cleansing process and fully regain his skills, and that after the awakening was over, he would be able to find out what Vigrid really was. The bright holy light had not faded in front of him all this time. After a while, the protagonist moved forward quickly, and during all this time, he cleared the 17th, 18th, and 19th floors, and thanks to the training with Nguyen and the skills he gained in battles, he could be safely ranked among the rankers, because he had the opportunity to use the information from his brother's diary and the knowledge of dragons, and therefore passing through the lower floors was not difficult, and of course, this does not mean that no effort was made, because the hidden objects found in the record set on each floor spoke for themselves. There was no emotion on his face as he suddenly asked himself if it had only taken a day to get to this place. Stopping at the edge of the cliff, Xiongwu reached the 20th floor, the gate of the 5 mountains of repentance, and said that what was happening here was true to the name, and therefore he wondered if his expectations would be met. The protagonist entered the area of the 20th floor, after which a system screen appeared, which announced that the trial of the 20th floor had begun, and now those who want to become gods must endure hardships and learn to overcome their limits. Xiongwu stared ahead emotionlessly. He saw the darkness that was rapidly approaching him, after which a system screen appeared, informing him that he had begun to climb the first mountain, and his first repentance was to limit his vision. When he found himself in complete darkness, he grinned and said that here at the very first test there was a blocking of the senses, and although the darkness caused some inconvenience, there was nothing wrong with it. The protagonist was enveloped in a powerful magical aura as he used his heightened senses. The darkness began to dissipate at the same second. A few seconds later, the guy saw the forest and wondered if it was too easy. Looking at the mountains far ahead, he added that there must be something else. After all, he was at the foot of the first mountain. As he sprang up, he added that he hoped it would demonstrate to him what true repentance was. At this time, the players were trying to climb the mountain, and one of them, frozen in place, shouted loudly that everyone should stop, because the soil here is very strange, which means that one wrong step will send them to the next world. Everyone had their eyes closed, while one of the players suggested that they part a little so as not to interfere with each other, because they have a lot of time, and therefore they can act slowly and carefully. Immediately after these words, something swept past them. The main character, levitating in the air, looked from the side at the players who were shouting and asking each other if someone decided to joke who ran near them. The sight made the young man's face bead in cold sweat, and he said to himself that they should have better developed their senses before passing through the 20th floor, after which he wondered why they were so dependent on sight, adding that it was nonsense. As he moved on, he even saw a player who was drowning in a swamp and screaming loudly, begging for help, but no one could help him. After a while, he began to climb the second mountain, and the second repentance was the limitation of hearing, and at the very foot of the foot there were players who shouted in horror, asking how they should go any further, since now they had lost their hearing. Xiongwu frowned as he looked at them and said to himself that this was all very strange, and then asked himself if this was the trial. The gate of the 5 mountains of repentance is a system of 5 tests, during which the player will not have a minute to rest, because on the first mountain vision is blocked. On the second, hearing is blocked. On the third it blocks the sense of smell. On the fourth, it blocks taste, and on the last 5th, there is a loss of touch. People always rely on their 5 senses, and without them, a person is helpless, guided only by phantom sensations thrown up by the brain, and often many players stop their passage at the second level. But for stronger and more developed players, this place gives a chance to get a high reward, because by completely overcoming the 5 restrictions, he will be able to develop all 5 senses to an incredible level. The protagonist jumped off, saying to himself that this is why the task talked about expanding the boundaries of consciousness, but for him it is too easy, because he is unlikely to get any benefit, adding that out of all the lower floors, many rankers were looking for the 20th. He suddenly remembered his brother, and said that even in the diary it was written that many members of Arsha had a hard time here. However, the main character even before that, without realizing it, from time to time did the impossible, overcoming himself and his boundaries. He constantly tested himself for strength, setting record after record as he advanced in the tower, and therefore the 20th floor did not give him such a significant leap in development than other players. Even when completing the tutorial, Xiongwu constantly used his skills to the maximum, successfully predicting the trajectory of arrows, and even then he showed an incredible level of mastery of the 5 senses. Ever since his time in Africa, he had always foreseen the direction of the enemy's bullet or attack. On top of that, the guy also possessed the dragon instinct, which increased his sharpening of his senses to 80%, making the skill passive. Upon reaching the top of the second mountain, the protagonist, hoping to improve his skills on the 20th floor, soon realized that he would not learn anything new here. Lowering his head slightly, he called for an Internian. A bright flash of light immediately appeared in front of him, and he said to himself that it didn't matter how it was, but he needed to increase the difficulty. After a short reflection, the main character took off his cloak. He then removed the mask from his face and said to himself that he should stop using the artifacts for a while. Putting on his old clothes and old mask, he he stopped the mana circulation and said to himself that he felt like he had returned to the beginning. Closing his eyes, Zhongwu added to try to pass the test like an ordinary person. The atmosphere around him immediately began to change, after which system screens appeared, which reported that exposure to external factors could have a detrimental effect on him, so he had to use magic because his senses were blocked and his skills were also blocked. Darkness was rapidly approaching the guy. Once in complete darkness, Zhongwu raised his hands and said to himself that he felt as if he was in outer space. A slight smile appeared on his face. Standing on one leg, he added that he had never felt such a thing before, even when he entered the tower, because it was more reminiscent of the times of service in Africa, and he should have done it right away. Suddenly he imagined that weapons were pointed at him from all sides, and thought that he had too many enemies, and now was the best time to attack, but that was why getting rid of the constant worries would be another test for him. The main character tried to look around, thinking that it was like Russian roulette, which he was ready to play. After a few seconds he abruptly raised his head and said that it was more like a test now. A brightly shining sun came out from behind the mountains, and the system screen reported that he was at the foot of the third mountain, where the third repentance would be blocking the sense of smell. Zhongwu held on to a ledge in the rock with one hand and said to himself that climbing such a steep cliff was not easy enough, and then there was an almost complete lack of feelings in addition. He hung on one arm and added that he had already managed to get used to this, but the price of a mistake would be his life. Climbing up, the guy thought that all he had left was taste and all knowledge, and the three most important senses were completely blocked, so he wondered how much time he had already spent here and if he was going right at all. With these thoughts in mind, he sat in the lotus position. For some time, the main character did not even move, realizing that he could only rely on his sense of touch. Magical energy began to appear around him as he said to himself that he could feel the wind blowing right now, and apparently this was the only way to find the right path. With his eyes closed, he opened his mouth slightly and said no firmly. A faint magical aura emanated from him, while he thought that there was something else, albeit faintly, but he could feel them. Magic waves emanated from every object around him. All living beings radiated it from themselves. Even the trees had their own aura, and Zhongwu, sensing this, said to himself that at first they were barely discernible, but now he felt them much more clearly, and each of them emanated a different wave. He did not open his eyes, continuing to say that if he did not concentrate, he might not feel it or miss it altogether, but now he needed to focus on the battle wave. He imagined himself floating in the air, adding that he needed to turn off his consciousness and focus on sensations, feel the flow of time itself and everything that surrounds him. After these thoughts, system screens began to appear, which reported that his level of mastery of combat will begin to increase rapidly, but the use of this skill is limited in time, so further use of it is his brain, but his consciousness moves away from the body too quickly, so it is recommended to take a break. Using the skill can lead to falling into oblivion, and the last system screen reported that there was a danger because his sanity and intellect had merged with the dragon knowledge, and continued to increase too quickly, but his level of martial will continued to increase rapidly. A faint aura emanated from the guy as he asked himself how much time had passed, a day or two, or maybe a whole month, after which a system screen appeared, stating that through continuous training, he had been able to feel a grain of soul. Immediately after reading, the main character looked at his hand, after which he realized that he had mastered the control of the psyche. The protagonist's aura was getting stronger by the second, and the system screens that appeared reported that he had obtained a rare achievement, so he was awarded an additional karma of 5,000 units. And now he is advised to continue training to achieve greater results only after mastering spiritual control. After reading everything to the end, the guy frowned and firmly said that now everything was clear to him. In the real world, he rose to his feet and said that with the weight of his soul, he would be able to recognize objects around him that he had no idea about, and even with dragon eyes, he would hardly be able to do such a thing, adding that spiritual control allows you to see into the very essence of an object and identify it. He imagined that behind him there was an energy clone with his back to him, and he went on to say that sensation is very different from perceiving an object with the help of the 5 basic senses, and this is truly a great power that not everyone can comprehend. Lowering his head slightly, Zhongwu said that now he understood why the rankers returned to the 5 mountains so often. Drawing huge images of the Summer Queen and the Muin King in his head, he thought that they emanated such a powerful power that the mere fact of their presence was chilling to the bone, although for them it was rather a minus, because powerful players are quite easy to detect after mastering this skill, but everything has its flaws. Even with the use of control, it is unlikely to be possible to detect the presence of weak players. After these thoughts, the main character took a step forward and said to himself that it is worth starting training with small objects, and as soon as he manages to feel them, he can move on to enemies. A powerful magical aura enveloped his body as he added that any doors would be open to players capable of such a thing, and if only he could control it, then maybe the secret of the Yin's sword could be revealed. Thinking of this, Zhongwu squinted slightly. He suddenly descended into a memory in which he was sitting with the king in the same cave, which explained that the Yin and Yang swords were the very relics that their tribe dreamed of, and this world was full of mysteries and mysteries, so it was hardly possible for anyone to find answers to some of them. He then turned his gaze to his companion and asked if he knew of the legend of their tribe's origins, to which he replied that he only knew that they were created by the discoverers of the tower. Averting his gaze, the king firmly replied that it was true, adding that they were a tribe that had inherited the most valuable techniques from the creator, and they should continue to develop them, because each of the tribe of Homogeneous was fluent in the martial arts he had taught them. But there was still one thing. Jongwoo stared at the man, asking if it was so. Then Nguyen introduced a man and two birds and replied that it was so. He was talking about the yin and yang swords, because they both absorbed the wisdom and power of ancient times, and their search has been going on for more than 100 years. After leaving his performances, he rose to his feet and added that of course, he had always wanted to gain the knowledge of the great triad that had created the tower. But to be honest, he didn't even realize that the sword and saber were too difficult to understand. Drawing an image of Edora in his mind, the king added that it was very good that his daughter had become the owner of Yang, and in all this time, they had barely come close to unraveling the whereabouts of the Yin sword. Having said this, he threw the book towards the main character. Resting his hands on his hips, Nguyen said that the devil was joking, adding that he should try to find him, because perhaps he would be able to find him. While Zhongwu was looking at the book, his interlocutor explained that this was not a guide to action, it was only old legends and tales, and he did not like such reading. Smiling, the king added that the guy should consider this the last homework assignment from the tutor, so he should not disappoint him. Currently, the main character was sitting by the fire in the cave and said that he really hoped for instructions or at least some hint. But even after reading and memorizing everything from cover to cover, he did not really understand anything. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes. The guy remembered one of the pages on which it was reported that in the primordial chaos from the formless void a titan was created, who with his hands tore everything into pieces, one of which, rising upwards, illuminated everything around, reaching the darkest depths, and the second became the basis of everything, being a support for a new world. And to this day, life calmly goes on as usual only thanks to this system of the structure of the universe, where many adult buds had blossomed and bore fruit, and then said to himself that he could guess why the king didn't like the legends, because he had a feeling that. But before he could finish speaking, Shannon appeared next to him and asked if he was developing a sixth sense, adding that he planned to help him with this as soon as he would be ready, although he did not think that he would start training himself. The protagonist looked at the Death Knights who sat by the fire and asked the sixth sense, to which they replied that everything was correct, adding that they had already said that for this they needed to find a starting point. Jongwoo stared at Shannon as he replied that he remembered something, but he didn't know that it was a sixth sense, and then asked how to control the soul. Hearing this, Shannon looked at the owner and asked if he was delusional. The three of them sat around the fire, and the main character asked in response, "Aren't they talking about waves emanating from every object in the universe?" He continued to sit in the same place, adding that he wasn't very good at it yet, so he decided that he was able to identify almost everything around him thanks to this skill, and to be honest, he didn't even think about the sixth sense, although it was a very practical power. Drops of cold sweat began to appear on the Death Knight's face from the words of his master, when suddenly he exclaimed that he did not understand him at all. Two bright moons floated across the night sky. The expression on the guy's face changed dramatically after these words. He was looking at his subordinates, when suddenly he asked what was wrong with them, what was being discussed then. Then Temujin, without taking his eyes off his master, replied that the sixth sense was connected with his subconscious and instincts, and therefore it could be regarded as the doors of spiritual power, but it seemed as if he was moving in the opposite direction. As soon as he finished, Shannon raised his hand and added that it was impossible, it was some kind of nonsense. After listening to the Death Knights, Zhongwoo narrowed his eyes and asked them to explain to him, who didn't understand a damn thing, about the power of the soul. A powerful dark energy emanated from Temujin as he replied that if the control of the soul is its weight, which can grow through training, then the power of the soul is its very essence. He imagined a person who emanated powerful magical energy, and went on to say that it usually helps to restore the mana level and increase it, and since this power lurks in the depths of the subconscious, it usually lies dormant within. The protagonist stared at the Death Knight and asked whether, since the sixth sense is connected with the subconscious and instincts, he would dare to assume that it is on the border of the conscious and the unconscious. When he folded his hands on his chest, Temujin replied that everything was so, and if in the process of development, he could master the sixth sense, it would become his guide to the subconscious. He did not take his burning eyes off his master, adding that there was a catch. He imagined a light in his head far ahead and explained that the subconscious mind is 80% conscious, and it is very difficult to get to it, because one's slightest mistake can lead to brain damage, as a result of which he risks getting stuck there, losing the chance of returning. Zhongwoo, having listened to his subordinate, said that it turned out that the path to his soul ran through the subconscious, and only after going through it to the end, he would be able to begin mastering control. His eyes were full of coldness and indifference, with which he continued to speak that he had not even been able to find the doors of the soul, but he could still use the powers. But how was that possible? Then Shannon, jumping to his feet, replied that such a thing was almost impossible. He then raised his hand and asked him to see the building in front of him, after which he asked how he would enter it, to which he replied that he would go inside through the door. The Death Knight then clenched his hand into a fist and replied that it was correct. He was using either the main entrance or the emergency door. His whole body suddenly trembled, and he said that in this situation he was doing everything wrong and, in his characteristic manner, jumped onto the roof, going down to the main entrance to the first floor. The guy silently looked at his subordinate. Having listened to him to the end, he asked with coldness in his voice what surprised him so much. Shannon then jumped up to him and shouted loudly, asking if he was serious, to which Shannon replied that he had just begun to master soul control. At the same moment, Shannon waved his arms and exclaimed that he didn't understand, how he couldn't understand that simply using soul control was a significant achievement in itself, even though he would have jumped on the 77th floor if the opportunity presented itself. Temujin, still sitting in his seat, suddenly said that even high-level rankers could not always use this skill, after which he said that Kamuzin and the Summer Queen were not able to fully realize the potential of the control, because only beings with an excellent body were able to use the power of the soul, that is, both his body and his soul must be perfect. As he said this, he stared intently at his master. These words did not cause any reaction from the main character, who calmly said that such are gods and demons. Then Shannon, who was standing next to him, raised his hand slightly and replied that it was so, but he was still far from it, so he should not forget that the price of a mistake would be reason and the integrity of the soul. After listening to his subordinate, Zhongwu rose to his feet and firmly replied that he understood, adding that unlike magic, which is restored, there is no way to replenish spiritual force. All its origins go back to the soul itself. After saying that, he closed his eyes. Temujin continued to sit by the fire, saying that in the future he would have to try hard with the development of body and soul to master this power, but soul control was already a big enough step for him. His eyes burned brightly as he added that this was why it would be much easier for him to master the sixth sense. The protagonist then shifted his gaze to Shannon, who said that for now, he should just focus on developing soul control and think about how to work with the sixth sense. He did not take his eyes off the owner, explaining that he should perceive this as another way of perceiving reality, because it can be taken out of the unconscious and transferred into consciousness, so he only needs to find a way out for it and plot a route. Zhongwu listened attentively to the Death Knight and asked if he meant to create a channel, to which he firmly replied that it was so. He imagined a person shrouded in powerful magical energy, and added that someday he would still have to release the power of his soul outside, and for this, his sixth sense must be well developed. After listening to his subordinate, the main character looked away and said to himself, soul control and soul power, if he can master all of the above, he will become a real master. He remembered the path he had traveled before and said to himself that he was completely predestined, because thanks to his brother's diary, he was ready for everything that awaited him here. But finally his own path began. From these thoughts, a smile appeared on the guy's face. He took his other hand with his hand and said that the expansion of the sixth sense must be quite interesting. After a while, the main character was at the foot of the fifth mountain, where the fifth repentance was the blocking of touch, and he said to himself that the last sense out of 5 available that would be taken away was touch. Immediately after these words, he took off. Shrouded in powerful magical energy, the guy moved forward, thinking that it was unbelievable, because even so he understood everything about what surrounded him. He felt everything around him and understood that this was his sixth sense, and the more he used it, the better he felt everything around him, and now the waves emanating from objects were much clearer and allowed him to feel even small objects. Thinking back to when he had just entered the 20th floor, Zhongwu thought that this was indeed a completely different way of perceiving than using magic to explore the territory. His eyes, full of cold, burned slightly, because he realized that all the secrets of this place were now right in the palm of his hand, as if his third eye had opened. After a few minutes, he stopped at a huge tree and said to himself that it seemed to have been growing here for centuries, after which system screens appeared in front of him, informing him that he had realized how to use a part of the soul power, and now using soul control in a larger volume is much easier, and thanks to the sixth sense, he is aware of the potential of his soul. Because of this, his soul level is growing. After a while, Shannon appeared, who said that the truth did not understand how this was possible, and why the system was so unfair. Temujin appeared next to him and ordered not to interfere with the owner, to which he was asked, does it not annoy him, because he was able to get what he had been going for all his life, and so quickly. The protagonist's aura has become incredibly strong. The level of mastery of the skill of amplifying the senses has been greatly increased to 100%, and now he has successfully mastered the enhancement of the senses, due to which all the stats related to the skills have been increased. The strength has been increased by 10 points, and the agility has been increased by 12 points. He has also discovered new facets of his skills, because now new skills are available to him. The sixth sense became available to him, and below it was reported that the level of mastery of the sixth sense skill had been greatly increased. He had managed to reach the maximum, and now he was given access to new skills. A new inspiration skill was available, the level of which had immediately increased significantly. After reading everything to the end, Shongwu closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Then he raised his hand and asked Shannon to stop, after which he thanked the two of them, because their advice really helped him a lot in understanding himself. The guy looked at his hand and said to himself that now he could really see even what was hidden from people's eyes thanks to his sixth sense, and he was finally able to develop the strengthening of his senses in a way, and Shannon's training helped to bring the mastery of the acquired skills to the maximum. Thinking of this, he lowered his hand. Shannon was looking at his master when he suddenly asked in surprise, maybe it was his imagination, but how he managed to push his sixth sense to the limit almost immediately after its discovery in himself. Temujin also did not take his eyes off the owner, answering that it was probably because of training. The main character tilted his head slightly and asked what inspiration was, why this skill had also increased, adding that he didn't really understand what to do with all this. But unexpectedly for him, a system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that the mastery of inspiration had reached its limit, which made the guy wonder if he had already reached the maximum. But as soon as he asked himself about it, system screens began to appear around him, informing him that he had gained a new skill that immediately reached the maximum, causing him to get the skill again, and so on in a circle. At the very end, Zhongwu's eyes were shocked as he saw a system screen stating that the system was trying to find a suitable skill for him as a reward. As soon as he read this, he was completely engulfed by an insanely powerful aura. Shannon, seeing this, suddenly shouted that this could not be. A few seconds later, the bright light began to fade, and the system screen that appeared reported that the guy had acquired the skill of extrasensory perception. The protagonist looked at his hand and asked what kind of extrasensory perception it was, after which he read that by studying and combining the five senses and the sixth into one, it is possible to recognize the surrounding reality, which is far superior to the previously available skills, and now he has intuition. As the skill increases, the range of sensations experienced will gradually expand. So he will easily be able to sense beings within the range of the skill, and sometimes it works as a premonition, and can even penetrate the essence of some ideas. And also the main character has the skill of an automatic defense mechanism, increase the speed of detecting dangerous situations, and in addition, when a crisis situation arises, and health drops below 10%, then all characteristics can be increased to 200%, but it is applied once a day. The Death Knights continued to stare at their master from the outside, and Shannon said that extrasensory perception is one of the best skills available for players to acquire and develop. Temujin remembered how he fought in life, and said that first you need to develop existing skills, and then expand your horizons, opening up other facets of them, and only then get new ones. This is the standard way for any ranker. He did not take his eyes off his master, adding that usually higher feelings are much more difficult to develop than ordinary ones. Then Shannon turned sharply to his friend and asked, "But how is this possible? This is extrasensory perception." They simultaneously shifted their gaze to their master, and Temujin replied that it was really hard to believe, but only their owner could do it. The aura surrounding the protagonist did not weaken for a second, while the level of mastery of the psychic skills slowly increased, and the guy said to himself that he had a feeling that everything inside him was evolving, and it was too different from the moment when he received the body of a dragon and expanded the boundaries of consciousness. After these thoughts, flowers appeared, on which butterflies were sitting. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the green leaves of the trees. Seeing this, Zhongwu opened his mouth slightly and said to himself that thanks to extrasensory perception, everything around him had suddenly become completely clear, as if he could now have all kinds of skills available to him, and now he understood what extrasensory perception meant. He saw all the beauty of nature around him. This made a slight smile appear on his face, and he added that he didn't even know that it was so big and allowed him to feel everything around him, and now he wondered what it would be like when he passed the test and all his senses returned. Suddenly, Shannon came up to him. He stared at his master, and remembering Pant, said that now he understood why that one-horned man always behaved like this around him, and it was really inexplicable, because he was indignant because it was some kind of discrimination, after which he asked why life was not enough for others to reach such a level, and he had learned this skill so easily, and whether he was ashamed of it. From these words, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the face of the main character. In the next second, Temujin appeared in front of him, who said that he had all five senses, trained with the help of sensitivity enhancement, which grew with the help of the perception of mana, the power of the dragon, the sixth sense, and also the power of the soul, but this was inevitable, but now he could see the flow of mana. Without taking his eyes off his master, he continued to say that it could be said that he had climbed so high that he could see everything in its original form. After listening to his subordinates, the guy moved forward, saying that he understood everything, because he fully felt the whole mountain. With each step, a wave of magical energy spread around him. It spread for tens of meters around. The whole rock felt this energy. At a height, clouds floated on the rocks. A girl was sitting in one of the caves. Her hair was perfectly braided. She suddenly looked sharply into the hole in the wall, and asked whose power it was, who could it belong to. The girl with short hair did not turn around, and the man, whose fangs protruded from his mouth, replied that it seemed that someone new had received one of the higher senses. A guy with burgundy hair was collecting water at the waterfall and replied that otherwise they would know exactly who he was. A smile suddenly appeared on his face as he said that a worthy newcomer had finally appeared. At the same second, the barrel of water overturned. The guy, leaving the water, rushed from his place, exclaiming that he needed to go say hello to him. Suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character. Spreading his legs and arms, he ordered Shannon and Temujin to leave quickly. With his eyes wide open, he looked in one direction, saying to himself that an incredibly huge force was approaching him. The guy landed on a rock. In the next second, he took off again. Jongwoo's eyes were full of shock and surprise. He suddenly raised his head sharply to the sky. Green leaves fell from the tree. A guy was standing on a thick branch. He was looking at the main character when he suddenly asked if he was Kane, after which he exclaimed that it was really him. The protagonist silently looked at the man who appeared in front of him, who asked him how he got here in the first place, adding that he had made a lot of progress. Jongwoo saw his old friend Kang. They continued to stare at each other when Kang suddenly asked why he was silent, adding that most likely he had just managed to go beyond the boundaries of his consciousness and had not yet mastered it, which meant that he would have to try to learn how to control his voice. The main character did not take his eyes off his old friend and said to himself that this intonation and manner of speech definitely belongs to him. But why is he here? He suddenly remembered how on the day he had saved them, Khan had said that they were going to stop conquering the tower, and although he had said that they would definitely meet one day, they simply should not be here. Then he remembered looking at a large number of players, and adding that the tutorial in the tower opened at her will, and he hadn't heard it open again, but he was here. As he asked himself about it, Kang smiled and said that he was looking forward to meeting them, but didn't think it would happen so soon. Jumping to the ground, he added that he would teach him how to use voice transmission a little later, after which he heard the voice of the main character in his head, who asked if he was doing the right thing. Drops of cold sweat immediately appeared on his face, and he put his hand behind his head and replied that he was really eager to fight, and he hadn't changed a bit. They were looking at each other when suddenly Jongwoo asked why he was there, and where Doyle was. His eyes lit up slightly as he said to himself that it was strange because there was something wrong here, because Khan was not at all the same as he remembered him from the tutorial days, because before he couldn't even control his powers properly, and now there are so many of them that there are problems, and he is able to not only keep his powers in check, but also to hide them. At this time, Kang raised his hand to his chin and looked away. But suddenly they both raised their heads when they heard a woman's voice asking where he rushed to him, to which he replied that she did not have to interfere, because they had not seen each other for a long time, and she climbed and interfered. Then a slight smile appeared on the girl's face, and she asked if he would like to introduce them, since they already knew each other. Upon receiving such a question, Kang frowned and told her not to even try to tell him about. But before he could finish speaking, yellow lightning bolts appeared above him. They hit the guy at the same second. He fell to the ground and began to scream loudly, begging the girl to stop. When the lightning disappeared, Kang was on his knees, and the girl said that she was giving him a second chance, and if he just tried to say something wrong, she wouldn't even leave any embers from him. The main character looked at this with surprise in his eyes and said to himself that he did not understand what had happened, because everything happened so quickly that even his extrasensory perception did not catch anything, and before the blow he was not completely sure. But now he can say for sure that this is rune magic. Drawing several magical seals in his head, he added that runes are the language of God, so mastering them is a big hassle, and that is why there are very few people in the tower who would know them, and even more so use them, and even more so masterfully. The surprise in his eyes quickly changed to cold. He drew 4 black silhouettes in his head and said to himself that these were sadhus, players who had taken refuge from prying eyes on the last mountain, who adored loneliness, pain and oppression, which meant that the players who passed the 20th floor did not lie about the recluses who stayed here for the sake of self-improvement and self-development. While he was thinking about this, Kang struggled to his feet and, begging for forgiveness, said that if he did not bring him, he would die here. He smiled in confusion and added that he considered it an act of saving the life of an old friend, after which he asked, after all, that he would not leave him to his fate. From this question, the expression of the protagonist's face changed, and he said to himself to hurry up with conclusions, because his old friend has not changed at all. A few minutes later, the two of them were jumping through the forest. Jongwoo looked at Kang's back and said to himself that he had indeed progressed much further since the tutorial, but he had received the blessing of the dragons, and this was how he had managed to advance so quickly without having anything like this. He saw the powerful aura that surrounded his friend, and added that apparently he had sacrificed all his time and energy for development, but then he dreamed of defeating Pant and Adora, but now he himself is a danger to them. Suddenly, Kang turned to Jongwoo and asked how he had managed to advance so much during this time, adding that he must have been helped a lot by someone, maybe even a dragon, to which he was told that he was half a dragon himself. Hearing this, the guy, continuing to be in front, asked if he was serious, adding that his sense of humor did not increase by an ounce. With a smile on his face, he looked at his friend again and added that they were almost there, adding that he advised him to be on his guard. After these words, they reached a place where there were two people. A girl and a guy with white hair were sitting on the rocks. From what he saw, there was not a drop of surprise in the eyes of the main character. Together with an old friend, they landed on the ground. She immediately noticed him and asked if he had a mask on his face, and even simple clothes, and it seemed that he understood how to get the most out of this place, after which she said that she was glad to meet him. Jongwoo looked at the stranger emotionlessly, and said to himself that she must have rune magic. He stared at Victoria of the Red Sacred Tree, who raised her hand, and said to himself that she was one of the known few rankers capable of using runic magic, and then wondered what she had forgotten in such a place. After this question, the protagonist shifted his gaze to the second person, a child with a terrifying demonic power. The ghost of Croatan, named Kindred, sat taller than his girlfriend, and Jongwoo said to himself that at first glance it was impossible to tell that this child was a powerful evil, but if you compared him to Muin, then the king personified the king of the jungle, and Kindred was a wild animal that only dreamed of getting out. Introducing the cloaked men, he added that the diary stated that he belonged to Satan's army, which worships a faceless demon, and Kindred is the second of them, but not much is known about him. The main character imagined how the guy sat on the edge of a cliff and said to himself that hardly anyone knew about his existence at all, and all because he usually tries to stay in the shadows and does not even participate in battles with his army, and although he does not know how his brother learned this, but thanks to this, it did not come as a surprise to him that Kindred was indeed looking for something on the 20th floor. And the rumors turned out to be true, and then he wondered what he wanted to find here, since he had not left this place for more than 10 years. And while Jongwoo was thinking about it, Victoria came up to him and said that it would be better if he was so interested in her, because he was her type. She furtively put her finger to her lips and added that he was even more beautiful up close, to which he said to himself that he did not even feel how she approached. Suddenly, Kong spread his hands in different directions and asked if the mask was some kind of joke for her, how she even realized that he was handsome, and if she understood how big the age difference between them was. Immediately after these words, the bracelet on the girl's arm lit up, and she, laughing, said that everything was fine in it, except for the chatty mouth. At the same second, lightning struck the guy again. Out of the corner of his eye, Jongwoo looked at his old friend and said to himself that he didn't feel it again when she used magic. Turning his gaze to Victoria, who was folding her arms in displeasure on her chest, he asked himself how high her level of rune control was, if she was able to create them out of nothing, or if she prepared them in advance and used them when you needed them. Suddenly, he noticed the bracelet on her arm and wondered if they were encased in these bracelets, although it was quite possible since she was capable of creating high-level artifacts. But immediately after this question, Victoria evaporated. She was behind the guy's back and said that she understood that he had a lot of questions, but there was no need to stare at her so openly, because she was terribly uncomfortable. Without turning around, the main character apologized and explained that it was the first time he had seen rune magic, because it was simply amazing. After these words, the girl's eyes lit up, and she said that if he was so interested, then she would be happy to teach him everything. But as soon as she said that, Khan got up from the ground with difficulty, and told Jongwoo not to fall for it, because he would regret if this grandmother deceived him. He frowned and turned to his friend and added that maybe they would spend a hot night together, but then he would just become her prisoner and a guinea pig for her magic tricks. Victoria immediately took a step towards the guy and asked if he was going to accuse her of lying, adding that their night was really hot, to which he shouted back that he almost died after that. Raising his hands, he continued to say that the main character should not succumb to this, and Victoria should turn away and not look at him, because he is his savior. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and said so. But before she could finish speaking, a grin appeared on Kindred's face. At the same second, he unleashed his demonic energy. Feeling it, the main character immediately turned around. But Croatan's ghost was no longer in the place where he had been sitting. Realizing this, the guy abruptly shifted his gaze. Kindred ran at great speed towards the protagonist, who asked himself if he could not keep track of him even with the use of extrasensory perception. The guy concentrated his power in his hand. Jongwoo, spreading his arms and legs, asked himself in confusion why she was attacking him. He hadn't done anything. Suddenly, a magical flow was activated. Magical energy spread throughout the protagonist's body, and then he asked himself if the defense mechanism was automatically activated, adding that he had some strange feeling that the activation of the magic flow strengthened the body and increased all possible indicators. Flames suddenly appeared around him, and he wondered if his abilities could be so amazing just because of the combination of magic flow and extrasensory perception. In the next second, a madly powerful magical explosion rang out. Khan had to raise his hands to resist. Victoria could hardly stay on her feet. A terrifyingly powerful magical aura emanated from the main character. As soon as Kindred saw this, surprise appeared in his eyes. But after a few seconds he grinned. Immediately after that, he disappeared. The guy appeared over the head of his opponent. Even in flight, Kindred carried out a quick attack. The main character easily dodged her. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. He looked at his opponent, who rushed towards him again. Jongwoo, jumping back, dodged the opponent's attacks, He watched him carefully and said to himself that although he was nimble, his actions could be predicted. After these thoughts, he again dodged another blow. There was a satisfied grin on the guy's face all this time. He continued to carry out devastating blows, which the main character dodged, and said to himself that extrasensory perception is really incredible, because he can calculate all his movements. Suddenly, Kindred looked at him sharply. At this time, Jongwoo was preparing to attack to destroy the opponent's defenses. In the next second, he unleashed a quick strike of flames. Seeing this, his opponent swung and said that it was quite interesting. In the next second, a powerful magical explosion rang out. Two incredibly terrifying forces collided with each other. The protagonist's blade and Kindred's claws collided. Jongwoo's eyes burned brightly. Khan looked at it with his hands raised to his face, and wondered how this was even possible. He frowned intensely, and wondered if he hadn't used his magic all this time, if he had gone mad to burn alive because of these indiscriminate explosions, but he still didn't understand when his friend managed to become such a monster. This magical power pushed him back. At this time, both opponents swung again. In the next second, the main character's blades met the claws of Croatan's ghost again. Jongwoo's flames grew hotter and more powerful with each passing second. He suddenly launched an attack, which his opponent dodged and tried to counterattack himself. But then the main character looked directly into Kindred's eyes from under his brow. As soon as the guy saw the flames in front of him, the smile immediately disappeared from his face. A powerful stream of flames completely consumed the powerful evil from Satan's army. Victoria looked at all this from the sidelines and shouted loudly, asking if they really didn't care about her house at all. Stretching out her arms, she screamed at the top of her lungs, ordering them to stop fighting. The main character, resting his hands on his feet, looked at the column of dust in front of him. Drops of sweat dripped down his face. But suddenly, there was shock in his eyes when he heard Kindred's voice. The guy was standing right behind him and saying that he only wanted to look at him in a fight, and then he just forgot a little and lost control, but it was really fun to play with him. After saying that, he smiled mischievously. Jongwoo turned sharply at his opponent, wondering why this couple was always appearing behind his back. At the very last moment, he managed to block Kindred's fast and strongest attack, but such a blow swept away Jongwoo. Columns of dust and dirt rose from the collision with the rock. Seeing this, Kang turned sharply at the guy and shouted loudly, asking if he thought it was too much, since when he was doing this, after all, he could have died. Kindred smiled and replied that he was fine. Then he pointed his finger to the side. The protagonist came out of the clubs, saying to himself that he didn't even think that the second bishop of the demonic army was so strong, and even Hanren would have to try very hard to win, and he was able to predict his every action thanks to his psychic sense. Under the mask, he smiled, adding that his fighting skills were at their best. He held the dagger and Krishna in his hands, and he knew that they would not last long. Jongwoo then remembered how he had blocked his opponent's last attack and said to himself that his attacks were somewhat reminiscent of bomb explosions, and a little more, and he would definitely lose, so he still got off easily thanks to his abilities, although he didn't think he would have been able to defeat him at all. Thinking of this, he approached Kindred. Then the guy smirked and asked if he really wanted to do it again. Closing his eyes, the main character replied that this was his limit. Hearing this, Croatan's ghost closed his eyes and said that he was lying and not blushing, with such a smug face, but in that case, they would be done for today, adding that he would still have time to torment him. After these words, he opened his eyes and asked what he had in common with Kamizan. Having received such a question, the main character froze in place and asked in response what he was talking about. Then he imagined Kamizan and Kindred standing with their backs to each other, and said to himself that they seemed to be somehow related, but there was not a word about it in the diary. They continued to stand opposite each other when Croatan's ghost told him not to even try to lie to him, as his sword skills were very similar to his style, although they differed in places. After listening to the young man, Jongwoo put his hand to his chin and replied that he was actually a disciple of the king. Kindred's expression changed from what he heard, and he asked if Moana was from a homogeneous tribe. Putting his hand to his chin, he introduced the king, Kamizan, and another black silhouette, and said that now everything was clear to him. After all, Kamizan was also his student, but he thought that he no longer recruited students after that incident, and this was very strange, but in any case, he was the youngest. Then he turned his gaze to Kang and said that he now understood why he liked him so much. Turning his gaze back to the protagonist, Kindred asked if he had come to the 5 mountains to train. The main character immediately nodded and firmly replied that everything was correct. Immediately after this answer, the guy appeared on a tree in an instant, and congratulating him, said that he had passed. With glowing eyes, he looked at the guest and added that he already had a good base, so he suggested that he have fun when he became even stronger. Out of the corner of his eye, Jongwoo looked at the powerful evil from Satan's army, and said to himself that apparently he had passed his test, and it seemed that Kindred was the one in charge of everything in this place. Then he drew 4 black silhouettes in his head and added that he and Victoria were much stronger than he expected, and perhaps this place could still surprise him, and he would be able to learn something from them all. After leaving his performances, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and added that he already had the power of the soul and extrasensory perception, but it seemed that in this place he would definitely be able to achieve more and become even stronger. While he was thinking about it, he continued to stand in the same place. Khan had been looking at his friend from the outside all this time. At this time, Victoria was sitting on a tree and displeased asked what these devils had done to her house, but she still forgave them only because of their beauty. There was a small house next to the waterfall, and Khan told the main character that he could stay here, because inside there was everything you needed to live, but he would get food himself, and if he needed something or had any questions, he could contact him. The two of them were inside the house and Jongwoo said that it was really good here, to which Jongwoo replied that it was all thanks to the people who used to use this place. Khan smiled, adding that there was one rule: you can't interfere in the lives of others, because everyone is here for the sake of self-improvement, so he advises doing your own thing and developing skills. Raising his hand, he continued to say that Victoria and Kindred might not have left a very good impression of themselves, but still the people here are not bad, so he should not forget about other people's personal boundaries and then perhaps they will even help him with advice in a difficult hour. Everything on the street was painted green. The guys were standing at the waterfall, and the main character asked an old friend when he was able to enter the tower, to which he replied that about 2 months had passed, but he had to admit that his achievements were really impressive, because he was the same unknown in the first place in the Hall of Fame, and he had never even dreamed of such a thing, and although he really pumped up a lot, but after seeing his achievement, I am no longer sure about it. But when Jungwoo asked about Doyle, Kong froze in place. Smiling, he turned to his friend and replied that she was not here, and he hadn't seen her in a long time, so there was no need to ask about it. The main character continued to look at his comrade, saying to himself that they were like brother and sister. Well, what happened between them, adding that in any case, it was not his problem, so let them figure it out on their own. But it became clear to him why the news of the return of the Bloody Blade did not stir up in the tower, although it is strange, of course, that he decided to train secretly. As he thought about it, Kong stared silently into the distance. Jongwoo then introduced Doyle and said to himself that she was a very nimble and intelligent girl, which is why she was nicknamed Foxtail, and so even if she was in the tower, he would definitely meet her one day, as promised. After a short pause, Khan turned to his old friend and said that he was surprised that he was able to stand up to Kindred, because it was worth a lot, and usually everyone got good from him. He then spread his hands in different directions and added that thanks to his appearance, he was no longer the youngest in their party, so he hoped that he would be able to pass all the tests of this place. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he was still as frivolous as before. Hearing this, the guy grinned and, putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, replied that it was not for him to say this, because he still did not let anyone near him and was still closed. Smiling warmly, he added that he should try anyway, because his life had changed since arriving here, and everyone had a hard time here, but it was worth it, so he had to try to get the most out of his stay here. Jongwoo silently looked at his comrade as he listened to him. It was just the two of them in this place, when suddenly Kong said that he hoped that he would have the opportunity to arrange a friendly sparring with him, to which he firmly replied, of course. After a while, water poured down from the cliff. Below, under the waterfall, sat the main character in the lotus position. Temujin watched him from the sidelines, wondering if everything was okay since he had been sitting in this position for too long, adding that the dragon's body would not matter much if their master could not open the magical channels of his body for the flow of mana to move. Not far from him, Shannon was lying on the bed and asked in response if he would do something just like that, adding that it would surely help him find the Yin sword, to which he immediately received a question: didn't he say that it was impossible to find? Then Shannon, holding out his finger, replied that it was possible, because then he did not yet have access to all the capabilities and knowledge of the dragon, because the one-horned tribe would never be able to use this method, and then asked if he would have time to learn something new in 3 days. The eyes of the main character were closed all this time. Already at night, 2 bright moons floated in the dark sky. Jongwoo continued to sit in the same place in the lotus position. Drops of water flew in all directions. With every second, there were more and more of them. The guy focused on them, and then darkness appeared. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes abruptly when he heard Shannon's loud scream, ordering him to wake up. He was still sitting in the lotus position by the waterfall. In front of him stood Temujin and Shannon, who, exhaling heavily, exclaimed that they had already thought that he was dead. After all, a little more, and he would have failed and died, because meditation should take no more than a couple of days, and he must have gone completely crazy, because he had spent a whole month in this state, and this is incomprehensible. Jongwoo looked at his subordinates, and asked if it was a whole month. As he scrambled to his feet, the Death Knight asked him what he had found in his mind, adding that he really wondered what had caught his attention. Lowering his hand from his shoulder, the guy replied, nothing at all. The Death Knight stared at their master, saying that it wasn't funny at all, and then asked if he was joking. Then the protagonist looked at his hand and firmly replied that it was not so, but he understood something, realized that the power contained in this sword is much more than is known about it, but he does not know what to do with it. He remembered how he had been wandering in the fog all this time, and he went on to say that even when he studied Mugan, he didn't feel so stupid. When he clenched his hand into a fist, Temujin said that if he was in the fog and didn't know where to go, then maybe he should go back to the beginning, walk slowly but surely towards the goal, because there was no need to complicate the task, because no matter how much power was contained in the Yin sword, it was first and foremost a sword. He did not take his eyes off his master when he suddenly asked why he did not start by learning the technique of using a sword, adding that he should first acquire the proper level of knowledge and skill. After listening to his subordinate, the main character imagined masters in his head and thought that they perfectly mastered the techniques of martial arts. They are experts who have surpassed the boundaries of their body and are on a completely different level, but there are also virtuosos who have crossed the threshold of reality and the study of technique. When he left his performances, he looked at the Death Knight and he offered to become a master, asked what he had to be able to be, and immediately received the answer that he needed to learn how to create an aura. Hearing this, the young man brought his hand to his chin and said to himself, an aura, which means adding that even in his diary, his brother wrote that he had never been able to deal with it. He imagined in his mind the image of his brother concentrating on the aura, and added that he had not been able to do so because of his 10,000 immunity. Thanks to his 10,000 immunity, all the components of the world were combined into one system, the knowledge of which was in the possession, and then he wondered what the aura was, whether it was an element that was out of order. After leaving his performances, Zhongwu said to himself that the moment had come when he could not get to the diary, but he had two excellent mentors whose knowledge he did not doubt. Thinking of this, he looked at the two Death Knights. Turning his gaze to Shannon, he added that even if he did not become a ranker, he was able to achieve a lot as a sword master. Then he turned his gaze to Temujin, continuing to say that he was no worse, and he thought that his skills were at the level of a master or a virtuoso, because he was even able to rebuff Kamuzin. The protagonist continued to stand in the same place, saying to himself that unlike Shannon, who practiced Red Dragon martial arts by teaching others, Temujin had been gaining experience in real battles since early childhood. His sword technique was honed to automatism, and if he could combine their techniques and knowledge with his experience, then perhaps he would be able to master the aura. Night fell, and moonlight entered the room through the curtained windows. The protagonist sat on the bed and, after contacting his subordinate, asked him if he had found Braham, to which he shouted back, of course, and he waited for him to contact him again, because he did not stop monitoring his movements. The boy stared at the light in his hand, asking where Braham was, to which his subordinate replied in a shaking voice, on the 23rd floor. He kept his hands folded, continuing to say that it seemed that he had been there for quite some time, after which he was ordered to continue surveillance. If he moved to another floor, he should inform him immediately. The man, who had a drop of cold sweat running down his face, nodded and replied that it would be done. At this time, Zhongmu imagined the 23rd floor and said to himself that there was a cursed Gilead, which was full of devil trees that gave birth to the inhabitants of the demon world, adding that this forest was the home of demons and devils, which made the floor itself considered an incredibly difficult and truly unique place, and Braham loved such places. After these thoughts, he rose to his feet. Approaching the table, the guy said to himself that he was afraid that he would rise above the 50th floor, but it turned out that he still had time to prepare for their meeting. But then, two bright moons floated across the star-studded night sky. A ring suddenly lit up in the girl's room. She picked it up immediately. Adora excitedly knitted her eyebrows and, when the main character apologized for bothering him, shouted that he should not take it into his head, because she was very glad that he was fine, because she was very worried about him, because there was not a single word from him for all the time, after which she began to flood with questions about where he is now, whether he eats well. And it is true that he participated in the confrontation with the priests of the Temple of Urd. Zhongwu froze in place as he was bombarded with only questions. A drop of cold sweat ran down the girl's face, and she continued to scream that he could not even imagine how much she was frightened by the news of this. Before she could finish, the main character grinned and said that she was very worried about him, but everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Opening his eyes, he said with a warm smile on his face that he wanted to ask her something, so if he could ask her a question. This made Adora's cheeks blush, and she answered, of course. She stared at the glowing ring and listened to the protagonist, who asked her if she had contacted Hyanova. After all, he had asked him for a favor, but so much time had passed, and he must be worried, and if he contacted her, then let him tell her. But before he could finish speaking, he raised his hands when the girl shouted in fury that he had come more than once, and said that his brat had been gone for a long time, although they had arranged a meeting. Squinting her eyes, she continued to shout that he was now living in their village, after which she asked if that was all he wanted to ask, to which he replied in confusion, yes. After that, the ring went out and fell to the floor. Zhongwu continued to stand in front of the table, saying that apparently he shouldn't have called so late. After a while, an explosion rang out in the forest. The main character fought with Shannon, who shouted that it would be possible to start mastering the aura only after a thorough study and mastery of extrasensory perception, not otherwise, so he needed to learn to control his unconscious and use his entire mind. The Death Knight blocked his master's attacks and continued to shout that he should admit that he had already surpassed the others in this, since the extrasensory perception available to him was in many ways superior to the sixth sense of others, which meant that it would not be difficult for him to unleash the potential of his mind and use it to the maximum. With that, he counterattacked sharply and added that the whole difficulty lay in giving the physical form to the immaterial, but his magic had to be an order of magnitude stronger so that the balance between them would not be disturbed. Jongwoo, after listening to his subordinate, smiled and said that let's assume he understood everything, after which he asked what was going on with the immaterial and unconscious. Temujin watched them from the sidelines and replied that it was difficult to explain, because everyone had their own concept of the unconscious and the way it was expressed. He did not take his eyes off his master, adding that he had a desire to win. Hearing this, the guy looked at the Death Knight and said to himself, the desire to win, then. Suddenly, Shannon put his foot on the ground and shouted that he had willpower and becoming the strongest. Shouting this, he jumped towards his master. Then the main character looked at his subordinate emotionlessly and firmly replied that everything was clear to him. He easily dodged the attack and added that everything was much simpler than he thought, because in his case, it was the power of all-consuming destruction. Having said that, he unleashed an incredibly fast and powerful shot. After what he saw, Temujin struck the ground with his sword and said that he had no doubt about it. Resting one hand on his side, he continued to watch his master, saying that he was one step closer to becoming a master, but this was not enough to master the aura. Jumping down, he suddenly shouted that since he was able to decide on a concept, he should now focus on combining several hundred different forms of the 8 extreme gifts and transforming the 8 types of strength into 8 forms. After listening to the Death Knight, Zhongwu raised his blades and said that he was just trying to do so, adding that this secret technique should help him with his aura. Temujin suddenly attacked the owner and shouted that in this case he should be faster and faster. With a single punch, he pushed the guy back a dozen meters, saying that 8 extreme fists could not be developed by training alone, so he had to use different forms in the correct order. Hearing this, the main character, breathing heavily, said, "So you need to be faster." Shannon stared at them from the side, suddenly shouting that he should focus his mind on the edge of the sword, and then concentrate and direct the stream of consciousness along the desired trajectory. A powerful dark energy emanated from him as he continued to say that it would later be the power of the soul that would flow through, adding that a proper understanding and application of the concept would allow him to multiply his attacks that required the use of aura and magic. Drops of sweat dripped down the guy's face. Suddenly Temujin rushed to attack. Seeing this, the protagonist closed his eyes and said to himself that he should focus his mind on the edge of the sword. Introducing a man who was clenching his hand tightly into a fist, he added that it was one of the forms of the 8 extreme fists. A powerful magical energy began to ooze from Zhongwu. He remembered the king and said to himself that he had once shown him this technique. On that day, Nguyen carried out an incredibly fast and strong attack. Temujin was getting closer to his master with every second. The main character recalled how something cracked in the sky behind him, and an insane magical power was released. From what he saw, a certain surprise appeared in Temujin's eyes. Zhongwu's magical energy had completely changed, and in the system screens that had appeared, it was reported that he had discovered the study of the secret technique of the 8 extreme fists, so he had learned to control the concept of his consciousness, and also the proficiency level of the 8 extreme fists had increased significantly by 62.1%. In the last system screen, it was reported that his sword proficiency had improved markedly, and under the influence of progress, the 8 extreme fist skill had been changed to 8 extreme swords, so the proficiency level of the 8 extreme swords had been upgraded to 71.2%. At the same second, the main character swung. His blow, which unleashed an insane force, could be seen from everywhere. A few minutes later, the guy stood with his head lowered in columns of dust. Temujin was looking at his master, when suddenly he said that it was magnificent. They stood opposite each other as the Death Knight continued to say that one of the secret forms of the 8 fists technique was the dungeon, and it was much more powerful than he thought. Zhongwu raised his head at his subordinate, and replied that this was clearly not the limit, because Nguyen was able to cut the sun for her. Dark magical energy emanated from Temujin as he said that he understood everything now, but he still managed to become a master in such a short time, and now he only had to get used to filling the sword with an aura. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his sword while his subordinate said that it was a basic skill in using aura, an aura sword, and it definitely had a high degree of affinity for fire, since the sword shone red so brightly. After these words, a system screen appeared, stating that the guy had reached the level of a master and had done an excellent job, so there were additional rewards available for him. He had received 3,000 karma points, and as an additional reward, his strength had been increased by 10 and his agility by 8 points, and although he had mastered the aura, his knowledge was incomplete, therefore. He must continue training in order to acquire the proper level of skill and knowledge. After reading everything to the end, the guy changed his grip and asked if the color of the aura had any effect on something, after which he received the answer that it was rather the opposite. It was not an indicator of strength, but it could give him an idea of the concept of the owner's subconscious. Shannon, tilting his head slightly, continued to look at them from the side. After a short pause, he moved towards them, saying to himself that she also wanted to master the secret technique of the 8 fists. At this time, Victoria was at home and quietly said that all this was not what she needed. She bit her finger, adding that her calculations were definitely correct, and then asked herself if the problem was again in quantity. The girl suddenly lowered her head abruptly and shouted loudly that she almost succeeded, but couldn't artifacts last forever, adding that fighting on the floors and advancing the tower was not a problem for her, as long as she could use the universal combination of rune rewriting. Shifting her gaze to the broken bracelets, she thought that no matter how good her calculations were, there was always an unaccounted for factor that caused everything to go wrong, and then there was only one thing left: she needed to rewrite the formula for combinations of reactions, which would allow her to take into account all possible excesses. A massive book was opened right in front of her, and Victoria wondered if she would be able to do it, although it was better than endless fruitless experiments and rewrites, adding that if it were possible to transfer the techniques and abilities of the sword masters to artifacts, everything would be much easier. She suddenly put her hand to her chin and asked herself why not use the main character. She remembered how he had fought Kindred, and thought that his skills in that battle had impressed her, and he had adapted well to the situation. Leaving her memories, the girl did not give up and continued to think that Kong was also good, but this new one was much better, although she could just ask Kindred himself or the other Sadhus for help, but she was not eager to give them away her weaknesses. After these thoughts, she lowered her hands and said that first she needed to ventilate, and then visit one handsome man, adding that she hoped that he could become stronger since their last meeting. Immediately after these words, her image began to appear in another place. She appeared in a small field and said that she felt his energy somewhere here. Looking around, Victoria asked herself if he was not here, and since when this place had become so lifeless. Her legs suddenly fell down. Shock appeared in the girl's eyes from what she saw. She froze in place and wondered if she hadn't noticed anything because of the dark energy that prevailed here. Everything in front of the protagonist's house was destroyed, and Victoria, looking at this, continued to speak. She has a feeling as if a moment ago the snakes of Hermes met here again in a fight. But is it possible that everything here has changed so much because of his training? And although the strength of the guy demonstrated in the battle with Kindred greatly impressed her, but now it is a completely different level. So she wonders, how did he manage to level up so much in just 3 months? And where did this overwhelming dark energy come from? And are there any undead on the 20th floor? She looked at the destroyed land and added that she recognized that its power and the consequences of its use were very interesting to analyze. Looking up at the rock cut in half, Victoria added that she didn't even know that it would become so strong and so fast. After these words, a satisfied smile appeared on her face, and she said to herself that it was magnificent. A small room was lit by a single candle. The main character sat at the table and said to himself that training with Shannon and Temujin definitely benefited him, and in general he is satisfied with the result. After these words, system screens appeared in front of him, informing him that he had learned to move his mind into the unconscious for a long time, existing in a completely different world with a detachment from reality. So he was assigned the attribute of monk. He was able to overcome the event horizon between the outer world and the inner world and return. He continued to diligently accumulate mastery as a monk. So the rarest achievement was obtained and an additional reward of 8,000 units was awarded. Karma, as well as the protagonist's will to fight, has evolved, and thanks to the development of new skills, his monk attribute will be improved, after which it was reported that he received a rare high-level skill time difference. There was nothing but coldness in the guy's eyes. The system screen appeared in front of him again, informing him that thanks to the monk's attribute, he had access to a new skill. He could use accelerated thinking and focus on assessing the situation. He was in control of time itself. He could transcend the time frame by moving freely outside of it, and he could also perform several things at the same time, and as the skill level increased, the number of parallel activities would increase. After reading all this, Zhongwu threw his legs over his legs and said to himself that thanks to this skill, he can develop in the subconscious and not bother about the time spent on it. And of course, this does not mean that he can use it all the time, and there is always a risk of getting stuck in the unconscious and never getting out. Looking at the ceiling, the guy added that thanks to this, he had completely mastered the secret technique of 8 fists, and it was definitely worth it. Immediately after these thoughts, Victoria appeared a few steps away from him. Shifting his gaze to her, the main character asked what he owed her. His room was well lit, and the girl asked if he was not glad to see her. Zhongwu raised his hand to his face and asked what the main rules here were: not to disturb others, to which she replied that he was boring. When the guy said that he was all ears, Victoria smirked and said that she would get straight to the point. She took a step in his direction and offered to make a deal. On the same day, Victoria wrote in her diary that she had a test subject. Special sensors were attached to the main character, and the girl said to herself that he has well-developed skills, which is very useful, and he is also very handsome. They agreed to conduct experiments for 1 month, but she needs a little more time, and fortunately he agreed, so you can do many more interesting experiments on him. She smiled contentedly, saying to herself that the subject was not as smart as she thought, which was very useful, because he agreed to help only if she helped him learn runes in return. But runes and runic magic were completely different things, although it was a sin for her to complain about it. Thanks to him, her experiment would end successfully in any case. And perhaps today she will be able to finish the work with the development of 50% of the schemes. Jongwoo stood in the center of the magic circle. On the 20th day, Victoria sat at her workplace and said to herself that something was wrong here. She frowned and added that she was sure that they would figure it out quickly, but almost a month has passed, and progress is barely visible, and she has the feeling that they will not get off the ground. Shaking with anger, the girl looked at the protagonist and said to herself that he had taken elixirs, drawn magic circles, and even used other artifacts, but in the end, they had never achieved anything, and besides, she couldn't even properly analyze him, and something was definitely wrong here, so she thought that it was all his spiritual self-defense, but there is none. And why he delved so deeply into the study of martial arts, his questions give me goosebumps. From time to time, the guy pointed his finger at the lines of interest to him and asked questions. Victoria imagined her subject against a background of endless information and said to herself that she had the feeling that his knowledge and possibilities were limitless, and that he was capable of processing an unimaginable amount of the most complex information. The girl bit her finger in anger and added that his abilities were still far inferior to hers, and she was sure of it, but they still had 10 days left, so she would squeeze everything out of him. One day, lying on the table, the main character just fell asleep. On another day, Victoria carefully studied his body using a magnifying glass. By the end of the 30th day, Jean walked to the door and, saying goodbye, said that he was pleased to do business, but it was time for him to go, and the girl, falling to the floor, said to herself that in the end nothing worked out at all. Suddenly she abruptly raised her head to the guy, did not ask if he belonged to the higher beings or something, but immediately after this question, she adjusted her glasses and asked him to forget what she had just said, after which she said goodbye. She looked after the flying away protagonist, and said to herself that there was nothing for the highest appearance to do on the 20th floor. Jeong reached his house at great speed. With a calm, measured gait, he went inside. As soon as the guy called out to Boo, a dark magic energy immediately appeared in front of him. After a few seconds, the lich bowed to his master and was asked if he remembered the rune magic he had told him about, to which he replied of course. The main character looked at his subordinate emotionlessly, and said that it was great. Suddenly Shannon appeared and said that he was a deceiver. He sat on the sidelines and added that he never thought he would make a deal, knowing that it was simply impossible to analyze the dragon's body. But he was pleasantly surprised that he was not as stupid as he thought. Joan grabbed his jacket with his hands and asked why it was his fault. After all, she herself offered it, and there was no point in refusing without a losing adventure, to which he replied that it was immediately clear that she would not succeed, but in fact the whole deal was a complete deception. Stripping to the waist, the young man suddenly asked the lich if he could apply this to the radiance along with the enhancement, and acceleration of all 4 magic. The undead looked at their master and replied that it was possible, but the radiance was not like other types of magic, it was more difficult, so he would have to experience incredible pain. Without a drop of doubt in his voice, the main character sat down with his back to his subordinate and ordered him to do what he had to do, because he would not let his effort go to waste, adding that this month should pay off. His eyes lit up, and he finished, slowly but surely. After a short pause, the lich stretched out his bony hands in the direction of his master and said that he would follow his orders, but he was forbidden to move and not to lose consciousness. He made an incision just below the master's neck and said that he was coming, and the rune magic would penetrate deep into his bones, so he had to endure. Powerful dark magical energy began to ooze from the wound. Joan smiled through the pain and said that he was ready for anything. Shannon rested his head on his hand and stared at it in silence. Temuzin suddenly appeared next to him and said that he wondered if their owner would withstand it, adding that he definitely had only sawdust in his head. Shannon didn't take his eyes off his master, saying that he was just crazy, because he had decided to bind rune magic to his body by engraving them on his bones, and it was hard to imagine how painful it was. A strong dark aura emanated from him as he continued to say that if he could overcome this pain, he would achieve what Victoria had been dreaming of. Having said that, the Death Knight drew an image of Victoria in his head and said that it was because his bones would acquire unprecedented hardness and the highest magical conductivity among all existing materials, because rune magic was fast, effective, and infinite, and all this would be under his control. The main character has been absorbing incredible power all this time. After a while, clouds floated across the blue sky. The guy stood by the cliff and said to himself that it had been 6 months since he had first been here. Looking at his hand, he added that he didn't think he would be here for so long, so it was time to deal with all the postponed affairs, because the sacred being was about to hatch. He had a rune on his back, so Zhong decided to try it out first and see how it worked, and then wondered how much stronger he had become after studying psychics, the aura, and obtaining this rune. Wings suddenly appeared behind him, and the sword Vigrid appeared in his hand. Looking at the blade of the weapon, the guy said to himself that the purification was 90% complete, so it became almost the same as the other swords. Taking off, the main character wondered where he would start. Suddenly, the seal on his back began to glow. The light grew brighter with every second. In the same instant, Jong moved a huge distance in less than a second. Immediately afterward, an incredibly powerful aura enveloped his sword. Without a moment's hesitation, the guy made a quick shot. A madly powerful explosion rang out. Everything around shook from such an explosion. The main character, while in the air, looked at it and said that it was much better than he expected. With these words, he slowly descended to the ground. Jong was suddenly surprised when he heard a voice asking what had happened here. A girl with short hair without any emotion on her face asked him to be quiet. The man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked if it was all just with the help of the aura. Straightening up, the guy replied that he just wanted to check something, after which he apologized for bothering him. Shannon suddenly appeared behind him and, laughing, asked if he had frightened them, adding that now he had to understand how strong the aura alone was in its pure form. Immediately after that, Temujin appeared next to him and added that even if he pumped all the skills and mana, he was not sure that they would somehow compare with such strength, to which their owner replied that now no one would dare to touch him, because he would be doomed to defeat. Shannon kept his eyes on his master, explaining that he could just use the dragon's territory, and even so, no one would dare to touch him. Suddenly, the main character released his energy, and said that there was someone here. Khan watched him from the sidelines, who suddenly asked if he really did such a thing with an aura alone, adding that it was unbelievable, because his powers were truly limitless. He was smiling warmly when suddenly Jong asked if he was already leaving. They looked at each other in silence, and the main character understood that he seemed to want to talk about something. Khan lowered his head slightly, and the guy thought that he had a feeling that all these 6 months he had tried to avoid him, so they couldn't talk normally, and it seemed to him that it had something to do with Doyle, but he decided not to get into his personal space and pretend not to notice anything. They continued to stand in the same places as a few minutes ago. Without raising his head, Kong suddenly said that in fact. But before he could finish speaking, he abruptly raised his head when he heard the voice of Victoria, who said that they had a disaster. She was in her house, and the main character asked what happened. The girl raised her shaking hand to her face and replied that Kindred had just died. At these words, Joan's eyes showed shock. Some time ago, Victoria and Kindred were in a ravine, who said that she knew who he was, to which he immediately received an answer to stop it, because she did not like this conversation. Then the guy grinned and asked if it was true that there was magic that would help her find out his whereabouts. Upon receiving such a question, the girl frowned and asked in response what he was talking about, adding that such magic did not exist. Then Kindred got to his feet and said that he did not say that she did it, he just asked, and then asked again, after all, that it was possible, to which she replied in confusion, yes. Then the guy looked up at her with burning eyes and quietly asked her to do him a small favor. At present, Victoria was in the same place, but without her friend. Behind her, 2 black silhouettes suddenly appeared, one of which asked if it was true that Kindred was indeed dead, but that someone like him could not have died on the 20th floor. The girl turned around and said that she hadn't seen the 2 of them for a long time. In front of her is the Shadow Blade Luna and the Apostle of the Forest God Kernan Rebecca. Victoria, frowning, looked at them and said that it would be a long and difficult conversation, so they should go inside. At this time, the main character and Kong quickly covered the distance. Seeing the 2 people below, they realized that they were the last. Zhong carefully looked at the strangers and said to himself that they had not seen each other for 6 months, and could not even think that the reason would be the death of one of them. Taking a closer look at the 2 personalities, he realized that it was the Lunasaur Master, who was a vampire, and the girl standing next to him was a high-level ranker named Rebecca. Both guys landed a few steps away from them. The vampire, squinting, looked at the main character, when suddenly he said that now he understood who interrupted his sweet sleep. Zhong looked back at him and apologized for the inconvenience, after which he said to himself that there was some hostility coming from him. A few seconds later, Victoria came out to them, who immediately said that the story would be long, and therefore she asked everyone to go inside. The warm rays of the sun fell on the blooming flowers nearby. Everyone sat down at the same table, and then Rebecca asked what happened, who could have killed him, to which Victoria replied that she did not know this, and she was not joking, because to be honest, she was no less surprised and still did not understand anything. Out of the corner of her eye, Rebecca looked at the girl and asked if Kindred had a premonition of his imminent death, and now she was thinking about whether to listen to his words or not. Victoria then opened the system screen in front of her and replied that it was correct, Kindred had left this quest for her, and now she would share it with the others, after which a system screen appeared, informing her that Victoria wanted to share the quest, and after reading it, the refusal would not affect it in any way. Luna opened the system screen in front of him and said that he had a bad feeling, but it wouldn't happen if they just looked. In the system screen that opened, it was reported that this was the hidden quest of the palace of King Mihu, and in the description it was written that the 20th floor had long been called the Mount of Ascension, and, according to one ancient legend, it was here that the mythical king rebelled against the heavens and was sealed, becoming a prisoner of this ridge. But after centuries, anger and resentment did not leave the prisoner, distorting the very essence of the Pythagoras. He himself is no longer here, But many forget that it was King Micah who broke the seal that held him back and left, so it is necessary to find the traces left by the king in order to be able to become his successor. After reading it to the end, Rebecca knitted her eyebrows and asked what it was, and the vampire put her hand to her chin and asked if it was even possible. A drop of cold sweat flowed down Kang's face from the information he had read. The protagonist was still looking at the system screen in front of him, and wondering if King Nihu was a quest related to the monkey god's son Wukong. Drawing in his mind the image of a man in elite armor and a stick on his shoulder, he thought that the existence of King Nihu was a sign of the existence of many divine beings. After all, he was born as a monkey made of stone, surpassed many and became a god. After gaining various skills and achieving enlightenment, he wandered the heavens and did whatever he wanted, for which he was later sealed again and fought with demons in the name of redemption. But in the end, he was reborn as a true deity. With his eyes rounded in surprise, Zhong continued to say in his head that not many even in the legends were able to reach such a level, and that was why he was known to everyone in the tower. He continued to stare at the system screen, wondering how such a serious quest had opened up on the 20th floor, since it was unlikely that the tower system had failed, but it was strange. The mountains were one higher than the other, when suddenly Shannon replied that there was nothing surprising in this, because there had been rumors among the rankers for a very long time that the 20th floor could be associated with King Nihu, and even earlier the 20th floor was called the Ridge of the Five Mountains of Repentance, so it was rumored that it was in one of them that the king was once sealed. Drawing the image of Mihu in his head again, Shannon continued to say that since the staff and 72 transformations were mentioned among the rewards, it was safe to say that the rumors turned out to be true, and it seemed that it was thanks to them that Mihu was able to be reborn as a divine being, after which he said that Sun Wukong, on the advice of his subjects, turned to the Dragon King of the East Sea and asked him for some weapons for himself, and heeded his request. The dragon gave him a staff of fulfillment of wishes with golden hoops, but as soon as this rumor spreads, it will surely become noisy, although they probably have time while everyone is in shock and cannot think of anything else. After listening to his subordinate, the protagonist brought his hand to his chin and said, "Divine transformations," which means, adding that according to rumors, they represent a different form of matter and are closely intertwined with clairvoyance and space control. Putting a man hiding his face behind a fan in his head, he thought that even inside the tower, it would hardly be possible to gather any bits of information about the 72 transformations better known as the power of the progenitors, adding that King Nihu and others like him are similar to the gods that are often spoken of on earth. They are transcendental beings who have transcended the boundaries of the human body and possess incredible strength, and now he wonders if he really exists, because his brother has never been able to meet him during all his time in the tower, and there is no mention of it in the diary. Under the mask, Zhong was frowning as he suddenly said that at least those transformations must be true, since judging by the conversations in the tower, the space contraction and clairvoyance spells used by everyone were somehow related to this skill. And while everyone was silently looking at each other, the main character continued to quietly say that 72 transformations helped King Micah to be reborn and become stronger, and surely everyone wants to comprehend them. After a short pause, he raised his head to his comrades and said that it was somehow strange that the bishop died while performing such a quest, and apparently it was some kind of trap. After saying that, he introduced the cloaked cultists in front of whom Kindred was standing, and said to himself that as far as he knew, everyone in the demon army was quite cunning, especially its leaders, and in order to achieve their goal, they were willing to spend more than 10 years slowly setting traps and sedately waiting for the moment to catch and devour their prey, and they were far more cunning than anyone else. And Kindred was no exception, though their bloodlust and greed are no match for his greed and ruthlessness. He remembered his insane demonic power and added that the hierarchy of demons was based on faith in the devil, and if he could become the second bishop, he was sure that his faith was unshakable, and then wondered what the point was, since Kindred was stronger than all 5 of them combined, and he hardly needed them because he was weak. Thinking of this, the main character looked at those present. Suddenly, Rebecca, lowering her head slightly, said that perhaps she would say something stupid now, but couldn't he be alive? Then Victoria turned her gaze to her and firmly answered, "No," because she was sure of it, and her doubts about her and her magic hurt her very much, after which she was asked what skill she was talking about. At the same second, the girl's eyes lit up, and she answered, "Whispering Wind, this is my rune, which shows not only the location, but also the state of the person being watched, and it cannot be removed, no matter how strong a person is." Everyone stared at Victoria, who continued to say that they might have thought that she and Kindred had conspired and wanted to lure them into a trap, but that was not the case at all, and if necessary, she was willing to take a mana oath, but she had one request. Having said this, she abruptly rested her hands on the table. Rising to her feet, the girl asked for help to get into the territory of the quest and take Kindred's body, and although she also does not really want to participate in this, she is greatly indebted to him, and therefore must do at least something. She frowned and continued to say that of course, all this was not for a simple thank you, so she wanted to make a deal. Hearing this, the main character turned his gaze to her and asked what kind of deal it was. Victoria looked at everyone present and replied that she would show them the right place in the dungeon if they did take on the task, but they would have to take her to Kindred's body, and that was all the conditions. Zhong, after listening to the girl, put his hand to his chin and said that he was not at all sure about it, because the stakes were too high, when Shannon said that she was looking for guardians for herself, and if everyone agreed to this, after which he asked if his master was not even tempted by the possibility of obtaining the power of the great King Mihu. After all, such a chance could only come once during his entire stay in the tower, and did he really decide to give it up? After listening to his subordinate, the guy, without lowering his hand, firmly replied that he would go there, but for a different reason. He remembered the war between the Red Dragon and the Blue Flower Island, and then explained that all the other 8 clans had become active after this war, but the devil bishops and their army had fallen silent and were not sticking out. Drawing images of powerful cultists in his head again, he added that if these things were somehow interconnected, he had to deal with them, because sooner or later he would have to face them anyway, so it was worth taking the chance to find out more about what demons were really capable of. After leaving his performances, Zhong lowered his hand when he suddenly asked Kong what he was hiding. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the guy's face, and after a few seconds he hesitantly replied that he would help. Rebecca, who had no emotion on her face, firmly replied that she would do the same. The main character looked at those present, and said that he would do the same. Victoria then looked at Luna and asked what about him. Then the vampire straightened his hat and replied that he refused to help her, because he did not become a vampire in order to interfere in another delusional adventure and die. Immediately after these words, roots were released from the ground. They entangled Luna in a few seconds. Shaking with tension, the vampire asked what was going on. Rebecca then looked at him and replied that he was free to choose whether or not to accept the quest, but she wasn't sure of his ability to keep his mouth shut. After saying that, she pointed her finger at him and added that that was why she had no reason to let him go. Rebecca clenched her hand tightly into a fist. The roots began to squeeze the neck of the vampire, who begged her to calm down. Everyone was staring at him when suddenly he shouted loudly that he was not mad enough to weave intrigues behind the back of the red sacred tree and the apostle Kernan, and his life was much more valuable to him than that. Rebecca, hearing this, frowned and said menacingly that it would be better for him to keep these words. Immediately after that, the roots weakened. They began to crawl back underground, and Victoria suddenly said that since they figured it out, they would move out tomorrow at the same time. Knitting her eyebrows, she added that they should take whatever they saw fit, because they should be ready for anything. The next day, they moved quickly through the forest, and Victoria said that the dungeon was on top of the 5th mountain. Rebecca was behind and asked if there was a cave there all along. Then Victoria looked at her out of the corner of her eye and replied that she thought she was hidden by a special barrier, and Kindred said that he himself almost went mad while I was looking for the entrance, although it is not surprising, since it is said that the Buddha himself created her. After saying that, she drew an image of the Buddha in her head and added that he was a supreme being and one of the greatest gods of the tower, and it would not be difficult for him to create a barrier that even the rankers of the highest levels would not be able to bypass. After listening to her friend, Rebecca frowned and said that this sounded very plausible, but was it really so, although it explained the protracted painful search in which Kindred had been for the past 10 years. The protagonist looked out of the corner of his eye at Kong, who was behind him, and said to himself that no one seemed to doubt Kindred's death, but he felt that his friend was too immersed in his thoughts, so he wondered what was going on in his head. There was no emotion on Kang's face. After a while, all 4 of them reached the place they needed. Zhongwu's eyes were surprised by what he saw, and he wondered if there was such a place here. He looked at Victoria, who sat down at the entrance to the dungeon, and added that it seemed to him that the development of extrasensory perception would allow him to easily find and feel everything that was hidden and inaccessible by the 5 basic senses, but it seemed that his self-confidence had blinded him, and yet the higher beings, like their creation, were still inaccessible. So he had to remember everything exactly. After all, in the future, it may come in handy, because if he understands the mechanism of this barrier, he will easily be able to create similar ones using rune magic. Victoria lowered her head and said that Kindred had repeatedly crossed this barrier, destroying it and creating it again, so its reliability was much less, and if it were not for these breaches, she would never have found it. Stretching out her hand to the barrier, she added that she was unlikely to be able to completely destroy it. However, the surprise in the boy's eyes grew stronger as magical energy began to appear around him. The space in front of him began to slowly deform as he said to himself that he felt a frightening force, and because of this, he involuntarily remembered his meeting with Erd, from which he had the same feelings, although it is not even worth comparing them, because if the barrier was really created by the Buddha, then this energy is more like the power of King Mihu. While he was saying all this, a magical fog began to obscure in front of them. A few seconds later, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character from what he saw. A drop of cold sweat ran down Victoria's cheek, and she said that this was all she knew. A gorge appeared in front of the guys. A powerful magical energy emanated from it, and the girl said that it would be impossible to find this and other entrances with the help of extrasensory perception, since they are very well hidden by barriers and scattered over long distances, and she has the feeling that only emptiness awaits them ahead, so everyone should concentrate, because they need to be extremely careful. All four of them stared intently into the depths of the gorge. Suddenly Rebecca stepped forward and said that she would lead them all. She walked into the gorge, continuing to say that since they could not do it entirely by their will alone, there was nothing left but to go inside using physical bodies. A few seconds later, a team of 4 people entered the dungeon called King Mihu's palace, and immediately all the team members were cursed, because the entrance to the palace was secured, so the casting of curses, loss of consciousness, confusion, and poisoning were immediately completed. Squeezing her eyes shut, Victoria raised her hand and shouted loudly, asking why there were so many of them, and then used the protective barrier. At the same moment, a protective dome appeared above the guys. The main character looked at what was happening and said to himself that the situation was a stalemate, because here they fell under the influence of curses, and external energy is not available and cannot affect them, and it is not known how long it will last, and if all 5 senses are blocked, there is nothing left but to explore the cave and try to use their will to the maximum. At this time, Rebecca frowned and said that this was a monstrous place, after which she suggested that she try to continue driving. She looked into the darkness ahead and added that King Mihu had been in prison here for several hundred years, which made him incredibly angry, amplifying the negative energy that was accumulating here, so everyone should be careful. Darkness was absolutely everywhere. Drops of cold sweat ran down Rebecca's face. Suddenly, not far ahead, they saw a fork in the road. Standing behind, Victoria suddenly said that this was another intersection, and they seemed to be walking in circles and returning to the same place over and over again. Rebecca suddenly turned sharply at her, and shouted loudly that she knew this, so she had to shut up and maintain the protective barrier normally. Jongwoo looked at them from the sidelines and said to himself that if they continued like this, then these two would definitely not last long. He looked at the magical energy emanating from Rebecca and added that he didn't know what skill she was using, but it felt like he was wasting too much of her mana and mental power. Then the main character turned his gaze to Victoria and thought that her rune magic had almost survived from her to the maximum. After these thoughts, he looked at his old friend and realized that he was the best at handling the situation, because he was using his will only on his body, reducing its radius so as not to damage his consciousness. As he walked to the edge of the barrier, he wondered if Rebecca and Victoria had forgotten about basic skills because they were too used to rune magic and divine power, adding that they had only come a long way, but they were already on their last legs, and then wondered if he should take on the leadership position, since he was fine for now. After this question, a system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that King Mish's nature was trying to put a curse on him of clouding his mind, infected consciousness, and suicidal thoughts, but he managed to maintain his sanity thanks to his composure, so the stun was cancelled, and resistance to mental confusion, consciousness infection, and suicidal thoughts was obtained. And through the characteristic of cold-bloodedness, he gained outstanding spiritual immunity. Therefore, the curse and mental attacks are no longer frightening to him, so a powerful psychic barrier has been set up in which he is freed from the effects of the Monkey King's curses, causing King Mihu's nature to become confused and angry. After reading everything to the end, Shongmu remembered as soon as he started climbing the tower and said to himself that composure allowed him to collect himself and soberly assess the situation no matter the circumstances. It was a trait he had gained when he first became a player, and it had helped him many times. He remembered how he had unleashed his insanely powerful power, and added that he hadn't used it very often, but it could not have come in handy now. The young man was surrounded by a strong magical aura, and he said to himself that since the king's toxic thoughts no longer affected his mental state, he could use both his will and his 6 senses. Lowering his head, he realized that they were still pressing on him from the outside, so he needed to expand the territory of the skills. Imagining the waterfall, the protagonist thought that in a sense, King Mihu's thoughts are like a tsunami that sweeps away everything in its path, but does not have a specific direction of movement, which means that using his will, he needs to create a breakwater, after which a system screen appeared, which reported that he had learned to filigree control his will, directing the stream of consciousness. So now he was able to protect his mind from influence, and resist curses, and the proficiency of the extrasensory perception skill had grown significantly to 12.8%. The aura around Jongwoo was only getting stronger with each passing second. The guy began to increase the radius of his abilities. Suddenly, surprise appeared in Rebecca's eyes. She looked ahead and wondered if the Monkey King's influence had waned, and at the same second, she realized that someone was fending off all these attacks. The energy of the protagonist spread more and more throughout the dungeon. After a short pause, Rebecca turned around. All three looked at the main character, and the girl asked how he did it. Then the guy scratched his cheek in confusion and replied that he had a suitable skill, but he knew very little about it. Hearing this, Rebecca frowned tensely and said that under other circumstances, she would have definitely asked him a few questions about it, but she didn't like that he was hiding such things from them, and Victoria thanked him, because it was only thanks to him that they survived. After a few seconds, Rebecca turned away and asked in displeasure why he didn't help right away, because he knew how hard it was for them. After that, she began to leave, and Jongwoo said to himself that he did not know whether she was angry or really grateful. He looked at his comrades, adding that he didn't want to deceive them, but he also didn't see the point in revealing all his cards, using his strength to the maximum. Imagining a well-woven spider web in his head, he thought that thanks to the psychic sense and its augmentation, he was gradually beginning to understand the structure of the cave. It was a labyrinth resembling a spider's web, with many intertwined paths and false exits, and going back made no sense since there was no entrance there anymore, and he couldn't find the exit either. But surely there are many other traps and terrible monsters created by the energy of the angry king. Thinking about this, the guy knitted his eyebrows tensely. He imagined the terrifying monsters and said to himself that under other circumstances he would have easily dealt with them himself, but in their current state, they would be too easy prey for them, and of course, as a top-level ranker, Rebecca would definitely deal with them, but he was not sure about Kong and Victoria, because they would definitely have a hard time. After leaving his performances, Zhongwu lowered his head slightly and said that there was nothing that could be done about it. Dark magical energy began to appear around him, because he ordered to rise up and destroy every single one. In the darkness, the eyes of the undead began to light up. The tail of the snake struck the body of the powerful monster. The lich, waving his arms, pointed the snakes at his master's opponents. Temujin's eyes burned brightly. Shannon slowly appeared beside him. In the next second, a huge army of undead rushed to attack the Monkey King's monsters. After that, system screens appeared, which reported that the Messenger of Death defeated the little demon and absorbed its soul using a unique predation skill, and also absorbed the soul of a ghost using a unique one, and below it was reported that the traps are quickly destroyed, 45% of the labyrinth has been explored, the dungeon is cleared at an incredible speed. The main character, shrouded in powerful magic, said enough that everything was going like clockwork. Closing his eyes, he added that it would be nice to get rid of all the traps at once, but that would make the ghosts too easy for the monsters here, and that it would make him able to complete the maze much faster. In the distance, he saw a light. It came from a hole in the wall. In the center of the labyrinth was the core that nourished him, and Zhongwu added that he would also finally be able to understand the mechanism of King Nihu's cave. Suddenly the main character stopped abruptly. Ahead of him, he saw strange magical traces and said that he felt the energy, but it was different in many ways from the one that had attacked them earlier, after which a system screen appeared, which reported that a very old sword mark had been found, as well as a spear mark made a little later, and on top of that, a fuzzy trace. That oppressive energy emanates from the curse, and here the energy of joy and warmth, after which he asked how such traces could remain in this place and change, and what their true purpose was. Suddenly, Shannon appeared next to him, who joyfully exclaimed that this was simply incredible. Temujin also appeared next to him, who added that it was hard to believe in this, and he was no less surprised, after which he asked how it was possible to think of this at all. His comrades appeared in front of Zhongwu, and he asked if they knew anything. Then Shannon, sitting on a huge skeleton, asked in response if he had climbed to such a level and still did not know, adding that he had developed swordsmanship skills, and had forgotten to pump his head, adding that he should take a closer look. The protagonist turned away abruptly, and said to himself that they were infuriating him, but there was common sense in Shannon's words. After these thoughts, his eyes lit up. He used extrasensory perception, which gave him a strong inspiration, and his dragon eye and extrasensory perception helped him see the footprints, and the puzzle began to take shape. The guy looked at the bright light ahead with surprise in his eyes and asked himself if this was really martial arts, if it was really training. He saw Miha, a martial artist who had been honing his skills for 100 years. With glowing eyes, he carried out blow after blow, leaving traces filled with his own madness and rage. By spreading his arms and legs, he unleashed his terrifying power. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the face of the main character, and he spoke quietly. This is how it all was. The huge Buddha stretched out his hand towards the Monkey King, but after being imprisoned, King Nihu did not give up trying to free himself, trying again and again to break the seal. He was sitting in this cave. After the seal was applied, the Monkey King became angry and cursed the Buddha. He was strong enough to destroy everything around him, but he did not have enough strength to break the seal, and because of this, his mind left him and agony began. And then Mihu realized that if he lost himself, he would not be able to get out of here and get even with those who did it. So he began to collect and systematize all his knowledge accumulated during his life, and after putting his thoughts in order, he began to work on himself. He began to release his magical energy. It was a difficult task, because in order to work on himself, he had to learn something new, and this turned out to be almost impossible, but he had something that people always lack, time, which meant that he could slowly and surely move towards his goal. With each training session, he became stronger and stronger. When a new truth was revealed to him, he tested his strength on the wall. Its blows shattered the walls, leaving holes in them. The restless king stopped after another blow, and was finally able to know calm. He got up from one foot to the other. He was ready to do anything for his goal, but he changed beyond recognition. He could perform the most powerful combinations of attacks, and the whole world began to fear the new owner of the power of the owner of the heavens. So another 100 years, 200, 500, and thus 1,000 years passed. Cracks appeared in the rock. Suddenly, after another powerful blow, the cracks turned into a hole. From what he saw, shock appeared in the eyes of the Monkey King. Having gained enough power to destroy the seal that had been imposed, he broke it and climbed out. The protagonist left these memories and, with eyes full of surprise, said that it was impossible, after which he asked himself if this was really 72 transformations. He continued to fly in the air when suddenly Shannon asked what the other 72 transformations were, how they could be compared. The Death Knights looked at their master, and Shannon continued to say that 72 transformations were only 1% of all the knowledge of King Nihu, and this was only the smallest grain of the knowledge that he had collected all his life. It could be said that his entire being was contained in them. Drops of cold sweat flowed down the guy's face from these words. He drew an image of Nihu sitting on a dragon in his head and said to himself that he was a heaven equal, a great sage, a being powerful enough to be considered equal to the gods. And right now he saw the power that had made him so, and all that was left here were the traces of the Monkey King's long and intense training, thought, and labor. After leaving these performances, the young man lowered his gaze and added that the mere mention of him sent shivers down the spines of gods and demons, so it was imperative to understand everything that King Nihu had left here. He saw walls of magical energy around him and added that it was beyond his comprehension, but he should at least try to memorize everything to decipher later, because he was sure that this knowledge would be much better than the Een's sword. He could feel the power of the king around him, continuing to say that it wasn't a martial art, not magic, not alchemy, but was it really the same transformations? But he wasn't sure about it. After all, magic was also present here, but it was on a completely different level, much higher. Suddenly, the guy abruptly raised his head when he was called out. Khan turned to his comrade and asked why he was standing there, adding that he had to concentrate because there was another intersection. There was no emotion on his face as he continued to say that the guy should not forget that they were in King Nihu's palace, and it was almost impossible to survive alone here. The protagonist looked at his comrade and apologized, after which he said to himself that due to his renewed perception of time, the course of thought processes had changed, but they still noticed that he hesitated. Rebecca, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and said that the structure of the labyrinth had changed, and Victoria, who was standing behind, added that if they used their will a little further, then King Nihu's nature would hit them again. Rebecca frowned angrily and replied that there was nothing to be done about it, so everyone should wait for her here, and she would try to find out what happened next. After these words, she rushed forward. From what he saw, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character, because he recognized this power. At the same moment, he surrounded himself with a powerful magical energy. Victoria turned to him in surprise. Kong stared at his comrade with eyes full of sack. Jongwoo rushed towards Rebecca. The girl turned to him in surprise and asked why he would suddenly. But before she could finish, the guy stretched out his hand in her direction. Grabbing her, he stopped. A drop of cold sweat ran down Rebecca's face, and she asked in a shaking voice what was wrong. But as soon as she asked this, something huge and terrifying flashed in front of them. The two of them stared into the darkness in front of them. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face, when suddenly he asked for forgiveness and added that he did not have time to explain. There was a huge monster in front of them, when suddenly the guy said that they had finally attracted the attention of King Nihu's nature, which was now desperately trying to destroy them. Rebecca found herself in front of the huge god of the hunt, Kernun, and knew that one of the most cherished desires of the high-level rankers was to become his apostle. She looked at her hands and added that neither of them was upset or jealous when she received recognition, and it was not clear why. At present, King Micah's nature is under attack. The main character immediately deflected the blow. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. Rebecca clenched her hand into a fist until she shook and said to herself that this could not be, because she was no weaker than this snot. Her aura began to change as she asked herself what was the point of all this exhausting training for so many years. After all, she was a summoned apostle and a high-level ranker. While she was thinking about it, the monster attacked her. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up, and she said that it annoyed her. At the same second, Rebecca showed her true power. With a flick of her hand, she destroyed the tentacles that rushed in her direction. The protagonist, seeing a powerful explosion below him, said to himself that she has incredible power, and now he understands the power of high-level rankers, and she is also the apostle of the strongest god. Nothing remained of King Micah's nature. Jongwoo suddenly shifted his gaze to his comrade and said to himself that it was unlikely that she would be able to use at least 50% of her strength in this situation. But even so, her power was amazing, and it was scary to imagine what her strength would be outside the 5 mountains of repentance. The aura that surrounded the girl was incredible. When he missed the weapon, Rebecca turned to him. After taking a few steps in his direction, she said that from now on he would lead them. At these words, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes, and he said to himself that it was quite unexpected. He stared at the girl and added that it was very rare for high-level rankers to admit their weakness so humbly, and here was the apostle of Kernan's own free will handing over leadership to someone much lower than the level, which was unbelievable, though he thought she would surely prove herself in the future. But suddenly Victoria came up to them and said that she was against it, and although the guy showed himself well in the dungeon, but for further passage you need the strength of a high-level ranker. She looked at the protagonist from under her brow and added that she was not underestimating his strength, but even kindred died here, so she did not recognize a player weaker than her as the leader. Hearing this, Rebecca turned her gaze to the girl and explained that in their case, this was the best solution, because he was the only one among them all who navigated this labyrinth, and that was why he would lead them further. Having said this, she turned her gaze to her friend. Jongwoo knitted his eyebrows and said to himself that this was a serious decision, and in order to achieve his goal, he had to do everything for them to survive. Closing his eyes, he added that it would be extremely beneficial for him, and it was necessary to take the lead at the very beginning. All the while, there was Luna in the ceiling, which the protagonist noticed and said to himself that he needed to be careful with him, adding that Victoria and Rebecca were only focused on moving forward, so they didn't notice him, although he himself can hardly guess what to expect from him, but he will probably wait until Rebecca and Victoria are in trouble. A huge bat hung from the ceiling. The vampire's eyes were burning and there was a snide smile on his face, while Shonwoo said to himself that it seemed that the vampire race and their skills were not affected by this place and King Miha's nature, although he could have stolen those cherished 72 transformations long ago and disappeared with them, so it was unknown what he was up to, but he is sure that when the time comes, this vampire will definitely make his move. And he is depressed by the fact that he does not know what happened to Kindred and the army of demons. After a short pause, he opened his mouth without any emotion on his face and firmly said well, at the same time saying to himself that it was better to get out of here as soon as possible. Turning around, he looked at the girls and added that they would be moving very fast, so they had to focus and keep up. A few minutes later, a powerful energy explosion rang out. The main character, thanks to his strength, destroyed the wall. His eyes burned brightly, and he felt the energy and knew that he had to move to the right. He immediately turned in that direction, and Victoria tried to call out to him. Rebecca immediately appeared next to her, who asked her to calm down and just follow him, because in the dungeon she cannot afford to be willful. Hearing this, the girl adjusted her glasses and asked in confusion if this was the right decision. They continued to move after Jongwoo, who looked at them out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that maybe it was Rebecca's influence, but he didn't expect them to believe so easily and blindly follow him, but then he couldn't let them down. Immediately after these thoughts, he imbued his blade with powerful magical energy. With quick and strong blows, he destroyed the monster in front of him. Pieces of flesh flew in all directions. The fire slowly devoured them. All three continued to follow the main character. Victoria frowned tensely and asked herself how this was possible, adding that she felt as if he had been here before. She looked at the guy's back and added that he so easily predicted all the attacks of the enemy, and although she, of course, already watched him enough, she did not expect this. Suddenly, the main character increased his speed and said that he thought they had arrived. Victoria's expression immediately changed and she shouted loudly, asking what he was talking about, adding that the signals were moving on. All four of them were already slowly moving forward. Rebecca suddenly smiled contentedly, and Victoria raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if they had already arrived. The guys stopped in front of a huge iron door, and Rebecca said that it seemed to have some inscriptions on it, to which Jongwoo replied that they were terribly old and rusty, so he couldn't make out anything. They slowly approached the massive gate. Suddenly, Victoria put her hand to her chin and asked everyone to wait. Taking a closer look, she read the inscription on the door that it was a gate made of divine iron of the heavenly order. The main character tensely, knitting his eyebrows, looked ahead and said to himself that it was unbelievable, because he thought that these were just fairy tales, but something else is important here. No one sees what is hidden under a layer of dust and rust. He saw drawings and engravings on the doors, the last part of Miha's legacy. He continued to stand in the same place when suddenly a system screen appeared in front of him, stating that he had discovered King Miha's inheritance, so he had obtained an additional karma of 5,000 units, after which he asked himself if it was possible to remember them as the Heavenly King. A drop of cold sweat was running down Victoria's cheek, when she suddenly said that this place was created to lock up a prisoner of the Golden Hoop, which meant that they might not get inside. Hearing this, Rebecca turned to the girl in surprise and asked what she was talking about, to which she immediately replied that they were made of divine iron, adding that it was a metal that was resistant to divine and demonic forces, and it would be difficult to destroy something so strong. All four of them silently stared at the giant gate in front of them. After a while, Kong leaned against the iron doors. After it, Victoria, raising her hand, used her magic. Rebecca attacked the gate with her. A few minutes later, breathing heavily, they began to shout loudly that the doors had not moved even a millimeter, and the magic of the runes did not help at all, and now they did not even understand how Kindred had ever managed to get there. As the three of them discussed the new plan, the protagonist looked at them out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that it was wholly iron, and they couldn't open the gate with power, which meant it wouldn't help here. Putting his hand to the gate, he added that Kindred had been able to pass in some other way, which meant that he needed to understand how he did it. All this time, there were special shackles on the guy's wrist. In the next second, sunlight shone on the three of his comrades. A huge metal gate opened. The three of them stared ahead in silence. Jongwoo then turned to look at them, scratched his cheek in confusion, and asked if they were going forward. The four of them went inside. They got into the throne room. Rebecca looked at all this with some surprise in her eyes and said that she had heard that King Micah was also called the Monkey King. Directly below the throne were two large statues of monkeys. The girl walked up to the even larger statues of the monkeys and said that she felt as if the entire period of his reign had been recreated by a mountain of flowers and fruits, especially these huge statues, which seemed much stronger than the protagonist and his friend combined, and perhaps even hers. Powerful magical energy emanated from the statues all this time. After these words, Rebecca looked away. Suddenly, Victoria's eyes were shocked by what she saw, and she screamed loudly. Kindred was in front of them. The guy was lying at the throne in his own blood. He did not show any signs of life. The writing on the stone suddenly lit up brightly. Looking closer, Rebecca knitted her eyebrows tensely and asked if these were the 72 transformations of King Nihu. Kong, seeing this, involuntarily opened his mouth. His hands were shaking, and he said to himself that now Doyle could. But before he could finish speaking, a bat appeared above them, laughing loudly and shouting that these 72 saint techniques would be hers. The bat's eyes burned brightly, and the four of them realized that it was Luna. But before they could do anything, everything inside shook and a menacing voice was heard, asking who dared to disturb the eternal sleep of the king. At the same moment, a madly strong dark magic energy was released. She immediately pounced on the bat. Immediately after her, she attacked the protagonist, who raised his hands. There was not a drop of fear in his burning eyes as he said to himself that he seemed to be wrong. He saw this terrifying energy, and said to himself that since King Nihu was sealed on one of the 5 mountains of repentance, it seemed to him that all the trials on the way here were made up by him, and this means that they are just his vassals. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek as he said to himself that he should have paid attention to the very name of the dungeon. He imagined the Monkey King in his head and said that it was King Nihu's palace, but it wasn't sealed, so it was unlikely that his spirit would stay here, adding that it was necessary to guess right away that the nature of the Monkey King couldn't be so weak and almost powerless against them. He remembered how he had protected Rebecca from a surprise attack in the nick of time, and added that even though his trail had led them to this place, they had actually been confronted by his henchmen all along, fearing that they would disturb the king's eternal sleep. Currently, the monkey statues were looking at the intruders and saying that they were trying to awaken their king from his eternal slumber, and they would have to pay for it with their lives. After that, system screens appeared, reporting that Jongwoo had received a sudden quest called the Monkey King's Terracotta Guards, the description of which stated that King Nihu was able to leave the 5 mountains of repentance at the end of his punishment, and was given the opportunity to become king after years of training and self-cultivation. However, his loyal knights, who selflessly guarded his sleep and waited for his awakening for so many years, were unspeakably indignant that they were doomed to live again in agonizing waiting, and therefore created an underground palace, remaining here with the remains of their ruler until he returned to them again. And also this palace was created to preserve the king's legacy and not allow anyone to take possession of it, so you will have to fight with the king's henchmen and prove that the player deserves to become his heir. At the very last moment, Kong managed to dodge the monkey's quick and strong blow. Gritting his teeth, he jumped back. Rebecca, undeterred, immediately began to attack. One of her punches reached the statue, after which she shouted that they were impenetrable, adding that they should not be allowed out the door. As Victoria stood behind her companions, Khan suddenly wondered if they were trying to block their way to the gate so as not to be surrounded, adding that if he did, he should help. Immediately after these thoughts, he ran the blade of his sword across his palm. The blood immediately began to soak into the blade of his sword. A few seconds later, the guy made a quick swing. The energy of the blood swept away the stone statues in its path. The protagonist at this time rushed forward, saying to himself that he knows about the essence of the trial, and if they need to defeat them all, then so be it. His eyes lit up brightly, and he stretched out his hand and used the dragon's eye. The guy saw the core in the chest of each statue and knew that he only needed to hit it. In the next second, Jongwoo raised his hand above him using a magic technique. The magic projectiles quickly rushed down. They perfectly hit the place where the monkeys had the nucleus. These attacks did not reach the core, but left cracks. Lowering his hands, the main character turned to his comrades and loudly told them to hit where he pointed, because there was their core. At these words, all his comrades abruptly returned to him and asked in surprise if they had a weak point all this time. After a moment, Rebecca frowned and said that it made a difference. Waving her hands, she let out a rain of arrows. Fire arrows hit those places where there was already a crack. Immediately afterward, Victoria stretched out her arms and used the ability to focus. She aimed at the monkey's weak points. In the next second after using the ability, the divine hammer was struck by a bright lightning bolt. The main character and Kong destroyed all the monkeys in their path. With her arms outstretched, Victoria used the lightning technique. When he reached the next statue, Jongwoo slashed his blade directly into the core. The last monkey shattered into pieces, after which a system screen appeared, informing that the first test had been successfully passed, and the transition to the next test would be possible at the end of the countdown, after which the timer went on for 5 minutes. The girls wiped the sweat from their faces and breathed heavily, saying that it would drive them crazy, and their mana was already running out. Suddenly, they abruptly shifted their gaze to the side when they heard a familiar laugh and a voice that said that they were truly incredible. The girls saw the vampire's head and asked if he was still alive, to which he replied that they were called undead because it was not so easy to kill them, after which he thanked them for their work and asked them to continue like this. With that, Luna disappeared. Seeing this, Rebecca furiously knitted her eyebrows and shouted loudly that just a little more and she would have killed him, to which Victoria replied that he needed to restore his physical shell anyway, so he would definitely not bother them anytime soon. At this time, the main character, raising his hand, called Shannon, who, laughing, said that he could leave it to him, because he did not like such disembodied guys, so he would teach him a lesson. After that, the guy put his hand to his chin and said to himself that so far they were lucky since the demon army had not yet appeared, but maybe they just hadn't achieved what they needed yet, or they would wait until they finished here and attack outside. But even using his psychic sense, he didn't see a single hint of the presence of the demon army, and they are alone here. From the side, he looked at Victoria and added that they would definitely want to steal the 72 Saint techniques and the golden staff, but there must be something else. The girl leaned over the body of her dead friend. Suddenly, shock and horror appeared in her eyes from what she saw. There was only a doll in front of her. Victoria threw the mannequin to the ground and shouted loudly that it was just a damn doll. She frowned in displeasure and asked how this was possible, and if it really meant that it was the real kindred. Suddenly, Ken walked past her. He put his hand on the inscriptions and said that they were the same 72 divine transformations, adding that he had to remember everything, and then, the main character was far away from his comrades. He looked at them emotionlessly and said to himself that the quest description said to steal his skin. Having said that, he remembered how it was announced in the system screen that he would have to fight the king's henchmen and prove that he was worthy of becoming the heir by stealing his skin and safely, after which he asked himself what this even meant and what was the point of the quest and everything that was happening here. Leaving his memories, Zhongwu lowered his head and thought that there must be skin. It was used as a metaphor. After all, the king possessed it before becoming a god. He imagined a long white snake in his head. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes. He drew an obelisk in his head, on which the inscriptions glowed brightly, and said to himself that the 72 divine transformations were the very skin for King Micah that he had shed when completing his new masterpiece, and therefore, in order to prove that they were truly worthy, it was necessary to learn them. But surely the army of demons would not stand aside and would try by any means to get or lure the worthy to their side. Then the main character remembered how his old friend managed to jump away from the monkey's attack at the very last moment, and said to himself that in the first battle, their basic skills were tested. Now he focused his attention on the obelisk and added that, therefore, as a second test, there would be a rapid analysis and application of the content of the secret scripture. There were still huge monkey statues in the hall, so the guy immediately realized that they were guarding the Monkey King's sleep. But now they were their examiners. Zhongwu looked at his comrades in the distance, and wondered why this mannequin was brought here. After all, there must be a reason. Victoria was sitting next to the doll all this time. A few seconds later, the protagonist abruptly raised his head, realizing everything, after which a system screen appeared, informing that the time was up and the second test was beginning. Immediately afterward, the huge statues trembled. Their hands, clutching the stone spears, went up. At the same second, one of the monkeys attacked the unsuspecting Victoria. The main character and Rebecca immediately rushed to help. From the strong blow, pieces of stones flew in all directions and dust rose. Zhongwu stopped and said to himself that he couldn't see anything because of that damn dust. After these thoughts, he made one quick sword strike. When the dust cleared, he saw that Rebecca had been pierced through. Her weapons were broken. The main character immediately filled the sword with his magical energy. Seeing this, the huge statue brought down its spear on him. With difficulty, the guy blocked this attack. After it, he flew a few meters back. Having stopped, the main character breathed heavily. His hand, which held the sword, was shaking convulsively, and he said to himself that he felt as if he was about to lose his arm. The huge statue in front of him raised its spear again, and the protagonist realized that it had incredible strength, as well as a blow that was too fast and heavy. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at Rebecca and realized that she was in critical condition. At this time, the rest of the statues gradually began to move. A drop of cold sweat was dripping down the young man's face, and he knew that he needed to come up with something urgently. But he was afraid that even he would not be able to study all 72 divine transformations in 5 minutes, because it was clearly not unreasonable that so little time was allotted for this. He remembered again the monkeys that had stared at them with glowing eyes, and he remembered the text that in order to become a worthy heir to King Micah, one must first show due respect or concern for the king's welfare. Having said that, he drew the image of the Monkey King in his head. At the same moment, Zhongwu's eyes showed shock as he realized everything. At this time, the huge ape prepared to attack. When the spear was already flying towards the guy, he fell to his knees and shouted loudly, ordering everyone to repeat after him. Khan and Victoria immediately fell to their knees. The main character bowed his head. Immediately afterward, the huge spear stopped right a few centimeters away from his head. Shock appeared in Kang's eyes. He carefully raised his head and asked if it really worked. Right above him, he saw a huge statue with glowing eyes. The guy immediately lowered his head, saying to himself that this was some kind of madness, and then asked if they really had to pay homage to the king. At this time, the girl was crying bitterly, remembering Rebecca. She remembered how she pushed her away, but she was injured herself. Her hands were shaking with fear. Victoria applied them to the wound of her savior. But after a few seconds, she put them away, because she realized that she could not alleviate her suffering even by 1/100th, since she had used up almost all of her mana reserves. Life was rapidly fading away in Rebecca's eyes. Suddenly, her eyes closed forever. As soon as Victoria saw this, her eyes filled with horror and primal fear. Grabbing the girl, she screamed loudly and painfully. Hearing this, Kong closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. The main character continued to lie on the ground. The whole team continued to lie on the floor, and the main character said to himself that Ken had run out of stamina, while Victoria had used up all her mana to control the runes. And even if he used all his skills, continuing the quest would be dangerous for them, so now this couple only hindered him. Lowering his head, he added that if this was the case, King Miha's legacy should go to him. He drew a drawing of a staff in his head that belonged to the Monkey King, and thought that there would surely be something equally valuable besides the 72 divine transformations. Besides, it was said that the golden staff of the Monkey King, like the gate, was made of sacred iron, so he definitely needed to get his hands on it, because then he would surely be able to learn more about the black bracelet. But first you need to throw off the ballast. Out of the corner of his eye, Jongwoo looked at his old friend and said that he thought that all the trials they were going through were needed in order to choose King Miha's heir. He shifted his gaze to the engraved 72 sacred transformations and added that the subjects of the Monkey King were checking to see if there were any worthy ones among them, and those 72 sacred transformations might be the skin they had to steal after learning them all. The room was well lit, and Khan asked if he needed to memorize the 72 transformation technique and prove that he could be his rightful heir, adding that it sounded pretty convincing, after which Victoria asked what was wrong with Kindred. The protagonist then turned away and replied that apparently his death was staged to lure them into this trap, adding that he didn't manage to clear this dungeon alone, so he decided to pass it on to them. Hearing this, the girl slammed her fist on the floor and told the devil to take this demon, to which Jongwoo replied that they would deal with him later, but first they had to get out of here alive. When Victoria asked if he had any ideas, the guy pointed to a small door that was near the huge gate, and said that he thought it was the only way out of here that they could use. All this time, huge statues of monkeys were watching them with burning eyes, and Khan suddenly said that there are 12 stone statues near the exit, and it is unlikely that they will just take and release them, to which the main character replied that there is no need to worry, because he has one plan, which is that he will buy time to escape, and the two of them would run to the door with all their strength at his signal. Hearing this, the guys simultaneously looked up at their comrade and asked if he was completely crazy. Jongwoo looked ahead and said that he was counting to 3. As soon as he counted to 3, his comrades rushed to the exit. Then the main character called Shannon, who appeared behind him and, holding the vampire's hair, laughed and said that this moment had finally come. And just as Luna started screaming for them to let him go immediately, the Death Knight threw him to the ceiling. At the same moment, all the statues looked at him. Seeing this, the vampire put his hand over his mouth. But it was too late, because all the spears rushed in his direction. In the next second, blood spurted in all directions. The main character at this time was quickly running forward. Shannon, after killing the vampire, absorbed his soul. Suddenly, the monkeys noticed a guy running on the floor. They immediately rushed after him. Seeing this, Jongwoo crossed his arms and used his magic equipment. The rune on his back glowed brightly. The glow grew brighter with every second. Shrouded in powerful magical energy, the main character swung. He blocked the statue's huge spear perfectly. The guy held back the pressure of the monkey and said to himself that he was succeeding. The magic equipment really worked. His comrades at this time reached the exit. As soon as they signaled to him, Jongwoo vanished. At the same moment he appeared at the door, and the girl told him to come in quickly. Then he looked at her out of the corner of his eye and said that they would have to leave first. Slamming the door, he closed it with a latch. Leaning his back against the door, the guy heard his comrades knocking on it. After a short pause, the protagonist summoned the Entranians, and his sword was immediately enveloped in divine light. Raising his weapon, Jongwoo unleashed his power and said to himself that he finally didn't need to hide his true strength anymore. At this time, Kang and Victoria beat their fists on the closed door and shouted loudly for him to open it for them, but suddenly a system screen appeared for them, informing them that they had left the quest area and could no longer return because they did not have sufficient qualifications. After reading this, the guy slammed his fist on the door with all his strength and shouted loudly, asking why he always behaved like this. In anger, he gritted his teeth and said to himself that he had trained so much to be more useful, and the sacred techniques were right in front of his nose. He clenched his hand into a fist until it shook. After a few seconds, Kang relaxed his hand and said to himself that he was angry, but he protected them and sent them to safety. Suddenly he turned to the girl and said that Kindred was waiting for them outside. From these words, shock appeared in Victoria's eyes. Kong knitted his eyebrows and looked at Victoria and asked if she would listen to his idea. At this time, the main character used the expansion of the domain. His magical energy consumed the entire hall. After that, a system screen appeared in front of him, informing him that he had obtained the territory of the Bing Dragon, and now he could set his own rules on the selected domains, after which the first level was activated. Jongwoo drew mountains in his head and said that all the restrictions that were holding him back no longer mattered, because now these were the Great Dragon's domain, his domain, in which he set his rules, so all the rules and prohibitions established on the 5 mountains of repentance no longer applied. Immediately after that, all 5 senses returned to the main character, and his eyes lit up brighter than before. His aura grew stronger by the second as he said to himself that the 6 months of training had not been in vain, as he could feel his psychic perception intensifying, and the waves and mana flow emitted from each object had become incredibly clear, so he could now even interact with them. His skin slowly began to be replaced by dragon scales. It appeared all over his body. The main character, feeling this, raised his eyebrows in surprise and said to himself that he could go crazy, because he had never felt such a huge power in his body before, adding that it simply overwhelmed him. Immediately after these words, 6 wings were released from his back. In his hand, he clutched a completely modified sword Vigrid. The aura of this sword had completely changed, and the system screen announced that thanks to its new master and his divine power, the sword was regaining its original form, partially cleansed of curses, the cause of which, however, was still unknown, and it also had several sword blessing abilities, a life in struggle, and sword purification. Monkey statues watched the main character with burning eyes. Jongwoo's aura turned bright red. Taking off, the guy used the aegis of Athena. Then black forces began to appear around him. During this, dark magical energy began to appear around him. A few seconds later, his undead army materialized. The next second, Shannon and Temuzin appeared behind the owner. The statues also showed their aura and told him to prove to them that he was truly worthy to be considered the heir of the greatest King Nihu. After these words, both sides rushed to attack. The Death Knights also rushed to attack, saying that they didn't think the master would decide to summon them, adding that they wouldn't get bored with him, but they were very happy that they could take part in this fight as well. An army of undead led by the protagonist ran against an army of huge monkey statues. Jongwoo suddenly remembered the marks of the Monkey King's blows and said to himself that he was wondering what they would do. Probably, they are very inspired by the celestial energy that overwhelms the dungeon. Immediately after these thoughts, at the very last moment, he managed to dodge the swift attack of the statue, which in a rage shouted that he should not dare disturb the king's peace. After that, the guy rushed past the monkey at high speed, but at this time, with one wave of his hands held off the attack of 2 statues at once. The main character hit the monkey at high speed on its weak point. Turning around to see the result, he thought that for now, they were holding the line. A small crack appeared on the shoulder. The statues followed the protagonist's every move with glowing eyes, who said to himself that there were too many of them and they were getting stronger, so if the fight dragged on, they would lose the advantage, and he had to prove that he was worthy of being the heir of King Nihu, and not destroy his guards, so he needed to learn 72 holy techniques and prove himself. Thinking of this, the guy stopped. He looked at his undead army fighting the statues and said to himself that if he thought about it, they moved very strangely, which made him feel as if each of the statues was using 6 different techniques. But there were only 12 statues here, and if there were 12 statues and each using 6 different techniques, then it would be 72 techniques. These are the 72 saint techniques. Realizing this, Jongwoo sharply looked to the side and exclaimed that he needed to continue to defend himself. He imagined all the movements and attacks of the monkeys in his head and thought that he needed to gather himself and calculate their every move, adding that he needed to use King Nihu's inheritance if he didn't understand something, and lastly, he needed to take away the 72 saint techniques from them. Gritting his teeth, the main character closed his eyes and said to himself that his head was about to explode. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his burning eyes. At the same moment, Jongwoo used his lunge ability, causing a bright flash of flame to appear. The main character was looking at the result of his attack. Thanks to the lunge, he was able to cut off the monkey's hand. After that, system screens appeared in front of him, stating that he had learned the first holy lunge technique, and now he had started learning the 72 holy techniques of King Nihu, so he had obtained the skill of 72 holy techniques. And lunge is a technique of creating a blow in a certain spatial range and cutting it, but it requires a lot of mental strength and concentration, and in case of failure, its owner will be plunged into a state of confusion for more than 3 seconds. At the same time, the 72 saint techniques are a skill that King Nihu learned from his master in his childhood. This skill allowed him to sit in the place of the 7 demon king of the Monster King, and each of the 72 saint techniques has its own special style, therefore, they are quite difficult to learn. But if the owner of this ability copes, he can choose the path of a monster or a saint, and on top of that, he received an achievement that rarely anyone manages to get, for which he was credited with karma in the amount of 8,000 points. Suddenly, the glow in the eyes of the statues began to fade, and one of the monkeys said that he dared to disturb the king's sleep, but he had proved that he could be called his follower, so their work was finished. Immediately after these words, all the other statues began to disappear. Having won, the main character scattered his army of evil spirits and said to himself that it was possible to prove his rights by learning only one technique out of 72, which means that he was very lucky. A slight smile appeared on his face at the realization of this, after which a system screen appeared, informing him that he had successfully completed the second check, so the third one would begin soon. Immediately after that, a pillar of light fell on the main character. Turning around, Zhongwu saw that the huge gate had opened, after which he was informed that the third check had begun. The guy found himself in a space where clouds were floating in the blue sky. He stood on an invisible platform and asked himself where he was. Suddenly, in the distance, the main character saw a dragon. The monster quickly flew up to him and asked if he was new. Zhongwu stared at the dragon silently and asked himself if it was possible that he was a dragon god with such power, adding that he was unlikely to compare to the dragons he had seen or the phoenixes, and then asked in what sense he was new, to which he was told that he was a new follower. The dragon looked at the guest without a drop of fear or anger in his eyes and invited him to climb on him, because he would lead him to him. Shrouded in powerful magical energy, the dragon flew into the distance. After a while, the main character stepped on the ground. He raised his head slightly when he heard an unfamiliar male voice that said, "Here he is." A man with long white hair stroked the dragon's face and said that he had not carried anyone on his back in a long time, to which he replied that he had brought a new one here. When the dragon flew away, the stranger said that it was more interesting to be with him as a child, and in adolescence he simply ignores his jokes. King Mihu was staring at Zhongwu out of the corner of his eye when he suddenly asked why he was staring at him so intently. Turning around, he winked at him and added that his heart probably beats faster at the sight of such a handsome man, and of course he knows how handsome he is, but he shouldn't faint, because he doesn't want to. Under the mask, the expression of the protagonist's face changed, and he said in confusion that he would like to ask him something, to which he, closing his eyes, replied that he wanted to clarify something right away, that he could only answer 3 questions, because these are the rules. Then he turned to the guest and when asked why he was called a newcomer, he replied that he would leave this question without comment, because this is very difficult information for him, after which he received another question about what kind of place it was, to which he replied that he would again leave this question without comment, and now the guy had only one question left. Zhongwu lowered his head and said to himself that it was very difficult with him and apparently he couldn't answer because of the cause and effect law, and this was his third test, but he didn't answer his questions and didn't ask any questions himself. Then he wondered, maybe these 3 questions are his tests, but then you need to ask questions, who would walk along the edge, but not cross it. After which he firmly and confidently asked who he was. Such a question shocked the eyes of the Monkey King. After a few seconds he smiled mischievously and said that he didn't think the last question would be like that, adding that it was quite interesting, when suddenly he replied sharply that it passed. Immediately after these words, everything shook around the protagonist, after which system screens appeared, informing that he had successfully passed the 3rd trial, and he had also successfully passed all the tests, and now he had successfully completed the side quest Royal Terracotta Warriors and the hidden quest Royal Palace, and as a reward, he had acquired the skill of 72 holy techniques and the title of Descendant of King Mihu. On top of that, he had obtained an achievement that couldn't be easily acquired, as well as 25,000 additional karma points, and the title of King Mihu's descendant allowed his wearer to have excellent concentration and mental strength in battle, as well as the ability to use King Mihu's all-seeing eye and strength at the same time. As soon as the main character read everything to the end, his interlocutor put his hand to his chest and said that he was only the shell of the Monkey King that he had left behind, and immediately disappeared, and it can be said that he is just his skin, and this imaginary world was also created by him. That he did not know where the original was now, and it was unlikely that he would be able to find out, because it was almost impossible to keep up with him, and the words of others would not have any meaning for him, but he was already tired of being here. But finally a new one had come. Without speaking, he threw something into Zhongwu's hands. The protagonist looked at the shiny fragment in his hand and said to himself that he had some kind of familiar feeling, after which he wondered if it was a divine precious metal. After this question, there were system screens stating that it was a shard of Rui Bang that King Mihu was wearing on his head, and in order to use its full power, one needed to collect the missing parts. And now the guy received a hidden quest called Master Rui Bang, the description of which said that King Mihu was concerned about the possibility of having too many successors, which would tarnish his reputation. Therefore, he decided that it was necessary to find the only true successor among all, so he divided Rui Bang into hundreds and scattered them all over the tower, and the condition for starting this quest was the title of King Mihu's heir and a piece of Rui Bang, and there was no time limit, after which there was a question of whether the protagonist wanted to agree to an additional quest. The Monkey King Shell smiled and said that there were other pieces scattered all over the tower, and he didn't even know where they were or how many there really were, and maybe someone had already found them and didn't understand the real meaning, and there were probably so many people who wanted to be called the great heir successor of heaven, and if his guest didn't want to, he could refuse right now and wait until the real heir appears. All this time, the main character was looking intently at his interlocutor. After a second, the aura around him changed, and he firmly replied that he saw no point in refusing, because he would do everything, after which a system screen appeared, informing him that he had agreed to complete the quest by Master Ray Bang. Hearing this, the clone of the Monkey King opened a portal next to him and asked if he was really that confident, but it was even a good thing, adding that he had nothing else to do here, so he could go through the portal to be at the starting point. But unexpectedly, Jongwoo raised his hand and said that he had one more question, after which he asked if he knew what kind of bracelet it was, as it felt like it was made of the same material. From what he saw, Mish's eyes were surprised, and he asked where he got it from and what he was doing. A shackle was attached to the right hand of the main character, and he replied that he thought he could somehow influence the soul. Then the clone of the Monkey King jumped down to him and said that it was a divine item. Then he imagined exactly the same shackles on the neck and on the leg and said that he thought there were more shackles on the neck, in the arms and legs, as if it were an object for torture. Hearing this, Jongwoo looked at the shackle on his arm and said to himself that he had been thinking this way since he had absorbed the astrape. But now he was sure that it was a divine weapon, after which the Monkey King said that if he met his real body, he should not show him this bracelet, as he might want to happily take it. Seconds later, the protagonist froze in place when King Nihu's clone asked him if he knew why both gods and demons wanted to get their hands on the sacred iron. The clone's eyes suddenly lit up, and he replied with a smile on his face that they wanted it not because they liked it, but because they were afraid of it. He introduced the prisoner who was bound by a sacred iron, and added that it is the only thing that can seal a god or a demon, and it is used for demons or gods who become too strong, and he thinks that this bracelet also served as a similar tool, because it is like a shackle for a criminal, and they became his property through his spiritual remnant, because the culprit has been wearing them for too long. So he thinks he had something to do with death, but that's all he can know. Standing in front of the portal, Jongwoo looked at his interlocutor and said to himself that he didn't think that the Dark King could also be afraid of something like this, after which he thanked the Monkey King for telling him, and then said goodbye. Having finished, the main character went into a brightly glowing portal. After that, clouds floated across the blue sky. King Niho's clone was lying on the ground next to the dragon and said that an interesting person had come to them, because he even had the energy of a dragon, which reminded him of someone, to which he replied that it was so, it reminded him of his old master. Suddenly the guy felt something and said that something was wrong, because there was someone here. Rising to his feet, he saw a bright light nearby and asked how he dared to enter the world created by the king himself. Kindred stepped out of the portal. He put his hand to his chest and with a smile on his face, said that he was just another face of the great heavenly demon, and he had come for him. At this time, the main character left the space of the Monkey King. Looking around, he said to himself that he didn't see any trace of Ken and Victoria, so he hoped they had just returned home, when suddenly the guy stopped near Rebecca's body. She was lying in her blood with her eyes closed, and Jongwoo said to himself that he was very sorry that things had turned out this way. After all, she was a very good person and he would be happy to take her soul, but the bracelet could only absorb those he had killed personally, and then wondered if he could think of something else. Picking her up in his arms, the guy decided to take her body and come up with something later, after which he wondered what he should do with this place. The main character suddenly remembered how the clone of the Monkey King smiled and said that he was another follower of King Nihu, which meant that it was better for him to get rid of potential competitors, because he could not allow others to get the sacred iron, because it should be only his. As he said that, he remembered the piece that the Monkey King had thrown him. When he left, there was a blue flame behind him. It slowly absorbed the writings about the 72 holy techniques. When Jongwoo left this place, he was already completely consumed by the flames. After a while, in the village of one-horned people walked along the roads. One of them suddenly turned around in surprise. At the same time, Pant, closing his eyes, smiled broadly and asked if he had been able to return alive. Standing next to him, the main character turned his gaze to Comrade Pant, because it was time for him to hatch, and asked how the sacred beast was, to which he received the answer that he had woken up. The Pant immediately pointed his finger at himself and shouted loudly that he actually wanted to talk about them, which was too much of him, but Jongwoo coldly asked to be escorted to the beast. He silently followed one of the one-horned ones while the others bowed to him. Suddenly, the guy collided with another one-horned man. The stranger immediately turned to him with a displeased expression on his face. Suddenly he smiled ominously, and with glowing eyes said that he had heard that he was connected with the sacred animal, and he had been thinking all this time why they were so stupid, and now everything was clear to him. Having said this, the one-horned man went on, and the main character asked Pant in surprise what was wrong with him, to which he asked in response if he did not remember him. When Jongwoo asked if he really had to remember him, Pant put his hand to his stomach and laughed loudly, shouting that he was surprised at his self-confidence if he didn't even remember those he was able to defeat. Then Pant remembered how the main character defeated Chan when he first came to the one-horned tribe, after which he said that it seemed that after that he had to recover for a long time, and probably he had a grudge against him, and it was clear that he could not recognize him, because he was not himself lately, as if he was taking something. Zhongwu watched Chang silently during this story. He saw the demonic energy emanating from him, and wondered why it surrounded him so much, adding afterwards that Muan would deal with it. A few minutes later, the guy continued to move. Upon entering the elder's house, he saw old men with a blush on their cheeks happily shouting that this was simply magnificent. From what he saw, surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character. In a small nest were small griffins. They slept sweetly, and Zhongwu knew that they were one of the best sacred animals, and they seemed to be full of the energy he had passed on, which was excellent. Their legs and tails did not move. Suddenly, a system screen appeared in front of the guy, informing him that he had successfully completed the hidden quest Abyss Turtle trial. After all, he had achieved something that no one else could easily achieve, so he received 8,000 karma, and from now on, he could communicate with the blue spirit. But the understanding of elemental art was still very low, so he had to turn the blue spirit into a higher art. After learning the techniques, and even below, it was reported that as a reward, he received 30 fragments of a turtle head shell and tailed snake scales. Imagining these objects in his head, Zhongwu thought that this was very good. After all, he felt that his protection was not enough, and the shell and scales were strong and elastic enough at the same time, which meant that they were definitely good materials. The guy continued to stand in the same place when suddenly he heard the voice of the dragon, who asked if he wanted to restore the abyss turtle, after which the voice of the phoenix was heard, which said that he was also there, after which the main character remembered that they both slept in the philosopher's stone for about half a year. Through the cracks in the roof of the house, the rays of the sun fell inside, and the guy asked Krang and Chirik how they were feeling, to which the phoenix happily replied that he wanted to fly, and the dragon, displeased, asked why he still called him this stupid name, if he hadn't yet found a normal name for him, to which he replied that he could not think of anything better. Putting his hand to the mask, the main character laughed. There was kindness in his eyes, with which he suddenly asked the dragon what his name was. Nemesis. Continuing to look ahead, Zhongwu listened to the dragon, who said that this was the name of the god of revenge and justice on Olympus. In his head, the guy imagined the goddess and said to himself that even the name of the god itself is strong, because the gods have power, authority, power and influence, and that is why after receiving his name, the bearer immediately receives his blessing automatically. However, the name of the god should not be tarnished, and if you do not cope with the power received, you can end terribly. Well, of course, in his case, everything is different, because he is interested in both gods and demons, so it is unlikely that anything will change, so he just has to respect Nemesis, and everything will be fine. After these thoughts, system screens appeared, reporting that the demons and gods on the 98th floor were furiously discussing something, and some of the gods were displeased, and Hermes was trying to change their minds. After a few seconds, Zhongwu asked the dragon if he agreed with the name Krang without looking away, to which the dragon asked why he was in such a hurry, and then replied that he was ready to settle on this option. After that, the system screens appeared, informing that the name of the demon dragon Krang had been changed to Nemesis, and according to the new name, there was a new change in the concept of consciousness, and now Nemesis, the demon dragon, recognized him as his master. He created an unseen demon beast and achieved something that no one else could easily achieve, for which additional achievements and rewards were provided. But immediately after that, there was a warning, because he borrowed the name of the god. But Nemesis decided to remain neutral in this matter. But in the future, her eye would follow him, so you need to be careful not to desecrate the name of the god. As soon as the main character read everything to the end, Chirik appeared in front of him and exclaimed that he also wanted a new name for himself. His eyes shone brightly with happiness. A few seconds later, Zhongwu, looking at his pet, asked what his name was. Nick, the goddess of victory, to which he happily exclaimed that he liked it very much. Bright and warm rays of the sun fell on the roof of the barn. The protagonist was still inside, when he suddenly said that since the dragon had woken up, they needed to talk. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Deep in the forest, a dragon appeared in a clearing and asked why his master had called him, to which he replied that he knew it himself, adding that he wanted to talk about his rebirth, and then asked why the ancient dragon Kalatus was alive. The guy looked at his pet and added that he still did not understand how it all worked. Nemesis looked at his master with burning eyes and replied that all this time he had lived in the void, and the void is a place between worlds where nothing exists, and he was only waiting for his brother to come and take him. And when asked why he went into the void, he replied because Kalatus told him to do so. He imagined the protagonist's brother patting Kalatus' nose and adding that it was strange, since Kalatus gave everything to his master and died, but in turn, he gave him the heart of a dragon, and he personally saw him die. But in one of the fights he was surrounded, and he could not avenge his master, and he thought that he would die, but suddenly he heard the roar of Kalatus. In his mind, he saw the burning eyes of Kalatus, who ordered him to wait for him, because he could return. After listening to his pet, the protagonist remembered the box his brother had left him and said to himself that he had always wondered who brought his brother's body back to Earth, after which he wondered if it was possible that it was Kalatus. Before asking where he could be, he sat down on a rock, while Nemesis replied that perhaps where he was most important, on the 50th floor, in the Dragon Temple. Hearing this, Zhongwu frowned and said to himself that it was on the 50th floor that his brother had died, which meant that Kalatus might indeed be there, which meant that he would have to go to the 50th floor, but he wasn't able to do that yet, because his name was supposed to appear in the Hall of Fame. Raising his gaze to the sky, he said that he would have to go up to the 21st floor again. After a while, the guy appeared on the 21st floor called the Shadow Dojo. From top to bottom, he looked down at the building below him. In his mind, he imagined many doors and thought that on the 21st floor, he had to go through the training room, and there were 5 doors inside, and the higher the door number, the more difficult the task. After drawing a running man in his head, the main character went on to say that immediately after entering the door, you need to start running forward and go through 33 sections, and you need to destroy the shadows in each of them. After introducing many black silhouettes, he added that the shadows completely copied the features and attack styles that were used on the previous floors, and that was why only 165 of the strongest players were worthy of a place in the Hall of Fame, and most likely all of these players would become the top rankers later. After these thoughts, Zhongwu imagined 2 fighting silhouettes and said to himself that in this place, one can train one's strengths and weaknesses numerous times, and one can also study the weaknesses and strengths of one's opponents and apply them later, and usually, passing this stage is very difficult, but not for him. He imagined standing in the dark and said to himself that aside from the 10th floor, where he was signed as anonymous, he had used his name, and he had indeed come a long way since the day he came to the tower, so now he was ready. Slightly opening his mouth, the main character lowered his head. A system screen appeared in front of him. In the ranking of the 21st floor, his brother was in 4th place. Seeing this, Zhongwu gently placed his fingers next to his name. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky. Sunlight entered Muwen's palace through the windows, and a man's voice asked if he was going to the 21st floor. Folding his arms over his chest, the king asked if he was going to fight his illusion. The main character was on his knees in front of him and replied that everything was exactly like that. He was in 2nd place, and his brother was in 4th place. Muwen was looking at his student when he suddenly asked if he was confident, to which he asked in response why he needed self-confidence. And when asked what he was talking about, the guy smiled mischievously and replied that he already knew that he could win. Hearing this, Muwen frowned and asked if he was joking or if he believed in himself, to which he was told that Junwoo did not know how to joke, because he took everything literally. Closing his eyes, the man smiled and asked if this really meant that after fighting his illusion, he would finally understand his place, to which the main character asked in response if he was really sure that there would be anything left of his illusion after meeting him, and it would probably be terrible when a person like the sky was beaten up by an ordinary tower player. At these words, Pan opened his mouth in surprise and asked himself if his friend could really defeat his father. Adora, who was sitting next to him, suddenly frowned and asked them to stop, since they were no longer children, and then informed her father that an elder was looking for him. After these words, the king exhaled heavily and began to leave. But before leaving his palace, he turned around, addressing the main character. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the guy and said that he hoped that he would win and take 1st place. Jongwoo, without turning away, quietly replied, "Okay." He looked after his departing teacher and said to himself that the 1st place went only to the enlightened, and even the mentor could not reach it, so he wondered who this person was. After these thoughts, he turned to Adora and said that she seemed to be going to continue climbing the tower, to which she came closer and replied that everything was correct, adding that she wanted to take the griffins to the territory of the abyss turtle, and then immediately hit the road, because they had already stayed here too long. After these words, they looked at each other in silence, when suddenly the guy said that he hoped that they would meet on the 23rd floor. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked, "The 23rd floor?" A few seconds later, a warm smile appeared on her face, and she said to herself that she hoped that meant he wanted to go up with them further. After these thoughts, Adora, closing her eyes, exclaimed, "Of course." After a while, Pant stood in front of Jongwoo and asked if he would go further with them. The main character looked at his comrades and replied that he needed to prepare a little more. Remembering the items he had obtained after completing the quest, he said to himself that the 21st floor contained the remains of many critters, so he needed to improve his skills in order to obtain items and materials, and he also needed to apologize. A few minutes later, the guy was standing on the street of the settlement. At one of the buildings hung the coat of arms of the smithy. The protagonist remembered the blacksmith who came to the One-Horn tribe and said to himself that he imagined how he felt when he left Shannon and Tamuzin's weapons and then did not come. Leaving his memories, the guy grabbed the door handle. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw a blacksmith raising a sword above him and shouting loudly that he was willing to give everything, so they should just say the price. Suddenly, Shannon saw his sword among those that were going to be sold, and shouted loudly that it was his weapon, after which he asked the owner not to sell the sword of the Great Five to just anyone. Jongwoo stood at the entrance and asked himself why he was always like this. After all, it was the sword of the Great Five, and many people were willing to give their lives for it. The people present raised their hands and raised the stakes. Suddenly the main character raised his hand and called the price of 500,000. Everyone immediately turned to him and asked in surprise why he was there. But unexpectedly, the man raised his hand and shouted loudly that he was raising the rate to 660,000. Hearing this, the main character turned his gaze to him and said that he raised the bet to 1,000,000 and took the rest of the swords. Hinova gritted his teeth with anger when the guy won. In a rage, he threw his sword at him and shouted loudly, asking what he was doing here, adding that he should take everything and leave here, to which he replied that he had bought all his swords for 1,000,000, so he should be kinder. After saying that, Shomwu took out one sword from its scabbard. A drop of cold sweat immediately appeared on his face, and he said to himself that this was an almost perfect job. In his hands, he held a smooth and skinny Hinova sword, and the description said that Hinova spent many nights working on it, and it is also specially made two-handed, so this sword can be used for different purposes, but because of this ability, it contains the blessing of the wind and its curse. The blessing grants a steady and strong wind, increases the speed and power of the owner's attack when using the right side of the sword. Therefore, its owner can trap the opponent in a trap called the sword's web, and the opponent who got into the web will be in a state of confusion and lose his power. But the curse is the backflow of the wind, because when using the left side of the sword, you can create up to 12 vortexes in a row, and at the same time, the master's defense will decrease, and accordingly, the chance of receiving damage from the enemy will increase, and depending on the master's skills, he can use two sides at the same time, increasing his strength by 2,300%. While the protagonist was examining this weapon, he suddenly shouted furiously, asking why his crazy master had only now assembled this sword, and Temujin added that this sword was too good to be made in a few nights instead of years, adding that the rest of the swords were the same, which meant that the blacksmith had put everything into his skill in creating them. After listening to his subordinates, the main character introduced Hinova, who had been working all night on this sword. After leaving his performances, he apologized to the blacksmith and said that he was very sorry that he had come so late and had not even warned him. Without turning around, the blacksmith replied that he was well aware of how hard it was for him to lose loved ones, and he didn't want to go through it anymore, so he had to remember that from now on. There was cold sweat on the guy's face, and he answered in confusion, "Okay." After a short pause, Chongwu took out a small bag and said that he had found a lot of good materials, so he needed his help. When the blacksmith asked what he had, he showed the rewards from the abyss turtle and the nether dragon. The dwarf's eyes sparkled from what he saw. Suddenly, with his arms folded over his chest, he asked what he would do with them, to which he replied that he needed to upgrade his equipment. Stretching out his hand, he added that it had been a long time since he had done this, and his skills had grown significantly since that time, so he needed to improve everything for his new self. After listening to the guy, Hinova turned to him and asked him if he understood what he was doing, to which he firmly replied that he knew everything. The protagonist introduced a player who had a lot of wounds on his body, and said to himself that by upgrading his equipment, the player seems to agree to show all his strengths and weaknesses, which means that all his opponents will know about his weaknesses, and if you are too weak, you can easily fly out of the tower. After a few seconds, the blacksmith exhaled heavily and said to himself that this fool really trusted him, after which he exclaimed that he would help him. Resting his hand on his side, he raised his hammer and added that he would need his help, and if he didn't come, he would immediately tell everyone what a weakling he really was. Night fell, and the light was still on in the smithy. Genova sat down at the table and opened the system screen in front of her. He saw information about the main character, read all his physical features, skills, attributes, and all physical information. From what he saw, there was surprise in his eyes, and he wondered why the guy was still at this stage with such and such characteristics, adding that he could defeat any ranker. He continued to stare at the system screen, adding that even though he had hidden basic information, he had learned a lot about it. The blade of the main character was lying on the table, and the blacksmith said to himself that the main thing was that he was directly related to magic, which meant that his items should also be endowed with it. He suddenly remembered his dead brother, and added that it was possible that he was destined to be either her ruler or a humble henchman. From the very beginning he was closely associated with her. Leaving his memories, the dwarf took up the blade and said that he would make new friends for him. After a few minutes he spread out a canvas of paper on the table. Immediately after that, the blacksmith began to make a sketch. All night long the light was on in the smithy. Even in the morning, when the sun's rays began to illuminate the building, the light in the windows did not go out. 2 weeks later, a complete set of magic armor was created. Coming to the smithy, the main character stretched out his hand in the direction of the armor. But suddenly the dwarf hit the guy on the arm and displeased asked how he dared, to which he asked in response, "What was it?" They were already fat. Then the blacksmith, closing his eyes, replied that he had to wait a little longer. Suddenly, the guy saw a small bottle in Henev's hands. The main character immediately imagined how his brother gave the gnome tears to hell, because it was written in his diary. Because on that day his brother found out that birthdays are not celebrated in the tower. It is an ordinary day for everyone, but you can't survive in the tower without a cold heart, and he wanted to somehow preserve his human tradition, so he made such a gift. A blush appeared on the blacksmith's face after this, and the main character wondered why he still keeps them and why he brought them right now and why he has not used them yet. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek from these thoughts. When the dwarf poured all the contents onto the armor, the guy said to himself that Hell's tears are the last legacy of the Princess of Giants. She was often called the Mother of Hell, and many consider her tears to be the highest level material, after which system screens appeared, saying that he and the blacksmith had created unique equipment, and now many gods and demons would envy him. Because this armor is incredibly light, and transforms to suit the needs of the owner, and it also quickly recovers from damage, and Hell's tears added attributes of fire and darkness to them, which opened differently depending on the skill of the owner. Hinova handed the bib to the guy and said that he really hoped that they would fit him perfectly. In a few minutes, the main character put on new armor. Folding his hands on his chest, the blacksmith asked how. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy smiled warmly. A few seconds later, closing his eyes, he quietly replied that he was very comfortable, at the same time saying to himself that it was like the hug of his parents. At this time, the sun slowly went into the sunset, painting the sky in warm colors. After a while, a magical protective dome appeared in the forest, and the main character simultaneously called Nemesis, Nick. The divine beast immediately appeared in front of their master, and asked why he was calling them. The guy, looking at them, said that they also had changed stats, so he wanted to check them, to which they replied that it was a great idea, and he would be very surprised when he saw their changes. Suddenly, the dragon, looking at the owner with glowing eyes, asked if he really wanted to check if he had unique skills, such as Dragon Call and Quiet Sleep, to which he replied that he could say so. Imagining a tornado and a purple mist in his head, Shongwu said to himself that the dragon's call creates a huge hurricane that destroys everything in its path, helping to reduce the use of magic in a certain area. The dragon continued to look at his master, saying that his skills were not very different, but he had to look at it himself. After saying that, he closed his eyes and added that the dream was disappearing. Darkness immediately began to thicken around the main character. Finding himself in complete darkness, he said to himself that after so many years in the dark, he would be able to gain this power, and anyone would be confused in this place. Without moving from his seat, he suddenly asked if this was not the level of second-grade students, to which he shouted loudly so that he did not make him laugh, but to watch it himself, after which system screens appeared, which reported that it was an ability called Illusory Nightmare, which had a huge description, and below was the ability Dragon Hurricane, and when the guy read everything to the end, said to himself that this would allow him to lead an army of ghosts, adding that Nemesis would take care of his territory and Boo would focus on the undead army. Jongwoo kept his hands in his pockets as he stared at the system screen while the dragon said that he could now see his power. Looking up at the pet, the guy said that now he understands why the conversation came up for the schoolba, to which he shouted loudly in response that he did not mean it. After a short pause, the protagonist opened Nick's system screen and saw that he had the fire spirit ability, which allowed him to possess and regenerate several times, freely entering and exiting the fire, after which he said that it would be good to use his power and become stronger. After these thoughts, the guy released his energy. Wings appeared behind him, and he said to himself that he had a sense of some kind of limitation when he used the fire wings, but now there is no such thing. At the same second, the main character soared into the air. It was more than 100 meters above the ground. A few seconds later, Zhongwu rushed towards the mountains, saying to himself that he would go there. He moved at an incredibly high speed, adding that if you add a blow, a lunge and lightning then. While he was thinking about this, a magic slab appeared under his foot. The guy pushed off her. During the flight, he swung his sword. This blow provoked an incredibly powerful explosion. The main character destroyed the forest under him, leaving only burned trees. Calmly walking through the burned forest, he said that he now understood why the fire attribute was so high, after which he asked what if he used fire rain and dragon's blood, to which Shannon replied that there would be complete chaos, and Temuzin added that it was very good that he did not have to face it in his lifetime. Zhongwu suddenly stopped and asked what if they met when he was at the peak of his strength, to which he replied that he would try to destroy him as his enemy, but he wouldn't be scared, because the main thing is not to give him time to attack and attack first, and it's difficult to distinguish friend from foe, and surprisingly, what kind of relationship they are in now. Having said that, Temuzin remembered his previous body, from which a powerful magical energy emanated. At this time, the main character knitted his eyebrows and firmly replied that everything was clear to him, at the same time saying to himself that he needed to become stronger. In his hand, he created a small ball of magical energy and asked if he understood correctly what was left to check the blue spirit, after which a system screen appeared, informing that it was the blessing of the blue spirit, which was one of the members of the Abyss Turtle family, as well as this being born in the depths of the abyss, and although he was not conscious, he could help his master in various situations, after all. In essence, it has the ability to protect divine beasts and prevent confusion between the attributes of different skills, and in some cases, it can be improved in various ways by giving the self to learn various skills and attributes, and even below it was reported that this skill is unique, and only those who have been recognized as the Abyss Turtle can have it, but at the same time, the main character still does not have an eye, and since rapid growth is possible only by creating an ego, he must first create his ego. Jong-woo continued to stare at the blue spirit in his hand when he suddenly said that he hadn't figured out how to improve it yet, but he thought it was a good help, but it wasn't clear what to do with it yet, so he needed to connect it to someone and grow it. In his head, he drew images of Hepburn and Luna and said to himself that one was too loyal to Erd and the other too suspicious. The guy did not take his eyes off the blue spirit, adding that there was only one candidate left, and that was Rebecca. He imagined her body in his head and said to himself that it was still alive, but there was no soul in it, and perhaps he could combine her body and soul, after which a system screen appeared, saying that Kernan was angry that he thought of such a thing, and even the demons were looking at him suspiciously, and some discussed it behind their backs. After which it was reported that the attribute of the main character was changed from neutral to spite and reached a level of 70%. The main character released dark magical energy from his hand. The girl's eyes were closed all this time, but less than a minute later, she opened her eyes and quietly asked where she was. Rebecca saw the main character in front of her and asked why she was there. She died, and really. The guy, without taking his eyes off her, replied that they were outside the tower, and everything was as she thought. Hearing this, the girl frowned and shouted loudly, asking why he had kept her body, to which he replied with a calm expression that he needed her powers. Rebecca's face blushed, and she continued to scream, asking if he was serious now, adding that she was following her god and she didn't want that kind of life. Jong-woo stared at her interlocutor, asking her if she had feelings and memories, and what was so different from ordinary life, adding that he wanted to make an agreement with her because he could help her correct all her mistakes, and it was much better than death. The girl, hearing this, gritted her teeth. After a short pause, she closed her eyes and said mistakes to herself. She remembered the burning village and said to herself that when she was little, she saw a lot of terrible things, but despite the scale of the tragedy, she never thought that she was frightened by such a thing, and despite the fact that the power consumed her family and loved ones, she could not turn a blind eye to her help and wanted to become as strong all this time, but even after becoming an apostle, she couldn't come close to the power she wanted. Thinking about it, Rebecca remembered how she had looked at the burning village as a child. Leaving her memories, she looked away and thought that she didn't even know that everything would end like this, when suddenly the main character said that if she refused, he would return her to unconsciousness. Hearing this, the girl looked at the guy and replied that he was a fool, to which he replied that this is possible, but at the same time he always achieves what he wants. Rebecca clenched her hand tightly into a fist. After a few seconds she frowned and agreed, but on the condition that she wanted to make her own decisions. After listening to her, Jong-woo took a step forward and replied, "Of course." At the same second, Shannon and Temuzin appeared behind him, who with wide smiles on their faces said that their master was very smart, but they thought that she should respect him more, and the protagonist said that they also had freedom of decision. Looking at the powerful warriors, the girl suddenly said that she wanted a strong body, to which he replied that it was possible, but she would have to live as a spirit. A blue spirit suddenly appeared in his hand, and he explained that it was the Abyss Turtle domain, but it didn't have a final form yet. Then, in his other hand, the soul parts of the Apostle Erd and Luna appeared, and the guy added that he could give them to her, and although they were not perfect, it would help him regain his strength. After conveying the girl's blue spirit, the main character said that she also did not need to call him master, to which she replied that she did not even intend to do this. After that, she brought the blue spirit to her mouth. As soon as she absorbed it, a strong magical energy immediately appeared around her, and it was reported in the system screens that she had absorbed the blue spirit and was now a low-level blue spirit, which increased her loyalty by 15 points and mastery by 5 points, as well as her rank changed from intermediate to advanced. Rebecca completely acquired the blue color, because she managed to subdue the object to herself, so she was given additional rewards for continuing in the service of death, and as an additional reward, the skill of the Abyss Spirit Art was created, which was one of the rarest types of magic and spirits, and in order to master it, she needs to learn more different skills, because the greater her skill, the higher the strength of the spirit. The protagonist, with his arms folded over his chest, looked at the girl and read through the system screens that Erd was very angry, and started saying something to Kernan, but he ignored her while he looked at the guy himself. After a few seconds, Jong-woo clenched his hand into a fist and said to himself that the demons and gods on the 98th floor had no way to pass, so they were unlikely to affect the player's skills, and his dark bracelet would definitely discourage them from messing with him. He continued to stand in the same place, watching Rebecca, when suddenly a system screen appeared, informing him that the demons were discussing him and wanted to talk. After reading this, the guy knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked himself who exactly wanted this, adding that it was quite interesting. After some time, system screens appeared, informing that the protagonist was on the 21st floor at the gate of the Shadow Dojo, and his ordeal would begin as soon as he entered inside. Jong-woo looked at the system screen in front of him and read that the shadows had always been his faithful companions, silently following him. But even among them there were those who sometimes wanted to leave, think and act according to their own will. They always stood in the same place trying to steal the bodies of others, The Shadow Dweller was divided into 5 gates and 33 compartments for each gate. Now he must choose one door and go through more than 20 rooms, fighting the shadows that are trying to get back on their feet and leave, and the more shadows he passes, the more their ambitions will disappear as well. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind the guy, after which a voice was heard, asking if it was him. Then the main character turned around and asked who she was. A high guardian, one of the 12 zodiacs named Lupi, came out of the portal to him. There were tears in her eyes, and she herself said that she was very scared, while the guy said to himself that she looked weak, but in fact she was strong enough. But why did she need him? After which he asked why she was there. The girl took a few steps towards him and asked if Laplace was there too, adding that she hoped he hadn't come. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhongwu looked at his interlocutor and asked why not. Lupi introduced the Zodiac Rabbit and replied that he was now under investigation, but she was afraid that he might have escaped. Hearing this, the young man remembered how Laplace, with crazy eyes, had said that he had come to convey the words of the demon, after which he asked himself if it was because of that incident, but it was rather strangely feared. Suddenly the girl waved her hand and said that in any case it was good that he was not here, after which she asked if he needed a guide on the 22nd floor. The main character has already opened the first gate and replied, no. After that, he went inside. The players present immediately turned to him, and, upon finding out, asked each other why he was there. Zhongwu walked past them, saying to himself that he didn't see either Kong or Victoria here, although they might be hiding from the Devil's army, but that was unlikely, and it was very strange that they didn't follow him, and in fact they lay low. After these thoughts, he opened the 5th door, after which he was informed in the system screen that appeared that the shadows of the players from 165 and 133 place, recorded in the Hall of Fame on the 21st floor, appeared one after another, and if he defeated the shadows or could hold out for more than 5 minutes, he would move on to the next room. And by defeating a total of 20 shadows, he will be able to pass the test. The guy stopped in the empty hall and said to himself that he would try to clear this door as quickly as possible, because he needed to destroy all shadows. After these thoughts, dark magical energy began to appear at the other end of the hall. A few seconds later, Crotton, who was ranked 165th in the rating, appeared in front of the main character. In his hand, he gripped the blade tightly, and Zhongwu, seeing this, said to himself that it was now clear what he looked like in his time, and then wondered if his skill in using invisible daggers could be. Suddenly, Rebecca appeared next to him, and asked if she should take care of him. The protagonist looked at his subordinate, and said to himself that she now has a spirit form, and he can share her power with her and take her away. But it is unlikely that her strength is at the same level as when she was alive, so he should learn more about the power of spirits. The girl stared intently at her master's opponent. After a short pause, Zhongwu took out a blade and replied that he could handle it himself, because he needed practice anyway. A system screen appeared in front of him, revealing that he had taken Karshan's dagger, which gave him the ability to use many techniques. There were special symbols on the blade, and the main character said to himself that with the help of Hinova, he was able to improve it, and now runic inscriptions complement his dark attribute. At the same moment, he rushed to attack, saying to himself that he needed to make the dark darker and the hot hotter. Immediately after these thoughts, the guy took a swing. There was not a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes. At this time, one of the players tensely knitted his eyebrows and asked his comrade why he went through the 5th door. They stood opposite each other, saying that the guy continued to say that he thought that the greedy devil would enter the 1st door, because it is considered the most difficult. But why did he choose the 5th? To which his friend replied that perhaps he just wanted to go through all the doors to the first one. Then the first player smiled in confusion and, imagining the power of the shadows, replied that they are strong even at the lower levels, so he does not think so, and it is unlikely that the main character will be able to pass them all, and what is the point of waiting so long on the 20th floor? The room was well lit. Not far from the guys stood an elf with a staff. Suddenly the players began to raise their heads, because everything around them was shaking. The guy knitted his eyebrows in fright and asked why an earthquake would appear in the dojo. But immediately after this question, the earthquake became even stronger. Everyone present paid attention to the 5th door, from which a powerful magical energy began to burst out. The elf looked up in fear and began to count the seconds. A few minutes later, there was a madly powerful explosion. A black silhouette appeared against the bright flames. The elf stared at this with her mouth open in surprise and said to herself that only 9 minutes and 51 seconds had passed. The main character came out of the raging flames. The shadows he had defeated burned out. After a while, Zhongwu closed the 2nd door in 2 hours. Looking down, he said to himself that this time was quite a long time, but thanks to the sacred transformations and some techniques, he could learn a lot inside. Thinking of this, he stood in the clearing. There was rustling grass under his feet, and the guy was saying to himself that the 1st door was much more difficult, and it was unlikely that he would be able to defeat the shadows just by luck. But in any case, he was going to move on despite losing or winning, so he needed to try to defeat the one behind the 1st door. Thinking of this, he frowned. In his head, the main character drew a top-level swordsman named Waldbitch. A long time ago, he appeared in front of the brother of the main character. He was much stronger and taller than him, being 5 meters tall, but he still helped him with his progression through the levels, and only then did Wall Beach and Dune team up, creating Arsh's team. But suddenly, the main character's memories of his brother were covered with cracks, and he said to himself that after his death, Wall Beach disappeared somewhere, and he does not know why, but for sure the death of his brother is on his conscience, and although not directly, he is also his enemy. Gritting his teeth in anger, Zhongwu knew that he had to defeat him, and then entered the first door and began his trial. His first opponent was the same Wall Bitch, who immediately shouted loudly. The guy crossed his arms, resisting the scream of his opponent, and at this time Shannon said that now he definitely could not hide. A few seconds later, Zhongwu activated his magical defenses, and the rune on his back lit up brightly. Immediately after that, he rushed to attack. In flight, he filled his blades with a powerful aura. After that, the main character unleashed magical attacks in the direction of his opponent with quick swings. One of them quickly reached the giant's neck. In the next second, a powerful explosion rang out. Zhongwu landed on the floor and was informed that the 33rd test had been stopped. At night, the light was on in the house, and a man's voice asked if he knew nothing about this place. The owner of the house pressed himself against the wall and shouted loudly, begging for mercy. Gong Muzin loomed over him, remembering Bahal and saying to himself that it had been 6 months since he had received the Queen of Summer's order. But he had already wasted so much time, and although he had searched all of Bahal's acquaintances, he had not come close to solving the mystery. He suddenly drew an image of the protagonist in his head and asked himself if it was all about him, although he did not think that a small pawn would play a role in this case. The owner of the house was shaking with fear and begged the god of the war bout to stop. With one quick blow, the guy killed the man and said to himself that the queen was flying, that Jiangwadu and the Red Dragon clan were ruled by someone from the outside, and he believed her. He drew a picture of his mistress in his head, with a huge dragon behind her, and added that although she was a little weakened, her dragon sense could not be written off. Then Gim Yuzin opened the system screen in front of him and thought that he needed to check the rest of Bahal's acquaintances. Suddenly he stopped when he saw something that interested him. He opened the information about the Hinova dwarf and asked himself if he was one of the top 5 masters, the Hinova Fire Lord. At this time, dust and dirt rose on the 21st floor from a strong collision. The main character broke through it and said to himself that this was already the 21st section. Sinking into his memories, he said to himself that behind the 3rd door he had met the first of the 9 kings of one of the 8 great clans, and behind the 4th was Kindred, the right-hand man of the bishop of the army and the devil. There was no emotion on Zhongwu's face. Suddenly Kamuzin appeared before him. The great god of swords, the owner of the 8 extreme fists, the creator of his own techniques, and a genius master, raised his sword. The rivals staged a tiered fight, while the main character said to himself that Temuzin told him that even Nguyen could not defeat him in a sword fight. After these thoughts, he disappeared. Finding himself over the head of his opponent, the main character said that he would win. Immediately after these thoughts, he carried out his strongest attack. Players stared with horror in their eyes at the system screens, which reported that the guy with the hidden name was climbing higher and higher in the ranking of the 21st floor, although he had recently been in 15th place. But now he was already in 8th place. One of the players put his hand to his chin and wondered if he really took first place on the 21st floor, to which his comrade replied that it was impossible, since all foreign was in first place. He drew a black silhouette in his head and added that everyone knew that even the highest beings could not overcome his rating. After a short pause, one of the players turned to the elf and asked what she thought, to which she smiled and replied that she was not psychic, so there was no need to ask her such questions. Immediately after these words, her eyes lit up. She focused her attention on the first door. Inside, dark magic energy appeared in one of the sections. The opponent of the main character was Nocturne, the player in 11th place, and the elf, seeing him, said to herself that she had never seen him during the fight. Zhongwu raised his blade and prepared for a fight, and said to himself that his opponent's energy was very similar to that of his mentor. Remembering the king, who smiled and congratulated him on the test, after which he said that he was now his 3rd student, he said to himself that the first student was Kamuzin, which means that this guy was his 2nd student. A madly powerful aura emanated from the Nocturne, while the protagonist asked himself how strong he was. After all, he was higher in the rankings than Kamuzin himself, and his aura felt completely different. But in any case, he was sorry that their first meeting went this way, but there was nothing he could do about it. After these thoughts, Zhongwu rushed to attack. Halfway there, he unleashed magical waves towards his opponent. After a while, a drop of sweat fell on the floor. The main character stood in a fighting stance and said that even for the heir of the dragon, this was too much. His opponent was the Queen of Summer, who ranked 5th in dragon form. Suddenly, she growled furiously. Looking at her, the young man imagined her true form and said to himself that compared to her image on Jiangwadu, she may be smaller and weaker, but she is still the Queen of Summer, but he needs to pass her and defeat her. After these thoughts, the main character changed his stance. In his hand, he gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. Suddenly, the Queen of Summer began to accumulate flames in her mouth. After a few seconds, she released it towards her opponent. After some more time, dark magic energy appeared, and the system screens reported that the 33rd section trial was beginning, and since the opponent was stronger, he was given an extra time of 30 minutes. But for some unknown reason, he fell into a state of composure. In front of Zhongwu, his next opponent slowly appeared. Suddenly, there was some surprise in his eyes. His next opponent was his own brother. The main character looked at him, his eyebrows knitted tensely. Suddenly, he took off the mask from his face and said that there was no need to worry, because it was only the shadow of his brother, after which a system screen appeared, which reported that for some unknown reason, the state of composure disappeared, after which time passed. Jungwoo remembered his and his brother's photo together, and said to himself that he hated him and thought that he had abandoned him, because it was the same when he left Korea. Presenting himself apart from his family, he added that his father had died, so they had to learn how to survive as children, and he despised his life, wanted to start from scratch elsewhere, but really wanted to, and that's when he got the nickname Cain. Because of all this, Jungwoo went to war. His eyes were full of coldness and indifference to everything, and perhaps he did not wish for a new life about death, but he still could not die. Suddenly his mother appeared in his memories, lying in a hospital bed and saying with the last of her strength that he had to protect their house until his brother returned. Currently, the protagonist's brother was standing right in front of him. Rebecca appeared and raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he had the same face with a heavenly wing. Behind them appeared Shannon and Temuzin, who said that they did not understand their master's feelings before, but now everything became clear. Jongwoo stared at his mask silently. He suddenly shifted his gaze to the side as the dragon asked him if he had collected his thoughts. Nemesis appeared behind him, and his master answered yes, a little, and perhaps they were shocked now. The dragon looked at his master with glowing eyes and asked if he was sure he could do it, adding that they were always ready to help him. Then a smirk appeared on the face of the main character. He threw his mask on the floor and asked if he wanted him to reveal a secret to him. He suddenly remembered how when they were teenagers, the brothers constantly played video games. At present, a powerful magical aura has appeared around Jongwoo. Showing his true strength, he suddenly said that he had never lost to his brother. Immediately after these words, Jongwoo unleashed his powerful aura. Snow-white wings immediately appeared from his back. With a single flap of his wings, he created dragon pressure. The protagonist, raising his hands, easily resisted this technique and asked his brother if he would be ashamed to lose, and his dragon laughed and shouted that they expected to win, adding that although it was difficult for them to understand his feelings, it was much easier to do so now. Suddenly a white dragon appeared. It belonged to the brother of the main character. The opponents looked at each other, and Nemesis stated that he would definitely not lose to him. At the same moment, everyone rushed at each other. The main character crossed blades with his brother. Gritting his teeth from the tension, he said to himself that he now understood what a duel of dragons was, adding that the tension of having two huge monsters fighting each other was simply beyond the limit. He looked directly into Jungwoo's glowing eyes and added that his dragon was not like his at all, but he still had to win. After these thoughts, Jungwoo frowned furiously as suddenly there were system notifications saying that he was falling into a state of stupor, but it was quickly overcome, and now his resistance to the dragon pressure had increased. Suddenly, the sword and protagonist were filled with incredible magical power, after which two skills, the sword refinement and the goddess sword, were used. With one swing of his weapon, the main character threw his brother back. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to the attack again. All this time, there was no emotion on Jungwoo's face. Jungwoo led a lightning attack that his opponent dodged. Looking up, he saw that his brother had soared to the ceiling. With his arm outstretched, Jungwoo created several magic seals around himself, and his brother realized that it was indiscriminate shooting that used multiple attacking techniques at the same time, so he needed to destroy the main circle to shut down all the others. While he was thinking about it, the guy attacked. All magic projectiles reached the protagonist, who used the lightning ability at the very last moment. Jungwoo carefully looked at where his opponent was, but when the smoke cleared, he saw no one. At the same moment, Jungwoo was behind his brother. Suddenly, the guy turned sharply. At the same moment, a madly powerful magical explosion rang out. At this time, Nemesis, opening its mouth, prepared for a devastating attack. When the smoke cleared, Jungwoo appeared. His wings were badly damaged, and his arm was shaking. The protagonist looked at his brother and said to himself that he would recover quickly even after such an attack, so there was no need to hesitate, because his swordsmanship techniques were much stronger, so he had to push him away with the 8 extreme sword technique. After these thoughts, he began to attack the guy. Jungwoo managed to block every attack of his brother, who said to himself that his skills were crazy, and the equipment from the lower floors was not inferior to him. Jungwoo suddenly fixed his attention on his brother's sword and realized that it was a dragon's slayer. He imagined the blacksmith hitting it with a hammer, and said to himself that the dragon Kaladas had created this sword from his own rib, and Hinova had been working tirelessly on it for 3 months, and in terms of characteristics, this weapon was better than him, and besides, he perfectly understood its weaknesses and strengths, and sometimes his fighting style resembled the technique of 8 extreme swords. Then he wondered if he had learned to read his attacks. All the while, he continued to attack his brother, who blocked his attacks with ease. With glowing eyes, Jungwoo watched his brother, who knew that if he continued like this, he would hardly be able to win. Jungwoo suddenly smiled, because he remembered that his brother was the best in school, and here is the result, so he can't give him a head start again. With each blow, he pressed on his opponent more and more. Suddenly, one of his attacks injured Jungwoo. Feeling pain, the guy covered his body with a wing. In one sharp movement, he flew away from his brother at a distance. Under the ceiling, Jungwoo completely covered himself with wings, and the main character, seeing this, asked himself if he really decided to hide, but why? Without hesitation, he took off. Using the bow, Jungwoo struck his brother perfectly. But as the wings shattered, Jungwoo appeared, which was completely enveloped in divine light. His strength was getting stronger with every second. The protagonist immediately turned around and asked himself if it was so. But before he could do anything, Jungwoo used the wave of light ability. For protection, Jungwoo held out his hand in front of him and said to himself that the wave of light was a combination of magical power that destroyed everything in its path. Placing a barrier in front of him, the protagonist tried to restrain his brother's pressure, saying to himself that he practiced this skill on the 20th floor, but he used too much magic, absorbing it from the energy, after which he wondered if his real brother would not do this, or if he was just copying him. As a child, he was with the army and at first he did what he wanted, and then he thought, so Jungwoo is constant. But after that, he always scolded him, and thanks to his nagging, the main character developed the habit of thinking 7 times before any action, which he did both in Africa and in the tower. Leaving his memories, Jungwoo smiled and said to himself that they were indeed similar. After a while, Jungwoo's powerful attack ended. The guy was accumulating divine energy in his hand at this time. After saving enough, he put it in the direction of his brother, who saw this and asked himself how much longer he would try to destroy him. The main character, breathing heavily, wiped the blood from his mouth and told him to attack. Wooden planks were burning. The main character looked up and came to the conclusion that this is how he will have to fight. The enemy hovered in the air as Jungwoo thought that he would no longer be able to dodge. Even if he tried, the scoundrel would still hit him. A stream of blood flowed from his mouth, and he decided that he needed to respond with an equal counterattack. The guy imagined a chain of explosions and thought that his opponent was strong enough to use his powers even outside the tower. He wasn't sure that he would be able to put aura, dark energy, and awaken dragon blood into one blow. Several energies were mixed into one. The protagonist wanted to create a soul and break the shackles, so he could transcend the wave of light. The young man furrowed his brows and thought that the main thing for him was not to die himself. Multicolored streams swirled in the air, there was no other way. Jungwoo gritted his teeth and decided that he would do it now or never. Red wings appeared behind him, the stream struck skyward. A white flash of light blinded everything around. Gray smoke rose from a powerful explosion around. The protagonist looked to the side and thought that he didn't expect that even the dragon scales would burn from such a high temperature. A fiery explosion could be seen. Suddenly, the enemy ran out of there. In his hand was a sword. The guy resisted the flow of mana, thinking that this fool wanted them both to die. He couldn't avoid the explosion, so he decided to try to reduce the damage in one way. Nick appeared behind the player, saying that he had already waited. The spirit covered his master's hands. The young man's eyes turned white. The system reported that his level was not enough for this. He fell into a state of stupor. Suddenly, scales appeared on his neck. He cooled his blood. There was blue smoke next to the protagonist. Thanks to his strong will, he gained power over the attributes of light and fire. He gained the skill of dragon pressure. Yellow sparks filled everything around him, and Jungwoo thought that this could be called a victory because the damage in the area had indeed decreased. Energy emanated from the guy's weapon. It was difficult for him to hold the weapon with both hands. Jungwoo spread his white wings wide. There were scales on his face and neck. He had flown up to survive the explosion he had created, and had surely awakened the 3rd stage of dragon power. His eyes were yellow. The young man used the elemental contact skill. Jungwoo thought with a smirk that many people were willing to die just to reach such a level. Suddenly he began to breathe heavily as the red liquid flowed from his lips. He walked slowly across the scorched ground as his familiars warned him that he might die. There was dirt on the guy's cheek. He did not agree with the perfume. Fire appeared around his feet. Then this aura became many times more powerful. He moved to the 2nd stage of awakening. The young man furrowed his brows seriously and reminded him that he didn't want to do anything he would regret. The protagonist waved his hand, strengthening the dragon's territory. The two brothers were approaching each other. A blinding flash appeared from their collision. The main character raised his hand, as if he was reaching for something. Jungwoo had a powerful sword firmly in his hands. A hurricane appeared. Suddenly, the guy flew out of this whirlwind. He fell down, white feathers scattered around. The enemy was rapidly approaching the ground, and then a loud sound was heard. He sat on his knees, his wings smoking. Jungwoo walked over to him. Thrusting his sword into the ground, he also sat down on one knee. The two of them were breathing heavily as they looked at each other. The trial of the 30th hall was completed. The protagonist had obtained a unique fire wave skill. His brother's face was hidden by dark hair. Suddenly, the player's eyes bulged in amazement when he realized that the twin was disappearing. His hand began to tremble. He mentally begged for a little more time. A faint smile appeared on Jungwoo's lips. The main character looked at him in shock. His brother continued to smile mysteriously. In Jungwoo's eyes, you could see his reflection. The twin opened his mouth and said it was fun. He closed his eyes and called him Big Brother. In the next instant, only black smoke was left in front of Jungwoo, and he thought that the illusion was created from the memory of a real person. He closed his eyes and raised his head to the sky, thinking that it seemed to him that he and his brother had spoken for the first time in a long time. The sun was shining on the player. The system reported that he was given additional time to clear the section. He sat down and was surprised that their battle lasted 3 hours, because if it was so difficult with his brother, then the next fight would be even worse. He raised his hand and decided that he should still try out new skills and develop existing ones, especially the fire wave. The young man clenched his hand into a fist and thought that the more he used it, the more it would open up to him. Black smoke hovered in the air. The protagonist put on a mask and thought that the chief bishop of the devil's army was close to the devil himself, and even had a title. A man in a long cloak appeared, and the guy wanted to check something. Bright lightning was visible. In the middle of the fire was a dark silhouette. The player furrowed his brows and thought that the fire wave did not give in to him completely. The ground turned into ruins. The guy completed the 31st section test. Suddenly, a golden shard rose into the air. Jungwoo brought his hand to the object and suggested that the devil army had hidden a fragment of golden iron in the bishop's shadow. The young man's eyes sparkled. The artifact was emitting energy, and he thought that the fragments of it were attracted to each other by themselves. Very soon he would collect the remaining ones. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that the army had been taking the fragments from the losing players all this time and hiding them from the squad leaders. But no one had taken into account that the captains would be so weak. There were white clouds in the blue sky, and the 30-second section test had begun. The protagonist walked on the green grass. The one-horned man was sitting in the lotus position, and Jungwoo thought that this was a mentor in his youth. Muin was smiling, and the player felt as if there was a monster next to him, not a person. He liked to play pranks at that age. The man looked straight ahead. His aura was different from the other shadows. There was a sense of the influence of his mentor. The guy grabbed his sword. He furrowed his brows and thought that every student's dream was to defeat his master. The one-horned man continued to sit on the ground. Jungwoo rushed forward and thought that after winning, he wanted to become even better. Suddenly, the mentor opened his mouth as if he was going to say something. He raised his hands and announced that he was surrendering. The guy introduced the girl and thought that the god from the 20th floor had given a special instruction. The ghost of the girl furrowed his brows. She said that she was worried, because Muin was the strongest in his tribe. Suddenly, the man announced with a smile that he wanted to surrender. Jungwoo was covered in sweat. Even his familiars did not understand what was happening. The one horn closed its eyes, and the spirit assumed that it was a real mentor. The protagonist introduced Jungwoo and thought that he could not rule out such a possibility. However, his brother also recognized him. There were white clouds in the sky, and the mentor said that he knew he would lose, so it was better to talk. The guy was wearing a mask. The familiar warned that the shadow could be planning an attack, so you should be careful. The man raised his hands, and the player thought that he needed to make sure if they were an ordinary copy of real people or if they were self-aware. Because if shadows were able to think, then he would be able to find his brother and talk to him on the 21st floor. With a smile, the mentor asked the student to tell what was happening outside, because he could not leave this place, and he had only memories. Stretching out one hand forward, he offered the guy to send him to another test for this. They made a deal. Muin closed his eyes, agreeing to Jungwoo's request to ask questions one by one. The protagonist's face under the mask was calm. Suddenly, black shadows appeared nearby. Blades appeared at the neck of the one-horned man, and there was fear on his face. The spirits guarded the owner, who asked why he should believe the double. The man opened his mouth silently. He then smirked and said that the player had caught him. A purple fire appeared behind him, and he added that in that case, he had no choice. The enemy gritted his teeth furiously. He threw the knights away from him with a wave of energy. The defenders lost their balance. Jungwoo raised his sword and thought that he might be able to get his brother back. He ordered his subordinates to attack the shadow. The dead went forward in a crowd. The girl took out her blades. The protagonist's army was marching on Muin. He clenched his hand into a fist. Then, it released a powerful stream of wind. Sharp crystals flew in the air. The shells attacked the skeletons. A rain of crystals fell over the young man's head. He raised his sword and thought that there was a real monster standing in front of him. A drop of sweat was dripping down his cheek, and he decided that it was definitely a martial art. It was then that the one-horned man was creating the 8 extreme fists technique. The guy unfurled his wings and assumed that this illusion had gained self-awareness and perfected its skill. Shadow raised his hands. He guessed that the player was connected to his real body, since he knew the technique of 8 extreme fists. He added with a smirk that he had more and more questions. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward and used the skill of owning the territory. A white flash flashed. The guy found himself behind the mentor and thought that he would have to go to the end to win. The enemy turned around, asking if the young man was so confident in himself. One Horn smiled. His eyes lit up, and he told the disciple to try to defeat him and take the first place. The opponent raised his hand sharply. There were blue and purple lines between the rivals. Jongwoo brandished his sword. Myevan grinned contentedly. The main character furrowed his brows and thought that the difference between reality and illusion is very large. The shadow is trying to become stronger, but the system limits it. The enemy soared upwards, and the young man concluded that he had not been able to develop other skills, so he focused on the 8 extreme fists. The man stretched his hand forward. It then landed down, creating a shockwave around the ground. Dirt and dust scattered around. A yellow ball appeared in the hands of the one-horned man. The young man swung his sword, preparing to use his fire wave skill. Orange sparks filled the space. Black smoke could be seen in the sky. The player furrowed his brows, ordering the familiars to wait patiently. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and insulted Jongwoo. The protagonist with a serious look thought that the fire wave had seriously harmed the enemy, but if he used it again, he would lose. He gripped the hilt of his sword and thought that with the help of Shannon or Hanryong, he could get a draw, but that didn't suit him. Myevan opened his mouth wide, clenching his hand into a fist. They approached each other as the player tried to figure out what to do to achieve total victory. The opponent's body emitted a purple aura. Their strength was about the same level. However, the man had been practicing 8 extreme fists for many years. One Horn trained in the forest. In this matter he was much more experienced. Jongwoo looked down, trying to figure out the difference between him, Kamyuzin, and Nocturne. He introduced his mentor's 2 disciples who already had their own path. Holding the sword next to him, the protagonist thought that he had perfected many skills, but did not find his way in life. He imagined himself in the lotus position and thought that he wanted to achieve a lot, become faster and stronger, and also find himself in martial arts. The player's face was serious. The guy smirked and asked why he needed this. He imagined the crossroads and thought that he would follow the beaten path if he could not make his own. Jongwoo imagined the fight and thought that he had a lot to learn. He imagined approaching the enemy and thought that his strengths and weaknesses were well known to him. Suddenly, the main character's eyes rounded with shock. He repeated Kamyuzin's posture and thought of his ways of direct force, which was firmer and more terrible. White streaks appeared in the air. Myevan gritted his teeth, not understanding why the player had suddenly changed so dramatically. The young man presented the image of Nocturne. A green light appeared, and he thought that Nocturne's path was a smooth and intricate illusion, a sharp power hidden in luxury. There was an emerald and golden light around Jongwoo. The enemy fought back furiously, thinking that it was as if he was fighting with an entire army. The protagonist furrowed his brows and used a secret technique. Suddenly, a severed arm flew into the air. The one-horned man lost his balance, letting out a pained moan. The guy introduced the mentor and thought that he was stronger than everyone he had ever met. He raised his sword above his head, using the power of the teacher. The man arched his eyebrows indignantly at this. Sparks were beating between the 2 rivals. Jongwoo decided to follow the path of Myewan, the path of the tyrant. They continued to fight, and the protagonist thought that it was a bright force that was pressing from all sides. One Horn coughed up blood and allowed the chance that he might lose. His eyes turned red. The young man's sword began to emit a blue aura. He introduced his brother and thought about his path of the wings of heaven. Then, with a powerful attack, he sliced the shadow's body into 2 pieces. The player's eyes were wide open. He suddenly realized his path, which he would follow easily and quickly. Black smoke could be seen. This shadow was not the real Myewan. Jongwoo's wings shone brightly, and he thought that this was just a shell that needed victory. He looked to the side as the familiar asked if he was trying to test the illusion to find his brother's shadow. The protagonist closed his eyes and replied that he had now realized that these were not real people, and he did not want to desecrate Jongwoo's memory. He imagined the twin and realized that they would not meet again. The young man frowned and realized that all this time he had been chasing an unattainable dream. He then put his foot to the side and decided that it was time to move on because he needed to close the 21st floor as quickly as possible. The guy put on a mask. He opened his eyes wide and realized that there would be the strongest opponent, Alpharon. A blue screen appeared in front of Jongwoo. The system reported that no data about this player had been found, and the 33-section trial was completed automatically. It was sunset in the city. The sign of the workshop was visible. Someone went inside. The master sat behind a stool, telling the client that they were already closed, so it was time to leave. The black-hooded man looked around. On the table lay armor and weapons. Hinova turned around and shouted furiously that he had asked to leave in plain language. The client called the name of the gnome with a smile. Behind him was a blade. The blacksmith suddenly looked with surprise at the system notification that a new record in the Hall of Fame had been set on the 21st floor. Hinova raised his eyebrows in amazement at the sight of the combined first place, not understanding how this was possible. He introduced Jong and thought that he now had a much greater understanding of the value of the artifacts he was working on. The dwarf's cheeks flushed with pride. He turned around and saw that the guest had already left. A light shone in the window. The stranger walked down the alley, thinking that this was strange. He remembered the weapons and thought that according to the investigation, Hinova had fallen into disrepair after the end of Arsha. However, All the items in his workshop were of the highest quality. He imagined the dwarf's touched face and thought that he must have been smiling, although his apprentice had died only recently. Suddenly, the man stopped when someone called him. Pant knitted his brows and asked why this man was walking here. He grinned and said that he had a great sense of smell and felt danger. The stranger turned around and thought that he didn't want to get into trouble with the one-horns, but he needed to check something anyway. Dark energy emanated from him, and he thought that he could never do just one thing. Blood spread on the ground. The scoundrel stepped on Pant. Holding him back, he said that he would let the one-horn live if he answered his questions. The demon smirked and said that he wouldn't agree to this nonsense. Snakes appeared behind the scoundrel, and he replied that in this case there was only one way out. The predators rushed to Pant. Their master with a smile ordered them to eat the prisoner. The snake crawled along the stranger's hand, and he thought that now he understood why the one-horn tribe had withdrawn from the war. He saw 2 flags. Then he saw people sitting on the floor. The dragon opened its mouth wide. The hooded man lowered his head and concluded that even though the one-horned ones were also taking part in the war, it seemed to be the main target for Zhongwu. He smiled and realized that there was something to look at. Pant remained lying on the ground, and the villain walked away, hoping that everything would only become more interesting. The main character was looking at a huge octopus in the 22nd floor test. He waved his arm, avoiding the blows of the tentacles. The guy furrowed his brows as he thought of Alpharon, whose illusion had been removed. He remembered that system notification and assumed that this player had somehow changed the conditions for himself, but even gods and demons were tied to the 98th floor. The young man raised his hand, wondering what that meant. The octopus drowned in the water. Zhongwu killed the enemy. His wings were spread. He again refused to write his name in the Hall of Fame. The mask was on the protagonist's face. The god of the sea Poseidon was interested in him. A bright light was visible. The main character decided to immediately go to the 23rd floor. The sky was red, and the system described the 23rd floor test. The man was sitting on the throne, and the player thought that this was what the demons looked like in the initial stage. But on the 98th floor, the demons were much stronger. The young man touched the mask and thought that he had originally needed to get a purple demon flower here, but first he would try to find Braham. He teleported. Zhongwu ran forward while his familiars laughed and said that this floor was like an amusement park. The ghost furrowed her brows in bewilderment as Bu absorbed the evil spirit. The young man jumped into the tree and thought that the night guard was talking about this place. He knitted his brows as he looked down. People in white gathered around the pink lake, and the player thought it was Elohim. The girl's eyes were closed, and the protagonist thought that only the strongest from the 8 clans or the highest rankers could join here. Among the crowd was the Ether of Light. Elder Elohim's eyes were white. He used to be a member of Arsha. The protagonist peeked out from behind a tree and thought that his group must be known for their stealth and lack of contact with others. Suddenly, surprise appeared on his face. On the side of him were yellow trees. Galliard looked away, frowning. Zhongwu's skin was covered with drops of sweat. The elf looked away as the player thought that it was Braham's friend, who apparently wanted to stop Elohim. Suddenly he drew an arrow on the string of his bow. The arrow rushed towards Ether. The cultists looked up and shouted about the threat. Galliard was standing at the top of a tree. He knitted his white brows. The elder, whose pale skin had veins, ordered to catch the scoundrel. The subordinates rushed towards the dark elf. The guy did not move. Suddenly his image began to evaporate. The archer was behind the backs of the enemies. He fired a hail of green shells. The elder created a fiery aura around him. Arrows flew towards the elf. The man raised his hand. His arrows were burning. Suddenly there was a blinding flash. Galliard jumped up, avoiding the explosion. The ether burst through the smoke to him. He raised his hand, activating the holy punishment skill. The young man's brows furrowed. He wasn't sure if Bahram's shield would be able to withstand it. The barrier stopped the powerful flow of magic. However, then it was covered with cracks. The dark elf gritted his teeth in exertion. The cracks were getting deeper. Then Galliard changed his position, and the beam passed very close to him. Blood spurted in the air next to the sectarians. The young man opened his mouth in amazement, recognizing his acquaintance. Zhongwu picked him up and said that he would explain everything later. Ether stood there while his subordinates lay and whimpered on the ground. His face twisted with anger. The main character and the elf flew away. The sky was red. Galliard was sitting by the stone. He said that his savior had changed a lot. He put his hand on his head and asked how the protagonist was able to find him. The player had a mask on his face, and explained that he was looking for the Braham to ask for a favor. However, he saw Elohim and the elf's attack on them. The young man stood up and asked if Zhongwu was afraid of becoming their enemies, to which the protagonist replied that he just decided to help. Galliard knitted his brows and thought that he did not think it was a lie, but it was hard for him to believe it. Suddenly, a soft sound reached his ears. He stood sideways and thought about the player contacting Braham. His eyes suddenly widened in surprise. The elf sweated and said that Braham was asking why the protagonist was smelling like a dragon. Scales were visible under the guy's clothes. He was covered in sweat and thought that the dragon blessing awakening had not yet been fully activated. Even the Summer Queen couldn't understand that. They were facing each other, and Zhongwu lied that he didn't understand what he was talking about, to which the archer replied that Braham had asked to be taken to him. There was a scarlet sky over the rocky terrain. 2 guys were walking on the water. Circles spread across the surface, and the player assumed that this was not just a division into outer and inner space, it was a high-level magic that allowed you to paint the inner space in the color of the caster. There was a path between the trees, it was a barrier of illusions. The elf furrowed his brows and asked Jongwoo not to tell anyone about what he would soon see. He turned around and added that the protagonist might have to stay here for a while, and if he didn't want to, then it was better to leave right now. The guy furrowed his brows and asked if it had anything to do with Elohim. Galliard confirmed this with a sad face. An adult and a child could be seen near the house. The girl saw 2 people. Then she ran up to the man and hugged him. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise. Braham smiled as he thought about how he valued freedom above all else, and was the embodiment of a great god on earth. He turned, his brows furrowed. Disciple Muon looked directly, and said that now he understood who stank so much of a dragon. Jongwoo nodded his head. The old man put his hand on the little girl's head. She looked at the guests in fright, and the young man assumed that she was a draconid. He imagined 3 people and thought that draconids transcend races and are born between a dragon and a human. Among them was Anunta. She was standing in front of Jongwoo, however, she suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the last person she met is the protagonist's brother. The young man looked at the child in silence. The girl blushed and sweated, and he asked if she was Anunta's child. Braham furrowed his brows as he asked if the player knew her, to which the boy replied that he had only heard that the Queen of Summer had refused to leave her follower, and that the heavenly wings had died. The old man stared intently at the guest who offered him a deal. Energy emanated from the child, and Jongwoo thought that it was much weaker than Anunta's, and perhaps she was only a quarter of a dragon, but he could try to reveal her dragon rights or dragon nature. There were tree canopies above the house, and Braham said that first he needed to check if the guy was worthy of making a deal with him. The elf looked at his companion as the incarnation god asked who he was. He remembered how they had walked through the forest, and how Jongwoo had said that he had lied that he had already seen the Muon apprentice because he needed Shunpa's skill and Ondine's goblet. He narrowed his eyes and said that he had learned about the old man from an acquaintance whose name it was better not to say in the tower. The player's eyes lit up. His hand was covered with scales. His body was on fire, and he asked if that would be enough. Braham turned away and replied positively, and then asked the guest to follow him. There were books on the table. There were multicolored liquids in the flasks. The protagonist was looking at the bookcase. He knitted his brows and asked why the old man had decided to look after this child, since he usually wasn't interested in other people's affairs. With a serious look, he thought that the incarnation of the deity adhered to this rule very carefully. Braham didn't turn around. He didn't even dare to help Jongwoo when he was dying. His hair was tied up in a ponytail. He said that they had made a deal, so now the protagonist must do his part as well. The girl was hiding behind the passage. The old man asked the guy to share his knowledge of dragons with her and be her bodyguard in certain situations. Sesha knitted her thin brows. Braham turned when the player asked if he could now name his condition. He looked straight and said that he wanted to study the Book of Mercury that the old man had written. The deity's eyes widened. He could see the Book of Mercury, which was made up of memories of when Braham was a god, the book of his whole life. The man clenched his hands into fists, and Jongwoo thought that the Muon disciple seemed a little belligerent to him. He agreed to sign the contract only after making a mana covenant on the condition that he only study those items related to alchemy. The old man and the gambler sat at the table, and from then on the boy began to listen to his lectures on alchemy for 2 hours every evening. The tutor's gaze was fixed, and Jong also benefited from Hinova's knowledge of alchemy. No one sat at the round table while the familiar laughed. The child looked at the guy incredulously. The spirit stood behind his master, saying that Sesha would surely throw a tantrum if he tried to get closer to her. The ghost winked, and the protagonist asked if they thought he was a bad babysitter. The pancakes were covered with fruit and chocolate. The girl opened her mouth in delight and asked what it was. The food was in front of her. The spirits were shocked that the guy knew how to cook. The draconid ate the first bite. She closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed with pleasure. The young man looked at her and asked if she liked it, to which she replied in the affirmative. He wiped the crumbs from the baby's face and told her to chew slowly. There was black smoke in the red sky. People in white cloaks were bleeding on the ground. Ether gritted his teeth and thought that he had only 4 subordinates left. He furrowed his brows and wanted to regain his energy and attack again, but he would definitely be spotted this way, and he couldn't lose to weaker players. The man introduced Sesha and thought that they were planning to restore the ancient dragons and giants so that Elohim could use them, but the elder needed this child for that. He introduced Jongwoo and thought that he had already lost one, so he was not going to fail a second time. Ether's hand trembled, and he thought that if it weren't for the heavenly wings, then the protagonist's brother would have gone straight to them, and there would have been no problem. Suddenly, the man turned around when he heard a voice. The chimera greeted him with a smile. She approached her brother and said that she had come here to help him. The girl's eyes were white, and she asked if Ether thought it was a joke. She raised her hands to her sides and hoped that with at least that many soldiers, the elder would be able to achieve their goal. The man gritted his teeth and thought that she was just trying to steal all his achievements, and he wasn't going to lose this opportunity. The chimera opened her mouth in shock when her brother said that she could join and they would split the reward in half. Ether said with a displeased look that she could leave if she didn't agree, because he was the only one who knew Braham's whereabouts anyway. The girl gritted her teeth furiously and thought that this stubborn idiot must have planned to show himself in Arsha. She raised her hand and said that she agreed, and then asked where the old man was. The plate was empty. Sesha slept peacefully. Jongwoo sat nearby, informing the god that the girl had eaten a few portions of pancakes and gone to bed. He had a mask on his face, and Braham said there was a mission for the young man. He handed him a basket and asked him to collect the purple demon flowers. The protagonist imagined a flower and thought that it was a hidden part. Since ancient times, dragons and demons have been enemies. Dragons have always tried to understand the essence of the world and maintain balance. Demons have always tried to destroy it and create chaos, which is why the enmity between them could not be eradicated. But the more they hated each other, the more useful they became. The dragons began to absorb demons and increase their mana. The demons also absorbed dragons to develop their magic. If it was impossible to absorb a demon, then one could at least receive its blessing, the purple demon flower. Jongwoo frowned and said that this was exactly what he needed. Braham looked at the protagonist and said that he also needed the demon's blessing. The man looked at Sesh as she slept and reminded her that she was only a quarter of a dragon, so magic wasn't enough. That's why he needed this flower. The mage bent down and promised that he would not disturb the young man, because a flower with a concentration of 4 or more would be enough for him. The palm of the deity stroked the girl, and he added that for a child, a large concentration could be disastrous, and there were much more saturated colors. The hunter hid his emotions behind a mask and thought that such flowers were not so rare that it was difficult to find them even after walking thousands of kilometers through the forest. Braham looked at the player and offered to go with Galliard if he didn't believe him. Soon, the fighter in the company of the elf headed for the garden. The archer said with a bored expression that it was a tree garden, and the guy didn't believe that demon flowers could be cultivated in this way. Galliard turned to his companion and explained that demons were born from plants, so if they were cared for like real trees, everything would work out. The demons did not like Braham's statement. One nameless demon was very angry, the other two cursed him, but the barrier of God blocked all outside influence. Jinna looked at the trees, and couldn't believe that demon flowers were so easy to grow. Maybe then the same with demons. The protagonist activated his skill. He saw the magic circles and realized that he was right. The old man was trying to cultivate demon flowers and trees, as they affected the newborns from the demon tree and caused them to devour each other. By sacrificing demons that grew so quickly, they would eventually summon stronger ones, and when they appeared, magic would allow them to be caught. The young man raised his head, noticing that it was a combination of alchemy and black magic, and the influence of the holy iron was also noticeable, as if Braham was engaged in these magic circles every day. Galliard flinched when the hunter asked if the old man wanted to start a war against all players since he was raising demons. The elf lowered his eyebrows and reported that cultivation was not the ultimate goal. He was a little sad and explained that Sesh's life could be very short. Perhaps this is all due to the fact that the girl was a half-breed, but she was born very weak. No matter how many medications she was given, it only got better for a while, and one day they would stop helping at all. The player frowned and remembered that he immediately felt that the child's energy was very weak. Besides, a quarter of the dragon's blood didn't really help human weakness from birth. The archer said that quite recently the baby could not even run. She only felt better from absorbing the demon flowers, but even for them, she had already begun to develop resistance. The fighter looked at the trees again and received confirmation that they wanted to feed Sesha demons. The guy raised his eyebrows and mentally wondered that such an emotionless man was ready to go so far, and asked aloud why the old man cared about the girl. Galliard shook his head and admitted that he had not been told anything about it, but he was sure of one thing. This man is ready to catch even a god if it helps his ward. Jinnu brought the flowers into the house. He approached Brock when he spoke to him, and when asked where Sesha was, he heard that she had gone to get some fresh air. The protagonist looked at the children's drawings on the walls, and realized that he was mistaken. This man was interested not only in science. While the old man was reading the book, the young man concluded that he was playing the role of a loving father perfectly. The incarnation looked up at the hunter and asked what he was looking at, and in response he heard a question about the contents of the book. The alchemist showed the pages and replied that he was checking the Book of Mercury for errors. When the player sat down, the coach asked if he understood yesterday's lesson, and he replied that he was studying an equivalent exchange. In the evening, the guy was sitting over a notebook, and remembered that he had been studying alchemy for half a month without rest. Jinnu frowned, mentally noting that Braham was more open in knowledge than he thought, and Boo and Rebecca's advice had helped, and now he could decipher the emerald tablet. Everything stated in it was true. In order to perform a real miracle, it was necessary to understand that the bottom and the top are the same, and since everything came from the same meditation, everyone is connected as one. Behind the protagonist's back, those who were called upon, starting to discuss aloud that the text was not entirely correct, and he grumbled that he would go crazy. He threw the lump of paper into the pile that had already grown, suggesting that we start from the beginning. Suddenly, the door to the room opened ajar. Sesha rubbed her eyes and asked if the young man was asleep, and the answer was that he was not. The player got to his feet and asked if the girl was hungry, and heard embarrassed laughter. Under Rebecca's skeptical gaze, the fighter began to bake pancakes. All those called agreed that the behavior of the owner was unusual. The guy turned to them and asked how they had ever thought of him all this time, and they called him mischievous and insensitive. Jinnu returned to the room and asked the child not to tell the old man about it. The girl turned around. She was just drawing on his drawings, but the protagonist assured him that he was not angry, mentally adding that nothing worked out with this symbol anyway. The young man placed the plate in front of Sesh and offered to eat until it cooled down. When the child left with the food, the fighter noticed her drawings and clarified what it was, and in response she heard that her adoptive father taught her this. The player put his palm on the sheets of paper, noticing that these scribbles had their own scheme. The guy lifted the sheet closer to his eyes, not understanding how he had not thought of it himself. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had been imagining the Philosopher's Stone as a source of energy all along, but he could think of a conduit that would only increase it. Jinny drew a picture of the sun whose motion was mentioned in the tablet, and realized that these words could be interpreted as a scheme for the movement of magic, which was why Leonte and Bild could not finish the Philosopher's Stone, because it needed a magical power source. Perhaps if you use the demon Braham and fill it with energy, such magic will definitely be enough. If you do this, then the dragon heart and the Philosopher's Stone will become a double source of mana. The protagonist's eyes widened as he realized that in this case he would become infinite. The young man looked at the girl, who was eating pancakes with gusto. Pan took a step forward and asked his sister to go together. The guy squinted to the side and admitted that he was tired. Even the 12th floor was not so terrible. The dragon noticed that Adora was not listening to him and suggested that she was waiting to meet her lover, to which she disagreed and advised him to find a loved one for herself. But when he began to say that he was quite popular with women, she interrupted him. She looked back at her brother and noticed that although the coordinates were correct, something was wrong. The player turned when he was called. The one-horned brother and sister waved happily at him. As the fighter came closer, Adora asked why he was so tired, and in response she heard that everything was fine. Then the dragons noticed Sesh and stared at her. Braham folded his arms, grumbling that his apprentice had brought outsiders, but Galliard protested. The brother and sister looked reliable, and judging by the girl's joyful face, she liked the guests. The elf glanced sideways at his friend, and said that now he understood something. His eyebrows lowered as he deduced that the child was actually very lonely. The archer put his hand on his belt and asked if Sesha had been living out of the ordinary world for too long. The wind tossed the old man's hair, but he said nothing. He watched his ward laugh loudly, and could not remember the last time it was. The thought came to me that his desire to protect made the girl unhappy. Jinnu turned around as the mentor addressed him. Adora followed her friend with her eyes. The girl blushed, wondering why the protagonist was always like this, even if he said that he was bored or glad to meet him. The child looked at her in surprise. The dragon flinched as the little girl asked if she liked cane. Sesha laughed loudly when the eldest asked why she got it, noticed that she did not take her eyes off him. Adora lowered her head, surprised that this was obvious even to a child. At this time, Braham put his palm on the table, and reminded him that the creation of the barrier and magic circles had already been completed. The man put his palm on the blueprints, and expressed his happiness that Elohim and Ether had not yet been seen in the vicinity. When the barrier was completed, even if they found this place, they would no longer be able to interfere. The young man looked at his mentor and figured that if the illusory world was successfully completed, his entire territory would be subordinate only to him, so it could be called a sacred house. Though small and limited, he would be able to use his divine powers in it. The old man turned to the player, and added that he could go about his business and come back later. He would have to focus on raising the demons when the circles were completed. The deity turned away from Galliard when he advised her to talk about the holidays, and the fighter realized that he had been asked to take a break from his studies. Pan raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard that his friend wanted to go on a raid with them, to which he replied that he might not go. The dragon immediately smiled, and explained that he was just dying of boredom here. The young man remembered that the protagonist had taken first place in the ranking of the 21st floor. His father was upset, although he tried to hide it. Punt smirked as he thought that if he could win, he could convince him to train daily. The dragon looked at his sister, and when his friend asked what was wrong with her, he replied that girls always had some problems in their heads. It was better to forget about his popularity. Then the guy noticed that the player was dressed strangely. He scratched his head in confusion when he was asked the reason. The friend smirked when he heard that the fighter just didn't want to cause too much trouble, suggesting that he was just afraid of hurting his face. The young man shuddered when his sister told him that they should change their clothes too, because everyone knew that Cain walked with a one-horned tribe. Already on the way, Pan constantly complained that the disguise itched, but his sister demanded to shut up and stomp. The dragon tugged at his cheek when Jean asked what it was and replied that it was an overhead mask, a secret technique of their tribe to hide its identity. The guy raised his hand and explained that sometimes they shared this technique with other people. Soon they came to Darui Lake. When the comrades looked down, Pan asked why there were so many people here. The dragon crouched down, wondering aloud what was so important here, and the protagonist explained that these people were trying to resurrect a demonic dinosaur. This monster was an ancient creature that could transform and increase its class. It could be said that it was a chrysalis that was potentially supposed to become a butterfly. The guy glanced sideways at his friend and asked if this was not a hidden piece, and he admitted the obviousness of this fact. Pant looked down and suggested that they should just destroy them all instead of politely challenge them to a duel. But the player objected that since they were here for the dinosaur, it was better to wait. The fighter clenched his fist and asked not to provoke the enemy, and if they were found, the dragon would die first. The young man laughed and explained that he only meant that they could become a problem in the future, and as it was, he was patience in the flesh. But after a while, his fist already met the face of one of the villains. Spreading his hands, the dragon offered to attack him. The guy's companions slapped themselves on the forehead. It was easy enough to understand the reason for the conflict that began. Suddenly a group of players appeared, who pushed everyone away and tried to be the first to break through to the dinosaur. Many wanted to object, but since there were rankers in this strange group, the fear was stronger. Except for one person in the person of Pant. The guy attacked the players. Gina grabbed her by the shoulder when she wanted to stop her brother. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and decided that it would be even better. When the young man spotted Lao, he realized that he hadn't counted on the appearance of the Bloodland, one of the 8 clans. They considered themselves the real kingdom, the only heirs of the ancient state, and their goals were to bring the promised land, because they had no territory or sovereignty, but they zealously claimed that they would return their lands. In a sense, they could be called wandering people, living in the captivity of a vanished illusion of the past. However, they always lived with a sense of duty and never neglected training. Besides, as a clan, they worked well together, so not everyone wanted to get in their way. The player did not take his eyes off the enemies, trying to understand what they had forgotten on the 23rd floor of Elohim. It was unlikely that their appearance in the same place and at the same time was a coincidence. They could have sent their servants to search for the dinosaur, but this time a whole group led by a ranker came. And the problem was that the fighter had no idea about this Lao. Then the ranker noticed someone else's gaze. Meanwhile, the situation near the lake was heating up. One of the soldiers, holding a sword in front of him, shouted at the invader that he would not survive after this, since Bloodland was behind them, to which he said that a one-horned tribe was behind him, and this could threaten war. Pant struck his palm with his fist and invited the enemy to attack. But suddenly Lao came closer and ordered his men to retreat, and they looked back at him in confusion. The commander walked past the dragon, although it would have been only too happy to fight it, but the young man stopped near the protagonist. With a smile, Lao asked the player to stop. The fighter's eyes widened as the serpent introduced himself as the emperor's right-hand man and invited him and Braham to a meeting, and Braham realized that the man was speaking directly to him. The guy looked at the commander's sweet smile, mentally amazed that he knew about his work with the old man. Ranker put his hands on his hips and consoled Jean that not everyone knew who was who, and when he asked how many clans even knew about his work with the incarnation of the deity, he heard that he was not sure, since everyone was hiding like rats, and he himself was too busy to check it, but most likely no one else knew this secret. The protagonist narrowed his eyes when he realized that it wasn't just the red dragon who would be interested in the little girl. The young man clenched his fist when it dawned on him that the other clans couldn't stay away as he had hoped, and he should have been more secretive with his plans. The player allowed the disguise to disappear, deciding that he would not be able to avoid the attention of prying eyes when working with Braham. Soon the fighter was standing in his usual form. Pant looked at his friend in confusion, and he explained that he did not want unnecessary problems. Lao smiled faintly when he was asked how he knew where Jean would be. Ranker stretched out his hand to the protagonist and explained that it was about his peculiarities, because he needed all the hidden objects, which meant he had to come here. The commander put his hand to his eye when the young man asked how he had managed to identify him despite his disguise, and explained that it was thanks to his skill. The fighter realized that the guy in front of him had the Eye of Nine Snakes skill, which allowed him to see through the opponent's stats and skills, apparently so he didn't do anything when Punt tried to find him. Meanwhile, Lao withdrew his hand and said that the emperor was interested in him, and wanted to hear an answer to his proposal. The player thought about it. The emperor of gluttony was greedy for everything that could be swallowed, and always went to his goal to the end, and he also consumed people, improving skills through cannibalism. He was trying to devour his brother as well, and the reason why the emperor had targeted him was because he had never tasted dragon meat. The fighter narrowed his eyes, realizing that this psycho had not given up on such a goal. While Lao was waiting for an answer, the guy guessed that the glutton did not need Braham, but Sesha. At this time, the serpent put his palm on Jin's shoulder, and asked him not to worry, because the fact that the emperor would damage him or his associates was just stupid rumors to destroy his reputation. He understood that all this did not have a very good effect on their potential guests, but he assured that the offer was not bad. The protagonist tensed. He was so infuriated by this situation, but it was worth pretending that he agreed, because with this he could destroy the Elohim. Ranker clapped his hands when the young man said that he agreed. Pant pulled the mask off his face as the players tried to negotiate an ancient dinosaur. The fighter turned away when they agreed to wait, as he knew it was a test of his skills, but decided to see where it would lead. Bubbles bubbled on the surface of the lake. An ancient dinosaur escaped from the water. Jinnu and his one-horned friends rushed into battle, and Lao watched them carefully, wanting to know how strong they were. The dinosaur opened its mouth, then he simply swallowed the attackers. The snake's face stretched out in confusion, not understanding how the beast had simply eaten them. The dragon shook off his saliva, and complained about the disgusting smell. The guy looked around and noticed that they were in the stomach of a dinosaur, which looked like another dimension from the inside, although he had heard that the monster was reflecting the consciousness of demons inside. Pan turned to his friend when he asked what he was muttering, and noticed an object in his hands. The player replied that it was the heart of an ancient dinosaur, and the interlocutor was surprised that he got it so quickly. The fighter calmly explained that there were 5 parts of the heart, and he needed to collect the other 4 parts, which meant that the quest would begin now. Indeed, the sky turned red, heralding a monster attack, and the system announced the start of the quest. A crowd of monsters rushed at the friends. The brother and sister immediately prepared for battle. Jinnu slammed his palm on the ground, and ordered them to be devoured. Immediately, a magical vortex rose. The dragons, covering their faces with their hands, were indignant that they had not been warned. But the protagonist calmly continued to devour enemies. The young man raised his hand and informed his companions that their role was very important, and it was better to focus on what lay ahead. He explained that there would be 2 points next, and you need to collect hearts in them, which Pan asked to rely on them. The one-horned ones fought their way through the crowd of monsters without much difficulty. Shannon appeared next to his master and asked why he did not call them into battle, but he said that they would have another task. The ground opened up under the player's feet before the knight realized what he was up to. The guy fell into the darkness when he was asked who he was. Jinnu looked around and realized that it was the consciousness of an ancient dinosaur, and this was a great chance to gain more knowledge about demons. The protagonist saw the eyes in the darkness, and noticed the presence of demonic poison out loud. The young man tensed up, remembering that these monsters could produce him, but this one was too young for that. The dinosaur attacked the invader while he thought that someone had helped him. The player swung his sword, deciding that he needed to get rid of it as quickly as possible. The swordsman activated the restriction of the territory with a lunge of the blade. But the attacking limb still almost hit him. With a wave of his weapon, the guy unleashed a wave of fire on the monster. Lao was dumbfounded outside and did not understand what was happening. The dinosaur roared and tossed about. The ranker covered his face with his hand and concluded to himself that the monster didn't just eat those guys, but they were doing something inside. The knight turned when a voice from behind found it strange that the Bloodland was working together with a one-horned tribe. Behind the young man stood Elohim with a grin. The serpent's fighters immediately raised their weapons. The commander frowned, not understanding why the rivals appeared right now. Lao decided that Cain had caused trouble for the clan in their attempt to capture Gilead, and they came to take revenge. Ranker threw up his hands and retorted that they were working with Cain, not the tribe. But this answer infuriated the elf. Looking angrily at the serpent, the warrior demanded to retreat, otherwise his clan would consider the Bloodland to be responsible for this incident. But the commander grinned and called it stupidity. Why would he be guilty? In the next instant, ice crystals grew under the feet of the enemies. With a wave of his hand, Lao unleashed a magical attack on the elves. The crystals quickly absorbed the enemy's forces, and soon only an ice field remained in their place. Ranker stepped forward and announced that he should not have come here. Suddenly there was a crack. The ice crust began to crack. The next moment, an enemy sprang out behind the serpent as he tried to figure out where the body had gone. The commander turned sharply. At the same time, the knights clashed with the warriors of Elohim. The serpent fled, shouting to his men to retreat to the lake. The enemy commander rushed after them, ordering them to follow them. The elf grinned, deciding that he could destroy Cain, the dinosaur, and these bloody scoundrels in one fell swoop. At this moment, the dragon let out a guttural roar. Flames flared up. Both opponents turned around in surprise. The dinosaur's scales began to heat up. After that, the monster was torn apart by a powerful explosion. Soldiers on both sides scattered, begging to be saved. As Elohim stared in horror, a huge rock flew straight at him. The entire area around the lake was engulfed in fire. The fighter tried to get up, not believing that such a thing was possible. He raised himself on his elbows, muttering that he was a follower of the Great Fry. Jinnu towered over him until his enemy understood how one person could do such a thing. With a smirk, the elf exclaimed that nothing would end with his death. Ether would definitely avenge him, but the protagonist interrupted him. The young man looked at the scoundrel with a threat, mocking that he knew about it. And swinging his blade, he said that it had been a trap from the very beginning. Elohim looked at the player in confusion. Shortly before that, a dialogue took place between the player and his allies. Then he reached out to his friends and proposed a plan that would allow him to get rid of the Elohim while the battle with the dinosaur was going on. With a serious look, the fighter offered to use the situation in his favor and set a trap. Braham rubbed his chin as the disciple explained that almost everyone in this clan was a follower of the goddess, so they must have a light attribute that was tasty for demons, so they could be served as a dish. In the present, the guy moved towards Lao, who asked why they suffered. Ranker looked at Gina in fear, claiming that they just wanted to help. Instead of answering, the protagonist took off his mask. The serpent stared at him, dumbfounded. With a nervous smile, the knight concluded aloud that they were just being used, but Elohim would find out. Moments before his death, the commander expressed the hope that his master would be able to eliminate his assassin. Lao fell at the young man's feet. For a while, the player just stared at him. After that, I put the mask back on, and decided to find out how the others were doing. At this time, Braham was monitoring the situation through a magic ball, noticing that the enemies were really trying. The Elohim were thoroughly prepared, even the chimera was brought, although it was not clear why there was such a thirst for blood between the twins, to which Galliard reminded them that blood was valued above all else in this world. The old man looked at the elf, and remarked that it was hardly important for monsters who were willing to kill their parents or children if they wanted to. The chimera would definitely try to kill her brother if she got the chance. The incarnation of the deity frowned and added that it was all about the religious society in which they lived, and thought to himself that a world where you had to kill for survival was terrible. The man looked at the archer again, and said that blood and tears were not important to them, as they were united by a common goal to protect Sesha. After that, the hunter left home with the child. Braham followed them with an anxious look. If the girl manages to absorb these monsters, then the disease will be completely cured. And for the alchemist, it was her mother's last gift, and saying goodbye to a person who was no longer with them. A bright light shone from the book that the old man opened. Magic gears turned, and the forest was filled with mist. Ether looked back at his companions, and warned them to be careful with Braham's magic. But then the invaders looked around and found that one of their comrades was missing. One of the guards threw up his hands, noticing that 3 of their squads were missing at once. Lightning flashed, and one of the soldiers pointed in that direction, giving the order to regroup. The chimera raised her hand, and felt as if her holy powers were beginning to drain. She turned around abruptly, and realized that this was not just a sensation. Someone was definitely reducing her strength. One of the escorts shuddered. Several knights clasped their hands in a prayer gesture as they recited the incantation. And the girl felt her strength returning, concentrating in her hands. The chimera stretched out her hand forward and let out a white light. A bright flash lit up the forest. The elf from the guard immediately praised the mistress for her excellent performance. But suddenly, in the darkness of the forest, red eyes lit up. The guy looked at this in fright. Several dinosaurs and a whole pack of demons came out directly to meet the intruders. One of the guards was instantly grabbed by the monster's mouth. The chimera clashed in battle with one of the demons. The girl frowned and shouted curses at Braham. She saw that there were too many enemies and their squad was losing. The priestess gritted her teeth when she decided she had to get out of here. Suddenly, blood splashed and Chimera's eyes widened. Her brother's blade pierced her chest, and all she could do was curse at him. The girl threw him back and said that he would not survive without her. But he calmly objected that this was not so. A sacred symbol lit up on his forehead, and the young man added that he would do it thanks to her sacrifice. The priestess frowned when she recognized the sign. One of the dinosaurs turned when he heard the prayer that everything in this world belongs to a god who will one day descend upon them, and those who do not agree to admit it must die. Ether consumed his sister's body. A portal opened a stone's throw from the group. A group of priests appeared from it. The elves looked at the new arrivals in fright, recognizing them. The devil's army came out of the portal. The young man dropped to one knee, greeting the bishop. With a deep bow, he answered the question about the body that he had not yet had time to check it, and asked for forgiveness for this. One of the monsters rushed at the new enemies, but they remained calm. Eyes flashed in the shadow of the hood, and the order was given to kill everyone. At this time, Sesha trembled in fright, opening her eyes. The girl looked at Galliard in horror, and screamed that Braham was in danger. The elf tensed up. He remembered that the girl with the dragon's blood had developed psychic senses, so he could ignore her words. But in the end, he rushed to run further, despite the child's protests, convincing her that her enemies were following her. The incarnation of the deity frowned. He looked at the dead monster through his orb, and realized that he had miscalculated. The old man grabbed the book, muttering that there was no choice left. At the moment when the alchemist was about to leave, someone's laughter rang out. The man turned around when he was told that the jokes were over. Right through the crystal ball, Kindred's eyes were looking at Braham. The action takes place near a hut in the forest. The girl holds the child in her arms and asks someone to take care of him. He looked at the child in the girl's arms. He started shouting that it wasn't even his daughter, but Anunta replied that it was her daughter. She held the baby close to her and said that she had given birth to her with her heart, not her body. The girl raised her head pitifully and asked her father to take care of her. Braham's eyes bulged out. Then he heard this word from her for the first and last time. He thought that she had hated him all her life, so when he heard this, he could not refuse. Sesha was lying on the bed, and Braham was reading a book to her. He mentally tells her that perhaps Sesha is a chance to correct the mistakes of his past. Sesha assembled the bed herself, and at some point Braham was imbued with care for the girl. Sesha smiled happily. Braham opened his mouth in admiration. He had become her real grandfather. Some portal began to open. Someone stuck out his hands from the portal and told Braham that the jokes were over. A man ended up in his office right on his desk. Kindred looked at him with a smile. Then he immediately struck. Braham jumped back, holding the book in his hands. Kindred smiled. He began to attack, but Braham continued to dodge. A magic circle appeared above them. There was a strong explosion. Braham found himself outside the building and wondered why Kindred was so strong. The man stood up and mentally said that the enemy had no difficulty attacking. He opened his mouth in surprise. Kindred was on his feet. A dark aura emanated from him. It was devilish magic. They stood opposite each other. Braham frowned, realizing how Kindred had managed to get into his space so easily. He imagined dark matter and mentally said that he had a conspiracy with a god who had something to do with devils, and that it was easy for the devil god. He imagined the silhouette of this creature and thought that this is a god who is not a god, a demon who is not a demon. According to him, the players of the tower call such a demon god. This is the one who wants to destroy everything and build the world anew. He imagined a celestial demon behind Kindred, shrouded in a dark aura. Braham immediately ran away, thinking that he would not be able to defeat the celestial demon in such a state. According to him, he was no opponent for Kindred right now. Then, he raised his head and saw that even the surrounding space was being painted with the colors of the heavenly demon. He raised his hand and summoned magic circles. Then he fired magic, thinking that he needed to win with the help of imaginary worlds. Kindred deflected all attacks. Braham raised his hand again. A rift appeared above it. Alchemy clenched his fist. Shells that looked like pieces of glass flew at the enemy. Kindred raised his head in surprise. The sphere began to envelop him. However, Kindred broke the barrier and broke out of it. He was in the air. Braham clenched his fist again. There was an explosion as they attacked each other at the same time. There was a trace of a dark aura in the sky. Some cloaked men ran towards Kindred, calling him a bishop. However, Galliard had already set his sights on them. One of the men stopped and raised his hand, saying that he would deal with the archer himself. A moment later, Galliard was behind him. The other man saw the flash and was stunned. However, then he looked away. Meanwhile, Kindred and Braham continued to fight. Braham attacked with magic. Kindred attacked with devilish energy. The barrier fell and the sky turned red. The mage materialized something that looked like a typhoon. He floated in the air and used magic. His hand began to tremble. The old man realized that his saint powers were running out, and the illusory worlds could not stand it. He had already held out in such an unequal battle for so long. However, according to him, he didn't care if he died, since he didn't hold on to life. He grinned, thinking that if he died, they would take Sesha, and he would not allow that. The sky turned blood red. Braham began to fall to the ground. He stretched out his hand upwards. Suddenly his eyes bulged. A silhouette of Sesha appeared in his head. He imagined her face and thought how sorry he was. The mage fell to the ground. He put his hand to the ground and said in his mind that no matter how hard it was for him, he would protect Sesha. A pentagram appeared on the floor as he used the summoning of a demon. Kindred covered his face with his hands because of the powerful gusts of wind. A huge gate appeared in front of him. The gate opened, but it was too dark to see anything. A man walked forward, laughing as he did so. This creature had huge dark wings. The demon smiled and said that it was better here than below. Then we see the throne under which lie the bones. Braham summoned the second of the 72 demons of hell, the Grand Duke of the East, the Lord of Destruction and Madness, whose name is Agars. Kindred's eyes bulged dumbfounded, thinking about why a demon of such high rank had responded to the old man's call. The man then frowned and thought that it was all probably because of the dragon. He was holding several stones and thought that it would be difficult to defeat here with magic alone, and therefore he would have to summon a god. He used 2 different types of magic at the same time. He then stacked them together to make an explosion. A moment later, there really was an explosion. After that, the man thought about how the Inyan wall is a skill that combines 2 opposing forces to create a big bang. According to him, even if he can't defeat Agars, it will be enough to break Braham. Agars stood in the fog, wondering if Kindred was preparing for this. The young man's eyes bulged in shock as the devil said that he was sorry that King Micah had to do such a thing. The devil looked at him with his red eyes. Agars attacked him. Blood splattered all around. Kindred immediately lost consciousness. Agars approached the old man and asked if it was a real body. Braham said in surprise that he had thought of summoning Belial or Dantalion, so he asked why Agars had come. Braham grinned angrily as the devil asked if he had any insights. But the old man immediately said that he could get him an ancient dragon if he needed to. The devil looked down on him and asked if Braham thought Agars didn't know. He presented the silhouette of the girl and said that he would take the little dragon as long as she didn't have any distinctive skills. The devil stretched out his hand and said that if she was the daughter of the heavenly wing, then she would be a perfect fit for him. Braham grinned angrily. Galliard watched from behind cover and wondered if Sesha was Jungwoo's daughter. The old man lowered his head and said that he would tell the devil his wish. He opened the book and said that it was necessary to protect Sesha at the cost of his life. Iron chains appeared from magic circles. They bound the devil completely. A bright aura emanated from the book. The old man stretched out his hand, controlling the chains, and thought about how these were the remnants of his holy power, and now he was getting old. Blood began to flow from his mouth. He thought that he wanted to see Sesha grow up so much, but there was nothing he could do, because he was ready to give his life for her. Meanwhile, a mark appeared on the hand of the main character. He received the skill of demonology. He was approached by Pant and Adora, who brought some objects. Suddenly, the main character heard some kind of scream from the side. Boo immediately appeared in front of them, and stretched out his hand. He created a defensive barrier and repelled the attack. The protagonist looked ahead and wondered what kind of energy it was, and he also felt demonic energy everywhere. Jongwoo's eyes bulged in shock when he realized it was Agar's. The main character immediately flew forward, thinking that he urgently needed to go to Braham, because something was wrong. Jongwoo remembered his brother's appearance and thought that Agar's was very obsessed with him, as the protagonist's younger brother was trying to master demon magic through demonology, and Agar's taught him his magic through various crafts, from time to time offering to join the demon clan, but his brother always refused. He introduced Agar's and said that refusals made the devil tougher. After refusing, Agar's tried to distance himself from Jongwoo, but a few years later, he unexpectedly returned with the same offer. Agar's reached out and said that he would help Jongwoo's soul calm down. According to him, with his power, Jongwoo would be able to carry out the desired revenge. Blood flowed from the young man's mouth. He raised his head and said that his answer was still the same, namely refusal. The devil calmly looked at him and called him a stubborn ass, because he would have to agree in the end anyway. Jongwoo ran forward, wondering why Agar's had appeared now, since he could get what he wanted just by controlling the lesser demons. The protagonist looked at the clouds and mentally said that apparently Braham created illusory worlds, but it seems that his world has been destroyed. He held the dark energy in his hand and thought that he didn't know what had happened, but in an illusory world, it was always possible to check what had happened. The protagonist saw Ether kill his sister. He also saw the battle between Kindred and the old man. The main character lowered his head and mentally said that he feels the excitement of Braham. He will experience everything himself, but he cannot understand what brought him so out. Then he saw Braham, who said that he was thinking of summoning Belial or Dantalion. Agar's looked at him and replied that he already knew everything. Then Agar smiled and said that if Sesha was the daughter of the King of the Sky, she would be a great fit for him. The main character opened his mouth in amazement, and wondered if his brother really had a daughter. He imagined the image of Ananta and thought that she was the last person to fall in love with his brother. The protagonist imagined them together and mentally said that they were dragons by blood, so she immediately liked him. But Jongwoo considered her his friend. However, it seems that she said something the last time they met. He saw Ananta saying that he would protect the girl at all costs. Jongwoo frowned and realized that the girl was talking about Sesha. Then he saw a flashback in which Brahman shouts that it is not her child. The protagonist held his head and said that fragments of Brahman consciousness were connected to him. Jongwoo closed his eyes. He immersed himself in the memories of Brahman, who said that Ananta's existence was his mistake. He looked at the world too easily like a god, and one day he decided to play with the dragon, but he did not recognize her as his child. According to him, it was better to live and pretend that she did not exist. He remembered the moment when Ananta had brought the child and called Brahman father for the first time. When she had brought the child to Dune and John, she had been able to hide the child's existence from Konu for a long time. The girl was sitting behind the shelter, holding a child in her arms. Braham said that Ananta accidentally found the girl and kidnapped her from Walpurgis Night. She really considered Sesha her daughter. While Ananta was fighting the witches, Jianwo was fighting another clan, but the Brahmin could only protect Sesha. The protagonist lowered his head, realizing that Agar's wanted Sesha because she was Jungwoo's direct legacy, which meant he needed to stop him. Jongwoo clenched his fist. He flew forward with all his might, thinking that Jongwoo could not be returned, but he would protect his niece at all costs. Meanwhile, the chains were still tight. The devil was immobilized by chains, but said that the old man would not succeed. The chains began to slowly disintegrate. The devil stretched out his hand and said that the illusory world was disappearing, and with it his magic circles. The old man fell to the ground and began to scream. The devil got Sesha. He smiled and looked at her and said that this is what was left of Jongwoo. However, she was too small and there was no point in absorbing her, but she could make a good toy. The devil smiled terribly, his fangs bared. Sesha opened her mouth and began to scream in fright. She remembered how it lay in Ananata's hands. The girl remembered Brahman's smile. The devil held the sphere in his hand. Sesha closed her eyes and mentally shouted out the protagonist's name. Immediately there was an explosion. The severed hand of the devil flew aside. Sesha cowered in fear, but she was already in Jongwoo's hands. The girl opened her eye. She saw the protagonist. The main character immediately jumped back. He stopped at a safe distance. The protagonist put it on the ground and sat down on his knee. Jongwoo put his hand on his mask. He took off his mask in front of her. Sesha began to cry. Jongwoo looked at her with a smile, and she thought about the fact that they looked almost identical. Sesha put her hands on his cheeks and asked if it was her dad. The girl began to cry and asked the protagonist if he was her father. Jongwoo looked at her pitifully. Then he hugged her. Brahman appeared behind them. The main character approached him and treated him, saying that he would explain everything later. The old man's eyes bulged in surprise and thought that he had the same face, but it wasn't Jongwoo. But he suggested that they might be brothers. The main character summoned his army. The knights asked the protagonist about how to fight this devil. Agar's was shrouded in a dark aura. He raised his head and happily asked if they were going to take it, and added that it was much more interesting to watch events from here than from below. Jongwoo frowned and asked if he really needed him and Sesha, and the demon immediately confirmed it. Agar smiled and said that the protagonist's brother had treated him badly, and now he needed compensation. The demon stretched out his hand and said that the archdemon was no match for threatening the small pawns, but he would give them a chance. Sesha hugged her mother's projection behind the protagonist while Agar's offered the protagonist power in exchange for his niece. Jongwoo looked at him and asked what would happen if he refused. The demon immediately remembered how Jongwoo had turned him down. Agar's grinned and began to shout that Jongwoo did not dare to refuse. He stretched out his hand in front of him to launch an attack. Dark magic began to envelop everything around. Magic struck the ground. The demon said that he didn't want to fight gnats like them, but since Jongwoo refused, there was nothing he could do. However, suddenly, his eyes bulged out. Feeling something, he felt a creature similar to him. A bright light filtered out from beneath the dark magic. Everything around began to fill with light. The main character raised his head and his yellow eyes appeared. Agar's looked at him in surprise. A bright huge gate appeared. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and thought that he would not be able to defeat Agar's, given that he was so strong that he could take down the Brahmin. The demon was still looking at him in surprise. The protagonist summoned the gate, thinking that he needed to call a worthy opponent for him. The Brahmin watched from the sidelines and was surprised that Jongwoo was able to summon a new door with the help of a magic circle. A voice came from behind the door, asking who had summoned him and what the fee was. The main character stretched out his hand with the reward and said that he would give the aegis as a reward. The creature crawled out of the gate, accepting the deal. The demon raised his head. Hermes came out of the gate riding a kite. The god looked down and said that he and Agar's had not seen each other in about 900 years. Hermes stood right in front of him, and Agar's began to shout that Hermes had never interfered in a duel. But the god replied that he had been offered a deal and had agreed. The man smiled and said that Agar's had to choose whether to fight or refuse. The demon smiled silently. He created a dark sphere and said that it wouldn't be too bad if the god and demon on the lower floors showed themselves in all their glory. He immediately began to attack with dark magic. A bright flash appeared as Hermes attacked back. Agar's appearance changed, and the demon himself seemed to become a dark energy. Jongwoo frowned at the pressure. Since this was a real battle between a god and a demon, he felt as if just looking at it would drive him crazy. He raised his head and thought that the entire floor was being restored and destroyed again and again. So Jongwoo didn't think that he would still be alive if it weren't for this light. A ray of light hit the ground. The protagonist thought that perhaps this is the energy of Athena. Apparently she was summoned here because of the aegis. She saves not only him, but also Brahmin and the others. The man lowered his head and mentally said that he did not know why she helped, but this was his chance. He needed to somehow help defeat Agar's. There were several orbs in front of him, and he thought that it would be critical for his body. But he could try to summon demonic attributes. A dark red aura began to emanate from his hand. He frowned, because he felt pain. Veins appeared even on his face. The system notified him that Athena was pleased with his determination and sent him a blessing. The protagonist's eyes turned red. The system notified him that his demonic attribute was awakening and becoming part of his body. He imagined the silhouette of a dragon and began to think about how back in ancient times, demons and dragons were at war with each other. Sometimes their combined influence on each other was so strong that they crippled their tribes and fell into the hands of opponents. According to him, this is how demonic dragons appeared. They used the power of both dragons and demons, opening up new opportunities. In the past, Kalatuts had said that it was unrealistic for dragons to leave their tribe, which was why the existence of demon dragons was a stain on the entire dragon lineage. As Jongwoo stood in front of the dragon, Kalatuts said that even after learning the demonic attribute from Agar's, he shouldn't forget, or their agreement would be broken. The protagonist remembered his brother, saying that Jongwoo kept his promise and did not learn the demonic attribute, even though he thought about it. The system notified the protagonist that their demonic attribute and dragon attribute were working together. Their body changed from a dragon's body to a demonic dragon's body. A blue aura enveloped him. Huge wings grew on its back. The main character was covered with scales. He saw dragons in front of him, and they wished him good luck. Jongwoo lowered his head. His sword was enveloped in flames. A beam of light struck the ground. The protagonist attacked with a fiery sword. The pillar of fire dealt damage to the demon. The knights ran forward. The girls' spirits exclaimed that they needed God's blessing. Everyone began to attack the demon. Hermes stretched out his hand and gave the command to the snakes. The snakes opened their patches and rushed forward. They clung to the demon's flesh. Agar screamed in pain. The aura around him raged and he screamed in anger. Jongwoo watched and thought that the attacks worked, and therefore they could defeat him. Flames began to gather around his sword. He intended to attack again. There was a powerful explosion. Jongwoo opened his mouth and mentally exclaimed that he didn't know how, but he had to save Sesha. He clenched his sword. His eyes began to slowly close. Blood gushed out of his mouth. His eyes turned white, and he whispered that Agar's must be killed. The main character imagined the smiles of his brother and his niece, and mentally said that he could not lose her either. He fell to the ground. The sky turned red. The dragons asked the protagonist if he was okay. The main character was lying on the ground. He raised his head and said that Sesha needed to be saved. Dark energy wafted from the gate. The snakes attacked the demon, and he shouted for them to let him go. Jurns controlled the snakes and thought that he would not be able to kill him. It would be faster to close him on the 98th floor. His eyes lit up and he told Agars to give up and return. The demon opened his mouth and began to shout that Hermes couldn't just close him there, because he couldn't let Sesha go. A dark aura flew towards the protagonist lying on the ground. Hermes held out his staff. The aura began to absorb the main character. The demon grabbed the man and began to laugh madly. Agars grabbed his cheeks. The demon was holding the main character by the throat. His eyes bulged out, and a reflection of Zhong appeared in them. Agars smiled madly and exclaimed that this time the protagonist would go with him. Zhongwu grinned in excitement. He grabbed the demon's arms and began to use a skill that drains the life force and soul from the opponent. The demon looked at this excitedly. The protagonist grinned from the pressure. The system notified him that the demonic attribute was developing faster than usual, and therefore the body of the demonic dragon was in danger, since the balance was not maintained. Everything around him was shrouded in dark energy, and Agars exclaimed that he wanted to see how the young man would handle it. The Death Knight shouted that it was dangerous. The protagonist became more and more covered with scales. A moment later, someone chopped off the demon's hands, saying that they wanted to watch as long as possible. Agars frowned and began to shout that he belonged to him. The gate began to suck in the demon. Agars continued to scream, but the gate was almost closed. And finally, the gate closed and the demon was sealed. Then a Byoker came here and said that it was a pity to see men obsessed with something. Following the goblin, the others were transported. The goblin said that the protagonist made a mess as usual and left. The main character raised his head in surprise and wondered if these were really 12 zodiacs. The goblin put his hand to his chin and said that he thought they could give a reward to the protagonist right now. Besides, he had very good stats. The goblin handed him a vial. Zhongwu took the vial and immediately began to drink it. He glanced at the already empty vial, and the goblin said that the protagonist could consider it a gift to the main reward. Suddenly, he felt a core in his chest. It turned out to be a specially created core of demonic mana absorbed from the great Agars. He put his hand to his chest and thought that the core would have enough energy to heal Sesha, but its form was unstable, and therefore he could not extract the core from his body. The main character slowly lowered his head and thought that this was not allowed. Hermes approached Zhong and said that he understood what was bothering him. God looked at him and said that there was no need to hurry, or he would miss what he already had, but he was not that kind of person. Hermes put his hand to it and turned around. He saw a ray in the sky and realized that it was Athena who had begun to heal the protagonist. Hermes smiled and mentally said that she must have had her eye on him too, and besides, he even imagined the expression on her face. Hermes went to the gate and said that he still had a lot to do. The gate closed as soon as he left. Ibulker smiled and said that it was time to clean up here. The action is transferred to some room. Edora sat in front of Zhongwu and tended to him. He looked at the girl. Edora smiled and said that he had finally woken up. Zhongwu looked around the room and asked where he was, and the girl replied that they were on the 22nd floor because the air in the demon forest had a bad effect on Zhongwu's condition. The main character held his head because of the pain and asked where the others were. Edora lowered her head and was in no hurry to answer the question. Suddenly, his eyes bulged in surprise, realizing that he was not wearing a mask. Then he glanced at the girl as she asked if this was what he was looking for. She handed him the mask. Zhongwu looked at her in surprise. Edora smiled silently. The protagonist immediately jumped out of bed. He lowered his head, thinking that he should have been more careful. He imagined the faces of Pant and Edora and mentally said that more people had seen his face or not. The protagonist grabbed the sword harder and said in his mind that he needed to decide it now. Edora held out her hands. Suddenly, the girl hugged him. She hugged him and told him that everything was fine and everything would be fine, because they were nearby. The main character hugged her back. June was in Edora's arms. The embarrassed protagonist moved away from her. June was sitting in front of Edora on the bed. She stated that she did not think that the main character knows how to be embarrassed, and he asked her about who she took him for. Smiling, Edora noted that Pant did not see the protagonist's face, and added that if June dared to show it, he would wait. The stone-faced protagonist listened to Edora's speech. She noted that she agreed with him, adding that she was curious about what he looked like and what was hiding in his soul. Edora looked at June in love and asked if it was bad to want to know all this. The main character was embarrassed by her words and opened his eyes wide. In his thoughts he assumed that if it was her, then everything would be fine. The main character took his mask. Looking at Edora, he said that one day he would tell everything. She was taken aback by the words of the main character. Smiling, she accepted his words and called him brother. Braham lay on the bed and looked at June and stated that he and his brother looked alike, but they had different auras, and he noted that it was not the first time he had heard this. The floor administrator opened the portal and said that they had a lot to talk about, so he would leave. A wounded Braham glanced at June and asked him if he knew that Braham didn't like that face, because his daughter was suffering because of that face. Smiling, the protagonist stated that the owner of this face was a real villain, and then asked about whether Braham wanted to live. June said with a serious look that he needed to live to prevent the likes of Young Woo from doing wrong. A dumbfounded Braham just lay on his bunk while June remarked that he needed to heal Sesha in order to see Ananta. Squinting his eyes, Braham agreed with the main character. Sesha held Braham's hand with tears in her eyes. She begged him not to leave, and Braham noted in his thoughts that he could not leave her. The protagonist and Sesha stood over Braham, who stated that he was once called God, and now he will become someone else. Closing his eyes, Braham said that this life was not bad either. He pushed Sesha's hands away. The girl looked at June with tears in her eyes, who told her to just wait. The protagonist began to draw dark energy from the man's body, but suddenly the girl screamed for the main character to wait. She drew out the elixir, saying that he could save him. The protagonist's gaze fell on the elixir of the homunculus, and the message said that it was the raw material of an artificial life form created by Braham, who put all his alchemical knowledge and magical essence into it, but he left the elixir incomplete. The dumbfounded hero looked at the bottle of potion. In his thoughts he noted that it was one of those very treasures. Inspired, Sesha, clenching her fists, said that now he would definitely be able to save him. Smiling, June remarked in his thoughts that he had no right to make a mistake. He aimed his hand at the elixir that emanated green mana. The potion began to illuminate Braham's body. 3 notifications appeared that a divine essence had been received. Braham's hand was illuminated by a light energy. His hair began to levitate, and all wounds disappeared from his body and mana enveloped him. A tablet appeared stating that June had managed to give the once great soul a new body, and he had also found a new way to use death, so that his zone of control over the power of darkness became wider. A notification appeared that the various 98th floor gods and demons watching the situation were in amazement. Against the background of the gates of heaven, many messages surfaced, saying that some gods were dissatisfied with June's actions, and the participants of Dev were especially dissatisfied, and some were interested in watching this. Tablets have appeared against the background of the demonic gates. Many demons are vigorously discussing June, and many demon communities have turned their eyes to the main character. Holding his hand in front of him, the main character noticed that both demons and gods react so violently. He imagined a mural on which Braham was painted as God, and in his thoughts, the main character noted that Braham lived on the lower floors and was injured by Agars. But he was not just God, but supreme. Such a great God was not a rancor, but became a subject of a mere mortal. While the protagonist was reading the message, a happy Sesha stretched out her hands and called out to Braham. She hugged him. Looking at his face, Sesha asked him why he was so cold and hard. The ceiling in the room where they were was illuminated by sunlight, and Braham stated that since he was now a subordinate of June, they needed to end their conversation, so he asked the protagonist about how he could cure Sesha and go to Ananta. June stretched out his hands, which had 2 seals on them, and asked Braham to look at it. Frowning, he put on his glasses. Braham's eyes fell on the pink seal and he noticed that it was the demon's seal he had made. He looked at the blue projection and was shocked. He sat at the table and looked at the seals on June's hands, and then screamed and asked if it was a philosophical stone and how this was even possible. And the hero said that Viera Dune deduced only the basis and he himself did not know the details. The protagonist said with a serious look that he had accidentally obtained it, so he was still trying to learn how to use it, and then asked what Braham would suggest doing with him. Looking ahead, Braham replied that he would make it perfect and then create a magic circle. Taken aback and looking down, he noted in his thoughts that he would do it to catch the demon and save Sesha, no matter what it takes. There were several candlesticks with candles on the wall, and Braham asked the protagonist what to do next and how they could find Ananta, who was fighting Walpurgis Knight, to which he was told that they could use the auction. In the head of the main character, a picture of a man on stage showing the Philosopher's Stone surfaced. The protagonist continued his speech, saying that they could put up the Philosopher's Stone and remarked that they would remove all the important attributes, leaving the name. With a grin, Braham put his hand to his chin and said that he imagined the noise in the tower. An image of the Summer Queen appeared in his mind, and he noticed that the noise would be especially from the Red Dragon, and the heart of the Summer Queen's dragon was almost destroyed, so she would definitely want to get her hands on the Philosopher's Stone. And June, looking ahead, said that the Red Dragon and the other clans would definitely try to get to the bottom of the stone. Holding his face, Braham asked if the protagonist was trying to shift all eyes to Walpurgis Knight. June sat on a chair with a calm look and said that from now on, they would start a witch hunt. Stretching out his hand, he said that it was necessary to get their attention. The night light enveloped the door. June held a mask in his hand, and the receptionist asked if they had finished the conversation. The goblin pointed his hands at the blue portal and asked him to go through it. Going through the portal, the main character saw the administrator, who pointed his hand at the red sofa, and he noted that when June is wearing a mask, it is more convenient to talk to him, and also asked to sit down at the table. He pointed to a cup of tea and said that it was a tea of an elite variety of leaves, so he should try it, because it had a perfect exquisite taste, and the protagonist impatiently asked if they wanted to talk to him about it, and asked him to get to the point. Snapping his fingers, the administrator noted with a smirk that the main character had no time for chatting at all. A huge number of notifications appeared behind the administrator's back. The protagonist's gaze fell on the messages that said that the Hell Demon, Ammonius, was looking at him, as well as the Giesek Demon, Hongdong, licking his lips. June was very surprised and his eyes bulged from what he saw and asked what it meant. The administrator's face lit up a lot of notices with a blue light, and he said that they were all very interested in him, and he also noted that 41 gods and 55 demons wanted him as an apostle. Crossing his palms, the goblin revealed that June knew that he needed to be a ranker for this, but apparently they decided not to wait until he reached the 50th floor, given the circumstances, and also offered to share their power after the contract was signed. June confidently looked ahead and stated that he refused, noting that he didn't need the place of an apostle, musing that he really wished he could get his hands on the dragon awakening faster, but he wasn't going to rely on others. June's face changed to surprise, because he wondered if he could do otherwise. The administrator put his finger on the message and said that since June refused, he would reject all offers. The protagonist's face under the mask was frowning, and he stated that he did not mind getting powers without signing a contract. The administrator turned around and looked at the protagonist, and June noted in his mind that he wanted to see what they would offer if they wanted to appropriate him. Smirking and raising his hand, the goblin stated that in fact, the protagonist is the second player who plays like this with the 98th floor. June himself noticed that he would not play by their rules. A notification has appeared that the demon of hell, Agars, is offering him his power. The protagonist's gaze fell on several messages from the pile, in which the gods offered him their powers, skills, and sacred objects. Squinting, the administrator stated that he didn't think they would decide to share such treasures. The hero looked at the tablets and said that he could only accept 4 forces. The protagonist's gaze fell on one of the techniques, and it was the power bestowed by Athena, the goddess of Olympus, because he made a deep impression on Athena by fighting fiercely to protect his niece, so she gives him her power. The very sword of the goddess gives her mercy, he protects the body, and the spirit of the opponent will be broken. The protagonists began to consider the ability of the third spirit. It is a power granted by Azrael, the god of Malik, which allows the caster's absolute will to influence the object. It is also possible to put an opponent with weaker mental abilities into a state of confusion, and in severe cases, temporarily steal their body and use it as a puppet. June began to consider the Agar's technique, which collects the hatred and anger boiling in the body into madness, so that at this time, the attack power increases in proportion to the increase in insanity, and the defense power decreases. The hero began to study the ability of the faceless law, which says that chaos has eyes, but he does not see anything, he has ears, but he does not hear, and he cannot eat, because he has no organs, but at the same time his senses are incredibly subtle. The ability to think is amazing, and magic is so deep that it surpasses grimoires and becomes power. He touched his finger to the projection and noted in his head that it was not so easy to refuse and it was better to wait in his thoughts, and realized that a faceless law could be very useful. Several notifications appeared. They were told that one of the gods was looking at him with a touching look, and some gods were unhappy with the choice. The goblin watched June surrounded by many notifications and being in thought. He noted that demons and gods have inherent pride, so they are unlikely to take their gifts, and then said that June is a special person. In the memories of the main character, a picture of the battle between Agars and Hermes surfaced, and the administrator, pointing to the projection, said that the battle between was very destructive, so much damage was done to the territory of the floor. June imagined the destroyed area of the floor, and the goblin went on to say that many players who were there died immediately, and that's why they get a lot of complaints. The main character sat at the table opposite the administrator, saying that the administrative bureau understands the situation, but other players may hold a grudge against him, to which the administrator only grinned and noted that this was the case. A portal appeared behind the protagonist, and his interlocutor said that this was all, so luck would not interfere with him on the way. The main character turned to Braham, who was holding Sesha in his arms, and said that June noticed that they could not stay on the 24th floor, because the administrator was right about revenge. A crowd gathered in the village, from which screams could be heard. Holding the sword with both hands in front of her, Edora said that it was strange and asked what was going on. She saw her father among the crowd and therefore called out to him. Pant and Edora ran up to Nai, asking him what was going on. Edora was very shocked by what she heard, because she was informed that Janu had died. In her mind's eye, she saw the man putting his foot on the body of the wounded Yenwu, and Nayu telling her that he had been killed by the Bao god of Jiangwadu, and he noted that that was why they had sent scouts after him. But both the White Demon King and Elder Karam were also dead, and unfortunately, the other 9 people had returned in critical condition. June hugged Edora and wondered in his mind why the god of the bows would touch the one-horned tribe, while an enraged Pant asked his father what they would do. Frowning, Nayu stated that he needed to be caught, noting that if he allowed himself to do this, he was looking down on the entire tribe. Looking furiously ahead, he added that such an attitude should not be allowed towards him. He approached the crowd and, stretching out his hand, ordered everyone to get ready. The protagonist was standing behind Edora and Pant and thought that there would be a real commotion in the tower, so he should find Hinova. The action takes us to the forge of Hinova. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character asked if he knew about the Philosopher's Stone. Surprised, Genova asked what the strange question was, and June asked if he knew or not. In the head of the protagonist, the image of Braham appeared, who said that he knew only the basics of this stone, and he also noted that perhaps Hinova could get to the essence, and then, stretching out his hand, the hero began to tell him the basics of the Philosopher's Stone. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist, beaming with joy, asked if he would help him, and an embarrassed Hinova stated that it was not any help, and he was just interested in working with such material. Smiling, the main character noted that this god is always like this. Braham appeared in front of him, who told Hinova that they had not seen each other for a long time. The gray-haired man said with a smile that it had been 20 years, and then asked what Braham was doing to the boy, but despite the answer, he was happy about it anyway. A one-horned old man appeared before them, who apologized that his old age spoiled everything for them there, to which he received the answer that everything was in perfect order. Rebecca crossed her arms with the spirits watching them, and thought that this was a strange company. Leaning on the table, June suggested that we start. He stretched out his hand, which had a blue seal in it, and stated that their goal was to complete the Philosopher's Stone. The company began to look at the drawings on the table. Braham and Hinova were looking at a piece of paper. The main character, looking at this, said that everyone had begun to work on the formula, and the blacksmith was the most active in trying to solve it, but despite the zeal, the whole company had one specific problem. Frowning, Braham reported that he understood something. A month later, we see shards of dark stone lying on the table, and the magician said that it didn't work out again. Covering his face with his hands, he said that they were so close, but at the same time far from the answer. Clutching the mask, June noted in his mind that they had determined the way the Philosopher's Stone and the magic core worked, but there was no way to connect them together. Rebecca stretched out her hand to the main character and offered to call someone else, noting that perhaps they could prompt, and the hero said that he did not want this, since he could only trust these people and Sesha could be in danger. Looking ahead with interest in his eyes, he listened to Rebecca talk about how she seemed to know a person she could trust. In the head of the main character, the image of a girl appeared with a closed white cape, and Rebecca said that she was talking about Victoria. Taken aback, June lifted his head and asked if Rebecca knew how to contact her. Putting her hand to her chin, she replied that she did not know how to contact, but she knew the place where she could be met, and the main character, leaning on the table, asked her about this place, noting that he would leave immediately. Shrouded in blue mana, Rebecca turned to the side and thought. The action takes place in a city from which a red glow emanated. June's gaze fell on 3 cheerful passers-by. Covering her face with a hood, Edora said that she did not believe that there was a famous person in such a place. After thinking about it, Rebecca reported that Victoria had been trained by a famous shaman, so there was a chance that they would be able to find her there, and June with a serious face wondered if the shaman was there or not. Pant and the main character were surrounded by several girls, and the hero noted in his thoughts that he hoped that he would leave there as soon as possible. The red-haired man called out to the main character and his companions. The protagonist in a black cloak approached him and asked how their request was being fulfilled, and the man smiled and replied that they were in the process of being followed and therefore he asked them to follow him. The main character's gaze fell on a tall building, from the windows of which red lights emanated, and a red-haired man said that the person they needed was on the 8th floor. As he climbed the stairs, June noticed that he could smell something strange. The main character opened the door on the right floor. He saw a picture of many girls lying on the bed. Lying on the bed and surrounded by the crowd, the woman asked about what was happening, noting that she had not called anyone. The main character abruptly pushed aside the shawl that covered the bed, and then asked her if she was Anastasia. The main character's gaze fell on a girl with a red pattern on her forehead. Smirking, Anastasia asked June if he knew who she was. A message appeared in front of the main character that thanks to his composure, he retains his mind, and he also has protection and immunity from dark magic and shamanism. The protagonist looked at Anastasia sitting on the bed and noted in his thoughts that she must be a witch, and she, in turn, asked the hunter why he came to her. Anastasia was taken aback by what she heard and bulged her eyes, because she heard that he needed Victoria. She fell into a stupor from what she heard, and her pupils decreased. A powerful explosion rang out in the house. Anastasia, standing on the wreckage, looked at June, who was enveloped in fiery wings. A pink blob of mana formed in her hand, and behind her was the outline of a red-eyed demon. Looking at what was happening with glowing eyes, the hero wondered if it was a form of Kumiho, and noted that magic is very similar. Enraged, Victoria directed her hand with a stream of pink mana behind her back, preparing to attack. The protagonist drew his sword in front of him, shrouded in bright energy, when suddenly a cry rang out for them to stop. June turned at the shout. He saw a dumbfounded and very tired Victoria. Rebecca, standing behind the protagonist, cried out her name. Taken aback and her eyes bulging, Victoria called out to Rebecca. Victoria had a memory of Rebecca's death. Rebecca put her hand on Victoria's shoulder and said that everything was fine and asked her if she was okay. The mugs of tea were steaming, and June and Rebecca were sitting across from Victoria and Anastasia. In Victoria's memories, a picture surfaced of how she and Ken stood outside the door, and she stated that thanks to their help, they escaped from King Mihu's palace. She remembered how she had looked at Kong and noted that someone had immediately started chasing after them. Rebecca looked ahead and asked her if she could determine who it was, to which Victoria replied that she couldn't figure it out, but she was sure it wasn't a small clan, and June in her mind suggested that it might have been the Devil's Army. Looking down, a frustrated Victoria reported that several days had passed and Khan had decided to negotiate with them. Supplementing her speech, she stated that he was missing, noting that she had been looking for him everywhere, but could not find him. In her memories, a picture of her looking after Khan surfaced. Victoria's eyes welled up with tears. Anastasia hugged her. Looking up at June and his companions, she said that she did not know why they had appeared, but she stated that they had better leave, noting that Victoria would not be able to help them in such a state. Bright lanterns burned over the heads of passers-by. Soaring behind the main character, Rebecca said that she had lived with Victoria for a long time on 5 mountains, but this was the first time she had seen her like this. An image of a smiling Victoria popped up in her head, and she told her that she had always been proud and confident, but Rebecca's face was upset, because she understood that Victoria was the strongest. Looking at the many red lights, Rebecca thought about how being responsible for Khan had unsettled her so much. A grimoire suddenly appeared in the sky, shrouded in pink mana. June's eyes fell on the book floating next to him, and Rebecca asked what it was. The main character grabbed a grimoire, and Anastasia said that Victoria would not be able to help them, but asked to pass it on, and also stated that she did not know why she should do it, but asked June not to show herself there again. Surprised, Rebecca looked at the book in the hands of the main character and stated that Victoria wanted to publish this book through the scientists of the Magic Tower. As she continued to look at the grimoire, she noticed that it was her life's work, and then she wondered how she had given it away so easily, and the hero wondered in his mind whether her conscience was so tormented. June looked at the book with a serious look and remarked in thought that it could help in the study of the Philosopher's Stone. Braham studied this book with amazement, until the protagonist noted that its knowledge was able to amaze even Braham, and so they began a new study and conducted more and more research. The main character said that in the end, putting his hand on the drawings, he said that he finally succeeded. The protagonist looked at the notes with Braham, saying that despite the time spent, they were still able to decipher the formula of the Philosopher's Stone. The protagonist imagined blood splatters, saying that he was sorry, but they shouldn't do it right now, and he was amazed that they needed so many innocent souls as an ingredient. June stood in front of Hinova, who talked about how if they couldn't get it right, the formula could fall apart completely. Leaning on a table on which there were many artifacts, Braham said that they still had to try. The protagonist's face changed to surprised. He used an absorption, after which his hand was enveloped in dark mana. Frowning, he noted in his thoughts that they had only one chance, and he knew that if he made a mistake, he would die immediately. A lot of shards appeared in front of June, from which blue energy emanated. The shards have formed a stone, and at last this form is ready. He remembered how the core of Agar's had formed in his chest, and he thought that now he needed to merge the Philosopher's Stone and the core of Agar's. Against the background of blue mana, a message appeared that spoke of the corrupted Philosopher's Stone, and that the purest energy in the world is the human soul. The stone is filled with fear, so special measures are needed. The blue streams of energy began to mix with the demonic mana. Another notice appeared that said a deep grudge, and thanks to the energy emitted by the demonic core of Agar's, the grudges living in the Philosopher's Stone can be amplified with magic. However, the caster must also have a demon attribute. Another notification said that the artifact was complete but still unusable, so a connection to an existing magic organ was required, and a strong curse was placed on the artifact itself. June held the Philosopher's Stone, which exuded blue mana, to his chest, knowing that it could now merge with the stone. A notification appeared that thanks to the demonic dragon body, merging with the stone was fast. The blue mana mixed with the demonic energy, and the artifact in June's chest absorbed the currents of energy. A magical storm appeared around the protagonist, and Braham turned away and shouted that he needed to put up a barrier, noting that his energy should not be allowed to break out. A pink barrier appeared. Braham shielded himself with his hands from the powerful streams of mana. The main character's body was enveloped in energy, and the Philosopher's Stone glowed pink. Mana enveloped June's spirits, and Shannon said that this was the Philosopher's Stone. Rebecca raised her head and cried out at the energy flowing through her body, saying that her soul was radiant, adding that she felt as if she could become a divine spirit. Blue scales began to appear on June's face. The main character saw black mana appear in front of him. June was plunged into complete darkness, from which many hands reached out to him, and he wondered if these were grievances imprisoned in the Philosopher's Stone, and then he realized that distractions were deadly. He saw the outline of a man in the darkness who was laughing. The man's face was covered with hair, after which he said that it was not yet time. Grinning, he said that a little later, but not now, he would come and devour the main character. June woke up to the screams of his friends. Standing up, the protagonist told Braham that he was fine and asked if anything had happened. Smiling, Braham said that the protagonist looked like he didn't know what was happening outside, and there were clouds of dust around him, because there was real chaos here. Shaking off the dust, the elder asked how the Philosopher's Stone was and whether it was useful at all. The protagonist opened his mouth a little and fell into thought after this question. Grinning, he offered to check it out. From the house shrouded in the darkness of the night, Sesha's voice was heard, saying that her uncle had been acting strange lately. She sat in front of the phoenix and reported that June wasn't playing with her because she was doing something important, and she also noted that Braham wasn't visiting her either. Frowning, she said that her uncle was not good and asked Chirik if it was true, and the phoenix himself stated that he was not Chirik, but Nick. Sesha grabbed the phoenix by the throat and cried out that Chirik was Chirik, while Nick himself noted in his thoughts that his uncle and niece were alike. The embarrassed girl said that she was wondering what her uncle was doing now. Looking at Sesha, Nick assumed that June was having fun with his friends right now and added that he imagined how much fun they had. The spirit from June's army flew away from the powerful blow. The protagonist was shrouded in a demonic aura and holding a sword in his hand. He confidently walked forward. A notification appeared that spoke of the anger and resentment that had accumulated inside the protagonist, which would turn into madness, so that his attack power would increase as much as the madness, but his defense would decrease to the same extent. Shannon sat on his knee and held on to his sword. June, with huge wings on his back, looked at him and noted in his mind that this was the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Clouds of dust emanated from the destroyed earth, and the hero looked at the smirking Shannon and noted in his thoughts that this is a force that is even scary to talk about. He remembered the previous battle with him and noticed that in their first meeting, he was only a young swordsman, since he had managed to become so strong. Shannon closed his eyes. In his memories, his battles with Nayu and the stone statues of monkeys surfaced. He emphasized in his mind the fact that he was infuriated that he could not change anything, and he also noticed that he had always fought with June and helped him. He was enveloped in dark mana and drew his sword. There was a message that a strong will had awakened another blessing of the devil, so with the enhanced blessing of the devil as a basis, the protagonist achieved that he was one step closer to death. The Death Knight undergoes a change, and Shannon has gained influence and a new title. Blue mana began to emanate from under his mask. Behind Shannon, the outlines of skeletons appeared and he prepared to strike. It was reported that the Death Knight had been successfully upgraded into a Death Aristocrat, and the notification stated that knights who died an uncertain death could not leave this world, and only a few of these Death Knights were able to gain power and position under the Lord of Hell. Rebecca stared at all this. He was shrouded in dark mana, and the spirit girl noted that he had very great strength, adding that perhaps at least now he would be able to attack his master. June, who had demonic wings behind him, looked down. Blue streams of energy emanated from him, and he had a sword in his hands. He rushed at his master with lightning speed. The unflappable protagonist watched Shannon's attack. A powerful explosion rang out in the area. Thick clouds of smoke rose from the powerful blow. Being in the fog, Braham came to what was happening. He looked at Shannon and Rebecca, who were lying on the floor, and noted that indeed, both the master and the subordinates were incredibly similar to each other. The mage looked at the crack in the earth. Approaching the hero who was sitting on the ground, he asked if he felt better, noting that the Philosopher's Stone was really magnificent. June held his hand close to him and said that he was sorry, because he knew that the power of these three would not stop there, but neither Harnan nor Rebecca had yet been able to reach their previous level after death. Braham only sighed and noted that they were very famous strong players. The protagonist looked at the magus standing in front of him and stated that he should also regain his holiness, to which he received the answer that these were true words, but it was not so easy to do. He imagined a tower that rises into the sky and noted that no player has been able to become a god yet, but there were many rumors that it required that if he wanted to become a god, then he needed to defeat the master. After his thoughts, Braham fell into a stupor and was very surprised. He looked at June and said that he had really thought of this in advance. The main character only smiled sweetly. The magician was very surprised, because June said that they had checked the stone and could move on. A thick fog shrouded the rocky terrain, and the hero offered to destroy the witches and find Braham's daughter. The action takes us to the Kellett auction house, where a crowd of people walked around the square. Shannon looked at the many passers-by and noted that life was in full swing there, and he wondered why there were so many people there, noting that it was a normal day. June put on a mask from a one-horned tribe that changed his appearance, and changed his image to a guy with glasses. He studied the map, and looking up, he guessed that this was the West Wind Association, the place where his younger brother made deals, because they were a large and influential organization, so if he sold something there, it would easily go away and rumors would quickly spread. Entering the room, the main character heard the seller thanking the client. Waving his hands, the merchant asked to come to him again. The main character thought about the voice of the merchant, and a picture of the training where this merchant was popped up in his memories. Folding his palms, the enthusiastic merchant asked why the hero had come to him, and June, clutching the back of his head, said that he had come to sell something. Smirking, the merchant mentally noted that the protagonist was definitely a weakling and would be easy to rob. Then he decided to ask if it was the first time he had traded with them. An enthusiastic merchant, he watched as the protagonist took things out of his backpack and stated that his client had come to the right place, and noted that their West Wind Union was the most conscientious and honest of all trade associations. The main character laid out a large number of weapons on the table and asked if they were good things. The merchant was very embarrassed by what he saw and thought that all these items were of the highest class and he could not understand where such a person could get something so valuable. but still said that everything looked just fine and thanked June. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise, and the seller realized that he could bargain for the best price for himself. June imagined a lot of facts flying into his face, and the merchant himself revealed that the runes written on the surface of the sword were corroded due to poor care. It was not that strong now, so it would reduce the price by about a quarter. A frustrated June sat at the table and asked if this was all true, while the salesman noticed in his mind that the main character was too upset and needed to be grabbed faster. The merchant pointed to a piece of paper, saying that despite all the minuses, he thought they could come to an agreement, and since June had brought so many things, he could offer him the amount indicated on the paper, and the protagonist shouted that he agreed. The merchant was holding several swords and noticed in his mind that this was another deceived player, and June, turning away, asked if he could sell something else. The hero placed a black sheet of runes on the table, and the merchant wondered what it was, noting that many runes were unreadable. Suddenly he realized what it was, and was very surprised. He imagined a lot of blue runes, thinking about the fact that these were records of top-level alchemy. He was shocked that he had never seen such a thing. Smirking, the salesman realized that if he could restore them, he could make a fortune from it, so he needed to take it right away. The merchant grabbed June's hands and shouted that he would certainly buy this tablet, and now they should discuss the details. The door of the association opened and the seller thanked the main character and asked him to come to them again. June, walking among the crowd, noticed in his thoughts that he was glad that everything went so quickly and easily. An image of an emerald tablet appeared in his mind, because the most necessary information was there, but even in that black tablet there was little information about the stone. Grinning, the main character noticed that it remained to wait for the shoots, because the seed had been thrown. Atron carefully divided the worn-out copy into 3 parts and put it up for auction under the name of the tablet of the great alchemist Trismegistus. As soon as the auction house opened its doors, many magi of the 8 great clans became interested. Both players and regular customers participated in the auction. On the first day of trading, a smiling Croy, one of the richest men in the tower, became the owner of a copy of the tablet. Immediately, in his clan laboratory, the production of the items that were mentioned in it began. When he bought it, he couldn't even imagine how valuable this thing was, so the rumors of the prescription spread throughout the tower. The second auction attracted even more attention. Another part was sold to the representative of the magic tower, an old man who offered such a price as if he wanted to ruin everyone present. Events take us to the palace. The queen's face twisted at the nightmare she was seeing. In her dream, Youngwoo, looking at her, called her poor and miserable. The girl closed her eyes. Youngwoo smiled, calling the queen the last dragon. She jumped up abruptly in fear. Covering her face, she said that this guy was back in her dreams. She squeezed the sheet. After the death of this guy, she could not sleep normally. The queen stood up. She gritted her teeth, knowing that the dragon's heart would die very soon. She was at the limit. Her magical power was flowing away. The girl breathed heavily, saying that there was very little time left. Opening her eyes, she said that it was all because of this heavenly wing. Suddenly, a subordinate came to her and, asking for forgiveness, said that something unforeseen had happened to them. They had discovered the Philosopher's Stone. The queen's pupils narrowed. The servant kneeling in front of her said that the stone was not yet perfect and unusable, but it all agreed with the principle of operation and the formulas they knew about earlier. It was said that the magic tower had created it thanks to a fragment bought at auction, and that the last part would be sold at the third auction. A shadow hid the queen's eyes. Frowning, she said that she had to buy it no matter what. Suddenly, her eye flashed as she ordered all the fragments to be brought to her at any cost. On the day of the auction, all the most important personalities of the 8 clans, and even the 4th and 5th bishops arrived at the auction. Even Marquis Nagelin and Duke Ardbad of Bloodland were sitting at the auction. The man involuntarily pointed to the entrance. Members of the Red Dragon entered the hall. Among them was a red-haired young man, Tom, who was the son of Queen Lethe. The 9 dragon children to whom the queen had transfused her dragon blood were the leaders of the ADI group, all of whom knelt before the queen. Waving his hand, the auctioneer greeted everyone and thanked them for coming. Tearing off the canvas, he showed the last part of the copy of the notes. The man, smiling broadly, was about to announce the initial price, but was interrupted. Tom raised his hand and said that he was ready to exchange the goods for the elixir. The Duke jumped up from his seat, asking him what he was doing. The elixir was a divine medicine that couldn't be bought with all the gold in the world, a thing that Heavenwing had tried to get even when he was badly injured, but couldn't. The price of the elixir was as high as the price of the Philosopher's Stone. Crossing his arms over his chest, Tom asked if it was not possible to offer things in exchange. Trembling, the auctioneer asked if anyone wanted to raise the bid. The Duke, frowning, shouted not to dare to act as if the thing already belonged to them. He chuckled, saying that they wanted all 3. The people in the hall were alarmed and began to look at each other. Running up to Croy, the subordinate reported an attack on the laboratory. The old man shuddered when he received the notification that the order had been stolen. Looking at Tom climbing onto the stage, he shouted, asking how they dared to betray the magic tower, or if they had already gone mad to fight them. The couple carefully put on their hoods and headed for the entrance. The guy broke the glass. He rejoiced, taking the prescription in his hand. Smiling broadly, he rejoiced that he had helped his mother, and then he could subdue the entire tower to the red dragon. The protagonist, grinning, said that Tom must think so. Braham clutched his stomach and laughed, saying that it was very hot in the auction house right now. Wiping away a tear, he said that they had no idea that everything was arranged. Jongwoo, imagining the queen's condition, said that in the tablet, they had encoded the formula of the devil's poison. It was lethal to demons and dragons, his natural enemies. By making the philosopher's stone, the Summer Queen would understand that something was wrong, but by that time, she would already be poisoned. The queen will want revenge on whoever poisoned her, and find out that the creator of the Emerald Tablet was Walpurgis Night, so she will attack them. Rubbing his chin, the man said that this would be the end of witches. The young man touched Derui's research journal on the table. Taking the books, the guy said that everything was going according to plan, they should move on. Events take us to the queen's castle. All 3 prescriptions were put on the table. The girl smiled broadly, rejoicing at the imminent recovery. The Queen of Summer was not just the head of the clan. The tower fears the Red Dragon because of her power, as she shares her power with the clan members, strengthening them while she herself is on the throne. The Queen of Summer is the foundation of the Red Dragon, and its core, its golden eyes, are remembered by many. But today something irreparable happened to her. An incident happened in her castle. The girl fell to the floor and coughed. She clutched her head and screamed. Red lines spread across her body. The poisonous stone was lying on the table. Events take us to the hall of the castle. Tom, looking at his subordinate, asked if they had found the original seller of the prescriptions. The man replied that they had not yet found them, but in the past Leonti and Walpurgis Night had stolen something from Faust. Remembering how the witches left, he said that someone had even seen Walpurgis Night during the auction. Tom gritted his teeth. Clenching his jaw to the point of grinding, he said that it meant that they had dared to do it. The paper burned in the guy's hands. He destroyed Derui's research journal. The young man lowered his gaze, saying that it was not so easy to get hold of these research logs. Not all of them had been destroyed yet. The guy began to look at the system panels in front of him. Suddenly, monsters and demons appeared around him. Thanks to his skill, the guy could inspire souls with his thoughts, and use them at his discretion. The dead moved to the sides by order. The demons gathered in a group. Dark mana hovered around the demon. The young man, parting his lips, ordered to move. The demons immediately rushed at each other. They began to fight and devour each other. Corpses fell to the ground. Braham smiled and said that it was terrible, not at all like he would have done. One of the demons bit the other demon on the neck. The guys, seeing this, cried out and smiled. Clouds of smoke rose into the air. Throwing up his hand, Braham said that they were starting to prepare. The corpse of the demon dragon was lying on the ground. Suddenly his forehead began to split. A demon came out of his forehead. Grinning, he said that the air was very refreshing. A lot of system panels appeared in the air, announcing the creation of a lesser demon. Zhongwu found a new way to control death. Now he will be given additional rewards and achievements. Throwing up his hand, the demon said that he was very grateful that they allowed him to get out of this long sleep. The protagonist suddenly grabbed him by the throat, ordering him to shut up. Magic circles appeared above the demon. Chains enveloped the demon. The young man smiled and said that this was enough. As the smoke rose, Braham said that from the moment the demon appeared, he had only used the words shut up and enough. The guy involuntarily turned away. Soon a stone appeared in the alchemist's hand. Handing it to the protagonist, he said that they had achieved a result. He smiled, thinking that they could now cure Sesh. Suddenly, a crowd of people came to the clearing. The Marquis, accompanied by the guards, approached Zhong. Parting his lips, he asked if they had arranged a meeting with him. The protagonist frowned at the newcomer. Caliban of the Bloodland was one of the 12 swords that the Gluttony Emperor cherished the most. His aura was inspiring. The young man, stroking his chin, asked if he was related to Baron Lao. The man cried out saying that he had sent a letter from him. Besides, he was one of his confidants. He had sent him to invite a guest, but he had not received a reply. Zhongwu remembered the Baron and how he had died. Looking at his interlocutor, Zhongwu decided to lie a little, for the players of the Bloodland are too obsessed with loyalty. So he said aloud that he had accepted the invitation, but Elohim suddenly interfered. Recalling the battle, he said that he had a big difference in strength with Elohim. Lao said that he could not put their guests of the Emperor in danger, and told them to run while he was playing for time. The Marquis's eyes faltered, and he asked what the Baron's last moments were. He clenched his fist as the protagonist said that the Baron was a true knight. Caliban closed his eyes and asked if his offer was valid, and he replied that since a member of their country had saved them, it was still valid. Edora, who was standing aside, smiled, saying that her brother was a very good liar. The man moved his lips and said that since Lao had accepted him, he was now considered a Bloodland knight. Taking the sword in his hand, he said that he swore here and now, in accordance with Lao's will, to defend him to the end, whatever the danger, and he would make the Elohim pay for what he had done. The young man involuntarily raised his hand, glad that he now had the support of Elohim and the Bloodland. He couldn't help but smile, deciding that was enough for now. The corpses of the soldiers lay in the middle of the city. Caliban stood still in the middle of the street. He spun around abruptly when he heard someone else's voice. The Duke, who had lost his arm, said not to make a fuss. Approaching the Marquis, He said that the Red Dragon was completely going crazy, the Magic Tower, the Control Bureau, they had all been attacked. Frowning, the man said that he had heard about what happened to Elohim. They were not at all themselves. The Marquis fell to one knee when the Duke called his name. Frowning, the man said that it was time for them to assemble an army. Parting his lips, he said that no matter who it was, Elohim, or the Red Dragon, he would destroy all enemies who interfered with the execution of the Emperor's will. Closing his eyes, Caliban accepted the order. So blood poured onto the ground, the bloody land declared war. The world left by a common enemy, Arsha, will soon break apart. Cracks have already begun to appear across it. The protagonist and the group, arriving in the city, were amazed at the disorder. The young man, summoning Boo, ordered him to show what had happened there. Braham, raising his head, asked the guy where he had found Boo, even though he was a lich. But such skills were not given to everyone. Most likely, he had a well-known name during his lifetime. Magical writings swirled around the lich. Jongwoo froze in shock when Braham said that it was likely that Boo's power in life would be comparable to that of the 9 kings. The young man raised his head, not understanding how he had lost and become just a spirit, being equal to the Queen of Summer. The lich, gathering mana into a sphere, said that he would show what he saw. Tom received the order. The witches standing aside were amazed, not understanding why the emerald tablet was there. After looking at each other, the girls decided that they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The young man narrowed his eyes. He knew these two from Jungwoo's memories. Dark and Margaret were Vier's right and left hands, the first witches created by the mother of all witches at night. Boo, having found the location of the witches, opened a portal. Approaching the portal, Jong told Pant that they needed to find information about Anant, so they would focus on that and their safety. It could be dangerous there. The young man felt like he was again on a military operation in Africa. He allegedly held a weapon, shooting enemies. Taking a dagger in his hand, the guy said that it was time for them to go. Events take us to the mountains. The protagonist's group walked through the fog. Throwing up his hand, Braham said that it was a ghost world, a special barrier of ghosts created to draw energy from intruders. Turning around, Jongwoo asked if they could remove it. The alchemist replied saying that it was difficult to remove completely, but it was possible to change the way it worked. With a wave of his hand, the man began to control the flow of mana, applying a buff to his allies. The brother and sister turned around abruptly. Having received 2 sudden quests, the first task required to capture the members of the Red Dragon. The second task was from the Red Dragon. They demanded to kill all the witches he met. Reading the assignments, he said that the Bureau had decided to intervene. The Red Dragon would be in trouble now, but they were really trying to shift all the arrows to Walpurgis Night. Stepping forward, he said that since they didn't have time, they had to hurry. The sky was covered with clouds. The young man walked alone. When he saw the corpses of the knights, he cursed. Turning his head, the guy said to be careful. Turning around, the young man did not see his comrades. Suddenly, Edora caught up with him and shouted. She smiled, saying that she was glad to see him here. Suddenly, Jongwoo tore off the girl's head. The girl's head flew to the side. Smiling mischievously, Edora said that her brother was too angry. He even swung his sword at the weak girl. Assuming the form of Jongwoo himself, the creature said that he was disappointed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He knew that the doppelgangers were only part of Vier's projects. Summoning Shinan, Jongwoo ordered him to deal with the enemy. He suddenly attacked the guy himself. The captured monster asked the spirit how he did it. As he plunged his sword into the monster, Shannon said that no matter how strong he was, he still clung to his life. The man removed the helmet from his head. The protagonist standing behind said in his mind that this guy hadn't been so cruel before. Perhaps his character had changed so much. The body double continued to regenerate, and Shannon continued to tear it to pieces, shedding blood. The double had to tell everything to finally die. Jongwoo, who was standing motionless, said that they could now destroy the Ghost World formation. The doppelganger replied that they could do it, but the territory was ruled by Pattaya. Looking at the prisoner, the guy said that they would hand him over to Sesha later, so he needed to be tied up well. Shannon grinned and said that he would even make a bow. When he was tied up as a gift, the doppelganger screamed, saying that he would definitely kill them and send them to hell. Jongwoo turned around and said that he would not go to heaven, so he didn't care. Summoning the projection, the protagonist told the girl to help the others. If you believe the monster's words, then they will need help. The lady, throwing up her hand, asked if he could go alone. The first witches are still not weaker than rankers. The guy turned around, saying that they were top-notch magi, but not warriors. Turning his head, he said that he was not a weakling himself. Soon he put a dagger to the witch's pride. The witch opened her mouth in amazement, not understanding how the enemy had managed to get into her fortress. The young man, staring at his victim, said that he had many questions, but she was unlikely to answer them all. The woman, frowning, said that he should just kill her. The guy, chuckling, said that she could not answer. The witch's glasses reflected the swing of the dagger. The dark energy spread out from Jongwoo. He narrowed his eyes at his victim. The young man learned that Ananta was in the basement of the fortress. Apparently so Braham could not contact her. She was a prisoner of Vier. Clenching his fist, Jongwoo said that he needed to take it out immediately. The guy ran forward. The protagonist ran down the hallway. Heavy sighs were heard in the alley of the city. Chongwei, holding hands, said that he had barely left. This one-horned tribe was really frightening. King Muin was especially terrifying. He was a real monster even among the 9 kings. His golden eyes made you terrified, and when such a creature chased someone, it was no fun. Changwei smiled as he said that he couldn't live in peace and tranquility as a rancor. It felt like he had returned to a land where it was always dangerous. However, the path to his sister was still too far away. The sheets flew through the air. The man caught one of the sheets. Reading what was written on the sheet, he realized that it was an announcement about the recruitment of mercenaries against Walpurgis Night. Stopping in the middle of the street, Changwei said that he had already heard that the Red Dragon had attacked the trading house. But now they had launched an attack on the witches. Sneering, the archer said that if he accepted this quest, then he wouldn't be able to attack the one-horned tribe. The guy smiled, saying that the decision had been made. Imagining Zhongwu, he said that he hoped he would be there too. Many witches have created magic circles in front of them. Margaret grinned, ordering an attack. Various streams of elements rushed towards the enemies. Tom, breaking through the shells, cursed. He gritted his teeth. He had already known that there would be entry-level witches here. However, they couldn't use such spells. These creatures definitely used the Philosopher's Stone. The veins on the boy's face bulged with anger. The knight who followed the captain said that every 3rd soldier was already dead. They had to retreat. Tom turned abruptly when he heard the explosion. 2 explosions thundered in the sky. The amazed witches began to fall, surprising the guy, but he decided to take the chance. Waving his hand, he said that it was time for them to flee, for they must get ahead of the Elohim. Events take us to a castle on top of a mountain. The broken lock was covered in a faint mist. Standing at the window, the witch said that the breach to the demon realm had just been opened. All 5 protective barriers to protect this world and the underworld had been activated. Raising her hand, she said that the enemy was already close. It was necessary to stop him. Dark gritted her teeth, realizing that she needed to do something, even if this stone was not finished, but they only had this chance. In her hand was the Philosopher's Stone. The girl brought it to her mouth, saying that it was a real Philosopher's Stone that was no match for the rest of the fakes. Raising her hand, she ordered to prepare for an attack. Her eyes widened sharply at the smell of blood. The protagonist suddenly found himself behind the witch. Dark's shoulder was cut. The girl fell to the floor, not understanding how she could not notice the enemy. The other witches in the hall were already dead and lying on the floor. Dark held out her hand, deciding that she had to use the stone immediately, and warned Veer. She froze abruptly. Her eyes widened in horror. Then Zhongwu said that she would not succeed like the other witches. The guy grabbed her face. The young man narrowed his eyes. The captured Dark screamed. Dark mana began to accumulate. Zhongwu parted his lips and said that he had already mined 40 stones. Turning around, he told Bu that he had done a great job. The stone cannot be upgraded, but there's one weakness in the Walpurgis Night Stone. Since it is complete, the stone does not require the intervention of other magical powers. Using this, Bu was able to isolate the external flow of mana from the witch stones, turning them into ordinary stones. The lich devoured the stone and said that the consumption was complete. Looking at the wall, the young man said that it was time for them to go. At this time, the cry of one of the witches was heard in the castle. Viera sat motionless, listening to the hysterical screams of the witches. She closed her eyes. The group of West Wind mercenaries was already close to the castle. Representatives of the Trafalgar clan were at the south gate, and the rancor was with them. The Elohim tried to destroy the northern gate with the help of magic. The witch, looking at the sphere, flinched and screamed, saying that the one-horned tribe was already in the formation of the ghost world. The protective barriers of that world and the underworld had been broken. The witches opened their mouths in shock, saying that they couldn't destroy them so quickly. Seeing the king, the witch screamed, saying that Muin was personally leading the tribe. Everyone looked at Veer at the table, realizing that their clan had come to an end. The girl sat with her eyes closed. She lifted her eyelids, saying that she had already talked to her mother. The witches smiled when they heard this. Coming closer to her friend, one of the girls asked what her mother had said. Standing up, the witch said that they needed to go to the laboratory. There would be answers, and in the meantime they needed to hold out for a while. Grinning, she said that very soon the mother would help them. The members of the Elohim immediately rushed to the gate. The protagonist, sitting on a branch, thanked them for saving him extra work. Calling on his sword, he said that he could not give them Vier's head. Dragon scales covered his neck. Darkness swirled around his blade. The guy sent a wave of fire. Elohims turned. Arcs of electricity began to play over the band. People ran away, dodging the dark flames. The young man, having landed, told Bu to deal with everything in the basement. He was going to find Ananta. Soon the protagonist went down to the basement. As he walked past the pods, he said that the witches here were doing the same thing as the Orangan group. The young man looked at the distant capsule. Standing in front of one of the capsules, he said that he had found it after all. The girl's body was floating in a capsule. Ananta's eyes were closed. Youngwoo froze in amazement when the girl asked her comrades who had brought this boy who looked like a dried corn kernel. The band members laughed, the first time Youngwoo himself had heard of himself being insulted like that. Ananta frowned. The guy looked at her calmly. He chuckled, mentally saying that this lady was interesting, that he wanted to get closer to her, even if Braham hadn't talked about it. The girl suddenly asked Youngwoo if he liked her, who, turning his head, said that he had a girlfriend. Ananta, crossing her arms over her chest, asked why he was following her all the time. Then, the young man, smiling, said that he just wanted to have fun together, and wasn't she grateful to him? She definitely wouldn't be able to find such a friend. The girl swung her sword, telling the guy not to run away. Ananta's ear turned red with embarrassment. The witch, standing in front of the prisoner, asked where the sample BX was 71. The Draconin, surprised, asked why she was asking her about it. The witch screamed, saying not to pretend, for it was she who stole the dragon's child. She was the vessel that would bring their mother home. The chained girl told the witch that they were all complete psychos. Lowering her head, she told Veer to tell that idiot that it was very bad to call your child a model. Gritting her teeth, she said that she would definitely find and kill her. Jongwoo took the girl's body out of the capsule. Looking at the girl in his arms, he said that she seemed to have become a toy. Looking at the rest of the capsules, the young man decided that the rest were not in the best condition. The protagonist created a portal, transferring the girl's body. Afterwards, he raised his hand, concentrating the darkness. Boo climbed out of the floor. Looking up, he said that he had brought all the other philosopher's stones, treasure chests, and other things from the cellar. Jongwoo turned around abruptly when he heard the witch screaming. She was screaming, asking why the vault was not secured. The guy disappeared when the witches ran to the laboratory. Viera shuddered. Her mind was clouded, and her mouth opened with horror. Trembling, she said that the vessels for Mother had disappeared, but she had given her instructions. Walpurgis Night herself manifested herself by saying that if she could not create her own body, they needed to prepare a suitable vessel for her, and when she received the body, she would destroy everyone who stood in her way. Viera, bent over, screamed in anger. Her hair turned into snakes. Wrapping snakes around the necks of the witches, she ordered them to listen attentively. As the snake's body bent, the girl ordered Ananta to be found before the other invaders arrived, even if they all had to die. Viera stopped strangling the girls. She turned her head, frowning. Touching the wall of the capsule, she saw signs of interference with the system. The girl's nose twitched. As she revealed the capsule symbols, she realized that this magical structure was familiar to her. She couldn't help but think of Youngwoo, saying that this magic was similar to his. The girl opened her mouth in shock. Suddenly, lightning bolts appeared behind her. The flames struck the witches. The laboratory began to collapse, blazing in flames. The protagonist broke through the roof, going down to the witch. The eyes visible through the holes in the mask were riveted to Veer. His pupil did not move, staring intently at the target. The girl stepped back in fear. She remembered the smiling guy. The way he held her hand. Youngwoo in armor walked with her. He always smiled sweetly. Viera, parting her lips, asked how he had come to be alive. The protagonist swung his sword. The girl's head separated from the body. Leonti and Bahal turned their backs for their own benefit. They received more power and honors, and took higher places in the Red Dragon and Jiangwadu than during their stay in Arsha. However, Viera did not get anything like this. She had a great time with Youngwoo. The girl became the head of Walpurgis Night, but she herself was well aware that the guy would understand her if she wanted to leave Arsha. And yet the girl poisoned Youngwoo, causing her to bleed. After that, she used their common child as material for research, although it was only a baby in diapers. It is not clear what made this smiling girl so heartless. Perhaps she had always been like this and was only good at pretending. Her identity could be hidden in darkness. Jongwoo narrowed his eyes, realizing that his brother had never been able to find out anything and had died. The girl froze in horror. A moment later, she awoke in another body. Viera clutched her neck. The witches ran to her, asking why she had suddenly appeared. Viera's main skill was body transference. With the power inherited from his great mother, this skill allowed him to transfer his ego intact to another body. In this way, the witch learned to change her body by pouring mana into it. The girl clutched her head, saying that Youngwoo was definitely dead, and he couldn't have come. She remembered the killer's eyes, realizing that they were too similar. Jumping up, Viera told her subordinate that the guy was definitely dead. She had killed him with her own hands. Grabbing the witch by the throat, she ordered her to confirm her words. Having received confirmation, the girl let go of her subordinate. Closing her eyes, she asked for forgiveness, saying that she was too angry. When her head was cut off, the philosopher's stone did not work, although it was supposed to protect her from danger. Viera clutched her head, mentally asking how far his research had gone if he could stop the philosopher's stone. She unwittingly introduced the other witches, saying that it was possible that other witches had also died because of this. Raising her hand, Viera ordered them to prepare for defense. One of the witches turned around and screamed, warning of the danger. Viera immediately turned. Jongwoo appeared behind her, and asked if she was going to run away. The witch's head separated from the body. The girl's head began to fall. The protagonist's body immediately dissolved. Before leaving, he attacked all the witches with flames. It was the last thing the falling head saw. Her eyes closed. A moment later, the girl woke up in another place. A moment later, Jongwoo appeared with a sword beside her. The girl's eyes widened with fear. She turned around, not understanding how she had been found. Viera tried to escape through the woods. Looking behind her, she screamed hysterically. The girl raised her hand, asking to stop. The protagonist, putting a sword to the witch's throat, said not to pretend to be a victim. Chuckling, he said that Ananta was much more hurt, and after what she had done to Seshai, she couldn't die so easily. Viera, opening her mouth, hysterically asked the guy who he was. The young man touched the mask, saying that he now understood why it was boring. It was all because of the mask. The witch's eye widened. Jongwoo, smiling, said that he hoped that she would continue to move her body, then he would kill her again and again. Suddenly, dark lightning struck the guy, warning of danger. He immediately stopped smiling and froze. The young man jumped back and put on his mask. A moment later, the floor of the hall was broken. As the smoke rose, someone said that an ordinary ranker would have no head left. The new visitor stood in front of Viera. Smiling, Kindred said that his senses were much sharper than when he was on the 5 mountains. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. Kindred, looking at the guy opposite, asked how Braham was doing. The young man replied saying that Braham was dead. Hearing this, the guy laughed, saying that it was nonsense, although even if he died, he did not leave him alone. Jongwoo narrowed his eyes, not understanding how the devil army knew about everything. Perhaps he was being followed, but they couldn't know much. Kicking a pebble, Kindred said that he had been waiting a long time for him to come here. The protagonist, standing in front of him, asked why it was. The interlocutor replied, saying that the wait was due to the heavenly demon. Looking at the windows, the devil said that he should join them. The heavenly demon wanted it. Jongwoo thought about it and asked why he needed Sesha. Sneering, Kindred said that he didn't know it himself. The heavenly demon didn't discuss his will with him. He just listened to the revelation and obeyed. The young man, looking at the smiling priest, understood that they had not had any revelations for a long time, which meant that they had no will. Raising his head, the priest said that it was time for them to stop gossiping. There would be non-believers here soon, so it was better to get away quickly. The protagonist became wary, looking at the enemy, and asked what would happen if he did not want to. The madman lowered his head and grinned. He gritted his teeth in anger, saying that he already had no right to choose. A terrifying aura erupted from the priest. The young man, lowering his head, said that he could make his choice. Frowning, Kindred asked what he meant. Cracks spread along the wall. Fragments of the wall began to fall. Suddenly it began to rain. Viera, covering her face with her hands, screamed. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the ruined part of the castle. He was smiling, saying that it was time for them to start. At this time, Braham and the elf finished their preparations. The arrow hit the barrier of the ice. Jumping down, the elf said that the palace's defenses had completely collapsed. But what would they do next? Wasn't the price for using this magic too high? The alchemist, lowering his eyelids, said that was why he had prepared. Taking out the philosopher's stones, he said that everything should work out with this. As he poured mana into the stones, he said that the witches had never imagined that the philosopher's stone, which was supposed to protect them, would become a knife that would defeat them all. Several meteorites began to fall directly on the castle. Frowning, Braham recited the incantation. Many meteorites rushed towards the castle. Meteor Strike was a spell that even a dragon species needed to use more than half of the magic from the dragon's heart to activate. Elohim stared at the meteor in horror. The S-class mercenaries fled in terror. The whole castle exploded. No one was able to do anything in the face of the great catastrophe. The protagonist flew into the air. Streams of darkness rushed down. Jongwoo, looking down, said that it was unlikely that the witch had a body left to carry. He should go down and find Viera's corpse. Soon the young man descended. Hearing a cry of agony, he turned around. Kindred was breathing heavily, bleeding. He grabbed his hand. Gathering mana in his hand, he cursed. A moment later, the priest rushed at the boy. The protagonist, standing motionless, said that Kindred is amazing. He managed to survive even in such an environment, but I wonder what will happen to him next. The priest frowned and asked what he was talking about. The young man, looking at his enemy, asked if he thought that he had only prepared one such spell. Kindred's eyes widened in horror. Blood dripped onto the floor. Pointing to the huge magic circle, the young man said that there were still a few spells left. The young man clenched his jaw in anger. He cursed and rushed at the enemy. A huge meteor was right above him. A moment later, clouds of smoke rose. The protagonist, seeing how the body was dissipating, said that it turned out to be a double. This opponent really likes to cause trouble. Standing up, Jongwoo said that such an attack must have caused a lot of mental damage. Viera was crushed by a huge meteor. Jongwoo, looking at the corpse, said that it was necessary to kill her much more painfully. Thinking of Sesha or Anut, manifesting the flow of darkness, the guy decided to absorb the witch's soul. After the takeover, he received the ominous Philosopher's Stone. The guy threw the boo stone, saying that it was his prey. The lich clutched the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. A lot of system notifications appeared in the air, informing her about the creation of the body transfer skill, but the owner of this power expresses dissatisfaction with the fact that her apostle was killed, so she took this power back. In exchange for the system issued a regeneration skill. The young man's eyes twitched in surprise. The regeneration skill even allowed him to grow an arm when leveling up. Jongwoo clenched his fist, saying that he now had another Alpharon level skill. Many players wanted the third skill Alpharon most of all, and that is immortality. The power of regeneration. Even if the head and soul are broken, this power allowed you to rise from the dead again and again. Because of it, no player can defeat the opponent named Alpharon. He stands on top. The guy stared at his hand, saying that if he could master the regeneration skill and additionally fulfill the conditions, he would be able to get one step closer to Alpharon, which even the Queen of Summer and King Nguyen could not defeat. Surveying the battlefield, he said that he needed to leave before the people came to their senses. Suddenly, a system panel appeared, giving the result of a completed quest. As a reward, he received the discovery of Interenian, and for killing Veer, he also received dragon's blood. A dragon's blood flask appeared in front of him. The young man shuddered at the sight of the dragon's blood. All dragons are extinct, so this item is impossible to get, which means that the Queen of Summer was going to make a new dragon soldier. Grabbing the flask, the protagonist says that it is a valuable elixir, but he is not sure how to use it. Suddenly, he froze, feeling an unprecedented pressure. He strode forward, feeling a familiar energy. A huge dragon burst out of the floor of the castle. Opening his mouth, the dragon asked where her philosopher's stone was. Jongwoo hid behind the shards, realizing that the queen had appeared when Vier's death was confirmed. It was his mistake. The dragon's pupil narrowed. When she saw the boy, she screamed, saying that he was the one who killed Vier and stole the stone. The dragon opened its mouth, ordering the stone to be returned. The young man froze, realizing that he could die from even the slightest mistake. The chance of survival was only 10%. The Queen of Summer rushed towards him. The protagonist gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. He frowned as he prepared to fight. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. Jongwoo turned around. He breathed a sigh of relief. The protagonist's mentor smiled as he looked at him. Everything on the battlefield was on fire. Tom was trembling on his knees. The queen, standing before him, asked if she really had to come here herself. The other son of the red dragon sneered. The girl, closing her eyes, remained indifferent. Tom hit his forehead on the ground, begging for forgiveness. The queen, parting her lips, said that this was the last chance. There would be no next. Then the woman looked up. Looking at the burning castle, she said that the philosopher's stone was there. The poison had penetrated her bones, so she needed to deal with everything quickly. Mana began to accumulate in her heart. A wave of mana spread from her. The queen turned into a dragon. She gritted her teeth, using the remnants of her mana. Now, even if she transforms into her real body, like the last dragon and member of this kind, there is no way he can die here. Red lines of venom spread through her veins. The red dragon flew up and roared. Nguyen crossed his arms over his chest. The queen, looking at him, said to give the boy back. She opened her mouth, ordering the young man to be handed over. Nguyen grinned, asking what she was talking about. He struck the palm sharply. Showing the middle finger, he asked if she was looking for it. The protagonist sighed, mentally saying that only King Nguyen could make such jokes. The queen opened her mouth and roared. The man, stretching his fists, told the disciple to look closely at the magnificence of his master. The young man standing behind said not to cry when he was killed. Nguyen rushed towards the dragon, saying that this time he would definitely finish her off. Jongwoo involuntarily turned around, telling his master that he had to win. Two mana barriers collided. An explosion thundered, knocking the red dragon's members away. Grinning, Nguyen asked Lita if it was time for her to go on a diet. He frowned, mentally saying that the amazing thing was that he decided to participate in this war because of his disciple. He just couldn't sit on the sidelines. Two previous students disappointed him. Therefore, he didn't want to put his heart and soul into the new ones anymore. But Jongwoo, who had come to him on his knees, was different. He remembered the look of this young man. Nguyen grinned, realizing that he did not see the shine in those eyes. The king's muscles swelled as he said that a teacher could not embarrass himself in front of a student. The one-horned king pushed the dragon away. Mana burst out of his body. The dragon's paws slid across the ground. Tom, who was standing aside, gave a cry of surprise. They were startled to see an explosion that pushed their mother away. The guy smiled nervously, deciding that this was a chance, and maybe his last chance to get his rightful place. Suddenly Tom sprang forward. The girl frowned, understanding her brother's intention. She immediately glanced at her subordinates, ordering them to attack. The members of the Red Dragon rushed to attack. One of the mages collected mana in front of him. Frowning, the girl said that even King Nguyen couldn't withstand the attack of so many people. Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky. Shedding blood, someone asked how they dared to interfere with their king. Lightning struck the castle. A pillar of lightning fell directly into the crowd of knights. Lightning bolts reverberated through all the members of the Red Dragon. The elder of the one-horned tribe appeared on the battlefield. The lady gritted her teeth as she recognized the old man. The one-legged old man who appeared was previously nicknamed the Bloody Philosopher. Parting his lips, the elder said that he was surprised that anyone still remembered him. Even though the old man had now retired from his position as a ranker and held the position of chief elder, he was still as strong as the king and the one who had reached the very top of the tower. The knights opened their mouths when they recognized the enemy. Gathering the lightning bolts around him, the old man said that since they knew his identity, it would be easier for him to explain that if they continued to appear in their king's path, they would die. The elder stood up. Lightning struck the members of the Red Dragon. The man, waving his hand, told everyone to dodge. Beezy stood calmly, despite the lightning. Dragon scales appeared on her neck and face. The girl, taking off, dodged the discharge. Lightning, not hitting it, struck the ground. BZ, frowning, said that she would turn these words against him. Parting her lips, she said that she would show what would happen if she resisted the red dragon. The bodies of the three brothers were enveloped in mana. A moment later, they transformed into dragons. Opening his mouth, one of them said to kill all the parasites that annoy their mother. His brothers opened their mouths and roared. The members of the red dragon rushed to attack. Smiling broadly, one of the mercenaries said that he hadn't had so much fun in a long time. Suddenly, a dragon jumped out of the ground. The old man was surprised when BZ began to approach him. He narrowed his eyes. The king himself avoided engaging him in close combat, for his martial art was too difficult to beat. Mana swirled on the girl's fist. The bloody philosopher had to dodge the flow of mana. His eyes widened at the sight of the 100 Fists technique. Glancing at the frowning girl, he asked how the red dragon member knew their clan's heritage. At this time, 3 members of the one-horned clan came out against the black dragon. The girl shot a stream of wind. The old man, waving his hand, repelled her attack. When BZ landed, the elder mentally said that she had a very deep understanding of the technique. She had clearly seen it, and had been training for a long time. Nguyen created a new martial arts technique that made his aura terrifying. The Queen of Summer, on the other hand, reached the heights of the magical world thanks to the dragon's heart. In order to defeat King Nguyen, Ismini created Biasi, her eldest daughter. As he surveyed the burning battlefield, the old man asked the girl if she was from the one-horned tribe whose child she was. The girl, concentrating the aura in her hand, was not going to answer. Gathering the lightning bolts above him, the old man said that he would have to beat her until she said. The old man frowned, admitting that the queen had managed to create a frightening creature, but she had done it too sloppily. Biasi gritted her teeth and rushed to attack. Even if you combine magic and techniques, this connection will have a limit, like a stone bridge that can collapse at any moment, or a tightrope. The elder couldn't help but think of Zhongwu, saying that his case was special. Combining magic and martial arts may look the same, but the path that Zhongwu is following is true. The opponents rushed to each other. BZ shuddered in shock. A barrier formed in front of her. A huge dragon carcass was flying towards the old man. The girl, raising her head, froze. Ismini fell to the ground. The members of the one-horned tribe stopped fighting upon seeing this. The red dragon's members opened their mouths in terror. The dragon's head was lowered. Nguyen clapped and laughed. He chuckled, saying that it was too heavy. The knights trembled at the sight of the queen in such a state. The tribesmen smiled broadly, jubilant. Suddenly, Ismini opened her eyes. The terrifying aura caused everyone to shut up. Standing up, the red dragon told Nguyen that she would kill him. She raised her head and roared. The ground beneath her paw buckled. Closing his eyes, Nguyen grinned. Raising his eyelids, he said that it was time for them to find out who was going to beat this Alpharon. The man's aura created a pentagram behind him. Atron was trembling all over. He smiled nervously, saying that he must have already lost his mind. When he found out that the auction house had been destroyed by the red dragon, he wanted to take revenge on the queen by any means necessary, so he hired S-rank mercenaries and rankers. Among those hired by him were the Ice King, Twice, Black Skull. He even met unexpected people such as Jang and Shadow. The best players of the tower had gathered, and he was sure that he could tear off at least the queen's limb. But the Black Skull standing in front of him wanted to attack King Nguyen. He rushed towards the dragon with a shout. Some of the Red Skull's clothes were now at the merchant's feet. He smiled nervously as he clutched his staff. The dragon in front of him exhaled a stream of mana. Chaunwei raised his head and pondered. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Explosions thundered in front of Atron. Nguyen climbed onto Ismini's back. He began to tear out her wing by force. The man grinned. Chaunwei moved around the battlefield. He chuckled and said that it was excellent. Looking at the Battle of Kings, he said that King Nguyen was too strong, stronger than he had imagined. But such beasts were aware of their strength and lost in their own arrogance, believing that they had become untouchable. Looking at the king's back, he said that because of such self-deception, they didn't think that anyone would dare to stab them in the back. They didn't even know how dangerous it was. The god of the war Bao hid behind the tribe members. He drew the bowstring. Chaunwei sneered and said that he hadn't felt like this for a long time. He involuntarily remembered his captain. An arrow of ice formed on the string. The man, looking at the back of his target, said goodbye to him. Suddenly, he felt an incredible pressure and froze. The archer seemed to be immersed in a separate space. He began to inspect the members of the one-horned tribe. After that, Chaunwei began to inspect the surroundings of the battlefield. Soon, he saw a lone figure in the distance. The protagonist was standing on the edge of a cliff. Looking closely, the archer tried to understand what kind of person he was. Zhongwu stood calmly, watching the flames below. He clenched his fist, saying that this battle was originally supposed to be his battle. The guy frowned, saying that Ismini had badly injured his brother. Poisoning with demon poison was clearly not enough. He had to return everything to her in full. Suddenly, the demon chuckled and said that he liked the idea. He needed to hurry. His prey was right here. The young man, summoning the system panel, decided to look at the rewards for defeating the Queen of Summer. Looking at the list of items, the guy said that all the items are excellent, but there is not much that will be useful now. The protagonist grinned. He poked at the panel. Another panel appeared, informing him that he had chosen the Hultabeo gold bar. Atron, falling to his knees, said that he was definitely finished now. A guest suddenly appeared and frightened him. The mercenaries immediately blocked his way. The protagonist looked down at the merchant. Standing behind Nocturne, the merchant asked the guest what he was doing there. Rubbing his chin, Jongwoo said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Atron's mouth dropped open in horror at the recognition of his visitor. He pointed at the guy, saying that he was the one who sold him a fake copy. Angry, the merchant asked why he had come, whether it was possible to deceive him again. Nocturne, who was standing beside him, narrowed his eyes. Jongwoo and the mercenary stared at each other silently. The protagonist, after thinking about it, said that they would talk a little later. Nocturne did not express any emotion on his face. Throwing up his hand, the guy said that there was no need to be so wary. He came to make a deal. Looking around at the destruction, the young man asked if these items could be good enough. Jongwoo took out a gold bar. This glowing ingot was a Yaltabao ingot. It was much more efficient than most other materials and had a high conductivity of magical power. Atron chuckled, saying that it wouldn't be enough. The protagonist immediately took out a couple more bars. The merchant shouted, saying that he could get anything for the client. Rubbing his hands, he asked if he was looking for something specific. Jongwoo narrowed his eyes, saying that he needed a dragon slayer, and he was needed at all costs. The dragon slayer was a spear. The old man involuntarily opened his mouth when he heard his words. A dragon slayer, a spear, also known as a dragon spear. The length of such a huge weapon was more than 6 meters, and the weight of hundreds of kilograms. It was created in ancient times for hunting dragons. Jongwoo has not forgotten the shock he felt when he saw Waldbitch use this spear. The tip of this spear moved mountains. Soon the merchant laid out many spears, a hunting trick, and the tail spike of the great ape on the ground. Rubbing his hands, he mentally asked himself why the guy was doing all this. Smiling, he asked the protagonist how he would pay for the rest of the items. The guy, after thinking about it, asked if he really thought he would steal them. The merchant immediately denied it, saying that he just had a difficult economic situation right now. The young man sighed, saying that he would pay for everything. Atron beamed with happiness. He froze abruptly in horror when Jongwoo asked for a loan. The man shouted, saying that he would definitely be in hell after death. The protagonist turned around, saying that he was aware of this, so he would find a worthy use for the items. Ismini spat out the blood. Nguyen frowned. This battle was beginning to irritate him. Looking at the poison lines, he said that apart from Alpharon, she was the only one who could give him a good fight, and now she would just die because she had become too weak. The poison spread throughout his body. Jumping up, the man said that he did not like it. The knights standing below shouted, telling the queen to dodge. Streams of mana rushed towards Nguyen. He gathered a huge amount of energy between his hands. Ismini looked at the enemy calmly. She remembered how Jongwoo, standing in the middle of the flames, said that she could not understand the loneliness that overwhelmed her to the very edge. She would just close her eyes, and that would be the end of it. The protagonist enveloped himself in mana. He formed wings behind his back. The young man applied various power-ups, covering himself with scales. Stretching out his hand, he said that he needed to melt the souls in his magical power. Jongwoo began to devour many souls of the dead on the battlefield. He involuntarily opened his mouth in pain. Braham opened the grimoire and said that it was time for them to begin. A lot of magic runes appeared in the air. The young man was surrounded by writing. He gritted his teeth in pain. The alchemist frowned, saying that strengthening muscles, enhancing magic power, increasing aura, creating explosions were all supposed to increase gravity, and it was not clear how Jongwoo could withstand it. The young man's arm twisted. His body began to collapse due to the pressure. At this moment, the regeneration skill was activated, so the process of strengthening and reaching the limits of the body passed without consequences. Blood continued to flow from the guy's mouth. He involuntarily clenched his spear. Jongwoo enveloped the spear in poison using demonic art. Straightening up, the protagonist decided to remove the crowd first. Opening its mouth, the dragon told the people to get out. Raising her hand, the squad leader said that the dragon was about to exhale poison. Poisonous mana has accumulated in the beast's mouth. Suddenly, a star flashed right above him. A moment later, a spear struck his chest. The girl shuddered in shock when she saw this. A wave of fire in the form of peals of thunder and lightning struck the dragon. The dragon's body began to burn. Soon, his entire body was charred. The protagonist landed near the dragon. The earth dragon standing aside screamed, and the knights next to him noticed that the enemy had a strange spear. The earth dragon rushed towards the young man with a shout. Death knights immediately appeared in front of the guy. 3 knights attacked the dragon. The protagonist himself, taking off, attacked from the air. He swung his spear. Suddenly, another dragon bit his comrade and rushed away. Jongwoo, flying behind the knights, told them not to pursue the enemy. It was more important for them not to let anyone approach. The young man's eye flashed as he said that it was time for them to go after the Queen of Summer. Tom was carrying his brother. The guy, closing one eye, thanked his brother, saying that he was alive only thanks to him. He involuntarily frowned. Thinking about it, he remembered that even though he had made fun of his brother before, he had saved him anyway. Did he really consider them brothers? Tom laid his friend on the ground, saying that he hardly understood him. Their mother would die today. The guy's eye widened in shock. Tom stood up in front of his brother and said that King Nguyen had already torn off his mother's wings, and now the dragons would die out completely, just like the giants. Looking up at the sky, the young man asked what would be left after her. Sneering, he said that they would remain, the half-dragons in whom her blood flowed. They would become the new dragon race. As he began to approach his brother, he said that he needed even more dragon blood to do so. The guy raised his hand and told me not to approach him. A bloody aura enveloped Tom's hand. Blood spurted from the wound, then he said goodbye to his brother. At that moment, 2 of the chains in the dragon's heart broke. Ismini shuddered all over. Opening its mouth, it roared. Nguyen, wiping the blood, said that she had already gone completely mad. Spitting blood on the ground, he said that he did not like it. An aura enveloped the man's hand. A moment later, he struck at the dragon's body. Ismini coughed up blood. The man, gritting his teeth, said that this was already too annoying. The poison reached the dragon's head. The demonic poison had already spread throughout his body. Nguyen jumped up. The knights below shouted, telling the queen to dodge. Streams of mana rushed towards the king. He gathered a huge amount of energy between his palms. Ismini looked at the enemy calmly. She remembered the image of Yongwu. Her body trembled with anger. She opened her mouth, demanding to give it back. She roared, telling the heavenly wing to give it away. Nguyen's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't help but smile. The man realized that before she died, she saw not him, but a boy with heavenly wings. This was a shame. Frowning, the king said goodbye to Ismini. The king's pupil flashed. He rushed towards the red dragon, at which point Jongwoo told his master that he had to kill her. Nguyen turned sharply. At the same moment, many spears flew past him. The protagonist soared in the sky. He swung his sword to strike. A firestorm hit the enemy. Ismini roared in pain. Nguyen covered his body with his hands. Soon, the charred body of the dragon began to fall. Ismini's pupil reflected the image of her killer. Looking at Jongwoo, she mistook him for a heavenly wing. The members of the one-horned tribe opened their mouths. The red dragon knights froze in shock. The dragon's huge body fell to the ground. The last dragon, the mistress of the tower, the legendary ruler in whose hand the power over the tower had been for thousands of years, had always towered over everyone. No one could believe that she had closed her eyes forever. The knights frowned, denying what they had seen. Some involuntarily pinched themselves, thinking that it was a dream. Nguyen crossed his arms over his chest. Bizi shuddered as she looked at her mother. She frowned, barely holding back her tears. The girl rushed to her mother's body. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the dragon's body. Clots of darkness spread through the air. Bizi gritted her teeth. Crying, she told Nguyen that he had taken everything from her. The girl rushed to the man, wanting to kill him. The king's eyes widened at the sight of the horn on the girl. Suddenly, many portals appeared above him. The knights stepped out of the portal. An even line of the Bloodland Knights entered the battlefield. Nguyen turned and froze. Clenching his jaws, he asked what they had forgotten in this place. The emperor, coming out of the portal, said that they had previously thought that if they came now, a banquet would be waiting for them. The man descended to the ground at high speed. The king, crossing his arms over his chest, asked what he had forgotten. The emperor spread his arms to his sides, saying that he was also glad to see him. He smiled, saying that he was glad to meet his dear friend. This fat man was the emperor of gluttony, the commander-in-chief of the bloody army. He was addicted to a wild desire to taste everything he could find, and for this he was willing to kill a bunch of people as if they were just wine for his dish. In the past, the emperor wanted to taste the meat of a one-horned tribe and ordered the knights to catch one of them. King Nguyen, having learned why one of his tribesmen had disappeared, almost beat the emperor to death. The emperor narrowed his eyes. His ears still has not recovered. However, now the Queen of Summer is dead, Alpharon does not show up, and at the top of the tower is now definitely King Nguyen. This king was now frowning at him. The man smiled, deciding not to oppose him. The king asked if he had come to take revenge. The emperor, spreading his arms to his sides, said that he would not fight him. He was here to help his close friend. After that, he pointed to the man, saying that he was his friend. The protagonist, who was standing on the hill, turned. Looking closely at Zhong, the emperor told Nguyen that he had a rather wise disciple. The king knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. Now he understood what had happened. From Valpurgis Night to the Bloody Land, all the strongest clans in the tower had been deceived by his disciple. The emperor, raising his hands, said that he was just joking. Suddenly, his body transformed. The emperor stretched himself out, and said that they were having a feast today. Bizi involuntarily turned around and was horrified. The soldiers of the bloody army began to sing. Their combat power increased and an aura swirled around, frightening everyone. The man's gaze changed. He stared at the girl, saying that he could finally taste the dragon. The knights rushed to attack. One of the warriors ran up to Bizi and said that they needed to run. The girl gritted her teeth. She wanted to avenge her mother, but she needed to protect her younger brothers and subordinates. The knights chased the members of the Red Dragon, wanting to seize them and eat them. The young man was looking at the system notification. The system gave him a reward and informed him about the completion of the task. Suddenly, the guy's hand trembled. As Ismini's soul began to be absorbed, she asked him who he was. Jongwoo looked at his hand. Taking off his mask, he said that this was the answer to her question. His eyes flashed in the darkness. The young man clenched his fist. He knew that the dragon's soul would be difficult to digest. The protagonist froze, sensing the approach of danger. A group of mercenaries standing aside was frightened. Nguyen, emitting an aura of murder, approached the disciple. He gritted his teeth in a rage. The king swung for a blow. In an instant, he was in front of the student. The shock wave from the attack smashed the mountains. Witnesses to his attack opened their mouths. Nguyen stopped his fist right in front of the student's face. The guy calmly looked at the teacher. Suddenly, the king slapped him on the back of the head. The man involuntarily smiled. Being angry, he approached and told Zhong that he had devoured everything his master had created, and the only thing he could say was, "Auk, did he really need to be brought to his senses by beating him up like the Queen of Summer?" Striking once more, the king made the disciple tremble with pain on the ground. The young man flinched when Nguyen asked him if she was the one he was taking revenge on. Approaching the man said that since everything had already passed, he should clean up. Waving his hand, Nguyen ordered to prepare to go in search of the god of the war Bao. The protagonist stood up and pondered. He raised his head, wondering how Nguyen understood the reason why he had killed the queen. The Ice King, approaching the one-horned one, said that the student was very similar to the teacher. Nguyen, smiling, offered to play later, since he was already healthy enough. The Ice King, looking at the hills in the distance, said that his joints were still aching. The man looked at Nocturne. He frowned. Nocturne himself did not express any emotion as he looked at him. The man turned away, and his former student closed his eyes. Soon, all the members of the one-horned tribe disappeared. The protagonist sighed. For a time, Nocturne was an apprentice to the king, but the king treated him as if he did not exist. Examining the battlefield, the guy realized that there was almost nothing left of the castle here. The corpses of the soldiers lay on the ground. Squinting, the guy said that compared to the size of the tower, this destruction was a trifle. Suddenly, someone's hair blocked his view. Adora covered her mouth in horror. Looking at the young man, she asked if he was okay with such a big bump on his head. The protagonist involuntarily raised his hand. He slapped his face and sighed. The defeat of Walpurgis Night, the death of the Queen of Summer, so the war, which lasted several days, ended with great changes. The alchemist, putting the book back in its place, said that it was an incredible place. At the moment, he was in the huge library of Intranainen. Jongwoo crossed his arms over his chest when Braham said that he had found a grimoire of bloodline here. This thing is associated with almost superpowers. Opening the scroll, the alchemist said that there were books not only about magic, but also about ordinary things. This place was like a repository of knowledge that the dragons tried to preserve to the end. The young man smiled, feeling the joy of a scientist. After the quest was over, the bureau gave him the expected rewards. The first of them was Intranian, consisting of 3 sections. In the first section, there was a vault full of gold and silver. The second vault contained weapons and artifacts. In the third section, there was a library full of magical books collected by the Queen of Summer herself. Also, the guy received the outer space, the endless world of night. This place was completely destroyed by war. To use it, you need to build it from scratch first, and then you can only use it in one way. The protagonist lowered his gaze. He knew that by building a fortress, he would be able to establish a clan fortress there. The guy, sitting in the carriage, thought, up to that point, he had tried to do everything alone. But now he would need people and a place that could help and protect him if necessary. Jongwoo narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but imagine his brother having fun in the company of his friends. Jongwoo frowned as he thought of the clan. A lonely carriage drove through the forest. Soon the carriage stopped. In the vicinity of the One-Horned Clan village, the Ice King shook hands with the young man and said that they would definitely meet again. Nocturne involuntarily scanned the area. Atron raised his eyebrows when the young man asked him to take him with the feast. Atron's eyes flickered. The feast was an alliance that only the greatest of the mysterious merchants could join, and the customers were the best of the best. Raising his hand, the guy said that they were very busy people. He could not guarantee a meeting with them. Taking out a few ingots, the young man asked if that would be enough. Atron shouted, saying that everything would be done in the best possible way. The merchant waved goodbye happily. Soon, the guy arrived at the village of the One-Horned tribe. Looking around the area, Zhongwu said that everyone had gone in pursuit of the Bao god. It was too quiet now. The Bao god must be very skilled at fighting the king, which meant that his level was also similar to 9 kings. The young man, remembering his master's grin, said that no matter what Chanwei did, the master would definitely catch up with him quickly. Suddenly, Bu stood in front of the guy. He bowed, saying that all preparations were completed. Bu grew quickly enough, absorbing the philosopher's stones and most of the witch's souls, his mind gradually returning to normal. The protagonist left Bu in Tranian, which he received as a reward. Leech created a portal. Zhongwu created a small flame in his hand. What he saw made his eyes widen in shock. Examining the passing skeletons, he involuntarily said that this place was becoming like a real dungeon. Xian, raising his hand, told the master not to order him to do such a thing again. All 3 knights had previously received orders to help Bu. Xian, raising his head, said that this lich was very cunning inside. At this moment, Bu appeared behind him. The knight turned slowly. The Death Knight and the lich stared at each other, making Zonggu realize that Shinan and Temuzin were not at the top of the hierarchy. Throwing up his hand, the guy told Bu to take the rings. The lich caught the rings that opened the other two in Trinian. Looking around the vault, the protagonist said that the higher they climbed, the more they would get, so it was imperative to complete the dungeon first. Narrowing his eyes, the young man asked the lich if he understood him. Bu nodded. Shinan, approaching, asked if there was an order for him. Jongwoo sighed and told him to follow him. The protagonist and the group were walking along the corridor. Bu, pointing to the space in front of him, said that he had prepared this place as he had requested. Raising his hand, the young man said that this would be enough. Darkness gathered in his hand. A moment later, some of the darkness flew away. Ismini's soul was formed. She immediately turned around, angry. The girl stared at the guy behind her. Ismini rushed to attack with a scream. The lich stood in front of his master and recited the incantation. A lot of chains immediately bound the queen, so she roared and screamed, wanting to kill the guy. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as he watched her. He took off his mask, saying that he was not who she was talking about. The queen, who was lying on the floor, froze. The young man lifted the dragon's head. Sitting down in front of her, he introduced himself, giving his name. Clenching her jaw, the girl asked if the Skywing had a brother. After receiving the confirmation, she shouted, saying that she needed to tear him apart the first time they met. Parting his lips, the guy said that this would happen to her. Releasing the killing intent, Jongwoo said that he would tear it to pieces, plunging it into despair, and only then would he eat it. Ismini smiled, saying that she wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. The young man snapped his fingers, saying that he would find out everything when he checked. Bu raised his hands. A huge body of a dragon encased in a capsule appeared in the hall. The girl opened her mouth at the sight of her body. Her eyes widened in horror. The guy, touching the capsule, said that the entire body of the dragon could be used for something. He smiled, saying that he was going to butcher him right in front of her. Approaching the queen, he said that the eyes could be used as sources of magical power, scales and skin as armor, and bones as durable weapons. Of course, it would take a lot of time, because the body was strong, but there was no need to worry. He would show what he would make of these parts. Grinning, Jongwoo said that he could make a bone dragon out of the bones. Ismini, squinting her eyes, screamed, demanding to be killed. Glancing at the wall, the girl asked what he wanted. The protagonist in front of her pondered. He frowned, saying that he wanted to know the reason why Jongwoo was killed. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The younger brother's diary had all the information about what had happened to him, but there were still questions, one of them that Jongwoo couldn't find an answer to. Why was he betrayed? Although many people made sure that Jongwoo did not become stronger than the 9 kings, Arsha was not so easy to destroy. In addition, it is not clear why the 9 kings suddenly shook hands and united to overthrow only one Jongwoo. Clenching her jaw, the queen asked if he would kill her if she told her. The girl lowered her eyelids, saying that it was all because of the soul stone. Jongwoo frowned. The queen looked away, saying that Jongwoo had Lucille's soul stone. This guy with angel wings had the soul of Lucifer. The guy froze when he heard this. Lucille the Lightbringer, he is better known as Lucifer. Despite the fact that he was a supernatural being, he belonged neither to gods nor to demons, either to light nor to darkness. 1,000 years ago his wings were torn apart by gods and demons and he fell. Frowning, Jongwoo said that they were greedy, because if the soul stone was used correctly, the player could become a supernatural being. Looking at the wall, he asked where the soul stone had gone. Ismini replied that if she had known, she would have taken it long ago. The protagonist straightened up and said what she had to say. His pupils narrowed as he ordered her to remember every little thing, and then he would allow her to calm down in peace as she wished. As Ismini screamed in anger, the boy glanced at Bu. The lich's mana immediately spread throughout the room. Jongwoo walked down the corridor. He stopped when the alchemist told him that the 98th floor would be plunged into chaos. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that now not only the giants were extinct, but also the dragons. Remembering the library, the man said that there was nothing to do in the archive. Everything was neatly laid out, so the archive was clean. Nevertheless, it was a real gold mine. Entering the vault, the alchemist said that he had a request. Looking at the skeletons, he asked the guy if he could arrange a dungeon or a laboratory for him as well. Closing his eyes, Braham said that he was not jealous of Bu, but that they had gained a lot of things lately, and that more experiments needed to be done. The protagonist laughed, then the old man, embarrassed, shouted, saying that it was not for himself, but to help him in the future. At that moment, the system had suddenly notified Braham of the transfer of power over outer space to him, and now the infinite world of night belonged to him. Smiling, the protagonist said that Intranian remained Bu, but he could clean up the place. It was now destroyed, but if it were restored, the laboratory would be even larger than the lich's. If the lich was responsible for external affairs, such as increasing and strengthening troops, then Braham was responsible for the internal creation and maintenance of the illusory barrier. The alchemist crossed his arms over his chest. He hid his smile with his hand, saying that since he was proposing, he would try to restore the endless world of the night. Looking at the world through the cameras, the alchemist asked the guy if he was satisfied with the fact that it would be very expensive. The young man, involuntarily remembering his meeting with Atron, asked why he had asked for a meeting with the feast then. The old man, parting his lips, said that he was succeeding. He wanted to show everyone the truth about his personality. Jongwoo took off his mask and confirmed it. The alchemist in front of him said that it would not be easy, that he would attract everyone's attention from now on. The guy, putting on the mask again, said that it was not a problem. If he was attacked, he would just destroy everyone. Graham stared at the system panel. He rubbed his chin and thought. Glancing at the guy in front of him, he asked in his mind why there were still no messages from the 98th floor. After thinking about it, and imagining Youngwoo, he decided that it was the Soul Stone. Withdrawing the system panel, the old man asked if he was done with the questions. Grinning, he said that it was time for them to move on to the main course. The protagonist nodded. Darkness began to gather in his hand. Vieira's soul manifested in the air. The girl opened her eyes. The young man, taking off his mask, turned to her. The lady's pupils sparkled. Suddenly, a multitude of hands appeared. These hands shackled and grabbed the girl from all sides. Jongwoo narrowed his eyes. He didn't want to talk to the witch at all. Turning around, he asked Graham to start first. The old man stepped out of the shadows, tense. The man turned to the captured Vieira. Remembering the capture of Ananta and Sesha, the alchemist said that they had a lot to discuss. Taking the elixir in his hand, he said that he created this elixir to test if it was possible to damage the ghoul. Murderous intent erupted from Graham when he said he didn't know if it would work on her. The alchemist poured the elixir on the girl. Flasks of empty potions lay on the table. The wounded witch begged for an end to the torture, and in return she would tell everything. The man in front of her said that he wasn't done yet. Looking at her hand, Vieira said that the abduction of Sesh and Ananta was for the Great Mother. She was doing experiments to create a vessel for her. She was also ashamed of what happened. She tried to do a lot to finally complete it. Besides, she knew the way to heal. The protagonist, who was standing aside, realized that the witch's Great Mother is called Mother Earth. It would be more accurate to consider Mother Earth, followed by witches, to be the embodiment of a concept rather than a real deity. Mother Earth was one of the few great deities to appear from the beginning of the universe. It was quite difficult to guess her train of thought, because each time she took on a different appearance. Because of this, many names appeared, such as the of Babylon, or Tiamat, Amur, Ishtar, Inanna, Cybele, Pratikvi, Mother Mago, but the most famous was Gaia or Yama, the personification of the earth. Mother Earth was only interested in Vieira. Thanks to this smiling witch became much stronger and was able to rule Walpurgis Night. The guy frowned, realizing that one day the connection with his mother was suddenly cut off and Vieira, not knowing what to do next, decided to call her mother to earth. Perhaps the soul stone that Youngwoo had could have been stolen by a close person he trusted, the same Vieira. A mistress could steal and run away with a stone. The girl, on her knees, asked why he didn't just kill her. After all, she had already said everything. Smiling broadly, she asked Jongwoo if he missed her. Looking at the guy in front of her, she said that she was wrong. After all, couples sometimes quarrel. They can even start everything from the beginning. Smiling nervously, she said that she would do whatever he wanted. He loved to lie on her lap. Did he want to lie down now? Parting her lips, she said that she would leave everyone for him. Now she would focus on him and Sesha. A shadow covered the guy's eyes. Looking at the witch in front of him, he said that Youngwoo missed her until the very end, until his death. Even after what happened, he did not hate her. Frowning, he said that he now understood what a fool his brother had been. The witch froze and suddenly realized that in front of her was Jungwoo's brother, whom he was talking about. Glancing at the ceiling, the young man said that it was surprising that she had only now realized this. Youngwoo was just an idiot to have been deceived by a creature that was only good for one thing. Vieira gritted her teeth and screamed, asking if he knew why she and his companions had betrayed his brother. The protagonist shuddered. The girl who raised her head when she saw the reaction decided that she had succeeded. She frowned, deciding that if she was going to die anyway, she would at least give a decent fight. The witch, being chained, screamed, saying that everyone who was around him betrayed him. This only proves that he was not pure and innocent. Recalling the past, she said that they were greedy. But Youngwoo was worse. He took everything and it always seemed to him that this was not enough. Remembering how the angel smiled, she said that from the very beginning, this idiot stubbornly went after his goals, only for his own sake, like a real dictator. Smiling broadly, the girl said that they were tired of it. Her hair hid Jungwoo's eyes. The girl in front of him decided that this would be enough to shake the guy. Her projection appeared behind the young man. She thought that all she had to do was increase this hole in his mind. The protagonist, parting his lips, asked if she had finished talking nonsense. As he looked around the room, he asked if she thought those words would affect him. Grabbing the witch, he said that he would agree that relations between people are not always good, but not everyone will put a knife in the back. The guy's pupils narrowed when he said, "Stop talking nonsense, she should throw away this ridiculous shell and return to reality." Half of the girl's face was charred. She parted her lips. Suddenly, the witch smiled. Plunging Jongwoo into her space, she said that they, the brothers, had always been such a bore. Jongwoo turned around abruptly, realizing that Mother Earth was speaking to him. Moons rose over the buildings. Through the window I could see two people on the bed. The girl, lying next to her, talked about how she dreamed of reaching the top of the tower one day. This large building appeared after her words that this is a place that neither gods nor demons can get to, and is he really not interested in what is on the top? She stared at him. Opening her mouth, the girl explained that if he stood in her way, then she had the opportunity to throw him. Ananta looked at him. Putting her hand on his cheek, she asked him to be with her to the end. The hero, imagining them, remembered that Viera's desire to rise higher and higher was more like an obsession, and his brother asked several times what was the reason for such a desire, but this girl always only smiled back at him. The young man walked on the ground covered with flames. That green hair appeared from under the stone as he realized that the moment Viera had been absorbed by Bathory's vampire sword, he had been able to know for sure that she had already granted her wish. Looking at the hand, the guy realized that in front of him was nothing more than its shell. This girl appeared near the tree after thinking that while the real Viera had left this world and herself had become the mother of the earth, having absorbed the god she served. An object appeared after realizing that she was carrying the completed Philosopher's Stone, and then obtained the dragon's heart as well, piercing her brother's chest. Immediately after, this memory appeared. 2 crystals appeared after realizing that she had 2 key components at that moment. Her hands had a bright glow when the protagonist thought that it was then that she managed to acquire infinite reserves of magical power, and she managed to begin to copy the data of her own ego, gradually transferring parts of it through a channel connected to the Mother of the Earth. A kind of blue light appeared after realizing that she was slowly absorbing the goddess, like a virus in a computer that eventually infects the operating system. The young man, looking up, thought that she wanted to reach the top so badly that she turned into a monster that swallowed her own master. Looking at her, the protagonist asked how she was up there and if the air there was as good as she imagined, and the interlocutor replied that the air here is magnificent, and will never be known by a pitiful mortal. The guy, smiling, noted that she probably liked it there. She still hung over him when the hero said that she left her lover for this, and everyone who ever followed him. A multitude of her eyes appeared after saying that she was here to warn him. The young man, looking up, asked again and immediately thought that thousands of people were talking to him at the same time, when suddenly the interlocutor replied that she just needed to warn her, because she no longer wanted to have anything with the 2 of them. The girl, looming over him, explained that now she had no regrets about the past and also added that he had already killed Viera from the lower world anyway. Looking up, the goddess said that it was time for him to stop being obsessed with her, because it was already annoying. The guy's eyes opened a little wider. Immediately afterward, a smile appeared on his face. Standing still, the protagonist thought about what was already beginning to disappoint him a little in his brother, because you really need to be so unable to understand people. Imagining a relative with this girl, the fighter understood that he gave her his body, soul and all the memories. His eyes burned brightly when the thought came to her that for her he was just a stepping stone on the way up. Looking at her, the boy said that he should also warn her, but she pointed out that this mortal was too arrogant. The fighter, clenching his hand into a fist, realized that the difference between them was really very great, since it could be even stronger than Hermes and the Monkey King. Raising his head, the guy said that she could wash her neck while she waited. Her eyes immediately opened wider. The hero, looking up, said that he would soon come and cut her throat. She was looking down somewhere. The alchemist's mouth opened in surprise. Approaching, the goddess asked if he represented what he had just said, and the protagonist answered in the affirmative. Looking down, the girl noted that he had no idea, because he had no idea what it meant to the gods themselves. The fighter, standing still, answered in the negative. A lot of notifications began to appear in front of him, saying that such words of his were very surprising and disappointing to the gods and demonic creatures. The girl, looking down, said that this man was just crazy. Narrowing her eyes, the god added that only mortals are allowed to be fools. Holding up her hand, Viera asked him to try while she waited for him. Her image immediately evaporated. Braham held his head and began to say that the gods were indeed strange creatures. Grabbing his hair, the man said that some had fallen, while others had ascended. Gritting his teeth, the man also added that the one who had killed his daughter had now become a god herself. Glancing at the hero, the alchemist reminded him that he had promised to help him take his place again, but the fighter replied in the affirmative. Frowning, the man explained that the young man must keep his word, because he wanted to personally tear the Mother of the Earth to pieces. The guy's gaze was directed to the side. The interlocutor's eyes opened wider after the words that this was impossible. The young man, frowning, replied that this goddess must die at his hands and he had no right to give it up. The man, looking ahead, couldn't say a word. Smiling, Braham asked what they should do then, since he wanted to kill her too. The fighter, looking at him, replied that they should then bet who would be able to do it first. They shook hands. The alchemist was still standing still. Looking at the protagonist, the man realized that he had no doubt at all that this young man would cope. Looking at his face, the interlocutor understood that even here there were no guarantees. Closing his eyes, Braham thought that he himself had already been devoid of divinity, and had almost nothing left. But even so, in that vague vision that had once appeared to him, a shot appeared with the hero and a little girl next to him. There was a smile on the guy's face. A girl with wings appeared after saying that after the death of the Queen of Summer, the Red Dragon disintegrated, while the remaining dragons fought against each other to take the vacant throne, and after the Civil War, the Red Dragon was divided into 3 parts. The Queen of Spring and the White Dragon of Wales appeared. After that, the Lord of Autumn and the Black Dragon Toma appeared. And at the end, the Green Dragon of Vaharatana appeared. The two dragons were fighting as it was revealed that the 76th floor, which had barely calmed down, was once again divided into a three-way war in which each ate each other. Some more players appeared after saying that in line with this, other major clans also underwent changes, as new clans appeared that could threaten the strongholds of the 8 main clans, as well as new players who took the positions of rankers. The blades clashed in battle when it was revealed that in this world power had become true in law, but despite the fact that the tower was in chaos, the hero and his group were going through a new stage. A certain capsule opened when it was said that thanks to the information from Viera, Anunta was cured. This girl appeared. She opened her eyes. A small settlement could be seen. 2 people walked deeper into the forest. The girl, pointing her finger, exclaimed that her mother was there. She immediately ran to her. The woman did not turn around. Anunta looked at her silently. The daughter suddenly stopped. The hero stared somewhere ahead. A certain room appeared. The man, sitting next to the bed, asked her if she remembered him. She suddenly looked at him when it was said that perhaps it was due to their wishes that the girl who had been in the dream finally woke up. The man opened his eyes wider in surprise after saying that after she woke up, she did not recognize anyone and did not say anything, but just stared into the space in front of her. Another room appeared. Someone slammed a glass on the table. The young man, exhaling, realized that he was in such turmoil, that I would love to smoke at least one cigarette now. His gaze was fixed downwards. Remembering how he had held her in his arms, the boy thought that if he had known about Sesh and Braham earlier, and if he had hurried a little and managed to save her, then the whole situation could have been better. When suddenly the Death Knights asked him how he knew this, because the master could not speak all languages or predict the future, as goddesses. He replied in the affirmative, and added that they should not take his words too seriously. Someone snatched the glass from his hand after asking him what he was doing here alone. The girl, putting her hand to her chest, asked if he was okay. The young man looked at them silently, and thought that he had no choice but to accept it now, because there were many people around him who needed protection. Immediately afterward, the fighter remembered Braham, Anunt, and Sesh. Knights also appeared. In the end, Pant, Adora and Galliot appeared, when the hero realized that he needed to protect them all. Taking up the mask, the guy noted that he wanted to tell them something, and reminded them that the time had to come when they would be told everything. The interlocutor, raising his hand, exclaimed about the mask. His eyes widened. The young man took off the mask from his face. The girl smiled. A glass appeared on the table, and it was explained that on that day the protagonist told them the story of how he came to the tower. The hero sat in front of them, and it was said that he spoke more calmly than he expected, as if it was not his story at all. Pant slammed the table, while his sister did not say a word. The ceiling of this room appeared. The interlocutor, sitting still, said that it was difficult for him to believe it. His hands trembled at the words that the case of one member was the work of the entire clan. But their leader had gone through so many difficulties, and it was hard for him to believe that a person who called himself the head sat idly by. Jumping up, Pant shouted that he would immediately tell his father about everything, while his sister told him to sit down. The girl, looking at him, shouted a question about whether he really thought that their father did not know this story. Frowning, Adora explained that her father was giving this man the chance and opportunity to grow up and flap his wings himself. His brother looked down in silence as the girl said that he might know that the young man would one day leave the nest. The guy, putting the glass on the table, began to say something. Looking ahead, the protagonist explained that he wanted them to become his wings. Their eyes widened at these words. Looking at the mask, the guy was talking about how what he wanted to do was nothing but recklessness, and it could endanger them and the entire clan, as it would be a fight against the entire tower. Without looking up, the soldier continued his words, when suddenly one of them interrupted him. The interlocutor, closing one eye, said that when this happens, he has the opportunity to count on them. His eyes widened after that. Resting his head on his sister's hand, his brother explained that he shouldn't worry about them, because he knew that she was just a monster, and as for him, even if someone dared to steal the position of successor, he could always just beat him up and get his own back. The soldier stared at them silently. Closing his eyes, the hero thanked them. They were smiling, and suddenly the girl asked what his future plan was. A smile also appeared on his face after saying that according to his plan, they should create a clan. A large forest appeared. The guy was training with a sword. Sweat ran down his face. The man stopped, breathing heavily. Looking at the hand, the young man knew that this was only the beginning to protect his people, and he should become much stronger. The fighter was still standing still, when suddenly the knights advised him to turn his will into a sword. Then the hero replied that he did not need to just swing it, because the sword should become one with the will, and only in this way he had the opportunity to achieve physical perfection. Imagining himself with a blade, the hero thought about it. Closing his eyes, the hero knew that he should continue to think about the time gap and extrasensory perception. Immediately after, the guy remembered Muin during the battle. A certain sphere appeared in his hands. Opening his eyes, the young man knew that he needed to reach such a level at least with his fingertips. A blade covered in flames appeared. Cracks began to appear on it. A true sword blade appeared. A bright explosion lit up everything around. The guy gritted his teeth forcefully. The tree behind him was burning. Looking ahead, the hero realized that it didn't work after all. His hand was covered in a green glow after thinking that from the third awakening to the regeneration, his body had grown rapidly. But his level of consciousness could not keep up with him. Standing still, the protagonist knew that from time to time he was able to raise his morale to test his strength, and awakened his abilities one by one to overcome the limit of his strength. Standing in front of a sheer cliff, the protagonist realized that at some point he happened to feel that his power began to rest against a large wall. His eyes closed. The soldier was sitting by a tree. His gaze was directed somewhere upwards. His eyes suddenly opened wider when someone called out to him. Galliard was standing there. Trees appeared and the elf was asked what he was doing here with such a drooping look, and the young man replied that he was thinking about the fact that training did not bring him any progress. Looking at the interlocutor, the fighter asked what he was doing, and the archer replied that Sesha had recently become very picky about food and he had to work on teaching the child to eat vegetables easily. The girl, raising her hands, asked for meat. His comrade in arms, crossing his arms over his chest, noted that even though she was a dragon, she could not eat only meat forever. The protagonist, putting his hand to his chest, asked what about soy meat. His comrade, opening his eyes wider, asked again. The guy, raising his finger, said that these are finely chopped beans, similar in structure to meat, and if you mix them correctly with sauce, but even the smell of beans will not be noticeable. A cloudy sky was visible, and the elf asked if he could tell him how to cook soy meat, and also suggested that he go to Sesha with him. A certain building appeared. The girl, smiling broadly, said that she really liked this food. Chewing, she said that if her uncle cooks food, it always comes out very tasty, and she also added that if Galliard cooks it, it turns out the other way around. The guy, standing nearby, explained that if the proportion of soy meat was too large, it would be noticeable, so it was better to introduce it into the diet gradually and adjust the ratio. The girl was already asleep when his colleague asked him why he was so gloomy in the forest. Because he really had some problems, he replied that it was not so important. The archer was washing the dishes when he said that if he had any problems, he should just say, because even if he couldn't solve them, he would at least be able to listen. Immediately after, the hero exhaled. The whole kitchen appeared and words were heard that something had been blocking his growth for some time and his will was failing, and the mana form was suddenly beginning to disappear. Standing nearby, the protagonist explained that he had a feeling as if he had found himself in a dead end. His comrade in arms looked at him in silence. Turning away, the elf asked if he could go with him to the backyard for a while, to which he replied in the affirmative. The leaves rose into the air due to a gust of wind. Someone broke off a tree branch. The young man, looking at the archer, could not understand what he was going to do with it. Lowering it, Galliard asked his comrade to attack. The hero, standing in front of him, asked again. The latter again told him to attack and explained that they should go back to theory, and also asked him to use only basic skills. The guy, looking ahead, tried to understand what he was up to and assumed that his interlocutor wanted to say something to him with this. Looking at the aura around his opponent, the young man knew that his skills were on par with other rankers, but on the other hand, the fighter's physical strength alone exceeded the level of such players, but he was going to deal with him with only a branch. Bowing his head, the elf asked if he would still stand like a pillar. The guy also tilted his head slightly. Immediately after, the hero rushed to attack. The branch in the opponent's hands began to lengthen. She was already near the man's blade. Suddenly, another part of her rushed to the side. This branch was right in front of the young man's face. The place of this blow appeared on his mask. Opening his eyes wider, the hero could not realize what had just happened. Immediately after, the fighter raised his head. His comrade in arms was smiling. Remembering the moment when the branch was in front of his face, the guy assumed that he had followed the direction of his movements with the help of dragon eyes and additional senses, but it was not clear where such strength and speed came from with such a weapon. Raising his weapon, his comrade asked how he was fighting them and if he wanted to try again. The hero, rising to his feet, answered in the affirmative. Lowering the blade, the fighter knew that he would not allow the enemy to strike him twice. His eyes lit up again after thinking that he should focus. Looking at the enemy's weapon, the protagonist knew that he needed to read its structure. Immediately after that, the fighter rushed to attack. The opponent began to change the position of the branch in his hand. The young man, flying forward, understood that no matter in which direction his opponent attacked, he needed to avoid the blow and break forward. His gaze was fixed forward. Suddenly, a branch flew out from behind the opponent's back. It struck the man's side. The guy immediately flew to the side. A forest appeared. The fighter flew back. Gritting his teeth with force, the young man realized that he had definitely seen his movements with the gaze of a demonic dragon. His comrade in arms, holding his hands behind his back, asked how he could do it, and he asked for another round. The comrade, throwing a stick over his shoulder, explained that there would be no difference in this. The protagonist, holding the blade in front of him, replied that there would be a difference. Immediately after, the man rushed to attack. The branch fell into him again. Immediately after, another blow to the chest followed. The young man was sitting on the ground. Opening his eyes wider, the young man asked why this was happening, and also realized that it wasn't a matter of technique, because even the gaze of the demonic dragon didn't show that the opponent was using any other skill. There was a smile on his face when the player asked a question about what he had done. His eyes lit up bright blue after saying that it was all due to thoughts. The hero's eyes immediately opened even wider. His partner, standing next to him, noted that he was focused on reaching the limit of his body, and this is true if we consider only the characteristics. The forest around them appeared, and the elf was heard saying that it was also very difficult to press the body to the limit. The guy was looking up when the interlocutor said that the problem was as follows. His weapon began to glow green. His whole body was covered with it after saying that it was not that he lacked skills now, but that he lacked imagination. Sweat ran down the man's face. Looking at the figure of his opponent, the hero realized that thoughts spread throughout his body. By imagining a person in the lotus position, the protagonist understood that the idea is to expand one's world outward. There are two main ways to apply it. A bright tree and a bird above it appeared after thinking that the first way is to have a super sense that allows you to understand the enemy and the environment. He also imagined a burning blade in his hands and realized that the second approach was an aura that was applied to the sword to make it harder and sharper. Imagining the aura inside the opponent's body, the hero realized that he could not even think about the circulation of thought within himself. The enemy rushed forward when the man realized that Galliard had driven his thought deep into the flesh, which led to the assimilation of his mind and body. A bright green aura emanated from his body when the hero finally realized that he had missed, because it was not the branch of the tree that had changed, but his rival himself. The elf was already right in front of him. Smiling, the comrade asked if he now understood what was meant by imagination. The fighter's eyes opened wider after the affirmative answer. A huge amount of dust rose into the air after this attack. The guy was lying on the ground. Remembering his past battles, the protagonist knew that until now, he had only imagined destructive power as a force. I also imagined a huge number of projectiles flying at my opponent after thinking that it was because of this that I focused solely on increasing strength. The comrade in arms, stretching out his hand, began to say that thought is the guide. Helping the fighter to his feet, Galliard explained that in order to control his power, he needed to be free to manipulate his own thoughts. His eyes widened as the man said that his brother was saying something about him. The elf, rubbing the back of his head, replied that it was always difficult for him to perceive such words. His gaze was directed downwards. Immediately afterwards, the comrade remembered his brother. A smile appeared on his face. Putting one hand on his side, the partner said that he would try to become a teacher for him as well. Looking ahead, the archer asked if he agreed. The young man, smiling, replied in the affirmative. The tree in this forest appeared again. Many people gathered in the city. Someone's cloak was visible in one of the alleys. The man was looking around the corner. The image of the hero appeared. It grew closer after the stranger's thoughts that those eyes were simply unrecognizable. Immediately his eyes appeared, and the man thought that they were eyes, seemingly indifferent, but capable of burning everything to ashes. Immediately afterward, this unknown person introduced the leader. Remembering how he held his sister in his arms, the man realized that the leader had entered the tower after all. A vein appeared on his face after thinking that they would end up here what they could not do on Earth. Immediately after, the unknown person began to leave. In the distance, the bright evening sky could be seen. A comrade in arms, standing in front of him, asked whether the disciple had realized the importance of thought. Imagining the running man, the elf explained that in order to activate it, he needed to control his body. And there was no better way to control his body than with a light step. It was to make movement easy. The man's leg appeared after saying that one of the key features of this method is Sunhwa. The young man, frowning, knew that this was the basis of Chukchi as one of the important skills. The elf, ducking slightly, also added that it wasn't just a quick move. Immediately after, the fighter pushed off the ground. Hanging on a branch, his comrade in arms began to say that it was both light and heavy at the same time. After these words, the warrior sank to the ground. Suddenly his image began to surround the hero. Immediately the archer disappeared. The protagonist's eyes opened wider after his appearance next to him. The night sky appeared and the player asked what he needed to do for this. His eyes rounded. A smile appeared on his partner's face after saying that he should start with a lower body workout and walk 1,000 circles around the village with a duck step. Residents, gathered in the garden, tried to understand what that man was up to. Sweat ran down his face. A fighter performed this exercise when someone asked why he was killing himself so much. The elf suddenly swung. An object immediately soared into the air. The guy reached out to him. This thing was flattened in his hand. The brother and sister watched this when the teacher shouted that he was too absent-minded. This object was above him again. The young man reached out to him. This thing remained intact. Looking at her, the hero realized that he was still succeeding and also thought that control over the body lies in the development of hypersensitivity. By imagining the currents in their body, the player knew that it was also about changing the way they perceived the external world and directing it into the inner world, and immediately afterwards notifications began to appear about the successful learning of a new application of thought and various improvements. The guy was running somewhere when he realized that he had been constantly training up to that moment, and his muscles were hard as a stone. There was a cliff ahead. Jumping forward, the fighter realized that now his muscles were stretching like rubber. The young man flew forward as he thought that he could feel every muscle, every cell of his body, and every pulse. His eyes widened as he thought about it. The teacher, holding his hands behind his back, noted that it was time for them to finish with the basics, and when he had learned to walk, he should learn to run. The protagonist, dusting off his hands, asked what he needed to do. The man, picking up a branch, explained that at such moments the practice will work best. The guy, looking at him, did not answer. Their weapons clashed. The mouths of the two comrades were open. The girl stared somewhere ahead. The Pant gritted his teeth. Veins protruded from his neck and face. Looking at the leader, the fighter couldn't understand why he couldn't even get close to him. Immediately after that, my brother began to leave. Their village appeared. Pant was heading somewhere. The brother immediately remembered the image of a man and his request for them to become wings. He also remembered himself and his words that he just needed to ask. Gritting his teeth with force, the fighter realized that he was speaking too confidently, but in fact, the gap between them was growing more and more. Remembering their first meeting, the fighter realized that he never stopped surprising him and was stronger than him. Pant found himself in the void. As he stretched out his hand to the man, the successor realized that he had persuaded himself in such a way as to conceal his inferiority complex. Immediately afterward, his hand was clenched into a fist. Looking at the hand, the guy decided not to chase it, but just to become stronger. Opening the doors, the fighter called out to the elder. The old man stopped. Frowning, the villager asked for thunderous blood. His eyes burned brightly. The elder looked at him and asked if he even knew what thunder blood was, and the elder replied affirmatively and explained that it was an intangible power that originated from the ancient dragon bloodline. The old man put his hand on the books when the guest said that it was also a symbol of the blood sage. The fighter raised his hand after the words of the interlocutor that he was weak and not smart enough, and among his brothers there were many who were stronger than him, and there were as many warriors better than him as there were grains of sand in the world. The elder, after introducing Ador, also said that he was on the list of candidates for the next king only because of the merits of his mother and younger sister, but not because of his own strength. Immediately after that, Vladika turned. The ceiling of the library appeared and he was heard saying that even the Black Dawn of the demon army, which threatened the tower, did not interfere with him, because it was he who managed to restore the old order and raise the guest's father. The old man narrowed his eyes. A bright red aura began to emanate from his body after asking if a boy like him wasn't that strong and intelligent, demanding a thunderous rage that was everything to him. The soldier gritted his teeth with force. His eyes were closed. The elder's eyes glowed orange. Turning away, the old man told him to get out. Pant, bending down, asked to give him a chance. His gaze was directed downwards. The head, looking at him, realized that this was really unexpected, because it seemed to him that he would get angry if they got on his nerves. Remembering this man's battle, the elder remembered that techniques that used thunder blood were impossible without patience, and despite the fact that the ward had excellent martial arts skills, he often made mistakes due to his impatient nature. The soldier was still standing, bent over. The old man narrowed his eyes. Pant's eyes widened as the other person said he needed to prove it. His gaze was directed forward as the elder explained that he should prove that he deserved to be his successor, and the fighter asked what he should do, and the old man exclaimed that he needed to find this way on his own. Immediately after, the fighter flew out of the building and a shout was heard that it was time for him to get out of here. The ward rubbed his head after landing. His gaze darted to the side when someone called out to him. It was a sister. The girl's face appeared when she said that she was going up the tower. Her face was extremely serious. The brother, looking at her, realized that she had also made up her mind. Their village appeared and words were heard that she should take care of herself. Adora began to move away. The fighter stretched after the words that he also needed to start. Dripping water appeared. The hero, turning around, asked about that Pan had really begun solitary training. The teacher, closing his eyes, replied in the affirmative and noted that he had apparently gone to the king to ask him for the key to Myeongbyeokdong, while the fighter said that in this case, the fighter had already decided everything. A building appeared and it was said that Myeongbyeokdong is the deepest of all indoor training halls, where you can only take food with you, the door cannot be opened from the inside, and the student has to remain locked in a small space of about 15 meters. The young man nodded after his comrade's words that Adora had also left only a note, but did not say a word, and apparently they both decided to climb to the next level. The protagonist, looking down, realized that he also couldn't fall behind and replied that he also needed to keep training, as he knew that he, as an older brother, couldn't lose to his younger brothers. Pant's fist accumulated a large amount of energy. The girl cut down monsters with her blade. At the same time, the hero continued his training and it was said that all three silently went their own way. The guy's eyes were closed, and immediately notifications began to appear that he was perfectly applying thought in his body, thanks to which he was hypersensitive, and the body had achieved complete identification. Bright green waves of energy emanated from his heart, and immediately there was another message about acquiring the wind path skill. His eyes burned yellow. There were many luminous rays around him. In his hand, the man could see every vessel. Suddenly, a white sphere began to appear on it. It immediately became a flame and after that, the teacher realized that he had managed to cope with his thoughts. Landing nearby, Galliard congratulated him on his study of the Eye of the Storm. A smile appeared on his comrade's face after saying that they should try again. The man already had a blade in his hands. Looking down, the young man thought about the unity of the sword and the body. Flames began to appear next to the blade. The entire blade was engulfed in fire. The hero held it in front of him when the teacher asked if he succeeded. This flame began to disappear. The protagonist was still standing still. Looking down, the man said that it didn't work either. The king's residents appeared and listened to his question as to whether the pupil thought that his growth had stopped. He answered in the affirmative and asked if the teacher knew the reason. Pointing his finger, the man replied that it was because he had chosen the wrong path. The fighter, looking at him, asked what he meant, and then the interlocutor replied that he should think about it for himself. The guy, looking down, realized that harmony and chaos were not his ways at all. Looking at his reflection in the blade, the protagonist remembered that after taking control of the mind through meditation, he managed to realize that this was the end of his talent with the sword. His comrade in arms, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that it was really not so easy and asked him not to rush to conclusions, because his progress was already quite fast. Pointing to the village, the teacher noted that a visitor had arrived and asked if the young man wanted to see. The protagonist, wiping his face, asked again. People crowded in one place. They took various things from the table and said that they were all very interesting. The man, putting on a helmet, asked if this equipment suited him, and the interlocutor replied that it was like a pearl necklace around the neck of a pig. The merchant, trembling, said that all these were expensive things. Sweat ran down his face. His gaze was directed at one of the villagers. Remembering him earlier, the man realized that he had killed 80 people by gouging out the eyes of each of them. Immediately afterward, his gaze turned in the other direction. There was another resident standing there. Imagining him with a sword, the stranger realized that he was the man who had skinned a mercenary and chewed it, saying how delicious his meat was. His eyes turned white. Behind the two men stood a certain girl. Looking at her, the guy realized that she was actually the craziest among them. Imagining her at the top, the merchant remembered that she had shouted that she had built the world's tallest tower consisting of corpses, and after that, the warriors of the one-horn tribe began to play a game of tower building, who could score the most goals or launch the enemy farther than anyone else in one move. Stretching out his hand, the young man thought that they probably had noodles instead of brains, because all these things were too expensive for them. Closing his eyes, the owner realized that he did not even have the opportunity to say anything to them. Behind him stood the king. Smiling, Nguyen thanked him for such valuable things, for it was a pleasure for them to have fun for the first time in a long time. His eyes widened at the king's words that he should tell Frisia that they would make good use of these things. The merchant, standing still, realized that even the Lord dared to call him by his first name so casually. The hero, looking at the young man, called out to him and asked what about his request. Immediately afterward, the guests remembered their last meeting and replied that they had agreed. Standing in front of them, Atron reminded him that he should limit himself to touching. After all, they were the highest people in their trading world, so it was already a great honor to meet them. The orb in his hand began to glow brighter. Everything around was illuminated by this object. Birds were flying in the sky. The soldier sat down on a stone. Glancing away, the young man tried to see if it was anything like what Braham had told him. Looking at the deer, the protagonist thought about how it was possible to build this inside a single crystal ball. Ahead of him appeared someone on the back of a large wolf. The merchant's mouth opened wide in surprise. The girl launched from the back of the beast. It was Master Frisia. His companion, trembling, could not understand why the girl had come here on her own, because, as far as he knew, she had never shown herself. The guy, raising his hand, noted that he did not expect that the master of the feast would appear in person. She stared ahead. The hero also did not take his eyes off her. A coat of arms appeared and it was said that his brother's first contract was at a time when Arsha was just making her name. Gold coins fell from the man's hand when it was said that it was then that their company expressed their intentions to support her, and they ended up helping them unimaginably much, and it was thanks to this that Arsha was able to seriously spread her wings. A person stood next to her when she was told that while other sponsors made difficult demands or took away the results of their activities, the feast did nothing of the sort, and it was then that the brother and other clan members wondered why they supported them so much. This girl appeared after saying that everything about Frisia was shrouded in mystery, because the leader rarely showed her presence, and only later did the person manage to find out about her identity. She wore the same mask on her face, and it was said that even though Jungwoo did not know the purpose of the feast, it was certain that it had something to do with Frisia's sudden appearances. A crown appeared. There was a smile on the man's face, and it was explained that it was only the ruler of the tower or someone who was deemed worthy to challenge him. The hero, looking ahead, understood that since she came to him personally, it meant that she had the same high opinion of him as of her brother. She, raising her hand, noted that she was glad to meet them and asked if he wanted to see them, but the fighter answered in the affirmative. The girl, standing in front of him, asked about the reason for their meeting, and the protagonist replied that he had begun to think about creating his own clan. Looking ahead, the hero also added that he had heard a rumor that the feast was supported by some clans. Frisia raised her hand to her face and asked if he wanted them to support his new clan as well, to which the question was answered in the affirmative. Holding her finger to her face, the leader said that there are quite a lot of people with such a request, and most of them are refused. Looking ahead, she said that this time her answer would be the same. The young man stood silently in front of her. Turning around, the soldier thanked her for the meeting. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, asked about his reaction. The same answered, since he was refused, then their conversation can be considered over. The leader stared after him and tried to understand what he was thinking. Because did he really think that if he pretended to leave, he would be asked to stay? But then she thought that this was not so, because this man was not at all as simple as he seemed. Looking at him, Frisia knew that this player was cunning and was biding his time. Standing still, she asked if they could discuss it briefly. The protagonist, looking at her, remembered that this man was looking for royal qualities in people and his brother's predictions turned out to be correct again. Bringing her hand to her face, she said that she needed to ask a few questions. Raising her hand, the girl noted that he had the legacy of the Summer Queen in his hands and then asked why he needed their support with such money. The guy, standing in front of her, replied that he no longer had this money, and the interlocutor asked what he meant, because she had information that her legacy was in his hands. The lower part of his face appeared, while he was talking about how he had already spent everything. The leader's eyes widened after these words. A hand appeared, and the question was asked why he needed their support with so much money, because the legacy of the Queen of Summer was already in his hands. Looking ahead, Jongwoo replied that it was because he did not have them, and the girl asked what he meant, adding that she had information that the legacy was in his hands. The main character did not show his face. The girl made a stunned face when she heard that he had spent everything. Gold coins appeared, and it became clear that the value of the treasure of the Queen of Summer was enormous. After all, it was an astronomical amount that even the largest clans could not dream of. But what could be large for others was not enough for him, because he needed to create a dungeon, recreate the environment, maintain a laboratory, and set up a personal workshop. The magician appeared. The laboratory was visible. The hand signed the contract. A forest appeared, and it became clear that, in addition to the treasures, he had sold all the equipment, except for the bare necessities. But even that money had been spent. Without showing emotion, the lady thought that he had even sold the equipment, suggesting that it had cost a lot of money, adding that it was the only one that exceeded the budget of the major clans by several years. Standing with her back, the lady began to laugh, saying that the more you earn, the more the costs grow. With a grin, Miss asked how much he needed. Stretching out his hand, Jongwoo said that the more the better, because soon he would use up everything anyway. Holding the mask in her hands, the interlocutor said that he speaks as if he is using water from a well. In turn, the main character replied that this is true. Pointing to the assistant, the girl said that he could discuss the details with Atron, adding that he should find out one more thing about her before leaving. Turning around, the lady said that she never did anything at a loss, adding that if he thought he couldn't pay the interest on time, let alone the principal, it might end badly. The evil face of the interlocutor appeared. Without showing his face, the protagonist thought about what she was talking about, like an evil loan shark. The lady began to dissolve. Lowering his head, the assistant declared that it was an honor for him to meet her. Raising his hand to his head, the young man thought that the funds needed to create a clan had been received, adding that now it was time to climb the tower again. But before that, he had to see the end of the Queen of Summer. The snake was on a branch. The head of an animal appeared. The man grinned and asked what he was up to. The 98th floor, which was called Olympus, appeared. Looking ahead, the man asked why his sister had such a face, wondering if it bothered her, adding that he hadn't seen her emotional side for a very long time, continuing that it seemed that their cruel uncle had seriously decided to finish him off. Athena appeared. Holding a trident in his hands, the creature said that the hunter who desecrated the god would suffer heavenly punishment. The roof of the building came into view, and it was clear that the kid had turned Agars into a rag, so all they had to do was take their seats and stock up on popcorn while their uncle suffered. Looking to the side, the girl said that he looked very calm. In turn, the guy said that they had no choice, because in this situation there was nothing to be done anyway, adding that he thought that the man would not cope either. Making a sad face, the god said that it was all because of the damn system. A vein appeared on the face of the interlocutor, thinking that because of this, everything for one, even if he was torn to pieces, nothing would come of it, adding that he had never seen a lady so worried about someone, continuing that the other brothers would be shocked by this, saying how many gods and devils were watching that child. The lady covered her head with her hand. A temple appeared. Jongwoo walked along the road. A huge door appeared, and it became clear that this was the treasury. Fire appeared in the skeleton's eyes. Suddenly, the monster fell to his knee. A ray of light appeared. The monster's army stood motionless. The creature's foot appeared, and it was clear that their lords had come. An army of undead appeared. Putting his hand on the belt, the main character asked what all this was for. In turn, the assistant said that it was natural, because the master had come. Different members of the army of darkness appeared, and it became clear that their loyalty was getting worse by the day. Looking ahead, the protagonist ordered them to be removed, asking how the work on the creation of the bone dragon was progressing. In turn, the commander replied that they were almost finished. The soldiers marched forward. The walls of the cave appeared. A blue spirit appeared. The creatures were moving something. A dragon made of bones appeared. The girl was in a dark color. The lady looked down. The Queen of Summer glanced ahead. Grinning, the guy asked if she liked to watch how she was taken apart piece by piece. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Raising her head, the lady asked what he thought the time had come. Without showing emotion, Jongwoo replied positively, asking what she had ever imagined if a half-dragon child devoured another dragon. Lowering her head down, the lady laughed, saying that he should try very hard. There were no emotions on the lid of the miss. The prisoner's gaze looked down, thinking that she was finally free from the constant pressure of being the best dragon and the curse of eternal loneliness. Dark memories appeared. A hand hung over the girl. Stretching out his palm, Jongwoo said goodbye. A knight appeared, saying that if they managed to get rid of the ghosts, they might see new things they hadn't seen before, adding that she had just said that he would be there. The boy's face appeared. As she fell backwards, the lady thought of Jongwoo. Holding the fire essence in his hands, the main character said that this is what the fire gene of the Summer Queen looks like. A beam of light appeared, and it was clear that he could feel the essence spreading. A purple sphere appeared. The protagonist stared at the fiery haze, thinking about how he felt the attribute of fire swirling around something, suggesting that it was a soul, adding that it was like a fireball of energy, continuing about how his body seemed to be consuming it. There was a flash of fire. The guy's face showed alarm, thinking about whether it was dangerous. The man showed a stunned face when he heard his name. A monster appeared. Holding his hand on his heart, the monster congratulated him, and in turn the young man asked what was happening. Waves of fire appeared, and it became clear that he managed to get the girl's soul, so the dragon gene takes the dragon's soul. Knitting his eyebrows, the master thought that his level had risen. However, he didn't feel any change, adding that it was time to go into his consciousness. Water appeared. Man was in the world of consciousness. Jongwoo held his sword in his hands, thinking about how the boundaries of his body and soul had become deeper than he had imagined. Space appeared. Suddenly, the main character appeared in white tones. There was no emotion on the protagonist's face. Eyes appeared. There were books in the lab, and it was clear that he could feel countless eyes watching him, adding that he had already felt as if he was being watched. But now that his senses were sharpened, he felt it more sharply. A cat appeared. The gods appeared, and it was clear that some of the looks were warm and some were filled with anger. The man was holding a trident in his hands. Turning away, the protagonist thought that in any case it was unpleasant, adding that he needed to get rid of it as soon as possible. A laboratory appeared. The man, keeping his hand on the boy's shoulder, said that he was going to finish with the laboratory and treat Anunta, asking that he was going to climb the tower and lay the foundations for the clan, adding that he should not worry and focus on conquering the tower. Making a stern face, the scientist said that if a worthy candidate is found, you need to take him, but you should bring anyone. Standing in front of the portal, the master said that, in this case, they would soon see each other. A blue portal appeared. The 26th floor appeared, called the Wailing Wall. Standing on the walls of the fortress, Jongwoo thought about the fact that there was a snow-capped mountain at this stage. Looking down, the main character said that it was still a fortress. The protagonist glanced away. The monopolist appeared, and it became clear that this stage would not be easy. Dark energy appeared. Without showing his face, the young man said that in a normal situation he would not need to worry about others, and in turn the voice asked what this meant. It seemed to be a message from the system that a wall built on a snow-covered mountain had been blocking the invasion of ice monsters descending from the borders of the northern land for a long time, and recently information had been received about an impending air attack by ice monsters after a long lull. Looking ahead, the man thought that he didn't know how many monsters there would be, but if there were 1,000,000 of them, he wouldn't be able to do it alone, adding that in other words, he needed to join forces with other players to defend himself. People looked at the master as an enemy. Jongwoo turned away. The main character looked down. The monsters were fighting the creature, and it was clear that the 26th floor scene was based on the ongoing war between the Sun God and the Night Devil. After all, ice monsters specializing in frost, when destroying bodies, they did not feel pain, so the closer the rankers got to the center, the more monsters confronted them. However, in this case, there were 2 ways to cope with that ordeal. The first was to protect the tiers of RA from the ice monsters for a month, but the influx of ice monster attacks occurred every day around midnight. A red stone appeared. The monster stared at the castle. The basket was empty, and it became clear that the main problem was that food and drinking water supplies were starting to run out, and then most players would collapse during internal strife. People fought with each other. Looking ahead, Jongwoo said that he didn't know how many of these monsters there would be, but if there were 1,000,000 of them, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. In other words, he needed to join forces with the other players to defend himself. The players looked angrily ahead. Without showing emotions, the main character thought that they were clearly not in the mood for cooperation, adding that even monsters would be difficult to cope with, but if there were conflicts with the players, it would be a headache, continuing that, despite the problems, he would have to solve this matter alone. A red elixir appeared, and it became clear that he just needed to conduct an experiment. It was the turn of the monster. The legs of people were swallowed by monsters. Turning around, the guy listened to what he was doing. In turn, the man said that they should take care of the protection of the city, adding that he would provide the supply of provisions. Holding the crystal in his hand, the young man announced that he would keep Ra's tears for the time being. The master climbed over the wall of the castle. Jongwoo was falling down. Putting on a serious face, the main character said that the second way was to steal the poisonous fang of Apophis from the epicenter of the ice monsters. A huge monster appeared. From the protagonist's back, fiery wings emerged. The guy landed on the ground, and it became clear that stealing Apophis fang was much more difficult than protecting Ra's tears. The man soared in the air on flaming wings. A dark army appeared. Looking ahead, the young man said that it was not worth waiting for the night when the monsters would attack. Human legs appeared. People were stunned as they asked if it was an avalanche. A column of snow appeared. The player pointed into the distance. The legs of monsters appeared. People looked ahead, and it became clear that he would have to go alone to the epicenter of the location of 1,000,000 ice monsters. An army of opponents appeared. A sword appeared in the man's hand. Without showing his face, Jongwoo thought of the powerful blood, asking what would happen if he sprinkled the sword with the blood of the Queen of Summer. The main character bowed to the dragon. Suddenly the liquid poured out of the flask. Blood appeared. The blade began to flash with yellow light, and it became clear that the sword had changed. After all, the curse had been lifted by 99%, so all the possibilities had been revealed, but the true name of the blade was still hidden, and it was necessary to find the true name of the sword in order to restore it to its original appearance. The protagonist used a spell called Waves of Fire. Fiery whirlwinds appeared. The monster was burned alive. Holding the blade in his hands, the young man thought that it was already clear that the sword was strong, so it was only necessary to strengthen it a little more. Flaming streaks appeared. The elf looked ahead. A stick appeared. The man's hand was engulfed in fire. The monsters went on the attack. The ice monsters stared at the fire sphere. As Juno attacked his opponents, it was clear that every swing of the sword was devastating, for when he swung his blade for the 50th time, the sword emitted a harsher light than before, and after that it ceased to glow. The master held the weapon in his hands, making it clear that when 80 blows had passed and it swung the 90, only the wind had emitted, and there was no tribe. The sword had cooled down, and it was obvious that the wind had died down in the 95th strike, so it was as calm as in the epicenter of the storm, because all the skills that included radiance, heat, and wind were trapped in thought. Dark energy emanated from the blade, and it became clear that on the 99th strike, the sword's aura had turned pitch black, and a black river of flames was born. A dark slit appeared. The blow was struck right along the monster, and it was clear that it had managed to overthrow the 13th Legion and Commander Fei. In Jongwoo's hands was a blade. The protagonist looked up, making it clear that he had learned a new way of using thought, had succeeded in increasing stamina, had learned to contain the fire inside the aura, and he had completed the skill called Flame Waves. The protagonist struck, and it became clear that the form in which the player mixes energy around a skill called Flame and compresses it to the limit, as it can be used for various purposes through compression and relaxation, has tremendous destructive and explosive power. The enemy's head flew far away. The guy stood on the mountain of corpses of monsters, while the gods who were watching what was happening argued among themselves. The young man did not show his face when he heard that it seemed that he had managed to have a little fun for the first time in a long time, adding that such a look made him want to die. The master was wearing a hood. Looking at the skeleton, Jongwoo asked what it meant. In turn, the familiars asked if it wasn't so. In the end, the master thought about whether he should have fun. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist said that this was not so. A crystal cave appeared. The monster was in the cave, claiming to be human, so he deserves credit for coming here. The monster's eye glowed red. The guy did not show his face. In turn, the enemy laughed, adding that the man was afraid, continuing about what was being taken out and he was running out of mana, saying that it seemed that he would not have to do anything. The creatures, having attacked the young man, declared that it was worth attacking. The master held the blade in his hand, thinking that each of them had the power of an army commander, adding that Apophis's scales exuded danger even when he was stationary, continuing that he had imagined him differently, so it was upsetting. Suddenly the man jumped up, making it clear that there was no point in delaying it. The monster's open mouth appeared. Jongwoo appeared right in front of the monster's face. The main character looked ahead, saying that with each breath his physical strength returns, and his magical strength is already in abundance. Energy of different colors appeared while the protagonist used skills called Proclamation of Territory, Dragon Awakening, Goddess Stigmata, and Killing Desire. There was a blow to the enemy's head. The guy's eyes sparkled yellow. There was a huge explosion. The young man declined the offer to enter his name in the Hall of Fame, but all the achievements will still be imprinted in the memories of the tower, and he will be able to change registration at any time. In turn, the assistants asked if he had missed anything. The familiar, reaching forward, asked what about Apophis's hidden poisonous fang. In the mouth of the monster was an artifact. The master made a surprised face. Looking at the explosion, the man said what to do, adding that they should return, continuing that after such an explosion he still had to survive. In turn, the assistants asked if he had survived his mind. The henchman stretched his hand up. A fang of a monster appeared in his hand, and it became clear that it was a tooth ripped out of the mouth of the hidden boss of the 26th floor, so there were poison glands hidden inside it, so the artifact created with them could be given poisonous properties. A red crystal appeared, and it was obvious that it was a treasure stored inside the walls of the 26th floor castle, which is a sacred item given by the sun god Ra to protect the fortress from the frost monsters of Apophis, so it has almost lost its function nowadays due to frequent use. Waving the blade, the henchman announced that he should be cursed, adding how he could just be thrown into a huge pit. In turn, the owner said that nothing had happened to the same thing. Jongwoo stared at the artifact. The crystal was connected to the fang. Dark and yellow flames appeared, making it clear that the tear of Ra and the poisonous fang of Apophis had merged to form the source of the gods and the demon, so you need to choose from demonic and divine power. A man gives an artifact to a guy. In turn, the main character thought that in the past he also had to choose between a god and a devil, and it became clear that after much thought, he handed over the possession to a player who needed divine power, and, having received the power he had been striving for so long, he betrayed his younger brother. The man was holding an artifact in his hands. Crossing his arms, the assistant asked what was the matter, asking that he could not make up his mind. In turn, the protagonist answered in the negative, adding that he had already decided. The hand in which the artifact was appeared. Picking up the mask, the young man chose divine power. The blue essence appeared, and it became clear that in order to awaken the divine power, additional conditions must be met. A man appeared, indicating that the divine grace obtained through the submission of Braham had been awakened for the first time. A light essence appeared in his hand, and it was clear that it was a long way for dragon or demonic grace, but they would still be able to make up for it. The young man arrived at the waiting room on the 27th floor, called the River of the Dead. Looking away, the man thought about how unlike the usual starting area where he is usually transferred, he had entered the waiting room, adding that there must be a reason why the 27th floor starts differently, suggesting that it was due to the nature of the test. Cubes with blue and red flames appeared, making it clear that the lower floors consisted of one challenge and a single zone, while on the middle floors, the world is divided into zones and several trials, so in these 4 trials, the 27th to the 12th floors are the starting point for this. However, on the 30th floor, achievements will be checked, received by players from the 27th to the 29th floor. And therefore there should be no mistakes in these 3 challenges, because accidentally pressing another button on the lower floors can lead to an incredibly difficult level on the 30th floor. Numbers appeared, starting with 27. Putting on a serious expression, Jongwoo thought that he really had to worry about all the multi-level trials at once, adding that it sounded quite difficult, although it wasn't the first time he had encountered such a thing, continuing that it was the same in training. However, there was a higher difficulty, but the harder, the higher the reward. Memories from the training appeared. The main character opened the door. The boats were destroyed. People were standing near the shore. The protagonist did not show his face. The guy looked at his hand, and it became clear that the trial of the 27th floor was beginning, because when living beings reach the end of their lives, they die and go to the afterlife. However, it is not easy for the dead to get to their resting place, because they need to cross a huge river between the world of the living and the worlds of the dead on their own. A creature with a scythe appeared, indicating that it now had 49 days to cross the river safely. The young man looked at his hands, and it was obvious that if he didn't reach his destination in the allotted time, he would lose the opportunity to reincarnate and wander as a ghost between the 9 heavens for the rest of his life, so he had to leave the island safely first. An abandoned boat appeared, and it was clearly clear that the River of the Dead was so salty and toxic that it was difficult to launch any boat onto it, so the players had no choice but to ask someone how they could get a suitable vessel. In turn, that someone was Sharon, who is the one in charge of that area. The eyes of the white-cloaked creature glowed yellow. The monster dropped his hands, and it was obvious that he was still that swindler, and sold false information to players for a fee. The monster reached out to the bag of gold, making it clear that for a certain fee, he could build a boat, provided he provided materials, but the quality was always not very good, and the requests became more and more, because many players who trusted Sharon were ruined. A dilapidated boat appeared. Without showing his face, the man greeted the visitor, adding that for a small fee he could teach him how to cross the river with ease. Looking ahead, Jongwoo asked what would happen if he informed his boss that he was misinforming the players. In turn, the monster immediately gave out all the information and disappeared. Looking out the window of the system, the main character thought that, based on Karen's words, it is possible to get high-quality materials for the construction of a ship in the forests of the island, adding that he can try to find them. The stranger, standing in iron armor, said that he was a novice. Plate armor appeared. Grinning, the player announced that his name was Hector, adding that his name was Ibrahimovic. Without showing emotion, the protagonist asked what they wanted. Making a stupid face, the man realized that he did not know them. In turn, the guy asked if he should know them. In the end, the interlocutor stated that he was the commander of the 22nd Ghost Regiment, and the colleague was a vice captain. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man thought of the illusory shelf. Various illustrations in brown tones appeared, and it became clear that after the fall of Qinghua Island and the separation of the Red Dragon, there had also been changes in the 8 major clans. A white flag appeared, making it clear that the Ghost Regiment had been created by an alliance of 108 major and minor clans and had wiped out all the lower and middle level clans. Putting his hands on his belt, the man asked what they had to do with him. In turn, the man said that he probably knew that Sharon needed a lot of money and materials to build a ship. In the end, Jongwoo answered positively. Boxes appeared. In turn, Ibrahimovic said that even if he was a loner, it would be difficult for him to get so many materials in a short time, offering to team up with them. The serious face of the main character appeared. People carried materials. Players held wood in their hands, making it clear that they were forcing other players to work, because, most likely, they threatened and pressured them under the pretext of cooperation. Turning away, the protagonist said that he was not interested in cooperation. A vein appeared on the interlocutor's face, shouting that they were talking like human beings. A man's hand appeared. The man's face was stunned. The blade is stuck in the enemy's chest. Ibrahimov, falling to the ground, shouted the name of his colleague. Making a scary face, the guy asked if he wanted to say anything else. A bloody corpse of a man appeared. The foot stood on the bones of people. Holding onto the tree, the young man announced that he had found a tree that would not dissolve even in the river of the dead. A dead man's tree appeared. Suddenly, purple faces appeared near the tree. The master went on the attack. There was a cut. The sticks were cut into 2 parts. Behind the trunk of the tree stood a man. Raising his hand, the worker turned to Ibrahimovic. Without showing his eyes, the boss asked what was wrong with the loner. In turn, the subordinate said that he seemed to be collecting resources, adding that the chosen resources were strange. Biting the nail, the man said that whatever it was, it must be a hidden ingredient, because that person always took the first place, starting from the first floor, adding that they had to finish the construction before the loner did it. In turn, the worker asked how they should do it, suggesting that a helmsman, a chairman, and a crew are needed to control the ship, but Jongwoo has no one. Asking what would happen to a single ship surrounded by several ships in the middle of the river, a boat appeared, surrounded by other vessels. Symbols appeared on his hand, and it was clear that in this case he was using a seal. A man surrounded by chains appeared, and it was clear that the Ghost Regiment was increasing its numbers by forcibly placing a seal on the players, which was an oath to the devil that forced them to join. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, the man ordered to quickly get the resources and pay Sharon so that he could build their vessel faster than the lonely man. There were many bones on the ground. Tree roots appeared. In turn, the familiars asked what kind of ship he wanted to build, adding that they did not understand what kind of ship he wanted to build. In the end, the owner stated that he also thought about it, because there was no dead man's tree in Karen's list of resources, saying that he did not need a monster. After all, he will be able to find a shipbuilder with the best skills. Looking ahead, Jongwoo said that he was just in time. Enemies appeared. The cannibals looked ahead, and it was obvious that the cannibals lived on the 27th floor and disturbed the players, because they were a fairly intelligent race that had built their own civilization, but the players treated them like monsters, as they loved to hunt, cook and eat players. The man was tied to a tree. The main character was standing on a dark land. In turn, the assistant asked why there are so many people around him who want to commit suicide, because there are so many ways to die. People began to attack with darts. Arrows flew forward. The guy stopped the attack with his hand. The darts flew in the opposite direction. The weapon hit directly into the cannibal's body. Without showing emotion, the young man asked where their village was. Making a surprised face, the man asked how he knew their language. In turn, the enemy said that they would not say anything to the player. There was fury in the eyes of the opponents, and it was clear that 238 cannibals had been defeated. Holding the guy by the throat, the master asked where their village was. In turn, the man said that if he wanted to kill, he should do it, but a great disaster would befall him. Dark energy appeared from people's bodies. The master held the villain by the neck. Dark smoke was going up. A black cloud has formed. The priest held a staff in his hands, making it clear that he was overwhelmed with resentment, so he ordered the lower priests to say prayers for the repose of souls. So the difficulty of the test was increased because the cannibal dead appeared. The players' faces were stunned. Jongwoo smiled. People walked through the forest, in which cannibalistic monsters are often found. Birds were sitting on the branches. Looking at the corpses, the man said that these were the bodies of the squads that had come before them. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy stated that they must have met cannibals, asking Heidi to take a look. There was surprise on her face, thinking that cannibals usually treat players like prey, so they always tried to catch them safe and sound, if possible, adding that it looks like victims were played with to kill time. People lay dead on the ground. The cannibalistic dead appeared from above. Raising her head, the lady assumed that they were cannibal demons. Silhouettes of people appeared, and it became clear that cannibals have unique racial skills, because blood ties divide power between members of a tribe of a common bloodline, and when one member of the tribe dies, this power passes to another member of the tribe, so the surviving representatives become stronger, and as the cannibals are killed, their numbers decrease, but a stronger species appears, which is called a cannibal demon. The monster sat in a pool of blood. Stretching out her hand, the lady ordered everyone to hide in the bushes and duck as much as possible. The guys were hiding in the bushes. The foot of the monster appeared. Desperation appeared on the girl's face. The cannibals sat on the monster. Opening her eyes wide, the lady said that she was very scared, because they were very strong, thinking that their squad did not have time to get even within fist distance, adding that, fortunately, they were not interested in them. The creature moved on. Demons killed players. The monster held the young man with his fingers. Behind the stone sat the chief. Trembling with fear, the supervisor thought about what the hell was going on here, suggesting that it was all clearly the work of a lone wolf. A memory of the main character looking down appeared. Looking at what was happening, the man said that it was necessary to leave the island as soon as possible before he caught the eye of the monsters, adding that his subordinates had secretly saved the boat so that they could escape from here on it. A blue essence rang out, signaling that an ability called Swift Wind had been activated. The man ran to the boat. Hope appeared on the villain's face, saying that now he was saved. The monster's huge paw was over the ship. The monster trampled the boat. Stretching out his hand, the creature began to laugh. Horror appeared on Ibrahimovic's face. Suddenly, a destroyed boat appeared. In turn, the man asked where he was, remembering that the monster was playing with him like a trinket. The monster began to beat the man against the stones. Gritting his teeth, the villain thought that he was really going to die like this. Suddenly, Jong appeared. Receiving blows, the monster said that the main character should go away. The man's face was stunned, asking why he was so frightened, expressing a desire to see what was happening there. The monster's bloody hand appeared. The belt was on the creature's hips, and it became clear that the cannibal beast was dead, so the difficulty of the trial was increased, meaning that cannibal beasts were now more common. The monsters were rushing to attack. The protagonist did not show his face. Holding a sword in his hands, the guy said that he was very bored. The man looked forward to find that the priest had sacrificed the lower priests, praying for a higher blessing. Something began to grow from the cannibal's back, making it clear that the cannibal king had appeared. A monster appeared, and the young man thought that he hoped the cannibal king would be stronger, adding that it seemed that the island was their home. The master was standing on a cliff. Fiery wings appeared. Zhongwu flew over the river. The main character suddenly landed. Holding a blade in his hands, the protagonist walked forward. The monster's eyes glowed red, telling that it had hurt his children. The sword began to exude dark energy. Smirking, the opponent said that he was using deadly fire, adding that it was really funny, because it was like throwing hellfire into the underworld. Using pink magic, the monster said that his body was blessed with the water of the River of the Dead, saying that it would be extinguished in the same way that fire is extinguished in water. Without showing emotion, the man thought about what Yungwoo had said was definitely a difficult opponent, adding that he had barely managed to deal with him thanks to his comrades. Looking ahead, the young man said that he was talking too much. Jongwoo appeared behind the monster's head. There was a cut along the monster's body. The creature collapsed to the ground. Standing on the opponent's body, the main character thought about the fact that, in the end, that guy turned out to be the same weakling, adding that he is a hidden boss in charge of the test, saying that he did not expect him to be so frail, continuing that, in general, he was interested in the cannibals, not the one. The protagonist looked at the people. The cannibals began to make a boat, and it became clear that they were not only warriors, but also shipbuilders and boatmen. In particular, they kept a secret, passed only to the elders, how to build a boat to cross the River of the Dead. In turn, the guy thought that the ships they built were very useful and had the ability to find hidden routes, adding that Yungwoo also used their formation boat to meet with her. The silhouette of a girl appeared. The foot of a young man appeared, saying that he assumed that although their king was dead, they still wanted to save the lives of their descendants, adding that if they wanted to live, they had to obey. The men were trembling with fear. The gentleman looked ahead. A ball of violet energy appeared. The cannibal king's token appeared, and it was clear that Yungwoo had used it to force the monsters to build a boat. Resisting the effect of the token, the warrior said that they would never become his slaves. Holding a sword in his hands, Zonggu declared that if they did not stop resisting, he would begin to kill those they were hiding behind their backs. Women and children were hiding behind. The cannibal put his hand aside. In turn, the main character said that there could be no conditions, because he was not negotiating, adding that they either obey or die. Hopelessness appeared on people's faces. Closing his eyes, the man answered positively. The oath of obedience seemed to be too much for the head, and it became clear that he had successfully occupied the island of 2,311 monsters, so now this territory could be proclaimed a base. An island in the river appeared. The silhouette of the man looked at the ice island. In turn, the main character said that the creator of the 27th floor has a very peculiar sense of humor, adding that he first sets the task of getting out of there in 49 days, and then offers the territory, as if he wants someone to claim his rights to it, but at the same time, in the end, he was still left without it, saying that, however, if it was used correctly, this island could serve as a good secret supply base, which was very convenient, because Byluk, who was interested in poisons, had already set his eyes on this place, continuing that his brother had given him the coordinates of the island, and he would surely use this information to good effect, saying that he would very much like to track him down and destroy him, but it is simply impossible to do this in 49 days in this river. Cannibals were building a boat. The undead stood in front of the protagonist. Looking ahead, the guy heard words of gratitude. A man in shabby clothes said that they were almost dinner, asking how they could repay it. Pointing to the side with his hand, the young man said that there was no need to be grateful, adding that there was a small boat here and they could use it to get to the big island. People were on the shore. He appeared to Joan. The man, trembling with fear, said that they had survived, asking what they should do now, adding that they had to join the greedy demon somehow, but it looked very frightening. A man in armor appeared. The girl, making a surprised expression on her face, noticed the man. Looking ahead, the lady asked what had happened to them. The water appeared, and in turn the lady asked what he wanted to say, that the greedy demon had destroyed all the monsters, and in the end, the man replied positively, adding that he had subdued the rest and was now using them to build a boat. Starting to cry, the soldier asked what they should do now, adding that of course they were alive, but they did not have much time left, and the cannibal monsters had taken all their belongings. The girl looked at her colleague. Holding the interlocutor by the shoulder, the lady thought about the fact that many people had suffered at the hands of enraged monsters, and the polluted air took a lot of strength, adding that in such an environment, the morale of the soldiers weakened, continuing that her team still had the strength to move and build a boat, but those people would die if they were left. His hand clenched into a fist. Holding the staff in her hands, the Miss declared that she did not want to be like her father. With a serious expression, the girl asked to be taken to Zhong, adding that she needed to talk to him. Without showing his face, the main character asked that they wanted to use his boat. In turn, the lady answered positively, adding that they, of course, do not expect him to do it just like that, continuing that they will give him half of the points. In addition, they will work and fulfill any request. Making a scary face, the protagonist asked about any request, asking if she was sure she would keep her promise. Horror appeared on the lady's face. Opening her eyes wide, the lady thought that she was scared, but it was too late to retreat, because people believed in her and followed her. Without showing her face, the Miss replied that she was sure she would keep him. The young man looked at his interlocutor, saying that he agreed. The girl, holding a staff in her hand, thanked for this. In turn, the man stated that he had several conditions, adding that, firstly, the fee for boarding is 9/10 of points, and no bargaining, continuing that, secondly, they must obey all orders without exception, saying that people should not poke their noses into his case. In the end, the girl agreed to the terms, thinking that, fortunately, he did not demand anything out of the ordinary. A red line appeared. The players begged for mercy. Suddenly, a smile appeared on people's faces. Looking ahead, the master heard that the familiar was talking about two groups of slaves. Without showing emotion, the man stated that these should be groups of slaves number 2 and 3, while the assistant asked why this was so. A group of slaves number 1, consisting of skeletons, appeared. Looking at her interlocutor, Zhongwu asked if it was true that the girl's name was Heidi, adding that her talent was very useful, continuing that of course, she still had a lot to learn, and he could do it. The lady pointed in the direction with her hand. The lady's face appeared, and it became clear that it was very rare to meet someone with such eyes. There was a blow. A clan house of the regiment of fantasy appeared. The knights fought with each other. A sword strike appeared. A blade fell from the soldier's hands. The sword plunged into the ground. Columns appeared. Stretching out his hand, the man said that perhaps next time he would lose. In turn, the subordinate declared that he was flattering him. Looking down, the knight replied in the negative. Without showing his face, the man called out to the captain. In turn, the guy asked what had happened. Assuming that the leader had finally come out, in the end, the knight replied that he had come to report to him urgently about what had happened, asking him to look at the document. A clear sky appeared. Without showing his face, the man spoke about the cannibals and the leader. She squeezed the document in her hand. Anger appeared on the leader's face, saying that if the leader found out about this, he would be furious. A ship appeared in the river. There were holes in the sails, and it was clear that it had been several days since the ship had landed in the river of the dead. The guys felt bad. Monsters appeared, making it clear that the river of the dead was fraught with danger. The boat began to list under the weight of the monsters. The girl, knitting her eyebrows, asked why he did not choose a safer path, asking what the loner was thinking about. Suddenly, surprise appeared on the lady's face. Jongwoo swung his blade to strike at the enemy. A flame broke out. The monsters were cut into many pieces. The lady fell to the floor, realizing that they had survived. Looking at the pirate ship, the main character said that this was the time, making it clear that he was amused by the appearance of the pirate ship. Holding the sailor by the scruff of the neck, the protagonist asked where the Crystal Palace was. Or maybe he knew something about the Blue Rose, adding that he should speak if life was precious. Making a face full of pain, the pirate announced that he would say everything, asking for help. The man held the helm, and it was not clear whether he would be able to cross the river of the dead. Something sparkled in the guy's hand. The man held the Sea King crystal with his fingers. Without showing emotion, the young man suggested that she probably liked such trinkets. A girl named Rana, who was Jungwoo's second tutor and the ruler of the 20th floor, appeared, but there was little pleasant in their first meeting, because a stupid misunderstanding led to a conflict, and they found no other way out but to cross weapons. The lady pointed her sword at the guy. The young man, looking ahead, thought that she didn't seem to be a bad person, so he had to try to be delicate. The lady, without showing her face, laughed at the man. Miss appeared in the light, and it was clear that she had outstanding abilities for magic, excellent swordsmanship, courage, nobility, and incredible charisma, so Jungwoo fell madly in love with her and began to follow her everywhere. The guy looked ahead. The young man was hiding behind a tree. The man ran after the girl, making it clear that at first she was annoyed by this. But soon the one who followed her on her heels melted Rana's heart, and she opened up to him, so the mentor and the student began to have a strong relationship until Youngwoo fell. The swords were crossed. Sand appeared in the palm of his hand, and it was obvious that during the war between him and the 8th clan, the lady had supported Jong, so most of the forces she had mobilized had fallen. However, she was not one to regret this. But no one knew about the subsequent events, as the last surviving source says that Rana stopped in the Crystal Palace at the bottom of the River of the Dead. A building appeared at the bottom of the river. Waves appeared, making it clear that he wanted to understand who she was, but it would be even better if there was an opportunity to invite her to the clan. But if he told the truth, then it must be somewhere nearby. The pirate held the helm. Looking at the blue stone, Jongwoo hoped that the bribe would work, adding that he still had many other jewels. The protagonist's face was stunned. Turning around, the girl ordered the anchor to be dropped. The lady's face showed surprise, asking that he had really gone crazy. The protagonist jumped off the side. The guy was in the water. Looking at his hands, the man thought that under the dome of fire wings, he would be able to withstand this. The dead appeared, who were swimming towards a living person. The spirits were engulfed in red light. Suddenly the young man's foot appeared, and it became clear that Azrael was smiling at him, and with his power was strengthening the ability called the Spirit of the Third Heaven. Flames appeared. Looking down, the master thought of Azrael, adding that he thought he considered him his son, and continued that he was glad that his popularity was growing. The gentleman was floating on the bottom of the river. Glancing down, Jongwoo found what he was looking for. A crystal palace appeared. The main character sailed past the wreckage. Looking away, the protagonist noticed that the building was in a terrible state, thinking that a protective barrier had been erected around the crystal palace. But when it slept, everything was destroyed by the water, saying that there were traces of a struggle everywhere. A ruined facade appeared. The door opened. Paying attention to the jewelry, the guy asked if these stones were Rana's collection. Suddenly the young man turned. Surprise appeared on the man's face. A red necklace appeared. Putting the necklace on the girl, the young man said that it was a gift. The lady grinned. Smiling broadly, the lady thanked for the gift. A red stone appeared on the neck of the dead man. Thralls sat on the throne. A ship appeared. Without showing her face, the girl said that the loner would soon return, ordering her to stay in her seats. The lady turned her head. Suddenly, a multitude of ships appeared. There were air bubbles under the water. The teacher sat on the throne. A memory of the girl's smile appeared. A glow appeared from Zhong's hand. A strange glow emanated from his hand, and the protagonist said that although the spirit of the third heaven had been activated to the limit, Rana's consciousness had not awakened due to his long stay underwater, adding that all he was able to read was only the last memory of the residual fragments of memory. Without showing her face, the girl asked how he could. Smiling, the man said that his bride should not reproach him, because she herself was to blame for everything. The guys appeared. It became clear that Bentik was Rana's right-hand man and her lover, as well as the apostle of Poseidon, the supreme god of Olympus. God held a trident. A girl appeared in the streams of water, and it became clear that led by Rana, the apostle of Quito, the ancient god of the sea, and Bentik, the apostle of Poseidon, the Blue Rose pirates occupied the 20th floor and made a name for themselves. But when the lady lost her influence by supporting Jung, the man staged a coup. Blood flowed from the lady's mouth as she heard that the strong took everything. Looking down, the guy said that he was strong now, and she, in turn, was weak, adding that she should just accept what she lost. People were drinking. Tears came from the miss's eyes. Bentik plunged the blade into his friend's chest. The palace began to flood. The leg went underwater. The jewel floated on the water. Closing her eyes, the lady asked Jungwoo for forgiveness. Without showing his face, Jungwoo thought that there was a reason why Poseidon considered him important. After all, it was because of Bentik that a bond had formed between them. An amulet appeared in his hand. The amulet of the sea began to shine. The accessory was surrounded by waves, and it was clear that there was a sudden task called resentment of Quito, because the ancient god of the sea held a grudge against Poseidon and his apostle for killing Rana. However, Quito has lost a lot of strength and cannot resist the enemy, and after a long wait, he finally found a way out. From now on behalf of Quito, and at his will, you need to destroy Poseidon's apostles. So for the duration of the task, Quito gives him a blessing and protection, comparable to what is given to the apostles. An amulet of the sea appeared around the neck of the main character. Various essences appeared. An amulet appeared, making it clear that he felt a powerful energy, because this power had made Rana the mistress of the 20th floor, and besides, there was an indelible bitterness from the loss of Quito's apostle. Looking down, the protagonist realized that the source of divinity had responded to a hidden divine power, so the power increased. Thinking about trying to use the ability, a whirlwind of elements appeared around the guy. With his eyebrows knitted, the man asked where Bentik was hiding. A river appeared. The water was dark in color. Suddenly, ships with white sails appeared. A trident was depicted on the ship's flag, making it clear that this clan was led by a man. The ships attacked the ship. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that Poseidon had noticed him and decided to strike. Behind the master's back were fiery wings. Barriers appeared above the ship. Holding a staff in her hands, the girl ordered everyone to stay in their places until the very end. In turn, the man announced that they should row with oars. Waving his hands, the guy shouted that the king of this sea was addressing them, adding that, fulfilling God's will, he would punish Songu, saying that the supporters of the main character would be let to feed the fish, and those who surrendered would be pardoned. Grinning, the man gave 1 minute to think. People looked stunned on their faces. The men looked around. The players rushed to give up. People, swimming in the water, asked to throw them life buoys. The man was looking down from the ship. Closing his eyes, the warrior said that he would save his life, because there was no question of salvation. Hopelessness appeared on the player's face. Suddenly, a cannonball flew directly into the mast of the ship. There was an explosion. Suddenly, a whirlwind of fire appeared. The main character was surrounded by flames. With a grin, Bentide said that he had finally arrived, adding that the priests of Poseidon would easily extinguish the flames in the sea desert by ordering everyone to attack. Smirking, the protagonist asked if he would really do it. The amulet began to glow yellow. A lot of monsters began to swim up to the ships. Making a surprised face, the man asked what had happened. A red stone appeared. The monster went on the attack, making it clear that predatory fish were attacking ships from the bottom. Waves of flame appeared. The fire swept away the ships. People turned into ashes. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character said that he did not need a bipod, thinking about the man showing himself. A white ship appeared. Looking away, the guy asked what they were going to do. Grinning, the captain said that this fire show was very interesting, ordering a spear to be brought to him. Looking at the system, Bentik said that Poseidon, who had not previously participated in earthly affairs, attracted him with the name of the obligatory task, thinking about how much the loner had annoyed the god. The silhouette of Poseidon appeared. His foot was on the floor, and it was clear that he had already forgotten this feeling, but there was someone who could entertain him. A hand reached for the weapon. The trident was in the hands of a man. A storm appeared over the ships. Looking at the lightning, the protagonist thought that he really had enough spiritual strength for this, suggesting that it was because of that spear that is the divine relic of Poseidon, called the trident. The man was holding an artifact in his hand. Water emanated from the spear. The ship hoisted sail. Grinning, he immediately said that he was glad to meet him. Holding the essence of the element in his hand, the opponent handed over a welcome gift. A cloud of water appeared. The fire protected the guy from a water attack. The man was surrounded by flames. Looking ahead, the captain laughed, adding that he would never have thought that there were such interesting personalities on an insignificant level. The swing of a sword filled with dark energy appeared. The guns collided. The amulet began to shine. Smiling, the young man stated that the thing was familiar to him, asking where he got it, adding that it must have been in the Crystal Palace, and continuing that the memories of the two dead were not very pleasant. The man did not show emotion. The master swung his sword. The pantheon of the gods of Olympus appeared, which fell silent due to the nervous glances of Athena and Poseidon. People looked at each other. Glancing ahead, Jomwu said that he hoped he would be stronger than Apophis and the cannibal king. The interlocutor knitted his eyebrows, asking what he meant. Using many skills, the main character rushed into the attack. Weapons collided. The man's face was stunned, thinking about when things had turned out this way. The protagonist looked ahead. A golden eye appeared. Looking ahead, the enemy claimed that this look resembled him. Without changing his position, the guy replied that it could well be. In turn, the opponent said that it was even more interesting. Swinging, the opponent announced that he would decide what to do with the pendant after defeating him. Fire appeared. The captain rushed to the attack with the trident. A smile appeared on the man's face. Suddenly, the hand was in a red light. The monster grabbed the offender. Without showing their faces, the captain said that they were only annoying creatures. A sword appeared. The blade was right in the opponent's stomach, which began to cough up blood. Smiling, the man said that this was what he needed. After all, he really missed such a battle, adding that he had exactly the same look, so it drove him crazy. A whirlwind of water appeared. His hand stretched forward. Taking the mask, the captain asked what expression the mask hid. The mask began to crack, and it became clear that Athena, screaming, jumped up from all over the place. Bentik waved his hand sharply. Grabbing the mask of the protagonist, the apostle of Poseidon exclaimed what kind of facial expression it was hiding. Jomwoo's pupils burned orange. A bright flash appeared on the surface of the jewelry, and the protagonist thought that it was dangerous, because he had already used up most of his spiritual strength, and therefore he needed a little more. A trident appeared, and it was heard that its relic had exhausted its power, and moreover it had been weakened by Poseidon's curse, but now they were on equal terms, and the resulting destruction of the body was followed by a trident that had lost its power. Sneering slyly, the guy said that there was no divine power in the protection of the gods, and added that it was a wonderful opportunity to fight one-on-one. The sergeant could be seen narrowing his eyes. His opponent abruptly lowered his gaze. Suddenly, Bentik's weapon shattered into small particles. A dark aura swirled in front of the apostle Poseidon, and at the same time the system reported that Athena was covering her mouth with her palm, and she was in a panic from the unforeseen situation, and the rest of the gods were surprised. Blue wings appeared behind the warrior. A unique artifact of the Dark King's sorrow hangs in the air, which exists in the tower in a single copy, and fully belongs to the owner, and is not subject to sale. In the past, an unusual energy swirled around Jongwoo, and he wondered if this was happening when he encountered a strap. The magical power shone brightly, and the main character could not understand who the Dark King was. A purple aura appeared, and at the same time, the artificial intelligence wrote that Poseidon was indignant and summoned his lesser gods to discuss something, after which he added that Azrael crossed his arms over his chest, nodded and burst into laughter, and Hermes smiled mysteriously and gave him a message. The system reported that the pantheon of the gods of Malak was watching him, and the pantheon of the gods of Asgard remained silent, and the demonic society was also laughing at Olympus, causing the protagonist to lower his gaze in confusion. Suddenly, messages from the gods appeared, in which they calmed the sergeant, and he wondered if he meant the Dark King. The player nodded his head, and it could be heard that it was annoying. Clenching his jaw, Bentai turned to Poseidon. His apostle, clutching at his hair, asked if he reproached him, although he was a god who could not foresee it. Thick clouds were visible, and then the guy said that if he wanted to blame someone, then he should blame himself for being stuck and could not do anything, or better let him shut up altogether. Taking out a sharp spear, the warrior said that he was ashamed of the temperament of their gods, after which he suggested that they start over, and added that at least his enthusiasm was replaced by irritation. Drawing his weapon, Bentik noticed that neither the loss of the divine relic nor the wrath of the god he served mattered, for he was the only one who mattered. Taking off, the apostle of Poseidon explained that determining who would emerge victorious from their duel was a priority now. Jongwoo's pupils were glowing orange, and at the same time, the guy clarified if it was true that he felt the same way. Opening his mouth wide, the young man called the main character a loner. There was a bright flash, and at the same time the protagonist muttered that he was the type of person who counted every blow, while Bentik, on the contrary, gave vent to his emotions. There were bursts of blood, and the sergeant thought that black magic and regeneration were harming the owner. Noticing the fierce expression on the opponent's face, the player said that he did not seem to care that he could get hurt. The heroes abruptly rushed from their place. Suddenly, the warriors pierced each other's bodies. The main character's gaze was calm. Poseidon's apostle, smiling maliciously, remarked that they had pierced each other's hearts. But the question was whose life would end faster, and how could he have thought? The protagonist grinned slyly. The boy's expression was confused. Suddenly, the clock appeared, and then the system reported that the time was up. The young man opened his jaw furiously. Splashes of blood were visible. The soldier lowered his eyebrows menacingly. The warriors rushed forward. A bright flash appeared. Baring his teeth, Bentai muttered that they had struck at the same time, but why only him? Lifting the corners of his lips, the apostle of Poseidon said that it seemed that he too had a secret advantage. Grabbing the blade of the dagger, the guy said that he was the lord of this land, and could not die, and also added that Jongwoo and Rana accepted defeat from him. Touching Jongwoo's mask, the young man said that he would not become like them. Frowning seriously, the protagonist thought that Big Rid hadn't budged and wondered if he didn't only have divine power in his hands. The warrior could be seen smiling slyly. Suddenly, the protagonist's mask began to crumble, and at the same time, the fighter noticed that he would be the one who would die. The sergeant lowered his gaze in bewilderment. A moment later, Bentik's hand flew back. His expression was confused. Suddenly Jean picked up the captain and asked him to hold on. At the same time, the player was coughing up blood. White lines appeared, and Jongwoo realized that he needed to restore the mask, and added that his strength was at the limit. The fiery wings of the main character were visible. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. The man lifted the corners of his lips. The sergeant's gaze was surprised. The knight embraced the player and asked if the dear friend of the people of the Bloodlands was all right. A bright green flash appeared. Jean carried the captain on his back, asking if he was okay. There was blood on Bentik's face, and he reminded him that he was very annoyed by such tricks. The guy sweated and apologized, but pointed out that the captain was not in the best condition to fight the Duke, so he should forget about everyone and rest for a while. The old man was holding the main character in his arms. He looked down and said that if he came later then the young man would be in big trouble, and Jongwoo asked who he was. The stranger closed his eyes and explained that His Highness had ordered him to escort the protagonist to the Blood Folk. The young man imagined his interlocutor putting his hand on his shoulder, and the knight said that once Jongwoo had promised them to visit their lands, but he had never done so, although a lot of time had passed. The player was covered in sweat, and thought that he was surprised that he was still expected in the Bloodlands and considered a good person, but it was good that he was able to quickly restore his mask and hide his face. Red spots were on his face, and he thought that he had already reached his limit. Suddenly, they looked up, hearing someone's voice. Someone was hovering in the sky. The girl was wearing armor. She looked down, and Jongwoo recognized her as the Spring Queen. He furrowed his brows and asked what she was doing here. After all, it couldn't be that she would end the fight with the white dragon on the upper floors, only to come back here. The old man raised his head and said that it was the original spirit of the body, a clone made from a part of the internal energy separated from the main body. Besides, eyes shone brightly, and the old man said that only those who had reached the level of a master among the one-horned tribe could create this. The man with a serious look asked what had brought the girl here. The queen smiled and replied that he knew it himself. She had come here to pick up the man he was protecting. The capillaries in her eyes turned red, and she reminded her that Jongwoo had been killed by her mother, and she wouldn't be able to calm down her anger even if she broke it into small pieces. The main character stood behind the bodyguards. Beezy concentrated the violet energy in her hands. Then she spread her wings and attacked. The purple stream of magic was rapidly approaching. The knight blocked the blow with his sword. A drop of sweat was dripping down his cheek, and he thought that this clone was incredibly strong. The protagonist had a mask on his face. He could barely stand on his feet. The bodyguard's eyes widened in surprise when he heard someone's voice. A green mist appeared, and someone said they were here to help the greedy devil. The ghost-like elf told the man to throw the guy down when she gave the signal. Then a hurricane appeared between BC and them. The old man threw the player aside, and the elf was ready to catch him. It fell into her arms. Suddenly, purple sparks caught up with them. The Spring Queen was not ready to let them leave. Heidi opened her mouth wide, screaming loudly. The players looked up in fright, shouting that they advised their friend to just leave the young man and run away. She closed her eyes and thought that she was not like her father. Then, a powerful blue energy came out of her body. The guys furrowed their brows in shock as they looked at her. The elf was covered in sweat, and Jongwoo thought that she came from one of the most famous families of her upper-class race. But their village had long since been exterminated. The girl turned to her comrades and shouted loudly that they should not stand still and run away as soon as possible. Bisai flew upstairs, screaming furiously, but the knight reminded her that she had to fight him first. The girl opened her mouth wide, shouting that he should not interfere. A blinding flash flashed. Heidi asked her comrades to swim away quickly. The main character looked to the side and asked why she saved him, because they could just leave him. The elf smiled and replied that the reason was that she didn't want to be like one person. The guy looked straight and accepted her answer. Suddenly he lay down in her arms and said that in that case he was counting on her, and asked her to cover him in case of emergency. Heidi was covered in sweat and thought that the player had fainted, indicating that the greedy devil was also human. She closed her eyes and thought that she had only seen his monstrous side, so it was even somehow hard to believe. Jongwoo slept on her lap. The ship sailed away on the sea. The protagonist opened his eyes. He looked up and realized that he did not know where he was. He could not see anything. He took a few steps forward, and someone said that he was sleeping very sweetly. The doppelganger looked at him and said that he was well settled. The player furrowed his brows and asked if this clone had dragged him here. The villain crossed his arms and replied that he was his second personality, and they were twin brothers. Jongwoo's eyes widened in horror as the person in front of him asked if it was a problem that the younger brother wanted to see the older brother. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed the twin by the throat. With a fierce look, he ordered him to watch his tongue and not dare to use that face. The clone grinned and asked if the sergeant was so hurt by his words, and his composure so sad. The guy removed his hand and asked why he was there. The rascal smiled broadly and asked if Jongwoo thought he was too weak. He raised his hand and said that the protagonist was not capable of much, even with the Philosopher's Stone, the demonic body of a dragon, and other great things. He introduced Bentik, and said that watching them fight made him very bored. The twin concluded with a smile that the sergeant had failed and needed to work harder. His eyes turned red, and he added that it was so that he could satisfy his hunger. The protagonist looked stunned. Suddenly he found himself in bed. He sat down and said that this guy was really crazy. The clone held up one finger and said that he would give him another chance to give his best. He smiled and said that this was the last opportunity. The main character looked down and thought that this demon had used the hidden properties of the Philosopher's Stone and helped the young man recover. He clenched his hand into a fist and thought that it was bad. Suddenly, the old man came into the room and reported that someone was still chasing the ship. Jongwoo sat down on the bed, and the old man added that he had a great place to hide. They could see the sea. They went to the Bayluk fortress. The captain controlled the rudder. From the very beginning the island of Bayluk was hidden under defensive structures, so it was difficult to determine its location. The protagonist imagined a red stone and said that with the help of the power of the amulet, it is possible to find memories of finding it. The elf held a staff in her hand. Jongwoo introduced the scoundrel with a smirk and said that it had taken a long time to build this fortress. It was the perfect place to hide. The ship was floating on the water. The player furrowed his brows and thought that it was impossible to enter that place so easily, because as soon as they passed through the fog, the defense mechanisms would be activated. He suddenly took out his blade. Black streams of magic rushed into the distance. Heidi approached the young man and said that he should not overwork. She smiled, saying that she herself looked tired because she couldn't let her guard down, afraid that they would come for them. Suddenly, an explosion thundered from the side of them. The elf walked to the edge of the ship. Fragments were floating in the water. The girl's eyes widened in fear and thought that the player had just launched a stream of mana into the air. He was a truly scary person. There was fog in front of the mountain. They were ready to drop anchor. The crew stood on land. Jongwoo looked straight and thought that there was nothing left of the place that was described in the diary. Heidi opened her mouth in surprise. It was a city with green trees and fog. They went forward, saying that it was somehow strange. There were dishes and books on the table. This place was not abandoned. There were traces of cooking all around. The knight grabbed the book and said that all the inhabitants seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, he raised his finger and screamed in shock. The sergeant's eyes bulged in amazement. A tapestry hung on the tower. There was the symbol of Arsha. The guy raised his head and asked if this island was originally the property of this group. The elf came up behind him and asked if everything was okay. He turned around and replied that he would go up to the tower and look around, and Heidi should stay here for the time being. She held her staff tightly, saying that she would make sure that no one came here. Then the girl turned around. A shadow hid the silhouette of the young man. However, his eyes contrasted with this darkness. He introduced Leonti and Bahal, who had defected to other factions. Then the player imagined how Byluk and Dune actively dealt with Yungwoo with the help of poison. The protagonist gritted his teeth furiously, angry that this man would dare to use the symbol of Arsha on an island that belongs to his brother. The warrior kicked down the door and thought that he desperately wanted to blow up everything here, but first he needed to find out what happened here. He looked straight and thought that no one showed up when the outsiders arrived, but that didn't mean that all the inhabitants had left the place. Jongwoo looked at the documents, thinking that if he were that person, he would destroy everything here before anyone could find this place. The player was going down the stairs, thinking that something had obviously happened here. A bright lantern hung next to the massive doors. A black mist enveloped the young man. Inside the room, there were many items to explore. The main character held a sword in his hand. Skull with brightly burning eyes told the sergeant to take everything. The demon banged his fist on the wall. Red circles appeared in place of his tapping. Then he took out one book and thought it was here. A secret passage opened in front of Jongwoo. Jongwoo looked to the side and asked what purpose Byluk was pursuing when he created such a huge training ground that occupied an entire island. The guy smiled awkwardly and said that he didn't mean that it was just a waste of money, and he was just curious. He looked straight and asked what the researcher wanted to create. The alchemist was silent. His eyes were purple, and he replied that he wanted to create a superhuman. The protagonist looked down. In the closet, there were many colorful potions that Byluk had created to enhance her divine power. Looking at the flasks, the guy summoned Boo and guessed that half of these potions would turn out to be harmful. Jongwoo looked to the side and asked the familiar to conduct a study and report on the efficacy and precautions with the elixirs. The assistant was standing behind, and the player thought that the dungeon would be taken care of by monsters, and now the second and third floors remained. The sergeant walked forward, thinking that the alchemist had been conducting horrible experiments here day and night, not letting anyone near him. The main character bulged his eyes in surprise on the third floor of the researcher's office. Everything inside was shining with cleanliness. The young man put his hand on his face and laughed loudly, thinking that this scoundrel was no stranger to the desire to live normally. He gritted his teeth, not understanding why Byluk had done such terrible things to his comrade Jongwoo. Shackles appeared on the player's wrist. He looked at his hand in surprise and thought that he felt it more acutely than when he received them, and the interaction with the third heaven had also changed. The long chain turned into mist, and Jongwoo thought that it had become as sticky as tar, painful sensation that could not be described in words. Azrael watched it. The protagonist looked away and thought that Olympus, who had recently lost his temper, was silent, and at the same time, Azrael's interest was growing. Information about the artifact appeared in front of the guy, and he thought that, as expected, no one would give information about the Dark King just like that, but the clue did not lie in the shackles themselves. There was a golden light above him. The bracers became the divine relic of Zeus, and the shackles became the relic of Poseidon. There was a text on the screen that spoke of betrayal. The gods of Olympus deceived the Dark King. The player imagined lightning and the sea and thought that in this case, it was understandable why grief and despair took possession of Astrap and Trajan, all because of this enmity. He imagined the two enraged men and thought that since the beginning of its existence, the pantheon of the gods of Olympus had shrunk considerably, so that unstable entities began to ascend. Suddenly the sergeant was covered in sweat and thought that the Dark King was a creature that personified death itself, or he belonged to Olympus, or came close to it. The eyes of the deities watching him appeared above the guy, and he thought that those who are associated with the underworld or death rejoice at the sight of artifacts. The protagonist imagined the fight and thought that this magic had nothing to do with either puppet control or necromancy. The sergeant was surrounded by familiars. He thought of a power that transcends existence. Suddenly, another notification from Israel appeared next to the player. Jongwoo imagined a creature in a black robe and thought that it was the angel of death who took the souls of the dead and escorted them to the next world. The protagonist turned around. The other gods did not react. System screens surrounded him, and he concluded that everyone knew about the Dark King. The young man imagined images of the gods and suggested that Israel caught his thoughts about the possible connection of the Dark King with Olympus. Then he introduced Hades and thought that his silence was very strange, because he took this situation most furiously. Zeus and Poseidon radiated their power. Jongwoo furrowed his brows and suggested that it was Kronos or Uranus, who suffered from Zeus and his followers, or Lucille, whose wings were torn off by God and the devil. He touched the green screen and concluded that in order to narrow down the list of candidates, he needed to put it all together. He imagined Edora's thoughtful face and remembered that she had said that each of the 3 artifacts would serve as a restraint like shackles and shackles. The player imagined a helmet and concluded that in order to get the third part, he needed the god of the underworld, Hades. The helmet shone brightly, and the sergeant thought that the relic was usually in the possession of the apostle. He sat down on the couch and thought that he would have to find a way to find it. The warrior introduced the Cyclops brothers, who are well acquainted with this, because they made artifacts for Zeus and his brothers. Suddenly, Bu returned and said that he had brought everything his master had asked for. A black mist enveloped his hand. The man was lying in bed. His eyes were closed. Suddenly he opened them abruptly. The subordinate opened his mouth in shock when he saw that the captain had woken up. Bentik suddenly grabbed him by the throat and asked where Jean was. The captain furiously knitted his brows and asked once more where his comrade was. The vice leader walked in with a tray in his hand and asked his friend to stop scaring people. Bentik threw his subordinate aside and shouted that he had asked Jean not to interfere. The man put the tray on the table. He knitted his brows, silently looking ahead. The captain looked at him with fury. Then he closed his eyes and turned away, deciding that he needed to calm down. He imagined the girl and the blood stains, and thought that if he got carried away with his obsession, he would follow in the footsteps of the wound. He would ruin everything. Bentik turned away and said that since his friend had decided so, then it was necessary. His eyes flashed with anger, and he said that this was the last time and Jean should never interrupt him again. The man bowed and replied that he would take note. The captain turned away and called him a polite idiot. His arm never recovered. He imagined a smirk on his face and thought that Poseidon had always protected him, healing any damage with his own strength. The warrior grinned. A black mist surrounded the hand, and Bu explained that the apostle was the spiritual and physical incarnation of the god. Jongwoo furrowed his brows and said that like God's grace, he was able to fulfill all his senses. A black fog could be seen. Then this energy swirled next to the guy's body. He swallowed the limb. Bentik threw his head back and shouted with a laugh that the guy liked his hand. He furrowed his brows and yelled for the player to get stronger and come back to him to fight again. A golden light glowed in the young man's hand, the essence of Poseidon spreading throughout his body. The face of a dragon could be seen. The divine extract compared to the extract of a dragon or demon was usually weaker. Then the main character imagined the girl's face and thought that now in such an amount it will be enough. The player closed his eyes. The energy was shining. He turned around and thought that he could feel every cell in his body changing, and even the dragon's demonic body was transforming. The sergeant furrowed his brows and looked down, thinking that if he used the divine extract, then he would be able to awaken the dragon's body. Poseidon raised a spear. His understanding also became better, which means that the protagonist can count on his development in other areas too. The young man's eyes shone brightly. He then looked to the side, the god of the sea looking at him angrily. Jongwoo looked at the notifications and thought that Poseidon could do what he wanted. He imagined the ship and thought that this time, the River of the Dead was a stage where everything was all about water attributes, which made the guy at a great disadvantage. He imagined his black silhouette and decided that there was nothing to regret now. The player put his hand on his chest and thought that even from one hand the effect was quite strong. He wondered what would happen after he absorbed everything whole. Zonga introduced Bentik and told the enemy to wait for him. The city was visible. There was blue energy next to the warrior. The bird spread its wings and asked if the owner was okay. The main character looked up and replied that everything was fine with him. In front of him was a large dragon who said that the protagonist was too careless this time. The monster looked down at the player and said that in all this time, he had so many opportunities to summon them. Jongwoo stared straight as the dragon said that he hadn't taken advantage of any of these opportunities after all, and had fought alone to the end, mad with overwhelming excitement. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he couldn't argue with that. He imagined the chains and the bars, and thought that something terrible was trapped in the back of his mind. The sergeant imagined himself in the darkness, and thought that it was something like a wild monster waiting for the day when it could finally devour him. His eyes are red. He doesn't want to think about this demonic part inside him. Suddenly, the warrior grabbed the bars. It was broken, and he thought he had lost control after the fight began, so he wasn't himself today. He imagined the smile on Bentik's face and thought that he was in anticipation to see that it was his enemy. The young man introduced the Queen of Spring and thought that he didn't want anyone to interfere in their fight. He was smiling. Imagining himself on both sides of the grate, Jongwoo thought that this should never happen again. He locked the bars and thought that no matter who his enemy turned out to be in the future, he had to keep his cool. The sergeant looked straight and admitted his mistake. His familiars were in front of him, and he promised them to look around more often. The phoenix spread his wings and told the monster to leave his master alone, because he had already understood everything. The dragon closed his eyes and offered to discuss everything, because the situation was quite unpleasant. The monster introduced Beezy and asked what the protagonist was going to do with her. He stared at the guy who said that he had obtained some guarantee when he had eluded his enemies. A black mist appeared in the air. The girl hovered in the air next to the warriors. The protagonist could remotely observe the current situation. Raising his hand, he confirmed that more people had sided with the Blood Land. The old men nodded silently to each other. Beezy fought with the knights. There was a purple flash in front of her and the old man. It was truly the strength of the Summer Queen's daughter. The familiars looked at the fight, asking how such an illusion could be created, to which Shongwu replied that he was projecting what his subject saw. He smiled mysteriously. He remembered how the knight had thrown him aside and said that Heidi had helped him. Then he fell down. At that moment, a spirit clung to the knight. The dragon's eyes widened and apologized for daring to criticize his master's reasonableness, but that didn't change anything. Besai fought while the monster said that even if Waltz's alter ego was destroyed, he would still continue to look for the protagonist, so they would have to hide for a while. The player smiled and said that the larger the battle, the more interesting it is to watch. The girl attacked the old man. He raised his hand with a sword. Beezy knitted her brows. The knight gritted his teeth. There was a black mist in the air. The energy swept past the old man. A blue light appeared. He widened his eyes in fright. His comrades also looked shocked. The duke fell into the water. Beezy furrowed her brows, not understanding what had just emerged from the shadows. The soldiers attacked her for daring to kill their comrade. The Spring Queen raised her hand. She fought off enemy attacks. Bu created a blue light in his hand and said that his mission was accomplished. The energy in his hand was shining, and he said that he would return to pick up the target. The fire shone in the familiar's hand. The young man smirked and said that things were getting even more interesting. He introduced the king and said that it should be more than enough to provoke the greedy emperor to raise an army, and it would be very beneficial for Zhongwu if they still believed that he was on their side. Suddenly he turned. The dragon and phoenix stared at him maliciously. There were green trees all around, and the monster said it was horrified by the way it stabbed the Bloodland people in the back. The player walked away and said that a fool is someone who can be fooled. A bright light came out of the dead man's body. The rank began to rise and went beyond the previous limits. The protagonist crossed his arms as he stared at the light. He furrowed his brows and thought that his assistant would absorb the duke's soul. He imagined the old man's face and thought that even after losing, he was still one of the 4 grand dukes close to the greedy emperor, and the power he wielded was incredible. The knight shouted loudly. Right before he was devoured, he looked extremely shocked to see the true essence of the greedy devil and realize what was what. The warrior furrowed his brows and thought that this was all very risky. The spirit joined the knight's foot. He had fought, if he hadn't been distracted by the enemy, and if the dead man's strength had condensed even a little, the outcome might have been very different. The guy clenched his hand into a fist, and thought that he had to become stronger so that he no longer had to rely on such unreliable methods again. The familiar radiated a bright light. He evolved into an aristocrat of death. There were black shadows around him. Then he sat down on one knee. Shongwu looked down. The ship was sailing on the sea. The protagonist was sitting. There were windows on the sides of it. After the transformation of his assistant, they immediately left the island. This trial had a time frame. The island was burning. The sergeant blew it up so that other players would not find it, and the sight of the burning Baylock was a nice bonus. He looked straight ahead, thinking that if everything went on as smoothly as before, then this test would be quite feasible. It remained to deal with Bentik and Triton. He imagined the sea and thought of Poseidon's clan, Triton. He then introduced Bentik and thought that it was one of the growing factions that had gained recognition under his command. Jean furrowed his brows. All the leaders of the clan are apostles of Poseidon. The young man looked to the side and thought that, to be precise, Bentik was the only apostle of the god, and the others were the apostles of Poseidon's subordinates. He imagined a man on the throne and thought that Orion, Antares and Charybdis were the children of different gods, but they had the same father, Poseidon. There was an inscription on the screen, and the player thought that the apostles were mentioned in the plural in the description of the quest. He raised his hand and thought that although he had become stronger, it was too dangerous to go out against Bentik and Triton at the same time. It was good that he had time to think about the last fight. Bentik grinned, his unwavering determination to go all the way at all costs, a true reflection of his conquering spirit. There was an explosion, and Zhongwu thought that the harder the thing, the easier it would shatter into small pieces. Once it broke, he would have to find a way to break it. He imagined the captain with a trident in his hand and thought that he, like a battle-crazed maniac, relied only on himself and forbade his subordinates to interfere. The main character lay down on the bed and thought that there was still time before meeting Triton. The ship was sailing on the water. He decided to spend this time carefully preparing. A few days later, the water washed the shore. All the tests were completed. The players hugged, shouting that they were already on the 29th floor. The guys hugged Heidi. He patted her on the head and shouted that it was all thanks to her, because she had saved them all. The elf's cheeks turned red. She was very happy. Suddenly the sergeant jumped over the roof. The girl looked away in surprise. The young man sighed and thought that feeling the ground beneath his feet was much better than the deck of a ship. He had a mask on his face, and he thought that the 30th floor and the battle with the newt was just around the corner, and he had to remain vigilant. The sergeant turned when someone called him. Everyone else was standing on the ship. Heidi covered herself in sweat and asked if the guy was leaving. He looked up and replied positively. There were bald trees all around, and he reminded them that their contract had expired. The girl looked down sadly and thought that now that they had cleared the 28th floor, their contract had ended, so there was no reason to ask him to stay. Jongwoo's gaze was serious as Heidi tried to understand why she wanted to hold him. He imagined the elf's frowning face and thought that he had always considered her a rare gem. The mask lay tightly on his face. He thought that the girl had a rather sharp look. The players smiled happily at her. She takes care of the people around her, leading them forward. The elf pointed her finger to the side. She had the makings of a born leader. Heidi comforted the player. Her eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist turned around and said that she could find him if she wanted to. He walked deep into the forest, thinking that if it was up to him, he would hire her right away. A smile appeared on the player's lips. The elf looked away anxiously, and the warrior decided to leave her for now. The team surrounded the girl, smiling happily. The flag of the kingdom fluttered in the wind. The castle stood right on the cliff. Jean held his hand behind his back. Looking to the side, the guy heard that someone had addressed him. Standing still, Ted said that for the first time in a long time, he was able to have a lot of fun. Looking at the paintings, the guys talked about the fact that their comrade was still recovering, because he had a hard time because of the severed arm. Holding his head straight, the young man couldn't believe his ears. Looking from under his brow, the man expressed confidence that if his partner had served the captain diligently, this would not have happened. Furrowing his brows, the young man was furious at his ally's words, because on every occasion he tried to challenge his authority as the captain's mate. Exhaling air from his lungs, the boys spoke about how they could think as they wanted, but they needed to focus on more important things. Jongwoo looked around, and Jean notified that this man was going to come here. The main character flew forward, while the vice leader reasoned that despite the wounds received during the fight with the captain, their enemy had already recovered, because according to the information, he had already passed the 29th floor and arrived at the 30th. Ted crossed his arms and listened to the words that they needed to do something before he fully recovered and came here. Tilting his head, the guy was dumbfounded by the words that this was not necessary. Smiling, the man explained that the trials of the dead were difficult, even if it took the entire time to complete them, so thanks to the haste of their opponent, he could be easily dealt with. Lowering her head, Elaine heard her comrades arguing about the importance of preparing for the upcoming battle. Raising his hand, Ted introduced himself as Triton's best fighter after Bentik. Baring his teeth, the warrior promised that he would easily tear a lone man apart. Looking in front of you, Jean knew that it was useless to persuade this man, so it was best to use him to test their enemy's abilities and take appropriate action. Turning around, the captain's mate asked his subordinate to make sure that he would finish off their intruder, to which he expressed irritation that his interlocutor doubted the powers of Triton's Mander. Jean walked away. Folding her arms, Elaine asked what their comrade was wrong about. Covering her ears with her hands, the woman added that in any case, everything turned out exactly as her brother wanted, so now it remains only to prove her rightness. Turning his head, Ted stated that it was obvious. Looking at the young man as he left, the man was confident that he would be able to prove his strength. Remembering the captain and his mate, the soldier thought that he would prove that he should be a deputy in Triton. The guy looked down on him. Looking from under his brow, the warrior knew that he needed only a little time. Noticing how the assistant was moving forward, Ted knew that he would definitely bring this bastard to his knees. Looking at the system screen, Jongwoo knew that this was indeed suitable for testing the 30th floor. The warrior held riches in his hands, and the main character understood that every 10th floor evaluated everything that was achieved in the previous stages, so depending on how the previous floors were passed, the level of difficulty will change significantly. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he had achieved a lot, but the trial of the 30th floor was still not easy at all, because first he needed to find out what poison he had to get rid of, and then find the antidote formula and find all the ingredients in the vast lands of the dead. The boy looked at the gloomy wasteland. Looking at the high mountains, the young man noticed that even at first glance the size of the territory cannot be compared with other floors. Standing on the ground, the boy knew that the others would have to run hard until their feet rubbed out. Folding his hands on his chest, the fighter realized that he had a completely different situation. Stretching out his hand, Jongwoo ordered the shadow assistants to start searching. Lowering his head, the main character was confident that his monsters would be able to find the necessary ingredients, but it remained to find the formula for the antidote. The protagonist looked up. Looking at his assistant, the young man asked him if he had finished his analysis of the potion. There are flasks of multicolored liquids on the table, and the demon reported that he had found out that there were only 4 medicines, and the rest of the liquids were poison. But if the medicine was not taken in the right order, the power would run out and the body would collapse. Holding the potion in his hands, the greedy devil realized that the medicine itself could become poison, and if it was made by luck, then it was equated with demonic poison. Holding his head straight, the young man said that this was what he needed. The creature was holding some herbs in its hands, after which it explained that they were poisonous, to which the young man replied that he wanted to poison himself even more, because he was going to investigate the method that Bailuck used. Looking down, Jongwoo knew that unlike the others who wanted to use the antidote, Bailuck wanted to find another way. Looking at the alchemist, the main character remembered that when he saw his comrade creating even more poison, he could not understand it and just watched the cooking process. The healer handed a few flasks to his friend. A moment later, the scientist drank the contents of the test tubes, and the protagonist was shocked after seeing that his ally had poisoned himself even more. Looking at the silhouette of Bioluck, the guy reasoned that he believed that getting rid of such poison was a waste of time, because it was better to choose the path of adapting your body to poison. Looking at the monsters at work, the Lek asked if his master would be okay after he took this antidote, to which he received a positive response. Raising his hand, the monster declared that it was too dangerous. Tilting his head, Shombu explained that he needed it in order to obtain poisonous blood. Blood flowed from his finger, and the main character, the hero, knew that thanks to immunity to poison, the skill allows him to artificially produce poison in his blood. Opening the flask with the liquid, the greedy devil realized that even Bioluck had spent a lot of time to perfect this poison, so in order to catch up, he would have to take a risk. Looking at the potion, the protagonist understood that thanks to the effects of composure and regeneration, he would be able to cope with any situation without losing rationality. After pouring the contents of the bottle into his mouth, the guy decided that as soon as he received the poisonous blood, he would immediately drink the elixir. The young man stood still. After a moment, the young man opened his eyes wide. The glass vessel fell to the ground. Several empty test tubes lay on the grass. Sweating, Jongwoo noticed the notification that he had finally got what he wanted. Blood came out of the protagonist's mouth, after which he saw a message that he had obtained a skill called Poison Shard, which was an improved version of a skill called Poisonous Blood. Putting on his mask, the protagonist was sure that it would be quite convenient to use this ability, because any poison he encountered could be appropriated for himself. Stepping forward, the guy thought that it would be nice to test this skill in action. The young man looked at the port. The flag of the kingdom fluttered in the wind. Standing still, the young man realized that the port ruled by Triton would be the perfect place for the test. Jongwoo raised his hand. The main character was holding a bloody knife in his hands. The soldiers looked at the drops of blood of their master, and he thought that the skill of the poison shard was absolutely useless, because if you think about power and range, he already has a wave of flames. Baring their teeth, the skeletons noticed that the effect of their master's ability was transmitted to them through the blood. The warriors rushed to attack, and the treasure devil knew that they could attack a whole group of enemies. The leader put his hand in his pocket. Workers worked at the docks. The men, carrying weights, heard something in the distance. Looking at their feet, the men assumed that an earthquake had begun. Pointing his finger, the employee said that there was something there. The Death Knight leapt on top of his victim. A horde of the dead attacked civilians. The warrior struck with his hand hiding behind the shield. The fighter shouted that their enemies were too fast. The man opened his eyes wide and saw that he was affected by the negative effects of a skill called Poison Shard, which caused him to be poisoned, bleed, and his defense and attack were severely weakened. Kneeling, the infected could not understand when they managed to poison themselves. A fire was burning in the port. Bringing his hand to his face, Jongwoo didn't expect that the effect would be so strong. Looking at the monsters, the protagonist was glad that the effect of the skill was transferred to his minions, thanks to which they became so powerful that there was no point in hiding them anymore. Looking at the burning beams, the protagonist knew that he now had enough power to threaten the Newt, who was one of the strongest leaders. Turning his head, the guy thought that it would be nice if his opponent appeared now. After a moment, the young man looked around. Looking at the flying figure, the greedy devil assumed that it was an apostle level, so it could be Bentic. Someone landed on the ground, and Jongwoo noticed that this energy was different from Poseidon's. Frowning, Ted shouted that his rival could not stop. Streams of water appeared around the warrior's hand. After a moment, the spell knocked the skeletons back. Looking down, the protagonist knew that this was one of Triton's 3 main officers. However, he still expected to see Bentic. The commander looked from under his brows. Looking at his enemy, the fighter knew that he was not personally participating in the battle. Noticing the shadows of the monsters, Ted thought that there was not a word in the report about this man controlling such monsters. Smiling broadly, the man was sure that the devourer not only did not want to move, but could not do it at all. The fighter made a dash forward. Swinging for a blow, the officer shouted that in this case it would be even easier for him to get to the wounded enemy. The blow was blocked by blades. The warrior made a surprised expression on his face. Standing still, Ted asked who they were. The monster began to crawl out of the ground. 2 skeletons trapped the opponent. Opening his mouth, the soldier could not believe what was happening. After a moment, the man began to sweat. Ted's eyes began to blur, after which he thought that this was the effect of poisoning. Looking at the Death Knights, the warrior couldn't understand how this was possible. Clutching his head, the officer began to feel bad. Holding clumps of hair in his hands, the fighter knew that he needed to unleash his divine power as soon as possible in order to get rid of the debuffs. Stepping forward, the commander said that he would not allow this. The enemy's hands were shackled by some kind of energy. The opponent looked ahead. A huge eye flew over Jongwoo. Stiffening his teeth, Ted couldn't figure out what it was. From the incomprehensible creature came the words that without the permission of the master, the prisoner would not leave here alive. The main character looked ahead. Lowering his head, the warrior could not believe that he would have to die here. Raising his head, the apostle was sure that he was second only to Triton and would one day surpass the emperor, so he couldn't die like this. Lying on the floor, Ted remembered that he had once lost a fight with Bentik and became his servant, but his defeat was the result of carelessness, not weakness. Turning his head, the officer realized that now his offender had lost his arm and Triana. Placing his hand on his chest, the warrior was sure that the only one who deserved the title of Lord of Triton was himself. Stretching out his hand, Jong-woo said that this was absurd. Drawing blood from a defeated enemy, the main character spoke about how this man was a selfish upstart who did not know his place. Keeping his head straight, the protagonist explained that a person who rushes into battle against someone with whom he has never dealt before could defeat Bentik. Looking at the opponent's legs, the guy explained that people like him would only die because of their own arrogance. Looking at the message that the absorbed divine elements cause changes in the player's body, the young man thought about how the gods could not tolerate the humiliation of their children. Looking at the glow of his body, the greedy devil theorized that Ted had about the same amount of divine power as Bentik had left after losing his arm. Looking away, the young man realized that this pitiful man could not be equal to his real opponent. Turning his head, Jong-woo noticed that the leaders should have already had information that the port had been completely destroyed. Looking at the massacre, the main character thought about the fact that Bentik was not going to go out even despite such losses. The Death Knights took a step forward. Moving forward, the protagonist ordered his subordinates to deal with the rest of the survivors. The guy looked from under his brow. Squinting his eyes, the young man realized that if they did not come out, he would have to drag them out into the street. On the edge of the tower, the inhabitants were standing in the street. Making worried expressions, the townspeople said that the port on the 30th floor was completely destroyed, and the commander was completely helpless. Sweating, the man could not understand how it was possible to break into the clan where Bentik himself was. Standing still, the old man explained that a fairly well-known player on the first floors, nicknamed the Devourer, was to blame. Jong-woo looked at the burning castle, and the villager added that he was one of those newcomers who had been making a lot of noise recently. The protagonist turned his head, and the narrator shared rumors that this man was now attacking other bases. With their mouths open, the civilians listened to the words that the enemy clans of Triton should be delighted now. The protagonist was walking through the desert. A glowing ball was flying near the guy. Exhaling the air from his lungs, the young man knew that the trial on the 30th floor was over, and in that time he had destroyed more than one Triton clan, but Bentika was still not in sight. By activating the skill called hypersensitivity, the young man knew that he was doing this in order to sense even the slightest changes around him. Looking up, the greedy devil realized that even if his enemy hadn't fully recovered yet, with such damage to his territory, he should have already appeared. Jong-woo looked around. Folding his hands, the Death Knight asked for a soul-related favor that had recently been added to the collection. Looking at the palm trees, the main character realized that it was about Ted's soul. Holding his head straight, the warrior asked permission to take it. Hitting his comrade in the chest with his elbow, the monster declared that the subjects should patiently wait for the grace of their master and appreciate it. Closing his eyes, Shannon offered his leader to give his soul to him, instead of this brainless pile of muscles. As he walked away, Jong-woo decided that the best way out of the situation was to simply ignore them. The main character looked up. Looking at the flying ball, the protagonist was worried about Rebecca. The girl was standing next to a huge bone, and the guy thought about the fact that lately she had almost not retained her human appearance, when it was permissible, and had become much less likely to express her opinion. The young man lowered his head. Looking at the sand hills, the young man felt that a small group of troops was stationed in a nearby oasis. A pond with several palm trees around it could be seen. Looking at the camp, the greedy devil assumed that it wasn't Triton's banner. Looking at the flag flying, Jong-woo realized that it was a clan called the Harmony of Illusions. Holding a dagger in his hands, the main character remembered that the one who was the head of the 92nd Squad caused him a lot of trouble when he dealt with him. Looking at the guards, the protagonist remarked that the atmosphere didn't seem so threatening anymore, because they had come here to find him, but they were patiently waiting for him. Putting his hand to his mask, the guy suggested that it would be difficult just to pass by them. Stepping forward, the Death Knight tried to get through to his master. The young man stood in front of the soldiers. The soldiers silently looked ahead. Standing still, the greedy devil didn't feel bloodlust in them. Looking in front of him, the young man could not understand what their goal was, if not revenge. Taking a step forward, someone said that he was glad to meet him. Stretching out his hand, Kreutz introduced himself by name. Looking in front of him, Jong-woo listened to the words. That his interlocutor had been waiting for an opportunity to talk to him for a long time. Looking at the desert landscape, the main character offered to summarize all of the above. The man was sitting at the table, and the protagonist said that he, as the deputy head, had asked the clan to help bring him in as an honored guest. Stabbing the thug with a dagger, the guy added that some misunderstood this order, which caused unexpected conflicts. Putting his hand to his chest, the member of the Ghost Order listened to the words that he had come in person to apologize and pick him up. Looking ahead, the young man realized that if you believe your intuition, you can be sure that his interlocutor is lying, but he is still confused by something. Sweating, the captain explained that in the confusion he could not explain everything properly. Holding out his hand, the warrior said that it was an order from the head of the Illusion clan to bring the young man to him. With his eyes wide open, Jongwoo heard the leader call him an old friend. Putting his hand to his face, the main character understood that except for Pant and Eater, someone was unlikely to call him that. Introducing the young couple, the protagonist remembered that Khan and Doyle could also call him their friend. Khan was smiling broadly, and the greedy devil knew that he was the one closest to the head because of his charisma, thanks to which people themselves were drawn to him. Standing still, the young man realized that his comrade would not have enough time to become the head of the illusion clan, even though he had gained the speed of his cultivation thanks to his brother. The young man looked back. Looking at the guards, Jongwoo said that he could hardly believe it, because the clan leader was in no hurry to reveal his identity, and trusting the words of a stranger was too risky. Opening his mouth, Kreutz explained that his private training session would soon end, after which they would be able to make an appointment with each other, and until then the group could accompany him. Smiling slightly, the protagonist was surprised that their regiment was going to follow him. Pointing with his thumb, the protagonist invited the interlocutor to stand in line. Looking at the people in dark hoods, the guy noticed that someone had been trying to follow him for a long time. Looking at the man on the rock, the young man knew that everyone had different auras, so it could be inferred that they were from different factions. Looking down, the young man added that he did not touch them yet, but they were no less suspicious than his interlocutor. Opening his mouth, Kreutz assured that they had nothing to do with his clan. Smiling, the commander shared the information that the treasure devil was interesting to the entire tower, because when 2 of the 6 deities were fighting, it was no wonder that it attracted the attention of other forces. Imagining the strange patterns, the warrior explained that the 6 deities were the rising stars that had recently appeared in the tower. Introducing the different fighters, the knight began to list the composition of the 6 deities, which include Faislis, Bioluk, Bentik, the fantasy captain, Edora, and the devourer. Looking at the symbol with the star, Kreutz explained that these people are candidates for the place of the 9 new kings and the symbol of the generational change, and the 4 of them are the leaders of the new clans that threaten the 8 great clans. Looking down, Zonga thought that he had become famous for the Walpurgis Night Massacre, but it was surprising to see Edora here. Imagining the faces of the brother and sister, the main character recalled that the girl had already reached the 42nd floor, because she was inspired by the request to become his wing. Closing his eyes, the protagonist was glad that the girl now had a whole army, named after the castle of the demonic princess. Looking at the interlocutor, the guy asked if these people had been pursuing him since his battle with Bentik, to which he received a positive answer. Smiling, Kreutz offered to accompany the necromancer and provide assistance in case of interference in the battle. Exhaling the air from his lungs, the young man thought that it would be easier for him alone, but if they managed to eliminate all obstacles on the way, it would be much easier. Standing in the middle of the circular room, the young man realized that this was not just a war between him and Bentik, for now all the attention of the tower was riveted on their battle. Opening his mouth, Capital heard that the greedy devil was willing to accept the offer on only one condition. Spreading his wings, Jongwoo asked to keep the rest of the order away from him. Covering his face with his hands, the knight heard the words that the main character would not adapt to his rhythm. The warrior looked up in surprise. The man, sweating, realized that he would have to summon his dragon and fly for quite a long time. I could see the castle on the precipice of the hill. Outside the door, words were heard that Ted was dead, the lone warrior was very close, and the commander was not even going to leave. Lowering his gaze, Jean listened to the words that the situation was getting quite interesting. Looking from under his brow, the guy thought that their enemy was much more dangerous than he expected. Looking at Elaine, the assistant noticed that not only did she not grieve the death of her brother, but she found it amusing. Turning his head, the deputy said that several days had passed, but it was not clear when their commander would be released. Putting her hand on her thigh, the lady told her that the lone warrior and Triton were going to attack. Stepping forward, the lady said that it was really depressing, because in such a situation there was nothing to expect. The young man squinted his gaze. A moment later, Elaine's face lit up with a bright light. The girl moved away from the door. Opening his mouth, the boy added that he could not convey it. Looking at the large door, the young man said that everything indicated that the commander was making some kind of connection with Poseidon, so if they got closer, they might die. Starting to tremble, the woman asked what this connection was. Jean looked back, and then concluded that until the commander came out, the 2 of them would have to hold off the intruders. Jingwoo flew up to the castle. Looking ahead, the main character thought about the fact that Bentik himself made him come here. Looking at the golden barrier, the protagonist was surprised that this shield had such immense power. Imagining his enemy, the guy could not understand what he was going to do. The apostle looked before him. Jongwoo appeared in the sky, and it was clear that the preparations for the attack on the nude had been completed, but before entering, it was necessary to assess the situation. The face of the main character appeared. The protagonist held a sword in his hand against a background of soldiers and mages, making it clear that 2 groups had formed behind him. There were mages who used the spell, and it was known that the first group were those who were watching him, and as soon as he began to attack, the team would immediately join the battle. Looking ahead, the guy thought that so many people would definitely cause chaos here, adding that if they didn't interfere with him, he would allow them to be part of this game, his pawns on the board. The yellow eyes of the young man appeared. Below stood the second group of Kreutz's allies. Waving his hand, the man promised not to interfere in the fight without permission. Glancing down, the man thought that everything was fine so far. Cannons appeared on the walls of the fortress. Inside the buildings, lights were burning, making it clear that there was not a single soldier in them. The master flew in through the open gate. Suddenly, Zhongwu lowered his head. The main character landed on the ground. There was a look of dislike on Jin's face, making it clear that he was the one who took the wounded Bentik. A memory arose of how the assistant held the chief. The guy's feet stood on the stone, turning to the greedy demon. Without showing emotion, the interlocutor asked if he could stop the fight right here and now. In turn, the protagonist replied that it was they who attacked his ship. In the end, the enemy sincerely apologized for this, adding that if necessary, they would compensate for the damage. Holding a sword in his hand, the young man said that it was very noble, suggesting that he had simply exhausted his combat strength. Grinning, the young man said that it was even logical, because behind his back there were also those who were targeting Triton, adding that he was now in a rather difficult situation. A yellow eye appeared, and it became clear that the man needed only Bentik's head. Gesticulating, the opponent said that this was sad, adding that Poseidon would surely fall into a rage, continuing that it would be the same Poseidon who was already constantly angry with him. Swinging his sword, the master said that in this case, they had nothing to talk about. In turn, the enemy replied that it meant that everything was over, adding that he understood everything. Taking out two blades, the young man said that in this case, they would also begin to fight with all their might. Zhongwu's face showed surprise. Bone monsters began to burst out of the ground, making it clear that, as expected, people had prepared an ambush, because they probably wanted to finish off everyone who was following the main character with one blow. A leg appeared on the man's neck. There was an explosion, making it clear that it was still very strange. Fire emanated from the sword. In turn, the protagonist thought that in Orion there are no legends that someone has power over monsters. There were no eyes on the enemy's face. Suddenly the enemy appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought about teleportation. The man was above the monster. There was a blow. The monster was in the center of the settlement. A blade appeared. Holding back the creature's jaws, the master thought that he had realized that this power was beyond the control of the genie or Orion, adding that this power was the daughter of Poseidon, the mistress of all the monsters in the world, suggesting that the one who was now attacking him was an adept who had taken her form. The monster's eyes were blue. Holding blades in his hands, the enemy announced that it was time for the greedy demon to die. Making a serious expression, the man used an ability called Tsunami Strike. A ball filled with different energy appeared. The young man flew upward on fiery wings. A fiery sword appeared. The monster was engulfed in flames. The opponent was thrown back. With a stunned face, the boy asked how this was possible, adding that when he fought the captain, it seemed that the greedy demon had already used all his strength, so he and Elaine thought that in tandem they had a chance to defeat him, assuming that during this time he had grown so much that he was beyond all expectations. The master wiped his mouth with his hand. Zhongwu towered over the enemy. A blue eye appeared in the sky. Shock appeared on the man's face, thinking that he thought that his heart was about to stop, asking if it was the same feeling, asking what kind of look it was, asking who the owner of these eyes was. Furrowing his eyebrows, the opponent looked away. Looking up in horror, the villain ordered something not to approach. The main character was against the background of a huge eye. Smiling, the protagonist thought that she was so frightened that she even lost the ability to change her appearance, adding that the difference in strength between her and the creature is clearly felt, as befits an adept of the king of monsters. Holding the sword in his hand, the young man said that it was good, adding that it was necessary to finish the matter before she woke up. A leg appeared. There was fear on the girl's face. The lady's head fell from her shoulders. The bandaged man kicked. The head landed on the ground. Making a surprised expression on his face, the guy said that this could not be. Her friend's body was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the man looked up, making it clear that this was a signal for an attack. People moved into battle, climbing over the wall of the castle. Grinning, the gentleman asked who would be next. A shadow appeared on the stone floor. The man's legs were tightened by the darkness. Looking down, the man said that he was very annoying to him. Zhongwu, flying on fiery wings, watched what was happening. Without showing emotion, the protagonist thought that the bandages were imbued with an aura, adding that not only did he attack Elaine, taking advantage of this, but he also used them as swords, continuing that he was called Faceless, assuming that he was one of the people who chased him, saying that he did not even flinch, seeing his gaze from the underworld. Without showing his face, the man said that that look was also the work of the guy, adding that he would deal with the young man first. The man's leg appeared. The villain suddenly jumped. People's faces were close to each other. Looking at the portal, the master announced that someone was approaching. A leg appeared. Without showing his face, the creature said that his name was Renault, adding that at this moment he was bringing misfortune upon all of them. The old man made an arrogant face. The hand pointed the direction of the spells. A lot of magic circles appeared. The man turned. Looking ahead, the master thought that this was somewhat similar to accidentally shooting Yongwu, adding that they looked like ordinary magic circles, but there were many of them, and they were also enhanced, suggesting that no matter who that circle hit, the old man would win anyway. Spells began to emit from the circles. The dragon flew over the red magic. Knitting his eyebrows, the man thought about the fact that of course he had said that he would not interfere. However, given all the chaos that was going on, the commander's order was more important now. The man was holding the reins. Swinging his blade, the knight used a skill called the sacred sword Zulfikar. A multitude of swords flew at the villain. The mage repelled the attack. The swords flew straight into the ground. A leg appeared. His hands were on the ground. His hand gripped the sword tightly. With a furious face, the enemy shouted that they were swarming around like rats and dared to ignore him. The man was filled with blue energy, and it was clear that the apostle was calling out to Orion. A blue light appeared from the eyes of the enemy, making it clear that Orion had descended on the body of the apostle. The guy's hair became white. He had 2 blades in his hands. The man went on the attack. Waves appeared. Zhongwu looked at everything from the outside. The main character held a sword in his hand. Knitting his eyebrows, the knight asked how he could have created such a huge wave, adding that the protagonist should be careful. There was no emotion on the guy's face. Gray waves appeared. The man closed his eyes, using a time warp, and it became clear that as soon as those so-called star rookies got together, some kind of chaos immediately ensued, so it was quite obvious that Bentique had some reason not to show up for the fight, and those guys seemed to know about it, judging by the way they ran around like crazy. The enemy appeared, making it clear that the apostle and the vice-commander of the fantasy regiment had both unleashed their true power, and on top of that, the 6-star rookies, including Zhongwu, appeared in the same place. The protagonist looked away, thinking that in a way this was a great opportunity, adding that he would test what they were capable of, here and now, continuing that he would test what he himself was capable of. A watch appeared, sinking in the water. The protagonist flew on fiery wings, thinking that, thanks to all the experience he had gained, he could look into the future for 5 seconds, declaring that he would see as much as he could, and draw conclusions, saying that he would then target the place where all his forces would concentrate and strike. The face of a masked guy appeared. The yellow eye of the young man appeared. A dark crevice appeared. A powerful blow rang out. Nothing could be seen because of the dust. A chain was visible on his leg. Holding a sword in his hand, Zhongwu said that things had turned out a little differently than he had thought. The knight leaned on the blade with his hands. Looking ahead, the man thought that he had expected this, adding that Cain himself had ordered them to be delivered with honors, because he had his own reasons for this. The main character appeared. After blocking the attack, the soldier told him to be careful, thinking that even he was confused by such an unexpected blow, adding that he did not even flinch, calmly accepting it, suggesting that all these monstrous attacks could wipe everything off the face of the earth at once, saying that perhaps he did not need to worry from the very beginning, for although he occupies the lowest step among the 6 saints, he stands at their forefront, saying that, thanks to his quick intervention, his wounds have become less terrible for him. The man looked ahead. The sword stuck in the ground. A barrier surrounding the knight appeared. Bloody hands held on to the sword. Blood suddenly disappeared from his hands. The old man, without showing his face, began to cough. Blood appeared from the Magus's mouth, and it became clear that his internal injuries were quite serious, because the dozens of spells cast for complete capture had been destroyed due to the explosion, and the punishment for this had increased many times over. A lot of red circles appeared. There was a huge eye above the master, and it was clear that eye was pressing on the man's soul from the very beginning. Fear appeared on the villain's face, saying that these were not just shackles of the soul, adding that because of that look, his black spells and magic were confused, asking who he was. Without showing his eyes, the wizard said that he would probably back down, adding that he would continue to perform later. Suddenly his hands tore a sheet of paper. A portal appeared behind Zhong. A bandaged leg of a man appeared, saying that if that was all, he was satisfied. Raising his hand, the villain said that, to be honest, he had come to crush the patriarch to dust, asking him to finish the job for him if that explosion was done by the main character. The blue eye of the opponent appeared. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows. Sitting down on his feet, the man said that if he continued to grow with the same vigor, he would return for him one day, adding that until that moment he would remember the devourer. Suddenly there was a jump upwards. Making a serious face, the guy thought about what had just happened, noting that the tone and character had changed at once, as if many personalities or souls were gathered in one body, continuing that his attacks had caused almost no harm, making it clear that he knew all the weaknesses and dodged it all, saying that even the possession of the aura is at its best, so you should be more careful. The enemy made his way through the battlefield. Turning around, the young man thought that this was not something to be distracted by now, because the most important thing at the moment was Jean. The man looked ahead. The enemy leaned on the rocks with his back. Blood was coming from the opponent's mouth, and it became clear that he was almost dead, because having received such power directly, his body could not withstand it. Looking at the soldiers running out, the master asked if anyone else had survived, continuing that he should finish before they caused him even more trouble. Suddenly, the hand was on the face of the opponent. In turn, the guy said that the demon would think that he had won, because as long as he existed, Zhongwu would never be able to destroy Triton. A ruined fortress appeared. The main character looked down. His hand was on the young man's face. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist said that extraneous noise was very tiring, ordering his opponent to simply die. The body of the enemy appeared surrounded by blood. The villain knitted his eyebrows, asking for the master to stay alive. The guy was holding a sword in his hands. Making an angry face, the guy said that he was surprisingly loyal, although he served a traitor. Holding swords in their hands, the soldiers asked how a greedy demon could go against his master. The blade was near the man's neck. The knight smirked and asked why he didn't leave it to him, and the knightly order of illusions, adding that he had another opponent. Without showing his face, the young man agreed, thinking that it seemed to him that he had severe wounds, but that he had already recovered, continuing that, in this case, everything remained on him. The master turned. Jongwoo headed into the building. Standing in front of the door, Zonga thought that this was the Temple of Poseidon, suggesting that this was where Bentik should be. Looking up, the main character said that a steel door of this size is oppressive by its very appearance, adding that it is not only about its size. As the essence crept through the door, it became clear that an unknown voice was taking over the mind, causing it to fall into a state of stunning. Raising his head, the protagonist heard a voice that said that he should submit and bow. In the eyes of the guy, you could see the seriousness of intentions. A yellow essence appeared, making it clear that an unknown force was still trying to take possession of the young man, but there was a slight and unmistakable trace of Bentik's energy. The man began to open the gates, thinking about what was happening here. The opponent was sitting on the pedestal. Raising his hand, the villain said that he was waiting for a greedy demon. Looking ahead, the master asked what he had done. The opponent's hand appeared. Raising his blue hand, the enemy stated that it was a gift from his god, asking if it was cool. Jongwoo thought that it was a divine relic, suggesting that it was something completely different. Without showing emotion, the main character said that this was the pure essence of divine power. In turn, the villain replied that he guessed, adding that Poseidon, unable to restore the lost arm, simply gave him part of his divine essence, continuing that he did not even understand what he was taking. A blue god appeared. The man knitted his eyebrows, looking at his hand. The man's face showed surprise. A blue light emanated from his hand. His opponent's face was flooded with water, making it clear that he had almost become a part of Poseidon, his servant and pawn. Drops of water appeared on the blue background, and Poseidon said in turn that his servant would not be able to resist the king of the dead, adding that he should allow him to take possession of his body, because in the pantheon he ruled, his soul would take its rightful place. Water appeared on the man's face. The enemy gritted his teeth, shouting that he should go to hell with his delirium, saying that he had managed to avoid complete submission, but this hand was waiting for the moment to absorb him, so it was only by suppressing the divine power that he was able to stop its corrosive effect, but at the cost of this, he had lost too much. A building appeared. Without showing his face, the captain stated that his loyal comrades had died and his body had been chained by divine power, adding that he could no longer leave the sanctum, continuing to say that now that he had remained here, he was helplessly watching everything that was happening. Grinning, the enemy asked if it was better than being a dog on a chain, asking how much one had to hate mortals to treat one's apostle like this, and wondering if God had not hated them to the core. The guy was standing with his back. Raising his head, the young man thought that Poseidon was one of the supreme gods of Olympus, adding that only now did he understand why such a powerful being was annoyed by the mere sight of him, continuing that it was not about Jongwoo or his ties with Bentik, because this was all just the tip of the iceberg. Taking out his sword, the man said that it was so, because his hatred towards him was too strong to be called ordinary, thinking that it was more like a reaction under the influence of fear disguised as aggression, suggesting that the god had been afraid from the beginning that he would wield the power of death, the power of the king of darkness. A leg in shackles appeared. The master went on the attack. A strong blow appeared. Near Zonga there was fire and water. The opponent raised his hand. Suddenly, a blue light appeared from the man's hand. Multiple attacks rang out. Fire appeared in front of the villain's face. There was a blow. The shot is blocked. The opponent's cheek was cut, and it became clear that the real battle should look like this. In turn, the enemy declared that he, exhausted by the battles and the inability to recover because of Poseidon, against a monster that grows by leaps and bounds, saying that the result is obvious. But this is the pleasure, because it is better to meet death like a king, than vegetate like a chained dog. Jongwoo's face was stunned as he thought about what else it was. The main character was suddenly thrown aside. There was a bang against the wall. The protagonist stood with a sword in his hand. Lowering his head, the young man thought that he had discovered a pent-up divine power, which meant that he had staked everything on the line in this battle. The guy flew on fiery wings. Looking up, the soldier stated that the greedy demon was at the top. Looking around, people were looking for their captain. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appeared. Holding a spear in his hand, the opponent asked what the young people were surprised at. Smirking, the guy asked about how they really didn't know that Poseidon had been playing with him all this time, adding that this was the result, continuing about how despite everything, he always won this righteous victory, asking if it wasn't so. In turn, the soldiers stated that the captain always wins. In turn, the enemy asked who he was, and in the end, people declared that he was the fallen king of Bentik. The warriors looked up. The knight, without showing his face, thought that he was only raising morale, which meant that they should be ready for battle. With a snap of his finger, the opponent said that it was wonderful, saying that all who believed in the king's victory should listen to him. The villain's serious face appeared, telling the people to run and gain strength until he found them again. People rushed into the scattering room. Knitting his eyebrows, the knight thought about what he was up to. Standing on the rock, the captain said that the commander of the knights did not understand what was going on and looked like a complete fool, adding that he did not understand either, suggesting that he had such a stupid expression on his face under the mask, saying that it was easy to imagine. Joan looked surprised to think that Joan was talking like he knew what he looked like, suggesting that he had seen his real face at the time. A piece of the mask broke off. Holding onto the mask, the main character said that he was just trying to save his subordinates. Smiling, the enemy declared that he clearly underestimated him, adding that even on pain of death, he would not allow anyone to see his defeat, because he, having taken responsibility, must remain in their hearts as an eternal winner. Raising his head, the opponent said that even more so, there was a greedy demon in front of him, adding that he had no right to defeat. The captain stood in the ruins of the fortress. Looking down, the guy thought that he, having deliberately mentioned the girl, was talking as if he knew who he was, but it was not so important, because now the main thing was to determine the winner. The blade began to burn. In his hand was a blue spear. People began an attack. Ruins appeared in the water. A series of blows rang out. The man swung his sword, thinking that he had struck the killing blow 15 times. Behind Zhong, wings could be seen. The protagonist looked at his opponent, thinking that if he added the poison that flowed through his veins, he should have already died 20 times. But he blocked him with divine power and restored his body. Smiling, the villain asked that this was all he was capable of. Making a serious face, the protagonist thought about how his body had almost completely become ethereal, adding that the more he released divine power, the faster he was corroded from the inside, suggesting that this was his limit. The guy went on the attack. Approaching the enemy, the man declared that in this battle the victory would be his. There was an attack directly on the enemy. Looking at the sword, the captain stated that Poseidon was right, adding that even if he was in perfect condition, he would not be able to defeat him, continuing that the strong devour the weak. After all, this is the law of nature, so such an outcome does not particularly infuriate him. The blue hand began to tremble. The palm was close to the opponent's face. The hand began to move away. The man began to fall down. Holding the blade in his hands, the player thought that the poison would have spread throughout his body, adding that he would have lost consciousness long ago, realizing that it was time to end it. Jongwoo was flying down. The main character looked down. Without showing his face, the villain fell down, and it was clear that Poseidon asked the apostle for his permission, and he was silent. The essence of water appeared, making it clear that Poseidon had possessed the man's body, so the power of heaven activated through the victim ignores cause and effect and fully materializes. Lowering his head, the protagonist realized that the god had appeared, adding that he was sure that he would find a way to intervene, but he did not think about returning with such force, suggesting that he used the deaths of his apostles and followers as a sacrifice. A fight appeared. The man was lying dead on the ground, and it was obvious that Poseidon was much worse than the guy had imagined, because even the death of his followers was used to his advantage. The young man looked down, holding a sword in his hand. Spreading his hands, the god said that they had finally met. Without showing his face, the master said that he seemed glad to see him, since he had even prepared a gift. Knitting his eyebrows, Poseidon asked what he had said. Red energy appeared near the man. The blood essence was near the hero's face. Looking ahead, the god asked what was going on, and in turn, Zhongwu ordered him to take a sip. The sword was filled with dark energy, and it was clear that a large number of particles of pure divine power had been obtained, so the initiation of a new form of awakening began, and the demonic dragon form was activated, with a current awakening rate of 3%. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that Poseidon was a psycho, because he abandoned his apostles and followers, adding that such a decision is not taken lightly, suggesting that he is very afraid of the power of the Lord of Darkness, continuing that this is a power that can make even an entity of the level of the Supreme God nervous, so he should all the more so take possession of that power. Grabbing his opponent by the throat, the god ordered him to let him go. In turn, the protagonist thought that the god had begun to masterfully control the body, so the speed of his possession was increasing, adding that he wanted to complete the possession before he had time to wake up, saying that if he missed such a chance, he would die, then one vampire's sword would not do. A glow appeared between the beings, and it was clear that the divine power was beginning to actively interact, so the god's power was revealed. Holding on to the blade, the young man said that he did not have a god to serve, and he did not know how to use divine power, but this was how he could use it. The golden essence appeared, making it clear that the divine energy was being concentrated through a channel with higher beings, so the channel of communication with Athena, Hermes, Azrael, and Chaos was strengthened. The silhouette of the goddess appeared. Hermes was wearing a strange hat. Azrael appeared. Chaos glowed golden. Smiling, the man said that in this state it seemed as if he himself had become an apostle ready to enter God, adding that he clearly felt the views and will of those who wanted to be near him, and went on to say that he really felt that someone was near him. Smiling, the god declared that he often performed miracles that happened once in a millennium. Looking away, Poseidon asked how he dared to try to destroy his plans. Hermes appeared, asking that perhaps he had not yet fully mastered that body, but that he should have already begun to use the language, adding that it was he who was foiling the plans, and asked whether he knew that he was watching the child closely. Looking ahead, the god said that the man wanted to take the insanely dangerous power for himself, saying that he himself knew why they were doing it. Putting his hand on Jung's face, Hermes declared that he was simply bending his line. Athena appeared, saying that they would act in their own way. The gods looked ahead, hearing that without Zeus they were completely insane. Knitting his eyebrows, the god said that he wanted to see what they were capable of. A dark sky appeared. Lightning struck the water. A whirlwind appeared. Looking up, the main character thought that it seemed that a little more and he would simply collapse exhausted, but he could not give up. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist stated that he could not miss such an opportunity. Holding the man by the shoulder, Hermes stated that, unfortunately, it was not in his power to do more, because it was just possessing his body without a basic physical form, adding that as Hercules overcame his trials, he too would become stronger after going through it, continuing that he believed in him. Placing her hand on the other shoulder, the girl told him not to give up, and it became clear that the bloodthirsty heart was temporarily strengthened, and the awakening rate was 52%. Suddenly, a stranger in yellow colors appeared, and it became clear that the other gods and demons who had been watching the actions of the two gods were beginning to show interest, so all the gods who possessed the aspect called death joined in. A lot of spectators appeared. All the demons possessing the aspect called death also took their places. A multitude of creatures appeared, and it was clear that Poseidon would not be able to cope with such a horde of gods and demons. A message from Agars appeared, in which there was indignation at the fact that he was not invited again. Turning around, Shomur thought that no matter how strong Agars was, even Agars wouldn't dare to start doing anything here, which was full of gods and demons. A powerful demonic energy appeared, making it clear that the opening of the Mark of Darkness had begun. The demon's dark hair appeared, saying that the main character was his property. Making an angry face, the creature said that the old man should not dare to touch him. In turn, Poseidon pronounced the name of the interlocutor. The hand was next to the god's body. Looking at the sword sticking out of his chest, the man said that he could not move, ordering him to let go. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he would not allow him to escape. A hand grabbed Poseidon by the neck. The hand began to clench. Without showing his face, the demon asked how many times he had said that the guy belonged to him, asking how he dared to ignore his words, adding that everyone behind him should listen, that he didn't care what they were doing among themselves. Making an angry face, the man said that the guy was exclusively him, ordering him to remember him once and for all. Knitting his eyebrows, the god said that he was crazy. A lot of wings appeared. The essence of water appeared against the background of the rain. The water was going to the man's hand, making it clear that numerous shards of divine power had been obtained, and the current probability of awakening was 91%. The young man closed his eyes as his body rearranged according to the proportions of the dragon, demon, and divine powers. A lot of creatures stood next to the guy, thinking that this battle was coming to an end, adding that he should send them back, because he was already tired. Without showing his face, the man began to laugh. Smiling, the demon said that he was crazy, adding that it was very unusual, continuing that he had gone mad because he wanted to. Suddenly, the monster's head turned, declaring that the man should not dare to die, saying that he was his property, which meant that he had no right to die or lose to anyone, continuing that even if his soul went to the afterlife, he would chase him to the end and tear him apart, asking whether he understood him. The hand pointed at the guy. Furrowing his eyebrows, Jongwoo told him to go to hell. A dark feather appeared, signaling that the communication channel with Agars had been completed, and all divine power marks used in the communication channel had been returned. Golden silhouettes appeared. Smiling, Hermes announced that everyone had left, suggesting that it was their turn. Closing his eyes, the god said that he had done a great job. The hand was on the head of the protagonist, and it was clear that the communication channel with Hermes had been completed. The creatures looked away. Athena appeared. In turn, the protagonist thought that he was seeing her for the first time, but given how influential she was, he expected to see a much colder goddess, adding that, oddly enough, she evokes associations with something kind and caring, because even in her gaze you can feel the warmth that she has gave. The goddess did not show her face. Looking ahead, the guy said that he wanted to ask a question, asking why she continued to help him, continuing about the Aegis, saying that if you think about it, it was a thing that he could not possibly get, but ended up with him, adding about the time she protected them from Agars, asking about that it was because of the King of Darkness. A picture with a girl appeared. There was no emotion on Athena's face. Looking ahead, the young man thought that such behavior, especially from such a benevolent being, was tantamount to answering what she could not say, assuming that the King of Darkness was connected with Athena or even with Olympus. In turn, the lady declared that when he went up to the floor where she was now, then she would tell everything, having said that he should strive for the top, then he will find the answers. The man was flying on blue wings, and it was clear that the communication channel with Athena had been completed. Spreading his hands, the creature asked what he was trying to figure out who he was, adding that if this was the case, one could be sure that all guesses were wrong, since he was not someone who could be associated with a group of gods, continuing not to try, relying on the limited knowledge of a mortal, to comprehend a being who was primordial and embodying the very essence of existence. Showing a red eye, the monster stated that instead, one should be grateful for the connection with him, giving advice that one should follow as the messenger of death itself, continuing that becoming his apostle means accepting his will, offering to take his hand. There was a red energy in his hand, signaling that Azrael was once again inviting him to accept the apostleship. Jongwoo looked at his palm, his hand stretched forward. There was a wave of his hand. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he refused, thinking that, no matter how interesting he was to learn about the King of Darkness, becoming an apostle of Azrael was excessive. Without showing his face, the god said that the same thing had happened again, adding that he was sorry. A hand appeared from the portal. Looking away, the protagonist thought that everyone had really left, adding that even in the neighborhood nothing was heard. The guy's face showed fatigue. Falling down, the young man thought that now he could finally take a break. The familiar, picking up the master, said that even unconscious, his body was trying to wake up the master. Holding the man in his arms, the assistant said that not only did he do this, but he also called on all the gods, adding that this was not the owner, but some kind of miracle. The undead guarded the place where the player was resting. Violet energy appeared. Jongwoo was sitting near the rock. The handcuffs were filled with red energy. Suddenly a shawl appeared. Holding a scythe in his hand, Azrael said that he was a fool, asking why he was rejecting his fate. Making a serious face, the god said that if he was so blind that he did not notice the obvious, he probably would not understand the plan of the great man either, asking why he chose him, the mortal, and not a man. But it does not matter, because as a servant he himself will direct him to the right path, making it clear that for this he is ready to ignore cause and effect relationships. The administration of the tower and even all the other gods and demons. A red background appeared. The hand was near Jongwoo's head, indicating that Azrael was trying to force the player to be his apostle. So many gods and demons were furious. Suddenly, the eye of the main character appeared. The protagonist grabbed the god's hand. Azrael's face showed surprise, asking how this was possible. Looking ahead, something said that he was going to interrupt his merriment by calling his interlocutor a miserable nonentity. Fear was visible in the man's eyes, asking for forgiveness, adding that he dared to make a mistake and did not recognize it. The legs of the creatures appeared. The guy's face was serious, ordering him to shut up. A hand grabbed the god. Golden chains came from the back of the monster. The young man struck the god in the stomach. Making a worried face, the man thought that this thread led to his true body on the 98th floor. The man reached for the golden threads. Suddenly the player grabbed the chains. Showing a red eye, Jongwoo ordered the nonentity to disappear. An explosion rang out in his hand. God, beginning to disappear, asked forgiveness for his mistake. The face of the main character appeared. Looking away, the protagonist said that with just one movement of his hand, he had destroyed everything that could have meant his existence, adding that he was a pathetic creature. The guy's gaze darted down. There were shackles on his leg. Suddenly, the shackles disappeared, making it clear that the conditions for capture had been met, and the seal of the Black King had been broken. Sitting down near the stones, the young man thought that he was not completely useless after all, and asked if he should have a good time again. A cave appeared. A purple barrier appeared. The soldiers looked in different directions. Suddenly, something caught the assistant's attention. Looking up, the man asked if anything had happened while he was sleeping, adding that maybe someone had come, or that something had happened to his body. Looking ahead, the monster stated that they had carefully guarded this place, so no outsider had come here. Glancing up, the player asked what Rebecca would say. Looking down, Zonga thought about how even Rebecca says she doesn't know anything, asking what is going on then, since he doesn't feel a connection with Azrael at all, going on to say that this is not all, since even the third heavenly good that he gave away has disappeared. The main character looked out the window of the system. Looking at the system's messages, it became clear to the protagonist that there was no need to worry about this. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man thought that the gods and demons who had been watching him as he slept knew something that he did not know, asking what they had seen, or maybe he had missed something. The guy, looking to the side, asked if it might be worth checking the messages while he was unconscious. His hand reached for the window of the system. A look of surprise appeared on the man's face, asking why the Black King's seal of sorrow had been lifted, saying that it seemed that he could only try to gather more information. The player clicked on the messages of the system, and it became clear that in the past, due to powerlessness in front of the great king who ruled death and darkness, everyone lived in constant fear and terror. In the end, they betrayed him and imprisoned him in the depths of darkness. But the Black King, full of rage and feelings of betrayal, poured out his anger for centuries. Because of this, his 3 shackles changed and became an extension of his will. Therefore, shackles embodied the soul of the dead. The handcuffs themselves had the power of death, and chains implied darkness, becoming an instrument of his vengeful thoughts. A dark mist appeared, and it was clear that that artifact was unique, because there was only one copy of it on the entire tower, and it was completely tied to its owner, so transfer or exchange was impossible. But some functions of the item were sealed, and in order to unlock them, you had to meet certain conditions or have the appropriate rights. The young man's eyes were stunned as he thought about the fact that the limit on souls in the collection had increased from 5,000 to 20,000, and the dark energy had increased to the level of a black curse, adding that if it was mixed with the black aura, the attacks would become incredibly dangerous. Holding his hand to his chin, Shongwu asked about the spirit of the second heaven, adding that the description of the possibility of monsters evolving into something of a higher level immediately caught the eye, suggesting that it meant that he would be able to raise the level of his beings who had already reached the limit even higher, asking if it was possible for everything to coincide so well. A lot of skeletons appeared. There were handcuffs on his hand. The chain was on the body of the protagonist, and it became clear that as soon as Azrael disappeared, his abilities were replaced by a sealed artifact, and immediately in an improved form, because even the name hints that it has already evolved. The protagonist looked out the windows of the system. Chains appeared, making it clear that the object had somehow swallowed Azrael. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Looking down, the man stated that this was simply impossible, thinking that there was an artifact that could absorb deities, suggesting that the tower would never allow such a thing to exist, and asking what had really happened. The young man held his hand to his face. A palace appeared. The water was coming up to the shore. The Temple of Poseidon, which is located on the 98th floor, arose. Sitting on the throne, the god said that those fools had chosen for themselves whom to protect, without understanding the consequences. Showing a face full of rage, the man asked how they could do such a thing to become immortals, adding that even if his nephews aside, all the other gods and demons who feed on death, they knew that the power of that player would one day become a threat to all of them, and they still sat idly by. A multitude of creatures appeared. Without showing his face, the god thought that no matter what they were up to, he could no longer allow that mortal to run rampant, adding that he had to stop him without the help of Zeus and Hades. Poseidon walked straight. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man ordered the messengers to be sent to Hera, Demeter, and Hestia. Looking ahead, the god ordered them to let them know that Poseidon urgently wanted to talk to them. Jongwoo was sitting by the stone. Looking down, the main character realized that continuing to rack his brains over this is a waste of time, because no matter how Azrael disappeared, he became stronger, and this is the main thing, adding that, moreover, it is even good that he disappeared, because he was too suspicious and annoying. Looking out the window of the system, the protagonist thought that he wanted to test a new skill, which is called the Reaper Summoner. Looking at the soldiers, the boy said that until now he could only call upon those souls that he had gathered as followers, but he could summon those while they were dead and in the afterlife. The undead looked at each other. His hand reached for the system. Looking ahead, the man thought that perhaps he could make a deal or ask for advice in exchange for their powers. Gray smoke appeared, indicating that the skill called Summoner Reaper had been activated, asking who he wished to summon. Knitting his eyebrows, the player replied about Bentik. A vortex of dark energy appeared. Darkness was against a background of stone. The master's face showed surprise, realizing that the summoning had failed, because the target could not be found. Putting on a serious face, Jongwoo thought that his soul was in the wrong world. In other words, his soul had never reached the afterlife, suggesting that it had been completely absorbed by Poseidon during the condescension, adding that if the summoned person was not in the afterlife, then he could not respond to the call. There was a blade in the captain's chest. A red amulet appeared, making it clear that he wanted to summon Lana. Darkness appeared. A heel appeared. The girl's face was dull as she asked who he was. The young man looked ahead. The man raised his hand with a mask. The lady did not show her face. Suddenly the lady opened her eyes wide. Two brothers appeared. Miss clenched her teeth tightly. Starting to weep, the girl asked that he was really alive, suggesting that therefore they could not find him here. The lady did not show her face. The warrior, hugging the player, said that she was very happy. Hugging Zongu, the lady asked that he must have been scared and lonely. Miss sobbed on the shoulder of the main character. The warrior began to disappear. Suddenly the sky appeared. Wiping away her tears, the girl said that she had shown herself from the stupid side. Making a serious expression, the lady asked about the fact that the same was not Youngwoo, assuming that he was the boy's twin brother. After bowing, the protagonist announced that his name was Junu. With a grin, the lady said that since he had summoned her here, they seemed to have something to discuss, asking if he had anything to drink. The mug hit the wooden table. Smiling, the lady said that she had missed it for a long time. In turn, the guy thought that apparently souls can also drink. People were sitting at the table. Washing the dishes, the elf asked why he felt so strange. Smoke was coming from the girl, and it was clear that at first the young man began to explain what had happened to him over the past years, but gradually the subject changed, and then Lana talked about his brother, and he ended up just sitting and listening to her stories, and it didn't matter to him at all that she was the only one who said, because he felt how much she loved and cherished his brother. The master held a mug in his hand. The warrior began to smile, saying that she had not had such pleasant conversations for a long time. The mugs were on the table. Looking at how her body evaporated, the lady realized that it was time for her to leave. In turn, Zhongwu said that he would call her again next time. In the end, the lady said that before they parted, he should give her the necklace for a second. The amulet was around the man's neck. The artifact was in the hand of the spirit. A wave appeared. The lady used magic. Suddenly, the amulet began to shine blue, and it became clear that the sudden task called Kito's anger had been completed. In turn, the girl stated that in short, she had slightly changed the thing to fit her needs, adding that it seemed that her god liked it, since he had granted it powers equal to those of the apostles, so there was no need to rush. The main character was looking at the amulet. Bowing, the protagonist thanked the lady. In turn, the warrior said that even though he had good artifacts, he should not be conceited, adding that from now on he should be on the alert, because the tower is full of evil and meanness. In the end, the guy thought that now, when she reminds him of this, he really looks like a real teacher. Without showing her face, the lady said that she had a question before she left, asking what the end of Bentica had been. The young man looked ahead, answering that he was smiling. The captain's face appeared. With a grin, the miss replied that she understood it, because it was very much like it. A smile appeared on the spirit's face. The wind blew. The man watched as the girl disappeared. There was no emotion on the player's face. An amulet appeared. A watch appeared in Zhong's hands. Closing his eyes, the main character said that he had not only people in this tower who abandoned and betrayed their brother, but also those who remember and miss him. A whirlwind of darkness appeared before the man. Dark essences appeared. Without changing his expression, the protagonist ordered Jung to come forward. Standing near the entrance to the cave, the protagonist ordered his brother to appear. Surprise appeared on the guy's face, and it became clear that it was impossible to find an object for summoning. On the young man's face, one could read anger as he uttered the summoning of the wing of heaven. Looking at his watch, the man asked why this was happening, asking why he could not summon a man. Her hand clutched her watch. Knitting his eyebrows, the master ordered him to be brought to him immediately. Suddenly the player looked away. Raising his head, Zhongwu asked that they had been watching him all this time, which meant that they knew something, because having said that they were gods, it meant that they should know everything, declaring that they should tell him everything they knew. Without showing his face, the main character spoke about the payment, adding that if they wanted him to become an apostle, he would do it, adding that they should say at least something. The protagonist looked back. The guy's head turned. The young man gritted his teeth as he stared at the window of the system, and it was clear that Hermes was watching him. Yadina was looking at him with regret, and Agars was silent. A gloomy forest appeared, and it was clear that the conditions for summoning had been met, and everything had been done correctly. Making a serious face, the man thought that if the messenger's summoning did not work, there could be only two reasons, adding that the first could be that the summoned object was actually alive, but he himself was dealing with Zhongwu's body, so the image of him is still in front of his eyes, continuing that it is out of the question, saying that the second reason may be the disappearance of the soul, saying that, judging by the diary, Yongwu did not survive what happened to Bentic, so this option also disappears. The foreman appeared on the shore. The captain was in a shattered mirror. Shielding his face with his hand, the player thought that if none of them fit, what was the matter? The warrior opened his eyes wide, and it became clear that the ability called Cold Mind had preserved his judgment. Turning around, the main character realized that he had almost missed the most important thing, because there is only one option, adding that the soul of his brother could be captured by a higher being or an immortal, continuing that the apostles of gods and demons, dying, become beings predestined for their masters, and continue to live under their wing, that is, there is no longer a need to go to the world of the dead and wait for rebirth. Supposing that the man was in the hands of someone who was able to control souls, white feathers appeared. Yongwu fell down, looking at the many hands. The man was lying in a huge hand. Holding the watch in his hand, the master said that he did not even need to go far, because he himself controlled other people's souls, adding that, it turned out, this was not such an impossible story. A vein appeared on Zhongwu's face, indicating that he was the one who had been betrayed until the very moment of his death, causing him only pain, asking that this would happen again even after his death, adding that he would not allow his soul to suffer in the wrong hands, realizing that he had to find Yongwu right now, saying that his body had been brought to earth by the dragon of Kalitutsa, which was on the 50th floor. So if the dragon was able to do so, he knew something. The silhouette of a creature appeared. Looking at his master, Nemesis stated that he felt that his feelings were unstable, asking what had happened. There was concern on the man's face. The dragon was looking directly at his master. The monster's face appeared, and it became clear that it had told the monster everything that had happened, and it seemed that even she was dumbfounded that she could not find her former master in the world of the dead. The dragon was lying on the ground. A sparkling mirror appeared. Looking down, the protagonist thought that even if he didn't get anything useful in the dragon temple, it would be a waste of time, adding that the main thing now was not to rush, but to focus on clear evidence. In the window of the system, information appeared about the precious mirror of Frisia, which creates a channel with a secret guild merchant called at the table. In turn, the protagonist thought that he would use it for the first time since he signed a sponsorship contract. Light energy appeared from the mirror. Gold chains appeared. Without showing his face, the assistant said that this was not the same client who had not been in touch for the last 150 years, adding that the mirror must have already been covered with dust before he touched it, asking what he owed to such a rare call. A vein appeared on the man's face, thinking that it was that greedy demon again, continuing that even when he was in charge of escorting him, he did not bother to give the news, saying that he, of course, had been promoted to the highest circles thanks to this contract, and this was of course good. But he also dragged all sorts of problems behind him, but he does not call him, saying that during this time he almost died of boredom. Sorting out dull affairs. The man was holding his head. The protagonist looked ahead. Without showing his face, the assistant asked what he wanted, asking if he had any money at all. In turn, the guy mentioned the 3 Cyclops brothers. Shackles appeared on his hand. Showing 3 fingers, the man stated that if he was talking about the 3 Cyclops brothers, he was referring to the gods who created weapons for the gods of Olympus when they fought the Titans, and the young man replied positively, adding that he needed information about them and where they were. Scratching his chin, the interlocutor stated that their guild really had a deep history and a long line of traditions, and they were experienced specialists, adding that he understood that he had high hopes for them, but despite this, it was not easy to find old myths and accurately trace them. Holding out the gold bars, the man asked if it would be suitable as payment. In turn, the assistant stated that they would serve him at the highest level. In turn, the master said that he had heard that the 3 brothers were in the temple of Persephone 200 years ago, adding that it could be useful to start the search. In the end, the man said that this was enough, mentioning that he was indeed the best customer. A dense forest appeared. A man with purple magic appeared, and it was clear that the warrior also needed to obtain information about Hades. Holding a mirror in his hand, the player said that he needed to know if he had a new apostle or if there were strange testimonies about his change and who he was, adding that very recent information would do, noting that the faster they brought the information, the greater the bonus would be. The employee turned into a green spark, asking about the bonus, continuing that in this case, he would be sent immediately. There was a mirror in his hands. Zhongwu put the artifact in his cloak. The protagonist's hand touched the stone, thinking about the fact that the Cyclops messenger was said to have crossed over to the hidden scene of the 30th floor, adding that if this was true, he needed to find him as quickly as possible. Looking at the hand, the protagonist stated that except for the 3 brothers who created weapons for Zeus, Poseidon and Hades, no one can explain the structure of these chains and bracelets. Black chains appeared on his hand. The bracelets flew in space, making it clear that he would find the last part of the set, and wield the power that ruled over death, because then he would be able to get information about Yongwu. The guy's eye appeared. The man was looking up, sitting on a rock. The young man sat in the thicket of the gloomy forest. Suddenly something began to glow. The assistant's foot appeared, asking how the respected client had ever been able to obtain such information. Holding the manuscript in his hands, the man said that even their guild had missed something. In turn, the player asked if they had managed to dig up anything. Showing the documents, the man stated that it was not difficult to find the data, adding that it was much more difficult to put all those pieces of the puzzle together, going on to say that once he figured everything out, it became clear that it could be used even for their purposes. Putting his hand in his cloak, Zhongwu thought that in that case, the other players using the guild name at the table would also be able to gain access. 2 gold bars appeared in the hand of the main character, saying that for the exclusive rights to own information, he would add something else on top. In turn, the interlocutor replied that he would never allow this information to leak. Looking ahead, the man stated that he would give them up only after he received the data, asking what he managed to find out about the monsters. Without showing his face, the assistant asked about the fact that he had mentioned that the 3 brothers had gone to the temple of Persephone 200 years earlier, and the protagonist replied in the affirmative. Showing 8 fingers, the man said that everything was not quite right, because not 200 but 192 years had passed, adding that it was not the brothers themselves who went there, but their messengers. The guy's face was stunned. Standing behind the client, the employee stated that this was noted in the official records of the visitation book, so there could be no doubt about this, asking that the location of the temple was already known, while the young man answered positively, saying that the temple of the goddess was located on the very edge of the 30th floor. Tree leaves appeared. A knight appeared, and it was clear that at the 30th level, after completing the trials, it was possible to choose whether to go further to the 31st floor or try their luck in the hidden location of the 30th, because that hidden location was like the mountain of the 5 elements in the 21st level, because it was a place where players liked to test their strength. A man who was sitting on the edge of the cliff appeared, making it clear that if the mountain was aimed at training sensitivity and consciousness, the hidden location of the 30th level would develop strength of spirit and control over the elements. A purple fire appeared. A wooden house appeared, and it was obvious that at the gate to the underworld, of course, there was a temple of Persephone, the wife of Hades, and in order to get to the hidden location, it was necessary to find that temple on the edge of the 30th level. Clapping his hands, the assistant stated that he knew that there were several barriers in the hidden location, adding that the brothers' messengers at about the 6th barrier fell through the ground. In turn, the player asked that they simply disappeared. In the end, the interlocutor replied that it can be said that they disappeared without a trace, continuing that place is already famous for its accidents, So everything was written off as another tragedy. People in black cloaks appeared. Without showing his eyes, the man said that the last witness who had seen them had said that the messenger of the youngest of the brothers, Arjesh, had been intoxicated, and had spilled the beans about something, saying that they had been called by Hades. A man's face appeared. Jongwoo's hand was next to his face, thinking that Hades was interested in the Cyclops. In turn, the assistant said that since he had given him such an important mission, he decided to dig deeper in this direction, adding that there were practically no records of the god for the past 100 years, because that god had never been particularly interested in earthly life. So the stories about the Cyclops have sunk into oblivion. A man appeared. Smiling, the man asked if he really knew more than he was telling, while the client said that it was clearly not suitable for him to interfere in the affairs of the players. Holding his palm with his hand, the employee said that he would not say anything anyway. In the end, the main character asked what was all they managed to find out about Hades. Showing a piece of paper, the man stated that Hades had disappeared before the Cyclops brothers, adding that this was all that could be found in his personal records, because there were no more clues. Without showing emotion, the protagonist thought that he has been connected with the forces of death all his life, and if Hades, the god of the underworld, has been silent until now, he will have to pay attention to him, suggesting that the man's silence has something to do with the return of the Cyclops. Holding a mirror in his hand, the protagonist stated that he had one more question. In turn, the interlocutor asked what it was. In the end, the guy asked if he managed to find out at least something about the relic of Hades. The silhouette of a man in a helmet appeared. As he began to shake his head, the man said that the god was too secretive, adding that even to track down his messengers, he went on to say that it was almost impossible to find anything about him or his relics. A golden light appeared. Looking ahead, the young man thought that finding the three brothers had now become a priority. The man walked on the ground covered with bones. There was a black chain on his leg. Suddenly, a rider on a dragon appeared. The man, looking down, asked how he was feeling, adding that after they parted, he had not been able to find him, and he was already beginning to worry. Without showing emotion, the master thought that he had already forgotten about the three guys from the Illusion Alliance. Landing on the ground, the knight said that if something was wrong, he should be told about it. In turn, the interlocutor said that he was really more stubborn than he seemed. Fiery wings appeared. The player flew into the sky. Looking up, the soldier asked where he was going, adding that he would go with him. Glancing back, the hero thought that he clearly wanted him to meet with the main in his alliance, asking who he was who caused such loyalty in them. The player was flying over the forest. Suddenly, something caught Jongwoo's attention. Persephone's abode appeared, and it became clear that it looked like an ordinary hut, but, indeed, something sacred emanated from it. The creature was looking up. A man appeared. Making a surprised face, the knight said that he did not expect that the messenger of the green shadow would ever appear before him, adding that it was surprising, since he had seen priests, but had never met the apostle. The main character looked ahead. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that on the other hand, everything was logical, because after he dealt with Poseidon, it was not difficult to guess who he would visit next, saying that even Persephone understood everything, continuing that it would be even more convenient for him, because it would take less time. People landed. Without showing emotion, the man said that they were waiting for wanderers. Closing his eyes, the assistant said that the lady personally wanted to meet with Cain, adding that the goddess was waiting for him inside. Surprise appeared on the guy's face. Looking ahead, the young man asked what Persephone wanted to meet in person. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively. In the end, the man thought that it was unexpected, because he thought that she would at most convey a message or reveal herself through the body of the apostle. People were climbing the steps. The knight jumped off the creature. Glancing away, the player asked about the fact that he had come all the way to this point, but decided not to go inside. Raising his hand, the ally said that he would like to, but it seemed that only he received the invitation, adding that he would wait in this place. Making a face full of contempt, the man said that this was so. A room appeared. An iron bucket appeared, and it became clear that this temple was a little different from the usual one, and perhaps it would seem shabby. The head of the creature appeared. Looking to the side, the hero said that he really did not see that in the temple they treated the prey like this. A blue light appeared. A blue ring appeared in front of Jongwoo. A voice came from the sphere that spoke of Rebecca. Turning around, the main character thought that it seemed that the atmosphere of the temple reminded her of something from the past. Grinning, the interlocutor stated that, of course, such scenes are rarely seen in the sanctuary. Turning his head, the young man said that his gods were the daughter of Demeter, the mistress of the earth, and the wife of Hades, the lord of death, adding that in the vast expanses of life and death they replaced each other, following the seasons, and asked how death could be ignored in her temple. Wheat appeared. Snow was falling to the ground. The door opened, making it clear that life and death only replace each other, because it sounds as if Persephone herself is speaking to him, to the one who wields the power of death. Petals flew against the sky. The young man looked ahead. A meadow of flowers appeared, making it clear that he should take off his shoes, leave his weapon and go through the garden. The wooden door suddenly slammed shut. The master went on. Looking around, the player thought that this was the sanctuary, adding that he seemed to be in another world, continuing that for the mistress of the underworld, it was surprisingly bright here, and not even gloomy at all. Jongwoo turned his head when he heard a voice about why he was so fascinated by everything. A girl appeared ahead. The lady smiled. The protagonist's face was stunned, thinking about the fact that the gods always have a crushing aura that inspires awe in hearts, only by their presence, because even Hermes, who tried to hide his power, still could not completely suppress who he was, adding that there was no such thing with Persephone. Hermes appeared. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that if they had met elsewhere, he would have thought that she was a player, saying that he was glad to meet him. The lady's hand appeared. The goddess suddenly called the table, prompting her to sit down. The guy looked at the table. Taking a cup in her hand, the lady said that she should not strain so much, because she is just a little different from other gods in words and deeds, adding that in front of her, both gods and people are the same souls, because everyone is worthy of respect in the face of death. Holding on to the chair, the young man thought that there was no desire to rule in her words, adding that this was a completely different approach, because she really perceived him as a person. Sitting at the table, the man said that he had a question for her, asking if she knew where the rest of the Hades artifact was, because the original goal was to find the 3 Cyclops, just for this purpose. The appetizers appeared on the plate. Making a surprised face, the player asked what she could not tell him. Confusion appeared on the girl's face, saying that they were married, but this did not mean that they shared everything, adding that only he knew about the location of the artifact, but once he said that there were problems in Tartarus, so he needed to leave for a while, continuing that he had not yet returned. Knitting his eyebrows, the master thought that Tartarus was the deepest place in the underworld, adding that the titans and giants who rebelled against Olympus were imprisoned there. The apostles of the Cyclopes appeared, trying to pass through the gates of Hades. Putting her hand on her heart, the lady said that he was looking for an artifact, and she wanted to find her husband, asking him to help find the god. Without showing his face, the warrior said that even the other Olympians could not find him, and he was only a man. In turn, the lady replied that he was also a messenger of death. Putting his hands on the table, Jongwoo asked if she had heard of the one-winged king, and the miss replied positively. Closing her eyes, the goddess declared that all those who have risen at the expense of death cannot but know about him, because everything originates from him, adding that no one knows who he really is, because no one can pronounce his name, because the gods are sworn by the Styx, continuing that the gods of the past were afraid of what and they, the gods of the new generation, dreamed of throwing off their shackles. So the girl will help in all endeavors, asking to go to Tartarus instead of her, because she has no right to do so, saying that he is destined by fate to cross the border of this world, saying that she hopes that he will bring news about her husband. Chains appeared. The main character looked at many huge hands. Looking ahead, the lady stated that she wanted to know if the one was alive or dead, adding that this was her only request, and it was clear that an additional task called Persephone's long-standing request had been received. Without showing his face, the protagonist thought that he was already going to Tartarus, so the request of the goddess would not change anything, adding that whether he would be able to cross the border of this place, which even the Olympian gods do not dare to enter, was another matter, saying that first he needed to deal with the gates, and the rest could be done later. Getting up from the table, the guy said that he would help her. Looking ahead, the goddess thanked her for this, and in turn the young man said that he wanted to ask a question before leaving. Lowering his head, the man asked where Jungwoo's soul was now, since it seemed that it did not exist in the afterlife. The lady's face showed hopelessness. Without showing her face, the miss asked for forgiveness, but she temporarily kept a register of meters, so she did not yet know as much as her husband, adding that since it was the master's request, she would learn as much as possible, continuing to say that besides, her brother's soul was now an important matter for them, and in the end, the interlocutor thanked them for everything. Jongwoo climbed the steps. Anger appeared on the face of the main character. Legs appeared, and it became clear that for a moment sadness and guilt flashed in Persephone's eyes, making it clear that the goddess knew something, but for some reason, was silent. A clock appeared. The artifact sparkled with blue light. Suddenly, a voice was heard in the man's ear that called his brother. The man turned his head in surprise. Some people appeared who were fallen gods. Immediately after, an inverted cup appeared, and it was said that these were dethroned gods, deprived of their divine essence, and in Elohim, their divine blood was especially valuable, so they became one of the key forces within the clan. A red flag appeared. The man, bowing his head, was breathing heavily. Sweat ran down his face. People nearby bowed, and it was said that this man had replaced his father, and became the new leader of the family. The girl, looking down, turned to him. Standing in front of him, she explained that he had allied with the demonic legions and betrayed Elohim. Immediately after, various papers began to fall from her hand after saying that they had evidence. One of his memories appeared. The man bowed his head as he listened to her say that he had even become the 9th bishop of the demonic legion. All these documents were stained with blood when the girl asked if he knew that she was the adopted daughter of Ion, the former head, and that he was a great man even to her, a stranger by blood and a worthy and respected father. Glancing to the side, Paynes also added that it was not enough for him to help kill him, but he also had the idea to sell the clan with the clan. The man bowed his head, listening to her question about whether he really considered himself the head of the family after all this. The man, gritting his teeth forcefully, called her a bastard. Looking up, the traitor shouted a question about what she even knew, because she always got everything easily, but he had to live with the stigma of a traitor's son all his life. The previous head of the family showed up after his thoughts that his father was not a traitor from the very beginning. The two children looked at him when the traitor realized that he was the hero who was hoped for and praised by everyone, but as soon as he suffered just one failure, everyone turned away from him at once, branding them, his family, as traitors who did not live up to the hopes of the family. But he did not have the opportunity to accept this, since he simply cannot forgive them all, and it was then that he had to swear. Someone held out his hand to him after he said that he would be able to rise above all those who despised him. The girl smiled when Ada said that he wanted to do it at any cost, using anything. His eyes widened after being asked if this was all he wanted to say before he died. The girl, approaching, repeated her question, and then her brother realized that if he died now, then all this would make no sense. Looking up, the man shouted that it was all the demons that had dragged him into this. She looked down as the traitor shouted that he would do anything if she spared him. The girl, taking an object in her hand, asked again. Immediately after, this thing was on his neck. The man, looking at her, realized that this was the necklace of a great sage, and even the gods were afraid of him, but it was not clear why this artifact was in the hands of this creature. His sister, looking at him, told him to speak, just like a dog. A dark passage appeared after the words that he had to plunge into darkness in order to find a way back there. Pains appeared after saying that the prophecy sent down to the fallen deities who dreamed of regaining their titles had finally come true, because for the first time in thousands of years, the deity answered, and the entire family rejoiced. A multitude of representatives of their clan stood before her, and it was told that the prophecy was given by Poseidon, Hera, Demeter and Hestia, who were 4 Olympians, and the delighted clan put all their strength and wealth into the preparation of the greatest expedition, and it was of course led by a representative of the clan of the Life Clan, endowed with the greatest divine grace. But failure was unacceptable under any circumstances. The old man, putting his hands on her shoulder, said that he entrusted her with their lineage and everything would depend only on her. She, bowing her head, replied that she would return as a god, no matter what it cost her. Her brother stood behind the column. His gaze was directed somewhere forward. Clenching his hand into a fist, the soldier remembered that his father had once had exactly the same hopes, and he had once wanted to be trusted in the same way. But now he had to be just a bat with clipped wings, or just a mud on a chain. Bowing his head, Ada remembered something. Introducing the protagonist's brother, the man realized that once he was trusted more than he deservedly, and it was one worthless fool. The player pulled his hand. His comrade's eyes were wide open. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Standing by the pillar, the traitor realized that he had almost gone mad since he had begun to miss Arsha, and immediately remembered that this clan was only a means to an end, just like Elohim and the demons. Looking down, the man said that he himself did not want to live like this. The girl, approaching him, asked if everything was all right. He answered in the affirmative. Putting her hand on her shoulder, she also added that it was time for them to move out, because these old men had already detained them. As she was leaving, Paines also asked if his arms and legs were working properly, as he would have to guide them to the goal. They had all gathered in one place as the leader spoke of the time for them to move to the darkest place there was, namely Tartarus. The traitor was standing not far from them. His gaze was downcast. The hero stood next to the apostle. Suddenly turning around, the man called out to his brother. The interlocutor, closing his eyes, asked what had happened to him. The protagonist, opening his eyes wider, asked if he had heard someone calling him, but this was answered in the negative. This HUD appeared and the guest was heard saying that it simply could not be, because he definitely did not hear it, and also heard the question of whether the knight had heard it. Kreutz, glancing aside, apologized and replied in the negative. The young man, standing still, could not believe that no one had heard this, because his brother was definitely calling him. A relative's face appeared after thinking that he had definitely managed to hear a voice. His gaze immediately went down. He had a watch in his hands. Holding them in his hand, the man tried to understand what had happened. A multitude of servants gathered in the street. They were walking around looking for something, and one of them said that all the places where that sound could have come from had already been checked. The fighter, raising his hand, replied in the affirmative and invited them to end there. They all turned into black energy at once. This energy rushed to his hand. The soldier went somewhere forward. Putting his hand in his bosom, the guy continued to think that it did not seem to him after all. His gaze went down again. Remembering that watch, the man realized that the arrow of the pocket watch was trembling slightly, as it had happened before. His eyes lit up orange after thinking that after hearing his brother's voice, this arrow began to swing even more. Sitting on the stone, the hero suggested that the summoning of the dead could affect the clock, but immediately thought that the hand most likely reacted to the soul of a relative, and there should be no doubt about it. But suddenly realized that the summoning of the dead in principle could not be unsuccessful, because this is a force that violates the laws of the world, real power and almost divine ability. The man turned his head as he thought of something. Looking at the hut, the fighter realized that they were in a temple where they served the companion of James, and this was an ideal place for the power of the king of the dead, and the power of death simply could not but work here, because at least the ritual itself worked. The intertwining roots and chain appeared after thinking that the soul had finally responded, but he just couldn't bring it here completely. A bright glow appeared near his chest. Still sitting on the rock, the man realized that there was no proof, but the processing power of the dragon's body, and the insight gained after absorbing the Summer Queen told him exactly that. Bending down, the hero knew that this was the most important thing, and he managed to feel it. Immediately after, the fighter raised his head. Imagining his brother, the hero thought that the intuition connecting him with the twin tells him that this is so. Some objects appeared on a piece of paper, and it was said that after leaving the temple of Persephone, he managed to get 2 things, the first of which was the sweets that he ate with the goddess. They contain nectar and a drink that gives immortality, almost the same as the elixir of eternal life. But of course it is not real nectar, but its diluted version, but it should be of great help in Ananta's treatment. They found themselves in another location and immediately received a notification about an urgent mission, a long-standing request from Persephone, in which they need to find Hades, gain access to death, obtain recognition from the gods of Olympus, and also pass a test on the 30th floor. The knight, wiping his forehead, noted that although he had been here before, it was still difficult for him to get used to it, and further, as they passed through the gate, they would always be surrounded by this heat and poison in the air. Glancing at the leader, the companion asked if he was okay. The young man suddenly stopped. A phoenix flew above them, saying that he had not had the opportunity to relax in the hot spring for a long time. The man, smiling, said that it was quite a pleasant feeling. His comrade's mouth opened in surprise. Notifications began to appear in front of the young man with information about increasing all stats by 10 points due to poisonous fumes, as well as another 25 points thanks to the energy of darkness, which brings him peace and the title of the King of Flames. Then the man thought that this was unexpected, because they say that this is one of the most difficult hidden levels. But he is already given various titles and improvements from the doorstep. After imagining the dark and fiery energies, the person realized that he still has a high compatibility with these elements, so there is nothing strange about it, and besides, he has the ability to control the power of death, and these gates are just a pitiful semblance of the afterlife and they simply cannot be an obstacle to him. His gaze turned to the side. Kreutz, wiping his face, said something about the leader and his familiars. The fighter paid attention to his blade. Looking ahead, the hero remembered that he, using the holy power, had a catastrophic incompatibility with this place in general, and he should have left it and moved on. The knight turned around and asked if everything was all right. The leader, pointing his finger, explained that his sword had been vibrating and glowing for a long time, while his comrade replied that it was a holy sword that rages when he is in such a place. Presenting the blade, the ward explained that he had been whining from the very entrance, that he was not well here, but he had no other choice. The protagonist, standing in front of him, asked if his comrade in arms could hear the voice of the sword. The latter answered in the affirmative and added that usually, when he had to talk about it, they immediately began to look at him as if he were crazy, but the head understood him. Imagining people with swords, the hero remembered that for one-horned warriors this is considered the highest level of skill, and they hear the voice of the weapon, feel its state, and intuitively understand how perfectly they wield it. Introducing Kreutz, the fighter realized that if he did it effortlessly, then it meant that he really had enough strength. The young man's mouth was open as he thought that almost no one reached this stage, and even he had just begun to comprehend it, and it was quite impressive. The companion raised his hand and noted that there was still a captain who also understood the song of the sword. The hero, putting his hand to his face, realized that the captain of the Phantom Squad also belonged to at least one of the masters of the sword, and then asked if he was going to drag after him with this sword, which constantly whines and can barely hold on. The mentee, bowing his head, replied that while traveling with the leader, he realized one thing, namely that he can leave someone next to him if he has any connection, but if the person is a stranger and becomes a burden, then he simply abandons him. Immediately after, his hand was clenched into a fist. Beating his chest, the knight noted that he had apparently received a task from the gods, but did not even ask him about them and did not try to find out the details, and swore in the name and honor of the knightly order. The guy looked ahead when the interlocutor asked him to continue doing what he thought was necessary. Turning away, the man replied in the affirmative and then realized that if a comrade in arms honors the ideals of chivalry, he is unlikely to retreat, but if not, then it is worth simply killing him, since he himself went for it. 2 large wings appeared from behind him, then ordered Nemesis and Nika to go forward. The knight looked up. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the fighter decided to summon WIRM. Notifications immediately began to appear in front of him that the summoning had failed, and for some unknown reason it was impossible to summon this familiar in this place. His gaze was still fixed on the windows of the system. Lava appeared. The knight was still standing still. A smile appeared on his face after saying that his armor would definitely stick to his body. A soldier's leg appeared. Standing at the cliff, the guy realized that the first test line was Mount Tozen. Looking down, the man remembered that it was usually said that each gate reflected the power of each of the 10 lords, the kings of the afterlife, who judge the dead, and therefore there were only 10 trials, and there were too many of them, so he needed to speed up. Looking at the protruding sharp rocks, the protagonist thought that it was impossible to see how deep this chasm was and there was only one way to cross it. His gaze was directed to the floating supports, and then the hero noticed that they did not look reliable, and even too narrow, and if he lost his balance, then death awaited the subject immediately. His eye immediately lit up yellow. Jumping from a place, the fighter realized that if he could catch all the flows, he would be able to make his way, and immediately activated a squall. A bright green beam flew past the stones. This light quickly flew past the people. They were all looking in the same direction. The fighters, looking at each other, tried to understand why this player was so fast. The man's gaze was fixed forward when these people assumed that it was due to the player's divine power. The protagonist, standing on a rock, realized that this place looks simpler than the previous tests, but there is simply nowhere to stand here. Looking down, the hero realized that even with fiery wings, it would be impossible to cross this place in one jerk, and swimming was also not an option, because once you ran out of steam, you could either drown yourself or be boiled alive. Taking the pendant in his hand, the guy said that it did not matter to him at all. Immediately after, a bright light began to emanate from this item, and a message appeared about the activation of the power of the Lord of the Sea's stone. The man began to fall down with thoughts of using this power. His soul immediately began to glow. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he would be able to pass this place in this way. The fighter continued to walk forward across the lava lake. Someone appeared under his feet. The monster's head appeared from the lava. A kind of dark energy suddenly appeared on the young man's face. Everything around her was covered with it after activating the corresponding skill. The monster's eyes began to glow bright blue. The same blue eye appeared in the air, and a question was heard about how dare an insignificant creature do such a thing in front of its master. They froze in place when suddenly a voice commanded them to disappear. The eye in the air began to close, and then the guy realized that it was easy, and also realized that if he cast a flying spell on himself, he could get over even easier, but then he would just have to leave the clearing zone. Closing his eyes, the man thought that since he had already chosen another method, he should try. His body was immediately filled with bright green. Green rays began to envelop the rest of the monsters when the man decided to implant the rest of the monsters with a primal fear that they simply could not resist. Lowering his hand to the surface of the lava, the fighter also decided to pull them up. Their images could be seen through the thickness of the lava. Their heads immediately poked out. A multitude of monsters surrounded him. People watching this tried to understand why they all suddenly died in a crowd. Suddenly, someone stood on one of them. The young man jumped away from one of the bodies of his enemies. Jumping on them, the fighter knew that he could just use them as steps and just go through, just like in the game, and it became not so boring. And then he said that the rest of the players could fall under this wave of battles, but they had to cope on their own, while the familiar called it inhumanity. Someone's legs were trembling. The knight bent down, saying that he didn't even think that summoning a wyvern would not work, and added that thanks to the experience of the past, he still managed to get here, and immediately realized that it was time for him to look for a leader, because no matter how strong he was, it was not so easy to pass in such a place. Looking at the sea of lava, the ward asked himself what was happening here. The man raised his hand and shouted that the greedy demon was to blame. Kreutz opened his eyes wider, realizing that in the shattered fiery passage, all these players were furiously cursing the greedy demon, which meant that it was his head who arranged all this. Falling to his knees, the man screamed. The guide took up the mask when a notification appeared about the infection with the poison of soul rust. Putting his hand in his bosom, the hero realized that even the blood of a poisonous golem could not completely neutralize this poison, because it soaked this entire location, and immediately assumed that it was in this place that the three brothers were last seen. Putting something in his mouth, the man also remembered that he had a protective pearl against poisons bought from Atron, so he was in a fairly safe position for now, but he also could not understand how he could find any traces here, because most likely everything had dissolved long ago. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist realized that he would have to use the very method that he did not really want to use and immediately summoned the familiar. A shaman appeared before him, and then the Lord ordered him to awaken them. A bright purple glow appeared at his hands. The face of the summoned servant appeared as he pronounced the spell. Dark energy began to emanate from the earth. It rose higher and higher. This blackness gathered before the man after the skeleton's words that all the spirits and lost souls who had died in the last 200 years would have to tell him about their torments and grievances. The hero looked ahead when the servant told them to tell his master everything later. Someone was standing in the middle of this forest and trembling. The knight bowed his head and said that he had finally reached the 6th gate. Looking around, Kreutz realized that this gate was called the Viper Gate, because this place was really quite creepy. Taking a step, the man thought about the fact that the earth, soaked in blood and acid poison, was littered with molten bodies, and an ordinary person would immediately go crazy from what he saw. Standing behind the leader, the man also realized that none of this mattered, because he still managed to catch up with him. Smiling, the soldier tried to call out to him. The hero did not even turn around. Looking ahead, the knight assumed that he was using some kind of technique and immediately remembered that his command dog tag was engraved with the name Mardanagon, and he was now wondering what would happen next. Closing his eyes, Keynes realized that he didn't want to interfere unnecessarily. Taking the sword in his hand, the fighter called his name. Sticking it into the ground, the commander said that he knew that he did not like it here and immediately apologized to him. A light began to appear at his hands after asking him to protect him from the poison. A barrier began to appear around him. The hero, closing his eyes, thought that it was too noisy here. Those dark souls swirled around him as he thought that after summoning them all, he had managed to see that there were at least 10,000 of them here, all screaming and demanding to be heard. Frowning, the protagonist knew that he needed to find something related to the Cyclops brothers. As he stretched out his hand, he also realized that it would be easier if there were any hierarchy among these souls. 3 bright lights swirled around the palm of his hand as the fighter realized that finding the seed of a god among them was indeed an impossible task. Still standing still, the guy knew that he should not count on luck and would have to check everything manually. The man bowed his head. His gaze was fixed somewhere to the side. The knight was still standing behind him. Suddenly his mouth opened. A bright green light appeared in front of him, and at the same time there were notifications that Hermes and Adenaki were looking intently into the soul. But the young man realized that since the gods of Olympus themselves reacted to this, it meant that it was a serious matter. Closing his eyes, the hero began to put his will into this glow, and immediately a message appeared about the beginning of the synchronization of thoughts and the launch of memories. 3 people were undergoing one of the tests. The first told them to run without looking back until they reached Tartarus. Holding an object in their hands, the leader asked them not to let the enemy see it. A soldier appeared above them. Looking down, the protagonist realized that this was the entrance to the gate, and those who were chasing them were henchmen of the 3 Cyclops brothers, which meant that they were being threatened by someone. The guy took a step forward. The first and second tests immediately appeared. After that, the location of the 6th gate appeared. The hooded man, looking somewhere ahead, shouted that they were not even going to hide and were just following them. The other 2 were trembling, saying that they simply could not escape with such an opponent. The leader, taking off his cloak, said that if everything was left as it was, not only Tartarus, but also the entire upper world would be in danger, and they needed to take this thing and run further. One of them, with his eyes wide open, tried to call out to his brother, who said that they should convey the truth about what had happened here and not forget that this thing must necessarily fall into the hand of Lord Hades. A bright light struck him. The fighter, rising into the air, said that he would never again become a puppet of titans and giants. Bending down, the leader shouted for the great Brontes to grant him power. The hero, looking at how his comrades ran away, thought about these titans and giants. Looking down, the young man realized that these were the peoples who had lost the war to the gods of Olympus and were imprisoned in Tartarus. But he could not understand why they were even mentioned now. Looking at the box, the protagonist suggested that they should protect it from the 2 named races. Turning his head, the soldier also thought that this silhouette did not look like any of the named ones. The creature suddenly stretched out its hand. The fist struck the cloud of darkness, and then the man realized that there was definitely something under the shadow. Suddenly, cracks began to appear in the image. The guy's eyes opened and a message appeared about the interruption of the memory, because he looked into one of the facets of the truth. Looking at the light in his hand, the protagonist thought that the memory had been destroyed. Looking up, the hero asked what had happened. In front of him was this system window, in which it was said that the hidden condition was met and a special event was being triggered. His eyes immediately widened. His gaze was directed at a crack in the ground when suddenly an anomalous status notification appeared, causing a severe poisoning effect. But thanks to his composure ability, his mind remained clear and the stun effect was removed. The man immediately saw through the pearl. Looking down, the guy remembered that this is a deadly poison and the antidote will not cope. The knight, wide-eyed, asked the leader to look down, because something appeared from the crack in the ground along with the ancient poison. A kind of black energy appeared down there. This dark substance spilled out. Suddenly a hand appeared from it. The knight also stood and watched this. The young man, looking down, realized that he felt a huge entity 7 meters away and it was rising from the depths. The companion's blade began to glow brightly. Wings appeared behind the fighter's back after thinking that if this creature had reached all the way here, then it had a chance to survive. Immediately after, the hero soared into the air. Something black exploded beneath him. The protagonist hovers in the air above this substance. A multitude of persons appeared from it and begged him to kill them. A huge number of fallen souls appeared before them and begged for help. The protagonist was still looking down. The young man, looking in that direction, said that this was the same cloud of darkness from the memories of the first apostle Cyclops. Looking at his image, the protagonist realized that the true essence of the drawing demon is a giant molded from chaotically consumed spirits, and this poison and malice pour from the hate-filled ghosts, and their rage is second even to him. Still looking down, the player also thought that the problem was that this wasn't the only bastard. More hands appeared after his thoughts that several of them had already fallen into his field of feelings and they were rushing into the dungeon. Imagining Hades, the man assumed that it was because of them that this god went to Tarth, because he felt something was wrong. Suddenly his gaze went up. A huge creature appeared behind him. His fist had already rushed at the man. The guy, standing still, realized that he was too fast. A dagger immediately appeared in his hand. Due to their collision, the ground beneath them began to crack. The dust began to descend. The player was lying on the ground. Something flashed suddenly. The protagonist, getting up, realized that if he just touched this enemy, then he would already be severely poisoned. Looking somewhere ahead, the man realized that this could not go on. Immediately after, the fighter dodged another blow. The hero was in the air. Blue wings appeared behind him after activating the Sea Killer Stone, Divine Radiance, and Sea Killer Stone. The monster began to raise its fist. Immediately after, the enemy began to swing for another attack. Suddenly, a bright white beam rushed upwards. A bright flaming blade appeared in front of the man's face. His blade and his opponent's fist collided again. A large blue eye immediately appeared behind him. A hand began to crawl out of the portal after being asked if he really dared to threaten its owner. The monster stared at this hand. Immediately after, his head exploded. The boss was still standing there when the servant told him to die. Hands were still sticking out of the ground. The monster began to fall towards them. The young man, looking down, realized that more creatures were rising from the dungeon. 2 death knights appeared in front of him after they were summoned. A dragon also appeared. Looking at the monsters, the serpent said that their dream was fading. A bright blue flame appeared emanating from the phoenix's wings. The hero swung his blade and realized that not only had he become stronger, but his minions were also capable of fighting giants. Immediately after, the fighter stepped on the ground. A man appeared, breathing heavily. The old man, lying on the ground, said that the divine connection had been broken and apparently everything would end there. The opponent swung for a blow. His attack hit the man right in the chest, and it was said that the apostle's memory was cut short at that point. The hands of this soldier appeared. The guy, standing in front of him, asked if he had woken up. His eyes widened after the question. The apostle, sitting in front of him, asked about the identity of the unknown man. Looking up, the dead man screamed that he was going to die at the hands of the giant. Immediately after, this fighter began to look at his hands and turn his head. The young man, looking at him, realized that despite the fact that he had died a long time ago, he still had not lost either his memory or self-consciousness. The young man immediately turned around and asked him to wait here for a while. Looking at the battle of his army, the guy said that he had some business here that needed to be dealt with urgently. His companion also fought giants. The protagonist, looking down, realized that they were not only losing, but they were not able to move forward either. Looking at the enemies, the fighter guessed that this was due to the fact that each of these ghostly giants had a strength comparable to his own, and besides, they were coming out of the ground endlessly. And if it went on like this, it would turn into a war of attrition, and even if he managed to win, he would simply have no strength left. But in that case, if stronger enemies are waiting for him in the next hall, then this can be a problem. Bringing his hand to the mask, the warrior knew that then he would not even have the opportunity to oppose them, and he would immediately come to an end. Looking down, the man knew that a protracted battle had to be ruled out, which meant that he urgently needed to figure out how to win this fight quickly and with certainty. Immediately afterward, the hero turned around. The bracelet on his arm vibrated slightly. The same thing happened with the bracelet on the leg. The guy, raising his head, tried to understand why they began to tremble at the same time, as if they were telling him that something very important had been missed. Immediately afterward, his gaze darted down. A smile appeared on his face after saying that they didn't need to fight from the beginning. His pendant began to accumulate energy after thinking about what he should try, but if he failed, then it would hit his mind hard. Bright waves began to emanate from him after the expansion of consciousness. Streams of energy rushed down to the ground. They hit one of the giants. The knights, attacking their enemies, tried to understand why they had all become so sluggish, while the second assumed that it was the master who was just up to something. The protagonist, hovering over them, knew that by doing so he would be able to suppress them mentally. Closing his eyes, the man realized that too many strong and thick resentments had begun to come into contact with his consciousness. His eyes immediately lit up brightly after thinking that his consciousness would soon be carried away by the stream. Blood spurted out of his mouth after the announcement that he had successfully managed to keep his sanity. Being in the same place, the fighter thought that these were just some souls who would not be able to escape his influence. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man activated the second divine light. Immediately after, the hero raised his fist back. A bright wave of energy rushed from his hand after shouting that it was time for them all to dissipate. These fetters struck one of the monsters. The whole battlefield appeared. The knight, holding the blade in front of him, tried to understand what was happening. A bright purple glow began to appear at the protagonist's hands after activating the soul collector. Everything around him began to be covered in this purple light when reports surfaced that the soul collection had been fully opened, and he had the capacity to store 20,000 souls. The fighter raised his hand behind his back. His gaze turned to the side after the nemesis was summoned, and immediately there were notifications that this soul had not been captured by him personally, and its resistance was too great. The serpent, hovering over him, said that since he forcibly wanted to subdue the one whom he had not killed, he should simply put him to sleep. A kind of gray smoke began to envelop everything around, and there was a message that the property of the soul had been changed to emptiness, and resistance began to decrease, and therefore the process of forced subjugation of the soul, which was defiled by emptiness, began. Sharp dark purple teeth appeared. The hero turned his head and exhaled. Looking at the hand, the man said that it was finally over. A knight stood on the ground. Raising his head, Keen said that this simply could not happen, and it was simply unthinkable. A system window appeared in front of the young man with the information that the number of souls collected at the moment was 120,000, and at the same time, the thought came to his mind that with the current collection, he would be able to cope with 20,000 of such enemies, and also tried to understand how he managed to cram such a number of souls into the void. Looking at the hand, the protagonist also realized that they were concentrated in the gates, so their quality is simply excellent, and it is already difficult for him to wait for the moment when their processing is completed. The serpent, appearing in front of him, noted that he was too relaxed since he had dumped all the dirty work on him, because it was he who had to control these souls, and the head noted that he had been sleeping in the Philosopher's Stone all this time, so it would be his rent payment, and the servant asked if he had said so to Nick. The hero, putting his hand to the phoenix, replied that if she did it, it would be like exploiting child labor, and asked if the interlocutor would really prefer that Nika did this. The latter, turning away, said that the owner simply had an unbearable character. The fighter, smiling, realized that Nemesis had always been weak in front of Nika, and he had to force her to try, so later he would have to fulfill some request. Turning around, the man began to talk about how they were done after all. Approaching the apostle, the fighter noted that he had made him wait for a long time. The fighter, standing up, shouted a question about who he was at all, because as an ordinary player he could control the forces of death. The protagonist, looking down, realized that his thoughts were starting to get confused and said that he didn't have much time to answer and began to ask a question. The image of one of the gods appeared after being asked if he was still related to the Cyclops Brontes, and where Hades had gone. The warrior, looking up, tried to find out how he knew about it. The guy, standing in front of the interlocutor, explained that Persephone had asked him to figure it out, and there was no point in explaining everything to the smallest detail, since he was already barely holding on. The apostle, bowing his head, replied that he was right, because if a person was really his messenger, then he could know about it to the secret mission. Raising his head, the fighter began to talk about how Lord Brontes had slept here with him for a long time, only to meet this prophesied player one day. The guy, looking down, asked again. A glow appeared at his chest after an affirmative answer. A bright golden ray appeared in front of the man after saying that there was no more time, and he should go and talk to God himself. The hero, raising his head, realized that this was an awakening of the spirit, and also realized that the apostle had spent the last of his strength to call him. An image of a deity appeared in front of him, and it was said that he was the eldest of the three Cyclopes, and it was said that he held on with the last of his strength, expending divine power just to wait for the successor to his mission. The creature looked down. Something appeared in his hand and said that the Cyclops brothers had received orders from Hades to secretly carry fire into the depths of Tartarus. The apostle appeared with this object in his hands after telling that the rumors had spread and were chased by his followers, and he sacrificed himself to gain some time. The box opened, and something began to appear from it. The young man, turning his head, asked if it was the same fire, and suddenly asked if it was Lucio's soul. The deity, looking down, replied that this artifact has many names, but they are more accustomed to calling it light or fire. The protagonist, standing in front of him, thought about the primordial fire. The Cyclops, looking ahead, said that Hades needed it anyway, but suddenly the man interrupted him. Opening his eyes wider, the hero asked him to tell more about this primordial fire, namely its history. A man appeared after saying that the primordial fire in other words means Lucio's soul stone, and now this artifact is in the possession of the Veers. Someone's hand appeared after the story that 200 years ago, 3 Cyclops brothers were tasked with bringing the soul stone and eventually disappeared without a trace. Someone had some kind of glowing object in their hands when the protagonist thought that most likely they had failed the mission then, and this object somehow ended up in the hands of his brother. The hero immediately began to turn his head. Imagining 2 different stones, the man remembered that what he happened to see in the diary looked completely different, and perhaps there are several such stones. The deity was still standing before him. Lowering his hand, the Cyclops noted that he would probably not move until he heard everything to the end, and then said that he would tell him everything briefly. An angel appeared after he had said that in the beginning there was fire and Lucio was its guardian, like a beacon in the void, but she was carried away by something that could not be followed. She brought something to her mouth when the god told her that for the sake of the power she betrayed her destiny and consumed the fire, thanks to which she ascended to the divine level, and thus Lucifer appeared. A lot of hands appeared after his words that when the gods and demons found out about this, everyone was shocked and broke her wings, because that primordial fire became the core of all myths and legends about immortals and was not supposed to go to someone like Lucille in the first place. She was falling somewhere down when the Cyclops said that Lucifer was not going to just return the fire. A certain bright symbolism appeared and Brontes was heard saying that she fiercely resisted and split her soul into many pieces in her fall to the lower worlds. The hero looked up as the god clarified that what they call the soul stone are actually a shard of Lucifer's soul that sealed the primordial fire. Standing in front of him, the Cyclops also added that the spring vision he had seen earlier was one of the forms that bears the name of purity, and it was one of the 5 fragments lost in the fall to the lower world, At the same time, the man asked how many there were in total. The image of an angel and a demon appeared after his words that there were 14 such fragments, and Lucifer, who absorbed both light and darkness, split into 7 virtues and 7 deadly sins. The hero, putting his hand to his face, realized that he foolishly believed that he was alone. But if you think about it, it is logical that there can be several of them, and this may even be for the best. Imagining these stones, the protagonist knew that even one of the 14 gave Viera the strength to devour the goddess of the earth and break through to the heavens, and if he collected the rest, it would be simply an unthinkable power. The Cyclops, looking at him, asked why he would be interested in this at all, and the latter asked what he meant. God, raising his hand, said that man already had one. Pointing with his finger, the Cyclops explained that it was fire, the stone of the soul. The guy's gaze was directed to the side. Immediately afterwards, the young man put his hand in his bosom. That clock appeared in it, and the words of the interlocutor were heard that this was exactly this thing, which was really beautiful, and even he had a hard time carving it so finely, and also asked a question about whether there were such masters in the lower world, and immediately added that it was now turned off for some reason. The hero, looking up, shouted a question about whether he knew at least something, but he answered in the negative. God, looking down, said that time was really running out and he should disappear now, instead of wasting time on idle chatter. The young man sighed and asked him to speak. The latter, raising his hand to his chest, repeated that by order of Hades there was no cleanliness in Tartarus, because then the Lord said that darkness was approaching that place. Remembering himself then, Brontes explained that he was only a blacksmith and did not understand everything, but some things were absolutely clear. Someone's hands appeared after his words that it was about the prisoners imprisoned in Tartarus, because we are talking about titans and giants who, for some reason, want to regain their power and tear them out. The protagonist, standing in front of him, asked if this was why Hades needed the skill of the 3 Cyclops brothers and the Stone of Purity, but the interlocutor replied in the affirmative and explained that despite his caution, for some reason, the giant hunters followed them and he managed to see the rest for himself. The man, bowing his head, thought that someone from inside Tartarus had simply told everything. Looking up, the young man realized that Brontes' thoughts had begun to dissipate. His body began to glow bright green after saying that he didn't have to hope to wait for anyone, but it was good that he was able to tell everything. But the only thing he had to regret was that he was not able to help his brothers. The man, opening his eyes wider, realized that it was she who had held him until now. Having taken a step, the player realized that he still had a lot of questions, and he could not just let it disappear, since he had to cling to this memory. The Cyclops opened his eye when he was called. The guy, looking up, shouted a question about whether he wanted to help his brothers and if he wanted to fight on the side of Hades to stop the titans and giants. The latter, disappearing, replied that he really wanted revenge, but he no longer had such an opportunity. The guy raised his hand and ordered him to obey. Pulling it out, the fighter thought about death and the soul, because even if he was a god, then after death they would all have to obey his laws. His image began to appear again, and there was a message that he had subjugated one of the 3 Cyclops brothers. The Cyclops body began to manifest. Brontes, looking around his body, said that everything seemed to him a lie, and even after losing his honor, he did not think that he would be subservient to a mortal. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The Cyclops standing in front of him said in his mind that if it was his descendant, there was nothing wrong with submission, and he seemed to have no choice but to accept it. But he told the boy aloud that he must have grabbed him because he wanted to ask something. Looking at the artifact in the young man's hand, he said that he probably wanted to ask about this spark. Jongwoo nodded and asked Brontes if he could fix the watch. Kreutz, who was standing aside, was amazed that the protagonist was able to subdue the soul of the transcendent, and he was also going to do something with this soul. Brontes sat down on one knee. Throwing the watch back to Jong, the Cyclops said that it didn't need to be repaired, it wasn't broken in the first place. Looking at the structure of the clock, the Cyclops said that some functions in it are intentionally limited, so it would be more accurate to say that it is in a sealed state. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock and realization, and even with the knowledge of the Philosopher's Stone and Dragon Vision, he was still at a loss because he didn't know what to do. The guy, raising his head, wanted to ask to print the watch, but the Cyclops, ahead of him, said that this could not be done. Shaking his head, Brontes said that it was too difficult, and the fact that he had used the Soul Stone as a carrier meant that his skills were comparable to his. But judging by the movements of his hands, he was clearly immortal. How could one possess knowledge that could rival that of a transcendent being? Brontes revealed the structure of the clock. Chuckling, he asked if he knew who the craftsman who had created this thing was. Jongwoo chuckled, realizing that his brother would be happy to hear it in person. The Cyclops, looking down, thought. Raising his head, he said that he simply could not remove the seal on his own, without his brothers. Throwing up his hand, the Titan said that they would make a deal. The protagonist, looking up, was puzzled. Looking around the area, Brontes said that he was going to complete Persephone's quest anyway, so while he was doing it, they would help Hades calm Tartarus. In return, he would gather the brothers and help with the opening of the seal. Returning the watch, the Cyclops asked how he wanted the proposal. Jongwoo, clutching his watch, said that he accepted the conditions. The young man, looking at the system panels, realized that the quest had changed slightly, and now the rival camp was beginning to learn about it. Perhaps it's because he destroyed the ghost giant earlier, but it's unclear how they found out, since he killed everyone. Brontes, approaching, said that someone from the outside must have reported his actions to Tartarus. The guy, turning around, asked if he knew who it could be. The Titan shook his head and said that he had been chased, so he could not see it, but of one thing he was sure. Lowering his gaze, he said that the traitor was very close. A moment later, the Titan's soul turned into a stream of darkness. The protagonist sighed as he realized that Brontes was in a collection of souls. Forming wings, the guy said that everything was the same as before, and now it was time to go to Tartarus. Soon, the young man passed through the 7th and 8th gates, finding himself in a world full of lava. Jongwoo's huge army marched together. Death Knights marched at the head of the army. Bu and the warriors supported them with attacks from a distance. The huge monster was hit by attacks from all directions. Kreutz, clutching his sword, told Jong that it was his turn. The protagonist found himself above the monster. The guy enveloped his weapon in flames. A moment later, he unleashed a barrage of fire on the creature. The monster trembled as it fell to the ground. Soon he stopped moving. Kalatus, flying up to the guy, said that the name of the one he had just struck down was Medusa. The young man, breathing heavily, said that the monster was strong, and if it wasn't for the difference in attributes, he wouldn't have been able to win. The dragon nodded, saying that if it wasn't for the compatibility, they wouldn't have won, even if they joined forces, and Tartarus was full of such creatures. Did he really have to leave right now? Jongwoo thought about the watch in his inner pocket. Jongwoo, once passing through the 8th gate, was startled, and the monsters appearing one after the 8th gate began to wear down his team. The complexity of the gates to overcome is already high, and now there are crazy monsters added to everything else. Bahal often complained with his arms up. Jongwoo, looking into the distance, decided to get out of the hidden scene, waiting for the next one, and on the other hand, he felt regret. Tartarus, which was beyond the 10 gates, was amazing, and although he could not enter, he wanted to see the entrance to the place that was the abode of one of the few gods of the lower world. Kalatus, lowering his head, said that he understood his train of thought for the need to gain the strength of the Dark King and the determination to gather his brothers to fix the watch, but now it was dangerous, and even Arsha had retreated, rising to at least the 50th floor. Jongwoo closed his eyes, realizing that even his brother had given up, even though he had a team and he was alone. Besides, the subordinate knights already looked tired. Glancing at his watch, the guy realized that perhaps he could find a clue and there might simply be no more chance. Besides, he might meet with his brother. After introducing his brother, he decided that he had to say something to him personally. The guy stretched out his hand to his brother. Jongwoo clenched his fist. Raising his head, he said that he had to go and would never back down and meet Jongwoo. When the guy entered the 10th gate, everything was plunged into darkness. The knight's sword plunged into the ground. Shannon sighed, saying that although he had survived, he felt as if he had already died. Temujin agreed, saying that he had not fought so hard for a long time. Shannon straightened up and asked how long it would last. Did their master really not plan to stop at all? The knight, after thinking about it, said that he felt Jongwoo's despair through their connection, the chain. Glancing at the guy on the side, Temujin said that the master did not plan to retreat, and if necessary, he would turn the whole world upside down, just to find his brother. The protagonist was breathing heavily. The warrior shook the blood from his sword. Waving his sword, the knight said that they were obliged to become his hands and feet, carrying out his will. The protagonist's group was walking through the forest. Kreutz shook his head, looking for danger. Jongwoo shuddered, mentally saying that the test itself was not difficult. They had to go through the darkness using their willpower. When the monster came out to the group, Jongwoo said that the problem was precisely the crowds of familiars of titans and giants who were waiting in ambush, ready to pounce at any moment. The only joy was that he could still shackle them all with Tannen's fear or Inferno's gaze as he was now. The young man rushed forward, saying that these spells consume an eerie amount of mental power. He can't use them indefinitely, but he can't give them up either. The guy's pupils narrowed, and the further they went, the more he felt the presence of the master of the familiars, which meant that all the attention of the titans and giants was focused exclusively on him. On the other hand, he barely felt the divine presence, only Athena and Hermes could detect it. Reading the system panels above him, the young man said that he did not expect anything different from Agars, who was now mocking the gods by invading Tartarus. The young man, continuing to walk forward, decided not to pay attention to the gods. With Kreutz's help, they not only set up barriers, but also rested as they moved deeper. Bu appeared before the master when they found confirmation that the Cyclops brothers had once passed here. Jongwoo began to look around, realizing that there were a lot of monsters that could not be defeated in a fair fight. They walked, making their way in the shadows, avoiding battle with all their might. As a result, when he found himself in front of the gates of Tartarus, the system gave him an achievement, and gave him a reward. Brontes, standing beside the young man, said that he would never have thought that he would appear before the gate as a player. The protagonist touched the gate. He raised his head, saying that this bronze door was the entrance to Tartarus. When the god, struck by Zeus' lightning, fell from heaven, he could not take his eyes off the three brothers from Olympus. This fallen god was the king of the Titans, the god of time and death, Kronos. Jongwoo's eye flashed. He knew that Kronos must be hiding with his familiars in the darkness. Turning around, he asked how he could get through this gate. It obviously wouldn't open in the standard way. The Cyclops, raising his hand, said that this door was made to imprison, not to let in, and if they wanted to enter, they had to borrow Lord Hades' secret. Mana has accumulated in the Titan's hand. When the spirit flew up to the young man, Bronte said that it was a guide spirit, called the Spirit of Hell. Narrowing his eyes, he said that once upon a time, Lord Hades had bestowed upon the Cyclops brothers a spirit containing a fragment of his power. So much time had passed, and he could still be summoned. The Lord had indeed not given up hope that they would return one day. The protagonist headed for the gate, realizing that they could not delay. The spirit guided the group. Jongwoo looked up and said that it looked like an ordinary wall, but at the very top, fragments of various frescoes could be seen. Kreutz rubbed his chin and said that it was very beautiful, and at that moment Jongwoo realized that the regimental captain had helped them survive these hellish battles without asking for anything in return, and although he was probably bursting with curiosity, he had not yet asked anything. The young man turned around and said in his mind that this guy was true to his word and he believed in it, so there was no point in leaving him here. Soon the Cyclops stopped, saying that they had come. The spirit flew up to the structure ahead. He flew around the gate ahead. Suddenly, a film of a portal formed in front of the gate. Kreutz and the protagonist exchanged glances. The young man looked at the gate. Suddenly, he moved into pitch darkness. He entered the second hidden scene. Immediately the system notified him of the impending danger, and his quest Persephone's long-held desire was updated. The protagonist felt an unprecedented pressure from the gaze, which was much more frank than those that followed them in the previous gate. The guy clenched his jaw, feeling the emotions of the owner of the gaze. He clearly felt distrust. The young man froze abruptly when someone asked him why the mark of this creature was on the youth. Jongwoo immediately raised his hand, realizing that the eyes were fixed on his hand. It turned out that it was the Black King's artifact. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not understanding whether this artifact was so important. The guy stomped on the ground. Turning around, he tried to understand what he was standing on. This texture did not look like the ground at all. The young man felt as if he was standing on a huge eye. At this moment, Jongwoo realized that he was trampling on the eye of the god of Titans. He immediately formed wings behind his back. Taking off, the protagonist said that he understood everything too late. The young man, staring at the Titan, realized that there was something wrong with his eye. The Titan's eye had no pupil, and there were no signs of life in it. Climbing higher, Jongwoo decided to look at the Titan from above. Mana escaped from the protagonist's hand. His eyes widened from what he saw. He turned around, feeling something massive approaching from the darkness. If he used the force now, he would be discovered. At this moment, the gods watching him silently stared at the approaching creature. The protagonist descended to the ground, feeling moral pressure. He was sweating. He had the feeling that he was standing in front of Agar's again on the 23rd floor. A huge foot stepped into the protagonist's territory. The young man hid behind the cobblestones. Shifting his gaze to the side, he decided that the Titan could see him, even though he tried his best to hide. But once he was seen, it was only a matter of time before he was found. The Titan began to search the cracks with his hand. Jongwoo flinched when someone told him not to move. The guy immediately spread his wings. The Titan turned his head. He saw only bare cobblestones. Shaking his head, he said that he had imagined something. The Titan stepped forward. The protagonist wiped the sweat from his face. Someone approached him and called him an uncouth puppy. The warrior, frowning, said that he was a fool to decide to attack the Titan on their own territory, also with Perseus. The legion serving Hades, which guards the underworld and the bronze gates of Tartarus, was called Lord Pluto. Though they are legions, every member of them is a deity. They wage war here in Tartarus against giants and titans. Kreutz, smiling, asked if he had been wounded. The young man, straightening up, said that he was fine, and it turned out that he had been carried into some wilderness? When Kreutz said that he was rescued by the members of the legion, Jongwoo rubbed his chin, mentally saying that this could indeed be true. Besides, if he had attacked Perseus, it would not have ended in an ordinary clash, because Perseus is a titan of destruction. The captain of the legion, looking up at the sky, asked the guy if he understood how stupid he wanted to do. The captain, standing in front of the young man, said that they were, it turns out, rankers. Lowering his shield, the man introduced himself as the commander of the 19th Legion of the Lord of Pluto. Ray, parting his lips, said that he had come here with the help of a spirit that only Cyclops Brontes could summon, so they were connected to him? The protagonist flinched in surprise when Ray said that their king had ordered him to be brought in safely. The young man, bowing his head, asked to be allowed to meet with the king in person. He had a message for him from Persephone. The man shuddered all over his body when he heard the name of the mistress. Turning around, he said that this was the land of the Titans. If he was caught, he would die. The protagonist followed Ray. Thanks to Jongwoo, he knew a lot about gods and demons, but his name was the first time he had heard it. Perhaps the deity in front was one of the lesser gods who obeyed the deity. In any case, since he was a deity, Jongwoo and he were at different levels. However, could he be a higher rank than Nguyen? Of course, no one had seen the full power of either of them yet. However, the martial arts king must be presumably stronger. The protagonist frowned, not understanding what exactly the divinity was manifested in. This is not what you get at the highest rank. Ray, parting his lips, asked the guy what he was staring at. When the captain turned around, the guy said he wasn't looking at anything. Squinting, the god said that he didn't like them, the rankers. Jongwoo, looking at the deity, asked why. Closing his eyes, Ray said that this was a battlefield for them with all their beliefs and entire lives, and they came here and treated it like a playground and a personal training ground. Raising his eyelids, the man said that even the heavens of Olympus don't dare to look down on this place, and they treat it so lightly. On top of that, as soon as they, weaklings, master something useful, they immediately run away from here. Turning around, the captain said that at a time when every fighter counted, they had to lose 10 just to get him here, but since he had information about the Cyclops and a message from Persephone, they would get away with it. The protagonist, who was standing behind, became alert, realizing that this was a warning. He should not expose himself and die for no reason. Ray's leg trembled. Waving his shield, he ordered everyone to stop. Suddenly, a huge amount of dust rose into the air. Perseus, grinning, said that he had found him. The captain swung his sword and shouted. He enveloped himself in divine energy. A moment later, the Titan's hand and the knight clashed. The young man gritted his teeth. At this moment his bond with Athena weakened. The divine brand did not work. Agars was furious at the weakened bond. The shadow of a huge hand covered the guy. Suddenly, lightning struck from the sky. Perseus clutched his face. A silhouette began to form in the air from the darkness. Hades slowly formed from the darkness. He was the eldest among Zeus' 6 brothers, and for the sake of the younger ones, he descended to the very bottom, becoming the king of the underworld. Hades frowned as he looked at the Titan. The god swung his sword. A moment later, his attack sliced through the Titan's shoulder. Blood gushed out of the wound, causing Perseus to scream in pain. The protagonist did not scatter his wings. The darkness pierced his brain, as if someone's will prevailed over reason. Only thanks to the effect of composure he retained his sanity. The guy's eye flashed. He did not understand what was happening. Even when Perseus gave his best, the demon's eye always found vulnerabilities, but with Hades, everything is different. The god who hovered in the air did not have a single breach at all. Suddenly, the system panel appeared. A message was received from Hermes, who wrote to his uncle, saying that he had not seen him so pathetic for a long time. Jongwoo raised his head and said in his mind that he now understood why he, the eldest among the Olympians, who could outshine even the gaze of the goddess of war and wisdom, was head and shoulders above everyone else. Perseus, raising his head, shouted furiously, asking how he dared to do this. The man grinned, saying that he had gone mad, had probably gorged himself on these dead of Kronos, and had grown a carcass like a beast. Turning over his sword, he asked if he had really decided that he had become the second Kronos. Rushing down, Hades said that he himself would have to knock this crap out of him. The god swung his sword. He stretched out his hand. A moment later, the blade plunged into the flesh. Perseus screamed as a huge wound appeared on his chest. Blood gushed from the wound. The Titan began to shrink, as did his powers. The protagonist's eyes widened at the sight of the strange smoke. Perhaps this is what made the Titans huge and strong. Seeing how Hades did not stop attacking, the protagonist realized how the Titans managed to rampage in Tartarus. But he did not understand why he was so familiar with it. The young man turned and looked at his hand. He could feel the despair and sorrow of the Black King crying, those shackles really grieving. Soon only Perseus's head remained. Hades' eyes sparkled. He cut off the giant's head with a swing of his sword. The head rushed down. Right on the way down, Perseus' head began to dissolve. Only a ball remained of the huge head. Cutting the sphere, Hades said that this small rodent had escaped again like a rat. The protagonist raised his head. His pupil narrowed. Suddenly, the king of the underworld was in front of him. Zhongwu couldn't even move. He didn't even have the strength to squeeze his weapon. It was as if his soul had been bound to death with chains, although the god did not even press him directly, and even his composure did not work in the face of such power. A vein appeared on the guy's face. He frowned, mentally saying that he didn't like it. He was shaking with anger. He just had to stand there helplessly. The young man decided to use time distortion. He ran all his mana through his body. His hands began to tremble, as if reviving the frozen cells. The protagonist stared at his hands, squeezing the most out of his skills. His eyes sparkled. Zhongwu's watch slammed shut. Now, standing in front of the god, Zhongwu could move. At this moment, the gods who were watching all smiled. Hades, grinning, asked if he was particularly fond of his nephews, and he had not seen Agars for a long time. Taking a closer look at the shackles, he said that the guy also owns his heritage. Zhongwu glanced at the artifact. He felt a strange, hazy feeling, as if the artifact was filled with dull rage from the very depths of his heart. The man, grinning, said that he had previously considered him just a messenger, and he turned out to be much more interesting. Turning around, he said that even his team with toys did not disappoint. Kreutz, wrapped in mana, trembled. He was breathing heavily, sweating. Hades went downstairs. As he walked past his subordinates, he ordered Ray to take everyone back to the temple. The group resumed its journey again. The protagonist glanced at the message of the system. His quest Persephone's long dream was completed. He received an additional number of merit points, as well as a ring of a living soul. The guy turned to the other system panel. He narrowed his eyes as the system gave him a related task. Soon, a ring of a living soul appeared in the young man's hand. After putting on the ring, Zhongwu said that its effect was quite powerful, and he didn't expect it. As he walked forward, he felt the suffocating atmosphere of Tartarus recede slightly. Glancing at Kreutz's sword, he said that it was too difficult here either, even though the knight completely muffled the pressure with the power of the holy Zulfikar. The guy himself, without any supports, only carried the burden of gods, demons and dragons at the same time. Zhongwu glanced at the panel. Access to the Blessing of Spring and the Book of Fate was restricted. To open access, additional conditions had to be met. The young man frowned. Persephone, sitting with him, once said that there are 3 rewards in the quest window. None of them need to be synchronized with her. Tartarus is a place where even on the 98th floor of heaven you can't reach to use this gift. The guy sitting in front of her pondered. Parting her lips, the goddess said that he would have to get approval from Hades himself, because Tartarus was almost his personal sanctuary. The protagonist rubbed his chin, mentally saying that back then she said that it was enough just to meet Hades and you could take everything, but in fact she slipped the quest with a trick to get him to help him. The guy narrowed his eyes, realizing that he had been deceived. He sighed, realizing that the goddess was just worried, for the family that had disappeared had not yet returned. Raising his head, Zhongwu mentally said that Persephone just wanted him to return, goddess, and was clinging to the help of some player. The guy stepped forward, not going to blame the goddess, besides he himself is obliged to help Hades in order to get a pocket watch. The protagonist calmly followed the members of the Legion. Events take us to the outer boundary of the Temple of the Afterlife. Looking around the temple, Zhongwu said that for the temple of one of the 3 great water gods, it looked miserable. He turned his head abruptly as Hades asked him if he wanted to ask anything. Chuckling, he said that he must have a lot of questions he wanted to ask. Zhongwu froze, not understanding what the god wanted at all, starting this conversation. Although it is not a matter of words, it is impossible to understand what is on Hades' mind by his eyes, or by his movements. Even his shadow does not express anything. All the transcendents that Zhongwu had met before him were either outspoken or behaved as befits their legendary name. And this god is either cold-blooded, or calm to death. But all this is just an illusion. Everything has such a deep meaning that it is simply impossible to recognize the essence. The protagonist, looking at the god opposite, mentally said that he understands that he has too many questions, but asks to approach the choice very consciously. Throwing up his hand, the man said that he considered an honest exchange to be the most important thing in this world. Trust and empathy are empty words. The main thing is that everyone gets what they need, no more, no less, and what they want from them is information. He will ask him a question, and he will take turns to make a deal on the scales. The guy bowed, mentally saying that now he understood at least a little who he was dealing with. For him it was quite a habitual style of communication. Straightening up, the young man mentally said that he would like to find out why those abilities did not work then. Remembering how he showed his wings and sword, the guy decided that it was not worth asking such a question. The answer was most likely obvious anyway. When he was with Persephone, she said that Tartarus was cut off from the 98th floor. Surely because of this, the connection with other gods and demons was broken, so the abilities simply did not activate. The hands of demons and gods did not reach him. Zhongwu nodded and asked Hades who was the creature he had seen first after crossing into Tartarus. The guy himself involuntarily remembered the titan on whose eye he stood. The man chuckled, saying that he had actually asked about it. Parting his lips, he said that it was Kronos. Zhongwu, who was standing in front of him, was surprised. Kronos was the king of the gods in ancient times. He was predicted that one of his children would dethrone him from the throne on which he sits. Then the titan began to tear all his children alive, as soon as they were born, so the history of Olympus began. Rhea, his wife, could not stand it. She hid the younger Zeus and deceived Kronos. He grew up, freed his brothers and sisters, and then began a long exhausting war with his father. In the end the titan lost, and he and his subordinates were imprisoned in Tartarus. The young man frowned. Earlier he had thought that Kronos was the same king of darkness, but it seemed that Hades began to talk about him just at that moment, saying that the gods were forbidden to mention the king of darkness at all because of the oath. Looking at the god in front of him, the guy mentally said that the fact that Kronos was dead was a surprise. A creature of this magnitude died so easily? Hades, looking at the guest, said that he most likely could not believe what he heard. They just took away time from Kronos, after which everything turned out like this. The gears of time stopped working. Time was taken away from the god of time and death, so only death remained. Closing his eyes, Hades said that thanks to this, he was able to connect a little with death itself. But this is a long story. Now it is his turn to ask the question, did Persephone transmit anything else for him? The protagonist shuddered. He narrowed his eyes, saying that his entire task was to find traces of her husband. God opened his mouth in amazement. He smiled, saying that he understood everything. The guy standing next to the members of the Legion mentally said that the man reacted quite emotionally. To be honest, he was tense, preparing for any question, so as not to say nonsense. Zhongwu narrowed his eyes as he realized that Hades considered Persephone's words so important that he put them above all else as a matter of deal. Glancing at the members of the Legion, the protagonist asked how things were at the front. Parting his lips, the god said that this was no longer the same front. Tartarus was already on his last breath. When Hades descended several hundred years ago, sensing something was wrong, everything was in chaos. Raising his hand, the god began the story. Originally, the Titans were not such giants as Perseus, but after long attempts, they were able to possess the legacy of Kronos and absorb the divine power. As a result, the prisoners, who had received the power of the ancient king, began to carry out the legions one by one, squeezing the land. Glancing at the temple, the man said that only this piece remained, the last stronghold of Tartarus. Everything else they lost. Only this fortress remained. They were the jailers whom the prisoners threw out of the prison with their own hands. The protagonist, looking at the gods, understood why they were all so dull. They had already lost morally. But what if Tartarus fell? What then? Hades stopped and said that if he had come simply as a mortal messenger, he could have finished the job and left. Turning around, he asked why he was really there. Jongwoo froze, looking at the god. Looking intently at Hades, he said that he had come for his divine artifact. Events take us to another part of the temple. Hades led his guest. God touched his throne. As he sat on the throne, he asked if he wanted Kane. The guy nodded. Grinning, the man asked if he understood what that meant. His eyes flashed as he said that taking this artifact meant becoming his incarnation, inheriting everything he had, and appearing in front of his followers. Frowning, Hades said that he could not recognize the one he saw for the first time, and besides, he did not look like a person who was ready to serve anyone. The protagonist, who was standing below, froze. He narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that it was pointless to deny everything, but God did not seem to be angry or rude. Hades sat quietly on his throne. Closing his eyes, he said that he was too boring a guy. Throwing up his hand, he said that it was impossible to give him the artifact. It was not because he did not want to. It was just that he himself did not have it. Jongwoo frowned. A long time ago, the three Cyclops brothers, who were despised for their appearance by the Titans and Kronos, joined the gods of Olympus on their knees. They asked for help in taking revenge on them, after which they presented three divine artifacts. These three artifacts gave the three gods supremacy on Olympus and became their symbols. Astrope, throwing lightning, symbolized Zeus. Triana, causing a tsunami, symbolized Poseidon. And Quinia, the one who sends darkness, was a sacred relic of Hades. In the ancient war, Hades won many victories thanks to that helmet. He slew many titans. However, in the battle with the king of the giants Typhon, the helmet was broken, and then disappeared. Summoning his sword, Hades said that he was using the sword now, but it could not contain all its power. He had never missed Quinia as much as he did now, if she existed, or at least if these three Cyclops were alive. The protagonist's eyes widened. Throwing up his hands, he asked what he meant. The man on the throne thought for a moment, and said that it was about the fact that if the three of them got together again, they would be able to recreate Quinia. But now there was only one left, so it was impossible. Parting his lips, the boy asked if Starapes and Argesh had not returned in one piece. Hades frowned, saying that this was the case. The eldest, Brontes, disappeared while carrying out orders. The second, Starapes, fell in battle at the hands of the Titans. Only the youngest, Argesh, remained in the forge. He helps the legions of Hades. But he cannot do everything alone, especially when it comes to Quinia, because she was the fruit of the labor of all three. Suddenly, the shackles trembled. The protagonist shuddered as he listened to the Cyclops weep upon learning of the death of his second brother. Joan nodded and said that he had a question. Raising his head, the young man asked, if the three Cyclopes recreate Quinia, will he be able to turn the tide of the war in his favor with her help? Hades replied that he could, albeit not radically, although he did not like such a path, but it was still better than the current situation. Putting his hand to his chest, Zhong said that he could solve this problem. In return, after the war, he wanted to receive Quinia as a token of gratitude. God frowned, asking what he meant. Vienna stood on the face of the god as the guy said that even if he didn't become an apostle, he would be able to give him this artifact. The king of the realm of the dead shouted in anger, saying that if he really wanted to, he could take the artifact, but if he didn't keep his promise, he wouldn't leave here alive. Zhong nodded, saying that he accepted the terms. Then he should call his younger brother, Argesh, and have him bring the relics of the second brother with him. Hades narrowed his eyes. Looking at the shackles on the guy, he realized that the young man was going to use them to recreate something. He clapped his hands, deciding to play by the rules of the guest. At the same moment, a subordinate appeared in front of the throne. Soon, a titan entered the hall. Gloomy and tired, Argesh carried an anvil. He began to approach the young man. After that, he put an anvil next to it. Waving his hand, Zhong told the Cyclops that he would help him meet his brothers. The Cyclops turned, surprised. His eye widened in shock. Suddenly, the spirit of the Cyclops appeared in the air. He immediately asked the younger one why he was so haggard. Abruptly embracing his brother, the spirit said that 200 years had passed, and at last they were together again. Darkness swirled around the protagonist. The anvil glowed brightly. The young man frowned, saying that he was summoning Starapes. Darkness swirled in the air. The spirit of Starapes appeared in the hall. His eye opened. The Cyclopes immediately embraced their brother. Hades got up from his seat and cursed. Parting his lips, he said that it was impossible. He couldn't help but chuckle as he realized that the guy had neglected providence and the law of dealing with souls. Even he, the god of death, couldn't do such a thing, and he did it as simply as if it were nothing special. The man frowned, at which moment Hermes, looking at his uncle, grinned. Raising his head, the god told Athena that he was not going to harm this man, so she did not need to look at him with such caution. Controlling the darkness, the man mentally said that he was not going to be a prisoner of the past and would certainly not regret it. This is because he is no longer in this world, and whoever inherits his power, he is not going to give in. He understands how his nephews treat a person, so they hang chains. Sitting on the throne, Hades said that comparing him to the stupid and straightforward Poseidon was an insult. The man opened his eyes as his nephews grinned and expressed understanding. The god stared intently at the young man below. The protagonist grinned. Hades narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that he possessed the power of the primordial god, the one who far surpassed even the great gods. Sitting on the throne, the god paid his respects. Scarapes, wiping away his tears, said that it meant that he was indeed his descendant. Sitting down in front of the boy, he said that since he had summoned him, it must have been the will of causality. Jong raised his hand and said that he probably realized that he didn't have much time left, so he would say briefly. The protagonist said that in order to turn the tide of the battle, they need Cinia Hades, and to create it, all three Cyclops must gather. Scarapes, parting his lips, said that in order for the brothers to be together, he must become his vassal. This, in fact, was his main goal. Looking at the boy's leg, he said that he was impudent in wanting him to serve a man with divinity, and if he were not only a ghost, he would cast stars on him. Frowning, the Cyclops said that he was also a descendant of their worst enemy. Suddenly Brontes put his hand on his shoulder. Smiling, he said that this child was not him. The Titan parted his lips, saying that he did not want the brothers to be separated again. Then he sat down in front of the youngest. Arjesh nodded like a dummy, unable to hold back his tears. Scarapes closed his eyes and thought. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that he would only give power to Kinea for the sake of justice and order. Even if he became a vassal, he could not use it for his own selfish purposes. If he tried to force him, he would destroy his soul. He swore by it on the river Styx. The protagonist in front of him said that this would not happen. Shrouding his hand in darkness, the young man said that now they could make a pact. When the guy stretched out his hand, Temuzin said that once in the bonds of vassalage, no one would be able to disobey the master of his own free will. Shannon, waving his hand, said that another one had been hooked. System panels appeared in front of Zhongwu, congratulating him on submitting to the deity and giving him a reward. Removing the system panels, the guy said that he even had a side quest. The young man's eyes widened at the sight of the materials he had to gather for the helmet. Tapping the panel, he mentally said that, as befits a quest to create a divine artifact, the rewards were impressive. The guy, touching the panel, said that he was most interested in the title of Master Blacksmith. The title of Master is only given to someone who has reached the top of one of the realms recognized by the tower. Only 5 people have received it. If you get this title, the rights to access the pocket watch will undoubtedly rise to a new level. Then he would be able to make out the watch with his dragon's eye. The protagonist turned his head, realizing that almost nothing in the quest materials was prepared in advance. At this time, Hades looked at him strangely and mocked. Parting his lips, he said that there was one problem before the creation of Kinei. Since it was an outstanding artifact, it required a lot of rare materials. But they had been fighting for too long, they lacked provisions, no weapons, let alone materials. Arjesh clutched his head. The young man, looking up, said that he would have to get everything himself. Raising his head, Hades said that he had to remember that they didn't have much time left. They were in a position where enemies could attack at any moment, and if he wanted to refuse, now was the last chance. Zhong frowned, seeing that there was not a drop of empty hope in the god's gaze. The guy had already seen such looks, a look devoid of hope, full only of cynicism and despair, as the vagabonds in the streets looked at others. People who, even after becoming wreckage, still did not let go of the last thread of hope, fought even without ammunition in the machine gun. Even if Zhong said that he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the materials, this grinning god wouldn't be disappointed. God's whole body trembled when the guy said he could do it. Moving his lips, the young man said that he had to do it. Hades began to descend the stairs. He smiled broadly. Darkness swirled around the guy. The man gathered some of the power above his palm, at which moment the system gave Zhong the mission. Events take us to a house in the forest. Braham, looking at Ananta, said that there had been a commotion in the village where Sesha had stayed today. Smiling, the old man said that during the day all the boys seemed to have fallen in love with Sesha. Handing the fork to the girl, he said that the 3 had even started a fight, and the winner dared to confess his feelings to her. The fork fell from Ananta's hand. The alchemist stopped smiling. But a moment later he smiled again, saying that Sesha had sent off a suitor. It was not clear who she was so popular at, but she was stubborn, always knew what she wanted, and did everything her own way. The old man involuntarily remembered Ananta crying. She was just as stubborn. Taking the girl's hand, Braham said that she was exactly the same as she had been in her youth. The alchemist smiled bitterly. Once he was like a god, but even so, he could not only play the role of a father more than once. The old man stood up, Remembering how Zhong had said that he had taken out the nectar sweets, the man left the room. Closing the door, he said that these sweets should go well with coffee. Sesha grabbed the alchemist's cloak and asked why her mother wasn't smiling at her. The man, stroking her hair, said that it was because her mother was now in a deep sleep and could not meet her yet. Braham smiled and said that the more she slept, the more she would love Sesha when she woke up, so she needed to continue to grow up brave and dignified. A mana orb formed in the air. The girl raised her hands. She puffed out her cheeks, saying that now she understands everything. Her mother does not sleep, she is sick. After letting go of the orb, she said that Sesha would make many friends, study hard, and become very smart to create a cure for her mother. The girl's pupil narrowed. Her balloon flew up. The sphere flew into the flower bed. The girl was sweating, realizing that this was Braham's favorite flower bed. She squeezed her eyes shut. Soon Sesha crawled out of the flower bed. Raising her head, she looked at the window where her mother was. She began to carefully climb the window. The alchemist stood aside all this time and watched. As the girl fell, he screamed, asking how many times he had told her not to trample the flower beds. Sesha ran away from the old man screaming. After a while, silence fell in the house. Ananta sat on the bed. Her hand trembled. The protagonist stared at his reflection. Now the guy was in the Hall of Mirrors on the 34th floor, and the test was to find his real self here. Looking at the reflection, the young man said that after leaving Tartarus, the first 33 floors had not caused him much difficulty. But this floor would be more difficult. The protagonist, using magic, summoned Atron, who immediately appeared through the portal. As he jumped out of the portal, Zhongwu asked what had happened to the supply of ingredients for Kinyai that he had instructed. The young man, lowering his gaze, stared at the list of what the merchant had obtained. Brontes, seeing this, shouted, saying that it was impossible, almost everything had already been assembled. Tapping the panel, the guy said that it was still not possible to assemble everything to the end. Withdrawing the panel, he said that 3 key materials were missing: the magical transform core, Jimshid wine, and adamantine nova. Raising his hand, the merchant said that all these materials were at the level of sacred artifacts. Obtaining them from the lower world was like getting stars from the sky. Smiling nervously, Atron said that they would do their best to find out from the owners. Fortunately, they had already figured out who had the adamantine nova, and they were now haggling over the price. The protagonist flinched in amazement, and Brontes was surprised, saying that he was surprised that someone else in the lower world kept this thing. Adamantine nova was a legendary material. It was adamantium compressed to the limit, which shone like a star. It is used only occasionally when creating relics. Throwing up his hand, Atron said that the person who wielded such an item was also a recluse, so they couldn't reveal his name. Frowning, Zhongwu asked what to do with the artifact-level transforming magic core. Had they left it on purpose to test its abilities? The merchant waved his hands, saying that this was nonsense, even if this core could be obtained on this floor. But how would they dare to do this to a customer? The guy crossed his arms over his chest, realizing who he was dealing with. The motto of these merchants is strange. They want to see for themselves whether it is worth supporting. Atron stepped forward. He clapped his hands, saying that while he was away from Tartarus, a letter had arrived addressed to him. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. Glancing at the mirror, Atron said that they too were surprised at first. The sender was the son of one of their business partners. If he remembered, there was once a man known as the Bloody Sword, the son of the Iron Lion, who had long since gone missing. Raising his hand, the merchant said that it was better to hand over this letter after the trial of this floor was over. Then Atron turned away. Ripples began to appear on the mirrors. Inspecting the protagonist's many versions, the merchant said that he too needed to find out which one was the real one before handing over the letter. The young man, squinting, asked what it was. Looking ahead, the guy said that although he hoped he was wrong, there were actually plenty of them here. Zhongwu, who was standing nearby, said that he would have to tinker. Yongwu once called the theme of the 34th floor self-restraint. All because among all the versions of yourself, you had to find the true one and leave it. At any moment, a clone could appear. Each copy that appears declares that it is the original and even thinks like the original. In such a situation, there are almost no ways to find out the present. The simplest method is a fight to the death. This method is simple and convenient. However, if the only original dies, the others will disappear with it. Yongwu used calm conversations, rational arguments, but talking to everyone is too long and difficult. However, if the fakes agree, everyone will disappear and the ordeal will end without risk. A shadow hid the guy's eyes. His eye flashed as he chose his path. Zhongwu, lined up in front of each other, took advantage of the time gap and conducted a survey. Those who did not pass the survey immediately died. Shannon, who was standing on the sidelines, said that this guy just took and killed himself. Blood was spreading on the floor. The second condition of the protagonist was the possession of the necessary essences. Zonga put their hands to their chests, releasing mana. So the other looked at his mana flows, divine and demonic injections. It was impossible to clone them. Scales appeared on the young man's neck. He involuntarily looked at his hand. After that, the guy touched the stone in his chest. He sent a reverse current through the magic circuit. Suddenly, Zhongwu coughed up blood. The third test was the activation of special characteristics. He had to endure a lethal dose of deviations. The clones began to drop dead. Soon the blood on the floor began to cover the corpses. The clothes of the survivors were stained. Now only those who completely matched physically remained. It was time to move on to the psyche. Once again, the Zhongwu lined up in front of each other. The protagonist chuckled, wondering if he was the one. The guy's pupil narrowed. He checked whether his thoughts were working correctly, whether there were any gaps in his consciousness. Suddenly, the guy pointed the dagger at himself. Blood spurted from the wound. Kalatus hovered to the side, asking the boy if he would even stab himself without hesitation if the target required it. Chirpy, hovering nearby, was disheartened. The dragon, flying away, said that it was impossible to look at it. Frowning at Nemesis, the dragon said that whatever he chose, he was terribly cruel to himself. The girl, after thinking about it, said that she thought that there was at least a little humanity in him. He was still the same moth flying into the fire. Soon there were only two left on the floor. The eyes of one of them narrowed. Both corresponded to the conditions. The questions were already meaningless. The same images stood in front of each other, just like then, on the 21st floor. Then there was a huge battle of dragons. The copy and the original crossed blades. The protagonist, looking at the copy, asked if he remembered that moment. He replied that it was exciting and pleasant then. He wanted to defeat Yuwu so much. Both of them frowned at the same time, saying that when he stood in front of him, he felt only anger. The guy bent his foot. Zhongwu also bent his foot. Two people rushed to meet each other. As a result, only one remained on his feet. All tests were completed, and the system notified about the passage of the floor. The glass around shattered into pieces. The young man stretched out his hand. By putting all the shards together, Zhongwu obtained a hidden object, a heart with a magic core. It was easier to get them yourself than to try to buy them from someone else, because selling is like leaking data with all your vulnerabilities. Waving his hand, he said that everything was ready now. Atron caught the necklace, saying that everything was super now. The man hid his lower face. He frowned, mentally asking if this guy wasn't really a monster who was just pretending to be human. Looking at the protagonist in front, he asked who in their right mind would engage in such idiocy. Soon, Zhongwu climbed out of the tower. He turned around, saying that if the ordering service could get hold of the adamantine star, then all that remained was to get Jamshid's wine. Jamshid was the Lord of 1,000 Faces. He is the greedy ruler of the last millennium. During his lifetime, he created a drink that, as soon as he got to the market, immediately climbed for insane money. Looking at the tower, the young man said that Jamshid himself lived on the 70th floor, which meant that in order to get his wine, he had to go at least to the 70th floor. The guy, raising his head, said that if he pushed, he could succeed, but then he would have to give up all hidden rewards, and this was unacceptable. Suddenly, Atron ran to him. Holding out the letter, he said that he had forgotten to take the letter. The merchant's hands were trembling. At this moment, Zhongwu remembered one very greedy person. He could very well have Jamshid's wine. Atron raised his head when the young man said that he should convey his message to the bloody principality. The protagonist chuckled, remembering the Emperor of Gluttony. Zhongwu was standing in the middle of the clearing. Cray, flying over him, said that at first he had just watched from afar from the 35th floor, but what he saw on the 34th floor was terrifying. Frowning, he caught himself thinking, if only he did not turn out to be his opponent. The protagonist took the letter in his hand. He smiled as he read someone writing to him, asking if that was all he could say after he was gone. The guy tilted his head as he read that his friend had made a deal with the demons. Victoria said that when he escaped from the palace of the Tail Lords, they were chased by a pursuer. Khan turned around, entered the battle and disappeared. The girl returned alone. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, not believing that this was the deal with the demons. The young man began to peer at the sheets. It said that the guy wanted to see his father, but then, hearing that he was looking for him, he decided to give him a letter through this channel. Zhongwu raised his head, looking up at the sky. He folded the sheets, saying that it was of no use. As expected, the only thing he was sure of was that he was indeed the son of the Iron Lion. One of the mercenaries who participated in the cleanup on the night of Walpurgis was Kang's father. He carried a huge great sword with him. Stepping forward, the guy decided that he still had another place to go. Blood spurted in all directions. The emperor, despite the screams of the victim, happily devoured her. Smiling broadly, the man said that the centaur liver he had only heard of was a real delicacy. Tunfian bowed and said that he had just eaten one of the 81 eyes of the red dragon and the bodyguard of the white dragon. Wiping his mouth, the emperor said that they had not started a war with the white dragon in vain. Even the appetizer was a masterpiece. If only they could get to the dragon meat as soon as possible. Gathering the mana in his chest, the man said that he wondered how sweet the ale brewed from the dragon's blood would be. But most of all, he wanted to eat the heart. He narrowed his eyes, saying that he wanted to eat this spring queen. The duke approached and said that he was glad to announce that they would soon be able to offer him a dragon's heart. The emperor, smiling broadly, said that this was good news. The black dragon decided to team up with the green dragon to attack the white dragon. They asked for their help and send a letter. Standing up, the emperor said that now he could avenge his duke and get a chance to get to the spring queen. Sitting on the throne, he said that they should concentrate on the battle for the time being. He should definitely bring a magnificent banquet. The knight bowed and said that the long-awaited news had come today. The man raised his hand. The knight, standing with his head bowed, said that the same devourer, an old friend of theirs who had always apologized for being so busy, had finally wanted to meet him in person and had sent a letter. The emperor smiled even wider. He stood up from his seat, asking his subordinate why he was only talking about it now. The protagonist has arrived in the village. He stared at the children playing. Entering the house, he asked the old man if they had dragon blood left. The alchemist turned around and said that almost everything had already been used. He himself had said not to regret when they invested. Throwing up his hand, he said that they had very little left. The guy, hearing this, said that it was enough, even better if it was almost garbage. The alchemist frowned and asked where he wanted to spend it. The young man replied by saying that he was going to give it to the Emperor of Gluttony. Braham, indignant, said that this creature once sent a ranker to eliminate Sesh. Jongwoo, throwing up his hand, said that they would make a deal in which only he would lose. They would give the diluted dragon's blood and in exchange they would receive the remains of his legendary wine. Frowning, the man asked if he even understood what devourer wine was. Among connoisseurs, it is valued on a par with dragon's blood, and he wants to exchange it not for purified serum, but for leftovers. The protagonist, grinning, said that value is a relative concept. Then he lowered his head. The old man, rubbing his chin, said that if you think about it, the emperor is always yelling what he would like to taste. He will prepare the remains of dragon meat and diluted serum for him before leaving. The protagonist, turning away, thanked the alchemist. He frowned, asking if Ananta was still there. The guy entered the room. Ananta sat on the bed. The young man got down on one knee. Then he touched the mask. Jongwoo took off his mask, asking if she recognized the face. The girl's gaze was blurred. Ananta raised her hand and said something. She pointed at Jongwoo and began to argue with him. The girl, embarrassed, turned away. Now, the protagonist, standing in front of her, asked if she recognized this face. The girl's face was unchanged. The young man parted his lips and said that he had previously thought that if he showed her Jongwoo, he would get a little better. Braham came into the room and thanked him for his efforts, because that's what he came for every time. As soon as the guy put on the mask, he heard a man approaching. Sesha hugged him screaming. Hitting her uncle, she said that he wanted to leave again. Without even playing with her, he left only when she wanted. Puffing out her cheeks, she asked if he really thought that 3 friends were enough for her. She nodded and amused and smiled, while Jongwoo was forced to say that she needed more friends. Grabbing her uncle's hand, the girl said that she wanted to try what he had taught her last time. Ananta sat watching everything. Her pupil reflected the figure of a guy and a girl. The bloody state, headed by one of the 9 kings, solved all problems by the will of the emperor. The trumpeters blew their trumpets to greet the guest. So the huge country received the devourer Jongwoo as a guest. Kreutz said in his mind, frowning, that after the hearts of the outer tribes, they had also visited the blood state. Kreutz understood that their ally clearly had a special liking for the guy. He would surely lend a hand, intending to give him an important post in the illusory alliance. Rubbing his chin, the man said that if the emperor wasn't so changeable, there would be no worries. Suddenly, a scarlet standard was raised in the air. It meant holding a ceremony worthy of the guests of the impact level of the 8 clans, red above all, white, blue and black. Jongwoo sneered, saying that the more he believed, the more he could benefit from it. Various dishes were placed on the table. Many tables were filled with food. The emperor, smiling, said that the treat might be simple, but he could eat to his heart's content. The protagonist, sitting next to the man, mentally said that there should be a limit to idle chatter. Scooping up some caviar, he decided that there was a whole feast here. His eyes widened as he tasted the food. Pointing to the duke, the emperor said that their duke was also the best cook. He had worked hard. Jongwoo was sweating, mentally saying that the emperor was clearly crazy. The caviar was from a soul shark. Getting at least 1 grain was a matter for many years. Everything was served in soup, just as an appetizer. The young man, looking at the soup, said in his mind that the soup alone is equal to the annual budget of the middle clan. The guy activated his eyes, deciding to check out the rest of the dishes. A moment later, he realized that on the table there was ambrosia, phoenix crab soup, 3-headed troll roast, and even a golden apple with honey. Kreutz, cutting off a piece of meat, mentally said that there were unfamiliar dishes everywhere. It was all for Jongwoo's sake. But even he, his companion, was treated so generously. Closing one eye, the guy said that for people like Jongwoo, people with a lot of connections and a special position, there were even nicknames. There are many system notifications that notify about the increase in various characteristics. The emperor took a glass of wine in his hand, saying that he should try it. It is very sweet, perfect to refresh himself. The young man who was looking through the system panels took the golden wine. The protagonist froze, feeling an aura in the air. The emperor, smiling broadly, said that it was the wine of the same Jamshid, the vampire emperor who was considered a cruel lord. The guy stared in shock at the object that he had previously considered a miracle. Jongwoo involuntarily summoned his weapon. Then he narrowed his eyes. Withdrawing his weapon, he mentally said that although he would not hesitate to kill Zongdu and Sesha for killing him right there was an entire army waiting behind him. Jongwoo raised his glass, and at the same moment, Bu said that they would bring out the cup. The protagonist was surprised. The emperor took out a box and said that he decided to give him a gift. When the young man opened the box, he said that it was the flesh and blood of the Summer Queen. The man jumped up abruptly, telling the duke to hurry. Licking the plate, The emperor said that today was just a wonderful day. Jongwoo stood beside him, saying that even this garbage was godlike to him. He frowned, realizing that even the market would be alarmed by such a gift. Suddenly, the clock in his chest began to show reverence. In the emperor's chest was the source of his strength. Brontes, observing the flow of mana, said that the master understood something. His brother, surprised, said that it was the food of the soul, pure gluttony. But he used only 5%, like pearls around the neck of a pig. The protagonist touched his chest. His brother had previously found it strange that the emperor could turn food into power, but if it was due to the power of the soul stone, then everything fell into place. Looking at the fat man, he understood how such an underdeveloped type could become the heir to the blood state, which was why he sang songs while devouring dragon meat. Wiping his lips, the man told the guy that from now on he was his friend for centuries. He would not only help in any matter, but also follow anywhere. The young man stood up and said that he would like to ask him for something. Although he understood that Jamshid's cup was very rare, he would very much like to get it. Raising his hand, the emperor said that he only needed to say how much he needed. The guy chuckled, although he was only 2 glasses missing, but he said aloud that he would need at least 2 large vessels. Events in the Blood Kingdom continue. The young man, bowing to the emperor, said that he had hardly found time to come here. Next time he would try to look in without haste. Waving his hand, the ruler said that he was unable to interfere with his affairs. It was a pity that he was leaving, but he would continue to provide support. The duke, bowing, said that he had brought a gift from his majesty. In the guy's hand there was a small dagger. It brought good luck, and as long as law and order are not violated, his affairs will have a chance to succeed. Patting the guest on the back, the emperor said that he hoped that this thing would help him achieve his goal. He used to value his treasure very much, but it could not be more important than a friend. The guy bowed and thanked the emperor. Looking after the guest, the man said not to forget to tell his dear friend about the case. Jongwoo calmly continued walking. Soon he and Kreutz set foot in the forest. The young man turned when his companion called to him. The soldier raised his hand and asked if they were talking about the emperor's proposal to join the alliance. The protagonist turned to his comrade. When the request for 2 vessels of Jamshid's cup was made, the emperor was immediately embarrassed and sweating, because this was tantamount to a demand to give up all the supplies that were available. However, the emperor could not take back his words, for he said this in front of his faithful servants. Almost crying, he asked if he really needed so much. Suddenly, the duke came up to him and whispered something. The emperor's face immediately froze. Closing his eyes, he said that for them the cup of Jamshid was a real rarity and jewel, and even he could not just give it away without the consent of the council. Throwing up his hand, the man said that they still had a way out. Smiling, he offered to make a deal. Introducing the Spring Queen, the emperor said that he himself had suffered from the Queen of Spring on the River of the Dead. Duke Adver has fallen by her hand, so they want to settle accounts with her. Jongwoo chuckled. Remembering how he killed the duke, he decided that the emperor still did not know the true killer. Raising his hand, the emperor offered to crush the white dragon together with the black dragon, and invited him to join them. The young man's eyes twitched. He did not expect such an outcome of events. Looking at the emperor, he said that it would be difficult to act alone. The man laughed, saying that they already knew how he had laid down the Lord and destroyed Triton, and besides, he always had shadow friends at hand. The young man involuntarily froze. Looking back, he realized that his servants were already aware. Though he revealed himself recently, it is now clear that the gang is keeping a close eye on him like stars. Kreutz, standing aside, listened to the emperor say that the Legion of Illusions, led by Jaruk, was also under his command. He smiled broadly. Grinning, the emperor asked why he didn't call the One-Horned clan where his mentor resided. Kreutz was sweating when he realized that this man was planning to unleash a large-scale war, and if that happened, the Legion of Illusions would not be able to escape this whole meat grinder. It was not clear what the protagonist was thinking about. Darkness enveloped him. Raising his hand, Kreutz told the guy to think about his decision. A lot depends on his choice. The young man lowered his gaze. Now he was standing in front of his subordinate. The warrior involuntarily opened his mouth in surprise. Bowing, he said that he had crossed the line and showed him the path, which was to remain a secret. Taking off, he said that he needed to calm down. The protagonist summoned the status bar and removed the mask. Lowering his hand, he chuckled. The young man grinned, not believing that everything was so simple. Muin will clearly wave his hand, sifting out the unnecessary and highlighting the main thing. Enemies and dragons make alliances and fight each other. Moreover, one of the enemies trusts him completely, and even turns his back. When the war breaks out, he will have already gathered Kane and mastered working with soul stones in the forge. Jongwoo summoned a sword. He enveloped him in flames, saying that in the future, he would be able to target the gluttony emperor himself. The guy put on a mask. Looking up at the sky, he said that it would be after the start of the war, and Braham's words haunted him. The alchemist, frowning, asked how Hades, being responsible, allowed the destruction of Tartarus, and did not even turn to Olympus for help. The young man, stroking the mask, decided that there was clearly something behind it. The guy had no evidence, but it was this question that would become the core of the war for Tartarus, the whirlpool of everything. Jongwoo looked at his hand. His eyes sparkled as he said that he would win, get Kane, and collect a complete set of the Black King, so he would bring Youngwoo back with his own hands. To be continued.